Chapter 1, The Landlord System. In the South Side Police Station, JAC is handcuffed in the interrogation room, going crazy. Uncle Policeman, Gue Yutong is really my girlfriend. She got slept with by another man. I beat the man up, and that's my problem? The policeman stopped his pen and tapped his desk. Nonsense. Gue Yutong's transcript said that you were classmates. It was when she was taking a break from her date that you broke in and invaded someone's privacy. Do you realize how serious your consequences are? What? JAC's brain buzzed. It's about to blow up. 2 hours ago, roommate sends a message. Said at the off-campus stall, saw a drunken Gue Yutong. By the sports department Gue Yulong, embraced into the small alley. It was only then that Jiang Hui rushed out of the school, scrambled with Gue Yulong at the small inn. Why? Now, would it be like this? What about Gue Yulong? He beat me up like this and left? People belong to self-defense, did not pursue you as good. Hurry up to bookmark the responsibility. Medical bills paid away. Young man, there are no laws governing boyfriend and girlfriend, and even if your girlfriend is morally bad, invading privacy and hitting someone is wrong of you. In front of Gue Yutong's testimony, JAC can't even fart. Signature only. At 12 o'clock in the middle of the night, Jiang Hui came out of the institute. Wanted to kill someone. He never expected to be in a police station for the first time in his life. I can't believe it's because of something like this. Gue Yutong is the one JAC has been talking to for 3 years. 3 years. JAC spent $50,000 to $60,000 for Gue Yutong. It is even more common to go out and earn money on the side. 3 years ago, Gue Yutong describes herself as introverted and traditional, so JAC is holding hands at best. Friends don't even show up for each other. The only people who knew about the relationship were the roommates. JAC hides his feelings and cherishes them carefully. What about Gue Yutong? They're all sleeping with someone else. At the end of the day, you've become an interloper? Cherish? I don't cherish. Gue Yutong, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. I'll make you apologize on your knees one day. Ding. The presence of a suitable host has been detected, and the goddess landlord system is being bound. Binding complete. Newbie rewards being issued. Reward for newbies, 2 apartments at the prestigious academy, famous schoolhouse apartments, proposed rent $2,000 per month. Jiang Hui was about to pull out his cigarettes, tightened at the sound. This is the legendary system? Jiang Hui read novels and often people were bound by the system, always thought it was sci-fi, didn't realize it was a documentary? Jiang Hui's mind moved, and a system panel appeared in front of him. Host, JAC, listings in your name, famous schoolhouse apartment X2, available exchange points, 0, bound to, none. What the hell is this? Points, what are all the bound objects? The disc, famous schoolhouse, is also known to JAC. It is right by the school and is an upscale condo, inch by inch. I've heard it's going for over $30,000 a square foot, but these 2 suites, just give them away? It's too much of a stretch. Then why am I still buying a house? Just move in with a new one. Goddess landlord system rules. Hosts can rent out properties in the system to girls. The rent obtained by the host will be returned 100 times and can be disposed of at will. The system will display, in real time, the tenant's satisfaction level with the landlord. And when the tenant's satisfaction score reaches 60, the host will receive a brand new property. More than 60 points. Every 1 point of improvement will be converted into exchange points, which can be used to exchange for generous rewards. Please make an effort. Host, I have a child. 100 times to get the rent back. That means $2,000 a month. 200,000 for myself. That's like $2 million a year. JAC hears and understands. The system is for him to be a landlord and collect rent to earn money. But to unlock a new property, you also have to keep the tenants happy. Lean. How does it sound? Still a bit of a dog licker. Other people's systems, out of the gate first to the host to turn $1 billion. Straight to the top of life. This system of his own. Why is he so chicken? Why don't we just sell the house? It's quick money. The system warmly reminds that the system listings cannot be sold, and may not rely on the intermediary for rent. The host can live on his own, but every night the system will deduct 10,000 from the landlord's lodging fee. What? Is there any King's Law left? Is there any law left? As a landlord myself, I have to pay to live there? And 10,000 a day. Why don't you rob it? Cursing, look at the panoramic view of the room on the panel. JAC laughed his ass off. The apartment rooms have a north-south exposure, customized throughout the house with a great design. If you were sitting in your room, having a fried chicken with a beer, how cool would that be? What a life. That's life. But I don't know what retarded system that makes the rules. The landlord accommodates and pays. JAC didn't hesitate. Open the rental app and start editing the post. Famous schoolhouse apartment for rent. One person. Only girls. Love clean. Specific negotiation. Interested in contacting WeChat. XXX. JAC deliberated. Think we should add a clause. Don't bother if you're over 40. Don't bother if you're under 18. Perfect. JAC put up the post. Open the Linjiang University support group again. The group brings together low, middle and high school grades, even graduates. The usual recruiting and rental messages are more common. Occasionally fishing for pretty dudes to weasel in. Senior English Department Jiang Huai, the beauty of the group. Recently there is no to rent a room. I empty honesty for rent. The JAC message just went out. Mockery from all directions, one after the other. Yo, isn't this John Lick Lick? Out so soon? You have a house here. It won't be a jail cell, will it? Just you deserve to chase after Gue Yutong. I ba, beggar thing, beggar plus licking dog. Our English department solemnly disowns this number. Jiang Huai held a cigarette in his mouth, his head full of question marks. Only been in there half an hour myself. Why does it feel like the whole school knows? He was depressed when the JAC dormitory group popped up. Group 214, the king of Kaki Zhang Yuanhang, Old Zhang. It just so happens that there are no classes these days, so why don't you hide outside first? Hiding? JAC was depressed. I just hit a guy. I didn't kill him. Not really. 214 Love Say Jia Chiu, brother Jiang. The incident of you being taken away by your uncle in front of the school gate made a big fuss, and Gue Yutong posted about it on the school grounds half an hour ago. Says you've been harassing her continuously for the past 3 years, licking her in every way, but she hasn't been with you at night because she was hooking up with Gue Yulong. You were angry so you rushed over and beat him up. Between the lines, it's your fault anyway. There are screenshots of the chat and the truth, and now the whole school knows about it. Watch the group message. Jiang Huai's face completely blackened. When I opened the school's forum, I saw the 5 big words, down head boy, Jack, hanging high. The post is word for word vicious. The screenshots are all gifts from JAC. There's also a good night from Jiang Huai to Gue Yutong. Only Gue Yutong never replied. JAC never thought about it. One's own love finally returned to oneself in this way. What a fool yourself. It's exactly mixed feelings. There's movement in the intramural group. Johnny Tang, junior acting. At JH, how much is the minimum for the house? Chapter 2, I hear you're a professional. The goddess is here. Goddess, add a friend. Please, goddess. Did you open the 1,000 paper cranes I gave you earlier? Miss Tang, my dad bought me a new Mercedes C and it's missing a black silk co-driver. The group was bombarded with a bunch of messages. It gave JAC a happy look. These birds, 1 second they were taunting him to lick. The group, as it turned out, licked it more than he did. Send 1,000 cranes? He a beggar. All feel beggarly. If it was in 1,000 paper cranes, there would be little love messages. That's just killer. However, Jiang Huai didn't expect to receive a message from Tang Jiani. Acting Department Tang Jiani, pure high cold imperial sister. There is Lin Zhangde, one of the 3 goddesses title, but is extremely high-strung, especially for the boys. It's even colder to the bone. There was a group put out that any boy who discussed her in the cafeteria was heard by her. Go directly to the director of your class and sue for harassment. That's why the students in the school, they all only dare to look at it from a distance and don't dare to lick it close. It was also the first time that Jiang Huai had chatted with Tang Jiani. JH, under my name, famous schoolhouse, hardcover 2,500 a month. Are you interested? Seeing the words, famous school, the group blew up again. Really fake. This is not the side of the high-end apartment complex. The average price seems to be more than 30,000 a square foot. JAC can afford to buy? I can think with a beryllium salt and know it's not his. It must be a part-time home seller trying to make a few brokerage fees. In my name. No wonder I got dumped. If this is his, I'll break into the girls' dormitory and confess my love to Goddess Tang. This one's fierce. Jiang Huai also couldn't help but give a thumbs up. At the same time, JAC WeChat received a friend request. Saw it was Donjani. JAC clicked through. Donjani, it's too noisy in the group. Let's chat privately. Requires full utilities. Only whole rent. Rent can only be paid in January. Can be renovated twice. Can keep pets. A series of exclamation points. Looking at Jiang Huai, his brain was sweating. It's your ING room. Or am I on my knees begging you to rent it? Those who didn't know thought that Donjani was the landlord. JH, do you have time tomorrow morning? Let's meet specifically. I got a yes back from the other side, and then I lost the message. Jiang Huai thought for a moment and typed another line. Leave a phone number, so we can get in touch when the time comes. The other party has turned off the temporary session function. Jiang Huai looked at the alert on his cell phone. A million alpacas ran through his mind. No, Tang Jiani is sick, isn't she? We haven't even finished chatting. Blocked him outright. What a guy. Things have come to a head. Jiang Huai directly turned around and went into the side internet cafe. $20 overnight. Sit until dawn to get off the plane. Carry a liter bottle of iced tea. And rush to the door of the famous schoolhouse. Until nearly 10 o'clock. Jiani just showed up. Tang Jiani stepped on a black thin high heel. Looking 2 fingers taller than Jiang Huai. Her goose-egg face was ice-carved. Her eyebrows and eyes carried contempt and flowed with coldness. Passing men couldn't help but skim more as they got out of the rental. Jiang Huai waved his hand. Student Tang. This way. I'm not blind. Neither of them exchanged much of anything after that statement. Until the viewing is done and it's time for the bargaining session. Jiani crossed her legs, her heels hanging from her toes as she shivered. You like being a lickspittle, I hear? JH? Hearsay. Tang Jiani laughed. A wry smile. Rent? Not a problem. I can even add money. Can you understand if I say that? Jiang Huai's heart trembled at the tip. Done. Come at me. What do you take me? Jiang Huai. 4. Do you think I'm the kind of person who will do anything for money? I have dignity. Not a sellout. 10,000. For a month. Tang Jiani raised her chin. And 10,000 is enough to buy my dignity. Although Jiang Huai didn't know, what exactly did this Tang Jiani guy want? But that's 10,000? 100 times back. That's $1 million a month. There is money not earned. JAC has thought about it. Want to increase your tenant satisfaction score quickly? The only way. It's just licking? So, in a sense, he put down his dignity and went to lick the tenant though. But really, the tenants are nothing more than his tool people. Brush up on your money, toolman, Shakespeare said. No one is going to be a lickspittle all the time. Satisfaction points are going to be full. Just drop these toolmen as you go along after the score is licked full. Get another new tenant. Not just fine. Resource utilization is really playing into my hands to understand. JH gave himself a thumbs up. Came to Tang Jiani's side. Miss Tang, what do you need me to do? I can deliver food in the morning and evening. Confess on the confession wall. Work to earn money to send gifts. Get down. I'll take a closer look to see if you're qualified. The corners of Tang Jiani's mouth gradually curved upwards. Down. Down. Jiang Huai frowned. Tang Jiani, don't go too far. 20,000 a month. I'll be on my back for one night at most. Damn. It's good to be rich. When I'm rich, I'll play like that. Jiang Huai cursed angrily in his heart. Both knees went weak. Haven't looked back yet. A foot so white it glowed stretched out. Jiani toenails, painted light pink. And JAC's brain was clueless. This is? Tang Jiani's charming eyes narrowed into slits. Waves of light flowing through the slits, obviously waiting for something. JAC is over 20. He's not stupid. JAC extends his hand and smiles. Miss Tang, how do you usually take care of yourself? I also know a little bit about foot acupoints, which can soothe the tendons and strengthen the bones. Try it? Tang Jiani rested her cheek on one hand and looked at Jiang Huai, looking deep. First of all, this place is in charge of the spleen and stomach. Over here, it's in charge of the heart and lungs. And here, it's in charge of the liver and kidneys. Well, Jiang Huai's fingers, constantly changing on the soles of Tang Jiani's feet. Tang Jiani's face, without realizing it, hung a layer of flushing, especially when pressed to the liver and kidney area. Tang Jiani's back suddenly arched, her feet tensed, and she grunted lightly twice, startling Jiang Huai. Miss Tang, your liver and kidneys are not good. You should be careful about staying up late in the future. With delicate feet like yours, it's best to add essential oil care. It's worth it. Jiani had never been so comfortable. At least the feet didn't. The JAC in front of me is like magic. The behavior, the speech, all of it was soothing to Jiani. Jiani knows, one may be, in some way, different from the average person. But she wanted someone to air her grievances. Find someone who will do whatever she says and someone who will let her beat her. Is that wrong? Who doesn't have a fire in their heart? She usually tried to seal in that dark side of herself. But she can't do it. Tang Jiani also saw Jiang Huai on the post unintentionally. The JAC on the post is short of money and licking it. At first, she was in the mindset of giving it a try. I just didn't expect it. JAC is surprisingly a gem. He knows too much about obedience. For money, he can have no dignity. And oneself, likes not to be like that, without dignity. Like a doll. No matter how ravaged, there will be no complaints. Goody goody goody. Jiani withdrew her foot. Leaning over, he rubbed Jiang Huai's head. You said that one is called Gue Yutong. Why is she so ungrateful? I want to thank her. From now on, you're mine. As if there's anything missing. By the way, there's a customized necklace for you. Bling bling bling. You want it? The air was quiet for a few seconds. Jiang Huai hung a face full of tenderness, speaking with a bit of a good-natured air. Miss Tang, you're so nice. You even thought to buy me something. By the way, don't call me Miss Tang from now on. So, what's it called? Honey. Okay, honey. Chapter 3, Who says there's no spring in licking? On the bus, JH sat in the last row and checked the contents of the bag. The black plastic bag that Tang Jiani threw to him on her way out. In a plastic bag, there are white shirts and black men's suit pants. You pervert. JAC's filter on the goddess was sort of completely shattered. At the Linda, everyone says that Don Jiani is the god in charge of the high and mighty. I didn't realize that behind the scenes, the play was so fancy. This one has to go up in points quickly. Up full grabbing a new tenant. Hell knows what new tricks this guy will play afterward. But, honestly, JAC had understood a little. Obviously some of the flowers are so raw. And then there are the boys, ironically, who are looking for rich women, because it smells so good. Jiang Huai opened WeChat. Find Johnny Tang. Don Johnny, transfer 30,000. Tang Jiani, this is the cost of the room for this month. And the extra 10,000 is a reward for you. JH, honey, you're so sweet. Don Johnny, you're really so eager to see you cry. JAC clenched his fists. JH, honey, you're so nice to compliment people. Click to collect. Jiang Huai sighed in relief. The system voice also appeared in his head. Ding! The famous school completes its binding. Jenny Tang, 175, 91, 58, 90. Satisfaction with landlord, 60. When the strategy reaches 60 points, a set of famous schoolhouse apartment will be rewarded. Raiders successful. Rewards are being given out. Reward distribution complete. Hey, what the hell? The system suddenly gives out rewards. It made Jiang Huai freeze. Juan did not expect Don Johnny's satisfaction score with him so high. Direct exemption. Bailout? Who says there's no spring for licking dogs? The joy of licking is only understood by the one who licks. Received $20,000 for Tang Jiani's room. Return it 100 times. $2 million into the host's account. Watch the text messages. $2 million extra on the bank card. JAC's heart warmed. Silently opened the doohickey. Start searching for how to be a good manservant. He hadn't seen this much money since he was a kid. Since I've already signed a contract with Jenny Tang, that JAC thinks, as a landlord, he has an obligation to serve his tenants happily. Otherwise so much money, he collected uneasily, except for being a pervert in the room. There's something relatively normal about Don Johnny, too. For example, the terms of the contract. First, only on Saturday and Sunday every week, JAC needs to go to the room for service. The rest of the time, just lick on WeChat. Secondly, emergencies that require a weekday visit have to be paid extra. And if you need to spend the night in the room, you need to pay an extra 10,000 overnight fee to Tang Jiani. Third, no photos of anything in the room. Holy, looking at it that way, it does seem a bit like it's for sale, doesn't it? Jiang Huai shivered in his heart. Turn over the contract. After making sure it was a rental contract, he tapped his heart. Straight up. It was a close call. The bus arrived at the back door of LU. Isn't this immortal liquor Jiang Huai coming out so soon? That's disgraceful enough. Look at him laughing. What a shame about this face. JAC looks at the campus. Birdsong and flowers. That's so nice. If in the past, Jiang Huai heard this, probably carried his fists and went for it. But now think about it. Sure enough before, it was still immature. They cursed them, but as long as it doesn't get in the way of earning your own money. No, you can lose a few faces by getting scolded. Without money, there can be no face at all. Back to the dorms. Old Jiang, where have you been? Last night you worried your brothers to death. Zhou Chao lay across the bed from Jiang Huai, alertly revealing his head. Part-time night shift to make money. Jiang Huai casually mouthed back. Gue Yutong doesn't even treat you as a human being anymore. And you're still thinking about making money. How much can you make in one night? 20,000 a night. What the hell? Stoicism and riches? Do not care what to do. Lousy hold on the iron rice bowl. In the future, food and clothing do not worry. Xiaozi, you also do not watch theoretical films all day. Not practical operation. Fart cannot learn. Right, Zhang Yuanhang and Lu Siyu? Old Zhang practical exercises went. Siyu has gone to work. When they come back, I'll buy you guys dinner. Took a shower. Climb into bed. Just as the cell phone vibrated, Jiang Huai thought it was Tang Jiani. Unexpectedly, it was Qin Mengmeng who came with the message. Qin Mengmeng was considered a rare guest among rare guests. Before, Gue Yutong didn't move to play disappear. WeChat hacking. There was nothing JAC could do about it. Added her roommate, Qin Mengmeng, as a messenger. From then on, JAC got up and did nothing but wash his face. One more thing. Look at Qin Mengmeng's circle of friends. The circle of Qin Mengmeng is sent really much. An average of 2 a day. Totaling 18 photos. Each one shows her face and legs and is a quality human female. Earlier than today. In the photo, Qin Mengmeng is holding a cup of milk tea. Agrees 9 consecutive shots. Text, no matter how busy your days get, you can't lose the pursuit of beauty. Tea in the tea. Looking at it makes you, well, relaxed. If it were before, Jiang Huai might have even nodded in his heart. After all, who could say no to a soft-spoken and so optimistic little girl? But since adding Qin Mengmeng, Gue Yutong and he goodnight didn't talk. But the words that spit on Qin Mengmeng were tens of thousands of words less. Every weekend, which man did Qin Mengmeng go out with? Get in the passenger seat of whichever BMW uncle. Sending another private photo to some schoolboy. Even if Jiang Huai didn't want to hear it, Gue Yutong reported everything to him. Now him. It's almost like she knows her better than Qin Mengmeng's mom. Qin Mengmeng, Mr. Jiang Huai, are you taking a nap? Have you been disturbed? If I accidentally woke you up, I don't think Jiang-san would mind. Jiang Huai, what's the matter? Say, if it has something to do with Gue Yutong, don't put it the opposite side back quickly. No. Jiang students misunderstand people. In fact, when something like that happens, I'm also very heartbroken. Jiang students, it's all my fault, as Yutong roommate, but did not watch over her. Jiang students should not be angry with me, right? It's like this, isn't it about to be internship? People also need to rent a room off campus. Just happened to see that Jiang students are working as an agent. Can I rent your house? If Jiang is busy, you can also wait to get back to me. I'm always there. Oh, lean, this damn tea sense. It's so moody. But when Jiang Huai saw the word rent, jerked out of bed and sat up, the corners of his mouth curved, getting more and more excited the more he pressed. Renting a room? You should have said so. It messed him up, almost bringing his resentment towards Gue Yutong to Qin Mengmeng. Jiang Huai, not too busy. Not too busy. Miss Qin is an acquaintance. If you look at the house when can be Qin Mengmeng, Mr. Jiang, you're so nice. I'll listen to Mr. Jiang in everything when I have time. You hoo-hoo, you're so nice. Listen to me on everything. Just the bait. Jiang Huai estimated that there were no less than 10 kaiju caught. Jiang Huai forced down his revulsion and typed up. Then it's 6 o'clock in the evening. Don't see you there. Qin Mengmeng, well, I'm really sorry for disturbing Mr. Jiang today. I won't see you tonight. Put the phone down. Jiang Huai looked at Zhou Chao. Old Zhou, I'm not having dinner with you guys tonight. What? A guest in the house. Chapter 4, Men are simple. Girls' dormitory. Gue Yutong is putting on makeup. In the evening she invited Gue Yulong to dinner. Ready to go deeper and express my apologies for last night. But right now, she was more concerned about the progress on Qin Mengmeng's side. Mengmeng, how was it? What did he say about Jiang Huai? Qin Mengmeng was covered in a light green robe, her legs hanging over the edge of the bed, soft and supple. With the beauty of a worldly Lindayu, he said he could see the room at night. Yutong baby, leave it to me. You can rest assured. Gue Yutong nodded, torturing Jiang Huai. Handed over to Qin Mengmeng. She put 10,000, a million hearts. Mengmeng, sometimes I really envy you. Why do you think you are able to make any random man fall in love with you? If only we had such a skill, how wonderful it would be. Qin Mengmeng covered her mouth and smiled. The small family feel is just so natural. I don't know, man, it's really simple-minded. Call out to your brother and they can spend their money for you. But alas, Qin Mengmeng tilted her head, her face wreathed in regret. JAC is so good-looking a face. When I think about it, from the night she will slowly fall in love with me, and then love me so much that she will be like a licking dog, being called around by me every day, and ended up crying tears of joy when I threw it away hard again. Just think it's so funny. Oh ha. Crazy. The real deal is insane. Even if you were roommates with Qin Mengmeng for a few years, Gue Yutong still felt doozy. She just likes good men. That's right. But Qin Mengmeng was different. What kind of men she fishes for? There are fish on the hook. Just pull like crazy. Envy. At the end of the day, none of them. Qin Mengmeng just loves to see men fall in love with her. And then after she discarded it, that crybaby down and out look. Even Qin Mengmeng shared it in the group. Rich uncle in a Ferrari. To beg her back. Video of kneeling in the street holding up an apology sign. And while watching, he was smiling. Look at him. He's so cute. This woman. Pressing on with no emotion. What is this if not madness? Gue Yutong didn't want to sacrifice Qin Mengmeng's either. But JAC is just too much. Since you love me, why would you even want to get into something like this when I'm on a break from other boys? Not a care in the world for my face. Since you really love me, it's time to accept that I have a better man. Doesn't loving someone mean wanting them to have a better life? Otherwise, what kind of love is that? Such a scumbag deserves to be punished. Sunset. Qin Mengmeng appeared draped in the last trace of haze. Green-colored bustier dress. Hanging layer of light veil. Delicate body hidden. Obviously not wiped. Just sexy. Jiang students. I'm really sorry. I'm really stupid. I just got off at the wrong station. That's why I'm a little late. I really blame myself. Jiang. Jiang Huai smiled. lifted the milk tea in his hand and handed it to Qin Mengmeng with both hands. It's okay, it's my fault. I should have taken a cab to pick you up for a girl like you. How could I make you take the bus? Just ordered milk tea for you. Iced. Qin Mengmeng received the milk tea. Fingers gently traced over Jiang Huai's hand. Then he blushed and laughed. The smile was simple, as gentle as a spring breeze. Mr. Jiang, you're so nice. I've always wished to have a brother like you since I was a kid. Can I call you brother? Of course. I'm lucky to have a sister like you. Qin Mengmeng looked at Jiang Huai's back, finding the corners of my mouth so hard to press. Everything was simpler than she had thought. Even men, all of them, have no resistance to the word brother. And a weak woman, milking out her brother, that would be extinction. And Jac's eyes are so sincere. The eyes don't lie. I can feel that Jiang Huai. He seems to have feelings for me. Only just left with Gue Yuton on. What a little devil. Qin Mengmeng muttered a mouthful. Follow up. Jiang Huai, who was walking in front, couldn't help but smack his lips. I'm just so sincere. It also cost $10. Order a Snow King stuffed with small ingredients. Wait 1,000 more for the room. It's not too much, but it's time to say no. Getting along with someone like Qin Mengmeng, really comfortable. Just enjoy the process without giving your heart. Then you can get one for nothing. The pretty sister who chases after you every day calling for her brother. Although the face value is slightly weaker than that of Danjani. But compared to that dead pervert. And what's not one big advantage? Brother Jiang, are you smiling? Ha? No, just thinking happy thoughts. If my brother is happy, I'm happy too. Qin Mengmeng sipped her milk tea and skimmed Jiang Huai, smiling innocently. Jac is in because, himself, he wants to rent his house. Happy to hear calling him brother. Man, it's really so easy. The house that Qin Mengmeng is going to rent, not in the same building as Danjani, but the household type is the same. The two looked around and came to the bargaining session. Brother Jiang, the environment of this neighborhood is really good. The neighborhood is green and clean, even with a parking space. A neighborhood like this, the rent must be very expensive. It's not expensive. It's only 4,000. 4,000. Qin Mengmeng choked on her milk tea and realized that she had lost her temper, grabbed it and adjusted it. But brother Jiang, didn't you say 2005 before? 4,000. It's indeed a bit difficult for people. Jac frowned and pretended to fiddle with his cell phone. On the actual phone, it was his made-up words. Qin students, you know all about it. Not to mention how to attract people to come by being lower. In fact, the above gives us the lowest price, which is 3,005. 3,005. I'm not making any more money. Qin Mengmeng took a seat toward Jiang Huai's side, brain in high gear. Since Jac said 3,500, that means there is room for a price reduction. If someone else came, you probably wouldn't lower the price. But should I call you brother? Wait for Qin Mengmeng to raise her head again, already tearful and panting slightly. Brother Jiang, it's all my fault. I didn't make my ability clear to you in advance. I only have 3,000 per month, but people really love this house. I wonder if my brother can do something, but I can understand even if my brother rejects me. After all, my brother has to live too. So, 3,000 is 3,000. Sign it. Qin Mengmeng looked at the contract and almost didn't look back, but then look at Jac, that expectant face. Qin Mengmeng understood it all again. Jac is really simple. She's just a little bit on the intense side. Jac poured money into it to help me live in it. He really likes me. Such a simple child. Must have cried a lot when they were discarded. Ding! The famous school completes its binding. Qin Mengmeng, 168, 85, 57, 83, satisfaction score of landlord, 0. When the strategy reaches 60 points, a set of famous schoolhouse apartment will be rewarded. Qin Mengmeng pays 3,000 for the room. 100 times rebate. $300,000 has arrived. 0 points? Good for you. It's still you. Qin Mengmeng. What a pervert. It's all weak. Green tea is no less than a version of God. Combine that with the previous Danjani. Jiang Huai seeks. Qin Mengmeng high and low at 20 or 30 points. Results. He still thinks highly of himself. Mouthfuls of brother. A shout of 1,000 pets. Ended up mixing up with 0 bare balls. How does it feel? This is even more perverted than Danjani. Bunch of psychos. Lick you all good and I'll kick you out. Side by side. Qin Mengmeng is quietly messaging Gue Yuton. Gue Yuton, how are things? Qin Mengmeng, finish. I can feel that Jiang Huai has already come to feel for me. Gue Yuton, I knew it, this of his, but dream is awesome. Kudos to you. Exit the chat with Gue Yuton. Qin Mengmeng thought about it. Change the note to Jac. Jack, 108. Simple puppy, what a lovely name. Chapter 5, go. According to Gue Yutong's previous spiel, Jiang Huai felt that letting Qin Mengmeng rise in satisfaction points. It shouldn't be hard. It's all about the licking though, but distinguished from the kind of licking that Jiani does, morbidly. Qin Mengmeng is fundamentally different. What Qin Mengmeng needs should be material abundance interspersed with the slightest lick of affection. Yes, it should be similar to Gue Yutong. When it comes to this, JAC is very good at it. After all, licking dogs has a reputation. Bring meals in the morning and evening, drive away the cold. I apologize for your mistakes, and I apologize for my mistakes in the bag. In a nutshell, as long as the money is there, it's all good. Miss Qin? I just realized that the clothes you're wearing today are so beautiful, and your body is so great. Even without makeup, you can charm a lot of innocent young men. Qin Mengmeng half hid her small mouth, shyness flowing between her eyebrows. Brother Jiang, you talk so well. Will Yutong get angry if you talk to me like that? I'm done with her. Don't ever mention this person in front of me again. Qin Mengmeng beamed her mouth and began to hang her self-blame on her face. I'm sorry, brother. It's all my fault. In the future, as long as the two of us are together, her name won't come up. This hand kills out. Qin Mengmeng felt that Jiang Huai should not be able to resist. Introduce another woman to the conversation. This woman, that's the cushion for her increase. Then he admitted to himself that he was wrong. It's called a sign of weakness, implying to herself that there was nothing else to it, much less wanting to compete with her other sister. Establishing a weak woman persona, stirring up a man's desire to protect, adding the final line, both of us, instantly closes the distance, creates secrets that only the two of them know when it comes to stirring up a boy's protectiveness. The result that comes out of this is a misguided belief on the part of men. This, ambiguous. Ambiguity is bottomless. Ambiguity can suck a person dry. And ambiguity is not a substantial relationship. So there's no such thing as who's failing who. Those who lose all. Once JAC uttered, it's okay, it's not your fault. It would be tragic, because he's stuck in it. It's okay, dream, how can it be your fault? You're just her roommate, not her mom. I don't blame you. Brother, you're so nice. Where am I good? Compared to that woman, you don't know how many times better. And speak softly, and have a better body, and are reasonable. I was just blind at the beginning. If I had known, I shouldn't have chased after her. But you, Qin Mengmeng smiled inwardly. Qin Mengmeng laughed wildly inside. What did she just say? JAC is starting to regret it. He's hinting at wanting to chase me, wanting to be friends with me. Told you were going to get stuck in, and you didn't believe me. Jack, you're in deep. Jiang brother, actually we can be friends first. Are you willing to be friends with me? Sunset, pink haze, hitting Jiang Huai's eyes. Sprinkle a little sincerity. Jiang Huai blinked and nodded. I'm willing. Dry. Dingyue Eatery, men's restroom. JH held the ice water and smacked it against his face. Looking in the mirror again. The face that was too delicate for words. Can't help but sigh. He was blind himself in the first place. So many rich women in the world. With your own face, it's worth $10,000 high or low. But he had to be a licking dog for Gue Yutong. Now it's good. After licking Gue Yutong, he has to lick Qin Mengmeng. In the beginning, that was lickety-split sincere. Now, it's feigned sincerity. Pretending is really tiring. But, Jiang Huai, you can't be discouraged. You have to realize that Qin Mengmeng that's a sweet. Qin Mengmeng, that's $300,000 a month. Look to the money. Everything will be fine. You're the best. You're the lickiest. Go 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 go. JH pulled out a paper and wiped the little white boy clean. Looked in the mirror and put on a simple smile. Straighten your collar and walk out of the bathroom. It has the feel of walking on stage and receiving an Oscar. And behind, cleaning Moncler outlet store, performed the hand reverse smoking. I can't help but exclaim, old theater? This is Vold Theater. Dingyue Eatery. It's not the most extravagant hotel in Linjiang, but the average one is over 2,000, plus top-notch service. It has always been a favorite of the middle-class petites. Take advantage of just signing. Jiang Huai simply took Qin Mengmeng, a light luxury. Maybe pull some satisfaction metrics. MS. Qin, I just saw the small dessert over there. I don't know if you like it. Jiang Huai placed the small tray in front of Qin Mengmeng. The tone was soft and cloying. Qin Mengmeng swept her eyes. The red cupcake on the plate was, surprisingly, still in the shape of a heart. A slight internal fluctuation. Sure enough, Jiang Huai's fondness for her had permeated every aspect. Even the cake is in the shape of love. He's really so simple. Qin Mengmeng took a shallow sip, put down the spoon, and apologized with an apology on her face. Brother, the cupcakes you took are so delicious. It's just that I'm allergic to vegetable cream. So, but brother, don't blame yourself. It's all Dream's fault. It's all my fault. All over the place. I've had a bad stomach since I was a kid. At home it was mom and dad who took care of my meals. And now I'm taking care of myself. Taking care of this. Brother, am I stupid? Stupid? Where's the stupidity? JH looked up. Qin Mengmeng's small face with skin like gelatin. After only 3 words, it was already pear blossom spring with rain. Shelf inside fish. High and low pulls into the movie and television textbook. That group of actors mustn't take a look at one without a squeak. If it wasn't for his system display. 0 points so far for Qin Mengmeng. I was almost fooled myself. If one day, one is crowned a movie star, that movie queen, it's not her. Qin Mengmeng. JH draws a piece of paper, getting in front of Qin Mengmeng. Student Qin, don't move. You still have cream on the corner of your mouth. I'll wipe it off for you. Ah, oh. The body-warm tissue gently scratched his cheek. At the corners of the mouth, gently hovering around the perimeter of the lips, gradually sliding to the middle of the lips, still cutting, as if, brother, I do it myself. Qin Mengmeng hurriedly drew another piece of paper. Raising his eyebrows, he looked into JAC's eyes. The two men's eyes clashed. Intense, and long. He's really sincere, really simple. Qin-san, you're not stupid. Anyone has what they're good at and what they're not good at. And just leave the not good ones to someone else. Like me, if you don't mind. I can bring you breakfast, and if you can't eat the cafeteria, I can get it for you outside of school. By the way, there's an animal cream cake store in the city. I'll give you a taste afterward, and if you like it, I'll work at the store every week. Qin Mengmeng froze. Why is it to work at the store? Because by becoming friends with the boss, I'll be able to learn the technique, and if you want to eat it in the future, I can make it for you every day. Jiang Hui smiled warmly. They say sincerity is a must, at least in the scene just now. JAC felt that he did. Theater is like life. Life is a drama. River players. Qin Mengmeng held the cup of water, slightly stunned, and lowered her head to look a little embarrassed. Mr. Jiang, am I worth it? Sure, it's worth it if it's you. After all, $300,000 a month is so damn worth it. Qin Mengmeng pulled up one side of her broken hair and sipped her chopsticks, flipping a piece of stew from the plate. Set it on the JAC plate. When I picked it up, the atmosphere seemed ambiguous because the soup was thick and still pulling at the threads. Brother, you are so good. I will be shocked as a favor, which makes me how to repay you in the future. Always can't give my body to you. Qin Mengmeng looked at Jiang Hui to look away. It was full of shyness and smiles, incredibly certain. JAC has become deeply enamored with himself, and it's the unstoppable kind. Just think of Jiang Hui bringing himself food every day with an innocent look. Qin Mengmeng's breathing then gradually shortened. Bring it in again. JAC was tortured over and over again. Eventually some rainy night, it was mercilessly discarded. Jacqueline was drenched in the rain and hugged the flowers. Lost soul. The look of a broken heart when you're homeless. Qin Mengmeng couldn't help but be, in her heart, secretly happy. Well, are you alright, Mr. Qin? Why is your body so red? No, it's okay, brother, I'm going to the restroom. Yes. Jiang Hui looked at Qin Mengmeng's back and disappeared completely. Another look at the plate. The stew that Qin Mengmeng had pinned, backhandedly dumped it in the next table's trash can. 50 for a piece. That's a shame. Chapter 6. I am your robbery. While Qin Mengmeng went to the bathroom, JH got up and went to the front desk, planning to settle the bill first and have a little surprise along the way. Inside the bar, there was only one woman filling out a report, and her badge said Manager Xiao Qing. Xiao Qing was wearing a light gray suit. The aura around him is gentle and elegant. The whole thing looks exquisite. A few fine lines around her eyes, though, meant that she should not be too old. Sister, I want a card. Jiang Hui opened his mouth and spoke in a grandmotherly tone. The woman raised her eyes to look at Jiang Hui. Young man, are you calling me? Otherwise, there's only one sister in the bar. Of course I'm calling you. I'm almost 50 years old. Do you think it's appropriate to call me sister? Jiang Hui's eyes widened. What? It can't be. Sister must be lying. Sister's skin is so hydrated, so elegant and refined. How can she be almost 50? Sister, don't look at me like I'm a college student who can run 5 kilometers in one breath. And I have money, and I'm single, but I still have good eyes. Xiao Qing smiled sarcastically. This young man, smooth talking, strange sweet, don't tease. Brother, what is your business? May I ask? I want a membership card. Yes, we have 5,000, 10,000, to 50,000 here. The more you recharge, the more discounts you get. Jiang Hui took the list and looked at it. Another 2 glances were taken at Xiao Qing. Which one should I run? Do you think, sister? Me, Xiao Qing to such a long-time manager, is really the first time someone asked her back. I think, if you come more often, once 50,000 is the most appropriate, because not only Then I'll do 50,000. Good. Hey, sir, aren't you sure you want to know more? Jiang Hui shook his head. Sister said 50,000 is the best. I know. Sister definitely won't lie to my brother. See, I told you that my sister must be a little girl. How shy and cute she is when she smiles. Xiao Qing's breath hitched, eyes downcast and burning all over. Press is too embarrassed to look at Jac. Good simple lad. She's saying this for the sake of her performance. But this boy, he chose to believe in me unconditionally. Do I have to hurt him like this? No, I can't. Brother speaks so sweetly. When you come to our dinghy in the future, you can look for your sister and get a card for 25% off your spending. Really? Sister, you are really the best sister I've ever seen. But sister, you see, later I come to consume and then discount. How laborious. Why don't you just hit on it directly when you recharge now? It's convenient. Well, that seems to work. Why didn't I think of that? You're the best. Sis, 37,005 sweeps through. Okay, brother, your face value of 50,000 cards put away. That, cannot add a WeChat. Sister, I sweep you. Hiss. Finish the card for Jac. Watching Jac leave, Xiao Qing always felt that something was wrong, but couldn't say it again. Xiao Qing covered her chest, blushing slightly as she felt her heartbeat thumping. Why is the heart beating so fast? Could it be a heartbeat? This young man, with such nice words and innocent eyes, how could it be a lie? Xiao Qing looked at Jiang Huai's microsignal in her cell phone. Can't help but sigh. If she were 20 years younger, that would be so nice. But 20 isn't too old now. Being older is an advantage. It hurts. On Xiao Qing's head, pink bubbles were rising, a scent of flowers, roaming up from behind. Auntie Qing, you're in love? Speak quietly. When Xiao Qing saw that it was Mu Chu Yen, she frowned. You child, why are you so unashamed when you speak? Humph. Auntie Qing's face is as red as a monkey's butt. Who's the unashamed one? Monkey butt? Cool. Xiao Qing's heart wowed. Although this entire dinghy is owned by this girl Mu Chu Yen, but this little ninny has grown for 20 years. She, Xiao Qing, has also taken care of it for 20 years. Sort of a proper milkmaid. As a result, the other handsome young man shouted, half a day sister. You came up with a mouthful. Auntie Qing, polite? Auntie Qing, at your age, if you like it, you have to boldly chase it. If you can't chase it, give me a word. I'll help you chase it. Mu Chu Yen put down her words and was about to rush out, thanks to a stranglehold by Xiao Qing. You, too, have been spoiled since you were a child and have no heaven or earth. Besides, you don't look at what you look like. You're a goddess of Linde. If you step in for me, will your Auntie Qing still have a chance to live? Mu Chu Yen raised her chin, silver white hair flowing, a way to live or something. She doesn't know. All she knew was that Auntie Qing complimented her on her beauty. This ing confidence, there's always nowhere to put it. Girl, how come you, the big boss, have time to visit today? Mu Chu Yen casually grabbed a handful of grapes and sat on the corner of the table, her mouth stuffed to the brim. I'm not used to living in the big villa over there, and I'm planning to change to a smaller apartment, so I stopped by to check it out. Listening to Mu Chu Yen's words, Xiao Qing nodded, a little sour inside again. This girl, Mu Chu Yen, was used to being arrogant from a young age. The only downside, dead set on not wanting to inherit Mr. Mu's business, to separate from home, took a small fortune and opened this restaurant, before renting a villa. Changing apartments now, what else could it be about? Designated as out of money, the Dingyue Eatery, to an outsider, is a blast. In fact, the financial chain was in trouble long ago. Being the boss, Mu Chu Yen is only college age, never had to worry about it even as a kid. Now, definitely not a good time. Xiao Qing sighed. Miss, the head backroom chef said he's leaving after this week, and I checked. Other restaurants want to poach him. Mu Chu Yen locked her brows and still lifted her chin high. Let's just go. I don't like his food anyway. Can we break up without him? Miss, why don't you give your father a call? Hold it, Auntie Qing, if you're really free, grab a small apartment for me. I thank you. Hey. Putting down her words, Mu Chu Yen entered the office. There's not much Auntie Qing can do. This girl, what she determines for herself, that's oil and salt. Playing small and arrogant. Auntie Haru sighed and opened JH's circle of friends. The eyes lit up. Isn't it a coincidence that this isn't? The first rule of JAC's circle is to invite rent. Famous schools, good floor plan, good environment, next to Linda University, and good price. The important thing is that the person is handsome and nice. Didn't I just say that there were abs? Good. Achoo, achoo. JAC sneezed twice in a row. Happy. The old saying goes, one sneeze is cursed, two sneezes are thought of. JAC pinched his fingers. Auntie's sister must be looking at her friend's circle. But Auntie is so nice. A few simple words, saved over $10,000. Where can I find such a nice aunt? Brother Jiang, are you catching a cold? How silly of me to make you wait so long on a hot afternoon. It's all my fault. Brother, will you blame me? Jian Hui smiled gently and took the initiative to hand Qin Mengmeng the cotton backrest. Mengmeng, if you're not cold, brother is not cold. This room has enough air conditioning. Cover your legs. If your leg gets cold, so will my heart. And this, for you. Qin Mengmeng looked at the VIP card handed over by Jian Hui. Eyes lit up. She knows that Dingwei has a membership card. All start at a minimum of 5,000 charging. This black card, more like 50,000 face value. JAC is on Gue Yutong's side. It's always been kinda beggarly. How do you have the strength to get a card with such a large denomination? Brother Jiang, I can't take it. We've only just come out for a day, and you're giving me something so expensive. I'll feel bad about it. Jian Hui saw that Qin Mengmeng was planning to push the card over. Taking a step ahead, he clutched Qin Mengmeng's hand. Warm yellow light. It hit Jiang Hui's eyelashes, lining his eyes with deep emotion. Mengmeng, you call me brother? It's all you deserve. So what if it's the first time we've met? There won't be days, months, and years to come. Month after month, year after year. Staring into JAC's eyes, Qin Mengmeng didn't even notice. Breathing himself gradually became more and more rapid. She goes out with people quite a bit. A lot of people talk about love, and yet they only give up a couple thousand for crap. Even pay a couple thousand. Just try to move your hands. It's disgusting. But JAC is different. JAC is simple. It's just dinner. JAC then sends a $50,000 card. Pity. Jack, I am your robbery. Someone wants you dead. You're in love with someone you shouldn't be in love with. Leave me, your heart will hurt. Chapter 7, He Can't Leave Me Alone. It's not simple. It's really not that simple. Boys' dormitory. Jian Hui lay on the bed and opened the system. Look at Qin Mengmeng's column of satisfaction. Still a ing 0. He's giving away $50,000. This person would be Gue Yutong. Guess it's a good idea to lie down early. But Qin Mengmeng inside. Surprisingly, there is no fluctuation at all. Is this still human? What's going on in this girl's mind? See you. Let me ask you. If I were to send you $50,000, how would you feel? Jian Hui turned sideways and looked at Lu Xiu. Lu Xiu was shivering the powder when he shuddered. Brother Jiang, I like girls. Don't make it difficult for me. Asterisk. Off. Jian Hui was sort of wrong about Lu Xiu. Would have thought this guy? Full of food. The results have long since rotted. What about you? Chaozi, here's $50,000. Fruity? Righteous father. Look at that. That's what's normal for a son. Jian Hui sat up and gave Zhou Chao a thumbs up. This January, the work of breakfast and dinner. It's over to you. As usual, Gue Yutong said meal. What? The three dorm buddies froze. The way he looked at Jiang Hui was all wrong. Zhang Yuanhang poked his head out. Lao Jiang, what did my father teach you? Don't care what. Use it up and then change it. The new one is better than the old one. Why do you still lick the ing addiction? What's new is old. I'm not delivering food to Gue Yutong. I'm delivering it to Qin Mengmeng. Put. Lu Xiu took a mouthful of powder and sprayed it out of his nostrils. Brother, Qin Mengmeng is green tea. Zhang Yuanhang nodded in agreement. Look, Lu Xiu can see it. You still lick it. Lao Jiang, you're crazy. JAC sat up straight. The playwright is on board. Every word reveals seriousness. I've thought about it, and everyone says I'm a dog licker, and I don't think I'm licking. I'm liking. Liking someone has nothing to do with anyone else. I'm just going to lick the hardest lickers. I'm just going to show you all that even Qin Mengmeng will be bowled over by me. Jack, am going to feed the licking doggy bag of salt. Zhang Yuanhang wiped his eyes. Dry. Behind JAC. What's with the extra layer of gold trim? Just lick it. If you have that kind of mind, why don't you figure out how to get closer to the schoolgirl? Lick the goddess too. Besides, the hardest licker would have to be Johnny Tang. I have news for you guys. I last night applied to add Tang Jiani's WeChat. Now that it's not passed or rejected, I think I have a chance. Jack, am I brave or not? Jian Hui thought about Tang Jiani with a cold look on his face. Couldn't help but give Zhang Yuanhang a nod. Come on, you'll be the best. Zhang Yuanhang saw that Jian Hui was so sincere. The more you talk, the more you get on. I designate our dormitory. No, I designate the boys' dormitory building. The first one to add Tang Jiani's WeChat. By then, my title of the first charm of Lin University will be secure. Old Jiang, I'll treat you to dinner then. Jiang Hui looked at Zhang Yuanhang, immersed in the pleasure of immediate success. Can't bear to harp on it. Laid down on the bed and rolled over. Shop around Taobao. Bought myself a couple suits for formal wear. Look at Donjani casually offering $30,000. It should be a big family. Being an important tenant, You can't usually dress too casually. It takes professionalism to do that. Exiting Taba, Jiang Hui rummaged through his address book again. There it is. 8 Mile Sweet Bakery. Before Gue Yutong loved it, one way or another. Jiang Hui also added the boss's wife WeChat. Jiang Hui gave Qin Mengmeng the word. It's this one, too. Tap on WeChat. JH, boss, do you need an odd job man? College student, can do anything? Good looking, good stamina, eat less. JH, abs pictures. 5 minutes later. 8 Mile Sweet, just in time for an assistant. Come for an interview sometime. JH, thank you boss. Boss lady is so nice. Done. Licking people. At the core? Some say it's spending money. Some say it's sincere. All wrong. Above. That's all the basics. All you have to do, while spending money and being sincere, is to move your ego. Can't even move myself. And trying to lick people. You think you can move people? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Since I spoke to Qin Mengmeng, for her, one can work in a cake store. Then we have to do what we say we're going to do. Nah, this one is a professional, earning $300,000 a month for a room and a part-time job. Jack, you're trying so hard. If you don't succeed, who will? But then again, Qin Mengmeng is really a tough guy. When the satisfaction score is full, the first thing I'll do is write a post exposing her green tea virtues. A warning to future generations. Meng, I think I love Gue Yulong even more. Yutong, I think Jiang Hui can't leave me anymore. Girls' dormitory. Gue Yutong and Qin Mengmeng, who was applying a face mask, spoke to each other, smile at each other. Each was silent for a moment. It's a little awkward. It's kind of funny again. It was kind of, like, exclusively between girls. I know you figure him for money, for strength, but I won't say. I'm happy for the sisters. You know I'm trolling him, to tease him, and you don't say. Just play. Qin Mengmeng half covered her mouth and smiled. Yutong, you go first. It's nothing really. I only realized when I had dinner with Yulong at night that his family is in the building materials business and is still a partner of the Tang family. The more Gue Yutong talked, the more excited she became. It's like she's already got one foot in the celebrity zone with that kind of pride. You know the Tang family, right? A lot of real estate and superstores in Linjiang are owned by the Tang family. It's a first-class family. Unexpectedly, Yulong actually usually mixes this circle. You say I will be in the future. Qin Mengmeng smiled naturally. It's written all over my face. Sister, I'm so happy for you, but how can the world of business be so simple? Qin Mengmeng has fished so many people. There is no shortage of business tycoons. It's in everyone's nature to be a pussy. Some people, who are just charging 2 first charges of the game, claim to be Mago partners, just went to put some gas in the car and said he was in the oil trade. Just standing on the road handing out flyers and saying you're inducted into a media group. The Tang dynasty group of the Tang family, being the leader of Linjiang. The forces are all over the place. If Gue Yulong was in that circle, when JAC beat him up, it would come out that easy? Gue Yutong, you're really simple too. The thought that one day she would be dumped by Gue Yulong, just a little bit happier yet. Meng, what about you? Jiang Hui must have been played like a dog in front of you. Qin Mengmeng nodded. Pale fingers pressed the edge of the mask, as confident as if it was deserved. Starting tomorrow, he'll start bringing me breakfast, and he'll be warm to me to ward off the cold, and he'll buy me cupcakes. It's been a long time since I've seen a puppy as innocent as this one, and I intend to make him unwavering in his belief that I'm in love with him, and then drop him and kick him away, and JAC will come back crying, and he'll be begging me not to go. I'm so looking forward to what he's going to be like when he's sad. The thought of that image tickles my heart. Hiss. Qin Mengmeng couldn't help but shiver. This woman, she's horrible, but this person, Jiang Hui, is quite buttoned up. I can't even get my hands on those gifts from him. Dreamy, he hasn't gotten you a present yet. Qin Mengmeng looked at the black card under her pillow. Laughing, he shook his head. Remember something else. Picking up his cell phone, he sent a message to Jiang Hui. Good night brother Jiang. What a fun day. Good night. Me too. JAC is returning in seconds. He was, indeed, waiting to hear from me and couldn't sleep waiting. He can't get away from me anymore. Chapter 8, 0 frame start. The sun shines in the sky. The flowers smile at me. Get a date before it's too late. Otherwise the girls will be licked away by licking dogs. JAC is in a good mood today. Carrying breakfast. Humming a little tune. Standing downstairs in the girls' dormitory. Look at the passers-by and stare. Isn't this Jiang Hui? Gue Yutong is like that and he's still sending breakfast. This is too shameless. It's over. I think I'm going to be moved. Asterisk 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 ing pervert. The sight of it makes me sick. What? Happy to see me? Then I'll come every day. JAC waited while fiddling with his cell phone. Who would have thought? Sister Xiao Qing added yesterday. It came in handy today. Jiang Hui just opened his eyes. Xiao Qing a contract popped out, giving Jiani a bit of a blindfolded look. It was an electronic rental contract. Blah, 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 split it up. There are a ton of caveats. Summarized in a few words. I'm going to rent your house. I force things. I'll call you with the money, but you leave me alone. In short, ho-hum with a bit of verbosity. Auntie Ching, brother, this room is for my boss's wife to rent. She's still young, a little rowdy. Money we can 3,500 a month. You think it's suitable? Just sign directly on this. Yankee, as a landlord. There are also tenants who take the initiative to bring contracts. JAC was kind of open to it. To get into shape, when he saw Qin Mengmeng, Zero Frame rose his hand. JAC intends to practice with Auntie Haru first. Auntie Ching, I'm sorry. Jiani coughed twice and clamped his throat to the cell phone. What sister said? You guys give me a raise. I really beg for it. Originally I have this house. I have planned to rent it to my friend. But sister was so good to me before. How can I let you down? It's okay. I'm really okay with it. The big thing is to apologize to my friend. He should be able to understand that I'm not just seeing what's good for me or anything. Whoosh. Sent. 2 words. There was silence across the room. JAC makes up for it. Sister. Why don't you say anything, sister? Is there something I said wrong? Another half-minute passed. Xiao Qing resent a contract. The rent on the contract went up to 4,000. Auntie Ching, you really are the god of my soft heart. Is this a tiny 500? That's 50,000. Sure enough, only green tea can save the day. JAC didn't hesitate either. Anyway, the tenant across the street is a girl, and generous. That's enough. JAC doesn't have the luxury of having tenants who are each as beautiful as they are. There are a total of 3 schoolgirls in Lingnan University. One can't fantasize that all are their own tenants. That's not bull *********. JAC signed hastily on his cell phone. Returned the message. As long as we wait for Sister Zhao's boss's wife to sign again, it's done. That's the same gap. Qin Mengmeng walked out of the apartment building with her suitcase. Brother, I found a truth. Hey, don't you want to know what my truth is? What? I realized that it's only been one night and you're handsome again. Jack, dry. Jiani had wanted to say, Meng, you're so beautiful today. It turned out to be a mere 0.5 seconds of hesitation. And you got a 0 frame start? Qin Mengmeng T. Sure enough, it has reached the realm of natural perfection. Jack, you still have to practice more. Meng speaks so well. Eat some buns first. They're still hot from the pot. Jiani handed the buns to Qin Mengmeng and took the suitcase. Yesterday was an afternoon viewing. Qin Mengmeng decided that she would move out of the dormitory today. JAC is a professional player. Of course the first to volunteer. Let's go. There's more packing to do when we get to the apartment. It'll be noon before we dawdle. Qin Mengmeng tugged on Jiani's sleeve. Brother Jiang, wait a little. I've also called out a friend. Friend? Jiani was still wondering who this friend might be at the same time. The other end of the women's dormitory building. Out popped a 6'5", short inch, gray pants and white socks and sneakers gym student. I'm dry. The JAC is numb. Who else could this be if not Gui Yulong? That place on the corner of Gui Yulong's eyebrow. The scar from his beating is still fresh. Jiani surveyed Gui Yulong's face. That's like eating. No different than yourself. JAC estimates. This Gui Yulong also did not expect to run into him in this place. Jiani glanced at Qin Mengmeng with his afterglow. This girl still looks like, well, she's taking it easy. Except for the single word a 6. JH didn't know what to say. Qin Mengmeng was worthy of her claim. The woman who was the best at selling tea in Linda. Knowing full well that he has a problem with Gui Yulong. How dare you call him out? And knowing full well that Gui Yulong is now screwing Gui Yutong. And he dared to call Gui Yulong downstairs to the girls' dormitory. Dare I ask, which move is this from the Green Tea Heart Sutra? Muddying the waters? Blackout? Jiani felt that it was a pity that Qin Mengmeng didn't go to play CSGO. With a little bit of coaching, it's a handicap sacrament. Play with a big heart. Can't really beat it. Just open the mic and call out to your brother. Once the buff is on, give the opposite side can be sifted. Watching Gui Yulong come over, Qin Mengmeng took 2 steps back and came over to Jiani's side, arms almost next to each other. Gui Yulong's face, even more ugly. Miss Qin, didn't you say I should help carry the luggage? Why is this guy here too? Qin Mengmeng smiled gently, her eyes looking straight at Gui Yulong. No dodging at all, hardly giving Gui Yulong a blush. Brother Yulong, I took the liberty of calling you guys out. It's all my fault. Actually, I don't mean anything else. You're my best friend's current boyfriend and he's my best friend's ex-boyfriend. So they're both good friends of mine, and I have a wish that we all get along. I know, sometimes I'm a bit of a whimsical person. But, Brother Long, Brother Jiang, if you guys are angry, just be angry at me all of you. It's all my fault, only self-centered. You hoo-hoo. Such a poor sister. If you pinch it, you'll be crying for a long time, right? Jiang Hui leaned back and looked at the pearly Qin Mengmeng and then Gui Yulong. Knowing that the drama is not on him now, the other side, Gui Yulong was as anxious as a headless fly. Miss Qin, what are you talking about? You just want everyone to be well. What's wrong with you? Don't cry. Don't cry. I promise you, I won't have a conflict with Jiang Hui today. Qin Mengmeng half hid her face and looked at Gui Yulong with eyes that were as innocent as they could be. Really? Of course it's true. Brother Dragon. You're so nice. You're so innocent. Qin Mengmeng lowered her eyes, enjoying the feeling of having two men, both of them, playing into her hands. She hadn't wanted to have anything to do with Gui Yulong either, but as a passerby, seeing that Gui Yulong would hurt Gui Yutong, Qin Mengmeng felt that she couldn't just sit back and do nothing. You fish for Gui Yutong. I'm fishing for you. How is this not a help BFF relief? And again, express yourself in front of the opposite sex. It's the nature of all people. It's when two men exist at the same time that there's a secret competition. With competition, it becomes proactive. With the initiative, the love doesn't know what to do. Who initiated it? Whoever loses, all active. Then the only one who wins is her. Jack, for you, I even got a competitor. You must cherish it. Chapter 9, There Are Still Masters. The car ride to the prestigious school. Jacqueline sat in the front seat. Qin Mengmeng and Gui Yulong sat in the back seat. JAC knows. Such a seating arrangement. It was actually all arranged by Qin Mengmeng. The two of them were chatting away in the back seat. For Qin Mengmeng, two birds with one stone. First, it can quickly draw her and Gui Yulong's relationship. Second, make him, the co-pilot, look bad. When it's hard, you want to show yourself, to have feelings of jealousy. And as a lickspittle, as a landlord who has to do his best to keep his tenants happy, the most important duty is, what the guest wants should be given in a timely manner. You want to see me jealous? I'll give you a plate of dumplings. This is on a professional actor. It's called walking the theater. Jiang Hui sidled over, his tone eager. Meng, you and Gui Yulong seem to be very familiar with each other. Have you known each other for a long time? And no, just met last night. Yes? By the way, when is your birthday? Ding you as member cardholders can set their birthday and have package access on their birthday. The 5th of next month is it? After Qin Mengmeng finished speaking, she followed the body bumps again and moved over to Gui Yulong's side, arm to arm, generating gusts of spring when they came into contact. By the way, does Brother Long want to come to the birthday party? Gui Yulong blushed. Next month? Gui Yulong blinked and spoke a bit more euphemistically. If Yutong wants to go, I'll go too. Right, but I didn't tell Yutong that she might not come. Ha, well, then, it's not good for me to go. That's right too. I forgot that Brother Long is the one who has a date. It's okay, I won't be sad if he doesn't come if he's as principled as Brother. I really won't be. But is it bad if you don't go on your birthday, Yutong, and I don't go either? When the time comes you contact me on WeChat. JH unintentionally glanced at the driver. The corners of the older man's mouth curved to the back of his head. Look at the expression. I guess I'm almost done thinking about the sadness in my life. Jiang Hui was also speechless. Dang gym students. Except for the hardened muscles, their brains are surprisingly so weak. It was only a few words from Qin Mengmeng. Kwa Qiaolong is all caught as a warbler. It's good to go to a birthday party. Going to a birthday party is good. Jiang Hui felt that since everyone was like this, a little more messy and it wouldn't be much. Dreamy. On what grounds? I got you the card. Why should I invite him? Originally, Gui Yulong still had a bit of hesitation. JH opened his mouth. Gui Yulong was even more agitated than Qin Mengmeng. What do you mean? What do you mean? People Mengmeng's birthday. You have to ask for instructions from you. Who are you? It's just a meal card. Look at you fooling around. I'm still just telling you Jian Hui. Not only am I going to Dream's birthday, but I'm also going to wrap a big present so you can see how much of a beggar you are. Check it out. They all say that that's big, but it's brainless. That's only 2 sentences. Gui Yulong was in a hurry. Jian Hui thought to himself that he had only deleted Gui Yutong. It's not like I forgot Gui Yutong's cell phone number. You're so arrogant. On my birthday, I accidentally sent a text message summoning a handful of Gui Yutong. It's not too much, is it? Qin Mengmeng, who was supposed to step in at this time, chose to be quiet. Qin Mengmeng thought, though JAC looked dull before, but it's pretty smooth to use as a wingman. JAC was not only obediently jealous, it also aroused Gui Yulong's desire to win. You see, the two, now, have gotten into an argument over her. How nice. The clock ticked down to noon. Jiang Hui saw the beads of sweat on Qin Mengmeng's forehead and walked over with water. Dream, drink some water. It's been a hard morning for you. Qin Mengmeng looked at the glass of water in her hand. The face was touched. JAC he, now, is getting more and more attentive. That's not gaining favor, is it? It's okay, brother Jiang. You guys are the most tired. What do you want to eat at noon? I'll make it for you, but don't blame me if it's not well done. Miss Qin won't. I will. The kitchen thing. How can you let your little girl do it? You wait. I'll go buy food. JH? Jiang Huai frowned and stared at Gui Yulong, brain fuming. What he said? Why is all my words? This kid, he's not really getting into it. Gui Yulong was fished by Qin Mengmeng. JH won't say anything, but you're the only one who has to lick it. It won't work. Isn't it obvious that you're making your job difficult? You said what I was going to say, did what I had to do, lick the man I was going to lick. Then please ask, what am I doing? What's the matter? I make money licking people. You make money licking people? How big is the sun outside? Can Brother Gua find a place to sell vegetables? It's better if I go. You get up. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You're sick. Robbing even for groceries. Bang. Qin Mengmeng watched the two go out the door together. It's kind of cool. And kind of dumb. It feels so good to have someone to love. It feels so much better to be loved by more than one person. The elevator room. Jiang Huai and Gui Yulong. You look at me and I look at you. The atmosphere was tinged with gunpowder. And it was touch and go. Licking Qin Mengmeng, that's tied to money. Gui Yulong forced on the difficulty. Jiang Huai could not endure a little. What do you mean? I'd also like to ask. What the hell do you mean? Jiang Huai. Our business is a separate matter, but I suggest you don't interfere in the middle of it and ruin it for me. I spoiled your business. Obviously you first cut off my financial road. I just, hiss. Something's not right. JAC blinked, carefully pondered over Gui Yulong's words. Gui Yulong said not to badger him. That means, does he also have thoughts about Qin Mengmeng? Since he was thinking about Qin Mengmeng, according to Gui Yulong's character, he wouldn't be so reserved. Could it be that? The smell of gunpowder in the elevator room changed again. Ahem. Dude, are you acting? Grip. Dude, you, too, holy. Gui Yulong looked at Jiang Huai, his face full of incredulity. What a surprise. Ha, we're so destined to be together? Jiang Huai. Gui Yulong handed over the cigarettes, clamped on the ear. Cool, that's not true. Brother, your family is not a couple of money? How do you play this hand? There's a saying, good girls don't fail, bad girls don't waste. You know? Gui Yulong stood under the light, his figure looking taller and taller. In fact, with Gui Yutong is also playful. The result is that you were beaten up. And not 2 days. Qin Mengmeng added me. A mouthful of a brother. What kind of person is Qin Mengmeng? That Gui Yutong told me everything. Then let's make it work. Lick a hand, roleplay or something, and let her know that human nature is evil. Finally put your pants on and let's go. Such, no loss. It's not, dude. Disc and disc and disc. Ha. Jiang Huai couldn't even press his thumbs and directly disliked Gui Yulong's face. Where is this dude rich kid? This is a ING hero for the people. JH seeks to be a finalist for his own Oscar. As a result, looking at it now, the nomination won't even be enough. And masterful. It's a lot of work to play a one-man show, but if you come up with a rival, that's a different story. Brother Guo, we are sort of. Don't fight. Why don't we make a match? Gui Yulong slanted his eyes at Jiang Huai. I'll explain my purpose first. I'm trying to lick Qin Mengmeng in private. Lick her until she and Gui Yutong turn against each other. And I'll get out of this without any injuries. 6. Then I've been here longer than you. I was trying to lick Qin Mengmeng and lick her until she fell in love with me. 100% in love with me. Gui Yulong was a little confused and a little in awe. And then what? And then? Then let her off. The first floor is here. The elevator doors opened and the heat from outside the door rushed in, stirring up Gui Yulong's goosebumps. Looking at Jiang Huai's back as he walked out of the elevator, Gui Yulong seemed to see. A great man is entering the game with his body. Masters, that's the real ING deal. Chapter 10, Stop Fighting. Regret. JAC really regretted it. I should have known the food market was a 2-mile run. JAC specified not to go out. The Sun King, burning himself. Warmth for all. How is that not a lick? But it's too licky and easy to get sweaty. Sure enough, life is full of knowledge. Jiang Huai carried the vegetables and just entered the neighborhood. A glance caught sight of a certain girl, as she was standing in the shade of a tree. Repentance on top of repentance. Jiani is really beautiful when viewed from a distance. 1.75 meters. Black hair like a waterfall to halfway down her back, and a summer wind blowing, soulful and cold, could blow the boys at school all summer long. By the looks of it, Jiani shouldn't have been prepared to leave the neighborhood. Wearing only a pair of pink slippers, she went downstairs with a little undershirt hanging off her. And on the halter top, there was a drawing of a sleeping cat. Those who are not clear will surely think, this whose daughter, at first glance, is simple and kind and brainless, so I want to talk about it. Actually, oh, hey, isn't that Tang Jiani? I didn't expect her to be in this neighborhood. Guo Yulong, who was 185, saw Tang Jiani, and like a thief, he shrank behind Zhang Huai, and his voice was fearful. Bro, why don't you just take a detour? JH? Not so much buddy. Kudos to you for spying all the way through and being a big hero in your emotions. The result arrived in front of Danjani. Instantly turned into a bear? What? Are you afraid of her too? Wei Yulong nodded. To tell the truth, I just started the school year, and she confessed, or confession wall in public kind of confession? Hiss. Better go another way then. Zhang Huai held his forehead. It seems that I was still wrong about Brother Guo. At least he was a man back then. It also kind of serves as a leader. Take a look at Danjani in the cafeteria, all of which can be aired out by Danjani in the group and publicly executed. This went on the confession wall, with that perverted look of Tang Jiani. Zhang Huai didn't even dare to think about it. Dude, you have suffered. I get you. It's okay not to say. How could Zhang Huai know that after the 3 words of suffering came out, Wei Yulong would not be able to strain himself? Hugging Zhang Huai, he almost didn't suffocate him. You've seen Guardians of the Galaxy. Rocket dry noodles know it. For crying out loud, it's surprisingly a deadbeat with that thing. A voice. Half the neighborhood sound activated lights, all dry and lit. In the distance, Tang Jiani's bleak eye saw Zhang Huai. It's also lit up. A gaze. A chill ran down Zhang Huai's spine as he watched. Zhang Huai was even ready to wait to go upstairs to get a small whip. But nothing happened. Danjani just looked this way for a few seconds. Then he turned his attention to his cell phone. It's like between them. It's as if you don't recognize it at all. Another 10 seconds or so passed, waiting for a van to pull up to her. It was only then that Zhang Huai took Wei Yulong and slipped into the underground garage. JAC remembers. It was written in the previous contract with Danjani. Secondary renovations may be permitted. It should be the arrival of Danjani's new furniture. It's good to buy new. Tang Jiani looked. Is not a lack of money, lord. And so move away. The furniture specified do not want. JH sought to increase the room rate by himself along the way. No way, no way. It's better to sell. Leave it open for the next tenant to buy some new furniture as well. That way you can sell and sell. I'm a ING genius. Behind. The van driver jumped out of the car and handed the slip to Danjani. Girl, check out the goods. A super quiet mattress, an oversized doghouse, and a small closet. It's all imported stuff. Sis, it's a blessing to be your family's dog. Tang Jiani narrowed her eyes and nodded, her mouth curving coldly. Thanks. After signing, Danjani looked into the car again, her brow furrowed. Corner of the cargo box, in the cluttered pile, flat long wooden sticks, and twine, caught her attention. Wooden stick size, kind of like the old commandments. At first glance, it's a very handy sub. Qin Mengmeng was lying on the sofa in a toffee, looking into the kitchen. 2 men with aprons on, sweating in the heat. Mentally, he began to arrange the plot. Wei Yulong is not as handsome as Zhang Huai. People are scummy too. It can only be considered a wingman to tease JAC. Looking at Jin Huan on the TV, Qin Mengmeng fell back into deep thought. JAC has only just broken away from Gue Yutong. The heart is bitter. That's why it has to be sweetened first. Feed him candy and do things that only girlfriends do. It made him feel that he was 1,000 times better than Gue Yutong. The candy is finished. Start eating acid. And it's both sweet and sour. Pull Yolongqua into the game. Let JAC like himself at the same time. Put pressure on him to compete. Suffering at the end. Reminiscing. To get the sweetness in the beginning. And he will gradually lose himself. Qin Mengmeng half covered her mouth and smiled. Smiling like a lady of the house. It's worthy of you. Qin Mengmeng. Teasing men is as easy as drinking water. The other side. Old Gua. What do you think Qin Mengmeng is pondering over there with a frown? A moment of contemplation and a moment of laughter? What else to think about? Think about how to play us both. JAC nodded thoughtfully. Expression of approval. Watching Wei Yulong, adding 8 spoons of salt to the scrambled eggs. His mouth couldn't help but drool. Dude, is this going to work? Wei Yulong was confident. Why not? Just trust me. Now that Qin Mengmeng is in the beginning stages of teasing us, she's definitely behaving knowledgeably and doing her best to make us feel that we're happy with her, and that all of her emotional values can be fulfilled. So, even if our dishes today are hard to eat, she and so on will have to say with a stiff upper lip, Brother Long, I've never eaten such delicious dishes before. Wait, let's split up. I'll be the main attacker and give her the initiative to pinch the food. You'll be licking the long line, so you vice versa, act jealous and fight to pinch it too. Serve tea and water will put, etc. Remember to follow in time. JAC blinked. There's an upgraded feel to it. Or as the old saying goes, in a trio, one person is designated as his mom's teacher. Remember, it's all knowledge. You have to remember it. Jack, it's not all about the money. I'll start a tea appreciation class sometime in the future. and then a tea class. Boy, don't even dare to think about it. This has to be more money. Half an hour later, in the dining room, two men, surrounding a woman. The atmosphere had an indescribable ambiguity. Come on, Dreamy, try the scrambled eggs with tomatoes I made. It's absolutely delicious. Look at Gui Yulong as he serves himself a dish. Qin Mengmeng smiled happily, her eyes narrowed into slits, and her arm rubbed against Gui Yulong intentionally or unintentionally. Thank you, Brother Long. Brother, you're so sweet. Hey, I'm really happy for you, Tang. She can have you to take care of her. Unlike me, I can only feel sorry for myself. Dreamy, I forbid you to talk about yourself like that. Jac slammed his hand, slapping it on the table. Don't say Kwak Yaolong. Qin Mengmeng was startled. Mengmeng, come and try. This is my fried shredded pork with chili. It's definitely better than his. Hearing Jac's words, Gui Yulong was upset. His face reddened with anger. Zhang Huai, I've already given you face. Don't give me face. Mengmeng, this fish is also steamed by me. Let's not eat his. Qin Mengmeng was caught in the middle, watching the bowl of food grow, appeared to be at a loss for words. You guys, you have to stop fighting. That's weird. What's the plot now? It's dog eat dog. Not exactly her favorite part. Look, they're already fighting over me. To gain my favor, bite the dust. Slowly all of them will leave me, while you guys are still fighting it out. Unbeknownst to me, I was standing in the atmosphere watching. It's nice to have that feeling of being in control. You guys fight yourselves. I'll take a bite first. Ha, the salt didn't melt? Not sure. Take another bite. Chapter 11, The White-Haired Demoness Mu Chu Yen. Ahem. The first thing I did was to eat a mouthful of fried salt with tomatoes. The face is green. Jac rushed to the kitchen at the first opportunity. Carrying a cup of warm water, he brought it over to Qin Mengmeng. His face was filled with worry. Mengmeng, are you alright? Are you choking on your meal? Drink water. I've got this water, and I'll have it cold for you before dinner. The temperature is just right now. What else can compliment me but being sweet? Qin Mengmeng took the water. One gulp. He also didn't forget to smile at Zhang Huai. Thank you, Zhang Huai. You're so considerate. Thank you is thank you. But face, it's still green. Gui Yulong frowned like a child who made a mistake, especially with the hand that had cut the chili. He wiped his eyes, forcing himself to go all red. Dreamy, what's wrong? Is it my scrambled eggs that aren't good? It's my fault. If it's not good, let's not eat it. I won't be sad at all. I really won't. Qin Mengmeng gulped, gradually put on a smile. Why yes, I've never had scrambled eggs this good. But Brother Tomoyo, are you crying? It's really that good. Of course it's true. I'm so happy you said that. If it's good you can have more. Zhang Huai looked at Gui Yulong, directly carrying a plate and filling it with food for Qin Mengmeng. Looking at Qin Mengmeng again, she took a big bite of food into her mouth. Numb, completely and utterly numb. He's a little Oscar away. It's like it's another ing step too far. As a professional actor, the most important thing is not to laugh. But who that can hold their breath? There's one that says one. Qin Mengmeng's professional skills are simply top-notch. Gui Yulong's ability to juggle people is also top-notch. First class touches first class. Just the whole, double first class. Qin Mengmeng slowed her breath and glanced at Zhang Huai. Jac remained the first, bringing a cup of water. This pleased Qin Mengmeng. Every time she just needs a look, Jac will be able to know what to do. This didn't exactly show that Zhang Huai had been secretly observing himself. It's not really like that. And how could it be done so meticulously? Jac, he's really good at licking. In comparison, Gui Yulong is really vegetable and fun-loving. Compared to Jac, it's 100,000 times worse. Leave from the neighborhood. Jac got on the bus to Dongshiko Street. Halfway through the afternoon, there weren't many people on the bus. The air conditioning, however, was on full blast. Jac sighed as he sat in the back row. It's all nuts. Acting all morning almost didn't tire me out. It's true what they say. Money is hard to make and is hard to eat. Zhang Huai admired Gui Yulong from the bottom of his heart, as well as Qin Mengmeng. There is no dress rehearsal for life, even less NG on a daily basis. How do these birds, all of them, do it, from start to finish? Emotions, lines, actions, all in one go. Especially Qin Mengmeng. That scrambled egg was salty like that. That stir fry, hate to be spicy in place. People eat them hard. Not only finished eating, drank 2 mouthfuls of water, crossing his legs, but also straight to praise the delicious, but also eat. Brother, I want more. This would be seen by the current cast. No ing straight sci-fi movie. Mulled it over. Zhang Huai felt that of the 3 current tenants, it was estimated that only Ding Yue's boss might be a normal person. But it's weird to say. Ding Yue, what a big hotel. The owner should take advantage of the tens of millions of dollars worth anyhow. Why did you come to rent this little apartment? JAC just analyzed it a little. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curve in fascination. There is only one truth. This girl is raising a little white boy. And this room, this is one of their rooms. Damn. All the rich people in the world. Why don't you come to me first? Ding. The famous school completes its binding. Mu Chu Yen, 172, 82, 60, 93, satisfaction score of landlord, 10. When the strategy reaches 60 points, you will be rewarded with a set of Yunqi mansion house. What? Listen to the system. Jiang Huai's entire body froze in place, lapse into contemplation. JAC understood a point. It was a system that wasn't even here to save his life. Purely and simply came down to earth to teach him to cross the threshold. 9 thunderbolts to become immortal. This has come to 3. Who's Mu Chu Yen? That was a legend that was on par with Tang Jiani, one of the 3 school flowers of Lin University. No matter the face, or the body, no highs or lows. The only difference is the aura. To say that Tang Jiani is 10,000 years of cold ice, whoever licks it freezes his tongue. Then Mu Chu Yen is the 9 flavors of true fire. Anyone who gets close can burn anyone. A girl's home. Young, with dyed white hair, dressed like a young lady, but doing gang work and openly asking for group fights in the playground. Can you imagine a white-haired girl with imperial green earrings, pearls, and a new Dior dress standing on the playground? At an age when a breeze blowing through your skirt can charm the hell out of you. But to you then this middle finger, tell you, single combat you are not a, group beating you are not enough people. Are you afraid to move? A high kick can still hit you in the solar plexus, believe it or not. Rebellion even. The problem is, this girl is still second in the math department. In a faculty full of hombres, there are thousands of believers. Even the teachers turned a blind eye. If JAC hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he couldn't even believe what kind of girl, other than in fiction, could have all these labels. But now, she became JAC's tenant. Still had to lick the tenant. Driver, are we passing the people's hospital? Ah, what's wrong with you? Are you uncomfortable? I can stop the car now. No, I thought I'd go ahead and ask the orthopedic department if they could do a membership, and wanted to punch some first to see if I could send a couple of steel pins or something. The big brother driver rolled his eyes and turned off the air conditioning. Jiang Huai simply sat back down again as well. Try to comfort yourself. White hair has the benefit of white hair. White hair to send Yunqi house. Her household type is bigger than others. The greenery is okay. And a dead pervert, a top T, and a big sister. All SSR, and how is this not life? Another Ouija, lamenting that life is not easy. JAC's cell phone vibrated. There are new friend requests on WeChat. Application remarks. Ding you a boss lady. Fear of what will come. Jiang Huai rubbed the sweat on his hands and clicked through, adding a note in the meantime. White-haired witch Mu Chu Yen, transfer 40,000 inch. White-haired demoness Mu Chu Yen, I'll give you this much first. Not enough to say. Hiss. JAC exits the chat. Another look at the daily chats between myself and my mom. Confirmed. Well, although the chat template is the same, the number of transfers is different. Mom is missing 2 zeros. Confirmation complete. Mu Chu Yen, not mom's act. Click to pick up. Mu Chu Yen pays 40,000 for the room. 100 times back. $4 million in the bank. Look at the money on the bank card. Jiang Huai's heart warmed. It is true that only money can heal the wounds on the human heart. When Mu Chu Yen first arrived, Jiang Huai didn't dare to lick hard. Intend to wait and see what happens. The right lick. okay, copy that. Wishing the boss a happy life and prosperous business. After typing the line, Jiang Huai was ready to put down his cell phone. The message came again. White-haired demoness Mu Chu Yen, you're so cheap. Another pervert? What do you mean by that? Why are you coming up and cursing? White-haired demoness Mu Chu Yen, I didn't scold you. I'm just being honest. I feel like you're quite interesting. Do you call out boss to everyone you see? Auntie Ching said you are a college student. Where did you go to school? Linjian University. Mu Chu Yen, so coincidental. I'm also Linjian University. Hey, I'm a junior this year, should be your schoolmate. Call sister. Sister. Mu Chu Yen, ha 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 ha. You sure are cheap. JAC is helpless. There is no end to it, is there? If I didn't see you as a tenant and profitable. Mu Chu Yen, transfer 1,000. Mu Chu Yen, in a good mood. Take it and spend it. Sister is a good judge of character. Jiang Huai whacked his thighs in hatred while receiving the money. Is this the rich guy? It's a shame. Why don't you have a few more rich people like that around? Chapter 12, full of love. White-haired demoness Mu Chu Yen, little. Which department are you from? English department. White-haired demoness Mu Chu Yen, asterisk. You're from the English department. Honestly, I don't have a good feeling about your English department. Why? White-haired demoness Mu Chu Yen, there's a guy named Jiang Huai in your department. Do you know him? He chased girls before and licked them to death. Even stalked them and forced his way into the room when they went out to play with their dates. What is this if not a pervert? If I were to see someone like this, let's see if I don't beat him to death. Hey, what's your name by the way? Come back to play with you. Hiss. JAC pondered. Rely on STH. JAC sighed. Jiang Hui silently opened the map and searched for the People's Hospital. It's great. It's only $15 for a cab ride there. It would be better to go on an expedition. Who the understands? Haven't even met the tenants yet. And then they come up and beat you up. JAC was depressed. In my last life. What kind of sin was this? System, can I stop renting to her? The system stipulates that once a tenant is bound, unless the tenant dies, the tenant can only be voluntarily released if the satisfaction score reaches 100. I'll go with A. Let the client actively die. You're the one who picked it. A certain villa area. A dozen guys in black suits and white shirts, busy in the room. Carefully, move the furniture into the car. It drew quite a crowd. What kind of moving company is this? So professional. I'll get them next time too. Hammer's Moving Company. These are all Morong Society people. Nah, that guy over there. See, that's the president of Morong Society. Morong Yuntian. Yes. I've seen his girl child before. Handsome, quite polite. Last time also riding a motorcycle to take my family's 80-year-old woman to collect eggs. Along the way false teeth were scraped off 3. Hush, chairman. Miss, all the furniture has been moved. Morong Yuntian pushed his glasses, pulled out a bunch of red envelopes, and stuffed them to the suited guys in front of him. Tough on you guys. Send all the stuff to the famous school. Take this money and divide it among the brethren. President, we don't have to. TSK, take it. It's all a brothers do. The man hesitated and nodded. Greet the people and go ahead in the van. Leaving the Maybach and a pink motorcycle parked side by side in front of the house, Morong Yuntian straightened his collar inside. Into the room. The room was empty and smelled of dust. In front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, the girl lies in a rocking chair. Look at your cell phone seriously. Mu Chu Yen had a white dress. The suspenders slid up her arms. Her collarbones were exquisite and enchanting. Her white hair covered her eyelashes, covering her eyes, but not her flawless handsomeness. Yen, ego lao dang. Don't try to persuade me. It's impossible for me to go home, much less help you manage our family that. More than 24 construction teams, more than a dozen pieces of pawnshops, 5 sand quarries, 3 wharves. Do you know that at school, they all call me Big Sister? I'm such a gentle girl. Where do I look like a big sister? It's all because of the way you've brought me down. Humph. Looking at Mu Chu Yen puffing up, Morong Yuntian also messed up his rhythm. Olden could only nod his head back and forth that he was right. What's wrong with a girl? The girl has grown up and has her own ideas, and a father can never force his baby girl. All a father has to do is be in the dark and keep his daughter safe. If your daughter wants stars, you pick them. If you want the moon, find the moon. Want a white boy? I'll see who the dares to come. Yen, I know you owe the bank $4 million. It just so happens that I have some change in my car for you. Who let you give me money? I don't want your money. Are you looking down on me? Do you think I can't afford to pay back the money? I've said I want to be self-reliant. Don't come to me if you have nothing to do in the future. Or let my staff see it and think I'm chewing on the old man. Lao dang. Tell me, am I chewing on the old man? How could that be? Our Yen, an independent girl since she was a child, is daddy's pride. That's it. Mu Chu Yen ignored her old man and continued to fiddle with her cell phone. Note, little bitch, on your cell phone, and another message came through. Little bitch, me? My name is Zhou Chao, son of the most handsome man in the English department. That's right, it's none other than me. Put. Mu Chu Yen didn't hold back. Laugh out loud. The eyes were like slits with an unseen sweetness. I don't know where Auntie Qing found this fairy landlord, who would claim to be someone's son. But you can't tell. It's pretty funny. Morong Yuntian on the side looked at his daughter laughing so happily. Don't understand why? A sharp pain in the heart? Who is Yen talking to? What did the person on the phone say? Why is Yen smiling so happily? Is it more fun than talking to your father? Is it a man? Yen, have you been seeing any young boys at school lately? No. Dry. Still a social youngster. Yen, although dad is a bit long-winded. You're in puberty now, and men aren't as simple as you think, like those with yellow hair, who like to drive motorcycles, and who like to smoke. You stay away from them. Mu Chu Yen ruffled her hair and seriously surveyed Pops once more, smiling wryly. Isn't that the young you? Ah, okay Lao dang. My persona is a strong career woman, feelings and whatnot. I'm not interested. I was just chatting with my new landlord. The landlord's gender is male. Occupation is college student. Age is early 20s. Name is Zhou Chao. I've told you everything, so don't ask. I'll go first. Mu Chu Yen hummed lightly. Rushed to give an account before Pops tortured him. Walk away with your head held high, like a little hero who beat the boss. A breath of my best. 2 minutes later, Morong Yuntian came out of the room and got into the back seat of the Maybach. Chairman, the young lady has left on her motorcycle, and on the side of the famous school. I've already made arrangements. Aha! Morong Yuntian nodded, his gaze fixed. I remember. The information said that the owner of that house is called Jian Huai, right? How come Yan Yan just said that the landlord is called Zhou Chao? Hiss. Chairman, some people have the habit of registering the legal person, head of household, and so on, under someone else's name, so that if something goes wrong, they can get away with it. Makes sense. Find that Zhou Chao guy. I have something to ask him. Well, is it an invitation or nonsense? What do we do? Shelving Linjiang this boundary. The king of heaven came. Do not send me cigarettes. Do you think he can pass? The co-driver kept his head down, not daring to make a sound. Contrasts. Really contrasts. The president is just like a daughter slave when it comes to his daughter. Out of the gate. You're a king. It's kinda cute. Hey Chowzi, what do you want to eat at night? My father will bring it for you. Fruity? Righteous father. I'd like a pizza. And if it's okay, a spaghetti bolognese. No problem. Have old Zhang and see you wait too. It's daddy's treat tonight. Put down the word. JH looked at the route. The bus is 3 stops away. There happens to be a delta on Donshiko Street. Can we be spared the bloodshed? It's up to this pizza to fill Superboy's stomach. JAC was truly surprised. He signed the lease. How could Mu Chu Yen not know who the landlord was? But think about it. Mu Chu Yen was being a good student, managing her little brother, and being the boss, the whole time management guru. Little things like renting a room. It is assumed that the assistant has full authority. Mu Chu Yen braced himself, just to see the name of the neighborhood. Memorize the door number and you're done. A landlord's name. She didn't care to know. It's all very just right. Super nanny. In return for your kindness, spared no expense for my father and bought everyone a pizza. What's the difference between that and hugging everyone for the sake of hugging you? It's full. It's all love. Don't sell it for my father. Chapter 13, Sincerity is the sharpest weapon. Don Shiguchi is here. The bus announcement went off. Zhang Huai tugged on his shirt and stepped out of the car. A heat wave was rolling outside the car, forcing the sweat to keep falling. East Market entrance, also known as Taikuli Riverside, high-end antique commercial street, super first-tier luxury stores that line the streets. It was packed all day long, not buying anything, just strolling. An 8-mile suite, as the most popular cake studio in Linjiang. The store is open inside. Hello boss lady, I'm the one who said I'd come for an interview earlier. Xiao Jiang. Zhang Huai pushed open the door and sniffed. The room was filled with the aroma of bread. Soothing. Inside the bar, the woman is fiddling with the bread. Look at JAC. The woman removed her mask and apron and found a seat by the window. In the matter of the interview, both interviewers and bosses like to get to the point. Introduce yourself. I'm the owner of this store. You can call me Sister Momo. Xiao Jiang. May I ask why you want to work in our store? A certain girl is allergic to eating vegetable butter, and I promised her that I would work at the best bakery in all of Linjiang so that I would be able to feed her the best bread in all of Linjiang every week. Momo's thought-out question inexplicably got stuck in his mouth. The best bakery in all of Lin River. And it's still about feelings. The boy speaks so sincerely. So, what's your expected salary then? Zhang Huai frowned, looking embarrassed. Sister Momo, in fact, to be honest, I'm originally a boy who can't do anything, and you're going to send me money. I'm ashamed of it, and I, for one, came here with the attitude of learning. And where in this world is there a reason to learn something without paying for it? And of course, who wouldn't want to earn money? I am happy with whatever you give me. Really? You really think so? Of course it's true. JAC's eyes sparkled, staring straight at Sister Momo. Looking at the latter, he was a bit embarrassed and his cheeks flushed. Momo's heart is melting. How in heaven's name can there be a child who understands so much and takes his feelings so seriously? Honestly, there were quite a few people who came to the interview. There are others among them, who have been in the business for years. But Momo thinks that none of them are as good as this Xiao Jiang. The kid. There is a light in the eyes. It's both simple, sincere, and most importantly, deep. To go to such lengths for girls, it gives the impression that I'll be damned if I don't take you. But he has no experience, right? Will it be a liability? Sister Momo. I know you're probably a little torn. After all, I don't know anything in this business and came here with the intention of stealing from the best, but I can list a few of the great benefits of you taking me on. Oh, tell me. Number 1. I can make everyone happy with their work, and the cake that comes out of this is going to be really good. How's that for a happy solution? That was a reason that Momo hadn't really thought of. Zhang Huai seriously sized up Sister Momo once more. revealing 8 teeth and smiling with a sparkling light. The exact reason? I'm not sure, but I've been sighing from the moment I entered the door. I've never seen such a fair-skinned boss lady, just standing there, like a small daisy in a sluggish fall, able to give people a sunny warm feeling. If there's really a reason, it might be that Sister Fumi is really so beautiful. Working with someone like you, I can't think of a reason to be unhappy. Momo averted her face, only to feel Jiang Huai's eyes blazing, not daring to meet his eyes. But how? She was already close to 40, an aunt, although it is usually maintained at great expense. But why was there still some blushing at the boy's words? Momo, you, don't be so ashamed of yourself. But the kid said it so sincerely. How it's a lie. Momo lowered her head, clutched the hem of her skirt, and forced herself to be calm. But Xiao Jiang, you also said that this is my reason, not that you make people happy. Jiang Hui smiled as always. Sister Momo, so are you happy now? Happy. Momo. The tide was now rising in a heart that was already rippling. Momo's mouth tried to lie, but the body won't allow it. Just say the word happy. There's a surprising sense of, well, shame. Momo as much as she hates to admit it, but she just had the illusion that she was completely seen clean by Jian Hui, the boy, capable of sensing all her thoughts, and in a subtle way, keep teasing them. Since when? Exactly? Damn. What a shame. But so happy. Momo straightened up a little and kept drawing circles around the mouth of the cup with her finger. Xiao Jiang, you can be inducted today, and after that you'll follow me around. Be on your best behavior, okay, Sister Momo? But Sister Momo, I might not be able to make it on Saturday and Sunday, because on weekends, it's got to be with the people you love the most, doesn't it? This kid, what's the interview? Is it hard? JH didn't feel that way. He only remembers that in the face of Sister Momo, it's just 30% dog licking, plus 7% sincerity. Lu Sun said it well. Sincerity, that's the sharpest weapon. Xiao Jiang, you talk so well and are so handsome, you must have had quite a few dates. No Momo sis, it's rare that anyone will look at me. At school they call me a dog licker. A dog licker? You're not a dog licker. You're a little wolf licker. Making a cake is more difficult than JAC imagined. For example, learning to laminate. JAC looks at Sister Momo's hand, with pink nails, steady as an old dog. The line is beautiful. And then look at your hands. It's the same as having Parkinson's. If you're not careful, you'll squeeze out a lump. Sister Momo, on the sidelines, covered her mouth and laughed. Xiao Jiang, come over here and grab my hand. I'll lead you. Jiang Hui looked Momo cheeks, flushed with a touch of peach red. Stay calm. Nearly 40 years old, being able to set up store in this place, saying such ambiguous things. Jiang Hui doesn't believe in Sister Momo. It's pure simplicity. The boys are outside. Always learn to protect yourself, especially one like him, a sweet-smelling, soft-skinned little boy. All the more reason to pay attention. Big sisters, they can be cannibals. Pity about Sister Momo. I'm a man with a bottom line and a man's morals. Unless, of course, you're my tenant. Okay, Xiao Jiang, that's enough studying for today. Do you know how to drive? I will. I got my license the year I went to college. Okay. Momo took out the cake box from the freshness cabinet. I have to ship out in the afternoon. You drive my car to deliver the cake to the customers, and the new products in the store. Bring one to the customer. Promise to finish the job? JH accepted the cake box, took the Primera keys, and glanced at the note on the box. Famous schoolhouse. MS. Mu. Tell. Dry. It can't be such a coincidence. A prestigious school? There's a Mu? Sister Momo, the cupcakes I just made, can I take them with me? Sure. Chapter 14, Manual Shutdown. The earth is a circle. The dodges will always come back to haunt you in unexpected ways. JH sat in the Primera. Sigh. Take away. He just entered his cell phone number to check. MS. Mu corresponds to WeChat. It's no one else. It's the white-haired witch Mu Chu Yen. Things are catching up now. It's not a good idea to keep developing obscenely. Didn't Mona Lisa also say that you don't get to the tiger's den without going into the tiger's den? Mulled over. JAC drove and turned back to the famous school. Famous schools. Mu Chu Yen jumped onto the couch with her bare feet. Her cheeks met the light. Her white hair, and her girlishness was magnified by the white dress. Hey, Xiaoxi, I knew that all the little brothers and so on are unreliable. Those pig brains in my house will only pull the stuff over. I am not satisfied with the stuff I put in at all, and I have to do it myself. I can't believe they hid my black and white headshot in the bookshelf. Come on, it's a great picture. Of course it has to be on the wall. On the other side of the phone, there was a moment of silence. Yen, are you still planning to buy some flowers? No wonder you, Creek, know me best. I was going to buy some when I passed the florist store, and how beautiful the yellow and white ones are. There was another moment of silence on the other side of the phone. We're all ordinary people. You can't impose your transcendent aesthetic on others. They can't get it. Mu Chu Yen couldn't help but nod her head. Xiao Qi, it's still you who speaks the best. If only I had a few more people like you around me. Mu Chu Yen looked at a group photo on the TV stand. Kind of miss the old days. In the group photo, the white-haired girl and the red-haired girl are sitting in a row. The red-haired girl, with deep-set eye sockets, three-dimensional features, and blue pupils accented with divine facial features, was as beautiful as a character in an anime. Tiny Creek had been 14 years old before, all in the same villa area as Mu Chu Yen. It's Mu Chu Yen's all-around competitor, and only friend. When I was young, Mu Chu Yen didn't understand. Who's born with red hair? Always felt like I wasn't as flamboyant as the Creek. So farce dyed white. Ended up dying white for that vacation. The whole Creek family. They moved away, back to her father's old house. Also from that summer, Mu Chu Yen felt that the world was a lot more boring. Creek, I'm really bored without you. I don't even have anyone to sleep with. The voice on the phone, still weak, could not hear any emotion. Yen, don't say that. People will think we have problems with our tendencies. It's scientifically proven that for people like you, boys are the cure for the spirit. Mu Chu Yen blinked. She promised. For the first 10 seconds of his own quiet, he didn't understand what Ding Xiaoxi meant by that. And the moment of understanding, Mu Chu Yen's mouth opened wide. Xiaoxi, you won't. 2 coughs across the phone. It's all in the book. When a man and a woman are together, they secrete a hormone. They make you feel good and create sleepiness. Mu Chu Yen rolled her eyes. She should have known. That guy Ding Xiaoxi is a machine with no feelings. Not a clue about that, at all. What about you? Yen, did you and that what? Is it good? Put. Mu Chu Yen. Her face turned green. To say who in the world can cure her. It's not Dinky Creek. Ding Xiaoxi, after all these years, you still don't save any face when you talk. And, what do you mean? Beep? Manual shutdown. Ha? Who did you learn all this unclean stuff from? Mu Chu Yen cleared her throat. I have countless little brothers around me, and I don't have anyone in my sights. But I recently got a new landlord. And fun. You want to sleep with him? Mu Chu Yen was speechless. Mu Chu Yen was annoyed. Can you talk? I'm just saying he's interesting. How interesting? How interesting? Mu Chu Yen couldn't say anything. Although I know that the landlord's name is Zhou Chao. I've never met him face to face, and I've only chatted a few words. He can make me laugh with a few words. Ding Xiaoxi, he wants to sleep with you? He wants to be my brother-in-law. Hello? What on brother-in-law? What do you mean? You're going to sleep when you come up? Ding Xiaoxi, this person. How to go abroad for a few years. The brain circuits are getting out of whack. Told you so. Go out long enough and your brain will go bad. Look at this. It's obviously a bed in your head, isn't it? According to the setting, if you can make you happy, you can't pick one out of 10,000 people, right? So according to the principle that same sex repels and opposite sex attracts, you and him, one must want to sleep with the other. That's what the words say? But, Mu Chu Yen didn't know what was wrong. Her cheeks were hot. She hated Ding Xiaoxi the most, speaking in a set way and making so much sense. Never mind. I won't give you the time of day. How can you know what my settings are? Humph. Mu Chu Yen beamed her cheeks and gently patted her brain. She hated this, the feeling of being seen through. And, how can one be because, well, one is. Let's just say she has a thing for people. That's crazy. Who would like someone like little bitch? Isn't that being cheap? Mu Chu Yen had just put down her cell phone. Coincidentally the door slammed. Mu Chu Yen knew. Must have ordered the cake to come. It was a simple move though, but the rituals are still there. Wait, here it comes. The door opens. It was Zhang Huai's first time, observing Mu Chu Yen so closely. On Mu Chu Yen, there was no scent. Clean and dry. The whole aura, like the clothes and hair, was all white. It's immaculate through and through. JAC didn't expect it either. The word spotless. It also describes girls. Dear MS. Mu, this is the 1S egg cake you ordered from our store. Please sign for it. Also, this is a new product from our store. Please try it. JH put the 2 cake boxes on the entry cabinet. Mission accomplished. Turning to go. Before his foot could step out, his arm had been clamped down by another hand. Wait, it's your ING name, Jack, isn't it? JAC frowned. Click. Goddess filters shatter one more. That is to say, there's not a single normal girl in Leasing University? Look all over the country. Who's the schoolgirl who meets you and says, asterisk 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 you? You? Anyone who's ever talked to a schoolgirl? Is it all like that? Right now, Zhang Huai also knew that it was impossible to run away. Girl, we too know each other? It's okay if you don't know me, but I know you. Proctor scum. JAC was embarrassed and scratched his butt. Miss Mu, there should be some kind of misunderstanding between us. Although I'm handsome, there's no need for you to get my attention in such a way. You, grass. Caught off guard by Jac. Mu Chu Yen was furious. It fits the image of the white-haired witch extremely well. Why did Mu Chu Yen, at a glance, recognize Jiang Huai? Because of Gue Yutong's scummy post on the forums of Lingnan University. Mu Chu Yen not only looked, and huffed and puffed and watched it twice, and the more you look at it, the more it bulges. Even cried watching it at the end. There are all kinds of bird men these days. People obviously don't like you, and you're still clinging to them, when it causes someone to be upset. Still insist on saying I love you. It's not ing love. This is some kind of harassment. At the thought of it, the girl named Gue Yutong was staying well in her room with her subject, only to be broken into by scumbags. Mu Chu Yen then felt aggrieved for that girl. That's for a girl. What damage could be done? Does that scumbag know how others will look at her in the future? What do people think of her? Can you make up for these losses? No, you can't. Mu Chu Yen took a deep breath. Turning around, he went back to his room to get some things and re-entered. Take the small paper bag and dump it into Jac's hand. Jac propped it up to look at it and was baffled. A whole finger thick of powdered bills. I'm a rich man. What's all this fuss about? Miss Mu, this is a tip? Here's an advance on your medical bills from my mom. Soga. Hey, Chapter 15, Miss Me Berry. Why don't you run? Mu Chu Yen huffed and puffed. 10 minutes. Jiang Huai just stood at the gate. His hand stuck in front of his chest like a sandbag. Hard to get beat up for 10 minutes. My face is swollen and I'm not getting any reaction. This was not the feeling Mu Chu Yen wanted. Obviously she punched someone else. How is it that he still has a sense of, well, moral righteousness? Lean, where the hell are you looking for me to upgrade my defense points? I have my moral bottom line of being a human being. Jiang Huai frowned and forced himself to endure the pain. His tone serious. Since I'm taking your money, I have to let you do what you have to do, or else. I'm not comfortable with this money I'm receiving. Don Lin mother. Disgusting. Looking at Jiang Huai, Mu Chu Yen had a bout of nausea. Who understands? I punched a guy today, but it felt like my fists were insulted. You're a real. It's okay Miss Mu. Napoleon had a saying. Beating is kissing. Scolding is loving. I'll rightly assume that you are kissing and loving me. If you are tired, I can go and buy you a bottle of oxen, but for the errand fee, you'll have to pay extra. What? What's wrong? If you still have needs, I'm available as long as the money is there. Numb. Completely numb. Mu Chu Yen simply couldn't understand. In the world, how can there be such a stinky person? It's just to the bone. He obviously hit him and now he was all over himself. There is a feeling of being harassed by hooligans. And the rascal, he's still looking for himself. Want to throw up? Get out. Take the cake you sent and get the hell out of here at the first opportunity. And don't let me see you at school ever again. Otherwise, see a beating. Bang. Pissed off. Simply pissed off. Mu Chu Yen flung the door open and stomped her feet in anger. Look at the one outside the door. Pick up the cake and gray away. Started pacing the room again and again. Looking for something to vent about. But couldn't find it for a while. Is a beating a kiss and a scolding a love? I poo-poo. Vomit. Told you Napoleon was no slouch. What woman in this life is blind enough to look at a like you? Any random landlord would be 1,000 times better than him. It's all. You're 100,000 times worse than little bitch. And so on. Why are you thinking of the landlord? Mu Chu Yen froze. Sit cross-legged on the carpet. There was some inner trepidation because of inexplicable thoughts. In her head, no man had ever popped up. Not even her old den. As much as Mu Chu Yen didn't want to admit it. But what Ding Xiao she said, has a point. From birth, the family just took all the good and gave it all to themselves. Even if the second sister is born, and it didn't leave her behind. But even so, the ones that would make her happy, inside a million, couldn't find one either. Mu Chu Yen stared at her cell phone and looked at the person who had commented little bitch. It's like a deer in the headlights, in a crazy jump. So hard. It's like there's something in my head that's coming out. Mu Chu Yen was a little uncertain. But, little, would it be that 1 in 10, 000 chance? Shift, 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 get back in the car. 10,000 divine beasts floated by inside Jiang Huai. He just said don't come, have to come. Now it's good and hard-earned. Jiang Huai lifted his clothes and looked at the injuries on his body. There's one that says 1. Mu Chu Yen. This old sister. Her hands are really black. 1 left hook, 1 right hook. It looks like practice anyhow. But luckily, the abs are still there. Rather a cake for nothing. After this, though, the Mu de schoolgirl shouldn't be looking for trouble from me anymore, right? What is the purpose of this visit? Jac didn't forget. It was to probe Mu Chu Yen. What she thought of him. The view was established so that the lick law could be developed. But the truth is, misunderstandings may disappear with time. But not Mu Chu Yen, because he punches faster than time. Wow. And raindrops. Who can stand this? 3 sentences in all. Mu Chu Yen directly paid out money and beat himself up. Someone as violent and generous as this. Mom wouldn't even let him play with people when he was little. Close licking. It's impossible to close lick. Only far ruffled. So those disgusting words. JAC is doing it on purpose. Jiang Huai was trying to make Mu Chu Yen sick at the thought of him. She's such a pretty girl. How can you be near something that makes you sick? The further you get away from me, the safer I am. As for the licking thing, the landlord's name is Zhou Chao. What does it have to do with him? Jiang Huai. Holy, your dad's so smart. Ding. JAC's cell phone flashed on the screen. White-haired witch, what's up, little? Reading a book. White-haired witch, such a love of learning. What a book to read. Dog-licking quotes. I'm often sad because I don't try hard enough, and think all the time, why is it that I can't arch a good cabbage when everyone's a pig? The other party is typing. 10 seconds. No news. Jiang Huai could feel that Mu Chu Yen seemed to be smiling. White-haired witch, little is so good at learning. I'm in a bad mood, so I'm just giving you a chance, and when I'm in a good mood, there's a reward. Hiss. JAC adjusted his seat and found a comfortable position. If you say this, that's not sleepy owl. JH, sister, I'm actually reading a storybook. Do you want to listen to my story? Mu Chu Yen, come. JH, once upon a time, a little piggy told a puppy that behind the mountain, there was a very tasty strawberry, and once you ate it, your whole body would turn pink. The puppy was so curious that he looked all over the backwoods for the fruit, but he still couldn't find the kind Piggy was talking about. So the puppy asked Piggy what kind of strawberry it really was. Mu Chu Yen, how should I know? JH, Piggy said, that variety is called, think of me berry. Remember the Mu girl? Think of me yet. Inputting. BIU. An invisible bullet hit Mu Chu Yen squarely in the center of her eyebrow. Mu Chu Yen covered her face with her hands. Keep shaking your head. It's over. Why is it so hot? Am I sick? Why is it that in my head, the name of the little can't be erased? Mu Chu Yen trembled as she held up her cell phone. Type and delete. Delete and type again. Puffy started gnawing on his fingers. Did you miss me? Did you miss you? Damn. He can't know I'm thinking about him. Mu Chu Yen hurriedly shook her head. Who misses him? Ah, my hallowed Mu Chu Yen. How could I miss a little like you? Mu Chu Yen carefully typed down a few lines. How can my sister miss you? The people chasing her can line up at the airport. What a Thai story you're telling. It's awful. Transfer 1000. Little bitch, transfer has been accepted. Little bitch, I know senior sister. For the sake of your body, I won't tell these little stories in the future. Mu Chu Yen frowned. Anxious. She didn't mean that. You don't think, do you, that one of your stories is worth 1,000? Hurry up and tell it again. Little bitch, no. Sister, you can only listen to one story a day. If you listen to too many, you'll be numb. Let me tell you tomorrow night. Okay. No. The other party is typing. Little bitch, good boy. Mu Chu Yen? Mu Chu Yen. Bullets coming out of the screen. It hit Mu Chu Yen squarely in the chest again, and it's constantly on his. Why? Mu Chu Yen froze in place. Who is he to tell me to be good? Who does he think he is? Mu Chu Yen clenched her fists and swung them in the air. Mu Chu Yen huffed and puffed. Mu Chu Yen tilted her head and glanced over to good boy. Just because of one word, it started to get itchy all over. Ah! What the hell kind of crappy air conditioner is that? Why is it still so hot in the room when it's turned up to 16 degrees? Eat some fruit. Yes, eat some fruit to cool down. Mu Chu Yen ripped open the refrigerator door. Damn it, who the hell stuffs the fridge full of strawberries? Who would like to eat this kind of stuff? Chapter 16, You're not coming for me, are you? It's been 5 minutes. JAC stared at his cell phone. Mu Chu Yen still didn't reply. But, being typed, has jumped 5 minutes in time. Does this girl not know that WeChat has this function? Across the screen, Jiang Huai was a bit embarrassed for Mu Chu Yen. After spending some time with Qin Mengmeng, meet Mu Chu Yen again. Honestly, JAC is still a bit uncomfortable. Although Mu Chu Yen's force value was overwhelming, but it's just too simple. Simply as much as her own aura. It looks very intimidating. But see through it. It's just a blank sheet of paper. You write something on a blank piece of paper and she thinks that's what it is. Just listen to the wind and forget about it. Almost everything that is in your heart is written on your face. While in the hallway, Mu Chu Yen told him to get lost, blowing his beard and eyes all murderous. That's anger. But on WeChat, there's a bit of arrogance in the angry words, clearly saying my story sucks. And yet, they gave me money back. And finally, keep listening. This inconsistency operates. At first glance, it's just not emotionally bitter. No acting at all. No pulling at all. The slightest tease makes waves inside. If you're not taken, who is? Mu Chu Yen's entire body, every part of it, was top-notch. Just the emotional intelligence is negative. For such, Emotionally clueless little girls, just a slight outburst. Sprinkle with a handful of fine chaff. They just couldn't eat half the roughage anymore. A lifelong search for the flavor of what once was. In the end, the only way to kill the desire for good is to kill it with your own hands. To be freed. Otherwise, they would be trapped by themselves. Not bad for you, Jack. Just a slight opening of the mouth is a famous quote. Mu Chu Yen satisfaction score, +10. Here it comes. Here it comes. Counting this 10 points. Mu Chu Yen has 20 points. The revolution has not yet succeeded. We still need to lick furiously. Go 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 go. Jac clenched his small fists and cheered himself up, loosening his collar. He skimmed the cake on the side again. Mu Chu Yen. Gat. Let's move on to the next item. By the bay window desk, Jiani changed into a dark green silk nightgown. The entire upper body was laid out on the table. On business warfare spread out in front of him, a cool face with gold-rimmed glasses. It's colder than the wind blowing out of an air conditioning unit. Aha! The phone vibrated. Tang Jiani frowned when she saw Zheng Huai's ID. Zheng Huai, Miss Tang, are you home? I brought you something delicious. Tang Jiani's long, slender fingers clicked the pen twice. Click click click. The frowns narrowed and deepened. What did I tell you to yell? Did you forget? Brainless thing. The door code is, come in yourself. Jiani closed the book with an irritated look on her face. Why when you're on your own? There's always someone who likes to barge in, disrupt her routine. The combination lock outside the room went off. Jiani walked out of the room. The main entrance. Jac carries the cake with a smile on his face. The face looked, well, a little swollen. The handsome face dropped a few points. Jiani got even angrier. Did I ask you to come? Zheng Huai froze slightly and shook his head. No, no. So what are you ing about? Before Jac came up, he was mentally prepared. It turned out to be numb anyway. For a pervert, it would have to be my dear Dawn. Zero frame starts are my strongest. Honey, when I was passing by the East Market entrance, I saw a cake that's been very popular lately, and I thought you'd like it, so I bought it for you. Zheng Huai felt that, since he was so sweet, Tang Jiani shouldn't be mean to him, but it wasn't. Jiani, pressing on, didn't care what he was saying, moving to his side, long, slender fingers, dragging up his chin, his voice cold and appalling. I'm asking you, why did you come, JH? And no one ever said that Jiani was anything but a pervert. Still deaf. I think he's already, explained it. Never mind. Since people are asking, let's explain it again. Zheng Huai kept his smile and his tone was gentle. Honey, I was passing through the East Market entrance. Tang Jiani's eyes swept over Zheng Huai's face. When he saw Zheng Huai, he was surprisingly serious in his explanation. The impatience on his face was a few degrees more severe, directly interrupting Zheng Huai's words. You think you know me well? Did I say I wanted cake? Who do you think you are? It's not your turn to tell me what I like to eat? Lowly thing. The extent of Jiani's perversion. It's worse than Jac thought. Explanations don't seem to work. What about apologizing? Zheng Huai lowered his head, like a child who had made a mistake. His tone was full of grievances. It was too presumptuous of me to choose the food for my dear. I'm sorry. I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Zheng Huai finished his words. Jiani's face eased considerably. This expression of being in her presence, of being lowly, was what she wanted. Jiani reached out and placed her hand on top of his head, started rubbing up hard. When Zheng Huai looked up again, the displeasure on Tang Jiani's face was surprisingly gone. It's like a ing trick. That's a good boy. No next time. Zheng Huai's eyes were shining. Okay, honey. The storm at the door sort of ended that way. Jiani went to her room. JH just sat down on the couch to review the disc. From Just Behavior, Jiani is supposed to be extremely strong. She doesn't allow anyone to disobey her, can't override her thoughts, so what he had just asked for was not an explanation at all. Instead, just bow your head and admit you were wrong. What she likes is to take control of the initiative. Just show weakness in front of her, and she'll still be open. Hiss. That shouldn't be called netting. Who needs her to come to the net? Dry. But right now, Zheng Huai felt that none of this mattered. What's important? This Tang Jiani guy, he's not really going to get a dog, is he? Zheng Huai surveyed the room in circles. In the corner of the living room, there's an extra huge dog kennel. In the kennel, there was a mattress. Whose dog is that big? Being a rich man's dog. That's cool. JH was pondering. Jiani came out of the bedroom, holding a patent leather box in his hand. The logo on the box was so eye-catching that Zheng Huai could recognize it at a glance. It was a certain top luxury product. Jiani moved to the dining room chair and crossed her legs, her toes rounded and full, this time in a starry purple color. A little playful, Tang Jiani waved her hand at Zheng Huai. Zheng Huai took it for granted and came up to Tang Jiani. What can I do for you, dear? Zheng Huai looked at Tang Jiani and took out the necklace from the locket. Dry. Surprisingly, it's still gold. Is this the joy of the rich? Don't wear it yourself. Give it away. It's true that I can't be a rich man, mainly because I don't have enough patterns. Jiang Huai bent his knees slightly, making it easy for Tang Jiani to bring it to himself. Men's knees are gold. Who made this gold? Was given by Don Johnny. Is it good? Jiang Huai looked at the top, and surprisingly, there was his own name. Brain buzzing, almost ing exploding. I've heard that rich people play with flowers. Who would have known? So spent? Ing pervert. What? Is there a bottom line? When Lao Tzu you have enough satisfaction points. The first one to tell you to off. JH nodded. Honey, you're so good to me. I like it a lot. If you like it, go clean up your room. Yes. Chapter 17, Wrong or Wrong. Quiet down Don Johnny. It's really beautiful. Dark green pajamas with only one button. The whole thing sank into the couch, staring at the TV with just a little exhale. It's enough to make one fall. That's very unphysical. Or Newton was right. The more beautiful something is, the more dangerous it actually is. Jiang Huai stood in front of the huge dog kennel. Think as you survey Don Johnny, who is watching TV. Will the owner of the kennel have a high-end customized brand? Will he be called the most handsome man in Lingnan University? In the world, there would be no such coincidence, right? Do I look good? Why do you keep looking at me? Don Johnny popped up coldly. Jiang Huai heard the question and answered seriously. Good looking. And did I give you permission to look? I'm sorry. I was wrong. Dry. Ing pervert. Good looking hammer. Sneak peek. I'll sell your picture for money. Believe it or not. Jiang Huai lowered his head and began to continue organizing the things at hand. But one has to sigh. The mattress. It's really comfortable. New Year's Day. JAC just moved to a new home with his parents, his doghouse, and his parents also added a new rubber mattress. The whole person lay on it and it was like floating in the clouds. JH felt that mat was already invincible. The results are comparable to this one. There's simply no comparison. His one, at best, is a cumulonimbus. This one in front of me is holding up that cloud in the heavenly palace. No wonder some people are so rich that when they get divorced, they have to grab mattresses. If he were, he'd grab it. Even if he couldn't get it, he'd split it. I can't sleep, and neither can you. On the side, Tang Jiani pursed her water and looked at Jiang Huai's aggrieved face, which was full of deep sorrow, mulling over whether he had just spoken too forcefully. It's just a glance from JAC. It's no big deal. But soon enough, Tang Jiani dispelled that thought. She, for one, was paid. To put it bluntly, JAC's self-respect has been bought by himself. Why should one have concerns? Wasn't he bought for cursing? Figure that out. Don Johnny's fire burned up again. Yeah, as long as it's in this room. The man in front of him should only consult himself on all his words and actions. What gives him the right? He's paid to be so loose. Why does she have to think about what other people think when she gives them money? Jack, too, honey, I'm in. JH just set up the doghouse. Hard to be scared out of your wits. What the is going on here? He just apologized. JAC stopped what he was doing. Watched Don Johnny go barefoot into the bedroom again. Goosebumps all over my body. Just now, Don Johnny conjured up a necklace from her bedroom. This time, it's not going to be any good, is it? Wait for Don Johnny to come back again. Jiang Huai did a double take. Lean. It really did give him a good guess. Tang Jiani stood in front of Jiang Huai. There's something eerily beautiful about a smile. Jiang Huai took 2 steps backward. Tang Jiani had a stern face and a cold tone. Do you think that you have a voice within this room? 2. Does it seem that even I have to listen to you to get your opinion? You won't learn until you're taught a lesson. JH? Wait. Jiang Huai pulled out his cell phone and hurriedly cradled the contract twice. That's not in the contract. I'm to be your lickspill, not your punching bag. It's against the law to hit someone. 5,000. Not even a door. 10,000. No way. 50,000. JAC had an epiphany. Money really does ing make the world go round. He's so grounded. Surprisingly, I was also somehow hit as well. JAC uses its bottom line as a guarantee. He doesn't know anything. To ask is to have money to earn. And he came. These goddamned rich people. Inside the room, Jiang Huai sat on the sofa and looked at Tang Jiani. Surprised you don't feel nervous at all? Is this what money is? The confidence that comes with it? Jiang Huai shook his head and hurriedly pushed such thoughts away. People are paid for it. Atmosphere and all that. He always has to be on point. Just in case, that is, just in case. What if people are not happy with us? You, don't come over here. If you keep doing that, I'll scream. Don't you dare think I'm Mr. Nice Guy. Tang Jiani looked at Jiang Huai shivering, satisfied. She's all about seeing others and giving in. Look at someone else and fully embrace your ideas. Watching the look on someone's face when they hate themselves and there's nothing they can do about it. Wrong yet? Wrong. Say, what went wrong? What the is wrong with me? 10 minutes. 10 whole minutes. JAC hadn't finished thinking about the things that could be bought for less than $50,000, waiting to look back again. Donjani was already dripping with fragrant sweat. The whole man was paralyzed on the mattress, presenting a big, wide grin. JAC has seen that smile before. Roommate Lu Siyu has that look when he eats something delicious. But this expression, appearing on Tang Jiani's face, Zhang Hui really couldn't understand it a bit. What? Shouldn't hitting someone gradually suppress the smile at the corners of your mouth? Jia. The old lady is progressively perverted. Is the old lady completely crazy? How is it that Donjani is still getting more and more cheerful with each fight? Sure is really sick. Sure enough, 50,000. Or should I save it? Right down to the Lamborghini debris. JAC nodded firmly. Standing up, casually breaking free of the ropes, he walked over to the wall and turned the central air conditioning up a bit. Honey, you're sweating. Be careful of catching a cold in the cool air. Tang Jiani froze. You're not mad at me? JAC was baffled again. According to Donjani's brain circuit, this is not the time to be yelling. Do you think that you can control whether my mother blows the air conditioner or not? Did I tell you to move the air conditioner? Who are you to move it? What are you? But, how come none of them? Does this also have my Buddha's mercy period? JAC mulled over, pulling a few wipes from the table and shaking his head. Why should I be angry? You asked me for my opinion before we started. I was the one who agreed. Even if I am angry, I should be angry at myself. Honey, you're sweating. Let me wipe you. Donjani hadn't returned to her senses. JAC's wet wipes had been applied to her forehead. From the forehead, down the cheeks, gently down the face, gently rubbing at the chin, and then rubbing down the neck to continue down the face. Tang Jiani's face flushed violently and she slapped open Zhang Huai's hand. That's enough. It was supposed to be my single time this afternoon. There's nothing for you here anymore. Get out. So, 50,000? Donjani frowned. Turning over his hand, he transferred 50,000 out in front of Zhang Hui, and also took a message in passing. What a? Thanks. JAC didn't linger much. Changing his shoes, he tore open the door and went out, but one foot was already out. But then, as if thinking of something, he turned around anyway. Honey, throw the cake away if you can't finish it. It'll spoil overnight. Get out. As the door clicked, silence returned to the room. Donjani unbuttoned the last of her coat buttons. Staring in the direction of the front door was weird. Why is the heart so soothing? Chapter 18, What if I'm in the game? Zhang Hui exited the door and gently closed the room door. Seriously, click to collect $50,000. The corners of the mouth, which are harder to press than the AK of a big lap boy. Bitchy? JH didn't feel it. Zhang Hui also remembers that his neighborhood next door brother graduated from graduate school, stayed in the deep city of an internet company. Every time I come back from New Year's Eve, I brag about it. Finish this year, when the company goes public, you will get a salary increase. You will get dry shares. You will become a patriarch. You will be the leadership. You will. The boss draws a big cake, and you can't even choke on thin food every day. But in fact, the salary is just over 6,000 a month. Instead, it's 18 hours a day. The previous year, the company went public, and the first thing it did on the market was to cut off everyone over 35 years old, as requested by the major shareholders. Oh ho! Right now, that brother is still wandering between major companies in Deep City, begging for an offer. Everyone trades their bodies for money. Is anyone really a bigger than anyone else? If there really were nobility, Zhang Hui felt that the one was definitely not him either. He's 10 minutes. He'll make $50,000. The age of materialism. Status may not be bought with money, but dignity, yes. Just ask that brother what he's comparing him with. Get back in the car. JH looked at the passenger side of the car and saw the 2 cakes that were still left. There was silence for half a minute. Called Lu Siyu's phone. Hey, Siyu, I happen to be shopping in Dongshiku. There's a lot of good food over here. Is there anything you want your righteous father to bring for you? Really? Then I'm going to. Hey, there's a cake store over there in Siyu that's really crowded and designated as delicious. I'll bring that one back for you. Just go back and settle the bill for your righteous father. Okay, that's it. Hang up the phone. Zhang Hui couldn't help but snap his fingers. Done. Once the pattern opens up, this comes to money as if it were open. Jenny Tang's satisfaction rating of the landlord, +5. Jenny Tang's satisfaction score has exceeded 60 points. 5 points will be converted into redemption points. Redemption store opens. The JACs listen to the system sounds. A freeze. Cool. It would have to be my sister Dawn. It's a little kinky though. But up the satisfaction score? Not at all. I can't tell. But Donjani is a little arrogant too. It's cool to raise your score while letting people roll, just like you. One thing on the surface, one thing behind the scenes. Instead, it's a redemption store. JAC really didn't know what it was. JAC entered the system interface. On the interface, there is still host information. Host, JAC, owned property, famous schoolhouse X3, convertible points, 5, bound characters, Tang Jiani, Qin Mengmeng, Mu Chu Yen. JAC frowned, looked at the extra store icon with a thought. The system interface is also converted, and when JAC looked at what was in the store, completely stupid. Sword proficiency, 5 points. Firearms proficiency, 5 points. Mastery of physical arts, 5 points. Strength speed spirit defense +1, 1 point. Ice fire light lightning +1, 10 points. Worn wrought iron knife, 10 points. Rusty revolver, 10 points. Designated proficiency skill book, 5 points. Golden legendary jewelry exchange fragment X1, 1 point. Weapon breakthrough coupon, 20 points. Weapon strengthening protection coupon, 10 points. What the? JAC saw it from the beginning to the end. Goosebumps, too, from head to toe. This. What the hell? System, didn't we agree that it's a rental system? What are you doing for me? Didn't they say that they were all fragrant and soft little girls? It's the ING rule of law now. What's the point of me using these things? I don't know. JH, where's the hullabaloo? From the system prompt, weapon reinforcement needs to spend the host's own money. And for every 10 points of reinforcement, a breakthrough can be made for upgrading. My hair? Silly. Jianhui was completely and utterly stupid. In the past 2 days, to say the least, I've earned some. JAC thought that the day of making his old man a rich second generation was just around the corner. And you're telling me now, want to play the system? I can't believe I have to pay for it myself? Jianghui's face darkened. Can this be played? Jack, who had calmed down, looked at his 5 points. Again, a little pressed. Points are saved and not earned. No point in keeping it for anything. But what to order first? Is that a problem? Actually, the system store gives something. None of it is hard to understand. A gun is a hot weapon and a sword is a cold weapon. As for the physical arts, it's just punching and kicking. There are quite a few things that can be redeemed though. But, a decade of gaming experience tells JAC, when you have proficiency, order proficiency first. Not learning to be proficient, the power's higher again. That's also a clown who only does normal attacks. It's a new era. It's also long past time to dance around. JH thought about it. Place 5 points and order firearms proficiency. Next, Jianghui, however, felt that his brain was more agile than ever. Countless knowledge about firearms. Frantic surges. That feeling of having your brain filled. It lasted a minute before it ended. 1 minute later, JH sat inside the Primera, breathing heavily. Drawing a piece of paper to wipe his sweat, he gradually calmed down. Inside the elevator, the lights were brilliant white. JH was bathed in light, carrying a cake he had made with his own hands. Asked myself a question. Give Qin Mengmeng a handmade cake. Will Qin Mengmeng be touched? The answer given by JAC is that it won't. He spent the last 2 days focusing on his acting. Just realized that a point was missed. According to the front Gue Yutong tip-off, the object of the QMR is basically seamless. But the magic is, it's not like Qin Mengmeng is a very gold-digging person. Talk whether people have money or not. So here's the question, what does she want? The elevator reached Qin Mengmeng's floor. JH didn't rush to the room door. Standing on the connecting porch, he lit a cigarette. Living high is good. Some things you can't see on the road are visible here. What's the picture? As per previous knowledge, JH felt that this person might be the tea time. Or maybe this girl. She just likes the novelty of being in love. But after through contact with Donjani, JAC understood a point. When looking at things, you should think straight to the most extreme. No one in the world can be prudent. Otherwise the whole world, ing saints. On the surface, she is taking the initiative to create an ambiguous environment and wants to get close to men. What about peeling back the surface? What is active? Please? Fishing is active. Swinging the pole is active. Closing the rod is also active. The only one that bites the hook. It may seem like you're being proactive, but you're actually being reactive. And after leaving men, may I ask what kind of mood Qin Mengmeng was in? Green tea is great acting, but can't you really tell the mood? Negatives. Goldbach had a conjecture. The answers to all the multiple choice questions are hidden right next to the questions. So, Jianhui opened his cell phone and looked at Qin Mengmeng's circle of friends 5 days ago. It just so happens that 5 days ago, Gue Yutong mentioned a mouthful that Qin Mengmeng had broken up again. And 5 days ago, Qin Mengmeng friend circle. Seemingly normal. Yet there is a detail that is extremely easy to overlook. It should have been all 9 of her in person. But instead it broke the mold and put in 3 food shots. Eating food means, well, having fun. So, Breakup equals eating food equals having fun. Synthesis. There is only one answer. Jiang Hui stood still at the door of Qin Mengmeng's room, looked on the doorway shoebox, strange men's leather shoes on display, smiled, carefully take the cake and hang it on the doorknob. It seems I, too, am a part of your play, but, what if I were to enter the game with my body? Qin Mengmeng. Chapter 19, The Best Actor of the Little Gold Man. 1529. Jiang Hui, Mengmeng. I made the cake myself this afternoon and brought it over to you to try while I had time at the store, but I was short on time and hung it directly on the door for you. You taste it. Next time, I'm sure my skills will improve again, and I'll make, for sure, a cake that will please you. 2045. Qin Mengmeng. Wow. Brother Jiang wouldn't really go to work in a cake store, would he? I'm just so touched. My brother is truly the best man in the world. Cake outer rigged. But don't tire yourself out, brother, or some people will be sad. Jiang Hui, Mengmeng likes it as long as you like it. Go to bed early at night. Oh, good night. Jiang Hui casually gave Qin Mengmeng a sentence back. Toss the phone aside. One more word, don't even want to say it. Some things, once you know what they really are, the heart is set on it. For example, everything Qin Mengmeng said, JAC would have guessed what the real meaning behind those words was. Brother also don't get tired. O equals better hurry up and get tired. Cake is really good equals who would eat this. And acting, why some of them look real, some just look raw. What matters are the details. Since we know that at that time, there were men in the room, it should be treated as if nothing was seen. Something crashed and burned. It's not good for either side. But who is JAC? JAC is the future, the best male piggyback of the little golden man. Cheer up, you're going to be a veteran actor for sure. Jack, is it good see you? Inside the dormitory, Jiang Hui smiled, watching Lu Siyu and Zhou Chao, feasting on a table full of high-carbon water. Lu Siyu's big mouth, stuffed to the brim. Ooh-hoo, oh-hoo, still room-friendly. The cake that Mu Chu Yen didn't want. When it was thrown, the shape fell apart a bit, and again by the sun. When I got it back, it was out of shape. With that, both Siyu and Zhou Chao had to call out to their righteous father. If it was at Tang Jiani's or, for that matter, Mu Chu Yen's, inevitably, there was another beating. Not 2 minutes. Zhang Yuanhang also pushed open the door and came in. It looks like something happy happened. Grabbing a slice of pizza, he puffed his chest out and almost put it on the table. This JAC is very familiar. It's the pre-shake before the pussy. Hey, brother Jiang, after this semester we're going to have an internship. What company are you planning to go to? Dry. Punch him. Jiang Hui shook his head seriously. There's no plan at the moment. The employment surface of our English department is not very wide either. What about you, Chang? Zhang Yuanhang heard Jiang Hui ask rhetorically. The compulsion is overwhelming. It's already kind of fleshed out that flavor. It's a strange coincidence. Yesterday when I went shopping, I passed by the Tang Dynasty Group recruiting, so I went in to try, and I passed today. Holy, Tang Dynasty Group. Zhou Chao freed his hand and gave Zhang Yuanhang a thumbs up. I heard about the Tang Dynasty Group. How many people can't get in even if they ask for connections? My brother Hongzi really six. Yusia swallowed his pizza and cleared his throat in confusion. But Tang Dynasty Group, isn't its main business real estate? Brother Zhang, you go in, what do you do? The Tang Dynasty Group is planning to develop overseas modules and lacks interpreters. Although we happen to catch up with them, the main reason is that we are technically excellent. And what's ours is ours. Right, Lao Jian? Zhang Yuanhang came over to Jiang Hui's side, the head of his shoulder, rubbing against JAC, looking at JAC, frowning. Cool, it's true that the most fun thing in the world is to play the pussy. Although you, Jack, brought pizza. I can be a righteous father for one night, but people hang out in society. It's about context. It's about power. Now that he had joined the Tang Dynasty Group, his status and identity had come up at once. When Zhou Chao and Siyu enter society, who remembers a few meals from school? So, 214 the only righteous father. It can only be him. JAC was a bit confused. If you pretend, you pretend. Take him for what? But compared to this incident, there was also something else that made JAC very fretful. Mu Chu Yen sighed. Superboy is now his spokesman. Mu Chu Yen said it all explicitly in WeChat. Would come and play with him when he was at school. With a character like Mu Chu Yen, if this thing gets poked and prodded, hiss, JAC has seen it. Mu Chu Yen led a group of juniors and surrounded him in the playground, asking him if he was a one-man or a group beating picture now. In single combat, it's him picking on a group. A gangbang is when a group of other people beat him up. So it's imperative. How should I convince Chaozi to have a good time with Mu Chu Yen and not be exposed? Inspiration is like shooting stars in the sky. Say it comes and it comes. Jiang Hui got out of bed, moved a chair, and sat next to Zhou Chao. Hey, life is not easy, sighed JAC. Zhou Chao? No, brother Jiang, what are you up to? Why do I see deja vu in your expression? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Remember. That's the look on my uncle's face when he was worried about my brother's life at New Year's. Jiang Huai raised his eyebrows. You can see that? Now that you can see that, I won't pretend. 2 days ago, didn't I still let you practice a little more? But I've thought it over. And as your righteous father, arranging for you to meet someone is even more my job. That's why I took the liberty and connected you with an immersive hands-on experience. In 2 days, Mu Chu Yen will come to you. Remember to cheer up, duck. This really doesn't need to be. Wait, Jiang, who are you talking about? Mu Chu Yen? Quiet. The entire dormitory was pin-drop quiet. Pust. Zhang Yuanhang was the first one who couldn't hold it in. Old Jiang, don't tease Chaozi. Who is Mu Chu Yen? The top school flower of Lin University's math department. Big sister. If you let Mu Chu Yen hear this sentence, he can directly rush in and destroy our dormitory. Lu Siyu is a foodie though, but nodded in agreement. And then look at Chu Chao. Brother, I want to change it. Is it okay to be Don Johnny? Jiang Huai cut a piece of cake and stuffed it into Zhou Chao's mouth. Uing picked it. Listen to my brother, Tang Jiani, you can't grasp this girl. Let your brother Yuanhang grasp her. Anyway, the word is out for you. But one thing you remember is that no matter how outrageous the opposite line is, you just play along. The theme of this experience is that there is no script. The more Zhang Yuanhang listened, the more upset he became. If you're a pussy, you're a pussy. Why did you bring me? At this point I'm not. Old Jiang, you're talking as if you've talked to you and Tang Jiani. Not to blow you off. I have a feeling that Don Johnny will pass my friend request soon. Mu Chu Yen, that character. If you can even talk about it, I'll treat you to dinner and blow 2 boxes of Bravehearts alone. If I add Tang Jiani, you blow 2 boxes. JAC sighed breathlessly, climbing into bed. He looked at the high fashion sign that Tang Jiani had given him and the 999 bedtime short stories for Mu Chu Yen. Don't know what a rival is. My father's heart is bitter. But I won't say anything. Tomorrow is Saturday. Can you live and come back from Don Johnny? It's all still an unknown. And 50,000 for the hitter. In the face, do I have to ask for 100,000? JAC stared at the ceiling and fell into deep thought. Chapter 20, the feeling of being misbehaved. Maybe the whole world. Saturday mornings are bliss. Except for the 996 social animal. And the JAC. JAC was harboring a heavy heart. Knocked on the door of Don Johnny's room. Come in. The tone was soft. Very good. It sounds like Don Johnny is in a good mood. JH entered the password and entered the room door. Inside the room, Don Johnny was lying on the sofa, her posture languid, her hair disheveled, with a bit of brainless beauty. Don Johnny was simply covered with a wool blanket. The top can't cover the ripples and the bottom can't cover the slender legs. It looks like last night, it was sleeping in the living room. Sure enough, perverted people have perverted beauty. Jiang Huai entered the room, took out his own slippers from his school bag, and went straight into the kitchen. The main thing, it's a specialty. Half a minute later, Jiang Huai carried a small tray and came over to Tang Jiani. Honey, I bought breakfast. I didn't know what you liked, so I bought it all. Don Johnny rubbed her eyes, drifted his eyes at the contents of the tray. Dry, with buns, tea, eggs, and donuts. Thin, with soy milk, millet porridge. She wanted soy milk and donuts, but the words came, again, inexplicably a little upset. Why tell this man what she likes to eat, knowing what she likes to eat? After that, are you going to cook and whet her appetite? One paid for itself at. What gives you control over your preferences? Don Johnny frowned and didn't say anything, got up and went into the bathroom. Jiang Huai still smiled and nodded. Okay honey, I'm putting the food on the table. Set up the dishes in the dining room. JH couldn't help but give himself a little credit. At home, mom and dad say he's lazy. I don't know. Work hard where you can't see. Back home, it's bound to wow the crowd. As for breakfast, JAC actually ordered 3 servings. 1 for yourself, 1 copy of Qin Mengmeng, 1 copy of Don Johnny. On Saturday and Sunday, he didn't have time to accompany Qin Mengmeng, but breakfast, no less. And while Don Johnny was washing up, JAC knows, he certainly can't be idle. JH walked over to the windowsill and pulled back the curtains. Let the first rays of the morning sun hit the room. I'm dry. Don Johnny really belongs to the frost witch, even if the room is at a constant temperature of 16 degrees. And so dark, the September light nearly blinded him. The room had light. JAC began to move quickly. First put away the books that were paralyzed on the carpet, one by one. But, when you put it away, be sure to bookmark the page you turned. Someone like Don Johnny, temperament elusive. It is not allowed to rush out and say, did I let you touch my book? What page did I see? You little know? Then it's not over. And, like laying on the couch, Uneaten potato chips. Make sure you don't lose it. Seal it up and keep track of the flavors. Sealing the mouth is a good way to ensure the crispiness of the chips and leave them for 2 days. Within 2 days, Jiani didn't eat it and lost it. But 2 days later, this psychopath suddenly remembers. Did I tell you to touch my chips? Isn't this the time when the chips you bought come in handy? The first time it was handed to her. Gagged her. These, all of them, are points. Jiang Hui secretly complimented him as he folded the blanket on the sofa. I'm really fine. But, wait, what's this? JAC folded the blankets. Noticed how the wool blanket couldn't be folded flat. There's a piece that sticks out no matter how you press it. Is there something caught in it? JAC reached out and pulled it out. Pulling it out to his eyes, he surveyed it. Hiss. Coincidence is coincidental. Jiani doesn't come out early. He doesn't come out late. It's coming out at this time of year. JAC hated to put the blindfold on. That, and do you believe me when I say I'm masked Superman? The room was quiet. Jiang Hui felt that he, by and large, was going to die. JAC carefully put the things in his hand and arranged them neatly. Standing obediently to one side, he waited for the gale to come. 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds passed. Tang Jiani sidled a cool cheek, her gaze full of dislike. If you've seen it all, what are you waiting for? Okay, ha, and so on. JAC's brain was clouded. How it's not the same as imagining the plot. By definition, shouldn't this be, like, a very private thing? Why does it feel like Jiani, in the slightest, is avoiding it? Could it be that this is part of the kink? JH raised his head, seeing Jiani again. Jiani was already sitting at the table, was crossing his legs and bringing soy milk to his mouth. The hand that cupped the spoon and crossed the fingers of the orchid was slender and long and bony. Both legs extend all the way under the shirt, longer than some people's lives. A goddess is a goddess after all. Eating a soybean milk donut, but eating elegance. Jiani notes update. First, Jiani, who just woke up, doesn't like to talk, so talk to her less. Second, Jiani likes to eat thin in the morning. Third, Jiani is down to earth. Details, all of them. Wait, Jiang Hui was about to go into the bathroom when he was called down by Tang Jiani again. Honey, what else? Don't you know to bring a new set? Okay. Balcony. The teenager wore gloves and, like a hard-working bee, carefully put the various colors on the drying rack. Windows. The sky had turned a turquoise blue color, which made the teenager handsome. While washing things, Jacqueline figured out a problem. Why? Jiani hadn't half a diaphragm when she made him do the laundry. Even look at the expression, and a little bit of taking it for granted. Think about it. There can only be one reason. Maybe Tang Jiani pressed him as a human being. To put it bluntly, he was the lowly servant that Tang Jiani paid for and hired. Why should the high and mighty take care of the views of their servants? In the absence of personality, why be petulant about you? Hey, it's not a good idea to look at people inappropriately. Just love the feeling of being inappropriate. JAC hangs the last of the leopard colors. Standing tall, he looked at the traffic in the distance. The heart, again, is much firmer. Only if you don't treat me like a human being, when the score is full, I can just tell you to get lost. We all have only interests. How pure. The morning went quickly. JAC in addition to washing things, cleaning up, outside of giving Jiani a fruit plate, nothing. The problem is that Jiani had breakfast, just locks himself in his study and never comes out. Getting JAC himself, he was a bit nervous. You paid me, but you don't use me? What does that mean? Contempt? Just in case she realizes that it doesn't seem to make much difference with or without me. That's not the end of it. Half an hour to 12. JAC intends to be proactive. Since you need me to lick you, then I'll make a table of delicacies to warm your empty stomach. Touched you to death. Say move. Chef John's first step online. Let's see what's in the fridge. I'll do it. What kind of crab is this? Why is it bigger than my head? What is this shrimp and why is it still colored? Holy, whitey, is this fish golden? It just looks like something I can't afford to eat. JAC cursed. Tears of hatred of wealth flowed unobtrusively from the corners of his mouth. Chapter 21. People have paid their money. Inside the study, Tang Jiani stretched her back, her willow waist showing from under the hem of her coat, like a murderous scimitar. Seducing people. See the fruit plate in your hand. Jiani stuffed the cut watermelon into his mouth. So sweet, and every piece is de-seeded. This little guy, he really is something. Jiani sipped the watermelon juice from her fingers. A vibrating sound came from the cell phone as well. Look at the name on the phone. Tang Jiani's face turned from red to iron blue. The frown grew tighter and tighter. Hey, father. Yes, father. Dante said that to lick someone good, you have to make her stomach good first. Jiang Hui looked at the table full of dishes, rubbing his hands on the corners of his coat. Can't help but give myself credit. Well, at least, the family runs a restaurant. 3-year-old peeling potatoes. 5 years old can turn a spoon upside down. 7 years old ready to stand on his own 2 feet while midway entered elementary school. So far, I have not been able to leave this place of wrongdoing. But, JAC has it all figured out. As long as it's the day he comes out. It is the old father at home. When he gives way, take the first step out of the gate and fill each dish with cilantro. Only cilantro can save the world. Click. JAC was pulled back by the sound of the room opening. Turn your head and look. Jiani, who came out of the study, dressed in a beige half-sleeve dress with a long black jacket slung over her shoulders, the sleeves draped at the sides and studded with jewels that sparkled. Under the skirt, longer than life legs, a high heel and black tube socks are enough to siren the crowd. Monkeyed. JAC is a bit of a match. Is this the same, unkempt Don Johnny from this morning? How does this look? It's all ING TV show lady plutocrats, isn't it? Don Johnny is beautiful, but JAC looked twice and chose to put his head down. Honey, are you going out? Jiang Huai weakly asked a question. Tang Jiani ignored Jiang Huai, skimmed the table full of food. Arctic crab 3 ways, shrimp casserole, and a couple of vegetarian dishes. Is this what he just did? And it looks, well, delicious. But, as soon as Don Johnny thought of going out, think of the food. The feeling of it slipping past your mouth. It's even more annoying. Tang Jiani's eyes, shifting from bland to cold, finally hit Jiang Huai's face as if she had found some sort of emotional outlet. Did I ask you to cook? JAC's head went even lower. Honey, I thought, you were hungry, you think? Tang Jiani's silkworms bulged and her eyes narrowed. Cold even more so. What do you mean? Are you making decisions for me? Or do you think that you've been able to ride on my head? Dry. JAC's brain buzzed. This pervert, again, not eating at home. You didn't say so. I'm sorry, honey, it's all my fault. It's not your fault. Is it my fault? Tang Jiani became more and more excited as she spoke, sizing up Jiang Huai's outfit and remembering something else. Do you not remember anything I said before? Where are the clothes I gave you? Why don't you wear them? JH pointed to his bag. It's in the bag. Sorry honey, I forgot to change it. So what are you waiting for? Oh, wait, what are you going to do? Get changed. Looking at Jiang Huai to go to the inner room, Don Johnny had almost yelled. Did I tell you to move? You, ha? Don Johnny's words were too lethal. Jiang Huai blinked, realizing for the first time that jaws could really drop. So, what does Don Johnny mean by this? A handful of scales emerged from JAC's head, dignity on one side, money on the other. Which side to pick? That's the question. Hiss. Short thought. What the? People have paid their dues. It's the satisfaction of the tenant that counts. Watching Jiang Huai take out his clothes, in Tang Jiani's eyes, there was a sudden light. Don Johnny didn't understand. JAC isn't a gym student, is he? Why are there still 8-pack abs? Wait, it was as if no man had ever been naked in front of himself. The one in front of me is the first. Just thinking about it, a flush that had spread to Tang Jiani's cheeks, Don Johnny felt her face getting hot. Subconsciously, he prepared to cover his face with his hands. The hand was just about to move when suddenly there was another sharp stop. No, the request was made by her, and if she was shy now, wouldn't she let Jiang Huai press her head? Tang Jiani forced herself to hold back a gasp, her hands hanging at her sides, clutching the corners of her skirt. Say what you want, she'll read the whole thing. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Huai had changed into a pure white shirt, only the tie. JAC really didn't tie it. Wasted a bit of time. JAC kept his head down as he drummed on his tie. Tang Jiani's eyes were all drawn to Jiang Huai's small head. JAC's head moves a little. The little curls then rock back and forth. Don Johnny involuntarily curved the corners of her mouth. It looks like a good rub. Don Johnny was thinking that this would be reassuring to hold in her arms, right? Looking at the upper half of JAC's body, it had taken on an imaginary appearance. Tang Jiani secretly nodded and felt slightly better. And JAC's hand was moving slowly, because from his perspective, Don Johnny, as a whole, was getting ripe for the picking. From my face to my arms, I'm as red as a plum. Don Johnny's hand, clutching her skirt, grew tighter and tighter. It's getting tighter. Enough. I'll spare you this time, but next time, I'll show you. Don Johnny trotted and slammed the door. Honey, come back early. JAC smiled and waved. Stick to every step. But JAC really didn't expect it. On the surface, it looks like the 10 evil pervert Tang Jiani is still so shy in her heart. Interesting. Don Johnny is gone. JH changed his pants numbly, ran to the mirror and took a look. Couldn't resist a few poses. It's true. The nearer the vermilion, the nearer the state. These little ears, they're so fluffy, they're a real treat to carry around. We can try this when we change the next tenant. I wonder if I can raise the rent or something by hitting up the little puppy dog butler and waiting around all day. However, it is now Saturday and Sunday. Jiang Hui wondered what kind of person Tang Jiani could be going to see, and dressed so formally. Can't think of one, but what the hell? It's better that that pervert Danjani isn't there. She paid for it anyway. If you're not there, I won't back off. Extra money. Yes, I'll give you your money back in your life, okay? Jiang Hui walked onto the balcony, pulled out his cell phone, and flipped to find Qin Mengmeng. Type in a line. Mengmeng, have you eaten properly today? When I'm not here. Also fine, take care of yourself, otherwise I will be heartbroken. Message returned in seconds. Qin Mengmeng, brother, I realized that I'm already missing your dishes. You need to eat well too. By the way, your cake is so delicious. I want more. It's just as good as it tastes. It's good. Jiang Hui raised his head and looked at a certain household diagonally across the street. The young girl, dressed in a light veil, is sitting around the dining table with the older man. The young girl and the older man, talking and laughing. How family-like. The girl even took a picture, so she must be documenting the beauty. Ding dong. Qin Mengmeng, photos. A table full of small fry. JH, that's great. Chapter 22, She Hates Ginger. Black Maybach. Across a small bridge, steady on the edge of the pond, Danjani got out of the car, took a deep breath. Look around. Auntie is watering the flowers and mowing the lawn. The girl with the garment of a zen, playing the guzheng in the pavilion, is still smiling when no one is watching. Everything looked good. Beautiful? Tang Jiani only felt oppressively breathless. Mr. and Mrs. Tang are dining in the restaurant. Please go wait over there. Danjani nodded. Follow Auntie toward the side room. In fact, without the need for Auntie to lead the way, Tang Jiani could find her way to the restaurant on her own. Lived in this place since I was a kid. She has traveled each path thousands of times. But, Danjani knew, these are the rules. From elementary school, her time, all of it, was strictly planned. Enter the home. What time is dinner, in which room? What time and in what room to read? What time and in what room did you sleep? Time's up. The aunt who guards the door, and she'll be taken to the room she's supposed to be in. The cycle goes on and on. Are there exceptions? Of course there are exceptions. Danjani didn't understand as a child. Why is it that other kids can play but she can't? So, that summer in 3rd grade, she tumbled through the window of her study and ran out into the back garden to feed the fish. The result, the ants in charge, were all dismissed. The fish from the pond all made it to the employees' table the next day. And she, locked up in the den until school starts. Now Danjani just needs to be near the study. It's still psychological. Buckle up. Mr. Tang, the lady has arrived. Auntie knocked on the door. Inside the room, came the man's deep voice. Come in. Danjani pushed the door open. Step inside. Inside the large room, as far as the eye can see, are mahogany decorations, decorative ornaments, but also some withered poolside grass, clearly lifeless. Instead, the value of the body is still high. Right in the center by the dining room table, Tang Qinghu was wearing rough linen clothes and stepping on black cloth and white-soled shoes, one hand clamping the food and one hand still fiddling with the beads in his hand. Mrs. Li Fa, who was sitting across from Tang Qinghu, is crossing his fingers and sipping his soup. The stature is upright, the alabaster-colored cheongsam fits, and although it is a dinner for two, the emerald earrings, necklace, ring, one is not missing, only more showy than Danjani. Father, mother, Danjani's voice was soft. Aha. The three men briefly exchanged greetings. Danjani saw that the soup in his father's bowl was gone. Go over and serve a bowl. Be careful when you do it. I was afraid that the china would clash and make a clinking noise and spoil my father's mood. End it all. Danjani stood at the dining room table, watching your mom and dad eat. There were chairs around her, but she was afraid to sit, because Tang Qinghu didn't say you could sit. The family ate today, still clear of veggies. Surveying the meal, Tang Jiani thought about what Jiang Hui had done. Arctic crab 3 ways, prawn casserole. When I think of that, I can't help but feel my stomach growl. Only had soy milk in the morning. She's been hungry for a long time. The stomach doesn't sound very loud, but couldn't resist a quiet room. Tang Qinghu frowned. Didn't eat? Yes, father. Sit down and eat. Yes, father. Once Danjani's ass was next to the chair, the aunt who guards the door. It was only then that he came from the kitchen. Re-up with a set of dishes. Grabbed the cutlery. Danjani chucked in some baby bok choy. Damn, on the bok choy, with shredded ginger. She hates ginger, but in front of her parents, she couldn't pick off the ginger. I could only take 2 more bites of rice to suppress the flavor. And so on. The rice went into his mouth. Tang Jiani realized something and her heart instantly tensed. She remembers the rule about not being able to pick your vegetables, but forget the rule about eating and not stuffing your mouth. That's ungentlemanly. Wait for the reaction. On Tang Qinghu's face, dissatisfaction was already hanging over him. But Mrs. Dawnflower opened her mouth even faster. Nay, When you eat, take small bites. How can you go out to school for a while and you forget? Jiani nodded. Got it, mother. The dining room fell into another 5 minutes of silence. 5 minutes. Jiani felt that this was harder than her 5 lifetimes. She could only eat what was in front of her. You can't stretch your arms out to pinch, much less get up. When eating, the dishes make as little noise as possible. Be the first to. When your parent's cup is empty, ask if it's refilled. Stretching your legs and all that is even more impossible. Too much. Every little move. Jiani has to be quick, going through all the regulations. After 5 minutes, Tang Qinghu put down his chopsticks and began to drink the soup. It was only then that he finally laid his eyes on Jiani. Do you know what I called you for? Jiani was the first to put down her chopsticks. Sit up straight. I'm not so sure, father. Next week, your cousin and your cousin are coming back to China, and the old man is going to cook and throw a family dinner himself. Do you know what you should do? Jiani nodded. Understand what father means. Tang dynasty group from its creation. It has always been grandfather Tang Hao Tian personally in power, although the 3 sons, also in important positions, but not so long ago. Reforms within the Tang group. Lay off a lot of the old cadres and make a big push for fresh blood. Grandpa also said it more than once. At the AGM, the future belongs to the young. Even his 3 sons are behind the times. Though some things aren't named, but the significance, obviously. Your grandfather should, within this year, retire to the background, and the designated successor will come between you 3 siblings. No matter what, the position of executive director of the company, you have to hold on to it. While those 2 cubs aren't back, go see the old man more often, and find a way, so that the old man can see these pictures unintentionally. Jiani took the envelope and drew out the photo. The pupils shook slightly. Cousin speeding abroad, illegally carrying a gun and receiving a prison license. Cousins frequent nightclubs and order multiple male models to accompany them. And many more. But any of them, put out. It's all a smear campaign against the Linjiang Tang family. Enough to make the Linjiang business community produce a huge shock. Jiani was baffled. Jiani couldn't have imagined it. My father went so far as to place his eyes across the ocean. That's his own niece and nephew. Is this the same elder who, as a child, spared no expense in buying toys for his siblings? Every time the cousins come back, always be the first to come home and visit. Even though Jiani knew there is an element of acting involved, but the truth was even more outrageous than she had imagined. Is this a family that can do this? And so on. Since they are around them, how about around yourself? Father, this is not good. Grandpa is old. Sidi's heart is always not good. And Grandpa has said, there is damage to family harmony. Do not. Jiani didn't finish her sentence. Suddenly realizing the wrong thing to say, he grabbed his mouth and shut it. But it was too late. Tang Qinghu put down his chopsticks. The pupils drifted to the corners of his eyes. His brow was locked tight and his tone appalling. You, preaching at me? Bottom line. Stirring Jiani into a cold sweat. Grown up. Hardened your wings. Riding on my head now, aren't you? Or do you think that you have a say in this house? I'm asking you a question. Are you dumb? Snap. A slap. No sign of it. It landed on Jiani's cheek. The jade ring pinched the bone and drilled it. Jiani didn't dare to move. I'm sorry, father. I was wrong. Looking at Tang Jiani's emotionless expression, Tang Qinghu blew up even more. Turning around, he lifted his cup and splashed it in Jiani's face. The tea dampened Jiani's hair, dripping down the strands of hair, face, and a tea leaf. The frost goddess of Linjiang University. At this point the wolf is in a state of disarray. Of course it's your fault. Useless thing. After all these years, after all the years I've trained you, you can't do anything right. You're just a waste. Myself. Go get the stuff. Jiani nodded. From the corner of the room, he took a ruler and handed it to his father with both hands. Palm up. Snap. Wrong? I'm sorry. I was wrong, father. Snap. Go on. Louder. I can't hear you. I'm sorry. I was wrong, father. Snap. Does it hurt? Jiani doesn't know either. It's like it's burning in your hands, but the feeling fades instantly as it reaches the heart. She was standing right in the middle of the crowd, standing from youth to adulthood, the girl who used to bawl her eyes out. It seems to be long dead. Auntie, who was beside her, came in through the front door and set about clearing the table after taking her mother away. Some wiped the table, some swept the floor, but no one looked at her, not even the mother. It was as if all the fault was hers alone. Utterly wrong. How can one possess feelings? How is it heartbreaking? And how can there be a life? Chapter 23, Blackmail is it? Question. What's the best money in the world? To be before. JAC may have to think about this more carefully, but now, he answered with absolutely no hesitation. Of course it's rich women's money. Come and be a lickspittle for Jiani. 20,000 a month. Doing 2 off 5. And bonus and allowance. It's simply awesome. It was nearing sundown. The client isn't there yet. That is, where can I find a job like this? But wait, Jiang Huai was suddenly alert. Hiss. The contract says it needs to be home on Saturday and Sunday. But will she make me pay for it if she's not there herself? JAC mulled it over. Think it shouldn't. He honored the contract anyway. You're not at home. And it's nothing to do with me. Why don't you ask if you're coming to dinner tonight? Don Johnny wasn't there at noon. JACL ate the food all by himself. It almost didn't last. Since we're taking money from people, in every aspect, it still has to be done right. JH pulled out his cell phone, was about to send a message to Don Johnny. The door to the room clicked, opened, hearing voices. Jiang Huai stood up at the first opportunity, came to the door, and set his slippers at Tang Jiani's feet. The tone was as gentle as water. Honey, welcome home. Honey, I was just about to. Hey. Jiang Huai didn't finish his sentence. Tang Jiani, and without a backbone, moved towards him, and finally fell headfirst into Jiang Huai's arms. JAC was baffled. What is this? Blackmail isn't blackmail. Jiang Huai clutched both of Tang Jiani's arms, forced Don Johnny to stand upright. Tang Jiani's face was slightly red, half squinting her eyes. Her eyes were mesmerizing and charming, seeming to cry and laugh, oddly oozing. Then look at the bottle of red wine in your hand. Got it. It's drinking in place. A few dishes. Drinking like this. Jiang Huai frowned and helped Tang Jiani toward the room. People are not big. Dead sinker. Very unreasonable. When Jiang Huai threw Tang Jiani onto the sofa, clothes fit snugly. Seems reasonable again. Well, mega reasonable. Drink for me. Drink. Vomit. Jack, I'm Ed. JH was quick on the eyes and brought the trash can over. That's a floor he's scrubbed 3 times today. If Don Johnny comes on a bit, JAC is not even guaranteed to kill someone, but spit it out. JAC takes a look at one without squeaking. People have vegetables and meat. How the is Don Johnny anything but red wine? So, you went out all day and didn't get any food? Yeah, women are, at times, just laborious. Jiang Huai brought a cup of warm water from the kitchen and found wet wipes, gently wiping the corners of Tang Jiani's mouth, wiping the lipstick off. The whole thing paled considerably. Honey, would you like some water? Don Johnny's eyes were closed, frowning, no response to JAC. Instead, he went straight for it, clutching the sleeve of his coat and pulling it down, tugged twice, as the dress didn't move, as if in a hurry. Stinky, stinks, give me to be off. Why don't you take it off? Ah, take it off for me. Crazy, looking at Tang Jiani, kicking the couch in a hurry because she couldn't take off her clothes. JAC was seriously skeptical. This guy, Don Johnny, has a drinking mania. If I were to show Tang Jiani the current image, after filming it, how much hush money will she pay? No way. Jiang Huai hurriedly pushed the thought away. It's in the contract, no photos in the room. Their old Jiang family restaurant has been run with integrity for over 20 years. Can't come to him and break that rule. JAC is still mulling over the honesty thing. Don Johnny held out her hand, fiercely clutching Jiang Huai's wrist. Press over to her. JAC's favorite food is hairy bread buns, especially a white flour bun that you can't grab with one hand. Nice and sweet and soft. It stinks. Come on. Jiang Huai shook his head breathlessly. You rich people, do you all like practicing on yourselves? If you know it's disgusting, you still drink it? Sighing, JAC started to move. In Don Johnny's eyes, he was just a licking dog. As long as it's not too much to ask, JAC will do it all. But for him, where's Johnny Tang? How is she not a moneymaker? Why feel petulant over these things when you are an instrumentalist? I'll look at the ocean when you call my people names. The sea can be soothing. The sea is wide enough for fish to leap, and the sky is high enough for birds to fly. Other than that, JAC won't cross the line. The tenant's satisfaction score is sufficient. JAC will then change. Before that, something tangled arose. It's still the speed at which he makes money that affects it. That's why sanity is the adult, the most important thing. A moment's pleasure will only destroy you. JH sat on the edge of the couch, pinched the back of Don Johnny's collar, pulled both entire arms out of the sleeves, and yanked Don Johnny out again like she was eating a crab stick. How much one would wear in the middle of summer? The setting sun passed through the windowsill and struck the young girl, beautiful as a painting, without the slightest blemish, white as jade. Jiang Huai, face expressionless, looked very nuclear reasonable. Get a washed blanket and cover Don Johnny, quietly lying on the couch. Don Johnny, Trudy. Everyone said that Tang Jiani was synonymous with Linda's imperial sister, but who had the chance to see it? In fact, the imperial sister also has baby fat, sleeping with pink lips, also reveals 2 small tiger teeth. But why is Don Johnny's hand swollen? Jiang Huai stared at the palm of Tang Jiani's hand for a couple of moments. Don Johnny's hands, spread out at her sides, palms are red and swollen. Contrast that with the white of the onion on his arm. Beans. Beans. Daodu. What? Tang Jiani was slurring her words, and Zhang Huai couldn't hear what this dead pervert was saying at all. Slowly moved towards Danjani's mouth. Next moment, the two arms of the onion white jade moist embraced Zhang Huai's head. It was so crowded that Zhang Huai almost suffocated. One of the hands, touching the ear on Zhang Huai's head, began to rub his head recklessly. You first. Wait. Let me videotape it for evidence. Dry. JAC is really convinced. People who drink are just powerful. Zhang Huai, who was wrapped around Tang Jiani's neck, his face was suffocating red, but he still couldn't break free, and in the end, he was directly forced to be reasonable. Sure enough, as long as it's a pervert. Whenever, it's ing sick. Daodu, sleep with me. They're all bad people, only you. Sleep with me. Sleep. What the hell is this pervert talking about? JH raised his head in a dead faint. For the first time, he surveyed Danjani's cheeks from this unique perspective. On her cheeks, in addition to the sunrise powder and beauty, there was imperceptible sadness. JH didn't understand. Rich women who casually offer tens of thousands of dollars. Does it really bother you too? In the world, will there be problems that money can't solve? Haven't figured it out yet. A string of water droplets slid down Tang Jiani's face. Zhang Huai could clearly hear the girl, Tang Jiani, sobbing from her chest. Perhaps the frost goddess does. Even the crying. It'll all just be in a dream. Hey, who made this girl spend money? Touching your head is fine, but remember to pay for my haircut afterward. This haircut, it's expensive. Wait for JAC to put down his word. Danjani seemed to have fallen asleep, grunting and smashing her mouth at times. The only hand, not honest, constantly rubbing it in JAC's hair, same as petting a dog. It's so annoying. You rub, I rub. We're even. No one is taking advantage of anyone. And so it was happily decided. Ow. Chapter 24, Buying in the Future. Head. It hurts. Slender fingers, rubbing her temples. Danjani opened her eyes. My mouth was dry and astringent, and the first thing I wanted to do was find water. Rise and shine. At first glance, I saw the thermos sitting on the coffee table. Somewhat taken aback, Danjani poured it into a glass and took a sip. Couldn't help but smash his mouth. Surprisingly, it's still honey water. Wait for a reprieve. Danjani looked around the house again. A small floor lamp was on. The light is not harsh, but illuminates the edges. There is air coming out of the central air conditioner, but the temperature is not harsh. Danjani couldn't say what she felt, but her body told her it was comfortable. Over there, what is it? Danjani sniffed and smelled the air. Standing up, he headed for the table. On the table, a meat and a vegetarian dish, sautéed Shanghai green, lemon chicken breast. On the side of the Brussels sprouts, there's a sticky note. Dear, I do not know if you will be hungry in the evening. I made the dishes. Remember to ding in the microwave oven. Oh, thermal pot with batter. Good for the stomach. Remember to give a favorable comment. This guy, it's kinda sweet. Danjani muttered a mouthful. Brain just finished rebooting. Today seems to be Saturday. No wonder it always felt like something was missing. Tang Jiani served a bowl of noodle soup, and the food wasn't even warmed up, so she sat down at the dining table and feasted. She was so hungry. I didn't take 2 bites at lunch and threw it all up in the afternoon. How she got back, Danjani couldn't quite remember. After leaving from mom and dad's place, all she remembers is that Nakamichi got out of the car and went to a convenience store and bought a couple bottles of red wine. Sit in the store and start dunking yourself. The noon scene popped into my head. In Tang Jiani's heart, it was still difficult. Surely I should have just slept straight through until morning. Danjani sighed. It's been a long time since this feeling of a blocked heart, but couldn't find the cause. Wanted to cry, couldn't. So Danjani thought, well, buy a drink then. After you've had a few too many, sleep on it, and the next day you might be your energized self again. The truth is, getting drunk does make it to the next day. But the blockage in his heart grew and grew, and she could only drink more and more. So don't envy people who are in good shape. It's all spit out. Danjani smiled bitterly and shook her head. Appetites were whetted by the dishes on the table. But the more I eat, the more I get annoyed. How it's fried. It's surprisingly good when it's cold. Damn this. I will destroy you. All of you. Most importantly, the bok choy was to her liking, without the ginger. Until it's all eaten. Lumped back onto the couch, Danjani realized. This night, something seemed different. Common sense. Night, alone, drunk, coming back from my parents' house, all buffs combined. Shouldn't she, by now, be gasping in pain? But why not? Why? Danjani looked around again. The small table lamp on, the teapot on the coffee table, the dishes on the dining room table. Frowning. Is that what this is about? Could it be that you, yourself, are too well satisfied? Inexplicably, A teenager with fluffy ears on his head appeared in her mind. Jiani vaguely remembered. While in a coma, the teenager, busy, took care of everything. Wiped his face, gave myself water. And, that little head, that hand, good, so want to touch, so want to ruin him until bad what to do? Just thinking about it, Tang Jiani couldn't help but cover her face as it burned. That's crazy Jiani, what are you thinking about? It's only the first time that guy came to the door. Did he just hook your soul? No bottom line at all. Wait, what's this? Jiani muttered to herself, sniffed his hand. A little pungent, but not unpleasant. Looks like safflower oil. Could it be that this guy went to the drugstore to buy drugs? In the middle of the night? Jiani's mind. In the dim light, the teenager in the suit, kneeling on one knee on the carpet, carefully wipes the bruise from her hand. His furry ears, too, twitching whenever his brain moves. Come to think of it, Jiang Hui seems, well, quite handsome, and abs. Jiani looked at the doghouse on the side. Drill in and cuddle a half-sized dog ragdoll. Rub that dog's head harder. Bean, come on, it must be you right. If you don't say anything, I'll take that as a default. Honey water, done. Post-it notes, done. Leave a light on and finish. Jiang Hui lay on the bed and gave the to-do list in his cell phone, with a check mark. Couldn't help but sigh to myself. Damn, River Lick, you're really fine. That's the money you deserve. Seeing this, Tang de Goddess must not be touched to death. It's money that you can't earn for heaven's sake. Wait, did I forget to get another quilt for Jenny Tang? What if it's cold at night? Lean, one thought. Frustration sets in. Since we lick, we must do our best, not the best. It wouldn't make any sense. All this, it's not about money, it's all about dignity. Next time, make sure you remember. Closing his cell phone, Jiang Hui fell into deep thought. With this experience, Jiang Hui felt that the image of Tang Jiani as a goddess in his eyes had vanished. Who's a goddess? Getting drunk on a Saturday afternoon. I came home and started wailing and throwing up. It's okay to throw up. Tang Jiani also used her drink to be a hooligan. I know you're greatly reasonable, but you can't force reasonableness. As soon as JAC remembered, Jiani, who was obviously all asleep, the hands inexplicably came down from his head and just started working their way down his collar into his arms. It's just a bit finicky. It's clearly written in the contract. The monetary transaction between the two exists only for party B, or JAC, to keep party A mentally satisfied, including, but not limited to, physical contact. Brackets. If either party acts beyond the spiritual level, the rental contract will be terminated immediately. Rebracketing. The final explanation right belongs to Tang Jiani alone. So, danger danger danger. The world was so dangerous, and he, Jiang Hui, didn't dare to guarantee that Tang Jiani's pervert would play some tricks. Take the opportunity to terminate the contract. You said no pictures in the room, but it doesn't say. Perverts can't have surveillance. What can't you do, Johnny Tang? In case the backhand gives him another hang sticker on it. There is no fishing position for a scummy or not scummy guy, but JAC cares about the rent. Now 3 tenants. Don Johnny is the biggest moneymaker. She caught her in the act. If she runs away, she won't get her rent back. Not to mention that she won't be able to unbind with less than 100 satisfaction points. That's a big ing loss. Either that, or Lao Tzu said, think twice before you act. Faced on Johnny. 3 thoughts won't do. You need 4, 5, 6, 7. Is it easy to earn a living? Old Zhang. You say I've been walking on thin ice all my life. Can we still walk to the other side? Old Zhang. What are you doing? You're ignoring your father. Zhang Yuanhang poked his head out from under the covers. It's like ing bear 28 honey, laughing all over the place. Listening to stories. Ha, listen to the story. What story? Recently on Jitterbug, there's a blogger named 77 who specializes in telling stories to pink piggy boys like us, and it's very hot. Jiang Hui rolled his eyes. Simple-minded, 4-legged creatures. He couldn't understand what was so great about listening to stories. Besides, in terms of storytelling, he can tell a story as well as my little prince of prodigy storytelling. Jiang Hui took a sip of water and opened his cell phone. Find Mu Chu Yen. Mu Chu Yen sent the message in the afternoon. He didn't even bother to reply. 1823. Mu Chu Yen, little. Didn't you say 1 story a day? Why haven't you come today? I'm gonna get mad if you don't come. 1912. Red packet. The red packet has been claimed. 2013. Little. Are you a? Give me back my red packet. If you don't come I'm going to get angry. What are you? You think I love to listen to the stories you tell? I've never heard such a hard story from you in all my life. I'm not going to pay any more attention to you. Red packet. The red packet has been claimed. One last chance for you. Well, the chance we just had doesn't count, so I'll give you another one. Holy, the JACs were dumbfounded. When did this red packet get claimed? How come he doesn't know anything? What brand of cell phone? And this feature. I'll buy it again in the future. Chapter 25, Pink Piggy, JAC, you really don't need it? I thought you were waiting for me. And since I'm not needed, I'm going to bed. JAC sent a message. Mu Chu Yen replied almost in seconds. White-haired witch, who gave you permission to sleep? No, I did pay you. You're not going to bed until you tell me a story. JH, my stories are only for obedient. Ready for bed little pink piggies. Let me see. The little piggy in front of the cell phone. Laying well? Mu Chu Yen, photos. Holy. Jiang Hui looked at the photo Mu Chu Yen sent over, jerked out of bed and sat up, brain buzzing. As expected of Mu Chu Yen, the officer is such a straight punch. She's got a cell phone. She's shooting now. Repair doesn't even come with repair. In the photo, Mu Chu Yen was lying on the sofa, holding up her cell phone with one hand. At first glance, it's similar to asking for a hug. It's still hot. This little guy had a head of white hair on top, wore a pink nightgown. His delicate face was tender in the light, and like Tang Jiani, he loved to reason. That's so nice. But, be reasonable and be reasonable. What do you mean by the middle finger? Mu Chu Yen, I'm already lying down. You can start any time. Amount. With Mu Chu Yen's brain circuitry, Jiang Hui believed that with these words, she shouldn't mean anything else. A new day. It's JAC storytelling time again. Say, Piggy and Puppy went to the amusement park and got 2 ice creams. Puppy was chocolate and Piggy was strawberry. But because the puppy's ice cream didn't hold steady, it fell on the floor. At this time, Piggy pointed to the ice cream on the floor and laughed. Look at the puppy. He looks like some kind of thing? Excuse me, what does Piggy think it looks like? White-haired witch, rare BB. JH? No, buddy, is that really you in the photo? Who would dare to believe the top schoolgirl of Lingnan University? Who is full of this stuff? Cut this off and threaten you to believe it or not? JH, no. Guess again? White-haired witch, what else could it be? Black and brown. Like mud. JH, that's right, that's the thing. Say it. Mu Chu Yen, like mud? That's it? What kind of crappy story? JH, congratulations to our little piggy, Mu Chu Yen, for getting it right. The little piggy pointed to the ice cream and said, wow, it looks like mud. It looks like mud. I miss you so much. That's enough storytelling for today. Good night little piggy. A good night. Jacqueline lay down to sleep, too lazy to type again. One story, 2,000 bonus dollars. It's so good. And telling. Linjiang City, cicadas chirping constantly, out of the ambrosia. The night breeze also gradually bring coolness. A certain household in a prestigious school. Mu Chu Yen pushed open the balcony door. Her delicate little face was red. Her brain was smoking, can you believe it? Stinky little. Who missed you? I am the hallowed Mu Chu Yen. Ah hey, how could I possibly miss you? Humph. Pissed off. Mu Chu Yen huffed and puffed. Her mouth puckered up to the sky, so much so that she could hang a thermos. But soon, the gas just gave out. Because of the little on the cell phone that tells the story and then it's gone. Messages aren't returned. Mu Chu Yen crossed her willow waist. She is the eldest Miss Mu family. Ah hello. When have you ever been so angry? Mu Chu Yen hugged her cell phone and squatted on the ground. Read it over and over again to the message that just came in. So much that I want to punch the little. But then you can't punch it. Mu Chu Yen could only scratch his ass in a hurry. What if I still want to hear it? But little bitch said she'd only talk about one a day. Won't she get tired of hearing it too much? But he's too stingy. Why should he tell just one? And then another. And then another? I'm not asleep yet? Besides, who's the little piggy here in this analogy? You're a piggy. Your whole family is. Mu Chu Yen didn't finish her sentence. Looking into the glass, reflected in the fluttering girl, wearing a pink puffy nightgown with a pink hairdryer on top of it. Piggy's face is pink and so is mine. Ah, so annoying. Mu Chu Yen's brain was messed up. After a few seconds of freezing, he pulled out his cell phone again, not having to jam at all, and dialed a string of cell phone numbers. Hey, Auntie Qing, tomorrow morning, get strawberries, blueberries, raspberries, anyway, all fruits with berries. I want them. Hang on, Auntie Haru, who is far away on the outskirts of the city. Sit up from the bed in a daze. Full of questions? What berries? By what berries? What's the draw? Wasn't it just yesterday that no one with berries was allowed to show up? A woman's heart, a needle in the bottom of the sea. Satisfaction rating of Jenny Tang, +5. Mu Chu Yen's satisfaction score, +5. Mu Chu Yen's score has exceeded 60. The score has been converted into redeemable points. The host can go to the redemption store to use it. JAC is all asleep. Hear the system voice. Momentarily, he opened his eyes and felt, again, that he could do it. JAC estimates that Tang Jiani should be awake, definitely looking at the details of what he left behind now and tearing up. Look at it this way. It seemed as if Don Johnny wasn't as cold as she appeared to be. more or less human. No, it's not right. Jianhui then remembered the image of Tang Jiani, taking a wooden stick and smacking his hand. Shake your head. Still giving the idea a no. A little bit of humanity, but not much, but it's time to say no. Mu Chu Yen, this little white hair, really doesn't have any heart at all. A story that coaxes a chuckle. Aha! Perfect for a straight-fisted versus straight guy slice and dice. With super tech, Jianhui moved with a thought. Opened the redemption store. Sword proficiency, 5 points. Mastery of physical arts, 5 points. Strength speed spirit defense +1, 1 point. Pull out sheets that can be a meter long. Look at JAC's eyes. The firearms proficiency that was ordered earlier is now gone. The rest of these. And what's the best thing to do? Mulling it over, Jianhui inadvertently glimpsed that Luciu, that foodie's bed, was actually flickering with light. Jianhui picked up the paper and prepared to throw it over, but it feels like a bit of a luxury. Solely changed his socks. A sock hit him squarely in the head, giving Luciu a jolt of fear. What about it, Jian? Jianhui smiled with a kind face. It's okay, let's see what you're doing. Not sleeping so late. Nothing. What about saving Celia and guarding my favorite continent? JH? What chicken feathers? In the dormitory, Chaozi likes to find all the teachers to study. Yuanhang likes to flirt with girls. Only Luciu in anime, dry rice, playing games, 3 things, as always. It felt like there were some things that, if you asked Luciu, you might have some enlightenment. What's this game called? Dungeons and Red Dog Warriors. Not a serious game by the sound of it. JAC looks at the panel again, continuing to ask, CU, do you have anything in this game that adds power, and ice and fire and light and stuff like that? Asking about this, Luciu instantly came into the spirit, eyes as wide as brass bells. Brother Jiang, you asked me, kind of ask the right person. Like my dog, Go is the ultimate firestrong. This kind of rely on physical output of the character. Must be all the points to add strength. Ow. You do this, that, and that again. Ow. Ow. Being given a lecture by Luciu, JAC was enlightened. Real men, it should be all about strength. Being strengthened for the host body. For the host body. Current host power, 25 points. Listen to the system voice. Jianhui was like a divine force entering his body. Much less sleepy. Feeling all energized. Luciu watched Jianhui on the bed, staring at his cell phone and giggling. A bit flustered. Brother Jiang, why are you asking about this all of a sudden? Are you playing the game too? What game? Jianhui frowned. The handsome landlord and his goddess tenants. Luciu, wide-eyed and frozen, reclined. It's a little incomprehensible. Landlords and tenants still need strength and speed added to their relationship? Playing with fire and ice? Luciu was confused. Luciu pondered. Luciu had an epiphany. Luciu searched for the handsome landlord and his goddess tenant. Search not available. Since there are some things you don't want to see, that proves. This game it's fun. Yeah, that must be it. The room was peaceful and quiet. Luciu was so anxious that he scratched his butt. Brother Jiang, quietly. What? Jianhui was all but lying down when the head that appeared out of the cold beside the bed startled him. Send me seeds. I want to play. Get out. Chapter 26. I think this is very reasonable. Get up early in the morning and go pick up manure. Come back to see. My. Hey, Chaozi, Lao Zhang. See you. You guys get up so early. On the morning 8? JAC followed the alarm clock and got out of bed, planning to let off steam. I'll go to Donjani. But the 3 roommates are also evil. Sundays are usually up late. How come you're ahead of him today? Zhou Chao blackened his eyes and stared at Jianhui, his face full of resentment. Brother Jiang, you are really not righteous enough. Usually eat so well. Froze not to tell the brothers a little? JH? What a thing to say. Zhou Chao hadn't opened his mouth. Luciu hammed and hawed and came over with his cell phone. Brother, that game you were talking about. I found it. Fun. Love fun. Ha? Jianhui looked at the screen on the cell phone. Can't strain a little? Brother landlord, my drain is clogged. Come and take a look. Will you? Option A. Okay. I'll be right there. B. Wait a little. I'll come back when I have time. C. Pays for someone himself. What's wrong with you? My drain is clogged. Pay up. Please choose and trigger the next episode. It's not. Dude. This game? Really? Jianhui scratched his head, searching for a way to make fewer jokes with Luciu, the simpleton. Afterward, never underestimate how deep a man's obsession runs in the dead of night. Pushy. He can make you one himself. And, not D. What are you holding back here? Planning to be a lickspittle? What a grade. Play less. It's bad for your health. JAC is just like his old father. With a word of advice to the 3, he took his small bag and closed the door with a good haircut. Started going out hunting. Sometimes think about it. JAC really envied the 3 roommates. You're still in the game against the line. on the other hand, have already had to learn to line up with life. Another day to make a lot of money. Go 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 go. Morning, 7:28. JAC finishes breakfast in front of the school. Packed 2 more. 7:45. Breakfast for Qin Mengmeng hanging outside the room. Smoothly giving Qin Mengmeng. Sending good morning little emoticons. Strive to improve tenant life satisfaction. 7:58. Standing in front of Jiani's house. Okay, old iron. JAC keeps giving the to-do list a check mark. Take advantage of the last 2 minutes. Enter the password for Jiani's house. JAC is still a little bit looking forward to it. Last night, Jiani saw a small rise, though not by much, but the signals that were released, they were very important. Getting a glimpse of the glimmer of humanity that lies beneath Jiani's icy surface. I wonder if today will be, well, less painful for the skin? Click. The door to the room opened. The main entrance to the room. The girl's black nightgown was plastered to her thighs. Her hair was cloaked. She was full of murderous rage, and she was holding a small wooden stick in her hand, but she was still too beautiful to be true. Bang! The goddess of killing. The absolute goddess of killing. JAC didn't hesitate in the slightest, throwing the door shut in the process. Keep reassuring yourself. An illusion. It must have just been an illusion. Did you go to the wrong building? Whose wife? Playing with a ghost in the morning. What a flower to play with. Hey, 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 hey. Some people, laughing, and some people, laugh and cry. Jack, for example. Click. The gate was open from the inside. Jiani's cool cheeks peeked through the doorway. Come in. What's rubbing the doorway? Okay, honey, I'm going in then. Jiang Huai entered, still changing his slippers first. Take the breakfast you bought and bring it to the table. Finally ran to the bathroom and changed into work clothes. Back in the living room again. Jiani was already sitting at the dining table, crossing her legs and starting breakfast. JAC skimmed twice. It looks like Jiani slept well last night, although the whole thing was still disheveled. The dark circles under my eyes were much less than before. The natural smoky makeup fades. The whole girl, she became tender. Honey, how does the soy milk taste today? I'm not sure about your palate yet, so I didn't put a lot of sugar in it. If it doesn't fit, be sure to tell me first. Okay, forget I said that. Jiang Huai lowered his head. Keep packing the blanket on the couch. Then take the colorful ones on the balcony and put them away. Fold neatly. What color do you like? Ha? Jiani asked coldly. Jiang Huai broke out in a cold sweat. What does this mean? Is that something he could have chosen? Does he get whatever he chooses? I'm asking you a question. What are you hesitating for? Jiani was getting a little impatient. Jiang Huai retrieved his mind and hurriedly went over it in his head. Red is good. Red looks lively. Purple seems good too. The purple color looks enchanting, but the black color seems more perfect to look mature. I like black. Jiani nodded thoughtfully, got up from the dining room table, barefoot, and went into the bedroom, leaving Jiang Huai alone, hanging out in the living room. JAC was a bit dumbfounded. So, what should he do now? Trying to calm down, etc. To appear less childish? Or should we give mature advice? No, that's not good. What if this Tang Jiani guy says that he doesn't have any money and takes this against his debt? Thought about it for no more than half a minute. Jiani came out of the bedroom, taking the black clothes in his hand. He threw them all in front of Jiang Huai. Change. Jiang Huai picked up the item and held it in front of his eyes. It is? Tang Jiani nodded at the shirt on Jiang Huai. I've thought about it. The clothes you're wearing, they don't quite fit your style. It's the latest suit. But, my dear, isn't it a mistake to take this apron? And why does it come with lace? Jiani curved one side of her mouth. Isn't it unreasonable? Honey, I think that's very reasonable. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Is simply. Jiang Huai looked at himself in the mirror and his mind went blank. Disappointment. It's just so disappointing. Before coming, Jiang Huai also sought. Before the act cannot be able to have a penitentiary to her. Now see. Pure and simple is to seek a set of trade. And so on. According to this tune of Jiani, it's not like the more satisfied you are with someone, the more perverted you are with them, is it? It doesn't seem impossible. It's good to be perverted. The sicker you are, when we're out of contract, the longer the old man writes your posts. But it's time to say no. JAC touched the fabric of the clothes. This clothes, also strange good to wear Lou? The leather straps don't pull at all. They look high-end. And the black apron underneath, with white lace, even embroiders a little doggy in gold thread. Aha! JH nodded at the mirror. The delicate handsome man let out an exclamation from the depths of your soul. This meter 8 or so long legs really should wear a skirt, not strangling and breathable. This big double-door refrigerator is really supposed to show off. Not bad, not bad. From the small pocket of his apron, JAC pulled out his cell phone. Yay for comparing two in the mirror. enjoyed it, but decided to delete it. It's better to be cautious when you come out to lick. His family, his close friends, didn't know he was doing this, so he couldn't leave a leg up for anyone. Be responsible for yourself and be responsible for your tenants. It's more about being responsible for your family. Chapter 27, A mistake is a mistake. It's not right. 10 out of 10 if it's a perfect score. Then there's something 12 times wrong. JAC is wearing a white shirt and a black lace apron, cutting fruit in the kitchen while figuring it out. From the time he entered, whatever Tang Jiani did, but commotion was twice as loud as before. At what point does a person enter such a state? Of course it's annoying. Walking on thin ice. Walking on thin ice. Movie star Jiang. JAC sighed. Cut the watermelon into heart shapes and pick out the seeds. Peel the grapes and pick out the seeds. Cut the dragon fruit into stars and pick out the dragon fruit seeds. Do everything. JH wiped his hands on his apron. Carrying a fruit plate, he headed for the study. Buckle up, honey. I made a fruit plate. Would you like some? Come in. Hearing Tang Jiani's words, Zhang Huai pushed the door in. This was the first time that Zhang Huai had entered the study. Did the fruit plate last time too though? But Tang Jiani had only opened a crack in the door at that time, and Zhang Huai didn't see what kind of room was inside at all. Enter the room. Danjani sat in the center, still wearing the same black nightgown from the morning, with an extra blanket draped over it. In the chair, Tang Jiani, with a ponytail and gold-rimmed glasses, was reading a book. Her brows were occasionally furrowed together, and her face was cool with a kind of sickly beauty. Who can't be impressed by a serious Danjani? But isn't Danjani studying acting? JAC was curious. Why is it that all that Danjani reads is trade and jurisprudence, and the ones on the shelves, too, are one book thicker than the other? Acting, trading, law, not even in the loop yet. And you're working on how to avoid taxes wisely? 6 dear, did I tell you to talk? I just told you to come in. I didn't tell you to open your mouth? Zhang Huai didn't even finish his sentence. It was just slapped in the face by what felt like being, well, slapped in the face. Okay. Zhang Huai retracted the words that were just in his heart. Whoever ing moves is in over their head. JH closed his mouth and placed the fruit plate on the small tea table on the side, with no intention of exiting. Standing behind Danjani, he felt in his pocket, was about to say something. Another glare from Danjani, glaring back. Why don't you get lost? I'm asking you a question. Are you dumb? JH stammered, pointing to his mouth. As for Tang Jiani, the fire instantly burned her face red. What do you mean? I was just not letting you talk. But you can talk now. I realized how it's so much work to talk to you. How it's so. Nishihachi. *******. You're just I let you have my money just to piss me off? Crazy. Utter lunacy. Danjani was reading a book 1 second. 2 words didn't deal with it. Straight up hysteria. Hate to tear up the book. Who can stand this? But, thankfully, JAC is a professional. I'm sorry, honey, I didn't mean it. Zhang Huai was the first to apologize, his tone filled with humility, but when she raised her eyes, Danjani had already copied the stick, and there was excitement in her eyes. Sorry? Does being sorry help? Hands. Zhang Huai lifted his hand obediently and allowed Tang Jiani to hit it on the palm. Wrong? Wrong. What's wrong? JAC said mentally. I don't know. Anyway, it's people who pay. So wrong is wrong. It's in the contract. Any accidents that occur in the room during JAC's performance are considered workplace injuries and are covered by medical benefits. Let Danjani take 2 hits. She's happy. There's money to be made for yourself. How nice. There's money to be made. And right and wrong don't seem so important. But it has to be said. Tang Jiani looked weak. Her hands were really black. Shouldn't the next point count be added to defense? 10 minutes later, Danjani was dripping with fragrant sweat, slumped in his chair. Zhang Huai picked up the blanket from the ground, shook off the dust, and put it back over Tang Jiani. Honey, you've just been sweating. Cover up a little to keep from catching a cold. I'll be sad if you catch a cold. Tang Jiani was really angry by Zhang Huai until her face reddened. In all her years, she had never seen such a person. Obviously punched for 10 minutes. It also makes you want to raise your hand and do a double take. But Tang Jiani really ran out of strength and was hardened by Zhang Huai's exasperated laughter. Smile. It was as if what had been piling up in the heart was gone. Tang Jiani pinched up the de-seeded dragon fruit and dropped it into her mouth. Sizing up Zhang Huai. I just told you to get lost. Why don't you? From his pocket, JAC pulled out the safflower oil again, full of genuine smiles. I was just thinking that my dear hand isn't ready yet. Do you need me to press it again for you? But you just wouldn't let me speak again, saying that you want me to not know how I should speak. Besides, if I do go away, who will you talk to about the unhappiness in your heart? These are my duties. How can I run away when you need me? Buzz. Danjani's mind went blank. Him. Did he really just mean that? Is it that obvious? Or was it him, watching himself all the time? Jac is right. She had been upset since yesterday. When Jiang Huai entered the door in the morning, Tang Jiani had the urge to vent. What was left of her sanity told her it wouldn't work. So Danjani, in restraint. But, does it really work? There was no way for Tang Jiani to calm down. All she could think about was what her father had explained. All I could think about was the little girl, standing alone in the cafeteria getting beaten up. All I could think about was the people around me, the cold stares. She was going crazy. So Jac did it on purpose? Deliberately igniting yourself to take all your emotions out on him? Listening to Jac's words, Tang Jiani only felt her face burning. She even didn't dare to look directly into Jiang Huai's eyes. Jac's eyes. How simple. What the hell did you just do? He just wanted to medicate himself. Instead, he took a beating. Danjani, are you going to apologize? The words, sorry, were on her lips, but Danjani couldn't say them. Two little people in her mind, arguing. The black imp says, he's paid by you, so why apologize? The white angel, however, said, but from the beginning to the end, he was looking for you. You hit people for no reason. Don't you feel guilty in your heart? Pulling a half a dozen. Tang Jiani still didn't open her mouth, but stretched out her slender fingers and handed them to Jiang Huai. Jac seconds. Also pulling a chair, he sat in front of Tang Jiani, first pouring safflower oil on his own hand, quickly rubbing out the temperature, and then gently pushing it into Tang Jiani's hand, pushing and babbling at the same time. Honey, safflower oil on your hands. You must be careful not to rub your eyes because Jac has a lot to say, but what exactly is being said? Danjani pressed on. Tang Jiani stared at Jiang Huai's head, mesmerized. The ears on the hairband swayed with Jac's body, and the natural curls of her hair looked shaggy. It's really hard to resist rubbing. What's the best way to rua hard enough and still look like you didn't mean it? Danjani was in a hurry. Safflower oil is warm in your hands, but Danjani didn't understand why the heart, too, was warm. Growing up, no one ever paid attention to her feelings, but Jiang Huai, however, remembered to rub her wounds. What is this? Is this care? Thinking of this, Tang Jiani looked at Jiang Huai's red and swollen hand that had been beaten, and her guilt deepened another point. But think about it. She really didn't know what was wrong with her. She just felt that when she saw Jiang Huai, it was as if her fire had found an outlet, and when she couldn't hold it in a little bit, her anger poured out. Moreover, it seemed that only Jac was able to let himself vent like this. Tang Jiani wondered, if she said, Jiang Huai, I can't seem to control myself, would Jiang Huai believe her? Danjani sighed slightly. The other arm rested on his cheek, enjoying a rare moment of inner peace. More than 20 years. It seems like there has never been an afternoon like this, so comfortable that I want to sleep. Tang Jiani was thinking that if she hugged Jiang Huai's head, she would definitely sleep well. Definitely. So the hands must be protected, and I'd be sad if they hurt when my dear hands are so beautiful. Jiang Huai finished babbling, wiped the safflower oil on his hands, took out his cell phone, opened WeChat and handed it to Tang Jiani. Honey, safflower oil 388, one push counts for you 88, code or cash? Danjani's eyes snapped open. Hey, chapter 28 can also be gangbanged. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Danjani cursed and transferred money at the same time. Thank you dear for your kind words about me. I will do better next time. Jac thanked him while collecting the money. But Jiang Huai really wanted to curse. I'll charge you 388. You casually flung over 3,800. The extra digit really gives you ding chills. Unless another 888 is posted to warm it up. Watch the other party collect. Tang Jiani took off her glasses and re-examined Jiang Huai. Couldn't help but laugh bitterly. For heaven's sake, the people who treat her the most like a human being are instead the ones who want to make money off of her? Isn't one funny? Jack, hearing Tang Jiani call her name, Jiang Huai propped up his harmless little white face and looked at Tang Jiani with a smile. What do you need from me, dear? Tonight you cook and drink with me. Yes. Jiang Huai knew that this was a declarative sentence, and it was not at all for him to choose. Solely nodded directly. I'll make whatever you want, dear. I want. The words were on her lips, and Tang Jiani felt strange in her heart. What does Jac mean? He paid for it himself. What makes you know what you like? In this way, take control of your stomach, and therefore yourself? The more Tang Jiani thought about it, the more annoyed she became. Won't you think for yourself? What else would I pay you to do? Okay, honey, did you like yesterday's prawn cassoulet? Or how about the pineapple goujons? I told you to guess for yourself. Are you sick? Okay, honey, dry. Jac was also convinced. What's with this guy? Emotional belt cooling. A few minutes to vent a big move. Cool off for a while, and now it's building up again. If you have that kind of money, why don't you save it for a visit to the mental hospital? And so on. If she's stabilized, is she slower to pull out money? Then forget it, it's better to be upside down. Better get drunk one day and memorize your bank card pin. Warning from Jiani's study. Neither one of them had lunch. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, JAC proceeded to prepare dinner. 6 dishes. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Tang Jiani sniffed the scent and slipped out of the study barefoot on time. Jiani scanned the dishes on the table. The face was expressionless, and the little man inside smiled. 6 dishes. 3 were sweet and sour, 2 were spicy, and there was a salad. Why? I don't think she just told Jian why. Why is it that every dish she loves, so happy? But again, he didn't want to act happy in front of Jiang Hui. Jiani is a bit conflicted. Ah, so annoying. Jiang Hui watched as Tang Jiani ripped out her chair and sat down, licking her lips intentionally. He also secretly clenched his small fists. Too right. Not bad for you. River details. A person like Tang Jiani spent most of her time in the study. Cooking for herself was definitely out of the question, so casually rummaged through the fridge, rummaged through the snacks. Jiani's preferred flavor doesn't come out. It's the sweet and sour taste and the spicy taste that JAC can't decide. Simply do it all. The main thing, it's a service. The dining room chandelier is dimly lit, and in the warm light, the man in the lace apron and hairband, attentive to the woman pouring red wine, eyes, all highballs, covered in a nightgown, her face cool, her onion white jade legs on tiptoe, folded together under the chair. The woman was dragging her chin, surveying the curls on the top of the man's head, with a blink of the eyes and a scattering of light on the lashes. There was a flash of unintentional contentment. Jiani suddenly felt, these ears don't fit JAC. It looks grandmotherly because the ears are hanging down, but JAC has abs and should wear a different one that would look better. Let's buy a new one afterward. Well, the shirts are another size smaller too. JH didn't know what Tang Jiani was thinking. Finished pouring for Jiani, poured himself another full glass. He hadn't wanted to drink so much. Asking is just idle hand searching for wine brands. 66,008 in one bottle. Can you not drink this? If you don't drink it, you'll be sorry for the beating you just took. After pouring the wine, Tang Jiani was about to serve the glass. Wait, what for? Tang Jiani frowned, looking at Jiang Hui who, out of nowhere, turned out 2 candles, lighted to stand on the tabletop and turn off the light again, because it's 6 o'clock. It's not dark at all. JAC simply pulled the curtains all the way shut. What are you doing? The room suddenly turned dark, and Tang Jiani almost didn't react. She hates black. Dang it, dear MS. Tang, here's the candlelight dinner I prepared for you. Are you happy with it? Jiani was going to give a bad review, but it was a little hard to tell when your eyes hit the blurry face in the distance through the flickering candlelight, looking at the furry shadows stretched by the candlelight. Just, average. Hurry up and eat. I'm starving. Hey, wait a minute. What are you doing again? Are you done? This time Tang Jiani really wanted to be annoyed. The tipping point was about to be ignited when JAC's head suddenly came over, along with the expression on Jiani's face when she was caught off guard. Together, they are framed within the cell phone. Click. You, what were you doing just now? Our first candlelight dinner. Of course we have to commemorate it. Jiang Hui checked the photos on his cell phone with some regret on his face. It's just that the lights are too dim to get a clear shot. Ah yes dear. I'm sorry, it's my fault. I forgot. You can't take pictures in the room. I'll delete it right away. That's weird. He, Jiang Hui, could be Jiang Lick Lick, could be Jiang Chef, but could also be Jiang Bond when necessary. I'm going to expose you afterward. How can you convince people with just some words? So venture out and collect some photos. No less. Wait until the rent is backed up and the post is up and the photos are posted. Young men with hairbands and goddesses with glasses of red wine. So combined. Blow up. Absolutely fried. He, Jack, has already lost his reputation. What's he afraid of? Wait until the photos are finished uploading to the cloud drive. JAC's fingers acted pompous, and his finger was on the delete button, about to press it. Wait, Jiang Hui looked at Tang Jiani, with some slightly reddened cheeks. There was a sense of foreboding. Jiang Hui, you passed the photo to me. JACW is up. No, sis, why don't you follow the script? You made the rules when the room couldn't be photographed in the first place. I just took a picture without your permission. Why are you so mad? Why are you suddenly calm? What about playing? JAC frowned. It was his turn to hesitate. He had seen the extent of Tang Jiani's perversion. If the photo gets into Jiani's hands, will she threaten herself with this? Send it to your classmates. Send it to your family? How will you explain it to your family? He too didn't care what his classmates thought of him, but he'll feel guilty if it affects his family. Honey, it's either 10,000. I'll take it. How about Bluetooth? Bluetooth is clear. Send photos. JAC tearfully clicked collect. What can he do? Old Jiang Tu will soon celebrate his 50th birthday. Is this about money for JAC? This is all for the old Jiang too. The Maybach piece is saved for the rest of his life. Chapter 29, Miss Mu. You throw garbage too. So angry. JAC can't understand that there are so many rich people in the world. Why can't there be more of him? Open dinner for an hour. Johnny drank 2.5 bottles of red wine by himself. Over 60,000 a bottle. He wouldn't dare drink a Coke like that. Honey, you've already had a lot to drink. Why don't I help you to rest? Jiang Hui put down his wineglass and walked over to Tang Jiani's side, holding Tang Jiani's shoulders. Just a little touch. Tang Jiani then lost her backbone and leaned on Jiang Hui as a whole. Leaning over, Johnny radiated heat and her mouth chattered. I don't well. Today's little fish flew really high. Whoosh. Snap. Fell into the frying pan and was eaten by me. Burp. He. Sure enough, all the beautiful things in the world can only be seen from a distance. JH was thinking. If this hey face of Tang Jiani was known by the students, how many male students would have to jump off the building overnight? Johnny changed like this, but it really has nothing to do with him. JAC understands the candlelight dinner red wine. It should be the cup gently touch. One person a sentence cut dead. The atmosphere ambiguous. TV doesn't always play that way. He was also, as far as possible, moving closer to that. Anyway, I don't know. Which part went wrong? Progress is as good as pressing fast forward, or multiply it by 4 times kind of thing. The most words I heard from Johnny during a meal were, I'll do it, feel free, pour on, I'm dry, feel free, full on, I'm hey, who are you? Want to throw up? Couldn't stop it at all. Tang Jiani, who was leaning against Jiang Hui, pinched her highball glass and tilted her head. Half of the red wine went into his mouth, the other half, down his chin, stained the entire ocean, making the whole thing smell fruity. After this bite, Tang Jiani completely lost her center of gravity and pressed all over Jiang Hui. JAC sighed. Crouching down, he put Tang Jiani's arm on his shoulder, and his hand went back around Tang Jiani's knee, holding the whole person in his arms like a kitten. Standing up, he headed for the living room. Don't say. Tang Jiani looked bony, but in her arms, it was soft. Shrinking in Jiang Hui's arms, Tang Jiani's eyes were mesmerized and she didn't look anywhere, deadly staring at Jiang Hui. Handsome. Hey, who are you? You have lovely ears. Sip. JH? Sip it. The perversion thing is really engraved in the bones. Jiang Hui put Tang Jiani on the sofa. Getting wet wipes, he began to wipe the wine stains on Johnny, wiping from the corner of his mouth to his neck and on down, with heartbreaking skill, brushing up against her body. Tang Jiani grunted softly and tensed her feet, her eyes still staring at Jiang Hui without blinking. Hardly, he gave Jiang Hui a somewhat embarrassed look. Honey, you've been looking at me for so long. Do you see anything? Jiang Hui leaned close to Tang Jiani's ear and rubbed his throat as he took off his nightgown. Fingers traced over the collarbone when, out of the corner of her eye, Tang Jiani inexplicably dropped a string of silver beans, gave JAC a fright. The room was dim, but Johnny's eyes were bright as a clear spring. I know who you are. You're Bean. Dowdo. JAC hasn't reacted yet. Johnny is as good as a fraud. Bouncing up from the sofa and taking his entire body in his arms, rather than holding him in his arms, Jiang Hui instead felt more like Tang Jiani was desperately trying to get into his arms. Johnny, who had been on the couch the previous second, it had now rolled off the couch and fell into JAC's arms. JAC didn't move around. Withdrawing his hand, he hesitated and pinched at Johnny's face, wet and sticky, all tears. In the past, when Jiang Hui watched a skit that said someone cried when he drank too much, he thought it was a joke, but he didn't expect this time to let him meet the real thing. Dowdo. The whole world really is still. You are the best for me. You listen to me. Oh. Outside are bad people. Oh. Tang Jiani's ghostly eyes were lost in the sun, and her hand kept gesticulating in front of Jiang Hui's chest. You must protect me. Now the show is on. Tang Jiani crushes JAC's chest. JAC anyway, can only entertain themselves. Watching Johnny throw punch after punch hurt him, but come to think of it, at that time, I promised Johnny to sign the contract. Isn't it ready? Providing Tang Jiani with an outlet for her emotions was the most basic item for Jiang Hui, and if doing so would satisfy Tang Jiani, of course he would do it. Honey, everyone loves you. JAC's words with a bubbly tone. It made Tang Jiani's petite body tremble slightly. Tang Jiani slowly raised her head, looked at Jiang Hui, and shook her head again, her hair scattered, covering her full delicate face. No, they all hit me. I can't feel like it. Bean, who do you think cares how I feel? Jiang Hui huffed, carefully putting his palm on Tang Jiani's head and rubbing it. Not with me. That bang. JAC speaks softly and sweetly. When the candle goes out, the room fell into darkness. Jiang Hui felt that there was also a pair of hands in the darkness, quickly sticking to the top of his head and rubbing it recklessly. As he rubbed, the sound of faint breathing came from time to time to his ears. You're all I have too. That's good. That's good. What he could give to Tang Jiani was only of emotional value. Tang Jiani's emotions were vented, and Jiang Huai's purpose, too, had been achieved. At least the suffocating feeling of being wrapped up in the ocean hadn't been in vain. We're paid. What else can be done? Take it. Cleaned up the mess. Jiang Huai carried a bag of garbage and stood in the living room surveying Tang Jiani. It's still the same. The quiet Danjani is breathtakingly beautiful. But I don't know if it was because he had seen that the frost goddess would also shed tears. Jiang Huai instead felt that Tang Jiani's face this night was a few points more well-behaved. The first time was completely and perverted and unrelated. I'm just going to drop off some trash. I'll be right back. No. Junk. Fill me up. Alright. JAC gentle withdraws one non-perverted statement. Out the door of the room. JHW lit a cigarette. After a day of blowing cold air in the room, I now decided to walk the steps. JAC is not a sexist, much less a sexist. He's always felt that. When you are born, you are a blank sheet of paper. He is whatever color the people who raised him put on him. So is it really the painting that's wrong? Or the person who made the painting? Tang Jiani said that all of them are bad people. Who are all the bad guys? Danjani said they all beat me. She's a top-ranking rich woman, so I guess she has a distinguished family. Who else can beat her up? Walking out of the building, Jiang Huai felt the breeze of the autumn night. Sigh. Love, in fact, is the same as fading leaves. When the leaves, leaving the tree as a harbor, do not feel the nourishment, in a few days, is a piece of touching the hand. In fact, fragile withered leaves, one pinch and it crumbles. Seems like little perverted parents, who are only good at earning money and not so good at raising kids. JH carried the garbage, performed the hand, and opened the cover into the frame with one hand, in one go. But what does your inability to raise a child have to do with me? Shui Jiang, I'm just here to be a lickspittle, repairing trauma in the child's heart and easing conflicts within the family. That's the other price. Another day of sanity yet. Jiang, look at the moon. Just let it all go. Was it good? Good looking. Pervert? Hey, why are you cursing? JAC turned his head. The fire in his brow crashed into the girl a meter away. The girl was wearing a sports tank top, yoga pants, white hair tied in a ponytail, sunny and dry. Obviously it was an autumn night, but the whole person was full of energy. Hiss. Such a coincidence. Miss Mu, you also throw garbage? Chapter 30, Dad. I want to buy stuffy. I throw your ex's. Not bad for you. Zero frame starting sister. JAC didn't expect it either. When you come down to throw away a piece of garbage, you can run into Mu Chu Yen in such a beautiful way. Seeing as Mu Chu Yen gave the red packet, Jiang Huai didn't intend to get involved in anything more. Turning to go, before taking a step, he was stopped by Mu Chu Yen rushing up. Snap. A slap on JH's shoulder. The hit caught JAC off guard. Clueless. Very clueless. Jiang Huai was fixed in place, looking at Mu Chu Yen's face. He didn't know where the anger came from, and his face was full of question marks. That's excessive. Miss Mu, even though I'm a nice guy, I'm not Mr. Nice Guy. So what are you doing hitting someone for no reason? Counting what? Listening to Jiang Huai's words, Mu Chu Yen's face turned green. Listen, what a shameless man in the end. It's what makes you say things like that. 3 times now. 3 times already. Once when the cake was delivered, and again the afternoon before last when I overheard you upstairs. And now it's nighttime, and you're still skulking around here. So, Jiang Huai scratched his head and froze. He didn't understand. Does this have anything to do with you in terms of trade? Jiang Huai, I only knew you were a scum. I didn't realize you were still a rogue. Yes, I'm a bit of a standout at Linda, and more people like me, but that's no reason for you to tail me. Creatures that don't use their brains to think. What a ing head. The more Mu Chu Yen spoke, the more angry she became. She hated to slap Jiang Huai, but when she raised her hand, she was afraid that Jiang Huai would lick her hand. Disgusting. That is, they are all men. How can the gap between men and men be so big? There are men who are so happy with a mouthful of little piggies, and there are retards who, in the middle of the night, are still squatting downstairs, wondering what they're peeking at. It was also fortunate that she was the one who ran at night and met Jiang Huai. If there is its other G-May, take this path to meet JAC. How serious the consequences have to be. JAC at this time. Only 2 words came to mind. Maru spicy. Before, Jiang Huai only thought of Mu Chu Yen as a big sister. Now you tell me. It's still a version T0. Magic attack is stacked and knows some punches. Can this be played? Jokes are jokes, but JAC is a man of principle. It's okay for Danjani to hit me, because there is a contract in place. And, Saturdays and Sundays are also contract fulfillment times. But Mu Chu Yen, it's not a no-no. Blame it on the damn system. Although Mu Chu Yen did not know who the landlord was, Jiang Huai was sure that now that he fought back, Mu Chu Yen's satisfaction points would definitely fall. Eyes on the cyber version of the JAC, just building goodwill. Positions are being built. Reduce your holdings now. The gains don't pay for the losses. Enough cursing, Miss Mu. Enough cursing. Can I take a picture with you? You're right. In fact, I confess, I've liked you for a long time, but never knew how to say it. So finding your neighborhood was a way of liking you. Can you give me a chance? Pops said to beat magic with magic. JAC doesn't know if it will work. Mu Chu Yen's small fists clenched until they were tight. Veins protruding. She knew it. She knew it. Must have gone out earlier and accidentally stepped on a manhole cover and spoiled her luck. It would have been depressing to stay home. If the little doesn't reply to the message, forget about it. The bank is calling for the loan again. She just wanted to come downstairs for a break. It's all about bumping into JAC. Who the hell is she messing with? Mu Chu Yen didn't understand what was wrong with her not wanting to take over her family's dozen or so pawnshops, a few wharves, a few sand quarries, and a few fishing markets. She'd obviously been trying to fend for herself. Why is business, like, so bad? And at school, she's genuine to everyone. Just helping her sister beat up the smelly scumbag who drives a Porsche. Just helping her best buddy beat up the guidance counselor who scolded him. Just helping the student council beat up the competing school next door. Just helping the outreach club beat up the internet cafe that owes sponsorship. She helped so many people. So many people. Why was there no one who would talk to her? She was obviously, too, a little, watery girl who needed to be loved. Aggrieved. Really aggravating. I'm going to cry. Hiss. Jiang Huai watched as the golden peas swirled around Mu Chu Yen's eyes, switching from being full of confusion. What's this about? Pop's experience. Does it really work like that? Although Mu Chu Yen cried, with tears tacked in her eyes and her little mouth bulging like a bun, it was oddly adorable. But Jiang Huai swore that he really didn't want to make this girl cry either. Miss Mu, I was wrong. I actually don't like you that much. Don't take it personally. I solemnly apologize to you. I'm sorry. I don't want any more chances. The word is out. But how does it feel like the temperature dropped instantly? It's not even winter yet, is it? It's weirdly cold. Jiang Huai, am I that bad? Mu Chu Yen rubbed her arm against the tears, her tone extremely smooth. Jiang Huai froze, searching for the wrong thing to say. Also, not really, Miss Mu. You're very good. It's just that I don't deserve you. If I'm good, then why don't you like me that much? So do I. Like, or not? Should I, give it a shot? Mu Chu Yen's chest, covered in a sports undershirt, rose and fell as she glared at Jiang Huai for 5 seconds with her diaphanous eyebrows. The corners of his mouth then curved up into a crescent moon. JAC, isn't it? That's exactly what I am. Good luck. Okay, put down the word. Mu Chu Yen walked away without looking back, leaving Jiang Huai behind, hanging with a full smile on his face. The girl, in fact, is quite nice. And isn't this the obvious acceptance of an apology? And wishing people good luck. Good luck to you too. Miss Mu, get out. Okay. Jiang Huai watched Mu Chu Yen walk away and rubbed the spot on his shoulder where he was beaten. Put your mouth away. Rolling? Of course it's going to roll. Life is like a play. But why? Some plays are filmed in depth, while others are as light as water. Is it bad acting? JAC thinks, not necessarily. The biggest problem, probably with the characterization, is the lack of an antagonist. In front of Mu Chu Yen, he only the more perverted. More perverted. Wait until the little out of the time will be more. Let Mu Chu Yen have a feeling like spring breeze. The first person she thought of when she saw little bitch was probably Jiang Huai. The heart must say it over and over again. That man is disgusting and the little is an angel. With a pull, only in exchange for more points. Mulling it over, JH pulled out his cell phone. Weebly found the white-haired witch, tapped the line and hit send. Sending finished, and then look at the neighborhood. Qin Mengmeng's household is lighting up. Thinking back to Mu Chu Yen's words just now, is it true that you should still try to avoid showing your face in the neighborhood? Although JAC is the landlord, but JAC always felt, trying to keep the tenants unaware of each other seems to be more conducive to stability. Why don't we just get a car first? It's parked directly underground and will be used for graduation soon. Jiang Huai nodded, feeling that it made sense. So he made a phone call. Hey, Dad, I want to buy Stuffy. Chapter 31, I seem to like playing with you. On the other side of the phone, Jiang Zhongqiu was first stunned. You buy a QQ flyboard. That's good. It seemed like business was normal in the house for a while. At least Pops sounded neutral. Jiang Huai smiled and continued. Dad, I want to buy a Passat. You pay the down payment. I'll pay the loan. Loan you give. You, ha? Jiang Zhongqiu's secondary froze. You kid do not properly study in college. Where the money to pay back the loan? As for the rhetoric, JAC has thought it through. Our university has entrepreneurship class. Graduation conditions is to start a company. The first stage is to reach revenue of 1 million, or not to give a diploma, and the school has to help. So I opened a rental company. The integration of housing, rent to earn the difference in price. The benefit is not bad. Hiss. On the other end of the phone, Zhang Zhongqiu's voice was farther away. Wife, now that the university earns less than $1 million, are not given to graduate? Zhang Huai couldn't help but smile. I don't have to look to know that mom and dad are, right now, staring wide-eyed. Both JAC's mom and dad almost graduated from junior high school. How do they know what it's really like in college? But JAC knows. His mother, MS Huaishu, and his father, Lao Jiang too, just had him and decided to give the child a better space for development. From the township, a few strata at a time, to the development of the city of Linjiang, a small storefront, a frying ladle for over a decade, froze him, a country boy, and fired him as a college student. Cars and stuff, never had the luxury, though right now, he has the strength to take it straight, but with that nature of mom and dad, the full payment would rather keep them off the ground. It's nighttime and can't help but wonder, what kind of business are they why doing now and why do they suddenly have so much money? Is this money coming in the right way? He couldn't say. I have a system, he said. Thinking about it, Zhang Huai felt that this matter how to let parents have a sense of participation. They are more down to earth. Dad, don't ask. I'll buy you one too and I'll pay the loan. Father, you also don't need to worry about your son. You guys gave birth to me and raised me for so many years. In fact, the money's been called son. Your mom and I are already on our way for a test drive. We'll talk about it after. Doodle doodle. Hey, JAC froze as he stared at his cell phone. Busy. They're all busy. It's good to be busy. It's annoying. It's really annoying. Mu Chu Yen crouched at the door of the building, shrink into a ball, like a discarded white-furred ragdoll. Poor and cute. In WeChat, Xiao Qing was doing a work report. Auntie Qing, Yen, head Zhang of the back kitchen left today and took a lot of his men with him. Should we consider? Tomorrow, resting for a while and finding the cook? Also, the landlord came in this month and said the rent would go up next month. And what a macabre. Mu Chu Yen really wasn't in the mood to read on. This, it seemed, was not quite the same as her first 20 years. Her perception of the world, Mu Chu Yen remembered, from the time of teething. Olden just always sat at home, right in the middle of the gathering. Just lift your finger. You do what you do, and you do what you do. Random ramblings. A lot of things get done. Isn't that how things work? Mu Chu Yen didn't understand. Which step, exactly, was mimicked incorrectly. The back-of-house work environment is top-notch and the pay is good. Can't keep people. Lobby private room service is regulated. Instead, the foreman went off one after another. Again, can't keep people. And most of the people who left went to off-the-beaten-path restaurants. Is it really that much of a failure? Not even close to the fly shops? It's annoying. It's all JAC's fault. It's all JAC's fault. Mu Chu Yen aggrieved little golden beans spinning. Look at the four no one. Hurriedly wiped off, and stood up his chest. Coincidentally the phone vibrated again. Look at the ID little. Mu Chu Yen didn't even notice that the sadness on her face was immediately swept away. Two large incisors couldn't hold it in and ran out to show it off. Little bitch, it's so sad. I went to save the world today and met the monster covered in white fur. It's so strong. The red light in front of me is already starting to flash. Do you believe in light? If so please micro me 50 and lend me a rechargeable battery to restore my energy. Put. Mu Chu Yen covered her stomach and laughed. This guy, is he trying to laugh her to death and inherit the money she owes from her flowers? In the world, there are still a lot of good people. Mu Chu Yen, transfer 500. Please help me teach that white-haired monster a hard lesson. It is my duty to save the world. Little bitch, collections. Well the money is here. Go to bed early. Mu Chu Yen stared blankly at her cell phone. It always feels like, somehow, 500 is missing. Not sure. Look again. Ah hey, where's my story? Mu Chu Yen clenched her fists as she typed. Drill into your cell phone and beat the crap out of you. Believe it or not. Little bitch, I have to fight monsters today. How can I have time to tell stories? Go to bed early. Mu Chu Yen was really anxious. I'm not going to sleep. I have to tell a story today. Nothing good had met her this day. It was so hard to get to story time. How can you say you won't talk about it and not talk about it? If you don't tell me, I'll. Ouch. So angry. Mu Chu Yen, who was standing at the entrance of the building, beamed her little mouth and kept stamping her little feet. It's not like the little is in front of her. What else can she do to people? I'll only give you 5 seconds. Okay, 5 more seconds. I can only stand it for half a minute. If you're not here in a minute, I'll never play with you again. A minute goes by in a flash. 1 minute, 10 seconds. The phone shook. Little bitch, I just borrowed a shared charger and my phone charged. Did you say anything? Just now. Or is it shared charging? Look at the little message. Mu Chu Yen subconsciously withdrew the previous message, opened the door to the house now, and kind of sat on it again. Obviously it doesn't seem like much, but why is the heart beating so fast? Mu Chu Yen kept circling the room. She really wasn't a girl who liked to think much. But Mu Chu Yen, you girl, just what the hell are you doing, hey? Surely people borrowing rechargeable batteries are out there? People's cell phones are dead and you're here threatening them. You're not human. The little couldn't have seen it. People know how to talk to you on a big night, when they're out playing. You on the other hand. Nishi Hachi, what to do? Mu Chu Yen didn't think that she had panicked. When has she ever panicked? But the thought of it, if the little really saw that, made her heart parched and uncomfortable. Tinker, little bitch, I saw you say that if you didn't come for a minute, you wouldn't play with me, hey. Look at the words of the little. Mu Chu Yen's hanging heart finally died. What to do? Want to apologize? The little won't be sad, will she? But how do you write the word sorry? Dry. Mu Chu Yen just reacted. From birth until now, it's never been someone else who has apologized to her. I'm sorry for those 3 words. For her, it was almost as hard to say as I love you. Just think about it. Just feel ashamed to say it. But people clearly saw it. Hello. What the hell? So anxious. Why don't you send a friend and ask? The golden peas are so worthless today. They're about to fall off again. Come on, an angel. Save her. Tinker. Mu Chu Yen didn't dare to take a breath. So curious to know what the little said. And so afraid of what the little said. Mu Chu Yen's slender fingers covered the screen. Only a slit is showing. Little bitch said. But what? But I didn't really want to play with you either. But I seem to. As if? But I seem to like playing with you. Cell phones are about as hot potatoes. It rolled twice in Mu Chu Yen's hand and fell to the side. Bang bang. Bang bang. Mu Chu Yen covered her heart nest. Feeling as if I'm sick. I seem to like playing with you quite a bit. Is he implying something? Chapter 32. What is our relationship? The couch. Lights. Mu Chu Yen was holding her cell phone cross-legged, her mouth gnawing on her fingernails, frowning tightly as if she was on the verge of an attack. What do I do? She had so many boy minions, but never had she felt so overwhelmed. I seem to, kind of enjoy playing with you? This sentence was too new for Mu Chu Yen. She never takes the initiative. When I meet interesting people, I always take the initiative to go up and say, hang out with me from now on. Others just nodded, never said no. But this time, the initiative seemed to have shifted to someone else. And Mu Chu Yen panicked? Degree search. Mu Chu Yen's onion-white fingers tapped on the screen. One person said, I kinda like being with you. The word didn't finish. Just a couple searches popped up. What does it mean when a person says, I kind of like playing with you? How to respond to a person who says, I kind of like playing with you. That's so nice. Everyone had such troubles, and Mu Chu Yen was relieved. What does that mean? First, friendliness and closeness, expressing the hope that the relationship will continue. Second, the opposite sex clearly indicates that the other person likes you. Hey, like, Mu Chu Yen? Mu girl, what are you giggling about? Obviously, they had only known each other for a few days, and they didn't even know what the little looked like. Mu Chu Yen was all a bit uncertain. Why is he still a little happy about what's going on? Search again. How to reply to a person who says they like to play with you. Duchess, great, I've always wanted to hang out with you. That one doesn't work. Mu Chu Yen bit her finger, biting it tighter and tighter, her small round feet constantly rubbing on the carpet. This is the first time I've answered something like that. Mu Chu Yen had to be cautious. It's too direct, as if it comes across as her being unreserved. But if you're rambling, will you come across as, again, not very enthusiastic? That's a good line. Ha, it seems my charm is everywhere. But seriously, it's always such a pleasure to spend time with you. I hope we can continue to create more great memories and I'll play you more often. Back to the room. Jiang Huai looked at Tang Jiani who was lying on the carpet. 4 tilts and 8 crosses. There's no trace of a goddess image. Shaking his head helplessly, he crouched down again. Jiang Huai had wanted to take Tang Jiani and carry her back to the sofa, but accidentally gave this pervert. Found an opportunity to take advantage of. Tang Jiani's 2 green onion white jade legs, coiled to Jiang Huai's waist, and the same as the life-threatening locks, cannot be broken. What could JAC do? At least Tang Jiani's head, resting on his chest, was still sleeping well. Jiang Huai could only sit on the sofa first. As with coaxing a child, he let Donjani shrink into his arms. Tang Jiani in her arms, her pink lips slightly opened, and the corners of her mouth were still hanging with crystal thin lines that dripped onto Jiang Huai's shirt. You're a grown man, and you're still drooling in your sleep. Jiang Huai reached out and manually helped Tang Jiani close her mouth. It just closed and opened again. Close it again. Jiani frowned slightly, obviously a little upset. Rubbing his cheek hard against Zhang Huai's chest, he continued to drool. Bean, I, for one, still want to drink garbage. Hey, still, breathless is the word. It's the silence in the room tonight. Zhang Huai rolled his eyes and could only let her go like this. Seeing as how Tang Jiani hasn't moved, Zhang Huai brought the cell phone over and set it on Tang Jiani's head. The top of the furry head is just right as a cell phone holder when paired with a ball head. The white-haired witch. I'll play you more too. Good one for me to play. This guy, he really changes his face faster than a book. JH read the message on his cell phone. Start typing. JH, oddly flattered. Or the first time a girl said that she would give me her personally. So what am I considered yours? Mu Chu Yen, being typed at. 1 input. Input for half a minute. JAC knew without looking. This little white-haired brain is probably going to blow up again. It's been a minute since I've seen it and I haven't heard from the other side. Zhang Huai felt that it was better not to tease people. Get a grip and finish the business. JH, it's time for Little Piggy's story. Let me see. Is Little Piggy lying down? JH, Piggy lay down, emoji. White-haired witch, I'm not a little piggy piggy ahoy. Jack, say, puppy and piggy. Played late at home. An auntie goat came over and put the two little ones to bed. The puppy fell asleep quickly, but the only one who stayed up was the little piggy. So auntie goat asked Piggy, why don't you go to bed? Guess what Piggy said? White hair witch, I'm too caffeinated to sleep. JH, no. Little Piggy said, no, I'm not going to sleep. I want to hear your story before I go to sleep. Okay, story's over. Go to bed Little Piggy. Mu Chu Yen was lying on the sofa. The body had turned completely pink. Mu Chu Yen clutched the blanket and covered her face. Exposed toes, sticking up and down. Damn, the little is so annoying. Mu Chu Yen scolded and laughed at the same time. What to laugh about? She didn't know. It just always feels like the corners of my mouth can't be pressed. So, is one sleeping or not sleeping now? If you sleep, you're not the little piggy in the little S mouth. And if you don't sleep, you're not even more the little piggy in the story. Mu Chu Yen was in a dilemma. One could only stare wide-eyed at the little avatar on WeChat all the time. I looked at the avatar and couldn't help but go back in and look at my friend's circle. But there's nothing in the circle of friends. Still feeling itchy all over. And look at the little S personality signature. I've been walking on thin ice all my life. Can I still make it to the other side? Pust. Mu Chu Yen covered her mouth and tried her best not to laugh so loudly. I didn't realize that the little was still a thin ice brother. The little is so nerdy. It sure is fun to talk about. Wait. Mu Chu Yen's unintentional words. Frightened, she bounced off the couch and took the first opportunity to gulp down some water to keep the shock down. Mu Chu Yen, what the hell are you talking about? Talking about what? I'm asking you, what are you going to talk about? You are the goddess of Linda. How many people are lining up to chase you? And you took the initiative to get on. Is it a shame? But the little is really funny. My head itches. What should I do? I'm going to grow something. Who would dare to think? The titular goddess of Linda would wrap herself up like a baby silkworm in the middle of the night. A constant mayfly chrysalis on the couch finally fell to the ground. It's only gradually becoming more honest. On the carpet, Mu Chu Yen revealed a pair of small eyes, staring at the ceiling. In his head, it was all about what Zhang Huai had just said. Yeah, so what kind of relationship are we? Mulling it over, Mu Chu Yen suddenly remembered something. Grab the open class schedule. By the second semester of my junior year, the class schedule, although a portion of the main classes have been turned into self-study, but there are also some great classes that are co-op electives that you need to go to. It doesn't matter if you create a business or not. It's mostly a mix of credits. That's right, that's it. On Tuesday mornings, there is a class on college entrepreneurship that is co-taught with the English and performance departments. Mu Chu Yen's eyes, staring like bronze bells. I remember, the little said. He is the English department and my class. Hey. Mu Chu Yen cradled her cell phone in her arms, barefoot, into the bedroom, rummaged through it, and back, spread a few black clothes out on the couch. But how it looks, it's not good. Do I usually wear these biker leathers? It won't scare the little away. No. Little white hairs, brain shaking like rattles, quickly pulling out his cell phone. He found Auntie Haru's number. Chapter 33, Trouble Only Shifts. Mu family's private residence, gathering hall, a whole row of black Maybachs at the door, neatly organized, drivers gathered with cigarettes in their mouths. East is west, sight through a wooden window pane. Moron Yuntian sat in the center of the hall, not angry. The heads of the dozen or so halls below were reporting on the recent situation in turn. Halfway through the speech, the young girl who ran in at the side whispered a few words in Moron Yuntian's ear. Moron Yuntian then went out the side door. Outside the door, the man took the call that had gone through and held it to his ear, his tone affectionate. Hey, Sister Chang, what's wrong? Why are you calling it this time? Is something wrong on Yin Yan's side? On the phone, Maru Spice, Mr. Mu All Maru Spice, do you know that just now, when I was sleeping well, Yin Yan suddenly called me and said she wanted me to buy her a cartload of little dresses. There are halter tops, dresses, little pleated skirts, and JK skirts, pink, all pink, scare me, Sister Chang, Yin Yan is a big girl, wearing pink is not the right. Wait, in the backyard of the Mu family's private residence, there was a scream. The bats were startled. What do you mean? Yen Yen, a car, pink, and ING-JK. What's JK? Morong Yuntian listened to the phone. Sister Qing cursed ***** and hurriedly calmed down. But, how can this ING calm down? He raised his daughter. He cannot know what kind. Everyday suspenders outside the leather jacket. Tube socks with Chelsea. Stomping Ducati. The road yellow hairs see all hide far away. The reverse gave Pops a kind of inexplicable peace of mind. But you now, tell me, you're going to turn into Pinky. This. Isn't that the color of ING love? Is it that landlord? I knew it. Looking at my little Yen the other day, being so enthusiastic about that guy, it's bound to be no good. Ah, Harry. As soon as Morong Yuntian thought of it, that day, Mu Chu Yen looked at her cell phone and giggled with a silly expression. Scratch your ass in a hurry. Mu Chu Yen is the favorite baby besides his own wife. From the moment she was born, she was regarded as the apple of everyone's eye. Whether it's the room, or the clothes, it's all messed up to the standards of a little princess. In Morong Yuntian's imagination, little Yen is just that. Sweet and fragrant, soft and tender and pink. Growing up was a bit of a deviation that he could live with. But UING tell me now, his big baby, who had to voluntarily turn pink for the sake of a fairgrounds landlord. It's ING worse than killing him. Yen, are you planning to hospitalize my father? Sister Chang, on Yen Yan's side, you should take care of her first and keep an extra eye on her. You don't have to worry about the rest. Hang up the phone. Morong Yuntian returned to the gathering hall. No one dared make a sound, because the boss's face, it's so dark, vinegar black. Morong Yuntian swept his side around. One of the men, already sweating, he stood up and admitted his mistake. Tian, brother Tian, that Zhou Chao guy. We checked, his family owns a kiosk in Linjiang. He doesn't look like a gangster. Moreover, this guy we squatted for a few days, in the dormitory of the Prosperity University pressed not to come out. We are not good to break into the school. Really? No way. I don't care. I'll give you a week. If you don't bring this grifter here next week, I'll make you work overtime on Saturdays. No subsidy, and you won't have a lunch break. Believe it or not, the people around us agreed. This time, Tian was really fired up. Because, what a dirty curse. Monday. Sister Momo, is this too big for me? No. It tastes better when it's bigger. JH watched as Sister Momo took his hand and put the hot dog buns that were made into the oven. Nod seriously. Think what Sister Momo said. Makes sense. I'm so happy to learn another Momo-sama's craft. But Momo-sama, it's really quite dangerous for you to be hand-holding me like that. Momo blinked, a little confused. Why? Because Momo-san's hands are really soft and sticky. I just almost took it as a dough and put it in the oven. Momo bowed her head. Her little face reddened from her cheeks to the roots of her ears, gently slapping Jiang Huai's shoulder. You child. Nasty. But it's time to say no. Since JAC joined the cake store, Momo really felt that normal days became quite interesting. Before that, I went to the store every day to make cakes and sell them after making them. Although I made money, but it always seemed pointless. Jiang Huai sunshine teenager, handsome, and although a little age gap, but always let the old auntie heart tip trembling, messed up the last couple nights. Both had to run out of power to fall asleep. Badass. JAC is also quite embarrassed. The first time I went out for a delivery before, I received a bad review. This cowhorse era. Sister Momo not only didn't blame him, and asked if he was hurt. It warmed Jiang Huai's heart. Secretly vowed that he would use practical actions to make Sister Momo give a little increase in salary. JAC this is also for the sake of the store. If the wages were really high, he was afraid that the store would go out of business, and he would certainly contribute 120%. JH looked out the window. The sun has been setting for a while now. The East Market entrance is still crowded with people, sighing with a sigh that there were so many rich people. Jiang Huai began to clean up the store. Sister Momo, there's something else I'm kinda embarrassed about. I have an entrepreneurship class tomorrow afternoon and I'm earning credits, so I might have to take the day off. But please don't worry. Sister Momo, I will take the lessons seriously and use the knowledge from the class to lead our cake store to become bigger, stronger and more brilliant. Go 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 go. Momo covered her mouth and laughed as the twisted braid in front of her body shook. Little Jac is so full of energy all the time. Perhaps this is youth. Know that Jwahar has class tomorrow. Momo laughed and kicked Jac out of the cake store. Said to let Jac prep well, waiting for Jac to take her flying. Jac couldn't argue. The early retirement achievement can only be reached in tears. That is, where can I find such a good boss's wife? Where to, little brother? Linda, thanks. Get a cab at Dongshiku. Looking at the pink sky in the west, the autumn wind brushed his face through the car window, and Jiang Huai was in a good mood. Yesterday to Mu Chu Yen little white hair. After telling the story, that girl went up 15 satisfaction points in a row. The score is now at 40, another 20 points. Just get a brand new property. Everything, it's going in a good direction yet. Jac closes his eyes. Planned to take a nap. Sleepiness had just set in when a vibration came from his cell phone. Seeing that it was Zhang Yuanhang calling, Jiang Huai pressed the phone to his ear. Hey, Voyager. Lao Jiang, where the hell are you? Listen, no matter where you are, don't go back to Linda today first. On the phone, Zhang Yuanhang's tone stole a strong feeling, gave Jac a good laugh. What's the matter, Voyager? You flirted with the big man's girl and they came to beat you up? Asterisk 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 off. It's not you, Botsies. Mu Chu Yen wrote a post saying that you tailed her and squatted to spy on her. All into someone's neighborhood. There are pictures and the truth. What? Mu Chu Yen's little brother, and a bunch of brainwashed fans, all rushed our dormitory. This just calmed down a little bit. If you come back, quasi-bombing, seize the time to hide for a night. Hang up. Hello, lean. Sure enough, Jac knew that all that short-lived goodness was a lie. Trouble only shifts, but it doesn't go away. This little white hair, it's really gone a bit too far this time out. There was supposed to be a class tomorrow. JH also sought to get a good night's sleep. It's okay now, master. Let's not go to Linda for now. So where to? Appendix footpath. Okay. Chapter 34 is downright crazy. Buckle up. Coming. Qin Mengmeng opened the door with her face mask on. Dang it, Mengmeng. Congratulations on your new home. Tomoyo and I went to buy some fruits especially to see you. Outside the room, Gue Yutong made a gorgeous entrance. Wei Yulong followed as Gue Yutong. Left hand watermelon, right hand grapes, smiling coyly at Qin Mengmeng. Hey, Mengmeng, it seems like it's the first time you and my family Yulong have met. Let me introduce to you, Gue Yulong, the big star of the sports department, the right-hand man of the student council. Double doors, Gue Yutong said, poking Gue Yulong with her elbow. Gue Yulong understood for a second, put down the plastic bag, and held out his hand. Dream girl, I always heard Yutong mention you before. First time meeting, take care. Qin Mengmeng smiled naturally. First time, Qin Mengmeng. Handshake, Qin Mengmeng's fingers, gently sliding in Gue Yulong's palm. It tickled the tip of Gue Yulong's heart. Looking at Gue Yulong, he pretended to be a simple male big model. Qin Mengmeng only wanted to laugh. Man, it's all a dog. Obviously we meet on Fridays, and it's still a mouthful of sister. Now it will be able to pretend it's not recognizable. What the attempts are, simply don't be too clear. Does your family, Gue Yutong, know about this contrast? And Yutong, you're really so simple. Why would you let me know if you have a date? Don't you know how to protect your girlfriends against fire and theft? Let this be a lesson to you, and don't let it happen again. With a bestie like me, steal the fun. Yutong, you didn't tell me you were coming. I didn't even change my clothes. Qin Mengmeng welcomed the two in and closed the door. Gue Yutong looked around, staring at the men's slippers on the shoe rack, and kind of wanted to laugh. Who are we, and do I need to say hello before I come? Ha, in case you say hello, how am I supposed to give Tomoyo a vaccination when the man in your room is gone? This time, Gue Yutong always felt that her right eyelid was jumping. After pondering for half a day, he suspected that the problem was with Qin Mengmeng. BFFs like that are so appealing to men. Although usually, always give Gue Yulong and still Qin Mengmeng T behavior. But still, it had to be defended. That's why he decided that he would bring Yulong to attack Qin Mengmeng's house at night. Ming, it's Hershey's housewarming and introducing the new boyfriend. Dark, just to catch you off guard and see if there's a man hiding in the house. In case there is, it would be a direct way for Yulong to see the face of Qin Mengmeng's. I didn't expect to pounce. Why is there no one in this green tea house today? Depressed. No fun. Hurry up and chat a bit and leave. Hey, Miss Qin, which way is your kitchen? I'll go wash your fruits. Gue Yulong entered the house, carried the fruit and flushed to the toilet. The main point is that it's a detail. After being corrected by Qin Mengmeng, pass by the sideboard. Charge your cell phone generously. and turn on recording in the background. Into the kitchen. Inside the kitchen, Wei Yulong washed grapes and lamented. Hey, women, they really are breathless. In the evening, Mengmeng and Gue Yutong had a good barbecue. Gue Yutong spat on Qin Mengmeng the entire time, even though, halfway through the meal, he suddenly pulled him and ran towards Qin Mengmeng's house. Engaged Gue Yulong can only be busy, toilet urination to send a message to Qin Mengmeng. Dreamy, Yutong is taking me to your house for a visit. Ming is sending a message to collude. Dark, but not for you, Qin Mengmeng said. There's a man in the house. Grab him and tell him to get lost. How can the play go on after this, and so on? And Gue Yutong, Gue Yulong didn't even hesitate to talk about her. Your little mind. What it means. It's almost written on your face. And the faces before and after you walk in the door. Let's just say, are they all so contrasting? Life is fucking movie. Life is a drama. Pretty boy. Qin Mengmeng looked at the kitchen. Turning around, he gave Gue Yutong a thumbs up. Yutong, I'm really happy for you that you found someone like this. Double doors and money. Come on, ducks. Gue Yutong waved her hand. Don't say that. I had dinner with his friends the other day. It turned out that all the other boys drove Moshes and Porsches, which made me depressed all night. Never mind. Let's leave him alone for now. Do you know, our school forum has exploded again. Qin Mengmeng shook her head. Forums and whatnot, she rarely plays, and she doesn't care what happens at school. What could be more explosive than the JAC one? But don't mention it, this time it's still Jiani. Gue Yutong handed her cell phone to Qin Mengmeng and pointed to the post on the screen. Jiani offended Mu Chu Yen, biting him as a lewd man, with pictures and the truth. For God's sake, who is Mu Chu Yen? The faculty wouldn't dare to mess with him. I heard that in the afternoon. Those suitors of Mu Chu Yen, they all rushed Jiang Huai's dormitory. The beds were lifted for him, and the toilet paper was all emptied out, on the side of the academic affairs office. Surely they won't care. If it becomes a big deal, maybe Jiang Huai will be expelled from school. I told you, JAC is no good. You see, such a man has his own heavenly reward. Dreamy, why don't you stop fishing for him too? It's not much fun. Look at the post on your phone. Qin Mengmeng tightened her brows. The feeling in my heart, strange. Calm down and think. How could Jiang Huai know where Mu Chu Yen lived? Even if you know, JAC is now the English department, the standard bearer of learning. He would be stupid enough to give up his future to do something like that. Well, there's only one answer. JAC is definitely here for her. He's, like, so good to me. JAC must have, again, made a cake or something, intending to surprise her. He, indeed, couldn't stay away from me. The results were not expected. Mu Chu Yen also lives in this neighborhood. Being bumped into by Mu Chu Yen, a tigress. That's what made this scene. Jack, all of this, for me. How much he really likes me. No, Yutong, I think that I should go and help Jiang Huai explain this matter clearly. What? Gue Yutong raised her hand and touched Qin Mengmeng's forehead. It's not hot either. Dreamy, why are you even starting to talk up nonsense? Now Jiang Huai is a street rat. No matter men or women, everyone shouts. You now go to him as a defense. That becomes what? Mengmeng, you're not fishing for Jiang Huai and getting yourself into it, are you? Qin Mengmeng knew that Gue Yutong would say this, so a calm face. It only bored Gue Yutong. Yutong, I'm asking you, how would it feel in your heart to have one person choose to believe in you when everyone in the world hates you? Well, then, I might. Hiss, Dreamy, you're not going to. Right. Qin Mengmeng took off her mask and blinked, her eyes holding a calm madness. She's all about playing a big game. Although Jiang Huai likes me, it's just the usual like. I still can't be that colorful stroke in his life. If at this time, I choose to stand on his side, he will fall in love with me, uncontrollably, and he will feel that I am the most trustworthy person in this world. Yutong, I'm so happy. I'm really happy. When I think that Jiang Huai, who loves me hysterically, will be abandoned by me, I just can't stop trembling all over. Do you think he'll kneel down for me? Will he choose to jump into the river? Will he, or won't he? It's like watching him get on his knees. Qin Mengmeng was covering her mouth and laughing. Gue Yutong's face, however, was a bit ugly, constantly trying to lean back. Crazy, Gue Yutong could tell. The current Qin Mengmeng was really excited from the bottom of her heart, even a bit weird. Simply a complete and utter lunatic. Chapter 35, It's okay. Aristotle once said, conquer fear, the best way. It's about facing your fears head on. JAC and number 8, Sue, talked about life and ideals all night. Now mind, steady as she goes. People have sick fathers, remarried moms, school-going brothers, broken homes. Both still smile and say she believes that her hands can change her destiny. Before himself, It's just a small opinion. It's still a subplot. What he's afraid of. When Jiang Huai puffed out his chest and walked into the classroom, it blew up. The whispers were deafening. Hey, 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 look, that grifter really dared to come. Ha, what's this? Isn't this a thick face that can carry a bullet? I'm just afraid that, in this class today, he has the ability to come, but not the ability to leave. JAC sat down. Looking at the three sons in the dormitory was a shock. Lao Zhang, see you, Chaozi, you guys, I get it. Cos right, pandas, get lost. Zhang Yuanhang was half dead, hanging on for dear life. He thought back to last night, the battle of the grueling defense of the butt wipe, and was so angry he didn't even want to mention it. But old Jiang, didn't I tell you to hide? Why the hell did you still come? Why do I see you just walking, with a limp? Last night Xiao Chui's hand strength, really big, against the soles of the feet said this place tube kidney. I can be soft? I sink my breath into the dantian. Jade, the soles of your feet? What's that? That is, I last night, there is really no place to go. Walked to a river, sat all night, sat tired with pebbles choking the feet. I give one of the pieces named Xiao Chui. Listening to JAC's words, Zhang Yuanhong's nose was sour. Originally, in his heart, he was still a bit resentful towards Jiang Huai. It's all falling apart now. Yeah, the three of them were in the dormitory all night and didn't sleep well. Not to mention, how much pressure is on the heart of JAC, who is in the middle of public opinion. Look at the pressure for the child. It's all about naming the stones already. And so on. Lao Jiang, what place did you say? The river? That's not a good place to go. If anything happens to you, how can we explain to Auntie? Back row. Gue Yutong and Qin Mengmeng sat in a row, sizing up JAC. The former is offended. The latter is curious. Look dreamy. What did I say? Jiang Huai. He's a complete scum. It's so that he can still have a laugh after what happened. Gue Yutong beamed. I don't know where the anger comes from. Qin Mengmeng nodded in agreement. Rather, I really didn't expect JAC to be an anti-pressure monster. 2 hits in a row. It's still all negative. Still able to waltz into class. Just don't know. Does the heart really not care? Or does it not care? Was mulling it over. At the door of the classroom, there was a chill. Holy, Tang Jiani's aura is so strong today. Did someone mess with her? Beautiful. Just too beautiful. It's worth it in this life to be able to add Goddess Tang's WeChat. I don't know if it's worth it or not. No, it's definitely not. Jiang Huai narrowed his eyes and looked at Tang Jiani. Tang Jiani was stepping on pointed heels today, with a small white undershirt underneath her upper body, and a black blazer and knee-length skirt outside. Clearly a set. Cold. It's just too cool. It's not too much to say that when you wear it out. It's someone's female plutocrat. Zhou Chao nodded to Zhang Yuanhang. Brother Zhang, didn't you still have to add Tang Jiani's WeChat? It's going to not count. Dude doesn't know about love. But he also knows that Tang Jiani is a woman you can't grasp. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Zhang Yuanhang lowered his voice. Unconvinced, I'll ask you, on the practical aspects of this, who in our dormitory is better than me? Is not Tang Jiani WeChat? Give me some time. Let you see what is called the First Lin University. Hey, Donjani looked our way. Old Chang? Where's old Chang? No? Hey, old Zhang, what are you doing on the ground? Get up. My shoe is untied. Tie it. Jiang Huai looked at Zhang Yuanhang, who was cowering under the chair, and smiled. Fun. Still playing, Donjani entered the classroom. Sit in the first row. It resulted in the first few rows of students in the classroom, collectively, moving back 2 rows. This is the aura. When everyone is crushed for breath, outside the hallway, there was a loud, clattering sound of little leather shoes, crisp and vibrant. It drew unlimited emotions from JAC. College students, that's good. Little white hair, with a pink and white plaid princess dress, stepped on the black leather shoes, innocence dripping down. I don't know, it will be cheaper for any yellow hair, and so on. Holy, Jiang Huai wiped his eyes and took a closer look at the girl standing in the doorway. If this wasn't Mu Chu Yen, who else could it be? How did he forget about it? Hapkido is with the math department. JAC is not the only one who is confused, and everyone else in the room. My old swan, is this still Mu Chu Yen? Extra, extra, extra. Today's Mu Chu Yen, all powder, shouldn't be in love, crossing their heads. I tease, who can take Mu Chu Yen down? This must not be not half a life? Now this time of year, we all know it backwards. The first time they saw Mu Chu Yen, there were already some people who shifted their sights to Jiang Huai's side. But what about the JAC? It was just there. That's amazing. At this point, 2 teenagers, cowering under his table. It has quietly broken. Chaozi, remember what I told you before. If Mu Chu Yen comes to you, whatever she says, you act backward. From now on, She's your wife. Do you know what like is? Ah, me? Zhou Chao pointed at himself. It's masked. No dude. Are you for real? What else? You think I'm like old Chang, only using my mouth? Zhang Yuan Hang, who was still tying his shoelace, excessive ow. Chaozi, you also really believe in Zhang Wise. You do not look at him or disliked by Mu Chu Yen into what kind of Mu Chu Yen can with you about. I directly send him the watch. 100 years of spirit. Not cheap. Anyway, he, Zhang Yuan Hang, real name doesn't believe it. Now Mu Chu Yen scolded Jiang Huai's post. It's still hanging out online. He can talk Mu Chu Yen into giving Zhou Chao an intern girlfriend? In the ING river? Everything. With his professor entering the classroom. Fall into silence. Class, we're going to talk about today. Phew. JH leaned back in his chair. The eyes constantly shifted between Dawn and Mu, rarely deserting. It's not right. Entrepreneurship class, bi-weekly. Before, Mu Chu Yen and Tang Jiani never came. Instead, this time it's both of them. When Mu Chu Yen came, Zhang Huai could understand, either blocking him or looking for his little. But what is Don Johnny doing here? And it's amazing how attentively you listen. Super rich women need to start their own businesses too? One lesson. JAC froze and didn't listen a bit. It was only when the bell rang that he came back to his senses. Comes with the dismissal bell, and the man standing in the doorway, head of the school office, Hu Delu. Hoodlum sipped his tea, spit it back into the cup, and cleared his throat. Who's JAC? Quiet. The silence of a falling pin. All eyes focused on Zhang Huai. JH raised his hand, patted Zhou Chao, walking towards the gate with his head held high, self-soothing. It's okay, de. It's okay. It's gonna be okay. Chapter 36. Is it possible that I'm not a human being? You get the outta here? JAC was dumbfounded. But, Director Hu, weren't you the one who just let me in? You, ouch. Hu Delu also had a headache, sitting on the sofa, looking Jiang Huai up and down, not knowing what to speak from. Last time it was because of the forum. It's a big deal. Turns out the heat hadn't even gone down yet, and the kid did it all over again. Messing with no one, messing with the Mu family's children. The problem is that this student at JAC, in the English department, it's still one of the top students, took a scholarship to the Lord. Let me ask you, classmate Mu Chu Yen, what happened on the forum? Is it true? No. And what proof do you have of that? No. What are you doing with your chest up so high? Reporting to the director. Born and raised. The JAC mainstay is one that is not straight but very strong. A whole class period. He had thought it through. PUC is a famous university in the country. It was already enough of a loss of face for something like this to happen within the school, regardless of whether he was truly at fault or if it was Mu Chu Yen's slander. It all ends up having a negative impact on the school, so it's only possible to keep it on the down low. A school that big, it is always necessary to be reasonable. It is not possible to rely only on Mu Chu Yen's one-sided words to cover the coffin. Zhang Huai had already read Mu Chu Yen's post. The testimony was written by Mu Chu Yen herself. The photo, Mu Chu Yen secretly took it at night. Tilt your head 45 degrees and look at the stars. Handsome is a bit more handsome, but that handsome photo, as a suspect photo, is a bit much ow. Director Hu. In fact, there are a lot of surveillance cameras in the district. You just need to investigate and you'll know if I'm tailing. Listening to JAC's words, Hoodlum was silent for a few seconds. The heart is in agreement. Just the mere existence of the surveillance can only refute away Mu Chu Yen's photo evidence. Not to mention, Mu Chu Yen is the Morong Society's daughter. There is no overwhelming evidence. And how can they possibly stop? You have a point. Then let me ask you, do you have any witnesses to prove that you are not tailing classmate Mu Chu Yen? Witnesses. JAC frowned. The first thing that popped into her head was Don Johnny. Indeed, Don Johnny is perfectly capable of being a witness. However, the top of the contract clearly states that school hours are not in business. Being a professional lickspittle. If there's no work ethic, what's the difference between that and one of those wild dogs on the side of the road that licks anyone twice? Plus, something like this for that dead pervert. I'm sure she wouldn't want to either. Hey, JAC sighed and shook his head. No, there are no witnesses, Chief Hu. No? Hu Delu stroked his chin, looking at Jiang Huai hesitating for these few seconds. It was obvious that he intended to hide something. Hesitation means that someone can prove it, but that person can't be exposed? You can't expose it without taking the blame? If you think about it. Seems to have a feeling, out of the blue. Holy, this kid can't be doing. Mr. Jack, you need to think clearly. If you're falsely accused, we'll certainly clear your name, but if you're truly of bad character, there's certainly no way we can keep you. In this day and age, playing friends, that's normal. Playing older, richer, even play a few more, that's normal, but you can't graduate. But it's a lifelong thing. You can't be confused. JH? It's not. Director who? Do you really know what you're talking about? I'll ask you one last time. Are there any witnesses? Jiang Huai was full of calm. No. Could it be that I am not human? Yeah. Wouldn't she be? Hoodlum's head snapped up. Follow the sound. Wink wink. The girl with her legs crossed on one side of the couch, with her spiked heels and suit draped over her, looked unappealing. Looking at Hoodoo, he almost didn't look back. Tang Xiao. No. Classmate Tang Jiani, when did you come in? Why didn't you knock? Ha, do I need to? The cry. It was cold. Even Hoodlum, who was the director, was sweating at the temples. Yes. You don't need it. Hoodelu seemed to be forgetting the matter at hand, jogging into his desk, brewing a cup of tea and serving it to Tang Jiani again. Mr. Tang, you've come here on purpose. Is there something you want? Donjani skimmed the tea. To this lowly thing, no interest at all. Tang Jiani stretched out her finger and pointed at Jiang Huai. Didn't you guys just ask for witnesses? I'll be JAC's witness, can't I? Ha, can. Or, can't I? Danger. Hoodlum warns of red light bursts. This kid, Jiang Huai, what kind of trigram formation did he enter? First, he offended the Morong Society's $1,000, and now it's being saved by Donjani. Who is she? Johnny Tang? This is the leader of Linjian's business community, an absolute magnate. Tang Dynasty Group Tang Haotian's own granddaughter, Tang Qinghu's own daughter. It could even be the future Tang Dynasty Group, at the helm. What? Is this a fight between the giants? What the hell are you doing giving me Hoodlum a hard time? Am I a part of your play? Donjani stood up, looking for her cell phone photo. She held it up to Hoodoo, not wanting to embarrass the old guy and having business to attend to. Jiang Huai is my landlord. I rented his room in famous schoolhouse. This is the collection record, and the conversation record. If you need more evidence, I have it. He came to unclog my drain that night. Is that, unreasonable? JAC must love me beyond belief, right? Qin Mengmeng, who came out of the classroom, walking down the connecting corridor that leads to the faculty office. Think of it this way. In this school, the one who could prove Jiang Huai's innocence, in Qin Mengmeng's opinion, was also the only one. For her, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, isn't it? All the fish in the past were simply pulled. It's a lot less fun. But JAC is different? JAC is simple. So simple that if you give him a little favor, he will return it in spades. He'll like you hard, will lick you willingly. What a nice kid. To prove innocence to JAC, Qin Mengmeng made a special trip to the print shop, printed out a rental contract. There was also a printout of the cake, as well as a portion of the chat. Jack, he will be, for sure, her best work. Definitely going to be the boy who cries the hardest. Definitely. If it goes well, Jack, the day of abandoning you will be set for the coming spring. Okay? Yes. Director who? I want to be a witness for Jiang Huai. I can prove that he is not. Jiang Huai. Jiang Huai already has a witness to prove that there's nothing wrong with him. This student, you may not be needed for the time being. Qin Mengmeng standing in front of the school office. The body trembled slightly. Fingers snapped at the hem of her skirt. Already don't need me? Director who? Can I know the witness of JAC? Who is it? Okay. The view between the faculty buildings is beautiful. In the spring, it will be full of peach and plum blossoms. In summer, the branches and leaves stretch into shade. Fall. Why would it be Johnny Tang? Jack, why is it Tang Jiani? Why yes, the most unlikely one. The girl standing in the hallway of the school office stared at a man and a woman side by side downstairs, clutching the printout. The cake on the paper is a mess of shapes and sizes. Chapter 37, so much killing? Is it funny? Not funny. That's weird. Just now, in the school office, Jiang Huai almost didn't strain himself. Dangling proto-goddess runs up to the director and says he has a clogged drain. Ha, clogged? Alright. Jiang Huai looked at Tang Jiani. Such a perverted one character. I'm surprised you volunteered to be a witness for a share. So let's not laugh about it this time. Save it for next time. Student Tang. I said, why did you come to class today? Did you come here specifically to be a witness for me? Jiang Huai looked at the side of Tang Jiani's face, as cool as ever. Donjani immediately frowned. The eyes were all murderous, and only in the corner of the eye, a hint of doubt was hidden. This little reads so well? Is it that obvious? You don't have to thank me. It's just that I don't want to be falsely accused because someone is because of me. Jiang Huai also nodded. That's right. That's what you should do. Then I'll be polite and leave first. You just go ahead. Wait for Donjani to come back to her senses. JAC steps out half a meter. Really pissed off by JAC. I've seen shamelessness. I've never seen such shamelessness. Stand still. Jiang Huai. You've really refreshed the lower limit of my perception of an S. Dare not. It's only half as bad as your perversion, I guess. Poverty of heart is also an expression of speechlessness. JAC mentally muttered a mouthful. Stand at attention and bow 90 degrees. Miss Tang, may I ask for any further instructions? Do you know how to drive? Rocking car, little trolley, car train, little yellow car, old man pushing X? Which car? Cullinan. JAC was black-faced. It's no fun. Not playing. Gone. Is this what rich people do? Do you realize how much you're hurting me with that simple statement? Miss Tang, our contract is clearly written. Saturday and Sunday are the service hours only. The rest of the time, online communication. It seems like it's not in my working hours now. $30,000. Bao Tian. Honey, you can go wherever you want. Get a license for 3 years with 0 accidents. Veteran driver Xiao Qing at your service. You should have said so before you gave the money. Is he, Jiang Huai, that ungrateful? Take the keys to the Cullinan. Jiang Huai took the initiative to pull open the car door for Tang Jiani. Arrangements were made for Boss Don to get into the driver's seat. Where to, honey? Tang Jiani was silent, not speaking for half a minute, her slender fingers sliding around on her phone. After half a minute, Tang Jiani raised her head again and looked at Jiang Huai. Kind of don't know how to open my mouth. Don Johnny intends to visit his grandfather, but it's always a good idea to bring a gift. But Grandpa lacked nothing. Don Johnny thought about it all night. Couldn't think of anything, either. That was to Grandpa's liking. She wanted to ask the neighborhood for their opinion. But wait until it's time to actually take out your cell phone. Just found out. WeChat friends list. Not a single one to talk to. But where there is one, she wouldn't have come to JAC. It's just that the words are coming out now. Tang Jiani's heart, however, was dry and uncomfortable. $30,000 a day. Why should I have to think for myself? Doesn't this have a brain? Besides, do I have to listen to whatever JAC says? He's nothing. You're giving me advice. 2, was in a pretty good mood. Now it's getting annoying. It's annoying. Ask. Don't you have a brain of your own? Buy a gift for my grandfather. What does my grandfather lack? Don't you know in your own heart? Get a grip. JAC was confused. Jiang Huai froze. Don Johnny has mood swings. Understand. Does IQ follow emotions? Your grandpa. What he likes. I know a fool. I look at your grandfather and there's a shortage of old ladies. Dry. For the love of $30,000. He, Jack, endured. As a dog-licking landlord. Whatever our tenants say is right. Don't ask questions. Just do it. Ask. That is, she doesn't know. 1:20 p.m. Cullinan drove into the eastern suburb of Linjiang, the cultural and creative park. Get out of the car. Jiang Huai looked at a certain handmade silversmith workshop with infinite emotions. He had Gue Yutong to thank for knowing about this place. Just got together with Gue Yutong. JAC brushes jitterbug and overlooks it. Do you want to give your favorite her a surprise? Hand make a necklace, a pair of earrings, a pair of rings, and give one-of-a-kind jewelry to a one-of-a-kind person. Unique? Please ask. Is being thrown in the trash part of the surprise? In hindsight, he's the one who's being childish. There is never a shortage of meaningful things in the world. Your significance may seem worthless to others. Uniqueness is a shackle. You and her. One is always the cylinder. One is always the key. Separat. It's all unique. Open it. Call it what you. But more than that, it's the fact that you might be able to insert the lock cylinder, but it won't open. 1 chance in a billion. Why bother to count? What did you bring me here for? Don Johnny scowled. Come over to Jiang Huai's side. Jiang Huai then pointed not far away. Over there, there's a handmade Zisha pot experience store, where the teacher teaches you to make pots by hand. What? Don't you, my dear, want to come to this place? It's my fault for not being able to understand you, so if I've come to the wrong place, blame me. And let's go to the next one. JAC's movements were exaggerated and his voice was outrageously pretentious. It startled Don Johnny. What are you smoking? But handmade Zisha pots? Seems good too. Wait, you guessed right this time. That's where I'm coming from. Okay, I'll get your bag for you. Nah, this is called a specialty. After the last few days together, Jiang Huai could sort of completely see what kind of little pervert Tang Jiani was. Don Johnny's code of dog licking. Version 2.0. 1. Don't say I feel. Make her feel. 2. Don't initiate the problem. Have a problem. Do it directly. Solve it on her. Fail. Count yourself. 3. What she likes is what you like. 4. 88. Drunken Don Johnny. Random Rua. People, you have to see and learn more. With these, she, Tang Jiani, was still not held steady. When I entered the room, several people were lining up. JACL made a reservation for the 1:30 show. A few more minutes to start. Inside the room, Auntie in her sarong smiled warmly. After greeting everyone and sitting down, start distributing purple clay. As you distribute them, explain the do's and don'ts of making pots. Let's have one piece of material for each of us, but in groups of 2. The faster student who does it gives the slower student a hand, but there's no need to group up today. For couples is just right. At the gate, there are 8 aprons. Everyone get one. We're going to start. JH looked at the field. Excuse me, teacher. Isn't that 3 couples, plus a pervert and his servant? Where's the 4th pair? Inside the room. By the time everyone had gone to the door to get their aprons, only JAC. Honey, take your coat off. Be careful waiting for mud to get on you. The apron over here. How many people have used it and it's not clean? Here, if you don't mind, use my jacket to block it first. Quiet. The silence of a falling pin. Course teacher, pack up your trash and come back. Sniffing this weird odor in the room. Odd. Who ate the dumplings? Why does it smell like vinegar? It's not right, is it? How it looks like the seafood section of a certain RTD. So much killing? Chapter 38. What was she expecting? Fall sunshine looks like this, with 3 parts warmth and 7 parts depression. Through the treetops outside the classroom and hit the 4 girls. Hit a patch. 4 girls, uniformly dressed in boys' jackets, constantly fiddling with the alabaster clay in front of him. Tang Jiani was the only one who had a frown on her face. Dead. All die for me. Danjani couldn't understand. Why in the world? Is it still so difficult? The ability to take a whole lump of clay and turn it into a pot. It's not magic. You tell me what it is. Danjani looked over toward the little girl. Everyone does it. One looks better than the other. More annoying. Take a look further down the JAC side. She asks, what's that piece of? Sure enough, $30. 000 is great value for money. Level of irritation. -1, -1, -1. Confidence level, +1, +1, +1. Seeing the pots made by JAC, they are completely out of shape. Danjani smoothed her hair over her ears. A few serious points. Jiang Huai, who was on the side, glanced at Tang Jiani twice with his afterglow. Relief. One of Danjani's dog-licking codes. Don't act like you're better than Danjani in anything. How could JAC make such a small mistake? People are competitive, even between male and female friends. Not to mention, a rich and perverted goddess like Tang Jiani. Other people go to Commercial K and spend thousands of dollars to find you. Is it really to hear you come and sing? That's not bull ********. So, when it's time to let go of your pride, let go of your pride. If she's good, I'm good. But seriously, Danjani is really pretty. Tang Jiani body sprinkled with white light, lifting up the hair this side, the ultimate cool side face, but the earlobes are set with small cat studs. It's like, the general who kills and decides outside, but is amused by the cat when he returns to his tent. Shame is shame, but the sidekick looks addicted. Okay, you're the one who does it better than me. You're the one who can fake it. You're the one who's better than me. It's no fun. No more. There was a noise in the room. It startled JAC. Jiang Huai sought the sound and looked again. There was a group of girls, who had already clasped their hands to their chests and pouted their mouths to the sky. And look at the work of both. The women are a mess and the men are barely quality. But, is it a matter of you being a little bit better? You've got an attitude problem. Those who have a heart can't be taught, and those who don't need to be taught. JH felt that it was probably because he had a better ability to empathize. A girl this good deserves a boy with a good attitude, motivation, and the ability to provide emotional value. People's girls' youth is only a few years in total. What's wrong with looking like you're better than them when you're having the best time? Can some of the downhead guys who can't provide emotional value go ahead and make money and not come into the picture? Anyway, it's chilling. Unlike me, John licked and would just unscrew the cap and hand it to Danjani's mouth. Are you tired, dear? Have a drink first. No matter what you make of it, it's unique. Go. Danjani took a small sip. With a serious face, he continued into the battle with the mud. Don't say. That little confidence, the coolness bubbling upwards. District mud. I'll fight you. JAC did some maneuvering. And look at the couple. Girl, look at them. And look at you. You're nothing. The 3 boys looked confused. Skimming over to Jiang Huai's side, the eyes seemed to say, no dude, did I dig your family's grave? JHH hemmed and hawed. Come on out and play. Not just having fun. Jiang Huai lazily ignored the envious gazes in the room, put the water bottle away, and pulled out his cell phone and skimmed it. I was just on the road and my cell phone kept vibrating. JAC pressed on to see it. The cell phone screen. Zhou Chao, I Lua brother Jiang. You went to what place? Mu Chu Yen really want to ask me to go out to play Brother Jiang. What should I do? Jiang. She's riding a motorcycle and letting me put my arm around her waist. I'm leaning in. Brother Jiang. Is there any plot setting? She keeps calling me a little and says she'll screw me over if she doesn't tell a story later. The words were lost on Supertech. Presumably, it is, and is enjoying happiness. That's so nice. Under the weekly super message, there's also the Zhang Yuan Hang news. Dad, you're really my dad. Teach me, will you? Brother Jiang, how did you convince Mu Chu Yen? I want to talk to the goddess too. Is Tang Jiani okay? No. I want to talk to Tang Jiani this week, and Mu Chu Yen next week. Please brother, on my knees to you. Cat kneeling, emoji. JAC was helpless. Voyager still didn't get it. Why is it that he can't catch up with such a good thing? It would be nice to have. Look at this guy. He even picked on it. Except for the news about Chaozi and Lao Zhang. The pro-student group, too, blew up. I Lu a good boy. A mediocre entrepreneurship class. You guys guess what I saw? Mu Chu Yen dressed up pink. Invited a guy from the English department to go shopping. Bull asterisk. Our sister Mu is a great woman and would never fall into a relationship. Really? I saw it when I passed by the East Gate. Mu Chu Yen was riding a motorcycle and that man was holding her waist. You mean this? Image. The man's name is Zhou Chao. English department. Mediocre looking. And he's also Jiang Huai's roommate. No wonder. One pit. Can't pull two kinds of. JH? Lying down and getting shot? Too much for it buddy. Finally, there is a voice file from Yulongqua. JH didn't have time to listen. Click download and reposition your phone. Continue the art in front of you. Class, let's move on to the next step. Making the spout, which is a little more powerful. So help the others. Donjani's eyes brightened and lit up. When the teacher says something, nod your head. A living, breathing picture of a chicken poking at rice. She seems to get it. The teacher was this, then that, then this. It's not that hard. Start getting on. First this, then that, then this. Drawing conclusions. The brain does, the hands don't. Tang Jiani sighed, looking at the purple clay that had been pounded for half a day in front of her, her brows growing furrowed. So annoying. Why in the world? Is it so complicated? It's all JAC's fault. Had to get into all this. Donjani raised her hand to look at her watch. Classes will be over in 7 or 8 minutes. But what is this mess in front of us? Did you visit Grandpa afterward? Just take something like this that's not on the table. Won't this be laughed at by others? So annoying, so annoying, so annoying. The firebrand in Tang Jiani's heart was about to ignite, and she was going to blow up. Honey, you did a really nice job, but I think there's room for improvement. Like, 1 second before proper version, a bubble tone suddenly rang in Donjani's ears. It tickled the tip of her heart and tingled her neck. What's that sound? Didn't wait for Donjani to react. The man's hand had come up from behind her shoulder, clutching the back of her hand in his palm, and hand to hand he began to fiddle with the alabaster in front of him. It's just 2 clicks. The oddly shaped pots are starting to regularize. In the shadow of dappled trees, the young girl's body was hot as she leaned into the boy's arms. What is this? Donjani wondered. JAC is obviously so capable. Why has it just been loading and now it's not? Having fun playing with people? Asterisk. Q. Wow, honey really is the best. The 2 of us made it and it turned out to be just as good as the masters. It must be 9 parts of you and 1 part of my luck. You're kind of long in the tooth. It's out. Tang Jiani could feel that the fire in her heart seemed to have just inexplicably gone out. Why is that? Tang Jiani eyes, dumbfounded, looked in front of her. A pair of men's hands, grasping their own hands, getting something. What do you got? Not sure. Anyway, leaning into this man's arms. It just felt so quiet inside. She didn't want to think about it anymore. The Tang Dynasty group. And don't want to think anymore about what to do with the photos. Donjani, have you, indeed, become lazy? No words. Why wouldn't you want to get out of this man's arms? Or say, heartfelt things, told to this man behind him. Will it make you happier? Donjani asked herself. A moment later, there was another bitter smile. Mentally shaking his head, Donjani felt like she was really crazy. JAC is nothing but a dirty man who only recognizes money. What was she expecting? Chapter 39, JAC will surely love only me. Right, okay class, that's the end of today's lesson. In 2 days, you can come and pick up the fired pot. Thank you, teacher. You work hard. Teacher you wipe sweat. Teacher you smoke. JAC and the teacher said thank you. Turning from his pocket, he drew out wet wipes and half-squatted beside Donjani. Honey, it's my fault for not giving you proper protection. The alabaster clay got all over your body. Why it's on your face too. Let me wipe it off for you. You don't have to move. I'll move myself. Jiang Hui pinched the wet wipes and carefully wiped each of Tang Jiani's fingers. From the crevices of her fingers to her fingertips, and even her fingernails twice, just as if she were wiping a work of art. Finish wiping your fingers. A new one was replaced, gently rubbing Donjani's cheeks, rubbing from cheek to chin and moving from chin to earlobe. Careful at every step. All of them looked at the 6 men behind them, dumbfounded. You see, the same are men. People from the door every step, are so good, and then look at you. Hey, smile smile smile. People say object. I did not say you are not. Day after day with a lazy person. Nothing. No, baby, he's just a green tea man. Can't you see? Are you sick? Being nice to your girlfriend is green tea. Okay, I know what you are too. Break up. Dry. In one room, 3 men, staring at Jiang Huai in death. If eyes could kill, they couldn't wait to kill Jiang Huai by 1,000 cuts. Tea is sold from the moment you walk in the door. It's over, isn't it? Tang Jiani's eyes were clear and cold, and she crossed her legs, turned back to God, and fiercely clutched Jiang Huai's wrist. Enough, Jiang Huai. Just now you deliberately tricked me, didn't you? Am I good fun? Am I very brainless in your eyes? The day is over. The money has passed, and you can off. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Hey, JAC sighed. A pervert is a pervert after all. Say flip-flop. Mom, can there be more of these rich perverts in the world? People are very short of money. Okay. Jiang Huai didn't care about the gazes of the people around him. Bend 90 degrees. With a smile on his face, he said, slow down dear. Witness Johnny's departure. Can drive and still let me drive. May you go out car flat tire. Oh. JAC murmured a mouthful. Stand up. Beat the dust from his body. The expression was serious. Think of something. Pull out your cell phone. Look at the 3 men. Sneering faces. Volume up to maximum. Receiving wallet arrives. 30,000. The aftermath. 3 men in the room. One could even hear himself. Triple shaking. Mengmeng? Man, you're okay. Gue Yutong answered the phone. Panicked and ran to the famous schoolhouse. Enter the door of the room. Just found Qin Mengmeng, alone on the sofa, hugging her legs out of her mind. The usual smiling eyes. It was surprisingly a little red and swollen now, obviously from crying. Please, she's Qin Mengmeng. It's the woman who can take charge of a man's tears. It's the woman who, in her heart, is so heartless that men kneel without a ripple. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, Gue Yutong would definitely not believe that there was anything in the world that could make this woman break her defense. Gue Yutong changed his shoes. Be careful sitting on the edge of the couch. The tone was gentle, dreamy. Yes, is something wrong at home? Qin Mengmeng shook her head. So, is it too much pressure to study? Qin Mengmeng still shook her head. The line of sight gradually shifted from the window to Gue Yutong. Yutong? Hey, dream, I'm here. I met JAC? So, Gue Yutong was a bit bewildered. Jack, and Qin Mengmeng's tears. Is there some kind of inevitable connection? No way. Absolutely no way. Mengmeng, did Jiang Huai beat you up? Tell me. I'll have you long go beat him up. No, it's not like that, Yutaka. Qin Mengmeng shook her head. I can't help but clutch the hem of my skirt at the mere thought of that scene of a man and a woman shoulder to shoulder. I saw Jiang Huai walking with Jiani Tang, who, Gue Yutong in stress bounced up from the sofa. She, didn't hear right. Tang Jiani? Impossible. Mengmeng, you must have misread it. We all know clearly what kind of person Tang Jiani is. Rich and arrogant. Jiang Huai is probably no better than a dog in her eyes. It can't be wrong. Yutong. Qin Mengmeng pulled out her cell phone and handed it to Gue Yutong. I caught it on camera. Jiang Huai and Tang Jiani got into a car. Silly. Completely and utterly stupid. Gue Yutong looked at the photo on her cell phone 1,000 million times. I couldn't believe that the man sitting in the Kiranen would be Jiang Huai. Why is it so handsome? Oh, turns out it was driving the Cullinan one-handed. Was he, this handsome before? Gue Yutong didn't hold back and zoomed in on the photo again to take a closer look at the man sitting in the main driver's seat. Clean face with a 3-dimensional silhouette. Gue Yutong couldn't help but clutch her cell phone. What's going on? Doesn't she hate JAC? Why is it inside? Weird. Gue Yutong couldn't even help but bring herself to the woman sitting in the back row. Suppose, say, if she sat in the back, what would be the mood at this point? People, they all climb. One is able to accept what one throws away into the trash, but seeing toys that were once thrown away, favored by richer women, prettier women, but only chilled. Why? Is it really because you have no vision? The reasoning is understood by Gue Yutong. But, dream, this isn't worth crying over. I'm not sure about JAC. This car is definitely Tang Jiani's. Qin Mengmeng looked like she had been touched by Gue Yutong. Which heartstring? Tears? No more fighting. Big ones come down from the corners of the eyes. Hit Qin Mengmeng on her own arm. No, it's not. Yutong, you don't understand. You don't understand at all. Jack, he doesn't really love me. How can he be like this? Why does he have other women around him? Why? Snap. Gue Yutong looked at Qin Mengmeng and suddenly jumped up from the sofa, grabbing the water cup and dropping it on the floor. Frightened, he took a few steps back. Scared. For the first time in as long as she had known Qin Mengmeng, she was terrified at the bottom of her heart. Is this still the girl she knew? The girl who did everything plainly and quietly? Whatever, I'll hurry up and get off my BFF. Qin Mengmeng stared at the water stains scattered all over the place, resenting Gue Yutong for not understanding anything. She never fails. Never. Qin Mengmeng remembers very clearly. 108 men. From the first trolling for kaiju, she toyed with, exactly, 108 men. Which is not just a few words, and men go deep. Which one isn't? But why? On the contrary, is JAC the exception? When Zhang Huai and Tang Jiani got into the car, Qin Mengmeng was able to tell that Zhang Huai's face was filled with happiness and pleasure. That's like, from the heart. It's the same kind of excitement as winning the lottery. But Zhang Huai had never smiled like that in front of her. Not once. Yutaka. I don't want to admit my failure, but it did happen. Gue Yutong blinked, wanting to know in front of the eyes of this crazy. In the end, what is talking about failure? How can? But it is acting. Which has. What do you know? Qin Mengmeng's brows locked and her tone rose an octave. Originally, JAC would have been my best work, but now, I've been robbed by Jenny Tang, a man who has another woman in his heart. Even if he is abandoned by me, do you think he will really be sad? What I want is for him to kneel. He's the one crying, holding my leg, begging me not to go. What I want is for him to remember from now on that I was the woman who hurt him the most. But it was Jiani. She's prettier than me, richer than me. I'm not as good as her at anything. What am I going to do to compete with her for JAC? Take what? Amount. Gue Yutong stood upright in his place. Honestly, it's hard to judge. What Gue Yutong couldn't understand the most was that at the very beginning wasn't it a discussion? How to play with Zhang Huai? Which part is wrong? Why is she even arguing with Jiani? Dream, either, or forget it. It's almost graduation. I know Yutaka. I figured it out. Gue Yutong didn't finish her sentence. Qin Mengmeng's words interjected again. Yutong, I think of the method I used to be able to make Zhang Huai love only me. I'm not as rich as Tang Jiani. Not as pretty as her. I'm inferior to her in everything. But I have a true heart. Hey, I have a heart. Truth can be exchanged for truth. JAC will definitely love only me. Right? JAC can only be discarded by me. It can only be me. Chapter 40 should be the sister of Mu Chu Yen's classmate. Right? Chu Chao. Brother Jiang. We're going to the movies now. Brother Jiang. We're going shopping. How do I feel Mu Chu Yen? It seems like she's not very rich either. So she's taking me to eat Xiaxian? Brother Jiang. We're done shopping. I'm going to go straight back to school from the East Market exit. 1639. JAC looks at his cell phone. The last message from Superman came just after 4 in the afternoon. Take the bus from Donshiguchi. An hour is enough to get to school. But now, the past 2 points. The beds were fixed when JAC came back from the Cultural and Creative Park. It's getting dark. Why isn't Chaozi coming? See you. Send a message to Chaozi. What's going on that he hasn't been getting back to me? Zhang Huai's right eyelid jumped, and his heart was always diaphragmatic. Lu Xiu still had bread in his mouth. I just called him and tried to get him to bring pizza. And then what? And then the call didn't go through. Didn't get through? Hiss. Zhang Huai drew in a breath of cold air and sat up from the bed. Was he too hasty? Think about it. He was only there for satisfaction points. Casually, he shifted the question to Zhou Chao. But Mu Chu Yen was able to become the owner of Dingyue Eatery at a young age. What is the strength behind it? He's unclear. Just in case you really mess with the wrong people. No. Zhang Huai didn't dare to think about it and pulled out his cell phone, intending to call Zhou Chao again. Coincidence is coincidental. The call hasn't been made. Instead, an unfamiliar number called. 188. Tail number 8888. JAC put on his shoes and opened the door to the hallway, clicking through to stick to his ear. Hello? Over the phone. It's Zhang Huai, right? We're having tea with your roommate Zhou Chao's classmates. Come join us. There are some things that your young classmates can't explain clearly. I'm confused too. You, of all people, should know what I'm referring to, right? The man who spoke. The voice was soft, but it carried an appalling pressure. I'll be there, but I hope you won't give my classmates a hard time. There was a lurch across the phone. That depends on your sincerity. Do. Hang up the phone. Zhou Chao's WeChat. Sending a locator. Chaozi, your father is here to save you. The entrance to the private residence of the Mu family. JH got out of the car. Light a cigarette. Zhao Yun said that life and death have their own destiny, and wealth and riches are in the hands of God. There's nothing wrong with the world, just not enough money. JAC took a taxi past the bank and was going to ask the driver's big brother to stop, but on second thought, take your own money and save your brother's life. Brothers are even redeemed, and have to feel guilty for the rest of my life. So, forget it. It seems only strength can win. Exhaling a cigarette, Zheng Huai entered the door. Inside the door, young men in suits, lined up in 2 rows, pressed JAC. Zheng Huai followed the gate and looked all the way inside. At a long table several meters long, there was only one person, sipping tea to himself, or a woman. Moonlight struck down the patio of the house, and coincidentally a cold light hit the woman's face. The reflected woman is so handsome. The woman is wearing a dark green cheongsam. Her body is straight, sitting like a lady of the house. Her coiled hair is inserted with a jade hairpin. The end of the hairpin is decorated with a jade pendant, and every time she takes a small sip of tea, the pendant swings around, spiritual and airy. Zhang Huai frowned, always feeling that this person looked familiar, much like who, or rather, there's someone who looks like her. JAC observed carefully. This identical nose, this identical chin, plus Mu Chu Yen. Holy, it's not in the same mold as Mu Chu Yen. It can't be Mu Chu Yen's mom. Does it look good to you, little friend? After looking at it for so long, the woman suddenly opened her mouth and spoke warmly. Good looking. Looking good, then why don't you come over? Is it because you don't like tea? Dad said, the better looking something is, the more toxic it is. Sister is so good looking. I'm afraid the brew is not 5 steps. It will hurt if you drink it. Pust. Mu Chu Yen's mother, Su Wanwan, covered her mouth, smiled up to the eyes narrowed into a slit. The eyes of the waves of light flow. The children speak strange good to listen to Lu. So, does the brother drink or not? Why not drink? I jiang someone. This life does not stain gambling and drugs. Only colorful and courageous, nothing accomplished. Only handsome word evening. Sister make tea. Brother naturally want to drink. The man standing next to Zheng Huai, eyes one big, one small. No, what's wrong with this guy? Bull asterisk 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 is bull asterisk 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 asterisk. He Zheng Huai is not stupid. Sitting opposite Su Wanwan, Zheng Huai opened the door. Where's my roommate Zhou Chao? In such a hurry. Brotherly love is strong? Not really. He still owes me money for a couple of meals, and I'm afraid that if my brother Karma is gone, the money won't be paid back. Little friend is so interesting. Su Wanwan stretched out her jade hand and pinched a piece of dim sum from the side, placing it in Zheng Huai's tea tray. Little friend, you and Yen Yen, what is your relationship? Yen Yen? Oh, the reference should be to Mu Chu Yen. Alumni relationship or landlord-tenant relationship. She rents my room. Since you have rented your room, why, then, do you say that you are called Zhou Chao? Little friend, isn't it? Do you have any mischievous intentions? JAC frowned. This, kinda. Oh, I want to get more money from Mu Chu Yen's classmates. Please, it's not like he's a little cutie. People rent your room. You don't even give people your real name. You say you don't have any other ideas. The dogs on the side of the road don't all believe you. It's like, you call out to a goddess to hang out and ask if someone wants ice and make them bring their ID. Your reasoning is that for internet use, internet cafes are cool enough? The dogs on the side of the road don't want to poke you. Su Wanwan's eyes narrowed into slits. Just that? Merely wanting more money. Then, little friend, why do you still want to tell Yen Yen a story? Tell the story of the little piggies. Let me ask you, do you think Yen Yen is pretty? Zheng Huai didn't understand what nonsense this big sister in front of him was asking. Of course it's beautiful, and compared to me? Who's prettier? Why don't you follow the rules? It was as if Zheng Huai saw, in front of him, an abyssal giant pit, waiting for him. If this woman is really Mu Chu Yen's mom, then when I say you're pretty, it's not that you can't be born. If I say Mu Chu Yen is pretty, wouldn't that break a mother's heart? Luckily, my humble Jian Licklick, Jiang Hu nickname, Jiang Duanchue, I think, Mu girl body, is the kind of simple charm, although it is white hair, sometimes more noisy put the fire, but in fact, the inner is a quiet girl. She is more beautiful than 99% of the girls I have seen, but even perfection has its flaws. Maybe it's me, who prefers a gentler girl. If there's an inner maturity and sensibility, I'm sure Mu will be even prettier. But you, sister, you're mature, sensual, and possess unrivaled looks, and to be honest, you're on par with MS. Mu, although that's hard to judge, but in my personal opinion, you are the 1% that surpasses Mu's classmates. Moreover, you and classmate Mu actually have a few similarities. Little friend, dare to guess. You, I believe, are the sister of student Mu Chu Yen? Chapter 41, not buddies? Sister? Sister? Su Wanwan's hand, which was holding the teacup, trembled. The tea nearly spilled. So, it's the first day of summer, right? Why is the air so dry and hot? Su Wanwan unbuttoned her collar disc, pronounced chest, so much more soothing. Su Wanwan could see that. the kid in front of me. Too innocent. Every single sentence. From the bottom of his heart. Even when looking at Yen Yen, he saw through it. She's a mom. Care? Is it when someone compliments you on your youth? Even if you compliment me, I'm not going to be happy because I have a husband. I'm sure I won't be happy. What she cared more about, of course, was what happened to Yen Yen. But Jiang Hui was able to see through their Yen Yen. Su Wanwan was not expecting it. The love of the world is always often felt to be lacking. So much for being a mom. But there's nothing you can do about it. The moron society is now majestic, yet in a dire situation. In a world where others create the rules, the only way to survive is to keep breaking them. The mistake was that Yen Yen was born into their family. From birth. Just take up the future of the Mullen society. But the kids are older. Children have their own judgment of the world. She has a perception of right and wrong, since she feels that the family business is unorthodox and doesn't want to take over. When her parents, how could they force her? You know your own children best. Yen Yen is a bit off the wall, but is that rebellion? Neither. It's a silent resistance to them, to being mom and dad. But if you lock yourself up for too long, you'll get sick inside. They have family conflicts that have reached a point where they can't be reconciled. But wait, this teenager in front of him, at a young age, had a mature mind, a generous demeanor, and most importantly, was able to see through Yen Yen's heart. Could it be that God has an eye for this? God has eyes. Yen Yen, mom and dad are so worried that with a personality like yours, you'll end up alone. Did you see that? The old man of the moon still favors you and sends you a date. Handsome and mature, gentle, and thoughtful, with a body that's strong. It must be good. Feeling like a future aunt? Su Wanwan wasn't sure and looked again. Holy, slap your thigh. The more you look at them, the more they look alike. They all look like husband and wife. Hiss. JH sought out. Did he just kill that bit? That much? Having said that for so long. This sister in front of me. Why is she frowning and smiling at the same time? The most oozing was just looking at him twice. I feel like there's something else going on. No, 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 no. Pops was right. The prettier the woman, the more poisonous she is. When you're out and about, like yourself, a fragrant and soft little boy, you must protect yourself. Aha, wait a minute, how did Pops realize that? Sister, what's wrong? Auntie, yeah. Gulp, what's wrong little friend? Su Wanwan straightened up and called out how close it was. Luckily, I'm resourceful. Jack, what's wrong? After all your questions, are you going to let me meet my roommate? Sawani adjusted his form, re-arrived with a cup of tea for Jiang Hui. See, always see, but one last question for you before we meet? Su Wanwan pulled out her cell phone. It's in front of JAC. On the phone, it was a screenshot of Mu Chu Yen's post. Look how handsome the man in the photo, at a 45-degree angle, is looking up at the stars. How do you explain this matter, little friend? Explain? JAC was trying to open his mouth to explain. But look at this huge courtyard, and look at the 2 rows of suited dudes. Jiang Hui wondered what explanation the woman in front of him was asking for. He cares more. It's time. It's been half an hour of tea since I walked in the door. The kidneys really can't hold it in. Sister, you don't really think I'm here to bull asterisk. I have nothing to explain about this matter. What strength you guys have, I'm not sure, but I'm well aware that the ins and outs of this matter have been turned upside down. By you guys, since I've seen the surveillance, I would think that someone as beautiful as you would be able to tell the truth. But if you come to me, the victim, with the truth, I want to ask you a question. Isn't that a little disrespectful? Quiet. The silence of a falling pin. Su Wanwan, however, still had a smile on her face. Seems a bit playful. Little friend, do our line of work never believe that respect is roaring out to see our strength? Don't you think so, Peek? The woman spoke softly. The man closest to Su Wanwan. With a flash, he appeared in front of Jiang Hui. With coldness, it was against Jiang Hui's face. JAC was baffled. A gun? This is a real ING gun. Why didn't you tell me you had a gun? Did he make a mistake? Just pretending to be something he's? Little friend. Su Wanwan pinched the peach blossom snack, her lips and teeth rising slightly, just like a young lady watching a play in ancient times. You should know, by now, what respect is. Respect is, whoever has the strength, has the respect. Now, can you explain this to us, sister? Su Wanwan's words would fall. On the patio, the beaten-down moonlight flashed a hand shadow. Hand knife up. No one saw what happened. The gun in Feng Zai's hand had gone into Jiang Hui's hand, and the muzzle of the gun was also turned from Jiang Hui's head to the back of Su Wanwan's head. stand back, everyone, stand back, everyone, freeze. It all happened so suddenly. Under the plaque of the gathering hall, the man called Peak Boy, lying on the ground holding his wrist straight mayfly chrysalis, arm, my arm is broken, save me, but who has the leisure to care about this guy? Full hall, 17 lads, take the gun and aim it at JAC, but, no one dared to shoot, because the one who was blocked in front of Jiang Huai was the boss's wife. In Su Wanwan's heart, it turned over, with Morong Yuntian having been in the business for many years. She, Su Wanwan, hadn't experienced any risks, only this scene. She hadn't even dreamed of it, held hostage by a current college student, in full view of the public. Interesting, interesting, this aunt, good, this auntie, she Su Wanwan will take it, honestly. JAC was also a bit confused. When he had just had a gun pointed at him, he had subconsciously thought that guns were not scary. Anyway, don't remember the front, don't remember the middle. The gun ended up in his hand. Sister, is it too much of a turd for me to say right now that I want to meet my roommate? I've been playing with you guys long enough, and I mean no harm. I can release you and will give you my full good faith, but I hope you will respect me as well, and I hope you can assure me that there's not a single thing wrong with my roommate, Superboy, or else, next time, it's always going to be someone's life. Under nearly 20 pairs of eyes, the gun in JAC's hand, the bullet retired from the magazine, the firing pin and spring, and the body and head were separated. Each nimble step was enough to dazzle everyone. Coincidence is coincidental. The door to the side room opened at that moment. From inside the room, the person who walked out with a smile on his face, it was no one else but Zhou Chao. Clueless, it's nothing but cluelessness. Zhou Chao looked at the scene of the frame, and in looking at the parts on the ground of Jianghuai, stay where you are. Not buddy, you really do, don't you? Chapter 42, Leo and Sagittarius. My freshman year of college, I borrowed JAC's meal card and swiped an extra chicken leg. During my sophomore year, I borrowed a 7-pack of JAC 7 packs of Jazzy, which I have yet to pay back. My junior year of college, we met up to go online, and I ordered 4 bottles of Nyozi and counted on JAC's seat. One scene, one ring, it's the same as going through a movie. It kept surfacing in Zhou Chao's mind. Pills are spicy, whole pill spicy. Jack, he's really good at it. Zhou Chao's face turned blue. I'm looking for what kind of attitude I should take with JAC after that. This guy, the old days, he can't still remember. It's not going to be some night. I'll die in my own bed. Zhou Chao has been mulling it over. JAC frowned. Run to Zhou Chao's side. Look up and down. Also clueless. You didn't get your ass kicked. Why do you want to get your ass kicked? It's no fun. Let's go. Zhou Chao, what do you mean? With that disappointed look on your face, what do you mean? JAC also wondered what it meant now. The old man is single-handed, breaking into someone's lair ready to save the day. Just now the guns are against the head. People's bosses' wives, they've been robbed by themselves. Now you, come out of the room. Full of smiles and clutching half a banana in his hand. Jack, may I ask? Now this awkward scene, is he, well, polite? Hey, Jian, why are you here too? Uncle Mu, treating you to a midnight snack too? I'm on early 8. Morong Yuntian brought his golden silk mirror and followed Zhou Chao out. Come out after. Cold drifted his eyes at the floor parts. Ostensibly calm, he waved his hand and motioned for the lads to disperse. After restoring order to the scene, invite Jian Huai into the inner room. When something like this happened, people didn't pussyfoot around, and Jiang Huai's face still had to be given. Inside Morong Yuntian's office, Zhou Chao and Su Wanwan, sitting on the side sofa sipping tea and eating snacks. Jiang Huai and Morong Yuntian, face to face, the latter opened the door. Little friend, which door and which school? Just now really good hands? Which sect and which school? Jiang Huai pondered shallowly. My father, Linjian Limin Fong, is considered the Chuan school, but I also know a little bit of the Lu school style. Kawasaki? Lupin? Liman Square? Is it possible that Lin Jiang still has experts? Morong Yuntian thought to himself. This little friend in front of him, is it the same thing as what he said? But anyway, judging by what JAC just did to dismantle the gun, unless one is cognizant of firearms, to the point of perfection, even veteran soldiers may not be as skilled as him, and JAC just a little bit. It's actually possible to break a grown man's wrist with a straight hand knife. How come it's so tough? Sure enough, such a dangerous man. All the more reason to stay away from them. Yen Yen is his life. Morong Yuntian got up and toasted a cup of tea as a rule of the road. The visitor is a guest. First of all, let me introduce myself. I'm Mu Chu Yen's father, and that lady over there is Mu Chu Yen's mother. What? Jiang Huai bounced up from his chair, his face full of incredulity. No way, no way. Sister, you're actually the mother of classmate Mu? My goodness. I'm sorry. I just actually thought that you were Sister Mu Chu Yen. You're just too young. Sis. No. Shouldn't I be calling Auntie now? Su Wanwan covered her mouth and laughed. But that smile, how could it be hidden? Yes. Too right, little friend. That's the kind of shock she wanted. Surprise. So surprised, sis. Shocker. That's shocking, sis. Isn't it true that you don't think about it because you see how young your sister is? So unthought of. My sister. Su Wanwan's face was flushed and her heart was happier than ever. So, what should we call Jiang Huai and Yin Yan's child? Let's call it Jiang Ian. One thought, in the future, Jiang Huai would become his son-in-law. Su Wanwan smiled even more happily. That's so nice. Su Wanwan waved her hand. Xiao Jiang, I don't blame you. In fact, we can talk about each other. When Yin Yan is here, you can call her classmate. When you call me, you can call me sister. Right? Too right, sister. Zhou Chao was sitting next to Su Wanwan. If the face is turned straight up, what the is that? A book of 100,000 reasons? At this very moment, Zhou Chao was tempted to say something. What year is it? Back on topic. Regarding the issue between JAC, Zhou Chao and Mu Chu Yen, Zhou Chao before JAC came. Already communicating with Morong Yuntian is almost done. Only, Morong Yuntian, now there's an idea. Little friend Jiang, Yen Yen is not here. I still need to apologize to you on her behalf, but you probably saw that. Yen Yen usually gang up outside. The restaurant is also poorly run. Even at home as well. Woo. It's all about me as a father. Woo. I'm sorry. I really love Yen Yen too much. Morong Yuntian blew his nose and continued. If this continues, I'm really afraid that Yen Yen will get sick inside. But seeing you, it's like I see hope. Yen Yen treats you differently than she does everyone else, especially on WeChat. I haven't seen her smile so happily in a long time. Excuse me, Morong Yuntian plummeted, wiping tears from his eyes and blowing his nose. Continue. So, I'd like to ask a favor of my little friend. I'm not a helpful person by nature. Jiang Huai didn't even have to think about it. Let's just say, who's a good guy? Pointing a gun at people? Don't say you can't help, even if it helps. He's going to stay away from this group too. If the real GA his waist, I'll pay. You give money. You give. In fact, this person, born not love to help others, but, my sister on the side of it, that you are not my brother-in-law. That little Yin Yen, is not our niece of the matter. That is my own matter. Brother-in-law, you arrange me. He JAC, nothing to do but be handsome, but he was a man of principle. If you are in trouble, look for Xiao Jiang. Iron. I love to help. I love to be helpful. It doesn't matter how much money it is. It really doesn't matter. How much is it? Brother-in-law? Morong Yuntian frowned. How is it that I always feel that something is wrong, but I can't seem to tell? Morong Yuntian stretched out 3 fingers. 1 million deposit up front and 2 million more when you're done. To the fire. Brother-in-law. $3 million partnership program. Talked all the way to 11:30. Morong Yuntian sent away Jiang Huai, smoked a cigarette. Back in the room, pinched Su Wanwan's face. The tone was doting. Wanwan, what do you think of this person? Jiang Huai, I think, Jiang Huai, this kid is good, handsome, mature, stable, and his hands are good. We Yen Yen can surely rely on it. It's just that in the future, we have to follow dad's personality and mom's looks. Then it will be perfect. Morong Yuntian? What's being said? Dad's long and mom's short and can't understand it. Is not pro here. Are you trying for a third child? Su Wanwan leaned in Morong Yuntian's arms, pressing on. Cloudy Sky was pondering something, all eyes on her cell phone. Let me see. Let me do the math. Yen Yen is a Leo and JAC seems to be a November Sagittarius. Ah, honey, I knew it. It must be a Sagittarius. It must be a 100% match. Morong Yuntian watched as Wanwan jumped up and down and entered the bedroom. Can't help but blush either. Looks like he was right. Wanwan had already begun to calculate what sign of the zodiac would be good to have for a third child. Sagittarius is good. Sagittarius has to be born. November. It's September now. It looks like this is going to be implemented this year. What would be a good name for a third child? How about Mu Ai 1? Chapter 43, I'm actually the god of stories. World. There are always words that you don't understand at first glance. Wait until you get it. Only then did I realize my own stupidity. The one who now realized his stupidity was Zhou Chao. Zhou Chao looked at the JAC personality signature. Unable to help it, chills ran down his spine. All my life, I've been walking on thin ice. Do you think I'll ever make it to the other side? Is this JAC pretending? No, it's not. Now it looks like it's all Jiang. For a short but long 20 years, one has to come up with feelings, Single-handedly, he broke into the headquarters of the Morong Society, under the noses of a dozen people, hijacking the boss's wife of the Mullen Club, broke a man's arm, disassembled a handgun from someone else, and ended up making $3 million. Brother, you've done more in one night than I've done in my whole ing life. Whether others walk on thin ice or not, Zhou Chao doesn't know. If we say that Jiang is walking on thin ice every day, he didn't doubt it for a second. Think again. Such an urban mad dragon. Usually also give them to the dormitory. Bring food and drink. I can't hold it. I really can't hold it. Zhou Chao reached out his hand and patted Jiang Huai on the back. Brother Jiang, all these years, it's been hard on you. It's bound to go ashore. Going ashore? Jiang Huai sought. He also sister to the Xia. What's the point of going ashore? Don't harp on this nonsense. Chaozi, now that you know everything, you don't need me to teach you how to cooperate in front of Mu Chu Yen in the future. This time, to the private residence of the Mu family. Jiang Huai felt that there was really something to gain. Biggest takeaway. It's with Mu Chu Yen's father that the agreement was reached. $3 million partnership program. Just 3 points in all. 1. Until the end of the rental, keep Mu Chu Yen safe on and off campus. 2. Until the end of the rental, keep Mu Chu Yen as happy as possible. 3. Can't have any feelings with Mu Chu Yen. 3 short ones. Jiang Huai was all happy when he heard it. Wasn't this purely designed for him? Both were able to be open and honest and grow satisfaction points for Mu Chu Yen. At the end of the day, you can still pat yourself on the back and collect your money. Except cool. Jiang Huai couldn't think of a second word. Tinker. It's getting good. A vibration came from the cell phone. Jiang Huai opened WeChat and there was a new friend request. Application remarks, Xiao Jiang, I'm Yin Yan's mom. Your Wan's sister. JAC hesitated. Click through. Proactive greeting. JH, hello sister. What's up sister? Sister Wan, kitten angry gas. Xiao Jiang is so outgoing. I can't talk to my brother without something. Image 1. Picture 2. Image 39. Xiao Jiang. Look, these are pictures of Yin Yan when she was little. Aren't they cute? Jiang Huai was wondering why his brain was suddenly so hot. Oh, turns out the CPU was on the verge of burning out. Why are you showing him these things for a good reason? Test the cadres. But also did not take this test it. But Mu Chu Yen was really cute when she was little. Photo 1. It's the third birthday, I think. Little plump face, surrounded in a little princess dress, little watery eyes. One look at the future is a beauty. And figure 8. This is supposed to be 4 or 5 years old, going to a water park in the middle of the summer. Why is this still bare ass balls? Shy or not? And so on. Holy, JAC was wide-eyed. Mu Chu Yen seems to be a sister, right? Is that something he can look at? Not a sister. You're a real mom. JH, sister. Yen was cute when she was little ha. Sister Wan, that's right. I'm looking forward to seeing little Yen. You guys have to work hard. That's right Xiao Jiang. You smoke less. Also, it's going to get cold soon after fall. I picked out a few windbreakers for you and had them sent to your dormitory. Don't say no. No sister is going to cry. Cat aggrieved. That's it, sis. Rest first. Cat backs off. JH, okay. Good night sister. Message sent. JAC went over it again carefully. The only one who didn't understand it was little Yen. I don't know. Maybe it's a term of endearment. Anyway, people pay money. Say what you like. Okay. Sister Wan's time is over. JAC rubbed his tired eyes. Tap into the ID white hair witch. It's time to start Yin Yan's niece. White-haired witch, little bitch. Why haven't you come yet? Image. The photo shows a white-haired girl in the mirror, wearing white socks, stepping on the floor, and a pink strapless sweater. The clavicle can hold goldfish. Pure lust. I just bought a sundress. Does it look good? Where are the people? Cat aggrieved. Or Sawanwan sane cat. Jiang Huai curved the corners of his mouth, clicked on the picture and favorite. Fingers tapped quickly on the phone. JH, let's see. Whose little piggy is it that wants another story? Famous schools. There were no lights on in the room. It was all about the flickering television that illuminated the corners of the room. On the couch, the white-haired girl, simply covered in a pink nightgown, curled up in a ball. Chrysalis. No. Little bitch, if this time, I allow you to indulge. The next time you'll get your way. Good boy. Kitten petting head. The mayfly chrysalis intensifies. In Mu Chuyen's mind, it was all about the afternoon, and the scene of the little going out. The first time I saw the little, he was flushed and not at all what one would expect. It's not as handsome as I thought it would be. But think about it. 2 people in one house. 3 meals for 4 seasons. Isn't that what it takes to be mediocre? What on 2 people 3 meals for 4 seasons? Ah hey, obviously just met. Mu Chu Yen, what are you thinking? Crazy mayfly chrysalis. But the little was sitting on the motorcycle, holding her waist. At that moment, she was thinking, little bitch, the first man to ride his motorcycle. She, I suppose, is responsible for this man. Negative what? Hello. I'm the one who's a little girl now. It's only right for the little to be in charge? Wait, who asked him to take responsibility? Ahoy. Completely crazy mayfly nymphs. Mayfly chrysalis to falling off the couch. It also gave Mu Chu Yen a fall to wake up. But, little, what are your orders? Little piggy? You've been telling me stories for ages. Would you like to hear mine? All ears. Mu Chu Yen sighed, typed and deleted and typed. Finally, he sent a paragraph to Jac. Little, actually, I'm rich. At this point, someone, kilometers away, gently shattered. But my family's industries are swimming in the gray. This business, it's dangerous. I don't want to see mom and dad in danger, but I can't help it. As she wrote, Mu Chu Yen felt that typing was so slow, started to initiate a direct voice. So I opened Dinghua Eatery, and mom and dad thought I was running away from home. But I just wanted to make enough money with my own hands. Get mom and dad to stop doing that. Am I wrong? Little bitch, you love them so much, but why do I feel like I can't? Now, talk to them properly. Little, I'm so sorry sometimes. I can't control myself. What should I do? I really can't calm down. Do you think I'm going to be sick? And, Dinghua Eatery, now that I've made a mess of it, I do want to succeed. I really want to succeed. Speaking of the end, Mu Chu Yen's voice was shaky. Tears were uncontrollable and welled up in his eyes. Mu Chu Yen didn't know. What was the point of talking to the little about this? He's just the landlord. And what response will it get? But between not counting on it, it was mixed with anticipation. What was she expecting? Tinker. The cell phone rang again. Little bitch, sneak in a secret. What? Little bitch, actually, I'm the god of stories. Little bitch, all little piggies who love stories will be favored by the god of stories. And now, god of stories, take this lucky capybara and give it to you. From now on, you are my chosen little piggy, and luck is always with you. Capybara boom. Capybara heads for a 4-leaf clover. Put. Ha ha ha. Mu Chu Yen smiled and wiped her tears. Are you trying to laugh me to death and inherit my flower debt? Ahoy? Is this what it's like, to have a sense of anticipation responded to? Bitch, you're gonna get me hooked. Oi. Mu Chu Yen satisfaction score, +5. Mu Chu Yen satisfaction score, +5. Mu Chu Yen satisfaction score, +5. Chapter 44, I see all living things as grass and trees. The 3 great joys of life. Supermarket flies just happen to have paper. Trying to eat chicken coincides with Thursday. Heavy rain get up today for vacation. It's fun to think about. But JAC didn't dip a single thing. But Linda's been the hit of the last 2 days. The rumor is spreading among the students. Instead, it allowed Jiang Hui to sleep soundly. The first one, the official of Linda dropped Mu Chu Yen post, and made a warning to Mu Chu Yen, and returned a clean slate to Jiang Hui. The second piece, the Linnaeus University Student Entrepreneurship Base, was officially opened. Thirdly, Tang Dynasty Group will donate another teaching building and a basketball court to Linjian University. In that case, it seems that Jiang Hui was wrongly accused. No way. I don't believe it. It must be that the top doesn't want to make a big deal out of this. Does it matter? What matters is that my Mu goddess is wearing all pink. I knew it. She knows I like pink. She must love me. Another crazy one upstairs. But this Tang Dynasty Group, it's really rich. A big hand is tens of millions of dollars. Whether it's a group or a forum, the conversation was on fire around several topics. Only JAC, very interested in the startup base. What's in it for that startup base? Chaozi? Zhou Chao had just woken up and was doubly honored to be named by righteous father Jiang. Chest up high. See? Jiang favors me the most in the whole dormitory. Hey, reporting to brother Jiang, if a school student starts a business, the entrepreneurial base side will provide a room to work in, rent-free, and documents and such will be handled for you. Priority selection for student of the year if they take on poor students for employment. Jiang Hui rubbed his eyes and his interest suddenly decreased. Pay up or not? Of course I'll give it. Every student recruited is subsidized 10,000 yuan, and the outstanding students' bonuses seem to be 50,000 yuan this year. JAC trigger keywords. Eyes suddenly wide. An expression of looking at the world's wind and clouds and giving up on me. It wasn't that he, Jack, Loved money. Does he care about the 30,000-20,000? What he cares about are the poor students. What he cares about is solving the employment problem. He cares. Line it, can't make it up. However, it has to be admitted. Entrepreneurship is a great camouflage opportunity. JAC has already bragged about it in front of mom and dad. There comes a time when paper can't hold fire. Since Lao Tzu has a landlord system, why don't you just start a rental company. Timelessness. Fully occupied. Can't let that talent go to waste. Chaozi, are you willing to follow your righteous father and create a great world together? What? True, righteous father? He, Zhou Chao, simply begged for it. 2 days ago, after coming back from the Mu family, what happened? He kept his mouth shut and enjoyed the romance of JAC's heroes rescuing the handsome alone. The last 2 days, Zhou Chao's admiration for JAC, it has reached an unprecedented peak. Jiang Dong is above. Please accept my humble brother's obeisance. Jiang Dong, hiss. Jiang Huai enlightened. No wonder when you're a boss, you like ass kissers. Change positions occasionally. It's just cool to hear. Okay, from today onwards, you're employee number 001 of our company. When you work, remember to call it a job title. Now, it's not too much to ask to buy me a breakfast, is it? Xu Chao asked away. Jiang Huai turned his gaze to Lu Xiu. Xiu, what about you? Do you want to follow brother to eat and drink? Lu Xiu clutched his cell phone. With the wife on the cell phone, the water is deep. Didn't even hear what was said. There seems to be food and drink. Count me in. Good. 20,000 now. Jiang Huai finally lowered his gaze onto Zhang Yuanhang, who was doing push-ups. Old Zhang, you're all that's left. Coming or not? Not coming. 34, 43. Why don't you come? I've got my rhythm. 77, 341. What rhythm? At the moment, Zhang Yuanhang hadn't thought about it. It's just that in the heart, it's a real pain in the ass. Back in the day, he was in the dormitory, leading the way. Suddenly now, all the pussies seem to have been loaded by JAC, especially seeing with her own eyes. Mu Chu Yen really invited Zhou Chao out to play in front of everyone that moment. Zhang Yuanhang Dao's heart was broken. Calming down, Zhang Yuanhang thought carefully. Set a time for yourself. 1 month. Yeah, right. He's going to take a month. Take back what's yours. Isn't it Mu Chu Yen? If you can handle Mu Chu Yen, I can handle Tang Jiani. What is high and mighty before dignity? Microsoft rejected me once. I'll just add it twice. If you can't do it twice, do it 200 times. Water dripping on a stone. I just don't believe it. Danjani is a pervert with no feelings. Watch me well as I transform. I'll definitely be secretly handsome. In the passenger seat is Johnny Tang. Blinding your eyes. Just made it to the first few? 32, 123, 391. JAC said. Sure enough, it has its own rhythm. The room faded into silence. 3 people doing their own thing. Zhuahar washed and styled his hair, was picking out clothes for this gap. Zhou Chao pushed the door open, full of horror. Brother Jiang, something big has happened. Qin Mengmeng is downstairs, bringing you breakfast. Bam! Zhang Yuanhang fell on his face. Boys downstairs. Qin Mengmeng was carrying a bun and soy milk, standing in the sunshine, a small brown suit and a light brown full-body skirt. Inside out, small feet over Birkenstocks. The wind blows a little, and the skirt opens in layers. It looks plain and quiet, but this is a boys' dormitory. How many guys, out of college, have never seen a guy's downstairs, where a girl would bring food? And it was no one else. This is the first tea in Linda. What year is this? I'll be damned if I didn't wake up and see Qin Mengmeng bringing food to the boys. Whose ministry is it that is so brave? People around them whispered. Jiang Huai, wearing slippers, walked through the crowd and stood still in front of Qin Mengmeng. Dreamy, what are you doing here? Listening to JAC's words, Qin Mengmeng's face flushed slightly as she raised her hand to display what was in her hand. What? I can't come? Here's the breakfast I brought just for you. With soy milk. Ain't no girl ever brought you breakfast. Jiang Huai nodded. Not really. Qin Mengmeng curled the corners of her mouth, pleased with herself, and moved in front of Jiang Huai again. For him, Qin Mengmeng specially bought a model, called Chopper Fragrance. Then in a way, I got your first time too. You're right. Looking at Jiang Huai's unresponsive little expression, Qin Mengmeng lightly covered her mouth and smiled. A laugh up. In her hair, 2 braided hairpin butterflies come to life with a flutter. Just kidding. Brother Jiang, take the soy milk and drink it while it's hot. And hold out your other hand. Reach out. JAC did as he was told. Stretching out his other hand, he spread it out in front of Qin Mengmeng. Qin Mengmeng felt in her coat pocket, clutching the small object. He hung the knot on JAC's ring finger. It's, Qin Mengmeng hemmed and hawed. her delicate fingers, poking the little white doll face on Jiang Huai's hand. This is what I made for Brother Jiang. The Sunny Day doll. It's recruitment season next semester. I wish Brother Jiang, whether he's applying for a job or starting his own business, all the best. When you see a Sunny Day doll, you can open up the clouds. I also hope that Brother Jiang, when he sees the Sunny Day doll, he'll think of me, okay? Autumn winds tease, blow slightly. Jiang Huai then looked at the Sunny Day doll in his hand, smiling at him continuously. The bells underneath the doll were crisp and pleasant, tugging at the heartstrings. Below the bell, there was another piece of paper, swaying in the wind. There's a line on the paper that breathes aura. It says, I see all living things as trees and grass. Chapter 45. I can't stop you. Danger, danger, danger. An alarm went off in Jac's mind. He kind of didn't quite understand what kind of operation Qin Mengmeng was doing. Breakfast delivery, give a small gift, or handmade favors. Isn't that what licking dogs do? Jiang Huai looked at Qin Mengmeng's satisfaction points, reassured. Still 0. Jac was enlightened. High-end green tea. It turns out, tends to take the most rustic approach. It turns out that the ultimate acting skill is to get into the game with your body to catch a super handsome kaiju. So close. Just saw the Sunny Day doll. Especially that line. Jiang Huai's heart, indeed, panicked for a moment. Luckily there are system extras. Qin Mengmeng deserves to be a perennial T0 ranking figure. Anyone without a hang can fight hard against a player with a hang. If this doesn't cut it, who can play? But in accordance with Newton's seventh law, in everything, you have to penetrate the surface and see the essence. Ask? Qin Mengmeng did such a thing. Is it trying to get something? Money? Nope. Feelings? Yes and no. There is only one answer to the question of more than feelings. Passive acceptance is called caring. And now, Qin Meng dreamed of taking the initiative to ask for it. That is called true heart. See the truth behind the fog. Jiang Huai couldn't help but feel a chill at the tip of his heart. It seems that Qin Mengmeng is very much in the fish pond and is very much in love with him as a handsome fish. It has gone from the very beginning, randomly flinging a pole. It's developed. Precision strikes. Really? But he really gave it to him. In exchange, didn't you have tea with your uncle? Qin Mengmeng, even wanted a second hit. Qin Mengmeng, you're not a human being. Mengmeng, you're so good to me. Jiang Huai carefully put the Sunny Day doll into his clothes pocket, and looked at the breakfast in his hand like a man. I will take this meal very seriously. Qin Mengmeng's eyelashes were lowered and her eyes were 45 degrees to the lower right, looking at the ground. Then, Brother Jiang, do you have time today? I'll buy you a movie, okay? Today? Jiang Huai frowned slightly. Today was the day to accompany Jiani to pick up the handmade pots. He certainly couldn't say it outright. Dream, I'm so sorry. Hearing the words I'm sorry, Qin Mengmeng's heart was slightly uncomfortable. She couldn't help herself and subconsciously thought of Jiani. Think of the afternoon. A man and a woman shoulder to shoulder. Brother Jiang, are you going to talk to? Jiang Huai interjected directly. I'm sorry, Dreamy. Just give me a few more days. I've been studying hard at the cake store lately, and I'll soon be able to make big cakes on my own, so I'll definitely be able to catch up with you. Stop, brother, you don't have to say anymore. Mengmeng understands everything. Mengmeng will pretend that she didn't hear anything just now. Qin Mengmeng was a bit flustered and took another step forward. Stretching out her slender fingers, she blocked Jiang Huai's lips, eyes shyly staring at Jiang Huai. Qin Mengmeng had understood. How could she have forgotten such an important thing? It's almost her birthday. The original JAC, learning to make cakes, just to surprise her on her birthday. So it is. So that's how it is. And she still doesn't know better. Had to ask for it. Qin Mengmeng, you're so stupid. Qin Mengmeng stood in front of Jiang Huai, only feeling her heart flustered. Before she was just making a casual remark. JAC is yet so intentional. Think about it. JAC seems to be the first man, besides her father, to remember her birthday. Put it this way. Also, it's also your first time. The first thing she wondered was what kind of cake it would be for her birthday. Could it be a huge heart? No, they don't seem to be there yet. Qin Mengmeng was happy. Retract your fingers. Since Brother Jiang doesn't have time, I'll leave you alone for now. Bye Brother Jiang. Qin Mengmeng waved her hand. Go in peace. Take care Dream. Qin Mengmeng's satisfaction score, +5. Me Bean? Princess, please get in the car. Jiang Huai pulled open the car door and helped Tang Jiani block her forehead. It was exchanged for a cold stare from Jiani. Who taught you these pretentious things? Disgusting. JAC got into the main car, smiling as always. Okay, honey, I won't say it next time then. Wait, did I tell you not to say anything? Then I'll say next time. Honey, please get in the car, okay? Jiani sat in the back seat, crossing her legs and looking at the backlit teenager in the front seat. The The teenager wore a logo suit and smiled as bright and innocent as the summer sun. Dear, the name would have been nothing, but when Jiang Hui shouted it out in such a pure manner, Tang Jiani always felt that something was strange, straight from her heart. Good grief, that's what she wanted, but nodding his head in agreement, was not himself appearing, already, to be taken by him. It's annoying. Drive your car properly. Where's the bull asterisk 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 asterisk? Okay, honey. The curved corners of Jiang Hui's mouth could kill. Don't you just love to hear it, honey? Then I'll call you honey. I yell early and I yell late. I'm not just going to yell louder. The old man also shouted with great sincerity. Touched you to death. The car started, according to the navigation, drove all the way into Linjiang City, inner Sandalwood Palace Villa area, Tang Palace in Linjiang, thundering the rich district bearer. Linjiang City, 3 mountains sandwiched between a lake. Mountains and lakes are connected. Mountains and lakes and the lifeblood. Tang Palace is in the mountains and water connected to the place. JAC hasn't been here, but all the houses, I'm told, have dual mountain and lake views. How much does the price of this place cost? Can I buy a set for mom and dad? Jiang Hui drove into the neighborhood, surveying the attention of the gatekeeper spirit boy. Sure enough, it's not like their neighborhood. The janitor. The feeling of honor came up at once. Tang Jiani clutched the cowhide envelope, distracted. House prices? Grandpa, they messed up. I'm not sure. Unclear? Sandalwood Palace is what my family developed. Oh, JAC closes his mouth. Is he dying to know? No, he didn't want to know at all. The way rich people kill people. It's always so simple and straightforward. The car is parked. Danjani was in the back seat, her mind still rising and falling. Jack, on it, honey. Danjani sighed and shook her head. She seemed a little too nervous. Just now. Surprisingly, he wanted Jiang Hui to accompany himself inside. It's ridiculous. What is the role of the JAC? He's just a regular guy. This way. Danjani was all wondering what kind of way she should show her grandfather the picture of her cousin and her cousin. Or say, is that, in and of itself, wrong? But the father, he doesn't allow her to make mistakes. She, too, she really didn't want to go back to the shack. Tang Jiani raised her hand and placed it on the clearing point to press and rub it. The mind was getting confused. In case Grandpa sees this and gets physically ill. So is she considered a sinner in the clan? What should she do? What should she do? Honey? Hearing Jiang Hui's voice, Tang Jiani raised her head. It hit the smile in the corner of JAC's eye. JH stretched out his right pinky. I'll be right here waiting for you. No matter what time you come out, I'll be waiting for you. Let's hang ourselves for 100 years. Danjani looked at the teenager's little finger. One cocked and one cocked. It was a bit too much to hold back and poofed out a laugh. By the time Danjani realized she was laughing, hurriedly, he pulled open the door and got out of the car. Standing outside the car, he straightened his clothes and made himself look composed. But the pink, reddened ears had betrayed her. You stay put. Security is tight over here. Okay, honey, I'll do anything you want. You're not going to die. Chapter 46, Pure Old Man Music. Pissed off. Who's going to hang themselves with you? Who wants to follow you for 100 years? West 8. Danjani stepped on her heels, clenched her small fists, and stomped her feet frantically, all the way to the door of the room. It's only gradually calming down. It was only after I calmed down that I realized that all the tension in my heart had been washed away quite a bit because of the exasperation I had just felt. So he just did it all on purpose? This guy. Chanting, Danjani straightened her clothes and knocked on the door, her voice soft. Uncle Wu, it's Nini, come see Grandpa. It clicked, and the door opened. Sandalwood incense poured out of the room and a bald uncle peeked out of the doorway. The eldest wore gold-rimmed round glasses and had a well-mannered smile. But any way you look at it, it's a bit somber. Uncle Wu, good morning. Tang Jiani gently bent over to show her respect. After more than 20 years, she still couldn't help but feel a shiver in her heart every time she saw Uncle Wu. Noob has no name. Grandpa had always called him Little Noonie, and all of them, his sons and grandchildren, called him Uncle Noonie. Tang Jiani was 1.7 meters or so tall and now wore high heels. It's also just barely up to Wubba's chin. That's why Uncle No looks at anyone with an overbearing look and never lowers his head, except in front of Grandpa. Tang Jiani followed Uncle Wu and stepped into the back garden through the connecting corridor where peacocks were kept. The back garden is green and grassy, facing the lake. The blue waves are great for golfing. In the middle of the lawn, the old man, dressed in rough linen, was teasing the merganser with a carrot. Quite a bit of immortality. Egu, our Nini is here. Quick, quick, quick. Come over and let Grandpa rub his beard. Quick, let Grandpa smell good. Quick, let Grandpa. Tang Haotian rushed over. It was stopped directly by Danjani's slap, pressed against her head. Danjani was really convinced. She knew it would be. Other people look at Tang Haotian, who is all-powerful in the business world, but no one knows This grandfather at home, shouting at anyone is a mouthful of small treasure. Oh, suffer not to give a damn. I really don't give a. Also, you're a 70-something-year-old man. What's the point of aggravating here if you can't smell it? Grandpa, who's a proper old man, drawing circles on the floor? What's the matter? Nebo, do you not love Grandpa anymore? Oh, why don't you come to see Grandpa anymore? Why don't you let Grandpa rub it in? Grandpa, might as well die. Jiani sighed breathlessly. Grandpa, you have a beard like a steel spike, and besides, I wasn't here just last week. Tang Yen, little old man, full of aggrieved baba. I don't know, I only remember. It was 192 hours, 8 minutes and 24 seconds. Even my own granddaughter doesn't love me anymore. I'm an old man dying. What else can Jiani? If you have a grandfather like that, you can only take it. Follow Tang Yen as he sat under the courtyard umbrella. Uncle No started boiling water. Tang Yen began to iron the cup. Nyabao, Grandpa told you. This tea, it's unbelievable. Some time ago, the company's project manager specially picked it from Dalit Sangshan Mountain, saying that this tea is good for the voice. That manager gave me said, Mr. Tang, you do not like to sing? I specialize in. Hey, speaking of singing, I recently learned a few new songs. Grandpa, hey, Jiani sighed. Grandpa used to be this way when Grandma was still around, and he was ridiculously dense. For this reason, Grandma had a doctor's visit. The diagnosis was that there was nothing wrong, simply too much talk at home. Jiani, from the moment she walked in the door, breathless trifecta has been triggered. Grandpa, you really talk a lot. You know, Tang Yen was filled with incredulity. Nini, you're such a cold woman. I dare not detail that a 37-degree man could say such icy words. You can't get mad. This is Grandpa, the little old man, less than 6'7", started splitting glasses as if nothing had happened. 1 cup for me, 1 cup for you, 1 cup for him, 3 is just right. We are the lucky 3. 3? Tang Jiani frowned. Grandpa, where did 3 come from? Jiani didn't even finish her sentence. The door to the connecting corridor opened again. The boy standing at the gate was handsome. Who else could it be if not Jac? Seeing Jiang Huai, Tang Jiani inexplicably began to get nervous. How did he get in here? Tang Jiani didn't really want to let Jiang Huai get involved in her family. Who told you to come here? Do you know what this place is? Tang Yen continued to pour tea with a smile. It was Uncle Wu who walked over and made a gesture of invitation to Jiang Huai. All comers are guests. It was Mr. Tang who invited the gentleman in. Handsome, please. Handsome? Me? Jiang Huai took a look at the ferocious Tang Jiani, and then looked at Tang Tian, who was full of kindness. You're telling me this is family? That's not bull ********. Jac couldn't figure out how. How did such a civilized and polite family raise such a pervert like Tang Jiani? A sure precursor to a family's fall from grace. Tang Jiani didn't dare to say much when she saw Uncle Wu speak. Why are you still standing? Grandpa told you to come in, so don't come in yet. Unintelligent thing. Okay, honey, put, ahem. The tea Tang Tian had just put into his mouth sprayed all over the place when I heard the word dear. Not sure. Listen again. Jiang Huai sat down next to Tang Jiani, full of innocence. Honey, I was wrong. Honey, I didn't mean to come in, but honey, just as you were leaving, a guy came over and knocked on my car window. Jiani, you, shut up, crazy, just crazy. Jiani wondered what this dog man really wanted. Do you believe that someone will be killed now? Honey, why are you blushing? Honey, is it too hot? I brought wet tissues, let me wipe you off, honey. Tang Tian dog sneaky, watching the fun. Handsome, hey, handsome, such a cold woman. Dear, you can call out. You're a man? Jiani, Grandpa? A farce. It ended with Jiang Huai receiving 3 slaps and Tang Yen receiving a brain crash. Jiang Huai, Tang Tian are not hip. Forever strong, Johnny Tang. Cross your legs. Blacking out and savoring the tea Grandpa had made, Tang Yen rubbed his brain and resumed his usual seriousness, looking Jiang Huai up and down. Alright, isn't Jiang student? Let's get down to business. Please speak, Mr. Tang. Our family doesn't want a dowry. The first child will take our surname, and the second child will take yours. Grandpa, holy, still coming? Not coming. Never wants to come back. From the moment he walked in the door, his ass didn't even warm up the chair, and he received 5 slaps from Tang Jiani. Let's just say, can we be reasonable? What does that just say about him? The words were spoken by Tang Yen. The beating was his. Jac also sort of saw it. All of them are lies. Before coming, Dumian said that Tang Yen is the founder of the Tang Dynasty Group, doing things in the business world. Thunder and lightning. calm and collected, loyal and righteous people. What's this if not a pure pitfall? It's almost like an old man's joy, but the fuss is over. JAC is well aware of what his position is as he sits here. Jiani is a pervert at heart though, but she was able to take the time and make handmade pots for her old man. That proves that she has deep feelings for the old man. Dog licking rules. When you lick someone and want to make them happy, start with the people they care about. That's a pretty deep move. But remember, don't get carried away. Otherwise it's easy to lose yourself. For example, as long as he uses the ones I bought, it's the same as if I were with you too. So, this trip through the door, no matter what Tang Haotian's purpose was, Zhang Huai he only had to make the old man happy, and his purpose was achieved. Zhang Huai put down his teacup and smiled with full sincerity. Grandpa, I've always thought of myself as a little handsome, but after seeing you today, I admit that in terms of face value, I count you as great. Chapter 47, designated to come back to marry you after 30 years. Mr. Tang, in the past, you must have been a famous handsome man in all the villages, right? Then, where to start? Tang Haotian, who was brewing tea, heard the question Zhang Huai threw out, and couldn't care less about his tea, towing the line. Xiao Qing, it's not that I'm blowing. At that time, the village flower of our village was interested in me, but at that time our family was poor. She refused to agree, and in the end, she broke us up. I was so angry. I was pointing at the village headman's nose. I said, Old Wang too, you wait, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, do not deceive the youth poor. And then what? Then, I gave the village flower said, you wait for me 30 years, after 30 years I designated to come back to marry you. The first 5 years, let me catch up with the good times, earn a lot of money. The result you guess what? Blind guessing a hand. The village flower is my milk? Then you really guessed right. My generation in the village is low. My front foot left. The village flower after the foot married my grandfather that generation. And then go home for New Year's Eve I also kowtowed to her Lu. Gu. Talking about kowtow that scene, you don't know. Tang Haotian laughed. Zhang Huai then laughed along with Tang Haotian. There is no other purpose. The main one is a companion. From the moment we walked in the door until now, JACS used 3 tricks. 1 count, complimenting you on how handsome you are count. 2nd count, count your awesome count. The 3rd trick, the reminiscence of the past trick. Tang Haotian has more than 70, and 70 old man chat. You think about the future that is not asking for trouble. He has a bizarre future. That's why it's only right to initiate the conversation and help the old man recall his past. Jiani sat on the edge, shallow sips of tea, sitting there, like a painting. The breeze came together and blew her whole being again, her heart full of relief. The company is now run by Grandpa's 3 sons, who are too busy to see anyone. The younger ones are in school. There were hardly any people who could really talk to Grandpa, except for Uncle Wu. Every time Jiani comes to the Tang Palace, it's all about wanting to talk and listen more before you walk in the door. But the difference of 50 years is an insurmountable chasm. Tang Jiani didn't understand why every time she chatted with the old man, the conversation always ended unhappily. No, it's not right. Precisely. She didn't seem to be able to chat at all. Whether it's with Grandpa, or with anyone, it all ends up cold. And JAC can talk about it? Can people, really, express themselves as they please? Tang Jiani looked sideways, staring at Zhang Huai's hand-waving appearance. Occasionally, I can't help but laugh. Okay, he's, like, really good with his mouth. Want to learn? Xiao Jiang student, I heard that you and Niebao are university classmates. Our Niebao in the university, is not a bit popular? Talking about this popularity, he is really considered our grandchildren generation more well-behaved. You but do not know. Jiani heard the topic and shifted to herself, suddenly tense. Jiani didn't want her grandfather to know the fact that she was crushingly without friends at school. He was about to give JAC 2 winks. Tang Jiani, however, saw Zhang Huai again and her face shifted from a smile to an exaggerated, very silky nod. Master Tang, what do you mean by a little popularity? Oh, that is very popular. You do not know. Tang students but our Lin University school flower. How many young men, dreaming want to add her WeChat? It's purely because a blind cat bumped into a dead rat that I can become friends with Miss Tang. Blind cat, dead rat? Jiani frowned. She always felt like she was being scolded, but wasn't sure. Back again. The old man stepped into the next topic with Zhang Huai. 1 hour. Jiani didn't interrupt at all. Flipping through the little book in my mind, I've been taking notes. JAC chatted about wellness, business and family. She's going to try to use it on her next visit too. Focus marker. JAC is good at throwing out topics, but not dominating them. JAC is a good listener and never offers his opinion. Until an hour later. Mr. Xiao Jiang, do you like my Nini? Hearing Tang Haotian's question, Tang Jiani's face suddenly reddened. Being confessed to was something that Tang Jiani had experienced a lot, but Grandpa brought it up and it was totally different. Besides, why is Grandpa asking so seriously? Grandpa, I'm totally with Jiang Huai. Love it. Of course I do. Jiang Huai's words rushed into Tang Jiani's ears unexpectedly. It stirred her up. This man, what the hell is he talking about? Does he really know? There's a sea of people who like her. Jiang Huai was nothing more than her pax-licking dog. What qualifications did he have to be here and speak loudly? Did you know that to my face that you like me? It's all been dragged off to the pillar of shame. Or is it? Is JAC playing along? But Tang Jiani sized up Jiang Huai's face. He said it again with such sincerity. Doesn't look like a lie. So annoying. Jack, what the hell do you mean? Donjani didn't understand. Love that word, heard it 1,000 times. How is it that the only thing that comes to Jiang Huai here is to listen to the heart so screwed up? Obviously, he is high on the list. Can't look at JAC's likes at all. But, again, he hoped that what JAC said was true. JAC's answer seemed sincere. Actually, and sincerely, like is like. What can't you say? Someone likes your face. Someone likes your legs. It's all called liking. And no one has stipulated that he, Jiang Huai, likes Tang Jiani's money, so he can't be considered to like it. But Jiang Huai didn't expect it. This old man is suddenly making such a topic. Kind of caught off guard. It's just too sensitive to like this or not. Jiang Huai couldn't figure out what Tang Haotian meant either. Got to change the next topic. But how do you silky smoothly make a diversion from the topic of feelings? Jiang Huai took 0 seconds to consider. Bending down and carefully holding out the handmade purple sand pot from Tang Jiani's feet, it was placed in front of Tang Haotian. Mr. Tang, for you. Send me. Tang Haotian's eyes lit up. Gu, Xiao Jiang, you have a heart? What do I have in mind? It's your precious granddaughter who knows you like tea and made it especially for you. You don't know. It was a lot of work. Unini fell in love with the idea of being clean at all times. But when you made this pot, you got muddy spots all over your body. Especially at the end. I saw Miss Tang stomping her feet in a hurry, and I even went up to ask Miss Tang if she needed help. And guess what she said? Jiang Huai cleared his throat and put on a smelly face like Tang Jiani. Ahem. You, what are you? You deserve to give me a favor. Stay where you are. But you really don't say. Miss Tang deserves to be the granddaughter of your Mr. Tang. The first time she made a pot, she even made it so neatly. People's teachers have said that this child is a genius. Jiang Huai looked at Tang Haotian and smiled. Inner ecstasy. It's still got to be a poor kid who can chat. When I was a kid, JAC was trying to greet repeat customers for the family. Do your best to make every guest come and go with a smile. Over time, a number of talking points were mastered. Like just now, this pot if Tang Jiani takes it out, then Donjani would be too embarrassed to compliment himself. But he could as an outsider. In a frenzy of praise for Donjani, don't forget, add pedigree to that. This one, it's the universal formula, a direct set for seconds. The main event, a razzle-dazzle, both give the recipient enough emotion. Again, the giver earns all the compliments. It's not a bad idea to hold the river. Awesome. Who can justify not judging the 3 best students at the end of this year? Any more than that, really can't say. It's beyond capacity. Of course, if you add some money, it's not like you can't charter a room. It was looking like it was going to be time to eat. Tang Jiani's hands, placed in the bag, clutching the craft paper bag have been soaked with sweat. Haven't found the right time to pull it out yet. What to do? Do you want to pay now? Donjani was choosing between left and right, and she was not sure what to do. The door to the room opened again. Donjani looked at the man outside the room. There was some alarm in his mind. Done. Things don't seem to be getting done. Chapter 48, High-Quality Human Males. What is a high-quality human male? Tang Jingzi thought. It should be a gentleman like him, in a trench coat, leather shoes, suit pants, hair parted in 3s, strands close to the scalp, and wearing silver-rimmed glasses. 5 years. It's back. He's finally back. 5 years ago, as the only direct grandson of the Tang dynasty group, he had to travel all the way to that hole of Birmingham, learn some about finance, how he spent the last 5 years. Rice is not for people. People are more outrageous than even the journey to the West Demons. Who knows? Who can understand? 5 years ago, the innocent Tang Jingzi was dead. Now, he was bound to reclaim the property that was his. Jesus couldn't stop it. For the past 5 years, others have seen him as nothing more than a dude. Only he knows. While majoring in finance, he also minored in psychology. For what? For this moment, right now. He, Tang Jingzi, was full of confidence. He was able to see into everyone's heart. To be able to make Grandpa happy. Being able to have every shareholder taken to task. A meal. Can't be much more. Just one meal and he'll let Grandpa know. Only a human quality male like him, who has traveled far and wide, can lead the Tang dynasty to another glory. Then JAC would like to ask, who the hell is that greaseball guy who's been taking constant selfies with one hand in his pocket and his knees half bent since he opened the door? Tang Jiani bit her lip. A little hard to say. Him, my cousin. Ha, they say you can't be rich for more than 3 generations. Jiang Hui didn't believe it before. Now, whoever said he could be 3 generations richer? He slapped him in the face. Danjani is perverted though, but with the group in her hands, at least it's not a stretch. If you give it to that man, TSK, don't do real estate. Go into the oil business. Definitely hair. I don't know. How did he become like this? Tang Jiani muttered a little. A slight frown. Why did Tang Jingza come back early? It wasn't the same as what she'd gotten from her father. From her father. If only cousin was around, it would mean that it would be a very unwise choice to hand over the photos now. Even if it was unintentional for grandpa to see the picture. Purpose seems to be too strong as well. And, haven't seen my cousin in 2 years. Tang Jiani always felt that the way Tang Jingza looked at her just now was strange. It's a little eerie. It was a little different from the brother who had given her gifts when she was a child. Let's hope it's an illusion. Tang Jingza followed Uncle Wu and came to the tea table. Grandpa, it's been a long time. I brought you some tea. This is a very famous brand in England now. Try it. Tang Jingza put the gift box on the table. Silence, originating from a foreign tea. Tang Haotian always felt that something was wrong. But it's impossible to say. Zabao, why didn't you tell Grandpa when you came back? He had a private jet pick you up. Grandpa knows. You don't love Grandpa either. Oops, can't live. Nini doesn't love it. You don't love it either. I'll die. Tang Jingza smiled. Attention. The first point of knowledge. Grandpa was always a frugal man. He really wanted a private jet to go, and would have done so a long time ago. To be a competent leader, frugality requires leading by example. So the full answer should be, don't bother Grandpa, whose money is not money. It's all the same back. A trip to the economy class is only $10,000. The money saved is not our company's economic benefits. JAC blinked, staring at the cup of tea, a little bewildered. Something's not right. It's not Purell. Why does it smell like West Lake Longjing? Tang Haotian divided the cups for Tang Jingza, smiling happily now that his granddaughter and grandson had arrived. Zeppo goes out and sees things differently. You and Nini haven't seen each other for a long time. I still remember when Nini asked you for snacks every day, and what you didn't eat you threw to your sister. Back then, your sister was eating it up. Yes? Tang Jingza wiped his glasses, and Fong showed his composure. Attention! Second point of knowledge. Grandpa reveals his shortcomings in public. Is that what he wants to see? A sibling falling out? Of course not. The old man was trying to see his belly. Look at his ability to stay calm when unexpected situations arise. Incidentally, it's interesting to see how he feels about his relationship with his family. A competent leader. Not only do you have to face unexpected situations all the time, but you also have to learn to unite the family. Take the pinch. Confidence from quality men. Sister Nini, quick, come and let your brother hold you. I've missed you so much over the years, out on my own, late at night. I've often thought about it. I'm really, why is it that you liked your brother so much back then, yet he still gives you leftovers every day? These 3 bottles of red wine. I purposely picked them from Europe. If any friends go to you for a get-together, you can take this and pack a good drink. Also pack your sadness. Tang Jingza held up his glasses and seemed to smile, although Grandpa never explicitly said so. But within the 3 grandchildren, Danjani has always been the most favored one. Anyone can see that. Over the years, Tang Jingza has returned to the country though rarely, but Tang Jiani's situation, he knew too well. Danjani is in school and has no friends at all. Life comes alone. Although the second uncle, Tang Qinghu, packaged her well, but there are no impermeable walls. Women who have no friends. What kind of president is that? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. All that was needed to deal with Danjani was to rip off her cover in front of Grandpa. She had a natural breakdown. A real rivalry. Actually, it's Tang Qinghu who's right. Resign yourself to your fate. Sister, I, for one, have long since seen it all. What kind of crap wine? Isn't this Taba 138 bottles? Dude, you let the airport duty-free store screw you. Yes, I was at the airport. Bah! Tang Jingza drew back and looked at the tragically handsome young man sitting next to Tang Jiani. Monkeyed. Who's this? By surveillance? How does he know? Who are you? Who bought it at the airport? Do you know what you're talking about? JAC lifted his cell phone. I don't know the goods so I used Taba literacy scanning, which says 138. Of course it could be that Taba misrecognized it. After all, when the older brother, how could he give his sister such garbage? Right, T in the T breath statement. For a time, Tang Jingza didn't return to his senses. I'll introduce myself. I'm MS, Tang's classmate. First time meeting, you can call me Little Handsome, and so on. Classmates? Tang Jing's heart sank. No way. Absolutely no way. Intelligence says that Tang Jiani has been a loner for 3 years, with little contact from any of the girls. Now pop out a classmate, still with the handle, and you're here with your family? It's not right. It's not right. It's not right. Tang Qinghu has always been very strict with his daughter. Could this be future brother-in-law? Tang Jingza quickly swept over Jian Huai. The palms were actually a little sweaty. It's also weird. The man, whose name was Handsome, just sat there and smiled. It just felt terribly strong. There was the illusion that if he opened his mouth, he would be seen through. Right, an illusion, for sure. He being a top turtle, master of arts in psychology. Anyone in front of him is nothing. How complicated can a college student be? Being handsome is just basic to being a quality male, but late in the game, it needs to be worked out. Throughout the entire process, Tang Haotian didn't speak, until Uncle Nun came along. Mr. Tang, the meal is just on the table. Jingza is here just in time. Why don't we all stay for dinner? Chapter 49, Kneel if you admit you're wrong. Tang Palace, Tang family, Tang Haotian, Tang Jiani, and Tang Jingza, the three of them sat upright. Unlike JAC, who buried his head in the bowl and never came out again. Course, it's downright vulgar. Tang Jingza couldn't understand. Why is he eating at the same table as this one called Jian Huai? High quality soup for humans. You have to squeeze the spoon and bring the soup to your mouth. Then savor it. Let the aroma of seafood explode in your mouth. That's just trashing things. Hiss. Hoo. Hiss. Yuck yuck yuck. What kind of soup is this? Did you put too much chicken essence in it? At the table, JAC frowned. After delivering the tasting testimonials, and then look at the three goggle-eyed men at the table. Isn't that the wrong thing to say? Whatever. Keep eating. Tang Jingza was speechless to the core. He knew it. Danjani is a sleeper in her own right. This JAC, at best, is a phoenix. It's hard to be a crouching dragon plus a phoenix chick, though I didn't expect that today. Tang Jiani was also there, but what should be done is still done. There's still a couple months left. The company's board of directors has to nominate a new president. Grandpa Tang Haotian's eccentricity is very important. The current Tang dynasty group has some external shareholders. The vast majority, however, are still under the old Tang Haotian. They have to look at Tang Haotian's face. So, this meal, Tang Jingza had only one purpose. Pull down the position of Tang Jiani. In Tang Haotian's heart, Tang Jingza held up his glasses and tried to make his tone as natural as possible. Nay, guess who I met in Birmingham? Your former BFF. Your next door Mariko. Before you two, play can be good right, but that girl did not before pleasing. After meeting me, every now and then to find me spit you. Speaking of the place, short pause. Observe Danjani's expression. Very well. Danjani's ears reddened a little. She's on edge. Continue. She says you can't talk at all, and your temper is erratic, and a demon. She went so far as to tell me that you couldn't make any friends at school at all, that all the students from the same school you used to go to avoided you. I was pissed. Tang Jingza fiercely pinched his thighs, forcing a scowl on his face. The acting is 100%. I say, I know my Nini best. She's always been the best liked in school. Hey, nay, isn't that right? Brother is to support you. You are not quite a lot of friends. We do business. The relationship is very important. If you do not know how to make friends, that can be wasted. Danjani sat upright. One hand cupped the chopsticks, while the other, under the table, clutched the corner of his coat, hand sweat continuously seeping out of his palm. She didn't like the subject, much less how it should be answered, because Tang Jingza was alright. She doesn't have any friends. The only other one, Mariko, was a childhood playmate. During that time, her father taught her so many rules, and from time to time, she was put in a small darkroom because she couldn't do it herself. So many times, Mariko came to play with her. She was obviously in the study, but her father said that he was not at home. And then later, she just seems to have lost the ability to make friends. Occasionally, when confronted with Mariko's questioning, Tang Jiani didn't know how she should explain. But that's not what she had in mind. It really isn't. Why wouldn't she want to have friends? But the ideas in her head, they all seem to be shut down. She can't do it. Thinking of this, Tang Jiani inexplicably felt empty inside. It's not pain. Instead, it's a kind of helplessness. What should we do now? Grandpa just watched from the sidelines and didn't say anything. Tang Jiani, however, always felt that she would fall in a battle without smoke. Tang Jiani's hand, clutching the corner of her coat, grew tighter and tighter. I tease. Man, I remember who you are. Jiang Hui jerked violently. pointing at Tang Jingza and yelling, took everyone by surprise. There was a girl who chased me before who also went to Birmingham. She was spouting off to me earlier about a guy that was overplaying his hand in Birmingham, and a couple of them made more of a scene. Say it, bang, all blow up kind of thing. Quiet. The silence of a falling pin. Tang Jingza's heart, because of Jiang Huai's words, instantly missed a beat. No way. Absolutely not. Pop said he'd kept it all quiet about the guns in Birmingham, and no one could find out. He's a man of no class. How do you know all this? You're slandering. Grandpa. He's slandering me. Ha, you say right now. What's that girl's name and how can she possibly know someone like you when she can afford to go to Birmingham? Jiang Hui curved the corners of his mouth. Without moving, he continued to drink his soup. Hiss. Hoo. Yuck. All I can tell you is that girl has an L in her name, and what happened has a G in it. Should we go on? Let's eat. It's not good to make it too ugly, but if it's not, maybe I'm misremembering. L, G, bang bang. 2 letters, same as 2 bullets. Tang Jing's heart missed another 2 beats. There are a lot of stay-at-home groups in Birmingham with L's in their names. And, what with the G? Gun. Yeah, guns aren't gun. Tan Kingza gulped. Did this man really know? Panicked. Tan Kingza admitted that he was really panicked. Wanna bet? No bets? This thing is just too influential. Once it explodes, along with the entire Tang dynasty group will be implicated. Mr. Tang, why are you sweating? Jiang Hui pressed on step by step. Hot. Can't I be hot? That's a definite no. Tang Jingza, I can't even get a hot spot? Because the oil is too hot and prone to explode. Pust. Can't hold it in. Can't really hold it in. Tang Haotian took a mouthful of vegetable soup and sprayed it all over the place. I'm sorry, I suddenly remembered happy things. Armel Zhao's second wife gave birth. Good news. Is 8 pounds. Bad news. Blackies. Funny? What the? Is that funny? This man. Is there some kind of serious illness? Tang Jingza drew a piece of paper and wiped the false sweat from his fingers. How can a human high-quality male be defeated by this setback? The more this happened, the more excited he, Tang Jingza, became. Now in JAC's hands, there was a handle on him, but he dared to come. Is it true that he doesn't have any cards in his hand? Tang Jingza pushed up his glasses, turning his gaze back to Don Johnny. To attack, he has to attack the opponent's weakness. Nay, actually, brother didn't mean anything else. It's just to see you. When you're not at school, you're holed up in the house. You'll get sick that way. Have you forgotten? Before our family a cooperative project, not given to the second uncle to do. The cocktail party uncle to take you to see the world. As a result, people's schoolboys want to add you a WeChat. You don't even give people face. Make things yellow. There are quite a few shareholders in the Tang dynasty group who have opinions on this matter. Yikes. I forgot. Grandpa doesn't seem to know. I talk too much. I should have hit me in the mouth. How long has this been going on? And still mentioning it. Grandpa, I apologize. Admit you're wrong, then get on your knees. Okay, I'll kneel. Kneeling your ass off? Tang Jingza looked at Jiang Hui, who had made himself kneel, and was puzzled. He moved the shareholders out. The interests of the entire group are involved. Even the old man had to weigh in. For Don Johnny, this is the king bomb. What cards are you playing with? A 3? Chapter 50, Killing Those Who Should Be Killed. Nay, really? Tang Haotian asked in a serious manner. Tang Jingza looked at Tang Jiani, couldn't resist the darkness. Tang Jiani, surprisingly, would also have a rushed expression. It seems to speak to the heart. It's really hard to ton. Although this is something that Tang Qinghu hides very well, but it always stands up to scrutiny. If the old man checked it out himself, I guess it wouldn't take more than half a day. The whole company is going to be up in arms about this. Cool. It's cool to think about it. By then, his second uncle will be able to afford to mess with the packaging again? It's also hard to convince Don Johnny. Tang Jiani's little bunny teeth, lightly biting her lower lip. There was no blood around his lips. The whole thing looked colder than at school. She panicked. At home, my father said, no one must know about this, especially Grandpa. But now, do we really have to keep talking tough? Or, should I apologize? Grandpa, come on, eat more meat to have white skin. Stuck on Don Johnny's words, Jiang Hui stood out again, took Tang Jiani's rice bowl, and chucked a round of dishes. Then it was nicely set up in front of Don Johnny. It was also very thoughtful, handing chopsticks to Tang Jiani. Do it all. Jiang Hui turned his gaze to Tang Haotian. Master Tang, we as men understand. What is the purpose of adding a little girl to WeChat? You can't just say, wow dash, want to be a simple friend with you, Nini sauce. That's not bull asterisk. Besides, that grifter can be as handsome as me, and our Nini is so qualified that not just anyone can look at her. And, pause, Jiang Hui came up to Tang Haotian's ear and started blowing, chatting. It's all about one iambic pentameter. Moreover, Mr. Tang, think about it, just because the son of WeChat did not add, directly do not cooperate with us. This kind of partner, can want? Are you still talking about morality? Is there a bottom line? Today, this partner dares to ask for your granddaughter's WeChat, and tomorrow, that partner dares to ask for your granddaughter-in-law's WeChat, and against them, Nene is helping you filter bad company. Mr. Tang, you said what I said, right or wrong? Jiang Hui raised an eyebrow at Tang Jingzi. Just ask? Who else? He, Jack, was 5 years old guarding a part-time front desk in the back of a restaurant. Today this request wipes out zero. The one tomorrow asked for credit. There's a return of dishes in the middle. If the mouth isn't great, is he still in business? Who can't be messed with? Messing with Johnny Tang. Is she simply a little girl? That is his JAC's gold master dad. Sister cut off his JAC's wealth. Then Tang Jingzi sort of kicked cotton. On Tang Jingzi's side, his face turned green. Talking about wanting Tang Jiani's WeChat. How come it's still about her grandson's daughter-in-law? It's not. Where did he get all these tricks? Jiang Hui looked at the atmosphere on the table. Tang Haotian's eyebrows were light. He simply continued to ask, Mr. Tang, you just said that a lot of shareholders are dissatisfied with Nini. What evidence is there for that? How can we, Nini, innocent and lovely, simple and delicate, be hated? So you must be lying. Not until you show me proof. It's over, isn't it? Tang Jingzi's face turned completely red. As the only first grandson of the Tang family, when had he ever received this kind of anger? And this is the Don family, just to be bullied, hard, by an outsider? Tang Jingzi slapped the table and stood up, pulling out his cell phone. He kept rummaging through it. Come on, I'll show you today, just what those shareholders are. I'm not looking, look, I'm not looking, you, and so on. Tang Jingzi calmed down, looking at Jiang Hui's unconcerned face. He also looked at Tang Haotian's slightly furrowed brow. The heart went cold. Put away your cell phone at the first opportunity. A butt drop in the chair. It's crazy. It's just crazy. What the hell was he doing just now? Tang Jingzi's brain buzzed. The first reaction was that this person, Jiang Hui, was just too scary. In the Don Group, the shareholders, and the Tang family for generations, have a very complicated relationship. Though for now, it looks like Grandpa has sole control. But all three sons, too, are close to each other and different shareholders for the sake of their position within the group. But this is a big no-no. The shareholders directly crossed Tang Haotian and got close to the three sons. That will, most likely, lead to unfair benefits for the group as a whole, with serious internal conflicts and resources tilted towards a certain segment. Just now, if he had just taken the cell phone and shoved it into Jiang Hui's hand, that don't belong. Just recruit all the shareholders who are close to his old man, and in front of Grandpa. No fighting, sweating, horrible, just horrible. Could it be that this man, Jiang Hui, can cast a spell? But just now, why didn't JAC look? Tang Jingzi thought a lot. In the end there is only one possibility. Jack is looking out for his face, also looking out for Grandpa's face, all the while still maintaining this delicate relationship in their family. Dry. Is that really something for someone so young to consider? It's too comprehensive, isn't it? Where did this master come from? Dinner at the Tang Palace. With Tang Jingzi sitting back in his chair, there was a lull in the silence. Had dinner. Tang Jingzi left early. Jiang Hui accompanied Tang Jiani and took a walk with Tang Haotian. Also left in a car. Tang Palace Tang family backyard. Only Tang Haotian was left, breaking the leftover steamed buns and throwing them into the lake to feed the fish. Uncle Wu, not far away, stood like a green pine. What do you think, little nooner? Uncle Wu's voice was shallow. Does Mr. Tang mean Jiang Hui? Although Mr. Jiang is young, it's obvious that he's a professional. Whether it's with people or things, he handles them just right. And for Nini, he's like a tiger with wings. Ha! Tang Haotian let out a shallow laugh. It seems that teenager isn't simple to have even fooled you. Tang Haotian looked at the steamed buns in his hands. Can't help but sigh too. It's all reading. How is it that there are still people who studied the art of war in college? Fraud, moving the needle, exploiting human nature, and good looks. It's going to be a great talent. Is it lucky, or unfortunate, that they, Nini, have met such a person? Tang Haotian didn't dare to jump to conclusions. Moonlight reflected in the lake. It's almost mid-autumn. The autumn wind ruffles the lake, which appears to be sparkling, but is actually raging in the dark. Nene became what she is now. He has a lot to answer for. More than a decade ago, the Tang dynasty was on the rise. Tang Haotian was drunk on his career, and as an elder, he neglected Tang Qinghu's means of educating his children. By the time you know, it's too late. Childhood wounds often take a lifetime to heal. But what if we don't find the right doctor? Who's going to cure it? Tang Haotian didn't dare to think. Actually, with all the internal strife in the group, I want Nini to win. Uncle Nun nodded without commenting. But I have to treat them all the same. Sometimes, when the ability is not there, but you have to rush the ducks, you're doing her a disservice instead. If Nini wants to get the power, not to mention his uncle and Uncle San's side, many shareholders are not in a good position to say anything. Elderly man at Lake Tangguian. Sigh, gazing into the pitch blackness of the lake. His pupils were deep and bright. Nini is soft-hearted, but JAC is ruthless. Nini is simple, but JAC is heartfelt. That's pretty good too. That's right, little Nooner. Mr. Tang, what do you think the boss is in a hurry? I'm not even dead yet. I have to get so close to the shareholders. Since we have to rely on our ability, let's give the 3 children the same starting line. Mr. Tang, you seem to be a bit biased. Yes? Tang Haotian scratched his head. No, I don't think so. How could a kindly old grandpa like him be biased? Slander, absolute slander. The moon is dark and the wind is high. Those who don't understand should be killed. Kill, can't give the fish in this lake, only eat pasta. Yes, chapter 51, I want to follow my heart. Why? Why did Tang Jingzi say those things? Famous schools. Danjani changed into a thin nightgown and lay on her side on the couch, eyes lost in thought. Like ancient Greece, the god of seduction. But, God has troubles too, right? Danjani thought about it all the way through, and questioned myself all the way. Did her cousin, in the old days, do the same thing to her? In front of grandpa, Yin and Yang her, take the previous mistakes and leave them on the table. It stung her all at once in the matter of having no friends. Why is that? The results are obvious. If Tang Jingzi is like this from the beginning, Tang Jiani felt that it certainly wouldn't be so hard on the heart. Wouldn't it be nice to be like old times? JH was wearing a lace-trimmed apron and carrying boron instant noodles. Standing in the kitchen doorway for a moment, look at Tang Jiani's expression gradually easing. Only then did he carefully come up to Danjani. Honey, I put down some pasta. Would you like some? Noodles? Danjani covered her empty stomach. Seeing Jiang Huai's pleasing face and looking at the puppy ears on top of Jiang Huai's head was a bit annoying. She's hungry, but she didn't say. Does the man in front of him think, again, that he understands people? Why do I have to eat it if you put it down? What makes him think I'm hungry? I am. What is he? Jiang Huai, do I have to listen to other people's opinions on things like eating noodles? Do you have to look at other people's faces too? Ah, 2 for 1. All think, can ride on my face is it? I'm asking you, aren't I? Jiang Huai was startled by the sudden sound of his voice. The freshly boiled soup spilled onto his hands. Dry. It's hot, you know? JAC would really appreciate it. I don't know what Danjani is mad about again. It was pretty normal all the way through just now. Mo subtly asked, isn't that right? It's a head. So, Danjani's perversion. It's serious again, right? When others punish, at least give a reason. Danjani now. The questions are not even said. Let the choice be made directly. But okay. JAC had gone through the past few days, braving the Tang Jiani copies. It has been upgraded to River Lick 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 latest version. Anticipating your opponent's anticipation is all a basic operation. At Don's house for dinner, Danjani, like the robot, only ate the greens in front of her. Because of Tang Jingzi's jibber-jabber, the meal wasn't eaten much. On the way back, Tang Jiani's stomach rumbled incessantly. I don't know if you want noodles. Jiang Huai only just knew that this bowl of noodles only needed to be disliked into Tang Jiani's stomach. Package warmer. It's true that the biggest thing a mouth can do is ing lie. Ha! A woman with a heart of gold. I'll lick you to death. Jiang Huai posed in advance to admit his mistake, and his tone was gentle like a spring breeze. I was wrong, honey. Grandpa said that your favorite food when you were a kid was seafood-flavored instant noodles. On the way there you kept frowning and I was worried about you. I just want you to be happy. If you're going to be upset when you see this, I'm going to pour it right now. Wait. Tang Jiani watched Jiang Huai turn to leave. Subconsciously shouted out. Danjani was a little confused. So it is. Turns out he simply wanted to make me happy. And so on. Surprisingly, Jiang Huai remembered what his grandfather had casually said. He also knew he was frowning the whole way. Could it be that he had been watching himself? Why does he keep watching me? The woman lying on the couch was tickled and warmed. Can't help clenching my toes. It feels weird. Except for Grandpa. No one but Grandpa ever seemed to care so much about her. No one cared if she was crying. Much less does anyone care what she likes to eat. But now, the man in front of her was telling her so bluntly. He cares. Danjani had just been immersed in her own world. Now think about it. JAC is from one to the house. Just serving water and cooking noodles. It's every movement that cares about her. Danjani didn't know how she could be happy. But now she was clear. If this little boy really throws away his face, she'll be even sadder. Hear that? This sick woman said, wait a minute, hey? Jiang Huai was ecstatic in his heart. Although I don't know what Jiani is thinking, but Jiani's such a pervert-level control freak. Inside as soon as it appears, a hint of looseness, that would be a victory for him. Jack, JH slowed down and turned around to start apologizing. I'm sorry, honey, I probably won't be able to hand wash your clothes this week. Jiani was stunned. What's that supposed to mean? Wasn't just talking about the face. Why are we talking about laundry now? Tang Jiani let out a cold voice. Why, stammered Jac, his afterglow occasionally skimming toward his hand. I just accidentally spilled freshly boiled soup on my hand. It hurts. I think it's blistered, but you don't have to worry about it. It's really all my own carelessness. No. How could I say that? I'm sorry, honey. I'm getting ahead of myself again. What's this injury of mine? It's okay. I'll still be here on time on Saturday. The words finished, the room fell silent. Jiani looked at the dim light. The simple smile that hit the teenager's face. A pang of acidity at the tip of his heart. The teenager in front of me. It's really silly. The noodles were specially cooked to make her happy. But Jiani, what about you? What in the world? Were you just, like, on an evil streak? Scared him by burning his hand. Tang Jiani, can you really bear to hurt this person who cares about you so much? Well, what else? Isn't that what he's for? Is there no other identity? What status? The little people in Jiani's head were arguing. She felt like her mind was so messed up. Jiani's life is full of rules and regulations, but the rules state what she is supposed to do, never said what the choice was to do. Such a situation arises. How should she face it? And, the heart itches. It's like there's something that's going to grow. Why is that? She isn't sick. Jack, yes, dear, put the noodle down and sit over here. Jiang Huai looked at Tang Jiani with her slender jade hand, tapped the spot beside her. The tip of his heart panicked. What's the deal? If Tang Jiani were to curse him at this moment, even took out little wooden sticks, both will make Jac feel more at ease. Is it possible that the pervert's method of torturing people has changed again? JH put down his bowl. Smiling, he came over to Jiani. Fragrant. That's so nice. This nightgown, and the one inside. He washed it. Give yourself credit. Honey, what's wrong? Jac asked gently. Jiani didn't say anything. Carefully clutching Jiang Huai's hand, he held it in his hand. Look at the reddened area of the burn. A light frown, taking out from the drawer again, the bruise and burn cream that Jac had bought. Took some ointment. Using his fingers, he smeared it on Jac's wrist. White and moist like jade fingers. Gently rubbing, Jiang Huai also cannot help but sigh, the heavens are not fair. Someone like Jiani. What makes the face modeling top-notch? Fingers and toes are the details that need to be perfect. Except for the perverts. There's really no downside. But Jac would like to ask? Now what the hell does Jiani mean? Don't dare move. Totally afraid to move. Does it hurt? Jiani's voice was soft. The expression, however, was cool. More or less a bully flavor. Jac is more like, instead, a little step-forward wife. Honey, I'm sorry I bothered you. Jiang Huai put on a professional fake smile, glancing at the clock on the wall. That's good. Half an hour to go before the day is over. Come on, Comey. Punch in another performance before the end of the day. Jac held out his other hand, pointed to the TV stand. Honey, I see you always have heavy dark circles under your eyes in the morning, and I wonder if you don't get a good night's rest. I bought some small calming candles on purpose, and warm light at night. I hope that every night that I'm not there is a warm light to help you sleep in peace. Oh, when Jiani heard the words I'm not here, the body couldn't control it and shook. Good news. Jac, he really cares about me. Every detail is observed. Bad news. He'll be gone soon. Immediately this room, the lights will be turned off. It'll get quiet. It would be just her. One man. Snap. Jiang Huai saw a drop of water when it dripped on the back of his hand. Scared. It's a hell of a thing. Do perverts cry too? Or shedding tears in front of him? What kind of anticlimactic operation is this? He just now. The killing power wasn't that strong. It's better to withdraw quickly. It's scary. Honey, it's getting late. Jiang Huai tried to withdraw his hand, only to have it violently clenched by Tang Jiani. Jiang Huai. Tang Jiani's words sounded a little unsad. I am still here. Honey, what if you do when you don't know what you should be doing? JH? That's a question a normal person could ask. If you don't know what to do, why don't you do nothing? But one doesn't seem to have a time when one doesn't know what to do. When at a loss, just follow your heart. If you're tired, you'll want to sleep. So sleep. And if you're idle, you'll want to play on your cell phone. So play. Actually, you had the answer in your heart all along. Donjani seems to be dead. Heart, can I also follow my heart and do whatever I want? JAC nodded. Sure. Well, will you sleep with me tonight? Okay. And so on. What did you say? Lights. Donjani blushed with shame, tugging at Jiang Huai's hand. I want to follow my heart. Chapter 52, just a little bit. Honey, I'm not doing that. I know. It's in the contract. 10,000 a night. I'll give you 20,000 more. You're only responsible for putting me to sleep. Front, don't remember. Forgot the backside too. Anyway, after Jiang Huai's wooden head returned to his senses, he had followed Donjani into the bedroom. This was the first time JAC had ever been in the bedroom. The whole room smells good. Maybe in addition to the bed, dresser, a closet, nothing. Where's the rag doll? What about a pink bed 4-piece set? Or cute little dresses with little leather shoes? All of them? JACL felt uninterested. Even the covers are dark gray. It doesn't look like a girl's room at all. JAC thought about it. Every time he came, Donjani slept on the couch. The bed was probably just a decoration for her. And so on. Well, that's even more wrong. Usually it's a pose. Instead, they brought him in today. What do you mean? JAC lightly slapped himself. I'm dry. It's really not a dream. He's still cool to give people below. Together, Donjani hungry was really hungry, but not as hungry as he thought. Although Tang Jiani was the top school flower of Lin University. But, be warned, she's also solidly perverted. Moreover, it's the daughter of the Tang dynasty group. Jack, he has a bottom line. Coaxing to sleep is fine. That's what hit me. Was mulling it over. Donjani took a shower from the master bath and came out in a change of pajamas. Burgundy silk, hanging on the collarbone of Tang Jiani, sticking to her body silky. Roadside tires will be heart. Jiang Huai smiled evilly. This pajama top. He doesn't seem to have washed it. Next time, it must be washed hard and must be rubbed hard everywhere. Honey, it looks like you didn't blow dry your hair. Let me help you. JH saw Tang Jiani's hair dripping. Walk up and remove the hair dryer straight away. Donjani didn't say anything. Sitting in front of the dresser, she felt JAC's fingers, constantly weaving in and out of her hair. It's a little ticklish. Warm airflow, down Tang Jiani's neck, blowing pajamas swing. Jiang Huai looked down from his height. It's still the same. There are some things that science can't explain. JH thought about it. Of the 3 tenants, it is still Don's sister who is the richest. Rich and generous. What's wrong with being perverted when people pay? Jiang Huai was thinking that if he was as rich as Tang Jiani, he's even more perverted than Donjani. Honey, make sure you blow dry your hair before you go to bed or you'll catch a cold. Honey? Sister? Sister Dawn? JH called out 3 times. It took Donjani a moment to come back to her senses. She just got seriously sidetracked. There were a total of 2 words in Donjani's head right now. Finished. Why did her heart, when she saw Jiang Huai in the bedroom, beat so hard? It's not what she thought, at all. Just now JAC said that the heart would tell her the answer. It was true that she didn't want to let Jiang Huai go, because it's night, it's alone, it's dark, and all these factors add up. She'll be scared, but not when JAC is around. JAC is like a C-pin. It always calms, the tidal waves in her mind. After coming back from mom and dad's house earlier, there was also just dinner, which was yin and yang by Tang Jingzi. As long as JAC is around, the irritation in her mind would be able to dissipate. As long as JAC is around, she might, then, be able to get a good night's sleep. But now, no one has ever been in her bedroom. Tang Jiani had a sense of shame at having a small secret spread out in front of Jiang Huai. The atmosphere was awkward. Tang Jiani raised her eyes slightly and surveyed Jiang Huai from the mirror. Kind of handsome. Milk handsome. Especially when blow-drying your hair. The pair of puppy ears on top of JAC's furry head wiggled back and forth. Oops. So much want to rule what to do. Honey, are you looking at me? Surprised by Jiang Huai's words, like she had done something wrong, Tang Jiani's eyes began to look around, intending to cover up what she had just done. Results. The more I glanced at my eyes, the more they went out of control. Almost got cross-eyed. It was still JAC that gently set Tang Jiani's head straight, active from the mirror, while surveying the look he blew, while blowing in Donjani's ear. That's okay, dear. You can watch as long as you want. Swish. That was fast. Donjani winced, reddening from ear to toe, especially a pair of legs that went from white to pink and were still clenching. It gave Jiang Huai a blank stare. It's not. I don't think he did anything. Did he? One word and that's it? How it's not so much like in school. That pervert level, frosty goddess image. I'm dry. JAC suddenly came to a realization. Frost goddess. When it's cold, it's all ice. Once it heats up, don't dare think about it. Don't dare think about it. But JAC, after all, is paid, professional things, but also professional rules. after JAC blow-drying his hair, inviting Don Johnny to the bed. He moved a chair and sat at the head of the bed himself. Honey, just to double-check, you're calling for the put-to-sleep service, right? Don Johnny huddled under the covers and nodded. His body had been wooden since he had just looked at Jian Hui, now well-behaved as a kitten. What kind of bedtime services do you need? Dear, I have massage and relaxation methods, children's songs, and English word memorization. Don Johnny was dumbfounded. What's he talking about? Ula ula, the little ears are so cute. Is it Rua here? Honey, why don't I read you a story? You leave the TV on until you go to bed. Maybe a story would be best for you. Don Johnny was stunned. JAC can even think of this. He really cares about me a lot. Okay, then I'll listen to the story. Listen to the story? It's good to hear stories. JH pulled out his cell phone in his hand and adjusted it to voice input mode. It just so happens that his favorite thing to do is tell stories. What's a good story to tell? JH thought about it. Start speaking in a gentle tone. Once upon a time, piglets and puppies were good friends. JAC took a breath. 2 stories were told. Waiting to come back to his senses, Don Johnny had leaned over the bed and fallen into a deep sleep. Jian Hui floated his eyes at Tang Jiani's ripples. Getting up, he tugged the blanket upward. Dry. Why would anyone, covered in a blanket, have the sides of their upper body exposed instead? Does that make sense? Alright, you're being reasonable. JAC carefully put the chair back in place. Undo the valet's apron on your body. Turn off the room lights. Tiptoeing to the door, he ripped it open and stepped through the crack. Finally, by the light of the living room, he looked at Don Johnny's face. The sophistication of a plutocrat, the coldness of a pervert, the brightness of a schoolgirl, and the delicacy of a 22-year-old girl all condensed into one face. There is no conflict. Sure enough, rich people have troubles too. Otherwise, Tang Jiani wouldn't have fallen asleep with her brows still locked. What exactly is the confusion? Jian Hui stared at Tang Jiani's frown and pondered for 2 seconds. Close the door. The voice is subtle. Good night, honey. Click. In the darkness, with the slamming of the door, tears fell from the corners of Don Johnny's eyes on both sides. Luckily, JAC didn't say goodnight to her face. Otherwise, Tang Jiani thought, she would definitely be humiliated. She's never heard of goodnight. More thought. 2 simple words that have so much power to kill. It's like something one never dared not ask for. Suddenly one day, one is presented to one's face with a calm face. This unguarded surprise. It comes deeper than the kind of joy that comes from being fully prepared. Don Johnny loved it. The story of the piggy and the puppy. Simple, yet reassuring. But, why is it reassuring? Don Johnny stared at the ceiling, unable to think. She didn't believe that JAC would be magic. What if it was someone else? Tang Jiani tried a different face to bring in a bit of what Jian Hui had just done. Okay, pressing is not an option. Only JAC can. It was quiet for a long time. Don Johnny chose to turn on her cell phone. Ask, why? Is it reassuring to see your own dog? Do wop. Because you love your baby from the bottom of your heart and can have no qualms about confiding your most vulnerable side to your dog. It will be very reassuring to see it. Moreover, dogs secrete a special odor. And over time, just by smelling this odor, it will make people feel happy and feel at ease. Because, very much so. What? Don Johnny sat up violently from the darkness. The eyes staring at the cell phone screen were full of trepidation. She likes JAC? How is that possible? As much as it's tempting to dismiss the idea, beneath one's heart, the white light hit Don Johnny in the face. Both can visibly see the redness. Redness set off. An eye for knowledge. Turning again to JAC's apron resting on the chair. He just took it off. Don Johnny gulped. Itchy palms. Wouldn't that be? Well, kind of sick. Just a sniff. For verification. Just 1 second. Yeah, just a little bit. Chapter 53. Just drinking water. Is that the taste of love? The system has detected the host's behavior of staying overnight. 10,000 will be subtracted from the bank card. JAC came out of the bedroom. Looked at the time. Exactly 12 o'clock. 5 large, golden letters flew past his head. The system is silly wave 1. That's 10,000. A glass of honey snow frozen a day could make him diabetic. It's futile to lament now. The money is paid. JAC organized the couch. Sit cross-legged. Turn on your cell phone. Take a look at the cell phone text and begin to refine the content of the story. On the cell phone. Luckily, he's smart. Just told the story to Don Johnny. Turn on voice input. Stories were told and recorded directly into the phone. It's like killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Told it to Tang Jiani. Told it to Mu Chu Yen. Save yourself the effort. Finally the money arrived. Simply a genius. Think again before. Storytelling to Mu Chu Yen. A case of misery typing. JAC calls out his regrets. How did I not find this method before? Save a little labor. One's own value is not increased 100-fold. Not bad for you. Jack. End of story revision. Jiang Hui found Mu Chu Yen microblogging. Copy, paste, send, creek, Maru Spice. The little got hit by a car? Surely you normally look for me after 10, but it's after 12. Famous schools. Mu Chu Yen was lying on the sofa with a white bath towel around her. Both calves stand up and wiggle from side to side, and the bony toes are tender and pink and lovely and round. The white fur, which had been blown dry, draped over his back, lining it with white and smoothness. Mu Chu Yen had kept this position for 2 hours. 2 hours. Damn, little didn't even come with a message. How could she resist rambling? If the person isn't dead, please give her a reason. She's such a fragrant and sticky girl. Why didn't the little come to her? Puffy. Finally, on the verge of calling the police, Mu Chu Yen chose to report her best friend Ding Xiaoxi on a cell phone. Ding Xiaoxi, according to the latest statistics from the World Sleep Organization, contemporary young people who die suddenly from sleep deprivation generally fall asleep between 1 and 3 in the morning. To summarize, the chances of sudden death for the little are low, but not zero. On average, there are 3,000 car accidents in the world every day, and an average of 300 in the current time period, which averages out to a negligible but non-zero number of individuals. Mu Chu Yen clenched her fists. I don't even know where to direct my temper. Good ing 1, not 0. She's also sinning. For good reason. Find someone with a formulaic composition and talk about what's going on. People who don't have feelings. You'll never find someone you like in this life. Sad. Unlike her, there are misses every day. And so on. Mu Chu Yen's small face reddened violently. Who said I have a favorite? Ahoy. The little just came into my head and strung me along. He's getting paid to do it. Right. He received money and had to tell me stories. Nasty nasty nasty. Whose air conditioner is it anyway? Blowing straight hot air. The white-haired girl bounced up from the couch, pulling off the towel. He ran 3 laps around the living room. Barefoot. Achoo. Cool. It's cooler everywhere. All over. All right. She admitted that the air conditioner had a couple of tricks up its sleeve. Mu Chu Yen, Xiaoxi, let me ask you something. What brand of Polaroid is the best now? And where do you sell that powdered duct tape from our elementary school? Ding Xiaoxi? Mu Chu Yen, record my daily routine with my little and give it to him when it's his birthday. Do you think he'll be impressed? This girl gave it to me. How dare he not be touched? Ding Xiaoxi, inputting. Mu Chu Yen covered her mouth and laughed. She could already imagine the scene when Ding Xiaoxi's little brain started to smoke. Ding Xiaoxi, the pure robot. Full of formulas. Who knows how to move between a man and a woman? If only feelings could be counted in a formula. She must be the strongest king segment. Unfortunately, formulas don't prove love. Ding Xiaoxi entered half a dozen times. Sent a message. Ding Xiaoxi, Yen. I recently returned to China. Return. Looking at the message that jumped out cold from Ding Xiaoxi, Mu Chu Yen was baffled. When Ding Xiaoxi first moved, it was a family move. There's not even an outhouse left over here now. Back again? What are you doing back here? Dinky Creek, out of the house. It's good to be out of the house. Out of the house. And so on. Mu Chu Yen's goosebumps fell to the ground. Immediately a video call went through. Ding Xiaoxi, you're ing crazy. Look at your face value. For countries mixed blood, blue eyes, red hair, high nose, hundreds of thousands. No, millions of girls, can't find a big beauty like you. Now you're even saying that you want to become a monk. No, my aesthetics won't allow someone like you to disappear into the red. I'm really convinced. Whoever snubbed you, I'll kill him now. Ding Xiaoxi is in Mu Chu Yen's cell phone, cocked his head slightly. The tone was soft, but Yen, I'm afraid of dying. You're afraid. Mu Chu Yen put the last word, stuck in her throat, and her tone slowed down. Xiaoxi, your condition is serious again? Seems like it. Just looking at the building kinda makes me want to climb it. Hey, don't you give me on come back or not. Come back. Mu Chu Yen chatted with Ding Xiaoxi for another 10 minutes, before reluctantly hanging up the phone. In the midst of the quiet, tears were like a tidal wave that began to continuously hit Mu Chu Yen's eyes. What are you doing? Why are you crying when others are leaving? But Mu Chu Yen couldn't help it. Couldn't help but think of that red-haired girl from a few years ago. As a child, playing together. The creek is like a robot. No fooling around or laughing. Occasionally, while playing with his light blue eyes, he would begin to shed tears. Back then, she still always said that it was a machine malfunction. Now think, it's all a reaction to severe depression. But the Ding Xiaoxi family, both are coachy. Not bad at all. How can there be depression? Over the years, she had also asked Ding Xiaoxi. Can be outrageous. Ding Xiaoxi herself even did not know. What was the cause of the disease? Or rather, Dinky Creek's mom and dad know, but it is deliberately hidden. Mu Chu Yen didn't dare to think about it. Now just expect the time to rush by. Better yet, with a swish, Ding Xiaoxi appeared beside her. That way, she could tie her to the head of the bed with a rope. I'll get her 20 gym students. 185. Brown-skinned kind. Scratching the soles of your feet and tickling your armpits every day. And bare-chested. In gray pants kind of thing. She wouldn't believe it. A little depression can still have her perverted. All of them die for me. Ding. Saw the message from my cell phone. Mu Chu Yen instantly completed. The reverse evolution from a mechanical Tyrannosaurus beast to a rolling ball beast. But what fairy hasn't got a temper yet? Coming in so late. Jack, must have an explanation. Mu Chu Yen was about to start questioning. On a cell phone. Little bitch's message. Arrived first. First of all, I want to apologize to the world's most beautiful, sweetest, and gentlest Queen Yen Yen for being late. Cat apologizes. Mu Chu Yen puffed out her chest. Direct voice messaging. Humph. I'm glad you're sensible. But don't think that apologizing can coax this princess. Come on. Why are you late? Little bitch, do you remember? What day is today? What day? Lantern Festival. Dragon Boat Festival. Qin Mengmeng Festival? Not even on Valentine's Day? Mu Chu Yen's brain hadn't turned around yet. The cell phone rang again. Little bitch, picture. In the picture, it's an alabaster pot. The purple clay pot looks crooked and just plain ugly. So, what's this? Little bitch, today is the 758th day I've known you unilaterally and the first week we've known each other. This, I handmade for you. A 1-week anniversary gift. But I screwed it up. I overestimated myself. And it's so ugly. I purposely made the spout heart-shaped. That way, if you just drink from it, it will always taste like my heart. Would you dislike it, Mr. Mu? Mu Chu Yen looked at the mouth of the alabaster pot, the shape of a heart. Opening his mouth, he couldn't get the words out. Only the chest is constantly on. Knock knock, knock knock, 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 knock. Mu Chu Yen covered her chest. It's so fast. It's like it's going to blow up. Is just drinking water the flavor of love? Chapter 54, The Tea Man with the Teapot. Into the fall. The rain always comes with a bang. The thunder fell and the rain followed. Mu Chu Yen stretched out her fingers and gently rubbed the alabaster pot on the photo. The face is about as little as a jug. 2. Red with purple. That's why it's so late today. That's why. To make this gift, right? But little he's so stupid. How can you give a little girl a teapot? To send of course. I know. Miss Mu must be wondering why she's giving away a teapot. Actually, I've been thinking about this gift for a long time. Alabaster clay is made by fusing alabaster and water. Just like I'm alabaster and Miss Mu is like water. We just got together. A piece of clay itself. But after careful carving and communication together, they end up as beautiful crafts. Finally, the alabaster becomes the body of the pot and protects you. Mu-san, happy 1 week of acquaintance. On the phone, a few simple lines. Mu Chu Yen looked dumbfounded. She is a staunch materialist. But now, Mu Chu Yen clearly saw it. A pink arrow penetrated her heart. Take her hard and little and string her along. He's so good at it. I'm so in love. What on love? Hello. Mu Chu Yen cupped her face and looked unconvinced. She's such a pretty girl. How did she become mud? Hello. Boom. A loud clap of thunder. The beaten Mu Chu Yen gave up her pride. Mu Chu Yen looked out the window with wide eyes. Rainwater is streaking under the streetlights. I wonder if the little got wet while fetching the pot. Or is he soaking wet? Don't dare think about it. Mu Chu Yen didn't dare to think that a silly boy, a few days in advance, was preparing a gift for himself. Now maybe, still holding the teapot and running wildly in the rain. What to do? Mu Chu Yen clutched the blanket, constantly nymphing on the couch. Just the thought of a boy, seriously making a teapot, and the tide turned inside out. Strange. Obviously the blankets are sun-dried. How come now? Heavy rain poured down. The girl with the white hair, with the blush, began to reflect on her faults. She was wrong. She really shouldn't have been so mean at school. In the first place, how else could the little, who has known her for over 700 days, be afraid to contact her? If time could be turned back, have they not known each other for over 700 days? That's over 700 days. How many 700 days of youth does a boy have? If she cherished it then, maybe by now, they have a come up sth, a labor of love. Mu Chu Yen, you're not ashamed. What unseemly things are you thinking about? The evil fire has been generated. Mu Chu Yen sat on her knees on the sofa. The little pink face was incredibly serious again. Fade said, the girl will be called Zhou Ian, and the boy will be called Zhou Mucho. You in me, I in you, meet in the fall. So much for tossing it over and over again. 5 minutes later, watch for new messages from the little. It was only then that Mu Chu Yen replaced the blanket and collapsed on the sofa, lifting her cell phone feebly. Little bitch, are you ready for tonight's story? Mu Chu Yen, little piggy has laid down. So please, story king, begin. Little bitch, so good. Then this great king will reward you with one more story. Reward? He's so good at it. I'm so in love. JH, once upon a time, Piggy and Puppy were. This is money that really deserves to be earned by you. Jian comprehensive. Just Mu Chu Yen's violent temper. JH knew that if he was late without some indication, definitely going to be dismantled in a big way. So the first time, just think of that, the teapot that was done to pieces. Originally, the teapot was intended to be kept for Qin Mengmeng as a birthday gift. Tea man with teapot. What a great moral. But in the immediate future, one can only respond to emergencies. Delivering pots to that fried girl Mu Chu Yen. It is indeed a bit of a stretch. But, still, it's the same thing. With anything, it's important to see things through. Is it really the gift itself that makes people's girls happy to receive it? Wrong. Very wrong. Girls who like money, not your front trunk stuffed with flowers. Instead, on the front trunk, the Ferrari badge. And like Mu Chu Yen, who grew up with no shortage of money, the heartbeat, much less the little teapot within reach. Rather, it was this teapot that meant something to her. A bouquet of flowers, bought it on the side of the road. And, this is what I planted for you, a year ago. Same, not the same. Redish, so to speak. I walked 5 blocks to find the only flower, as beautiful as you. It doesn't open its mouth? Zhang Huai waited for Mu Chu Yen to slow down. Start telling the story. 2 stories. Breakdown disassembly. In the interaction with Mu Chu Yen, the lecture lasted a full half hour. 12:30. That's the end of today's story. And little Piggy is going to be a good boy and go to bed. Good night, cat. So who in the world, really, would be as dedicated as he is? JAC sighed, hunkered down on the couch. Don't close your eyes yet. Mu Chu Yen's message popped up again. Cat insomnia. Dry. Jian Huai was suddenly somewhat able to understand Nielma. PPT until midnight. I was just getting ready to go to sleep when I was yelled at to get up and do another edition. You really want to kill someone, okay? White-haired witch, little bitch. Do you know of any place to work that's quick and easy money? JH, kiss. This side suggests that the criminal code be memorized in its entirety. It's fast money, and it's easy. How come you don't dream? JH rubbed his leg. The ones like him with the extras, for the money, can't even begin to tell you how easy it is. Mu Chu Yen the little white hair. That is to say, they have never experienced it. Social beatings, keeping the gold mountain, no bitter hard feelings, 2 days of delivery and you're honest. Little white hair delivery. Seems kinda interesting. I'm guessing I'll get into a fight with someone over a bad review? White-haired witch, little, you're an asshole. I'm not kidding. In fact, Dingyua's financial chain is broken. I owe the bank a lot of money. JH, how many? 4 million. More. How much? 4 million. Ah, Mu Chu Yen. JAC was furious and sleepy. He had just gotten a Dingyue black card to give to Qin Mengmeng. You damn well tell me now. You're pulling 4 million famines. Why didn't you make that clear in the first place? The capitalist of all evil. Geneva. Pay back. Mu Chu Yen, little. If I become an old scoundrel, will you dislike me? JH, it won't. It wasn't supposed to be very enjoyable. There's no such thing as dislike, okay? JAC has, for itself, a clear positioning. He's responsible for nothing but emotional value. It doesn't matter if the tenant's poor or rich. It's the watermelon sister, or Joe Beeler. He treats them all equally. It won't give you the cold shoulder because you're broke. But a tenant's debt is your own business. What's it got to do with the landlord? And so on. JAC finds a point. If anything, he helped Mu Chu Yen pay off his debts. How many satisfaction points can I get in exchange? JH opened the bank's back office. Looked at a string of numbers. $4 million. He's really got it. Isn't this a great opportunity? As long as, just not a bit. Zhang Huai was full of seriousness. Not enough satisfaction points. He can earn it slowly, but the money's gone. Then it's ing gone. Use your own money to pay back Mu Chu Yen. What does that make him? Dog licking? In JAC's opinion, there was only one possibility in the world for him to help Mu Chu Yen pay back the money. Unless, of course, 4 million fall from the sky right now. He immediately, ding, SMS, your XX bank card. Receiving transfer 4 million has arrived. JH? It's not. Dude, chapter 55. Do you have any clothes to wash? Dorked out. Woody. Silly. Zhang Huai swore to God that he didn't really want to help Mu Chu Yen pay back the money either. If you need to redeem your lifespan or something like that, please look for Mu Chu Yen. What the hell is going on? JH was getting depressed. Another text followed. It's a string of unfamiliar numbers. Content, Mr. Jian, Tang's family, 4 million in good faith. Looking to discuss. Interested Friday, 8 a.m. Westgate Lane Tea Garden. Waiting. Hiss. JAC looks at the locked bedroom. Reread the message again. $4 million out of the gate? What a big deal. Although the text message is just a few words, but JAC is at least Linjiang University. Senior students. It was evident that between the lines, a majesty was revealed. Looks like it really blew something real out of Tang Jingza at the dinner table. But who could it be? JAC looks at XS Nymphet, the huge Dawn group, standing at the top. There were 4 of them. Tang Hao Tian tops it all. That leaves his 3 sons. The oldest, Tang Qinglong, is also Tang Jingza's father. The second one, Tang Qinghu, Tang Jiani's father. And the oldest, Tang Qinghe. The first thing that came to Jiang Huai's mind was Tang Qinglong. This matter, after all, was directly related to Tang Jingza. But JAC can't deny it. The one looking for him might be the oldest. $4 million, trying to buy him? No, exactly. Trying to buy the evidence he's holding. Grass. I've said I'm not going to go, but Donjani had to drag me there. Well now, pull it in for me. JH put his cell phone away on the desktop, frowning. To go, or not to go, that's a problem. 5 seconds later, JAC moved his finger and clicked the delete button. Well, just forget about it. La 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 la. Your Tang family's business is related to me in the set trade. No write-up is a zero card. No memo is fraud. Sweet-smelling little boys like him. Be sure to take extra care when you're out and about. Beware of scams. Yes, hurry up and download the anti-fraud center. The texting thing. Before and after. 5 minutes passed. Wait for JAC to come back to his senses. Looking for Mu Chu Yen again. Almost laughed out loud. JH, how do you? This avatar? It's only been a few minutes. ID the white-haired witch's avatar. It turned into the same one as before, with a 4-leaf clover on its head. Capybara. In nerdiness, there's a little bit of stupidity. Mu Chu Yen, cute, isn't it? Dear God of stories. For just 5 minutes I have been praying devoutly for Capybara to bring me good luck. This girl, the violent schoolgirl of Linda University, prayed to a water rat with grass on its head. The mayor of Sheep Village saw it and called it professional. Can't hold it together. Not at all. JH, the God of stories be with you. Capybara bless you. Good night. Mu Chu Yen. Capybara good night. Dropped the last 2 words. JAC turned off his cell phone. Capybara will thank him. Pulled one for him. The big consumer dog. Turning off his cell phone, the system voice sounded in Jiang Huai's head. Mu Chu Yen satisfaction score, +10. Binder Mu Chu Yen. Satisfaction score reaches 65. Over 60 points. Rewards are being given out. Reward, a set of Cloud Seal Mansion, Cloud Seal House. Suggested rent 7,000/month. The portion exceeding 60 points is converted into points. Please exchange freely. Here it comes. Here it comes. Jack, worked so hard. For the sake of not hearing this. Seems like a productive night for the purple kettle. JAC is excited. In large part, it's a reward from Mu Chu Yen. The Cloud Seal House is different from a prestigious school. It's the center of town. A loud, upscale residential area. All units are over 350 square feet of flat flooring. The market value is around $9 million. That's $7,000 a month in suggested rent. 100 times back, that's $700,000. Cool. Compiled posts with information about Cloud Seal House. JAC began to think about the distribution of the extra 5 points. Earlier CU said to take the extreme route. I ordered power before. So this time, Jenny Tang's satisfaction score, +1, +1, +1. Jenny Tang's satisfaction score, +1, +1, +1. Holy, the voice popped back into my head. Scare JAC a strip. JAC wants to know this. What kind of tawdry operation is this? Dreaming? What a dream. So cool. There's still him in the dream. And so on. She's not beating herself up in her dreams, is she? Sure is sick. Get up early in the morning. Embrace the sun. JAC woke up naturally at 7. Did a couple sets of squats, exhausting the exuberance of all 3 legs. Started preparing breakfast in the kitchen. Approaching 7:30. Donjani's bedroom, clicked open. JAC poked his head out and looked at Tang Jiani. Scared. Whose panda is this? Running out? Leaning against the wall. Tang Jiani, pale lips, hair disheveled, empty eyes, very much like the state of that after what And, why did Tang Jiani carry 2 sets of pajamas out? Strange. That's weird. Good morning dear, did you not sleep well last night? Hearing JAC's words, Tang Jiani, who was still in a state of delirium, winced. He looked up and bumped into JAC's smile. The simplicity of the smile, the warmth. JAC first thing in the morning. I was asking if I had slept well. Hey, sure enough, he cares about me. Hiss. It's not right. Definitely not right. Jiang Huai's flesh tingled as he looked at Tang Jiani who was giggling at him. People who are perverts don't usually wake up with a lot of gas. Where's the wake-up call? JAC continued to test the waters. Honey, I made king crab white rice porridge, fried eggs, and scallion pancakes this morning. Would you like to add an after-dinner fruit? Jiani nodded. It's all in you. Watch. He makes everything I love to eat. Sure enough, he really cares about me. Jiani's sight, from the top of Jiang Huai's head, it swept in front of his body. Jac went up, still in the same white shirt from yesterday. The top and bottom buttons are not buttoned. The abs were still faintly visible through the early morning sun. The face began to redden slightly. Keep poking around down there. Yesterday, were they gray sweatpants yesterday? So it is. Jiani didn't dare look at it much, lowering his head, like a squirrel stealing an acorn. The corners of his mouth snickered. Crazy. It's crazy this time. Jiang Huai looked at Tang Jiani with the same eyes as the scanner. Uncomfortable. Jiang Huai walked forward and looked at the pajamas in Tang Jiani's arms, his tone gentle. Honey, I have some time in the morning. Do these need to be washed? I'll do it. JH was about to reach out. Jiani, however, shrank back violently. She, nervous, took the unclean places and hid them inside. The blush of her cheeks grew a few shades thicker. Just in case JAC sees it, will he think I'm a pervert? Jiani shook her head like a child who had made a mistake. Not today. I'll just wash myself. Wash yourself? JH looked out the window. The sun hasn't risen in the west, has it? By all rights, the pervert shouldn't have said that. It's not necessary to ask me what I want you for, but it's good to wash yourself. It wasn't his workday anyway. JAC nodded, planning to return to the kitchen. The step is not yet taken, only to be tugged again by Jiani. JAC turned around and brought up a question mark face. What's wrong, honey? In the sunlight, Jiani's voice was thin as she tightened her grip on her shirt, but JAC heard it clearly. Do you have any clothes to wash? I'll wash them for you. I'm so amused. Ordered us some things this afternoon. Scampered to the point where I was squatting last second. This chapter, it's too late. Chapter 56, The Darley Park Effect. Mister, since you've been gone, the way they kill has changed again. Jiang Huai carried his school bag and left Tang Jiani's room in a hurry. Sick. Jiani is definitely sick. Jiang Huai took Tang Jiani's last words. It was carefully recalled 7 or 8 times. Definitely right. That pervert. I can't believe I have to give him laundry. This, and a tigress suddenly said. What difference does it make if she switches to vegetarianism? It reeks of fraud. Luckily, I just downloaded the anti-fraud app yesterday. Jiang Huai came out of Tang Jiani's downstairs garage, not out of the neighborhood. Turned to another elevator entrance. Get on the elevator again. Since there are multiple tenants to serve at the same time, that time management, very important. Used on Jiani's pot. You can make more bowls of porridge at a time. You can fry more eggs at a time. At one time, you can lick a few more people. Whose time is not time? The elevator doors opened. From his school bag, Jiang Huai pulled out the lunchbox he had prepared for Qin Mengmeng earlier. Gently set it on the front door shoebox. The lunchboxes were bought by JHW past the $2 store. Light green color with clear lid, divided into upper and lower levels. It is flowered with pale bamboo leaves. Jiang Huai thought at the first sight, would Qin Mengmeng be touched if she was given an exclusive lunchbox? It ended up pulling for a long time. Haggled with the owner to a $1 to take it. The top of the lunchbox has a slice of heart-shaped omelette. There's some fruit on the side. Here's the porridge. JAC pulled out, again, the heart-shaped stickers that had been written in advance. It's stuck to the lunchbox. Stickers, no matter how busy you are, remember to eat breakfast. Do it all. Jiang Huai inexplicably had a sense of relief. Before, he always felt that when he faced Qin Mengmeng, he was acting from start to finish. It's exhausting, but now, in front of Qin Mengmeng, it seemed to be the easiest again, especially after listening to the audio file Gui Yulong sent over earlier. In the file, the conversation between Qin Mengmeng and Gui Yutong could be clearly heard, especially here. Qin Mengmeng wants to make Jiang Huai fall in love with her fiercely, finally abandoning him harshly. This one, Jiang Huai felt that all of his body was comfortable. Honestly, Qin Mengmeng's segment is, indeed, very high, especially receiving that sunny doll at JAC. When I saw the phrase, I see all living things as grass and trees. Indeed, a little wobbly. I see all beings as grass and trees. The only place to see you is Green Mountain. Acting. What I fear most is to get into a scene and not be able to get out. JAC remembers that there were a lot of top actors for playing a certain role and eventually contracted depression. There is no reprieve for years, even decades. But, how lucky was he? Jiang Huai. After every act, pull out your cell phone and listen to the teachings of Qin Mengmeng. It all comes out in a second. That's a relief. When Qin Mengmeng was satisfied with the score, Jiang Huai would be able to do no harm and drive Qin Mengmeng out of his house. But any hesitation for a second, it wouldn't be considered old theater. I see all beings as grass and trees, but the only one who sees me is the green mountain. That's true. You Cheji, look who's not green. Okay, deliver breakfast to Qin Mengmeng. Done. Move on to the next task. Coincidence is coincidental. Jiang Huai just walked out of the building. At the first glance, he bumped into Mu Chu Yen's side face. In the warm light of the morning, Mu Chu Yen tied a double ponytail and wore a white sports undershirt and yoga pants. Is tilting his head in drinking water. Because of the haste with which he drank, droplets of water dripped down his chin and dampened the front of his body. Well, it seems she really likes the color pink. Was enjoying it. Mu Chu Yen turned her head violently. The eyes were full of murder. Strange. Jiang Huai didn't know why and looked at Mu Chu Yen. There's a little Samoyed, food guarding vibe. Milk is fierce. Jiang Huai smiled and waved his hand. Hey, good morning, Mu student. Hi your mom. Put down the word. Mu Chu Yen didn't look back. Flip a double ponytail and go. Aha, comfortable again Ogi. It's still you, sister zero frame starter. Far away. Mu Chu Yen jogged to the corner, and her afterglow caught a glimpse of Jiang Huai exiting the neighborhood. Clutching his water bottle, he slammed it down hard on the lawn, pissed off and stomping his feet. Asterisk. Could there be fewer men like that in the world? Early in the morning, it's really disgusting oi. Earlier Mu Chu Yen was still thinking, why was JH's post deleted by the school overnight? It feels like the school, everywhere, is geared toward JAC. Turns out I didn't know until I asked my mom. Behind it is the Tang family, Tang Jiani as a backer. That is to say, would have thought JAC was a rogue. Results, it's a ING cowboy. It's a dog that specializes in rich women and eating soft food. Lean. Think of those, words like whip, chain, task. Mu Chu Yen was even more disgusted, picked up the water bottle and re-threw it again. Asterisk. Let's just say that woman, Don Johnny, is out there freezing cold. Iron is a contrast. I didn't realize that I like this one. It's true that rich people play dirty, but, luckily, God was in her favor. Gave her little ES like this. Simple, kind, attentive, considerate men. Compare it to a dog like JAC. Little. I don't know how many times better. No. Mu Chu Yen felt that she must have been infuriated and stupid. How can you compare a little to someone like JAC? What's the difference between that and insulting people? Do you think I'm right, capybara? Mu Chu Yen pulled out her cell phone, looked at the wallpaper, all the time with a four-leaf clover on his head. Capybara. Mu Chu Yen, who was hanging with beads of sweat, flushed a light scarlet color again. Contrast this kind of thing. I'm sure it's better to let someone else do it right. What she likes is to start with one. Mu Chu Yen opened WeChat. Find the little and adorable capybara appearing out of nowhere. Today, another day full of hope. Capybara he. I knew it. You're the big slob. At this point, the industrious little piggy has run 5 laps around the neighborhood. Ding. Mu Chu Yen didn't even think that little bitch would reply in seconds. And the feeling of being answered in seconds early in the morning, it really makes you happy. Little bitch, I don't believe it. Unbelievable? Mu Chu Yen huffed and puffed. Beaming, she looked around and found a sunny spot. Turn on the selfie. Fingers then yeah. Beeps her little mouth and winks her eyes. Beautiful as heaven. And so on. Mu Chu Yen always felt as if something was missing. Almost what? There it is. Mu Chu Yen jogged, retrieved the water bottle, and opened the lid. The rest of the water was poured over your face in a stream. Back in the sunshine again. The light passed through the droplets of water hanging at the neck. Reflects colorful light. White double ponytails. Wet and plastered to the cheeks. Cute in a sexy way. Humph. Little. I'll make you believe it. Look at this little piggy. I can't stop mesmerizing you. On the bus to the East Market entrance, Jwahar was sitting in the back row. Watch the cell phone messages. It's really taut. This one looks good. I tease. This one looks better. This light I know. Duh. Darley Park effect. What Darley Park? That's clearly the Darwin effect. Sitting next to Jiang Huai Moncler outlet store. Glanced toward Jiang Huai's cell phone. Murmured a mouth. Full of preachy vibes. Young people nowadays have no shame at all. Can you find a date by hugging your cell phone and looking at this kind of webcam? Hiss. The Grand Master has a point. JAC exit photo. In front of the grandpa. Start typing. Next door. The grandpa says it looks good. The message to Mu Chu Yen had just been sent away. Cell phones don't compete. It started popping up again. And 2 at a time. Tang Jiani was a big pervert. Jiang Huai. From now on, when you're outside, you're not allowed to wear gray pants. I'll buy you a new one. Qin Mengmeng. Did brother Jiang make it himself today? It's so good. Image. Made new hair and showed it to brother Jiang first. He. In the picture, Qin Mengmeng is wearing a light green new Chinese cheongsam, holding a silk fan and half covering her face, with a cool ancient style hairstyle and a jade hairpin. Trudy. Hiss. This group? Why do they all love to post pictures? Silence in the carriage. Tears of envy from the Moncler outlet store. Chapter 57. If you want to be a cow or a horse, hold on tight. Moncler outlet store. Get out of the car. The only person left in the back row was JAC himself. JAC called out the system. Look at the 11 o'clock that hasn't been assigned yet. Lapse into contemplation. Icefire light lightning +1, 10 points. Although JAC is interested in Genus Strong, but it's only at 10 o'clock that you change a little bit. It is really discouraging. Also, worn wrought iron knife, 10 points. Rusty revolver, 10 points. Broken boxing gloves, 10 points. All are redeemable. It's not available. Think for half a minute. JAC decided. System, increase ice strength by 1 point. Add 1 point of strength. Strengthening. Ice +1. Strength +1. Points required, 11. Reinforcement complete. Ice attribute strength, 01. Power, 2526. End of reinforcement. Tired from staying up all night yesterday. Smoke goes up in smoke. Coincidentally, Zhou Chao called. The call was answered, and Zhou Chao's side looked unusually excited. Brother Jiang, you didn't come back yesterday. Oh, then what? Jiang Huai frowned, feeling that Chaozi had turned bad. I didn't come back. You guys didn't know to ask me in the group. You don't care about my father at all. Brother Jiang, Qin Mengmeng brought you breakfast. We all saw it. So, you didn't come back yesterday, yeah. On the phone, Zhou Chao sounded. Jacqueline was getting impatient. Have a fart. Yes. Brother Jiang, you applied for the entrepreneurship program. The school side gave it a pass. Our office is on the first floor of the complex. I'll call and ask. What do we do next? So soon? It seems that the school is still very supportive of entrepreneurship. The next step, need I say, of course, is to recruit employees, not recruit a prize of 10,000. Recruit him 100 first. 10,000. 100. That's 1,000,000. Actively respond to the school's call. It is incumbent upon my generation. Zhou Chao's sighed, dry and confused. No, Brother Jiang, is this a serious business? Why does it smell like northern Maine? There will be oversight on the school side and, Chocho said anything, until you hear. When you find employees to be paid and not below the minimum wage in Linjiang, JH's mind is broken. Didn't we agree that you and I are cattle and horses? Come to the office. We're all family. Everyone is looking out for the future of the company. It's amazing that employees want more money. Isn't that too much of a compliment? Soups, is there any such creature? Who eats less, works more, doesn't get sick too much, and who actively pushes himself and brings money into the group? Jokes are jokes. Jiang Huai thought for a moment and continued. Chaozi, you and CU count as 2, and it just so happens that neither of them have class this afternoon, so you'll post advertisements in the courtyard, and find 3 more to make 5. Linda, there are 2 seasons that are beautiful. One is spring, a yard full of peach and plum blossoms. Breeze, it's the pink mold. The other, fall, the ginkgos on Main Street are beginning to yellow. Sprinkle a field of gold. When pedestrians pass by, they enter the picture. Qin Mengmeng sat in the pavilion in the center of the lake, looking at the distance, the elder sister and elder sister who were taking wedding photos, full of calm. All of this, too far away from her. Solely bowed his head. Continue the needlework in your hands. The last 2 days, she's really a little tired. When JAC is out of sight, Qin Mengmeng one after another took a big fish that had been kept for years and released it back into the ocean. One of them cried out and begged Qin Mengmeng to give another chance. There's the all-night buy and drunkenly talk all night about how wrong I was. There are also transfers of 10 1/3 overnight. If it was before, Qin Mengmeng saw these. It's always late at night. Recall it over and over again and will still smile. Look at that guy. So cheap and stupid. Like a dog. Such a boy must cry for a long time when he says the word off. That was the night. Qin Mengmeng usually had to run out of power in the early hours of the morning and her legs were weak before she could sleep from exhaustion. But now, look at the group of men. Qin Mengmeng had no fluctuations in her heart. Close your eyes. It's all about that afternoon when the teenager and the young girl were shoulder to shoulder. JAC is like a thorn on a thorny vine. Not only did the zap hurt her so much, the toxin is still spreading. It's not even as good as seeing you all on your knees as it is to see him frown once. The worst. Qin Mengmeng stopped her handiwork and sprinkled some crushed snacks into the pool. Quietly watched the koi flop. Jack, right now I just want to catch you a fish. Would you like my bait? Student Qin? Lu Yu clutched his burger and held a flyer as he appeared in the pavilion. Why are you here? Wow. Is Qin knitting a sweater? So awesome. Is it knitting for Brother Jiang? Qin Mengmeng covered her mouth and smiled. Lu Yu is really naive. You don't have to look to know that it's a small virgin fish in the novice area. Yes it is. Isn't it popular these days? The first milk tea of fall. So I was thinking that it's getting cold. So maybe he'd be happy if I gave Jiang his first sweater of the fall. No. He'll be so happy. That Tang Jiani person. A rich lady. How do you do a hand job like that? Then Mr. Qin should cheer up. A Maybach came yesterday and gave Jiang a lot of new clothes. It's rumored to cost over $30,000 apiece. Hearing Lu Siyu's words, the needlework in Qin Mengmeng's hands. Suddenly it stopped. The thorn that sticks in the heart. It moved again. It hurts. $30,000 worth of clothes. Contrasting handmade sweaters. Did she lose again? After a long reprieve, Qin Mengmeng changed the topic again. Mr. Lu, it seems like there's no class in the afternoon. Are you doing a part-time job? Sort of. Come on, oh. Jobs are hard to find these days. Brother Jiang has started a company and I'm helping him recruit. Jiang, of JAC, the company? Qin Mengmeng couldn't even think of it. One's own heart, surprisingly, just because, someone else's words with Jiang Hui, began to beat faster. Jack, you've opened a company? Lu Siyu watched Qin Mengmeng fall into deep thought and handed over a flyer. Is Mr. Qin interested? Jiang gave 3 spots. Now there's only 1 spot left. If you want to be a cow or a horse, hold on tight. Only 1 left? Since it's JAC's company, Qin Mengmeng was thinking, get in there. Isn't it a privilege to be near the water? But does being together every day lose its freshness? Distance creates more beauty. So tangled. By the way, you just said that you've got 2 people already. Who are those 2 guys? Lu Siyu wiped the cream from the corner of his mouth and smiled. There's a Mu Chu Yen. Mu Chu Yen? What's she doing here? Mu Chu Yen didn't look like someone whose family lacked money. And it's amazing that someone that flammable and explosive would offer to work for someone else. It's unbelievable. Brother Chaozi was just over there, and met Mr. Mu, who was clamoring to join. There was no way out. Okay. Qin Mengmeng nodded. At the thought of possibly working with that kind of violent woman. Lost interest in this job. Okay. Who else? Don Johnny. Oh, Don. Wait. Who did you say? Chapter 58. In the world. No one really cares about you. Rainy night. Elevated. Maybach. Don Johnny looked out the car window at night. The displeasure was written all over his face. 1 minute she was shopping. The next minute, he was called home by his father. Tang Jiani sat in the back seat, crossing her legs, her aura clear and cold. Skimmed the neighbor's shopping bag. It's full. Shopping bag with men's casual wear. There are new aprons, new hairy ears. There are also men's workout clothes. This sportswear, Don Johnny also bought the same style. I don't know if he'll like it if I wear it to him when we do sports together. Right. And for JAC, a couple suits. After all, a suit is a man's. No. That position of the suit is critical. I don't know the exact size. I don't know the placement preference. It won't strangle Ko, will it? After thinking about it, Tang Jiani could only give up on the idea for now. Some other time. It would be best to get someone to come to your home and measure it some other time. Don Johnny nodded gravely. A layer of pink rose to her cheeks. With a slender hand, he grabbed one of the clothes. Stealing scents sniffed. Not much flavor right now though, but soon. These clothes, then, will be drenched in the JHH fragrance and will be the most reassuring thing in the world. She'll sleep better at night, too. Soon. That's great. Don Johnny shattered her mouth and looked at the time. 8:19 p.m. The closer you are to your parents' house, the more Don Johnny felt, the more she couldn't catch her breath. But it's Friday. Tomorrow is the day that JAC comes to the door. Don Johnny curled the corners of her mouth. Think of that man tomorrow, busy in the kitchen at sunset. Think of JAC's head and the cute way the puppy ears wiggle back and forth. All displeasure faded. Sure enough, except for the doctoring aspect. Doohickeys sometimes, after all, have a point. This, I suppose, is what it feels like to like someone. That's great. Half an hour later, the Maybach is parked in front of the pool. Don Johnny followed the servant with a black umbrella, walked through the carved connecting corridors, standing in the doorway of the study, straightened her wet tweaked hair and dried the water droplets on her high heels. Take a deep breath, lightly snapped the door to the room. Father, you wanted to see me? Aha! Don Johnny listened to the sound of fiddling in the study. There was some fire at the tip of his heart, but it can only be forced down. Father has let the girl who plays the piano in the courtyard into the study again. This evening, bitch, come in, with Tang Qinghu's words. Only then did Don Johnny gently push the door open, stood in front of the study hall, behind the large case in the study. Tang Qinghu was practicing calligraphy, and the brush was dipped in ink and a little light. Don Johnny saw her father frown. Carefully, he stepped forward and began to sharpen the ink in the inkstone. A grind. Another 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Father and daughter. Not a word more. By the time Tang Qinghu clutched the jade paperweight, it fell to the ground. Jiani knows. This is another piece of artwork that didn't sit well with my father. I'm sorry, father. I didn't sharpen my ink properly. Listening to Jiani's words, Tang Qinghu skimmed his daughter. Picking up the envelope, he flung it in front of Jiani. Jiani took the envelope and drew out the photo. The photo shows the wreckage of an airplane. Disfigured. Jiani was a little uncertain. Father, my daughter doesn't understand. Tang Qinghu rarely smiles. On this private plane, there's a foreigner. One of the Tang dynasty shareholders. Dead. Close to your eldest. It's your grandfather striking out. Buzz. 3 short sentences. Jiani's mind went blank. Grandpa. Uncle. The shareholders are dead? But, that's a living, breathing person. And on the plane, the shareholders weren't the only ones. Just die somehow. And, what do you mean? Grandpa shot? Jiani knew full well what that meant. But the words were stuck in my heart, and I couldn't get them out. How can she believe that? How can she believe that? How can it be? Father, it must be a mistake. I had dinner 2 days ago, and Grandpa still shouted at me with a mouthful of yen bao. Snap. Tang Qinghu slapped him violently. It slapped Jiani a few steps back. Tang Qinghu was even more annoyed. Bitch who won't make it. Your master single-handedly created the Tang dynasty. Do you really think that you relied on mercy? Business. Mercy to others is cruelty to yourself. After all these years, you still don't understand this. You're just trash. On your knees. Calm down, Jiani. Don't dare disobey your father. Take off your heels. From the doorway curio bottle. Remove the ruler. Kneeling in the center of the study chandelier, hitting her right above her head. Shine a light on the slender figure. It's as if the wind is blowing and it's falling apart. Jiani ruler raised above her head and presented it to her father. Snap. This ruler, pumped on Jiani's back. The sound was quickly washed away by the sound of the piano, without disturbing the elegance in the sound of the piano. I'm sorry, father. I was wrong. Wrong? Tang Qinghu didn't understand what Tang Jiani was talking about. No heartfelt feelings at all. Is that a ing admission of guilt? It's even more inflaming. Of course you're ing wrong. What makes a man like you a director? How did I give birth to such a loser as you? I thought you didn't believe it was your grandfather's handiwork? Aren't you not hard-hearted? I'm telling you now. It was you. Who told your grandfather about Tang Jingza? Who did it? Jiani shuddered. Monkeyed. She was truly baffled. She was eager to stabilize her body, but she couldn't do it. Jiani slumped to the ground, staring at a single tear, wetting the ground. The words my father had just said were in my head. Is she causing this? So she had something to do with the deaths of those people, too? Jiani thought that she would have stopped feeling pain long ago, because of the ruler. But right now, she was so sick, she wanted to throw up. The contents of his stomach kept pouring out of his intestines. She, killed someone? She, who killed a man? But she didn't hand over the photo that day. Jiani tried to remember the meal that day. Zhang Huai appeared in Tang Jiani's head. She panicked even more. No, it's not. It's not JAC. Jiani frantically searched for reasons to try to dismiss the idea. JAC was there to protect her. It was to protect her that he said those things. And, if she hadn't had to take JAC with her, this is something that could have had nothing to do with JAC. So everything that's wrong is still. Jiani's palms were sweaty. Know what's wrong? Jiani was teary-eyed. Father, I was wrong. Louder. Father, I'm really wrong. Please chastise me. Snap. Jiani was thinking how nice it would be to use a little more force with this person beside her. Any older and it might not hurt so much inside. It seemed like she was about to crack inside. If only JAC was around. If only JAC was at. And so on. Jiani panicked again. Jiani, what are you thinking? You have already, invisibly, dragged JAC into the quagmire that is the Tang dynasty. Isn't that enough? Tang Jiani, do you really want to continue, pulling JAC and not letting go? What the hell are you doing? But I've only just gotten a glimmer of peace of mind. Let go? Not letting go? But tomorrow is Saturday. Tomorrow, I'll be able to spend the whole day with JAC. I don't know. Jiani really doesn't know what to do. If you can, let her feel at ease one more time, okay? Just once. Tired of fighting Tang Qinghu, sat down in a chair and took a drink of water. Clearing his throat, he stared condescendingly at Jiani. Man, but an animal, the weak and the strong. You have to realize that in the world, no one will ever really care about you at all. So what if your eldest is your grandfather's son? As much as he won't allow it, his own son is stronger than him. Remember? Jiani's eyes were indifferent. Nod. Remember. Father. Okay. 11 o'clock flight tonight. Real estate dedication celebration in Frankfurt. You're on it. Tonight. What? No? Jiani shook her head. No problem. Father. That's all. Jiani thought to herself. That's it. This Saturday and Sunday. Get out of your contract with JAC. That's good. Break clean. JAC would not have been delayed by her father. Then I'll pack up and get ready to go to the airport. Jiani put on her high heels, carefully asked Tang Qinghu what he means. The man sitting, remembering something else. His tone was playful. By the way, that dog you have, it's a good dog. Bang. A sentence that exploded Tang Jiani's heart, hurting like hell. Chapter 59, You called me. Dear Sister Momo, be safe on the road. Remember to sleep and dream about me at night. Oh. Momo poked Jackal's head with her finger, her cheeks reddening. No decent little thing. It's raining outside. Why don't my sister take you back? Jianhui shook his head. It's better to forget about it. I don't have so many medical bills. Momo, what does this have to do with medical bills? Why doesn't it matter? If my roommate sees me being brought back by such a beautiful sister, she'll be sick at heart. Put. Momo covers her mouth and laughs, looking at JAC lying on the car door with his furry head. He just couldn't help himself. Rubbed it in. Aha, cool. I'll see you next Monday. Then. Okay, bye sis. Send off Sister Momo. JAC hid under the eaves of the house and looked at the pouring pot, sniffed the air, bringing up the earthy odor. As a lickspill who signed a contract with Jiani, there should be a professionalism that regular people don't have. Others see rain as rain. He looks at the rain as an opportunity. JAC if, at this time, Jiani was not at home and happened not to have an umbrella with her. He, Jiang Hui, came from the rain with an umbrella, put out a clear sky. What little girl doesn't look at him and go wow? Which old lady looks at him and doesn't want to be entrusted with the rest of her life? And then if Jiani is at home at the moment, he was drenched, but showed up with a box of protected cakes. One more word at this point. I'm sorry honey, I wanted to give you a taste of the cake I made but didn't hit the car. Please ask. What girl can say no to the male big, wet, abs, cake delivery? The list of buffs, the more I think about it, the better. It's worthy of you. Genius Jiang. JH pulled out his cell phone and found Tang Jiani. Honey, it's raining, remember to bring an umbrella. Jiani replied in seconds. I'm on my way to the airport. 11 o'clock flight for business. Saturday and Sunday you're free. The airport? Linjiang International Airport. Elevated underpass. The car was stuck in a rainy traffic jam that stretched for kilometers. Bright red taillights, shining on Jiani's face inside the car. In addition to being cold, there was wood. Jiani changed his outfit. Lambskin jacket with burgundy woolen skirt. Huge LV logo on the scarf, representing her extraordinary wealth. Full diamond earrings and emerald brooch, representing her social status. Just, Jiani hadn't recovered from her father's words. That dog you have, it's nice. So, father him. No the JAC. Thinking of this, Tang Jiani's heart, bursting with soreness, couldn't help but ask myself the rhetorical question. Tang Jiani, do you really like JAC? If you really like it, the one who likes it and is called a dog when he is called a dog. What are you doing? I'm in. Ha ha, ha. Jiani laughed bitterly, holding her forehead. I'm nodding. I can't believe I'm nodding. I don't even have the courage to retort. I'm still nodding my head when I'm being called a dog. Driver, am I sick? I'm asking you if I'm sick? Talk, mute, lowlife. The driver's boy glanced at the back seat and said he was shivering. Miss, I just got here. Usually this is, like, a nod or a shake of the head? Or is there a drug in this car somewhere? Grass. Jiani looked at the driver, his hands full, doubled the irritation. Why is it that there is such a big gap between people? Jiani was thinking, if it's JACN, he must have been able to find something. Again, oddly snide by now. Keep her quiet, or out of nowhere, conjure up something delicious to gag yourself on. Once a person has eaten well, sure enough it's hard to swallow anything else. Ding! Jiani's cell phone vibrated. Tang Jiani looked at the words, JAC. Heart, violently panicked. Jack, are you really not an angel? Why is it that when I think of you, you're there? He's so coincidental. I'm so in love. JH, honey, it's raining. Remember to bring an umbrella. He told me to remember to bring an umbrella. He really cares about me. I'm afraid I'll get wet and he'll be sad. I guess. The more so, Tang Jiani then felt that the more her heart ached. She didn't want Jianhui to get involved in Tang dynasty matters again. The Don Group is in deep water, not something he could grasp as a male university. Not to mention, now his father speaks highly of him. It's not a good thing. All that was favorable to his father was, in his eyes, a tool he could use. She'd seen too much of it, after being utilized, ruthlessly discarded, then were cut off from JAC. Yes, Tang Jiani was thinking, breaking ties with Jianhui now was the only means she could use to protect him. she would be scolded by her father. The wound that hit her was also the mark of having once liked Jac. Isn't it? It's best to be able to ache for the rest of your life. This way, just a little pain. She could think of Jac once. It keeps hurting and it keeps coming back. Snap. Tears ran down his chin and hit the screen. It took Jiani a moment to draw back. But it's more than being beaten yourself, Jiani thought. She was even more unable to accept that Zhang Hui left like this. The peace of mind she had so easily found. Is it going to be by itself? A kick in the pants. Is it a sin to be selfish? Drop. Drip. 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 What the? Can't you see I'm having a hard time right now? Driver boy took his hands off the wheel. Indicates innocence. Jiani listened to the voices behind her. Fists clenched white. Nishihachi. By the time the driver boy responded, Miss Self in the back seat already ripped open the door, opened the trunk. A golf club was drawn. Well, rich people play. And so on. I've got golf clubs. Highway. The headlights are blinding. Jiani was carrying golf clubs, swung round and smashed the front windshield of the rear car, which was full of cracks. Ha! Jiani looked at the car glass. Bitterly, he shook his head. Split down the middle. One pattern after another. How nice. Just as she was feeling right now. It still looks like it's covered. 1,000 holes in fact. But, Jack, what should I choose? Why is it that in life, there are so many multiple choice questions? Holy, are you out of your mind? The driver who got out of the back of the car, seeing Jiani like this, cursing, he copied his cell phone and prepared to make a call. 1 million. What? I said, here's $1 million. Now, take your men, get out of my car, and get out. Jiani had a murderous look on her face, glared at the driver. Damn, rich people are great aren't they? Just get lost. Bang, bang, bang. Jiani clutched the club, one after the other, swinging wildly, smashed the car window completely to pieces. The hood of the car was smashed into a pothole. The hard hand, too, was smashed with blood. Why, Jack, why is it that I laugh, too, because of you, and cry because of you? Why are you, in my world? I'm, now, screwed by you. Do you realize that? Get your ass out here and apologize to me. Jack. Jiani slammed down the last one. Lose the golf clubs. Crouched down on the ground, living like an aggrieved goat ball. The honking of the horn, the more it drips. There were even people, with flashes on, taking pictures. For the first time, Tang Jiani felt that the world could be messed up like this. Her only peace of mind, her only quiet. It seems like it's going to be gone too. Next, a subtle yet familiar sound. It suddenly rang out behind Tang Jiani. Honey, you called out to me. That bang. Jiani was like an electric shock, tingling all over. Chapter 60, I'm at peace with you. Against the light, Zhang Hui could only make out the outline, and at the edge of the outline, water was still dripping down. The sky thundered vaguely. With the lightning, he could still make out Jac's handsome cheeks. Looking at his silhouette that couldn't be more familiar, Tang Jiani's heart instantly quieted. He's coming. He's, literally, coming. Jack, you really care about me. Jiani really believed it this time. In the world, there really are angels. And this angel, he would come whenever she needed him. Jiani buried her head in her sheepskin sleeve, unable to distinguish between rain and tears. Honey, I'm coming. Zhang Hui nervously came over to Tang Jiani's side, his face full of sorrow, put down the cake and drew out a tissue. Grabbing Tang Jiani's hand, he began to carefully wipe it. Honey, next time don't do that. I don't want you to get hurt. If you have a fire in your heart, hit me. Small hammer 40, sledgehammer 80. Jac thought, if Jiani had hospitalized him, how much is this going to cost? With the size of the Tang family, $5 million. That's not much, is it? Since the advent of the landlord system, Jac has been cramming psychology of women every day. It's in the book. It tends to hit home the most, not to give each other unexpected surprises. Instead, she gives the other person the answer that she clearly wants, but it's not clear. Sometimes, girls ask you to choose between the two. In fact, the moment your answer comes out, and she'd made her choice, you made the right bet. So congratulations. She will feel that you really understand her well. If you can't do multiple choice, just bet on the opposite answer from what you think. The opposite answer. Tried and true. Just on WeChat, Jiani said a full 3 sentences. JH flipped around and looked at it for a minute. That's 3 sentences. Is this scientific? Others may be science, but put it in front of Jiani. It's not scientific, okay? Location, airport. Time, 11 o'clock. Mandate, business trips. So, the whole sentence read through. No, it should be. Jack, I'm at the airport. I want to see you by 11. You've been given the time and place. If he doesn't get it, what's the point of playing? Who the says reading comprehension doesn't work? Get out of here and stand down. Hey, Jiang Huai couldn't help but sigh. Women. It's like another high school exam in life. First a choice, then reading comprehension. I wonder what the next question will be. Again, Jiang Huai couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth as he watched Tang Jiani's twitching nose. Just say, isn't that old moving? It feels like you're getting your money's worth. If it's okay, please like it. Introduce more customers. But listening to Jiang Huai's words, Donjani froze. What is JAC saying? He's actually saying hit him if you want to. Until now. It was only then that Tang Jiani snapped back to her previous home and all the atrocities she had done to Jiang Huai. She took in all the things her father had done to her. Again, without reservation, he vented on Jiang Huai. Venting on this, the person who cared about him the most. Donjani, you, what a, and, Donjani, haven't you already made your decision? What's left? Tell the man in front of you to get lost. Heavy rain poured down. Donjani snapped her face up. Rain dripped down his chin. Get out. Jiang Huai was stunned. Caught off guard by Donjani's zero-frame start. Who told you to come here? I told you to get out. Tang Jiani threw a punch and pinned it to JAC's chest. JAC didn't stabilize. Dropped down and sit on the floor, filled with resignation. But, honey, I get a little sad when I think about Saturday and Sunday and not being able to see you. I didn't mean anything by it. I came to see you off. Right. JH picked up the cake on the side. Full of joy, he handed it to Donjani. This is a new cake I learned how to make. And I wanted to be the first to give it to you. Donjani looked at the box. The sparse cake. Full of consternation. Is this the kind of sparse stuff you're sending me? Asterisk 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 asterisk? Good. The time has come to test the acting skills. Jiang Huai thought through his life. All the sad things. Exhaled all the gases in his body. Then closed his breath for 10 seconds. And waited until his face was purple and his eyes were red. Start the actual shooting. How? Honey, let me explain. I had to ride my bike over here because it was raining and I called for a long time and couldn't get a cab. But the rain was so bad I couldn't see the road and I accidentally fell before I broke the cake. I'm sorry, honey, I'm such a loser. You're right. I'm just a monkeyed. Donjani was completely and utterly baffled. So much rain. Did JAC pedal his bike here simply to see her? He's not stupid. How much does he really care about me? Besides, am I really worth it? Tang Jiani looked at Jiang Huai, who was soaked to the skin, and looked at Jiang Huai, who was full of aggression, and was angry and happy. Joy, is that he really came? Angry that he was the one who had put him through this. But the more this happened, the more uncomfortable Tang Jiani felt in her heart. Jack, why did you come? Did you really think I would like your cake? Or did you naively think I would like you? I say again, get out. Don't you ever come near me again. Will you go? Jiang Huai just stood up and looked at Tang Jiani, who was carrying her fists and coming from over to herself again, whacked completely out of breath. Still, that old saying, with anything, it's important to see things through. Would a woman as cool as Tang Jiani really tell you to get lost while crying? No. Aristotle once said, anyone who is genuinely sad about another party will be accompanied by a silent departure. So, I wish there was only one. Jiang Huai pressed down and circled Tang Jiani's entire body in his embrace, gently holding Tang Jiani's head and pressing it against his chest. The tone was gentle, and coaxing as if it were a child. It's okay. Not scared anymore. Honey, I'm here. Me, all the time. Tang Jiani stuck in front of Jiang Huai. It was quiet for a moment. JH said he would always be there. For the first time, this was the first time Donjani felt that the lonely little girl who lived in her heart had been found. She really couldn't afford to hit JAC again. The first choice in life. Donjani has picked out the answer. It was the first time I got wet. In the future, she wouldn't even let this man beside her get wet. She would personally raise an umbrella for JAC. Father, this time you seem to be really wrong. There are people in this world who care about me, and it will always be almost me. He always is. Jiang Huai looked at the calmed down Tang Jiani. The heart is in the right place. Woohoo! The mission was successfully completed. Intentionally broken cakes, intentionally drenched clothes, and great acting skills. Once through, as expected, Mr. Jiang, you're one step closer to the gold medal. Dear MS. Tang, I'll be free on Saturday and Sunday as promised. Better yet, no phone tweets. I've seen it. Freedom beckons. Jack, I am. You're so nice. To you, always. I've decided. This Saturday and Sunday, you'll come with me. I'll be at ease with you around. Good. Ha. Chapter 61. How much JAC resembles my son-in-law. Lean. False alarm. Jiang Huai was secretly glad that he had the self-awareness to not get a passport. Airport lobby. Jiang Huai cupped Tang Jiani's hand. Continue to testify. Honey, keep it sterilized even when you're out of the country. And when you come back, I hope your wounds are healed. Tang Jiani stayed looking at Zheng Huai, who had changed into new clothes. A million regrets in his heart. Why don't you love casual wear yourself? Obviously the clothes on Zheng Huai also had a female version. Or else they could be wearing the same ones right now. So angry. But that's okay. Their story has just begun. Later, they have plenty of time. She can buy a lot of clothes. From spring and summer to fall and winter. From the inside out. It's all going to be in sets. Well, it's really too late if we don't go. I'll transfer $200,000 to you later. As compensation for the past 2 days. Tang Jiani was reluctant to give up. And finally leaned against Zheng Huai's chest. Recording his heartbeat. So fast. He's pining for me to leave. Too, I guess. That's so nice. JAC kept a smile on his face as always. But a wild $200,000 in 2 days. That's really tight. It was supposed to be a mix of satisfaction points. And a windfall. Well, that's nice of my sister. Another rich and generous day yet. Honey, just go ahead and I'll pick you up when you get back. Go home and cook a big meal for you. Come to pick me up? Tang Jiani thought to herself. Zheng Huai is so anxious to see me. He must have been sad Saturday and Sunday. For not having me. He's so nice. I'm so in love. Be sure to come back early. And so on. What did Zheng Huai just say? He said, go home and cook a big meal for her. Go home. Whose home is it? Could it be our home? Why can't the storm be bigger today? Usually a little rain delays the plane. Why are you so punctual today? West 8. Take advantage of the last few minutes. Tang Jiani rubbed Zheng Huai's head. Head towards the VIP room. She took one step and turned around 3 times. Every time, Jiang Uedu was fixed in place, waving at her with a smile on his face. The smile was simple, warm, and a little lost. Every single time. It's like, he's really going to be somewhere. Been waiting for her. This, I guess, is what peace of mind feels like. Danjani thought to herself. Satisfaction rating of Jenny Tang, +5. Tang Jiani's satisfaction score has reached 81 points. Please keep up the good work. Host. Woohoo. Take off. JH listened to the voice in his head and got high. What he said. Strong people never complain about their circumstances. From seeing Danjani step back 3 times, JAC then secretly decided. He must get a passport. Nothing else. Suppose. At that moment, Danjani was in Frankfurt, taking care of the day's business and returning to the hotel, only to find that he was guarding her at the door. Just ask her. Touched, not touched. What? Who pays for the airfare? With my sister Danjani. Rich and generous heart. The gold coins that popped out would still smash him to death. No shame in you. Senator Jiang. The little moves ing silky. Get in the Maybach. Zheng Huai's tears of envy began to flow again. So many years. He realized that the seats of the car could also be massaged. Mr. Jiang, going somewhere? The driver turned and asked. Going to the famous school. Sister Tang is a clean person. I still need to collect the hygiene of the house when she's not at home. The driver was straight male speechless. He didn't know who JAC was, but the most basic human feelings, he still understands well. Open your mouth. Honey, I told you too often you didn't. What's that if not licking? Today, he has realized that there are really people who will do anything for a lick. From the mirror, Zheng Huai looked at the driver with a disdainful face. He knew what the little brother was thinking. So Zheng Huai said sincerely, little brother, I'm actually sick. Driver? JAC asked sincerely. Little brother, do you believe in love? I don't understand what Mr. Jiang means. What does you being sick have to do with love? JH opened the car window a fraction, letting the cold rain hit him in the face. A soft sigh. In fact, I was a premature baby who grew up with fire and I came to earth on fire. I didn't realize that it cost mom and dad all their money. So, growing up I was bullied by my classmates at school, which caused me to become autistic. When I was desperate in life, Sister Tang appeared. That day, I was bullied in an alley, and it was Sister Tang who suddenly appeared, scared away the bullies, and gave me 1,000 to see to my injuries. You may not believe that there are angels in this world, but that day, I really did see an angel. I've been wondering why. I came to earth on fire. That day, I got it. Heaven, it's for me to guard. The best Sister Tang in the whole world. Monkeyed. Driver boy's mind went blank. He understands. He understood it all. Why? No matter how much Mr. Jiang is scolded, he won't leave. Why? On this night of pouring rain, did he even pedal to CMS? Tang off. Original. So this is a princess and soldier story. This is not love. Please tell me what it is. You're a real piece of work. You deserve to be single. Love is right in front of you and you call people lickspittles. Ooh, so touching. JAC then looked in the mirror and drifted an eye at the driver boy. Cry about it. Life is a drama. Pretty boy. You need to practice more. By the way, little brother, Sister Tang probably didn't remember. Back then, that boy a long time ago, and I don't want her to think that I'm being nice to her in return. It will burden her. Now, that's a secret between you and me. Me, and you? The Maybach pulls up to the basement of the prestigious schoolhouse. JH got out of the car, looking back at the driver boy. Hold the grass. This little brother. Why is he blushing when he looks at him? Did it just play out? Sin. Saw the Maybach leave. Jiani carried a full shopping bag and prepared to go upstairs. On the parking space directly across from the entrance to the building, a small group of people suddenly rushed out and crashed headfirst into Jiani's arms. The little girl had 2 pills in her hair and was 4 or 5 years old. Small, chubby face with big eyes and double eyelids. Boy, you can tell at only 4 or 5 years old. You're going to be a beauty queen in the future. Bang! Brother, I want to eat cotton candy. You buy it for me? The little girl hugged Jiani's thigh, tilting her little face, her eyes watery. It's adorable. Abducted. Little sister, if you want to eat marshmallows, you can ask your mommy. The little girl pouted her little mouth, her face full of aggression. Don't. Mommy's bad. She won't buy it for me. I'm going to run away from home. Aha. It's a suitable reason for abduction. Jiani squatted down, took the little girl in his arms and rubbed her little head. Then brother take you to buy. We want to eat a few. Wayawa. Really? Brother is so nice. Boo-hoo. The little girl fiercely on Jiani's face, nibbled a bite. In the meantime, Su Wanwan took her cell phone and recorded it all. That's great. JAC loves kids too. Yen, did you see how much Jiani he looks like my son-in-law? Chapter 62 Corporal Xian reports. Xian, don't you run around. Come to mommy. JH raised his head, searching for the sound. A familiar figure was seen in the parking garage lights. JAC didn't expect it either. The little girl's mom, surprisingly, is Su Wanwan. No wonder Jiani felt that the little girl smelled so good. Turns out it all smells like money. Su Wanwan came over with small steps and smiled apologetically at Jiani. Sorry brother Jiang, this is Yan's sister, Mu Chu Yen. Little girl doesn't know any better. I didn't bump you just now. Xian, come here. Didn't wait for Jiani to open his mouth. Xian shook her head like a little monkey and crawled towards Jiani. It didn't even wait for Jiani to react. This little girl, in turn, hardened herself into his arms. Don't. Mommy won't buy it for Xian. Mommy is bad. Brother buy for brother. Brother good. Humph. Xian grunted lightly. Putting his little head, he buried it into the nest of Jiani's neck, showing one eye, full of smugness. This little kid. It's okay Sister Su. I kinda like kids too. Let me hold them for a while. Jiani pulled out 2 lollipops from his pocket and waved them in front of Xian. Here's a little prop for Donjani just now. It turned out to be useless. It's not in vain now. Xian, brother here has watermelon flavor and strawberry flavor. Which one do you like? Cedar. That's a good boy. Then brother will award you the strawberry flavor as well. So be obedient from now on. Look at the scene in front of you. Su Wanwan's heart was melting. It seems that the plan can't be put off any longer. Just the Maybach. It seems to be the Don family. Donjani has been on this track for a while now and has gained the upper hand. She, as a mother, had to come down herself. Hey, Jiani looked at Su Wanwan inside. At the first opportunity, trigger the passive skill. Sister Su, what's wrong? Did something bother you? Su Wanwan shook her head, helplessness written on her face. It's not that hard. It's just that there's been a lot going on at home lately, and I wanted to ask Yan to help me bring Xian around. But she didn't want to. I don't know what to do anymore. Oh, a blind man could see that. At this time, Su Wanwan's head was covered with exclamation marks. As soon as you get close, start jumping missions. But you Muja don't have time for children. What does it have to do with me? Jack, even if this little girl is Mu Chu Yen's sister, this job with the kids should have gone to Chaozi too. The moment. It's the supers that are the little ES. I, on the other hand, am just the ancient Greek god in charge of ruthlessness. Being oh so awesome by JAC. The nape of Jiani's neck inexplicably began to itch. Wait to turn your head. It was only then that I saw little Xian, rubbing, not knowing what she was rubbing against. When Xiao raised her head again. Big, watery, aggravated eyes. Well, does brother not like Xian? I know. It's brother who doesn't like to play with Xian. Hiss. This little girl, Mu Chu Yen, was simply a miniature version of her sister, not to mention. It's also more milky than Mu Chu Yen. I don't know how many times. And the little golden peas hanging out of your eyes. It's so tempting to give it a squeeze. JAC is sure. As soon as he says a dislike, this little guy, designated to cry his eyes out. Jiang Huai pinched little Xuanxuan's toothed flesh, his face all pampered. Why yes, brother likes Xian very much, Xian asked, rubbing her eyes again, full of dullness. Really? Of course it's true. Yay, Xian's favorite brother too. Boo-hoo. Su Wanwan covered her mouth and laughed euphemistically. Brother Jiang, it seems like you and Xian are very much destined for each other. Xian, would you like to go to the amusement park with brother Jiang tomorrow? Yeah, with my brother. To the amusement park? Wah? JH? No, sis, you guys, aren't you forgetting something? Shouldn't you ask me first about going to the amusement park? JAC also sort of saw it. Su Wanwan, this belly-aching woman, just now, fearing his outright refusal. That's why Xian's opinion was asked directly. It's okay now, Xian. This girl was already getting excited. If he says no, wouldn't it become a childhood shadow for the child? However, helping people to look after their children for nothing doesn't seem to be his style of Jiang Huai. Jiang Huai frowned and scratched Xuanxuan's small nose. Xian, brother is eager to take you there. But what if brother has no money? You can't ride the merry-go-round without money. Can you? Brother doesn't have money? Mu Chu Yen rose her mouth, her small mouth nibbling up her fingers with a worried frown. Suddenly something else came to mind. The first time he turned his head to look at his mom. Mom, pay up. I Lu A. Xian big baby oh. There's a lot of promise. A little goes a long way. Decision made. Although you, little girl, are not my tenant, but when you have the chance, make sure you make a good relationship. After all, who would say no to a, both, being able to hold you close in grandma's little clump? Lin Jiang elevated. Mu Chu Yen sat on Su Wanwan's lap, sipping a lollipop in her mouth, stretching out her little finger and poking her mom in the cheek. Mom, did Xian do great just now? Su Wanwan couldn't even help it, rubbing little Erbao's big face. If you don't say so, it's still our Xian. Just now JAC oh so quietly. Su Wanwan's heart was still really cold. Results. This spooky little girl came to hand to save the day. It's great. Tonight mommy will reward us Xian. The ice princess dress. Dress up pretty tomorrow. Yeah, so, just now the lollipop. Give one to mommy. Will you? No good. It's from my brother-in-law's brother. Not for mommy. Mommy wants it. Go eat daddy's. Hey, who said, brother Jiang is your brother-in-law? Xian's small face asked. Mommy, did I say it wrong? Su Wanwan felt as if she hadn't said anything wrong. Jack, anyway, was the person she had decided on. It was only a matter of time before Xian called her brother-in-law. You can get used to it first. Our Xian really knows what she's doing. But, Mom, the ice princess has a crown and Xian doesn't. Bye. Yeah. Su Wanwan looked at her excited daughter and also fell into thought. Though this time, the plan, called the love memory battle, has been formulated to the stage of infallibility. But Su Wanwan was still uneasy. Think about it. Decided to take matters into my own hands. And again, reinforcement, another program. After all, in the middle of the link of the plan, there was still the uncertain element of Mu Chu Yen. Corporal Xian. Mu Chu Yen, a half-meter tall villain. When he heard Su Wanwan shouting, the first time his body straightened up, he could be proud. Corporal Xian has arrived. May I have your orders, mommy officer? Very well, Corporal Xian. Please reiterate what the purpose of the Cupid's arrow combat program is. Mu Chu Yen took a moment to rest, and little fatty Thin raised it above his head in style. Reporting Mom sir, purpose is, Xian's sister-in-law, should have Xian's sister-in-law's bearing, tomorrow by all means, enhance the goodwill between sister and brother-in-law. Over. Chapter 63, removing like terms, it's good to have kids, the child has to be brought. On Saturday morning, Jiang Huai stood in front of the amusement park wearing the sportswear Tang Jiani had bought for him, watching the children who keep entering the school. Cool, I grew up in Linjiang Amusement Park. He also came for the first time, paid babysitting and amusement parks. Where can I find such a good business? If we have experience this time, JAC is wondering if the experience can be replicated. Let Sister Sue promote the promotion in their rich women's circle, making money from a rich sister, nurturing the little rich girl of the future. That's two birds with one stone. Senator Jiang, nah. Are you thinking of Xian? Brother Xiao Jiang? JH returned to his senses. Little Xian had already burrowed out and was hugging his leg, going for his arms again. Today's copy of Mu Chu Yen, Ice Festival Limited Skin, Lake Blue Princess Dress with an Ice Princess Crown. It's not, properly, an Ice Princess Q. Luckily, JAC was prepared. Feel out the little red flower sticker I bought this morning. Uncovering one, he gently stuck it on Xuanxuan's head. Today Xian is cute, rewarded with a little red flower. Wait, let's play a little game. For every one Xian challenges, brother will reward 1. Play the thrill ride, give or take 2. Finally the number of little flowers. You can find your brother to exchange for gifts. Okay. Mu Chu Xuan's small eyes, glowing, just kinda was getting up in the air. Now the excitement is building. Small fists clenched tightly. Lu. Waka waka waka. Corporal Xian isn't afraid of anything. Awesome. It's better to be a kid. Jiang Huai couldn't help but sigh. He, Jiang Huai, only needs to show one power. Just coax the little girl, round and round. Sister Su explained a few things. Jiang Huai watched Su Wanwan's car leave, prepare to take Xian to the park. Coincidence is coincidental. A turn of the head. O'Hare. Amusement park gate. A girl is anxious to look east and west. Every person to inquire. Look at the size of the gesture. Should be a child lost. The girl, with her long boots on and her jeans plastered to her body, was devilishly fit, with white hair tied into a double ponytail on top of her head, and stood in the sunlight, blindingly beautiful. If this isn't Mu Chu Yen, who else could it be? Mu Chu Yen on the other side was in a hurry. Convinced. She was simply convinced. Sleeping in early in the morning. As a result, my own mom called and said that she took Xian to the amusement park, but something suddenly came up at home and she left the child at the amusement park first. It's his mom. Through the amusement park first? Is this something a mom could do? Mu Chu Yen thought. He himself survived that year. It's a miracle. In the absence of a mom, a sister is half a mom. Mu Chu Yen didn't even bother to eat breakfast, casually fished out a piece of clothing and came. A sea of people. Where could she find Xian? Dear sister, may I ask what you are looking for? I'm looking for my sister. She's kind of dull, kind of naive, and meatball-like, cries when she moves, and drools in her sleep. Mu Chu Xuan's face darkened. May I ask sister, do you have other sisters? Mu Chu Yen fixed her mind. Monkeyed. Oops, did you get a hard-on? Mu Chu Yen looked at Xian and then at the man holding Xian. I have a JAC? At the entrance to the amusement park, 3 eyes meet. Mu Chu Yen was completely dumbfounded. JAC was also a bit embarrassed, but he still said hello. Hi, Mr. Mu. Hi you. Good morning too. So close. Mu Chu Yen looked at Xian. Almost started with 0 frames and hurt my baby sister by mistake. So why would Xian be with Jiang Huai? Hello? Jiang Huai looked at Mu Chu Yen with a dumbfounded expression. Already made a guess. Except for Sister Su. Which other person dare to catch the 2 babies of their Mu family tossing But JAC doesn't understand. Su Wanwan, why is this? Find a chance for both of them. A world reconciliation? Or are you unsure of yourself and get an overseer? Whatever. Anyway, there's money to be made. Just do your job. Miss Mu, since you're here, why don't we stroll around together today? Who wants to hang out with you? Mu Chu Yen glared at Jiang Huai, and if it weren't for Xuan's presence, she would have pestled him in a circle long ago. This is her baby sister, now hugging Xian. What kind of good intentions could he have? Xian, come, sister will take you to the amusement park today, okay? No good. Mu Chu Yen put down her words, clutching into Jiang Huai's arms again. His little head rested in the nest of Jiang Huai's neck. The eyes that looked at Mu Chu Yen were all smug. I like brother Jiang Huai. Brother Jiang Huai gives me little red flowers. Brother is the best. JAC was tickled in the nape of his neck and giggled. Miss Mu, Sister Su asked me to look after Xian, and I was paid to do so. You see Xian doesn't want to come down, so why don't you come along? Together? That's bull ********. Mu Chu Yen looked at the people on the side. People are either couples or family. A place as sacred as an amusement park. Of course it has to be with the most interesting person. Okay, she didn't even come with the little. With you, scumbag? What's going on? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I wouldn't starve to death today, even if I jumped off a building and died headfirst. Hey. Pirate ships are so exciting. Xian, you hold on to your brother Jiang Huai's arm. Mu Chu Yen sat on the pirate ship, white double ponytails, swaying back and forth, looking at Jiang Huai and Xian in the front row, a helpless sigh. What else could she do? Stinky Xian insisted on Jiang Huai's company. She was an older sister and worried that Jiang Huai would do something bad, so she could only come. But she stated it first. She was in an amusement park at the same time as JAC, instead of coming together to play. So, count on not being sorry for the little. Charge, Colonel Jiang brother. I order you as Captain Xian to take over this amusement park. All morning long, 3 people, together, played pirate ship, haunted house adventure, and pirate ship. The main focus is 1. Pilot enrollment and mental fitness training. By mealtime, Jiang Huai, Mu Chu Yen and Mu Chu Xian sat in rows on the bench, took a breather. That's so nice. Another meal saved. Vomit. Brother Jiang Huai, are you not feeling well? Mu Chu Yen sat in the center. Her little short legs couldn't touch the ground and her little feet rocked back and forth. Nothing seems to be going on at all. Looking at JAC is a bit envious. It's just a rookie protection period. If you can hide from the pain of a roller coaster, do you think you can hide from the pain of love? Young people, boo-hoo. JH? Little Xian, taking advantage of your brother while he's weak, aren't you? Jiang Hui was caught off guard by such a blow. Don't say, hey, still want it? Mu Chu Yen shook her head dully and spoke in a serious manner. No, brother Jiang Hui. Xian didn't take advantage. What's that? JAC asked rhetorically. Asked by JAC. Mu Chu Yen stood up from her chair. It was also just as tall as the upper half of JAC's body. Shade. Xian stretched out her little arms and put Jiang Hui's neck in a hug, coming up to Jiang Hui's ear with a grandmotherly tone. Xuan's kisses have healing properties. Xian likes brother Jiang Hui. So, Xian give brother Jiang Hui bobo. Boo-hoo. Mu Chu Yen, who was sitting on the edge. So, she's a stinky Xian sister. Watching Mu Chu Yen and Jiang Hui, moving so intimately, the more Mu Chu Yen thought about it, the angrier she became. How the sister you've been spoiling for years. Just take a trip out. Let someone else abduct you? Is there any law left? Mu Chu Yen reached out his hand and swept Xian into his arms. Are you a hard all over? Aha! Get comfortable. The only one who had just returned to her senses was Mu Chu Yen. Dole looked at his sister and then at JAC. Big eyes sparkling. Sister. Xian understands? What? I like brother Jiang Hui. So I'm booing at brother Jiang Hui. And sister likes Xian. So sister is booing at Xian. And then what? Sister likes Xian. Xian likes brother. Removing like terms. Sister likes brother Jiang Hui. Mu Chu Yen? JAC, a cultural person. How can you get JAC's love in chapter 64? Click. Xian, mommy really loves you. Mom's desire to be a grandma is all on you. Linjiang Amusement Park. Some lady, wearing a sunscreen mask, is checking the pictures on her camera. In the photo, Jiang Hui was holding Mu Chu Yen, and Mu Chu Yen was sitting beside Jiang Hui. How like family. Xiao Zhang's face is still so high. All three of them are too photogenic. No. This one must be played at the wedding. Su Wanwan reveled in the joy of a happy family, covering his burning face, bubbling with happiness. How can you have a war photographer without a big battle of love memories? Su Wanwan knew it. Yen and Jiang Hui came out to play. Definitely no selfies. Luckily they have such a well-rounded mom. Later, when we are old, we can sit in the sunshine and hold our little grandchildren and granddaughters, and hold photo albums of stories about their mom and dad's youth. Just think about it. Just happy dizziness. Sister. Hello, we are from the Ancient Costume Club of Lin University. We are organizing an activity today. We can do your styling for free. The little girl came over and interrupted Su Wanwan's fantasy. Su Wanwan turned her head. Look at the girl in front of you. The eyes lit up. The girl was wearing a Tang Dynasty flounced jacket, a light tea-colored skirt that flowed naturally, with demure collarbones on her shoulders, and 2 strands of green silk hanging down her sides from her coiled hair. The whole thing, ancient style, although not as handsome as Yen was born, but it's also impossible to take your eyes off of it. Girl, you're so pretty. Qin Mengmeng pinched her fingers on her silk fan and hid her smile. The boys were appreciative, perhaps flattering, but a girl's compliment is more than enough to make a man's heart bloom. Sister compliments me. My sister is just good at dressing up. Seeing as she has a beautiful body, she must be a great beauty as well. Qin Mengmeng, this is not tea talk. Just now she noticed the sister, though masked and unreadable, but her sister was dressed in tight sportswear, outlining lines that a girl like her couldn't help but blush when she looked at them. After approaching, Qin Mengmeng could smell it too. This for the sister's side. The perfume that emanates is never the cheap kind. Sister, we have a Tang-style smocked jacket, as well as a Ming-style horseface dress and a Sun-style crossneck dress. A figure like your sister should wear a war robe. Yes, big red war robes. It must be stunningly beautiful. Qin Mengmeng opened her cell phone as she introduced herself. Show Su Wanwan the event photos. Since high school, Qin Mengmeng has loved the ancient style. When I went to college, the first thing I did was join the costume club. After this semester, graduation is approaching. This extracurricular activity, it's kind of the last time. So Qin Meng dreamed of finding a beautiful model to commemorate her time in college before she left school. Su Wanwan looked at the photo on her cell phone. Nibbling his fingers lightly, he looked out of his mind. So pretty. She herself wears cheongsams at home. Seeing the costume on Qin Mengmeng's body, her heart itched even more. But, Su Wanwan's tone was somewhat regretful. Sorry sis, I don't have time today. My daughter and son-in-law took the kids out today, and I, as a mother, wanted to help them keep the memory alive. Why don't you leave your contact information, and I'll come find you sometime. Daughter? Son-in-law? Qin Mengmeng was shocked at her sister's age in front of her, but she didn't force the issue and nodded with a smile. Yes, plus friends. Qin Mengmeng turned to leave. Suddenly something else came to mind. By the way, sister, you have such a good figure. Your daughter must also be beautiful. We also have men and children ancient costume. Oh, do you want to invite them to experience? Su Wanwan mused. Seems to make some sense, but practicing it seems to be a bit difficult. A moment of contemplation. The enthusiastic Ms. Su, carrying the photos, came over to Qin Mengmeng. Miss, why don't you take a look first? What would be more appropriate for them to wear? And next time we'll go and take old-fashioned family photos together. Oh. Qin Mengmeng smiled and took the camera with just one glance. The body was like an electric shock, frozen in place. The heart turned over. This? In the photo, the little girl's fleshy mouth is pressed against the man's face, and the girl on the side seems to be jealous and is reaching out to snatch the little girl up. A family of both. How loving. But, the man sitting on the bench, who else could it be if not Jiang Hui? Why would Jiang Hui, who already had Tang Jiani, still be with Mu Chu Yen? That afternoon, boys and girls, shoulder-to-shoulder images. It surfaced in Qin Mengmeng's mind again. But now, this scene in front of me is even more lethal than that one. It was clear that Mu Chu Yen was at school, and she kept bashing Jiang Hui. But then you turn around and, who's the little girl? Too many questions. A brain drilled into Qin Mengmeng's head. Brain pain. Qin Mengmeng thought of the sunny day doll that she had just given to Jiang Hui. It always felt as if he was closer to him. But now, Qin Mengmeng clearly saw again, between her and Jiang Hui, it seemed so far apart as a galaxy. One Tang Jiani, one Mu Chu Yen. Does she, by any chance, still have a chance? She still had a chance to make JAC fall completely in love with her. Is there still a chance to see JAC crying his heart out because of her? Little girl, what's wrong with you? Why are your eyes red? Shouted by Su Wanwan. It took Qin Mengmeng a moment to return to her senses. Sister, I'm sorry, I got sand in my eyes. Can you send me this picture afterward? I can help you by designing it specifically for the other person's body type. Qin Mengmeng rubbed her eyes, her face still smiling. Really? Then thank you so much. Don't you think my son-in-law is handsome? Qin Mengmeng couldn't help but look twice more. In the sunlight, Jackal's cheeks were angular. Looking at the corner of the little girl's eye, she was full of favor. She had never seen JAC like this. JAC to her, it's not like that. Qin Mengmeng nodded. Handsome, he sure is. Leave Su Wanwan. Qin Mengmeng returned to the main group. Small, waxy face. The 6 gods are not in control. What's wrong? Dream? It's okay. There was just an aunt who wanted to take family pictures of their whole family. It's still you. Dream, pulling in such a big order? Qin Mengmeng smiled shallowly. How it looks harder than crying. By the way, President, female ancient costume I have learned. Can I, with you to learn male ancient costume? Hear that. The president of the costume club, all with incredulity in his tone. No way. Our Mengmeng isn't the most disdainful of men's clothing. How come now? She even took the initiative to come and learn how to make men's clothing? Qin Mengmeng froze. I don't know what to say. It's almost graduation. One more craft is one more way out. And wouldn't it be better to be able to earn a man's money with your craft? Saying that, Qin Mengmeng laughed. Smiling, Qin Mengmeng's face darkened again. By the way, President, after today, I won't be attending the outings after that? Why? Recently added a school startup. It's still important to make money. Being rivals with Tang Jiani and Mu Chu Yen. Without 120% effort. How did you get the love of JAC? Chapter 65, My fate is my sister's. Brother, I want in on this. No. Sister, I want to play this? Don't you give an inch. Mu Chu Yen was holding Jiang Hui with her left hand. The right hand was holding Mu Chu Yen. Standing in front of a giant campaign revelation. Commiserations. Giant event sign. Parent-child activities. Parents participate in amusement park trivia games to earn gifts for their children. 1. Small train racing. Parents pedal bicycle. Drive the train with the child forward. The first 5 into the next level. 2. Clip balloon challenge. Mother and father cooperation. Face-to-face clip burst the more balloons, the higher the points. The top 3 into the next level. 3. 3 people work together. The child carries the bucket through the obstacle and adds water to the water basin above the mother's head. The father carries the mother back to the obstacle and the one with the most water remaining above his head wins. Prize, first place, Polaroid plus 1 year free at the amusement park plus a set of parent-child outfit. Second place, 6 months free at the amusement park plus a set of parent-child outfits. Third place, half price for the whole year at the amusement park plus a set of parent-child outfit. Mu Chu Yen thought, the man who invented the game. Definitely sick in the head. Now holding Xian with Jiang Hui. It was already Mu Chu Yen's, the biggest tolerance to Zheng Huai. Let her and JAC play games like this? Absolutely not. Xian, can our family not afford a Polaroid or an amusement park? No, can't play a little. Right. Zheng Huai felt that Mu Chu Yen had a point. You muggles have a big family, can't afford a Polaroid, or can't you? Wait, did Mu Chu Yen mean the same thing as he thought of buying an amusement park? Grass. You rich people kill people. Does it have to be like this? JH felt it once. This amusement park, it doesn't seem as fun anymore. Zheng Huai squatted down and rubbed Xuanchuan's little head. Xian good. This is not the rules. To parents to participate, how can brothers and sisters take you to play it? Go home and tell mom and dad. Dad. JH? It's not. Zheng Huai even suspected that he had heard wrongly. With an unbelievable face, he looked at Mu Chu Yen. Alright, it's confirmed. It's not misheard. The whole family has zero frame starting genetics. Xian. Mu Chu Yen was truly stupid. In public, calling someone else's dad? Is that right? What do you make mommy think? Believe it or not, I'll tell mommy when I get home so she can have you. Mom, row by row. Mu Chu Yen stuck her hands on her hips. Don't even have to look. Iron pro-life sisters. A virtue with yourself. However, my fate is not my sister's. My sister is angry. I'm not going today. What can you do? And so, hot sunny afternoon. Everyone who passes through the central square sees it. A little sister in an ice queen princess dress lies on the ground and keeps rolling around. Ooh, I just want to play with mommy and daddy. Where did I go wrong? Yes, isn't it mom and dad, who are having relationship problems? I know it all. It must be that none of you love me anymore. It must be that there is no love in this house. Xian understands. Xian understands everything. Xian will be good and obedient. Mom and dad don't fight because of me. Okay, this young parents, they really don't act like moms and dads at all. Yeah, such a cute kid. Just put up with the kid crying? When you come to an amusement park, isn't it just to bring your child to have fun? Bringing people here and not bringing them to have fun. This family is so cruel. Pity the child. Zheng Huai looked dumbfounded. Now, he seemed to understand a little bit why Su Wanwan, the rich family's eldest young lady, had to hand over Mu Chu Yen, the girl, to him to take care of in the midst of her 100 leisure hours. Together, she's still holding a grudge. Let this girl come to seek revenge. What a veteran actor. That's what a ing actor does. Sure enough, in the face of the master, he left too much to be desired. Still have to learn and practice more. Zheng Huai then looked at Mu Chu Yen, who was cowering in the corner. Holy, whose sweet potatoes are ripe. Mu Chu Yen had gone crazy. Who would have thought that she, who had a reputation for being a good person and a bearer of the Linde, would have engaged in a charge of family disharmony today, got a charge of not being a responsible parent. Okay, isn't it just a game? A game? Mu Chu Yen was at the top of his voice. 15 minutes later, Zheng Huai pedaled his bicycle against the scorching sun, almost pedaling until his legs cramped up. JAC just wanted to know, who invented this pro-life program? Anyway, he must have a nice family. Currently, there are 10 little tubers on the field, one small wooden car per child. The track is part of the roller coaster kids version. There are slopes and slows. Xian stood in the cart, waving her little hands every now and then. Go daddy, daddy's the fattest. Mommy, cheer daddy up. Daddy's going to die. West 8. Mu Chu Yen stomped her foot. She couldn't wait to just find a crack in the ground. How about cosmic destruction? Who says a sister is her most loyal servant? Get out of here. Tell her to give JAC a boost. No way. Absolutely not. Hey, isn't this the parent who just threw a tantrum? The human husband is tired like that, and he's still here with a stern face. This child is really pitiful. Mu Chu Yen gritted her teeth. Hubby, go for it. Hubby, I love you. We can't let our kids lose to this kind of kids who don't have parental care. Mu Chu Yen? Good. Play it this way, isn't it? Mu Chu Yen's face turned green. Ask around in Manlinjiang. Look at the whole city. How many people dare to talk about their Mu family's girl? Mess with me. You guys are kind of kicking steel. Mu Chu Yen looked at Zheng Huai and held her breath. Come on, kids dad. Just stomp first and you'll be rewarded $100,000. What? Zheng Huai was a bit perfunctory at first, but when he heard Mu Chu Yen's words, it was no different than a shot of adrenaline. Xian, sit tight. Your mom gave the word. I'll take the C on this one. Monkeyed. Everyone in the arena was completely baffled. Moms cheering on the sidelines want to know, isn't this a parent-child game? Shouldn't it be a family affair? What's that for them? It's burning? How it burns I don't know. Anyway, lit up. Mu Chu Yen was like a fuse, a phrase that ignited a powder keg throughout the game. 9 mothers, shouting from the sidelines. 9 fathers, pedaling with bruises. 10 kids, sitting in a car, so fast that you can't see the figure. Mu Chu Yen, woo-hoo-hoo, fly. 3 minutes later, JAC finished a half lap ahead of second place, lead Mu Chu Yen to break into the second level. Courtside. I don't know who mom is. Look, all men, why are you so useless? Letting someone lead half a lap is not enough to embarrass me, and I don't know who the father is. Don't bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Just now your loud voice is of no use. Do you have 100,000? Not to mention 100,000. If you give me 10,000, I can stomp off the chain. Mu Chu Yen got off the small train, excited little fists, still gesticulating continuously in the air. Aha, my dear mom, future brother-in-law, already tested. Physical strength, endurance, and explosiveness. It's too good to be true. Xian, what's on your mind? Mu Chu Yen watched her sister and Jiang Huai come together. Boogie. One gave a kiss. Grandma spoke up. I was wondering what I should shoot first when I get my Polaroid later. Chapter 66. Do we know each other? The second game is over. JAC's body temperature system. It keeps alarming. Mu Chu Yen was off to the side, cursing at the organizers. Is there something wrong with your event? Whose balloons are so small? We can't even press them. Hey, good thing I'm really soft. Not like a couple of them. Can't even find them. Jiang Huai knew Mu Chu Yen and had been very brave, but never thought it would be so brave. Big sis, we don't have to do this in a face-to-face open situation like this, do we? Take a short break. To the third level, Jiang Huai and Mu Chu Yen stood at the starting position. Some hesitation. Boys and girls, it's okay to clip balloons, but back high. It's a little too intimate for my liking. Jiang Huai walked over to Mu Chu Yen, crouched down and patted himself on the shoulder. How much do you weigh? Are you sick? Mu Chu Yen looked at Jiang Huai as if she were a psychopath. Don't you know that a girl's weight is a big no-no? Jiang Huai shook his head. There's 103, right? You, me 118. Directly crush you, believe it or not? Mu Chu Yen felt that Jiang Huai might just say 80 or 90 strength. Little fairy, the highest won't be more than 100 pounds, okay? And then this guy, he comes up and says 103. All at once? So angry. She had tried very hard to eat less, but they were just so competitive. What could she do? JAC skimmed his lips. If you don't believe me, let's see you crush me. Just try it. Mu Chu Yen looked at Jiang Huai and carried Mu Chu Yen on her back. Can't help but feel in my heart. Kudos to JAC. Not bad for a future brother-in-law. What about taking your sister in 3 words? The first person to pinch a sister. Jiang Huai really didn't expect that Mu Chu Yen's entire body looked, well, weak. It's a bit of a weight to carry on your back. The center of gravity, in particular, is quite a bit higher, but both broke into the third level. What's more, he's still a legitimate male big compared to a couple of nannies on the side. There's no reason to lose. Jiang Huai took a look at Xuanxuan's determined little eyes and his heart softened. For the first 2 levels this little girl, her voice was hoarse from cheering. It was hard to make it to the third. Xian was definitely holding her breath as she took the field herself, and he, as the temporary father, couldn't afford to lose face. Xian, is there any confidence in winning? Mu Chu Yen nodded her head seriously and pointed to the little red flower on her forehead again. Her voice grandma's. Papa Jiang, if Xian comes first this time, reward her with a few little red flowers. Jiang Huai pretended to be thinking and scratched his head. If Xian really comes in first place, Daddy Jiang will give all the little red flowers to our Xian. Okay? No good. The stinky girl shook her head. He also pointed at Mu Chu Yen who was writing on Jiang Huai. Mommy gets credit too. Wait, Daddy, give Mommy a little bonus too. Mu Chu Yen smiled, her face hot, watching these 2 people, father and daughter, from a high place, singing together. The tip of the heart was actually a little sweet. When I was a child, my father's days were filled with busy work, and again, I didn't see him for days. Although her mother had brought a bodyguard and accompanied her to the amusement park, but there was always something missing. Maybe that's what home tastes like. Wait a minute? Mu Chu Yen's heart violently trembled. The petite body shook with it. Mu Chu Yen felt that she must be crazy. Otherwise how could she look at her own sister, and look at Jiang Huai, this big scum, and feel at home? West 8. Whatever it is, grab it and get it out of my head. The game is officially on. Xiao Xian took the lead. Although she was wearing a princess dress, she was the first to rush across the room. Xian, come on baby, you're definitely number 1. Mu Chu Yen was on Jiang Huai's back, looking even more excited than her sister. His voice split, and he swung his fist every now and then. At a glance, she and Xian were biological sisters. But okay. Mu Chu Yen soft. Jiang Huai did not feel uncomfortable on the back. On the contrary, cervical spine good, a little comfortable. Quickly, the child's father. Xian is coming over. Crouch down. Oh hoo. Looking at Xian to be the first to rush over, Jiang Hui carried Mu Chu Yen on his back and half squatted down so that Xian could easily pour the water into the water basin above Mu Chu Yen's head. First tie-in. Perfect. Xian couldn't be bothered to wipe her sweat. Turn back again and bring more water. 3 trips. Just about full. This time, it was Xian who became the cheerleader instead. Go daddy. Go mommy. You're both the fattest. What Mu Chu Yen shouted. Mu Chu Yen didn't hear it. When she was still on Jiang Hui's back, Mu Chu Yen didn't feel anything. But when moving quickly, the fear grew with the magnitude of the JAC. 2 people stacked high, walking on a one-way street. Both are doing their best to keep their balance though. But the water on top of Mu Chu Yen's head still kept mayfly out, sprinkled all over JAC. By the way, he washed Mu Chu Yen's face. JAC went right on serious. The arm that had been pressed against his shoulder was suddenly jammed dead center around his neck. The sound of Mu Chu Yen's panic was still coming from her ears. Jiang Hui, slow down. My eyes are watering. A game with a scare. JAC was the first to rush to the opposite bank, standing on the other side of the river. Jiang Hui was thinking that he had washed his head, so the chances of victory should be slim, but seeing one next to him, the father who had just taken a bath. Then there's the combo of a wife who covers the eyes of her father-to-be because she's so scared she doesn't know what she's running for. A goofy grin at the corner of his mouth that he couldn't suppress. Victory? It's that simple. Mu Chu Yen glanced towards Jiang Hui's stomach, soaked by the water. The entire shirt now clung to his stomach. Usually look at Jiang Hui thin and thin. I did not expect that there are so 8 pieces. You're not so bad, Jiang Jaguo. By the sound of it, you think better of me? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. That's impossible. All right, JAC nodded. If you say it's impossible, it's impossible. You're the biggest anyway. Jiang Hui's eyes were uncontrollable and glanced in front of Mu Chu Yen. I'm going, Amat Ba Buddha. You ah. Mu Chu Yen straightened her hair and looked at Jiang Hui with a face full of disgust. Jiang Hui took the parent-child outfits that had just been issued and handed a set to Mu Chu Yen. Throughout his life, the poor monk has accumulated virtues and done good deeds, so it's only right to see certain things. Mu Chu Yen followed Jiang Hui's finger. Look down in front of you. She had gone out today, wearing what had been light-colored tights, and now, after being wet by the water, the silhouette was visible, though not see-through. Mu Chu Yen was furious and held the yellow procon dress she had just been issued in front of her. What are you looking at? Look at $100,000 a time. The $100,000 I just owed you. Gone. JAC was dumbfounded, looking at Mu Chu Yen's back as she went to the locker room. Her heart, silently, had broken. Ah, boogie. In the next second, a kiss crashed into Jiang Hui's cheek, and along with it, Xian's deliberate imitation of a rich man's voice. Father Jiang don't care, a mere $100,000. You Xian big baby from the previous year's New Year's money to transfer you just. Jiang Hui looked up in shock and glanced at little Xian. The crying got worse. Knife me, please don't use a rich man's knife. Locker room. Mu Chu Yen stood in front of the mirror and wiped her hair with a tissue. The girl in the mirror, wearing yellow short sleeves, and a cheap backpack dress. Although cheap, with Mu Chu Yen's white double ponytail, wear it hard with a sense of innocence. Why the locker room? It doesn't come with a hair dryer. It's sticky. Boring. Swish. Immediately after, the light green hair dryer broke into Mu Chu Yen's line of sight and gave her a surprise. Remember to give it back to me when you're done using it. Mr. Mu. Sure enough, people are good everywhere they go. Mu Chu Yen looked up. See the other girl in the mirror. Eyes flooded with stars. But wait, did she just call me Mo? We, know each other? Chapter 67, anyway, she, for sure, won't like Jiang Hui. Locker room. People come and go. Every girl who is ready to get out of the movie is focused in front of her own piece of mirror and has no time to worry about what is happening around her. Rubbing miscellaneous smile. Mu Chu Yen sized up the girl in front of her. Showy, delicate. The girl was dressed in a pale apricot-colored antique dress, her hair cascading behind her, her black hair like a waterfall, and her whole body, though looking less temperamental, was more like the delicate and sickly consort of the imagination. Qin Mengmeng put the hairdryer, set it on Mu Chu Yen's desktop, her face clear and cold. She is rarely widowed, whether you're dealing with boys or girls, always with a smile. But this time, Qin Mengmeng couldn't control herself, because she saw it all. She was standing just outside the parent-child activity field, behind the biggest poplar tree. Qin Mengmeng saw that Jiang Hui and Mu Chu Yen, face to face, hit several balloons. Almost every time, they stick close together. There were even times when the face was only half a finger away. These, she didn't have. Qin Mengmeng also saw Jiang Hui and Mu Chu Yen, together, cheered for that little girl. Jiang Hui, carrying Mu Chu Yen. He carried on like that, the entire youth of the Proctor boys. These, she's got none of it. she felt that she was like a mouse in the dark, only hiding behind trees and spying on other people's happiness. She's not stupid. Qin Mengmeng was able to see it. Jiang Hui was really smiling just now, and there was a light in his eyes, though JAC was smiling just as much when he faced her. But Qin Mengmeng couldn't see Jiang Hui's heart. It wasn't a heartfelt laugh. Think about that. Qin Mengmeng's heart just ached so much. The pain brought up another bout of tingling. A little hard, but, again, a little good. She hated feeling like this, and yet, I'm addicted to feeling this way. Qin Mengmeng, you're really cheap. Miss Mu may not know me, but everyone in Linda knows you. That's true. I'm pretty famous at LU. Qin Mengmeng couldn't help but roll her eyes. It's really not modest at all. I'm from the Linda University Costume Club. Your light makeup is splattered. Do you need a makeover? It's free, and I'll even blow dry your hair for you. Yes. Qin Mengmeng pulled her chair out. Mu Chu Yen then naturally sat in and even crossed her legs. Qin Mengmeng was even more upset. She just said free. Not that I'm begging you. Surely a woman who doesn't know how to be polite. It would be disgusting. Qin Mengmeng inwardly murmured a mouthful, picked up the hairdryer, plugged it in, and began to beat the warm air onto Mu Chu Yen's hair. A warm breeze ran through her hair in Qin Mengmeng's hand. A tacit understanding between a woman and a woman. And so it was born. You like JAC? Mu Chu Yen put down a sentence. Look up at the girl in the mirror. See the light flash through the girl's pupils. Mu Chu Yen knew that she had guessed correctly. You recognize me? Qin Mengmeng asked as she focused her attention on her hands and tried to remain calm. Don't recognize. Mu Chu Yen shook her head. But I saw you through the crowd when I was on Jianghui. We're both LU students. We both came to the amusement park on the same day. We're both at the same venue. And you're focusing on him. I don't believe in fate. So, I'm just guessing. A woman's sixth sense. It's always been spot on. Just guessing? Qin Mengmeng's hands were shaking a bit. This was her first time, up close and personal with Mu Chu Yen. I didn't realize the aura was so big. Just by guessing, it pierces her disguise. Since the disguise is gone, Qin Mengmeng felt, on the contrary, that she could chat more freely. Qin Mengmeng helped Mu Chu Yen blow dry her hair and began to rummage for cosmetics, transferring them to Mu Chu Yen's face. This woman, growing up really didn't. I can't say I like it. It's just that, for now, I'm hoping that JAC will like me. Ha! Mu Chu Yen was a bit taut. It's ridiculous. There's a difference between wanting someone to like you, and you liking someone else? This woman in front of me is sick in the head. To be brief, since it's not a coincidence that we both met here, I feel sure you have something to say to me. Qin Mengmeng nodded. Increasingly, they complained that the world is not fair. Why should a gun barrel be allowed to have the face of a goddess? For nothing. I came, just to say two things. First, are you my enemy? Second, if you don't like Jiang Hui, please stay away from him in the future. Are you threatening me? Mu Chu Yen really had to laugh. Growing up so big, it is the first time to be spoken to like this. I am used to seeing flattery. Look at this kind. It feels quite good. First, I don't like JAC. Secondly, whether I like him or not, you have no right over me. Is that answer satisfactory to you? That's why she doesn't like to play with girls. Brain circuits are always weird, girl. I'm wondering why you want me to stay away from JAC? Oh, because you like him, but I'm so good looking you're afraid he'll fall in love with me? So, the goddess goes down, right? Qin Mengmeng smiled, her tone confident. Neither. I'm afraid. You'll like him. Put. Mu Chu Yen's whole body trembled with laughter. What a joke. It's colder than Pop's cold humor. You're not mistaken. I, like JAC? I can tell you with certainty. I, Mu Chu Yen, cannot possibly like this man in this lifetime. In the next lifetime. In the next lifetime. And I have a favorite boy. Mu Chu Yen's cheeks flushed scarlet. He likes boys. Hundreds of times gentler and thousands of times more considerate than JAC. Able to make her laugh. Like JAC? Is she blind? I would never steal a man from a man. Just put your heart in your stomach. Qin Mengmeng's face was expressionless as she continued to sculpt Mu Chu Yen's eye makeup. She saw herself in Mu Chu Yen's pupils as well as firmness. But, eyes can be deceiving. Sometimes, lie to yourself. Qin Mengmeng could feel it. There was an invisible force that was pushing Mu Chu Yen and Jiang Hui closer together. And the more she tried to get closer to Jiang Hui, this force would push her further away from him. It's weird. It's like what Mu Chu Yen just said. Maybe it's a sixth sense. Xian, must you do such a shameful action? Then I'm going to make a scene. Well, scratch that. It's really convincing. Riverside Paradise. In the Ferris wheel that's going up. Little Xian holding the Polaroid. In the guise of a photographer. He directed at Jiang Hui and Mu Chu Yen. It's really a bit of a rack. Mu Chu Yen leaned towards Jiang Hui's side, fake hugging Jac's arm with only fur and fur rubbing against each other. Jac also stirred up goosebumps. Xian the stinky girl. All the little red flowers for a picture of him with Mu Chu Yen? It's kind of fun. Save the gift money anyway. Awesome. Come on, everybody look at the camera. I'll say 1, 2, 3, you guys. Wow. 1, 2, 3. Same photo. Xian took 3 shots. 1 for my sister, 1 for Jac, and 1 for myself. The Ferris wheel spins to its highest point. Mu Chu Yen looked to the west, at the sun set in the horizon, and took advantage of the light to look at the photo again. In the photo, boys and girls, wearing the same parent-child outfit. The girl put her arm around the boy and smiled peevishly. The boys showed their teeth as if they were 205. Mu Chu Yen casually stuffed the photo into her pocket. Take a look at the amusement park entrance and the hordes of vintage clothing ready to leave. Still don't get it. Who on earth would want to talk about a dog man like JH? She, anyway, definitely wouldn't like JAC. Definitely not. Chapter 68, only one answer. I missed you in Frankfurt. Sure enough, human grief and joy are not compatible, but breathless, sometimes synchronized. Frankfurt Airport. Tang Jiani looked at the inexplicable highway sign and rolled her eyes as she entered the VIP lounge. On a cell phone, Tang Jiani looked at the photo and smiled lightly. On the photo, it was taken earlier when Jiang Hui and her had a candlelight dinner. 2 days in Frankfurt. Tang Jiani himself do not know how set this photo as wallpaper, and then want to change when, in turn, some cannot give up. Simply use it. 2 days abroad, as good as 2 years. Donjani exhaled. Jack. All he had to do was close his eyes and all he could think about was that rainy night. Jiang Hui's figure standing in the rain. Strong, safe, handsome. It was like really whenever she wanted to. JAC will just appear the same. But Tang Jiani felt in her heart, wringing her hands. She really didn't want Jiang Hui to get involved in the Tang family's affairs. She wants JAC to go far away, preferably so far away that none of them, the Tang family, could find her. But that night, why did he come? He favored it. He's here, how can I let him go? Hey, Donjani sighed, opened the suitcase. The suitcase was stuffed to the brim. The last 2 days had been spent casually strolling through the mall. When Tang Jiani saw the watch, she wondered if Jiang Hui would like this. When I see the men's clothing, I think to myself, JAC must look very handsome in this. As a result, that's all that was bought. Tang Jiani felt that she, too, was quite unfamiliar now. Missy, please, may I sit next to you? Donjani looked up at the sound. The sight hit Missy. The cool features were somewhat frozen. So beautiful. Tang Jiani couldn't help but admit that this was the first time she had seen such a beautiful girl. The features are three-dimensional, with Nordic shrugged brow bones and nose bridge, but the whole thing has an Asian gentleness, and the light blue pupils look like a clear spring, so you can't take your eyes off them. Cocoa red hair, held up by 2 gold pins, was paired with a simple black hoodie. It's simply breathtakingly beautiful. Donjani nodded. Sure, thank you sister. Ding Xiaoxi felt that this sister was a good person, because she also took it upon herself to take the neighbor's trash and clean it up, and the fact that she and her own mother were from the same country. These reasons, they are enough. Tiny Creek sat down, hugging his backpack. He struck up a conversation with Donjani. Go for it, sis. Donjani? What the hell? So this is, like, a unique way for foreigners to say hello? It's like who her grandfather sees. They all ask if they've eaten. Like, do I look, well, bereft? What is morning? Ding Xiaoxi asked with an expressionless face. Just very emo? What's emo? You're not Chinese? A quarter of it is. Ding Xiaoxi felt that the sister in front of her was quite interesting, because she said a lot of things that she had never been exposed to before. Sister, I actually know what you're upset about. Seriously, Tang Jiani, if it is not to see this girl, looks like a heavenly beauty, pressure root does not take care of, no manners at all. Also, I know what you're upset about. How nice of you to tell fortunes then. Look at the face and do the math on the birth date. With your quarter, what the old man left behind. The group of foreigners who did not bluff froze. That's funny. I don't know myself what I'm upset about. Tell me. I'll listen. Ding Xiaoxi leaned over to Tang Jiani's side like a paralyzed face, topping off a stunning face. My sister had a hard time deciding between her career and her relationship. Hiss. Donjani's eyebrows, uncontrolled, raised upwards. Is it really that evil? Just one sentence. Tang Jiani then felt that there was an illusion of lifting the clouds and seeing the green hills. Does this need to be a shock? Ding Xiaoxi felt that her sister in front of her was strange. Luggage of men's clothes, watches plus business books being read plus female plutocrat dress. Synthesis. It's a story of a future female plutocrat. And little boys. Is it hard? Neither did it. Ding Xiaoxi scratched his head. That's how TV shows are made. Ha, man, Little sister. You're mon right, what do you know? Donjani smiled bitterly and shook her head. Suddenly I feel a little silly. People, either for money or for love. She's like this, looks like she's in it for the money? It's really too well taken care of by JAC that his brain is not spinning. Sister, my situation is more complicated than you think. I don't even know myself. How can you? To love is madness, but to love, restraint. What? Ding Xiaoxi opened the candy jar, handed Tang Jiani a green apple-flavored one, and ate a watermelon-flavored one herself, and then that mumbled. The formula only stays agonizing when the two sides are not equal. Solve, my sister buys a lot of clothes and a watch, which represents boys, not as rich as you, so there is an inequality between you. Also, the inequality, once established, acts on both sides of the inequality, and it is known that the man lacks money. Imo, sister, what you lack is freedom. Monkeyed, completely baffled, although Tang Jiani had no idea what the girl in front of her was talking about, but it feels, the softest part of the heart, but somehow got poked and prodded. It hurts, seems about right. Your man, sister, loves you very much. Please. Donjani was going numb. It would have been fine if that had been said by someone else, but the girl in question, who had no expression at all, spoke with unparalleled seriousness, and was a stranger. Open your mouth. Love, love, love. Who doesn't look confused? You get it again. Ding Xiaoxi nodded. Known. You have money, but boys don't. When it comes to money, boys girls. So, boys plus money equals girls. So, boys equals girls, money. Sister, did that man ever offer to ask you for a lot of money? Donjani was deep in thought. Donjani shook her head. There doesn't seem to be any except for the cost of the room and what you give yourself. So, to summarize, in the case where this guy is treating you well and not after your money, what is he still treating you for? Because? Because of the contract? No, 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 no. It's like Friday. Obviously not in contract time, but JAC is still here. JAC's feelings are more than contractual. Could it be? It's because, likes it. Tang Jiani's eyes burned as she stared at Ding Xiaoxi. Tiny Creek continued. That's true, but liking is self-centered. He likes you. He could like your money. He could like your body, but he was restrained and didn't spend your money. Well, solve it. There's only one answer. Donjani's chest, the heaving intensified. There is an answer, right in the heart. He loves me so much. Chapter 69, then can I become a god? But, even if that were the case, it still wouldn't be very fluid between you. Ding Xiaoxi's small brain spun rapidly. Countless formulas that come to mind. Man plus love, woman plus like. Imo, that's very unfair to your man. Ding Xiaoxi's calm words, said Donjani's heart was pounding, but she had no way to refute it. Not sure what's right though, but she couldn't find out what was wrong, either. It would be outrageous. Aha! This woman, she's not simple. So, is there any way, then, to make the relationship last longer, or keep it going? Donjani knew it probably wouldn't work out, but still, I wanted to ask this. Ding Xiaoxi fell into silence. The light blue pupils were as calm as ever. After thinking about it, he also pulled out his notebook and started writing and drawing. Known formula. Man plus restrain, love, woman plus like. Begging, how man equals woman. Also know that man plus money equals woman plus freedom. Gotta. Man equals woman, money plus freedom. Remove a known term. Ding Xiaoxi looked up at Tang Jiani, a look of having seen it all. Put the answer in the book. Hold it up to Donjani. Man equals woman plus freedom. You, sister, can't help it. Buzz. Listening to Ding Xiaoxi's words, Donjani's thoughts, straight away, exploded. It was as if there was a nuclear bomb that instantly shattered all her defenses. The body has no choice but to do as it pleases. Almost 20 years of days. Those days locked in the small dark room. Those days when all that was on my mind could only be said to my ragdoll doggy, and the pain of every hand to the palm of my hand. The history is clear. It's all the same as collapsing a dam, gushing from the eyes. If that's the word, it's from a family member. Donjani was sure she wouldn't have a hard time yet. But why? Why an outsider? It was just so easy to see that she was a creature in chains. She didn't want to put her bad self on display, in front of others. It's just because you don't want to. So, that's why it stays icy at school. What can she do? What could she do? The days of not being able to see the light. Every time she opens the door, it is a new chain. Although her people are not there, but her heart has long been locked inside. Not dare to come out half a step off. It was the only place where she felt safe. Sister, don't cry. Tang Jiani's teary eyes, raising her head to look at Ding Xiaoxi, her face was suffocated red again. She could tell that the girl was genuinely trying to comfort her. But, please, what sane person, when comforting someone, would say something so blunt? Is it hard to enter some kind of command? Ding Xiaoxi looked at Tang Jiani who was still crying. It felt as if I had said the wrong thing. Another thought. Sister, don't cry. You'll get ugly if your makeup gets smudged. Danjani took a long, slow breath. Alright, can't be ugly. Can't be ugly. You can't be ugly when you get off the plane and see JAC. Sister, since you have calculated to such a place, there is still no way to solve my predicament. So there still won't be an end to me and that man. Ding Xiaoxi this time, firmly shook her head. In the world, everything has an ending. And where will we end up? Then? I don't know. That shall not be. Tang Jiani spread her hands and returned to her previous coolness. Actually, what the girl said, it wasn't entirely useless, Danjani thought. At least she figured it out now. It wasn't that JAC cared about her. Rather, they care because they love. Love comes first, so care. But she. It would have been nice if she wasn't a member of the Tang family. There is no responsibility on the body, and there will be no such chains. At that time, recognize JAC again. Choose a good field. 2 people, 3 meals for 4 seasons. Maybe they'll even have kids. But she couldn't do it now. Those things that ordinary people can get. It was all more like a luxury for her. Blame her. Blame her for meeting the right person at the right time. But not a right self. That's all. Danjani figured it out. Let's just let her relationship with JAC go here. It's a dead end. She can't give JAC what she wants. And she's constantly draining JAC's feelings. It's not love. It's selfish. When we get home, she would take the gift in the box and give it to JAC. Wait until this month's rent is over. She would voluntarily disappear from JAC's world. Lock this man, forever, in the deepest recesses of your memory. This way, it's quite good, at least, when you're by yourself. And to think that one had such a man. This, then, is enough. I don't know what the ending is, but, Ding Xiaoxi put the thick notebook away and took another firm look at Tang Jiani. But I was once in a book and made 3 excerpts. First sentence, don't be afraid to get hurt. Love grows new flesh and blood. In the second line, the loved one is separated by mountains and seas, and all mountains and seas can be leveled. Third sentence, freedom, on high, higher. Danjani skimmed her head and looked out the window at the sun that had not long risen. As one of Europe's busiest airports, an airplane, all breaking through the clouds. So, is that freedom? And, for her, what is freedom? And what's on the high ground? Is the father free? It doesn't seem to be. Danjani thought that it was because he wasn't tall enough. Look further up. What Tang Jiani could see, there was only one person, the entire Tang dynasty group, standing at the highest place, was only Grandpa Tang Haoyan alone. What about Grandpa? Is he free? He, it seems, is free. Anyone in the group is looking at him, but Grandpa, too, had his moments of looking the other way, but he was more free than his father. That is to say, the higher, the more, free. In Tang Jiani's eyes, a flash of light appeared. It's fuzzy, but vaguely, it was still the outline of a man. She just needs to move up, and keep moving up, and moving up. Take away. Danjani got it. In fact, that little dark room, locked is not her heart. Locked, in fact, is her person. Because her heart had already been placed where Jianhui was. Illusion. Everything is an illusion. Beyond father. No. Beyond grandfather. Right. As long as she surpassed grandfather, she was the most powerful person in the entire Tang dynasty, and no one would be able to tell her what to do, much less interfere with the relationship between her and Jianhui. Jack, I've seen it. The mountain between us. I don't have the ability to move these mountains, but I will make all the mountains my territory. The mountains don't have to move. I will walk towards you. Jack, wait for me. When I get back to Linjiang, I'll be able to give you our bright future. Hey, sister, thank you. You know so much. You must have had a lot of biting feelings. Tinky shook her head. I've never been in love. Is that stuff fun? What? No. Okay, then where are you going to fly? Linjiang. We are on the way. Hey, Tang Jiani did not expect. Foreign country. So fateful. What are you going to Linjiang? I can get you a driver. See the doctor. But no need for a driver. My friend will pick me up. What's wrong? Depression. Emotional disorder. Before, when mom was still around, she said that there is a Tao to learn in China, which can calm the mind. So I want to learn to become a monk. Ding Xiaoxi's words were calm, but those who listened were not at all still. My hair, Danjani blinked. So, she's just been schooled by a super sick guy who's on the verge of leaving the house, has she? And one still has an epiphany. Yes, I'm on it. Dare. But being a monk doesn't seem like being a monk. It's called cultivating immortality. So can I become a god? Tang Jiani took a serious look at Ding Xiaoxi. Blue eyes, red hair, and a fairy like that seems pretty cool. Chapter 70. Hey Siri, am I handsome? Why don't the girls on the side of the road get in your car? Only because you don't drive a Passat. If you are young and talented and drive a Passat, when you go home for New Year's Eve, your distant sister will look at you twice and ask you quietly on your way out, if I wore high-vis, could I be your co-driver? You said softly, think about it when you think about it. Your distant sister, in fact, has gone red. New cars just aren't the same. Linjiang International Airport. Parking area. Jiang Huai looked at the brand new car and gently stepped on the gas. That pleasant engine sound. Wonderful. Parking the car. JH looked at the passenger side. Flowers, ready. Freshly washed scarf, ready to go. It's been a long trip, and I just bought rice balls, still warm. Over. Okay, everything is ready. JH pulled out his cell phone and briefly adjusted his facial expression. Found another WeChat from Don Johnny. Honey, I'm sorry, I didn't realize there were so many cars going to the airport today. If you get there, wait for me a little bit for 2 minutes. Just 2 minutes. I'll be quick. Click send. Lean. Jiang Huai couldn't help but compliment himself twice. Jack, you're a ing genius. Everyone has expectations. Don Johnny certainly does. Don Johnny would be thinking that as soon as he got out of the car, he could get in and leave. But all he had to do was shatter Don Johnny's expectations like that. It is easier to be content when one does not have hope for something. When Tang Jiani, full of displeasure, got off the plane, thinking about waiting for someone, she walked out of the airport only to find that the person she was thinking about had long since arrived. It's a little mood that doesn't just rise up. At this point, he just needs to send flowers and food. The protagonist, naturally, thinks, could he, Jack, be because, went and bought these just now, said the traffic jam. No need to open your mouth. No need to talk. Gifts that speak. Another day of progress yet. Jiang Shadow Emperor, guard the international visitor arrival gate. JAC stands in the most prominent position. Actually panicked inside. Just got a tweet. Done Jane dead pervert. It's okay. Be safe. Honey, I'll wait for you. How long? So, well, there are two scenarios. The first, Don Johnny's cell phone, which was stolen by someone else, is the only thing that sends a message like this. The second, Don Johnny is sleepwalking. Sleepwalking a hammer. Jiang Huai looked at the message, and the more he looked at it, the more vain he became. Tang Jiani just now, but she called him darling. Is that right? That's not right. Tang Jiani just now, but she told him to be safe. This river? It doesn't make sense. Monkeyed, completely baffled. JAC just wanted to know. This pervert, in the end, went abroad. Is it possible to learn something foreign again? What the hell kind of airplane? Unfortunately, Jiang Huai didn't have time to think about it much. With the arrival sign scrolling, exit people, more and more. JAC waves at the crowd. You can't help but recognize that some people are born to be the star of the show just by standing in a crowd. For example, Don Johnny. Tang Jiani was wearing a Burberry trench coat, stepping on high boots. The whole popularity of 3 meters 8, although it is a pervert, but the looks are also perverted beauty. Jiang Huai braced himself for a simple smile and trotted over to Tang Jiani's side, while shoving the flowers into Don Johnny's hand. Pick up the suitcase. Change out of this dress. My dear, it's been a windy road, and I've brought you a new one. Tang Jiani looked at Jiang Huai. The heart was already visibly starting to race. Didn't you say you'd be late? But he came on time. To see me. Is he like me and can't help wanting the airplane to speed up? He even brought new clothes for me. He really loves me. Jack, give me the one you're wearing. Ha? Jiang Huai was once again confused, but JAC did as he was told. This little jacket of his, but spell so-and-so to buy, or tail goods. She, the daughter of the Tang family, let go of her 10,000 plus trench coat, dressed in rags? A new trend? But don't really say. Tang Jiani took off her trench coat and replaced it with a baseball jersey jacket, which in turn turned her into a high-heeled girl with a jacket on top and tube socks underneath. Extra points, extra points. But, honey, may I ask who this is? Jiang Huai looked at the girl who was following Tang Jiani. Although the girl was dressed simply, she had blue eyes, red hair, and her face value was heavenly, not below that of Tang Jiani. As Jiang Huai sized up Ding Xiaoxi, too, was watching Jiang Huai. So, this is the man who charmed Sister Tang, to the point of ecstasy. Handsome looking, gentle and considerate, so familiar. Oh, good girlfriend. Mu Chu Yen had made the same comment about her man, too. I just don't know. Let these two men compare. Which would be better? Hello, my name is Ding Xiaoxi. Jack, you're handsome. Ah, thanks. You're pretty too. They say that foreigners are more outgoing. Seems to make sense. Good looking. That's something JAC knows well. But Ding Xiaoxi was speaking so seriously and earnestly. It still feels weird. Have the balls have the balls to ask, "Hey Siri, am I handsome?" "Siri, you're handsome." "Yeah, that's what it feels like."
Tang Jiani saw that Zhang Huai and Ding Xiaoxi's hands
held together. The first time the card comes up. Yes, Creek is a friend Frankfurt met for a visit. Seeing a doctor? Zhang Huai frowned. What kind of disease would require him to come all this way? Ding Xiaoxi nodded. Yes, I'm sick. I've come to cultivate immortality. Ah, Soga, that does have to come. Why don't you come along? We can sit down. Faced with Danjani's invitation, Ding Xiaoxi still shook her head. No, my friend is picking me up. Creek. Mother asterisk 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 asteriskers coming. Ding Xiaoxi didn't finish her sentence. In the distance, a roar pierced the sky. And so on. Zhang Huai's brain buzzed. This deja vu voice. That aggressive aura. I tease. Miss Ding, your friend won't be. Ding Xiaoxi, Yen. I'm over here. Mu Chu Yen, Zhang Huai. Why the hell are you here? Tang Jiani, Mu Chu Yen. Watch your mouth. Vomit roar. So, life is incomplete without a battle, right? Dry. Dead pervert, meets white-haired witch. JAC was going crazy. The good news is that the white-haired witch doesn't actually like him. But, the bad news is that on Saturday he went to the amusement park with Mu Chu Yen. JAC's first reaction was, never let Danjani know about the amusement park. Zhang Huai took the initiative to move closer to Tang Jiani's side, dividing the distance at the first opportunity. These are small gestures that are very important. Mu student. Hi your mom. Aha. What a steady play as always. Zero frame sister. Mu Chu Yen looked at Tang Jiani and then at Zhang Huai. It's already apparent. Shameless man. What's wrong with being a lickspittle like others? Lickety-split rich women who are merely out of the house for a few days and also take other jobs at home to earn money. Mu Chu Yen thought again that she had actually spent a day at the amusement park on Saturday with such a man. It's almost like a brain ache. You guys know each other well? JH, alumni with Mu. Mu Chu Yen, don't recognize. Danjani, it's just a little person. Chapter 71, you take me to an amusement park once. 2. All pill spicy. Zhang Huai didn't have time to react. Xian had already sparked with lightning all the way and bumped into him. Immediately afterward, just like before, he followed Zhang Huai's thighs and began to climb up Zhang Huai's body. In the end, Xian stuck her little head in Zhang Huai's neck, blinking her big eyes and looking straight at Tang Jiani on the side. Sister, who are you? Why are you wearing my father Zhang's clothes? Buzz. Although it was not yet winter, Zhang Huai knew that there were some things that had already started to get cold, such as his heart that was about to stop beating. Tang Jiani frowned and came over to Zhang Huai's side, gently sniffing the scent on the little girl. You're the youngest daughter of the Mu family? Mu Chu Yen crossed her arms with a nascent strength. I am. Ha! Tang Jiani fell silent, not knowing what she was thinking about, and looked at Zhang Huai again. Jack, you guys know each other? Recognize, but not very well. JAC smiled awkwardly. It's bull asterisk 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 to say you don't recognize a situation like this. If she was very familiar, it would instead make Tang Jiani feel that she was more of an outsider. Language is a skill, so get stuck not being familiar with it. Just right. Boo-hoo. JH, Danjani, Tiny Creek, interesting. Mu Chu Yen suddenly got in Zhang Huai's face and gave him a boop. Zhang Huai's cerebellum instantly short-circuited. This full belly green tea flavor. What's the deal? It can't be Mu Chu Yen, can it? It shouldn't be, at such a young age. Zhang Huai savored this strange feeling between the five people. He no longer dared to face Tang Jiani directly now, and only dared to use his afterglow to guess Tang Jiani's current mood. Pray, moreover, that this little girl in his arms would say no more. But as the old saying goes, when the roof leaks, there's always a rainstorm. Daddy Jiang lied. We even went to the amusement park with my sister before. The three of us, we're the best. What? Amusement park? Tang Jiani's brows locked tighter, already beginning to fantasize about the image of Zhang Huai and Mu Chu Yen, one on the left and one on the right, pinning the girl in front of them. Don't know what it is though, but Danjani just knew that there was something that stuck hard in her heart. It hurts. Regret. JAC regrets it. Mu Chu Yen in the arms. The little girl family, directly thrown. That is not only not a man, but also immoral. But this little girl kills like a nuclear bomb. Forget it. Die. Zhang Huai looked at Tang Jiani and knew that for him, a catastrophe was inevitable. So JAC simply kept quiet, waiting for Danjani to explode. Jack, Zhang Huai's body trembled. There's a storm coming, right? Honey, I am. Put the baby down and let's go. Good. After Zhang Huai came back to his senses, Tang Jiani had already wrapped his jacket and went into the shadows of the parking lot. The clanging sound of her high-heeled shoes crisp and long with each step. Zhang Huai stared stupidly at Tang Jiani's back. Even more disturbing. Him? Picked up the wrong person? On the way to the famous schools. JAC hand on the steering wheel. Palms are sweaty. The car was quiet. The air conditioning vents whined and now seemed loud instead. Tang Jiani lay on the passenger side, took off her high heels and crossed her feet on the passenger side table, her legs longer than anyone else's life. Are you hot? Is it necessary to have the air conditioning on so high? Tang Jiani asked angrily, curling her legs up and trying to get them all underneath Zhang Huai's jacket. Because on the jacket, it all smells like JAC. Smells reassuring. But at this point, Danjani's heart was stuck in the amusement park. Linjiang Amusement Park she knew of course. That's Don's property. A few years ago, she went to her grandfather's house for dinner and he asked her what she wanted and Danjani said she wanted an amusement park. So, 6 months later, there was the Linjiang Amusement Park. But she hasn't been there once, because Grandpa misunderstood. It's not amusement parks that she wants. It's being able to have someone to go to the amusement park with. Someone to play with. Like in the TV show, the kids from normal families. But she can't have it. She thought about going on her own, too. But every time she stood in front of an amusement park and looked at the enthusiastic faces of parents holding their children's hands, she lost the courage to go in. Amusement parks are happy places. Danjani felt that she couldn't laugh at this happy place. But at the very least, no crying here. It would look like she was sick. Jack, don't you have anything you want to say? Tang Jiani asked coldly, skimming her head out the window. JAC knew that what was coming, was finally coming. The boy is right. I did take her and Mu Chu Yen, together to the amusement park on Saturday. And then what? But she's Mu Chu Yen's own sister. We don't know each other well. Reason? 2 words popped out of Danjani. Zhang Huai's heart, too, trembled. 4. Money. After I dropped you off at the airport, I was going to go back to famous school and met a kid in the underground garage. With that, so Wanwen decided to pay me to take her daughter to the amusement park on Saturday. I didn't realize that Mu Chu Yen would be there. I'm sorry, honey, I shouldn't have. JAC finished, word for word. He told Danjani what had happened after dropping her off. And no, there's no half-truths. It's the height of acting. False is true when it's true. Tang Jiani grew up in the Tang dynasty, the kind of home that can have 800 hard eyes in 1 second. Zhang Huai knows that telling lies cannot fool Tang Jiani. What's more, he didn't have to cheat, because from the beginning, he was there for the money. Now, he's finished. The decision rests in Danjani's hands. The most he could accept as punishment was a new ear, a new apron, and washing more colors. He wouldn't have taken it if Danjani had opened the door and was going to slip around in a circle with a chain. In the carriage, silence fell. JAC in turn relaxed quite a bit. In the lull of the drive, the afterglow skimmed toward the passenger side. Tang Jiani's entire body was cowering under his jacket like a cat, now unmoving. There was no movement, just JAC's thought. Underneath the jacket, Danjani had become an ocean. Tang Jiani didn't dare to wipe her tears with her hands for fear that Zhang Huai would find out. But every time the tears rolled down her face, the tip of her heart, again, ached vaguely. So it is. So it is. Isn't this the same formula Ding Xiaoxi said? Man plus money equals woman plus freedom. So, JAC works so hard to earn money. Why what? What else could he be for? For the sake of it, isn't it to finish the money one earlier? Isn't it to make this relationship between him and himself last for a long time? Danjani, you're really stupid. Just now, surprisingly, there was a moment to blame Zhang Huai. Jack, you're really stupid too, to do such a thing for the sake of our relationship. No, anyone can dislike him. Danjani felt that she was the only one who couldn't. Loved across mountains and oceans. All mountains and seas can be leveled. Isn't JAC, who is now trying to make money, the same one, who is trying to level Shanghai? Money may not be earned with dignity, but, with each stroke, it's about pulling in closer to her. Every stroke, isn't it love? Under the jacket, Tang Jiani opened her cell phone and looked at it with teary eyes. The first picture of her and Zhang Huai. For the first time, it felt like every second was alive. Jack, wait for me, be sure to wait for me. For you, I'd go to the top of the Tang dynasty, and I'd trade it for my own freedom. 1 good acre, 2 people, 3 meals, 4 seasons, and, Jack, honey, I am. You take me to an amusement park once too. Chapter 72, Tens of Thousands of Dollars of Cheap Support. Sister Momo. This is the story of the hero and a few girls in the novel I read recently. What do you think? Isn't this male lead super handsome? Noon time. Momo sat in the store and ate her food while listening to JAC's story. Momo listened intently. A summary is given at the end. Handsome? Can't really talk about it. It feels kind of badass. Hey, badass? So Momo-san, if you met a male lead like that, would you want to have one? Momo contemplates for a moment and shakes her head. People are addicted to certain things, and those rich ladies in the novel are spending money on what they lack. Once the lack of something is going away, they'll do whatever they can to get it again, and maybe that will make them sicker. It may even be that this male lead will be revolted. Backfire? will it? JH asked himself. The answer is, definitely not. Every step of the way, he only builds a relationship of interest with the tenant, and while I'm nice to you, it's only out of the landlord's concern for the tenant. It's like I'm delivering and I'll end up messaging you begging you to give me a satisfaction. Just trying to make the tenants happy with their stay. Just trying to get the relationship between landlord and tenant right. Is that wrong? No, it doesn't. And, Sister Momo just hesitated when she answered. Calm down, answers. Just answers. If everyone, all of them, could execute actions according to the calm analysis, all of them would be successful. Jiang Huai lowered his head, rubbed at the boxed lunch sent by Sister Momo, and picked 2 slices of meat to throw into his mouth. Better change the subject. Sister Momo, all the boxed lunches you buy are so delicious. Kudos to you. Yeah, but it's made by my father. Oh, he's a former 5-star hotel head chef. Wow, uncle is awesome. JAC applauds, emotional value pulled full circle. But Momo doesn't look, well, not so good on her face. At home now that I'm not doing it, I'm a little depressed. Why? Humanity, all aspects of it. Jiang Huai nodded, no longer pursuing the question. The 4 words Momo's sister had almost summarized everything. The trades and industries and the human condition are a complex issue. Those who are able to stand at the top of their industry are either ass-kissing to a fault, or they are at the top of their skill set and can't say a word about their ass. Uncle should be in the latter category. And, resigned from a 5-star hotel. People always have a sense of falling short. After half a lifetime as a top chef, it would be unbearable for anyone to let people go back to frying in a roadside fly shop. Coincidence is coincidental. JAC thought of a place. JH opened his cell phone. On the phone was Haru's friend circle, posting a job announcement. New week, a new beginning, new blow-ups. So, Soups, these are the 3 new ING employees you got? Jiang Huai sat in the office of the Entrepreneurial base and looked at the 3 new employee files on the table. Brain buzzing. What kind of opportunity and what kind of talent? It was only then that she was able to recruit Tang Jiani, Mu Chu Yen and Qin Mengmeng to the company at the same time. Life too boring? Having some fun? Brother Jiang, when you were asked what conditions, you didn't say ah. Besides, aren't these 3 people quite good? And the other Tang schoolgirl is still in the group with funding. Zhou Chao also felt wronged. JAC wants to start a business. This thing is like that certain foot of stinky tofu. You can smell it when you're stranded for a few kilometers. Mu Chu Yen and Tang Jiani, both of whom were volunteering to join. Only Lu Siyu looked for someone, and he also looked for Qin Mengmeng. Brother Jiang, I actually think that human Qin Mengmeng is also quite good. Now she's sending you meals and little snacks. By the way, our office, she still cleans it. Why don't you give people a chance? Don't be so high and mighty. Jiang Huai skimmed Zhou Chao, for big words written in his eyes. What do you know? Just like Zhou Chao, 10 of them can't play with one Qin Mengmeng. But it's done. JAC is not someone who can't look away. Tang Jiani and Mu Chu Yen, both of them were of the status of a great lady. There's no way to come to work. There was only a Qin Mengmeng. In order to bait him, Jiang Huai knew that this sister, designated to help him work under the pretext of coming to work. This one's good, to be put to good use. Anyway, the very first recruiting was for the 10,000 subsidy. Let's get down to business first, Chaozi. See you. Jiang Huai threw the staff list to the side and pulled out his book. First of all, Chaozi, I'll give you $100,000 in funding. You go to the school's computer department and find someone to make a rental system. Requirements are similar to a hotel order. Put the room up with a color picture of the room. See you. Here's $1 million. Spend 50 on 2 small apartments. The remaining 50, find a first-hand landlord to rent it. Make simple renovations. Raise the price of the house and we'll rent it out. Live for more than 20 years. First $1 million expenditures. To be honest, Jiang Huai was really a bit nervous, but he has the bottom line. Tang Jiani was, at the moment, his biggest bottom line. The monthly room charge, plus dog-licking favors, comes to over $2 million. Fully able to support him. Looking for a house to invest in. Not bad for a rich and generous sister. Still playing consistently. If you are in trouble, look for Sister Tang. But, Donjani is back from Frankfurt. It has been silent for a week. Jiang Huai also kinda wondered what this dead pervert did. Sister, hungry, want to drink grandma. Stump. Jiang Huai didn't finish the words on his lips. Corridor outside the venture office. The sound of high heels began to be heard. Steady and strong. Each sound was so high and cold that it sent shivers down one's spine. Looking at Tang Jiani, who was standing in the doorway of the office. 3 people in the room, all of them looking demented. Tang Jiani was wearing a long black stand-up collar dress with a pearl necklace today. Extraordinarily cool. And her lips were painted a deep red. Same as poisoning. It doesn't look out of place on this face. Tang Jiani's entire body just stood there.
just know that it comes from an unusual background.
Mr. Tang, what brings you here?
Zhou Chao greeted him and asked.
The air conditioner.
The size of the table and chairs in this room were all bought by Tang Jiani.
It's reasonable to call out a don. Tang Jiani gave Zhou Chao a cold look. Get out.
Hey, okay. Only Jiang Huai and Tang Jiani were left in the room.
Tang Jiani sat across from Jiang Huai and looked him up and down.
Today, Jiang Huai, wearing the clothes she bought, he was using it in such a way.
To pretend to be with me? You can't hide loving someone.
Sure enough, I should check in more often after that.
Otherwise JAC must be very lonely. Jiang Huai watched Tang Jiani come over. Just sit back in your chair and sneer. Mind straight. Honey, I'm so happy to see you supporting me in my business. That makes you happy? Donjani understood. Donjani opened her cell phone. Tang Jiani transferred money to Jiang Huai. $100,000. Tang Jiani felt that Jiang Huai's happiness was really so simple.
Tens of thousands of dollars of cheap support.
It'll just make him laugh for a long time. Fortunately,
such cheap support she could have given tens of thousands more times.
Chapter 73, You Can't Win Against Me. I can't believe it's Nini's classmate. Xiao Jiang must be very good at school. Pinch it. Is this the high end of the game?
Sitting at the dinner table without taking a bite of the food.
It's all about the lines, isn't it? Just start yin yang, isn't it? JAC was going crazy. Sandalwood Palace.
Jiang Huai held his wineglass and looked at Tang Jiani's third uncle,
Tang Qinghe, with a leathery smile. Irritation. Uncle Crane is joking. Just a little handsome. Slightly handsome. Tragically handsome. Of course, if you put it in the context of my learning, my handsomeness is worthless. People are nicknamed the first handsome of Linjiang. JH reseated himself, sweeping around. Donjani blushed and could understand. Tang Jiani's sister, Tang Yan, was red-faced and understandable. After all, it's instinctive to like handsome men. But you Tang Jing's red-faced. Does it mean fairgrounds? Got it. Jiang Huai got it. And he, Tang Jingza, sighed to himself. Ha!
Jiang Huai's face did not blush, his heart did not jump, and he continued to break open the lobster in his hand.
Sip, sip, sip.
He was prepared before he came.
I've told you before, everyone in the Tang family has hundreds of hard eyes.
But Chekhov driver said that when two peasants have straights in their hands,
don't worry,
because your hands must both be bombs.
The mind's eye thing. JAC can't see it. You are as strong as you want to be.
A fresh breeze ruffles the helix.
Tang Qinghe's entire awkwardness at the dinner table.
The smile on his face,
too, barely hung on. The heart started cursing a long time ago. Grass. This little brat. How unorthodox. It's common sense to always be humble, right? When you're humble,
I'll bring out the Tang juniors and crush you.
That seems to be the normal way to play, right? I'm just out a junior. How do you throw a bomb? Can you play? Being the daughter of Tang Qinghe, Tang Yanyan watched her father suffer, and naturally felt bad in her heart. Brother Jiang is really outstanding. He's definitely famous in school. Hiss. JAC had a hunch. It's coming at him again.
Jiang Huai looked at Tang Yanran.
This girl looks, indeed, a bit similar to Tang Jiani. It's just that her body, like her father's, is slightly thin. Yeah, it's kinda famous. Jiang Huai nodded. If you have time, I can take you to Linde for a stroll, so you can see how meaningless Linde is. No fun? Tang Haotian sat next to Jiang Huai.
The standard rich man's laugh shook Jiang Huai's ears.
Master Tang, what are you laughing at? But it's no fun.
Jiang Huai had the eyesight to give Tang Haotian some water. For example, before the school sports meeting, the outreach club to pull sponsorship. No one wants to sponsor how to do. The outreach club people can only talk to the school around the internet cafes and hotels. Egu, Mr. Tang, you don't know how angry you've made the school leader. When the games opened, an entire playground was filled with them. Thanks to Red Romance's sponsorship of the school games. Thank you, for C's Internet Cafe for supporting the school games. It was magnificent. As a result, guess what? That field day, long distance running, high jump, and all that, all broke the city high school record. And it made the principal so happy. Do you know because of what? Tang Haotian listened in awe. Really listen. But after pondering for half a day, Tang Haotian didn't seem to be able to figure it out, and looked up at everyone here. Dragon, tiger, crane. What do you think it's because of? Hiss. Tang Qinglong was tall, square-faced, bearded, and his whole person looked intimidating. Yang Qinghu was quite strong,
just a bit zen. There's also a Tang Qinghe. Big back hair, suit, tall and thin, typical shrewd businessman.
Jiang Huai took a look at the three people,
then thought about the answer and wanted to laugh a little. Wasn't it the high level of students in that class? Tang Qinglong pondered and spoke up,
but it was quickly interrupted by Tang Qinghe. There is no such coincidence under the sky.
If you ask me, it should be the weather. Was it a tailwind on the day of the race? It's not bull *********. Sandy? Tang Qinghu sat steadily on Taishan, frowning. Achievements like this, but also their own hard enough. Believe in God is not working. Mr. Jiang, I'm guessing if you guys used contraband? Neither. JAC didn't even expect such a simple question. A bunch of entrepreneurs, and they can't even figure it out? MS. Don Johnny, you know about this matter, so come and answer it. Me? Tang Jiani was suddenly named and said without panic. It's nothing really. It's just that the top 3 finishers in that tournament had a month's free play in an internet cafe and half price on a couple's king-size bedroom. Put. Tang Yen, who had just taken a sip of soup, really didn't hold back, laughed so hard the soup sprayed all over the floor. Seeing this, Jiang Huai mentioned, classmate Tang, I remember that outreach club activity. It seems like it was you who proposed it. Ha! Don Johnny was a little surprised. Jiang Huai, an outsider to the society, even knew such things. He's been watching me silently? Sure enough, you can't hide loving someone. Don Johnny nodded. We had no choice, but the good thing is that it turned out well. When it turns out well, it's good. Tang Yen smiled. Nini, this thing is well done. Grandpa praises it. Thank you, Grandpa. It's not right. Tang Yan scratched her head. It doesn't look right anyway. It's not chatting with Jiang Huai. Why is it that while chatting, Grandpa praised Tang Jiani? Tang Yan was a bit uncomfortable in her heart. Sister is awesome. But sister seems to have forgotten that the most important thing for us to do is not to utilize the conditions around us wisely. I think that since it's a college sport, then why doesn't my sister just ask our company to sponsor it? Being able to open up your visibility in the school as well as having a good relationship with the school leaders is such a good opportunity that my sister seems to have missed out on. In the future, the Tang dynasty group, but on our shoulders, how can sister be so? Huma, Tang Qinghe lowered his voice, interrupting Tang Yanran's words. At the table, the atmosphere changed instantly. Tang Yen didn't speak, and Tang Qinghu, who was his father, kept turning the Buddha beads in his hands and didn't open his mouth either. Tang Jiani's expression was clear and cold, looked at JAC, skimmed Tang Yan again. Huma, why? Sister, you can't win me. Tang Jiani had a stern face, no emotion could be felt in her tone, cold like a killer who only wanted to win. You, Tang Yan clenched her fists and held it hard, not cursing out the expletives in her throat. Unexpectedly, Tang Yan didn't expect it at all. Don Johnny has changed. The previous Tang Jiani, this was a puppet cultivated by Tang Qinghu, to maintain the old second family. In the family, definitely not something that would be said in such an extreme way. This is not what Tang Qinghu did. But now, Tang Jiani even directly tore her face off, hardening her provocative words and slamming them in her face. What is she? Where did she get the bottom line? Who gave her the nerve? Tang Yan, who had calmed down, guffawed. Yes, my sister has loved to compete with me since I was a little girl. Go Ducks, sis, there will be no mercy. Sister, chapter 74, but you, I'm determined to win. Family, who understands? You're out for dinner and you seem to have a big melon? Tang Palace Tang family backyard. JH stood at the edge of the lake. Finally a chance to catch my breath. Family, all acting like ing maniacs. Not a single sane person. Are you cursing? Tang Yanran's voice startled Jiang Huai. JAC turned his head to look. I don't know when Tang Yan sat under the parasol. The way she looked now, she was practically the same as her sister. Crossed legs, dainty, the breeze blowing the hem of the skirt, is how many people's youth, but also the taste of money. But Tang Yan has a little more spunk than Tang Jiani. This is not to say that Tang Yan is prettier than Tang Jiani. Something wrong, MS. Tang? Jiang Huai softly asked his mouth. Tang Yan covered her mouth and laughed. Miss? You weren't a miss when you called out to Tang Jiani. How come you've become a miss when it comes to me? No, miss, not the smaller sister. I can call you darling even if you pay me, and so on. JAC thought about it. Someone as sick as Don Johnny. One is enough. Two of them might not make it. Why don't you come? A word from Tang Yan. JAC was baffled. What do you mean? I mean, you got the text. Why didn't you come? Tanya looked at the ashtray in her hand. If it wasn't for the fact that it was Grandpa's, he would hate to take it and knock JAC on the head right now. 4 million. Having just returned home, Tang Yan has done nothing. I heard Tang Jingzi say that Tang Jiani had a Jiang Huai military counselor by her side, and directly transferred 4 million to Jiang Huai. The purpose is twofold. 1. Bribe. 2. Sealed. That day, she ran to the tea house in high spirits and waited for Jiang Huai all day. All day. It's surprising that JAC doesn't even come. She's the granddaughter of the Tang family. Make Don's granddaughter wait a day. Who has ever been treated like this? Jiang Huai, you received $4 million, but you don't work. Don't you have a bad feeling in your heart?
4 million? So you're the one who sent me the text message. I'm looking for telecommunication fraud. I also specifically under an anti-fraud app. MS. Tang, you have just returned to the country. I suggest you also download an anti-fraud. You. Not angry. Not angry. Tang Yanyan clenched her fists. Keep yourself as ladylike as possible. She slipped out to come to JAC. Didn't want to come and argue. During the meal, anyone could tell that Grandpa Tang Haoyan was very appreciative of Jiang Huai. If it wasn't really something, nor would I let an outsider come to the house for dinner, even though JAC is Tang Jiani's man. But, hearts change from time to time. Tang Jiani is not the material to run Tang Dynasty, so Jiang Huai giving it to her is really like adding wings to a tiger. That stinking sister. What's there? It's not just rounded dots on top and warped dots on the bottom. A little taller than her. She has the same looks that I have, but you're not as sweet as me. Who likes a piece of ice sculpture? Think about it. Tang Yanyan puffed out her chest. One horse. Since MS. Tang is here to ask for $4 million. I'll return the money to you. No need. I have a handle on you. I'm relieved that you're holding it. Tang Yanyan smiled and came over to Jiang Huai. Jiang Huai. What for? Did you and my sister Z ever? Me and you. What? Is that something one could say in such a beautiful view and in such a cool temperature? It's sick. Jiang Huai's brain throbbed with pain and he took a slight step back. It's true. Rich people. They're all perverts. After staying with Tang Jiani for a long time, Jiang Huai felt that Tang Jiani was on the verge of becoming a normal person. Who dared to believe it? Does it matter to you? Yes. Collective relations. Even though we grew up playing together, I never used her leftovers. Boom. Jiang Huai's brain was completely burned. Studied abroad. It's just not the same, huh? It was all Chinese characters, linked together, but he couldn't understand a bit of it. Tang Yanyan knew that she and Tang Jiani, some parts of the same like to play straight, do not like to beat around the bush. But the biggest difference between her and Danjani is here, too. As long as it wasn't in front of Tang Qinghu, anything Tang Jiani didn't like, she would have no problem speaking about it. What she really likes, I guess she doesn't know herself, but she, in turn, puts all that she wants, all that she likes, out in the open. Tang Yanyan felt that this was the reason why she and Tang Jiani could play together when they were children. Right, that's right. Now, I just want to be honorable and snatch you away from Tang Jiani. Jiang Huai, even if his brain reacted slowly, after being hit in the face with such a straight punch, it also reacted. Together, Tang Yanyan is naming names and bagging him. Sure enough, handsome people have their own troubles. Tang Yanyan saw that Jiang Huai was a bit silent and flashed her body to hold Jiang Huai's arm in her arms. Jiang Huai. In fact, since I was a child, I've always wished that I had a handsome and strong brother like you. If you don't mind, I'll call you my brother. Okay. Jiang Huai mentally rolled his eyes, pulling his arm out of Tang Yanyan's arms. Tiny age. Spend your family's money to become a stay-at-home son and learn what's not good for you. Being a green tea like others? Can't figure out where tea originated. That's it for brains. Cured and drooled. Do you know what my brother usually drinks? 100 years of pu'er. Here, JAC would like to thank a girl with the name Qin. It's kind of understandable now. Why old tea tasters all love aged pu'er. This new tea, it really pulls on the throat. MS. Tang, do you really think that you are better than Nini? Accompanied by JAC's words, the wind picked up on the lake. The wind in mid-autumn blew a chill down Tang Yanyan's spine. She hated that phrase. It was that phrase that she most hated. Growing up, Danjani did everything better than her. Learning, crafts, dressing, grooming, every single one of them. Danjani, the damn other people's kid from her childhood. Grandpa complimented her. Even mom and dad complimented her. On what grounds? Exactly? After all these years, Dananya still feels. He himself was born in this Tang family to be a ing shadow for Tang Jiani. What hurts the most? This Tang Jiani is still Tang Qinghu's puppet now. What is she then? 3 years abroad. Now it's back. But still not even a dead ice sculpture, excellent with no feelings. Fine. Why don't you tell me what makes her better than me? Tang Jiani's displeasure was already written all over her face. JH scratched his head and thought of one. First of all, softer than you. JAC scratched his ears. I really feel so speechless. We just met today. Come on. Who knows what you're good at? Casual conversation. This hairy girl, why is she still serious? MS. Tang, just kidding. We haven't known each other long enough for me to know what your strengths are. But Nene's sparkle is clear to me. It's for the money. After all, he had signed a contract with Tang Jiani, and Jiang Huai felt that properly refining Tang Jiani's personality would be considered a due obligation. For example, she looks cold, but her heart is actually softer than any other. How do you prove it? I don't need proof. Jiang Huai pointed to the location of his heart.
My heart. It will help her prove it. Heart. Tang Yan had already thought of countless retorts, but this moment, it seemed as if each sentence, in turn, paled in comparison. Yeah, she's stealing this man, with that woman. Right or wrong, true or false, as long as JAC thinks it's right, it's right. If JAC thinks it's true, it's true. She, just an extra link. Ha, ha ha ha. Tanganya laughed. On what grounds? On what grounds? I defy you. Oh.
Tang Yan rushed up and stared up into Jiang Huai's eyes. What kind of person loses all the time?
Jiang Huai, you will regret your decision tonight for the rest of your life. The position of chairman. She can't get it, but you. I'm bound and determined.
Chapter 75, The Paths of Men Cannot Be Reproduced.
What makes soft an advantage? Tang Yan stood alone by the lake, looked down at his toes. Okay, barely a plus.
Holding a thin cigarette in her mouth, Tang Yan thought for the first time that there would be any man in the world who would be like a cigarette,
clearly dangling in front of you, but if you really want to get on it and grab it, you can't. While abroad, she can order 3 fruit plates. In one night, 1 danced, 1 poured her drinks, and 1 gave her massages. I didn't expect to be in Linchuan.
$4 million for a lesson.
Ha, sister.
Jiang Huai has already left.
Aren't you coming out? Tang Yan glanced toward the small entrance to the backyard, looked at Don Johnny who walked out.
There was still a smile at the corner of his mouth.
The heart is even more upset. Don Johnny sat under the parasol, all over his mind.
He was still filled with Jiang Huai's words just now.
JAC said, underneath her facade,
there's a softer version of herself.
He really understands me well. JAC adds,
she's softer than Tanganya's.
JAC seems to, quite like it here. Tang Jiani didn't even know that Tang Yan had, in private,
given Jiang Huai $4 million. But for $4 million.
Surprisingly, JAC didn't even choose Tang Yanran. Jack, he really loves me. Sis, do you know what the hell you're doing?
Tang Yan fluttered a sentence lightly.
Asked Don Johnny, a little confused. What do you mean? What do you mean? Tang Yanran really wanted to laugh when she looked at the simple Tang Jiani. You don't even know what I mean when I say it. You really think you can beat me? Sister, since I was a little girl, I've always known that I want what I want. And when I want it, I try to get it. Don't you? Do you know what you want? In the past, Tang Yan felt that it was not good to say these words, but now, things have come to this juncture. It didn't matter to her if Don Johnny would be sad. You're sad. Better. Sister, how understanding you are. So understanding that you are whatever your second uncle says. I used to think that if the elders in the family praised you, you were really great, but now I've figured out that you're great, no doubt about it, because you're a pinched clay doll. You have no mind. You have no heart. You don't even want to fight. How unsatisfying for a thing that is at the mercy of others. Actually, you're only a part of this thing play for some things, and you're not the one who really wants to win. Put down the word. Tang Yan threw her cigarette in the ashtray and sat next to Tang Jiani, staring at her sister. Is it hard? Tanganya is kind of cool. I wonder why. It's like an imp that's been pressed for years. Finally, a chance to get unstuck. People will always have different destinies with time. Once they were sisters. Now it's the enemy. No, no, no. Tang Yan thought it was possible that the 2 points were not in conflict. You could be my sister, but I'd also prefer to see that you're not doing as well as I am. The human heart is a scale. You're upset. I'm pack happy. Why should I be hard? A word from Don Johnny. It was so cold that Tang Yan, her spine chilled. How is this not what she thought it would be? It's not possible. I get it, sis. You're still acting. You're holding it together, aren't you? You're thinking. I see right through you. This is you not wanting to cry in front of my eyes, aren't you? Don Johnny shook her head calmly. You do see right through me, but luckily for me, I had something I wanted to do before you said that, and it's clear to me why I want to win. Huma, it's precisely because, for the first time, I'm actually going to win on my own, so I don't want to lose. What's that? Tang Yan was a little disbelieving. Surprisingly, she saw light in Don Johnny's eyes. That's not possible. For more than 10 years, Tang Jiani's heart had long been locked up by Tang Qinghu. People and dogs alike. Put a chain on it. For years and years, even if you untie it, the dog is just as afraid to leave. Because she didn't know what was outside the little dark room. In the face of the unknown, a small dark room may be more reassuring. Unless, of course, someone takes her. And so on. Tang Yan frowned as if trying to understand something. Yes, Tang Jiani in the Tang dynasty, purely for their own sake, is not dare to leave the cocoon room in the heart. Not to mention not dare to disobey Tang Qinghu. But, what if she did it for someone else? What if she, set her heart on someone else? Hold the grass. It's not easy. It's not simple. Tang Yanran didn't expect that Jiang Huai could, even an ice sculpture like Tang Jiani, tease out the water. Surprisingly, he was able to make Tang Jiani, willingly, hand over his chains, to the other party. There must be something different about it. More interested, wanted it more. But, sister, the hearts of men are not in the right place. When I came to the backyard, it seems like Uncle Tu's people, too, were looking for Jiang Huai, right? And you haven't thought about it, other situations? What if, for example, the person you have in mind is also your father's pawn? Buzz. Tang Yanyan's words rushed into Tang Jiani's heart. She admitted that she panicked. It's a Patek Philippe filigree enamel minute repeater. Market value $7 million. Give it to you, on the condition that you help my daughter get the Tang dynasty and get out. Pinch it. It's over, isn't it? Jiang Huai sat in the Maybach and looked at Tang Qinghu. For the first time, I think rich people are tacky. Only kills with money. Would it be okay to do it another way? This trick, it hurts. Uncle, I just came to the neighborhood to get some air, not to talk business with you, please. Jiang Huai ripped open the car door and wanted to leave. Turns out the doors were locked. Tang Qinghu spoke in a natural tone. But I'm looking for you to talk business. Alright, walking won't work anyway. Jiang Huai turned around, played with his watch and put it back on the armrest. What makes you think that I will cooperate with you? Because I'm rich. Am I the kind of person who will do anything for money? You are. Grass. What a good judge of character. But, Mr. Tang, you couldn't have sought me out just because of that, could you? Jiang Huai looked at Tang Qinghu. Hand-coiled linden no. Even if the Patek Philippe is worth millions, but in the hands of a pressure does not wear a watch. It is just a piece of scrap metal. The reason why Tang Qinghu gave the table. I guess I'm too lazy to do the transfer. Or you could say, too lazy to change your watch into money. A seemingly insignificant step. It was enough to show how useful he was in Tang Qinghu's eyes. There is value, but a one-time thing. I like to deal with smart people. In a smart way. Tang Qinghu found the tablet and threw it on Jiang Huai's lap. On the flatbed, there were 3 people. 2 men and a woman. Jiang Huai was a bit confused. Mr. Tang, this is, help 2, pull 1. Tang has a complex shareholding structure, but all 3 of them have been explicitly neutral, so it matters. Understood. Jiang Huai nodded. But Mr. Tang, you also said that all 3 of them are neutral, so how can I, an outsider, possibly talk them down? You said move. I said no. The first man's wife, Danjani's real mother. First, no, man. Wait. Tang Qinghu suddenly came this way, and Jiang Huai was instantly stuck. Danjani's mom, the wife of this dude on the tablet? And Tang Jiani looks a lot like Tang Qinghu. That means, rub. What about the little girl in the back? JH looked at the other girl on the tablet and seemed to get it a little. I see. She's sort of, like, Danjani's sister? Her father, one of the major shareholders, but she's not one of the Danjani sisters. The one in her belly is. Hey, JAC blinked. For the first time it became clear that the paths of people are not replicable. Row by row. Good. What a nice rich guy. 3 short sentences. 2 colorful strokes in his ordinary life. Perhaps. Accepting that, he'll be in waves from now on, I guess. So, what about that other guy? Why did you pull him down? You put a hat on him and he knows? No. Tang Qinghu shook his head, smiling somewhat playfully. This man, sort of my, really, sister-in-law. Actually. Chapter 76, a Rolex from my sister. So many years. JAC has never been able to understand a single sentence. Why is it that there are people who can strategize, but are decisive? Now, he understands. Animal. It's a ing animal. Tang Qinghu knew early on the importance of several major shareholders to the future direction of Tang dynasty. So, enter the game with your body. Create a pillow blower. Plus a grandson's father who lowered himself and volunteered to become a shareholder. Asterisk. What's all this about? And Tang Qinglong, obviously at the dinner table, looking so dignified. And then, it turns out to be a Pole? Does Tang Hao Tian know all about this? Get out of Tang Qinghu's car. Jiang Huai lit a cigarette, put the Patek Philippe in his pocket, and slowly walked in the direction of Tang's house. The brain feels like mush. Can't make sense of it anyhow. Walked to the corner place. 10 meters away, under a streetlight, stood a girl straight up. The girl's face was cool, wrapped in an LV scarf, hugging herself, her hair already somewhat loose, her hair blowing in the wind. Jiang Huai's heart thumped. When did Danjani come over? 0.1 second. Jiang Huai rightly pretended that none of what had just happened had ever happened. He knew that it was time for another test of acting skills. Composing his expression, Jiang Huai walked over to Tang Jiani, reaching out to help Danjani. He smoothed the broken hair over his ears, and then, looked Danjani straight in the eye. Honey, it's windy at the lake. why are you out? Lights. Tang Jiani stared into Zhang Huai's eyes. Jac's eyes were bright. Donjani looked mesmerized. She didn't know what she wanted to say, but she knew that her father's car was parked over there. And, why would Jac come from over there? Sister, people's hearts are not in the right place. Tang Yanyan's words began to play on Tang Jiani's mind. Donjani was thinking, will JH choose to listen to his father for the sake of money? Or say, in fact, from the beginning, Jac was his father's man. But she really felt the peace of mind from Zhang Huai. Tang Jiani's heart was complicated. She doesn't even know. Why are you standing stupidly in this light yourself? Even if she waited until Jac, what could she do? It's obviously a very small thing. Tang Jiani, however, felt that there were countless trepidations and soreness that came out against her eyes. Next, a warm embrace that enveloped Donjani in its entirety. The tip of Donjani's nose, revealing the scarf, sniffed. That's the flavor. The smell on Jac, sunny, creamy, and a hint of tobacco, compounded together. So soothing to the point that Tang Jiani tears, all of a sudden, stained down her cheeks to Zhang Huai. Donjani was even starting to get a little scared. Fear of Jac, literally getting out of his father's car. Is honey waiting for me? No. Donjani's tone was calm. Just now your father approached me, hoping that I could help you to rule the Tang dynasty. Donjani froze. There was a sense of lightness, of being held up before crashing to the ground. And so on. Why did he spill the beans on this? So, you, promise? Donjani blurted out. Of course I'll say yes. I love money so much. Zhang Huai stood up his chest. Put. Donjani laughed, shrinking into Zhang Huai's arms. She giggled, because Jac is so loaded with that. If Jac is now, calmly, saying, no promises, Donjani thought that she might still be skeptical. But now, she really relaxed. Tang Jiani poked her head out, her cold face, rarely bringing a red nose, looking a little delicate. Tang Jiani rubbed Zhang Huai's head. I don't believe it. You must be lying. Cheat. It doesn't exist. Zhang Huai stood tall, admiring Tang Jiani's magnificent beauty from a close distance. In his head was still Tang Qinghu, who had just said, Donjani's mother, someone else's wife. That is to say, Tang Qinghu to get the Tang dynasty, with the wife of a shareholder, an illegitimate daughter was born, but raised in the Don family with honor. No, I should say, in the name of the Don family's granddaughter, brightly in control, a pawn, layout for 20 years, cultivated a pillow talker. It was also able to seize such a handle, completely breaking down Tang Jiani's last psychological line of defense. Wait until he has power, and still be able to be alone. It's a good intention, old pervert. But, false is true when it's true. Jac just changed his tone. Tell Donjani the truth. Actually, he promised Tang Qinghu, there's money to be made and no money to be made, especially if it's still Tang Qinghu. Such deadbeat money. Anyway, he only promised to help Tang Jiani get the Tang dynasty group. The way, he can decide for himself. There is no conflict between Donjani winning and keeping a tenant named Donjani happy. Zhang Huai lowered his head so that Tang Jiani could rub his hair without having to pat her feet. Honey, just now at dinner, you seemed like you wanted to win? Of course. Why? Tang Jiani frowned and looked at Zhang Huai. Why are you asking so much? Doing nothing. Jac smiled. Being a contract laborer, one has to pick from the benefits, the one with the greatest benefit. Actually, while in the car, he hadn't wanted to agree to Tang Qinghu. However, calm down and think about it. Taking off Tang Qinghu, it seems like Tang Jiani wants to win. Since you won't tell me, then I have a secret I won't tell you either. Zhang Huai had a joking expression on his face. Donjani doesn't take it seriously at all. I don't believe it. Having said that, stomping on her heels, she ran toward Don's house. The brown surround floated behind him. The figure, absolutely beautiful. Jenny Tang satisfaction score, +3. Boys dormitory. No, brother Voyager, is this close road really super for you? Zhou Chao looked at the Rolex on Zhang Yuanhang's hand, eyes full of light. As for Zhang Yuanhang, he looked at Zhou Chao, whose eyes were full of light. The heart is cool with a capital X. Zhang Yuanhang celebrated. It was true that the path he had chosen was the right one. To be honest, in knowing Jac's company, a total of 3 employees were found, 2 of which were school girls. There's another one. When Qin Mengmeng fell back, Zhang Yuanhang Dao's heart was broken. He's still here. Cool to add Donjani on WeChat. It turns out that people are already in the group with funding. Can this be played? Don't tell me. It's really fun. Chaozi, in the future, don't learn from Jiang Huai. Looking for some schoolgirl and acting. Being human, the pattern has to be open. A 30-something sister, doesn't she smell good? Ha! What it means to bend the rules. Zhang Yuanhang felt that he was bending over backwards. Jack, don't you run a company?
Aren't you three beautiful employees? I directly tease Portia's sister, young woman. Dare I ask for this one to be mounted? Can you afford it? Zhang Yuanhang had it all figured out. Tonight, just rely on the Rolex sent by the young woman's sister, and so on to flash JAC's dog's eyes. Also show everyone here. In the end, who is the king of pussy in dorm 214, was mulling it over. The dormitory door opened. Jiang Huai surveyed the room. The strange atmosphere. It's not right. Something's very wrong. The smell of socks was laced with old Chang's strong pusillanimity. Old Jiang is back. Back. JAC casually returned. I just went to the grocery store and bought some toilet paper. I'll share some with you. JH? Zhang Yuanhang climbed up and down and rolled up his sleeves, revealing the watch on his arm. Rolex gold bezel. Almost blinded JAC dog eyes. Rummaged around. Zhang Yuanhang jumped out of bed. Jack, what? How did you know that there's a big shot today? Erko, giving me a Patek Philippe. Zhang Yuanhang? Chapter 77, Love is a huge science problem. Old Zhang. Let me summarize the process. Jiang Huai listened to Zhang Yuanhang, told a certain Linjiang Male University, after a chance encounter with the Portia lady's sister process. Start summarizing. You go to 1001 shaking your flower hand, ready to go, when a certain 30-something sister, groggy, collapses on your deck. You look, I tease. This sister looks cute and innocent, seeking to tease a hand, but my sister turned around. You see how dangerous it is for my sister to wobble, walk by herself, and have to drive, and start grossing out. So, that windless night, you called a ING chauffeur, and with the chauffeur, you drove the lady home? My sister said, how thoughtful of you, to give you a Rolex and you fell? Zhang Yuanhang took off his Rolex and carefully placed it on the bedside, a bit unhappy with JAC's words. What do you mean, give me a Rolex and I fall? Old Jiang, I don't like to hear that. We fell in love at first sight. Ha, I only believe in love over time. Brother Jiang, then what if love can't develop over time? Zhou Chao frowned, picked up a small notebook, and started taking notes. Can't have love? Then 2, 3, 4, one more time. Then what else, Chaozi? Remember, relationships aren't just a test of money, they're a test of your time. Makes sense. Zhou Chao took careful notes. Is this the time? Is this the time he thinks it is? Jiang Huai didn't bother to nag Zhang Yuanhang more. Old Zhang. Or just a reminder. Rich sister. Be more careful. Hunters often come as prey. Jiang Huai. I forbid you to talk about my rich sister like that. What kind of person is she? Can I not know? She's really not like the other girls. Yes. Well, how different? Simply a rich sister. Just so you can meet her. Miss Simplex. It just happened to be the first time I went bouncing that day. How great you are. JAC sort of saw it. Now whatever he said, Zhang Yuanhang couldn't listen to it. He pinched his fingers. It's old Chang's destiny. Finished chatting. JH lay down on the bed and began today's storytelling time. On his cell phone, there was a message from Mu Chu Yen that he hadn't returned yet. The white-haired witch. Little bitch, really thank you for recommending the Chef Munkler outlet store. Kudos to the chef. Copy Barabi heart. Kudos are not necessary. Jiang Huai would like to say, in the future, can you Dingyue reimburse the cake store's working meals? JAC showed Sister Momo the Dingyue recruitment news. He also didn't expect the old Momo to move so quickly. Reported for duty the next day. As a result, he went to his part-time job every day and lost his heartfelt work meals. The work dinner chef, in turn, became Sister Momo. It is well known that when God opens the window for her to make cakes, he is sure to close the door for cooking. Woohoo! It's all clicked and your satisfaction score doesn't go up. Give me back my old Momo. JAC cried out in his heart. Sent an emoji in passing. Gaze from Capybara. Message returned in seconds. Mu Chu Yen, Little Piggy has come to report. But Little Piggy has applied to sleep late today. JH, Mu Chu Yen, my best friend is staying at my house today. I'll chat with her. Peggy selfie. Seeing his best friend, Jiang Huai's thoughts instantly returned to the scene where he had met Mu Chu Yen's best friend by chance at the airport earlier. The noisy environment, anything to that girl's periphery, seemed to become a lot quieter. The sunlight passed through the red hair, and the whole person stood there so that people couldn't take their eyes away, especially those lake blue pupils, which were as deep as jewels. Sure enough, pretty people, it seems, are only friends with pretty people. Chaozi, Lao Zhang, see you. Aren't you guys miserably handsome? That's a must. It's well known. Handsomeness is typed in genes, and genes are hereditary. So, all three sons are handsome equals the old man is handsome. There are formulas. Jiang Huai nodded approvingly and began to get into the thick of things with Mu Chu Yen on his cell phone. And now, it's time to start Piggy's story time by saying, Piggy and the leopard eat chili. Little leopard says it's good and hot. Leopard wants water. Leopard wants water.
Baby's going to sleep. Well, that's the end of today's story. Bedtime. Cell phones across the street.
Ding Xiaoxi had just come out of the bathroom and looked at Mu Chu Yen, who was chrysalis on the floor.
Confused, he blinked. Character recognition anomaly. The main factors that lead to abnormal human behavior are affection, love, career, and ideals. Synthesizing research and judgment. The current situation of Mu Chu Yen has a 70% chance of arising because of love. Ding Xiaoxi quickly completed the analysis. It didn't feel like a topic that, well, she could interject. Obediently sitting next to Mu Chu Yen, he began to study quantum entanglement to relieve his boredom. Carpet. Mu Chu Yen's body was hot. He said the baby sleeps. The little is saying that the baby sleeps. Hey, isn't the word baby only used between very close couples? Think about it. Mu Chu Yen's heart beat harder. Creak. What do you think it means when a boy calls you baby? Receiving the question,
Ding Xiaoxi stopped the quantum entanglement in his hand and began to think.
Baby equals wants to be close, protected.
It is known that woman and man
belong to two equal quantities.
Men plus wanting to be close and protective equals like.
Yen, this man, he seems to like you. Mu Chu Yen couldn't help but roll her eyes. Growing up, Ding Xiaoxi's IQ and face value were top-notch. But now,
she suddenly felt as if Ding Xiaoxi had a worrying IQ when it came to relationships.
But anyone who is a normal person, you can all see that the little has a crush on people. Okay, no law. Creak. I mean, do you think little bitch is my true love? Is my love coming? Love? Ding Xiaoxi frowned.
Love equals man plus woman.
Currently known. Man plus protection. Closeness equals like. But men plus protection. Closeness equals like is not equal to women. Then, the equation does not hold. Mu Chu Yen? The more Mu Chu Yen listened, the more confused she became. Xiaoxi, what does this mean? How come the equation doesn't hold up? Hey. Ding Xiaoxi wasn't sure.
She just took the existing conditions and brought them into her head, and that's what her head gave her.
Yen, I've never done this aspect of the problem, but my brain is telling me, like is not equal to love, so you can't wait for your true love, like does not equal love?
Mu Chu Yen was so upset that she pulled the curtains closed, turned off the lights, and pulled the bath towel off of Ding Xiaoxi as soon as she could. When you visit the peaks at night, you can see the peaks by moonlight. Carpet. Mu Chu Yen's fingers, turning and turning on Ding Xiaoxi's skin. His tone was gentle. But creak, doesn't love always convert from like? Isn't the real one, the one who likes you a lot? Why? I can't wait for my true destiny? Badass. I've found your soft spot. Say, are you lying to me? Ding Xiaoxi's lake blue eyes, bright, stared expressionlessly at the ceiling. She hadn't been wrong, she thought. But Yen, isn't man plus closeness equal to woman plus protection? Closeness, shouldn't love equals man plus woman times multiple variables? To sum up, the one true love can't wait. No one should be born liking anyone, much less born being the one true love of anyone. And on both sides of the equals sign, the same variable should be present at the same time in order for the program to be able to calculate on. Quiet. It's nothing but quiet or quiet. Mu Chu Yen stopped her hand. Her mind clouded. Bad. How does it feel? Love. The puzzle question of the century. 3 words, and Ding Xiaoxi, the robot, really solved it? Something always felt wrong, but couldn't say it again. And so on. Creak. You, where did you learn so many formulas? You've learned the hard way. Learning the hard way? Ding Xiaoxi's face was calm. The doctor said before that I should receive more knowledge outside of academia. And then what? And then I read some books like The Concept of Love, 101 Love Stories. After the divorce, 7 men vied to be the father of the child, and Mr. Fu regretted it, that sort of thing. Ow, look kinda. Wait, what the hell? Mu Chu Yen's delicate body shook. Originally, he was still pondering whether Ding Xiaoxi had learned a bad lesson. Look at it this way, it's bad to the bone. Pinch it. Today Mr. Fu's wife ran away with the ball. Tomorrow Mr. Fu goes on a blind date and gets Cinderella. Fu in the end is how bad are reduced to with Cinderella. In and out of a cafe. Hey? Mu Chu Yen was also truly speechless. She knows those gentlemen. In and out of the mall or into the VIP room. Sitting in the LV store to clear. Drink coffee are the general manager of the mall to send over. She really wanted to know. What's the occasion to go to meet such a president? Creak. You've learned the hard way, and you're going to be punished. Yen, I didn't. 10 minutes later, the living room was warm, and Ding Xiaoxi was limp in Mu Chu Yen's arms, her face flushed. Yen, is it fun to like someone, or be liked by someone? Mu Chu Yen nodded. Why is it fun? Mu Chu Yen put down her cell phone and looked at the message. The one she sent to Jiang Hui, good night capybara. Her heart was in turmoil. Creak. Didn't you just say that love is men and women, multiplied with multiple variables? Love, I think, is like the most complicated math
physics and chemistry and biology. The fun, perhaps, lies in the fact that with multiple variables, trillions of equations and inequalities are created. And even though the program is miscalculated, it still runs. And every time an equation comes up, our bodies, in turn, react differently chemically and physiologically. Turns out, love is a huge science problem. Hiss. This is? Summarize it for her again? Mu Chu Yen calmed down and felt just as sick. Talking about love with a girl who hasn't even held hands with a boy? Not nearly as insightful as talking to the moms in the bar. Mulling it over, Mu Chu Yen hurriedly changed the topic. Little Creek, have you really thought about going up the mountain to become a Taoist nun already? Ding Xiaoxi looked calm. Don't worry Yen. I'll help you talk to Buddha and ask for a marriage. Mu Chu Yen? Good one. A Taoist nun looking for Buddha for a marriage. Wonderful. Chapter 78, There's a garden tree in the heart of knowledge. Honey, what are we doing in Mount Amphion? Jac parked the car. Getting out of the car and helping Jiani with her coat. Look at the peaks behind her. The mountains are stacked. The car is parked between the canyons. On the side is the Amphion River. A mountain, split down the middle, with steep walls, quite a bit of that of Manhwa. Jiani looked at the top of the mountain and straightened her dress. Linjiang City, close to the river. Within the city there are 3 mountains sandwiched between a lake. And outside the city there is another Anfeng mountain. Anfeng River passes through the period. It is a very heaven and earth spiritual chi place. The Anfeng mansion on top of the mountain is dedicated to the 3 Qings and 4 emperors, as well as all the gods. The Tang dynasty group. Since my grandfather's generation, whenever a big project starts, the first thing they do is come to offer incense. Look at the top of the mountain. Inside Tang Jiani's heart, it felt quite strange as well. Come before. Either you come with your grandfather or you listen to your father's arrangements. Come of your own accord. That's a first. Tang Jiani turned her head to look at Zheng Huai and moved into his arms. The hand went smoothly into the pocket of Jac's jacket. She used to not believe in these things either. But the road to standing at the top of the dawn is too winding. There are countless ways to fail. But victory, there is only one. Only by winning would she be able to have peace of mind and stand by Zheng Huai's side. 1 acre of good land. 3 meals and 4 seasons. Don Johnny, there's no going back. 4-1. She believed it. Hiss. Now. What's this? Tang Jiani put her hand into Zheng Huai's pocket, and even came straight to a 10-finger clasp? Is this still the same dead pervert? Terror. It's horrible. Just the right time to test acting skills. The best time. Honey, your hands are so cold. It looks like I should have worn 2 less under my jacket. Tang Jiani cocked her head. Why? It's cold. Shouldn't you wear more? Zheng Huai smiled. I'll wear less inside, so my dear hand can go straight from my pocket to my body, and warm you with my body. 1 day at a time. You're the one who talks too much. Donjani looked away, her cheeks pink. Brain Jac abs picture. Warm me with your body heat? It's amazing that he can think of that for me. He really does care about me the most. So Jac, does it get hot? Idea 1. Donjani blushed through. Hey, Donjani, what are you thinking? What's hot? I'll ask you again. Where exactly is it hot? Whoever you are, get the hell off of me. The summit of MT. Anfeng. Master, do you understand anything? Zhong Yongchang sat cross-legged and narrowed his eyes, sizing up the little girl in front of him. Road. Speaking of margins, the little girl had an outsider's face, but every word, every day's thought, had an uncountable affinity with the Tao. Taoist Master Yongchang spoke softly. Creek, you've been here for a couple days now, right? Why would you even ask such a question? In the world, of course, no one knows everything. Ding Xiaoxi shook her head. That's not true. That's definitely not the case. Master, I've been observing you for a few days, and when someone comes to you for a reading, you'll always be able to show someone a way out. Isn't that, like, everything? Ding Xiaoxi even felt. Yongjiang Taoist, maybe he's a god. In the laws of program operation, only if the formula and the known data are clear. It's the program that runs the show. There are times when the desire to get some unknown data leads to another data. More and more and more. When there are more and more unknowns, neither the human brain, nor the chip, will be enough. But master, it won't. Right. The master must be a god. Taoist Master Yongchang, looking at Ding Xiaoxi's clear eyes, continued. Creek, I actually don't know anything, and I've only been in contact with those people who approached me to interpret their signatures for a few minutes. So how would I know exactly what signatures they were looking for me to interpret? In fact, everyone who comes to the mountain comes with answers, and what they want is not for you to tell them the answers. The more Ding Xiaoxi listened, the more confused she became. Zhong Yongchang got more and more energized as he talked. Heaven is destined. Destiny is,
and the talisman for each of them was actually drawn from the moment they walked up the first steps of Mount Anfeng.
Someone comes to ask for fortune, and if it's a lower lot, you throw it away for him, and just draw an upper lot. Won't you? Ha, done.
Ding Xiaoxi knocked on her brain as if she felt that she had encountered a bug.
Throw it away? Straight up draw one? Are they all this casual? But master, isn't that sign asking for a heavenly destiny? Why not the mandate of heaven?
Zhong Yongchang pointed out the doorway. All that is seen is the will of God.
And when a man comes to ask for a sign,
it is done deliberately, but beyond the deliberate, it is driven by nature.
I grabbed the sign and gave it away.
And while it was deliberate, it was not something I wanted to do in the present. The sign won't have any effect on the person. It's just a piece of paper.
And seeking a sign is all for, whether it works or not. It's fate. Get it? Creak. Don't get it. No.
Ding Xiaoxi stared at his master's flowery white beard with blue eyes.
So sleepy. What's all the gibberish about? Are we having chicken and mushrooms for lunch? So, master, do you know what love is?
I Lu a 3 clear 4 emperor. Hey,
this little girl. Polite, are you?
Zhong Yongchang's brain was clouded. It's been years since I've met someone with a brain like that.
Xiaoxi, there are so many people now that your senior brother may not be able to keep busy.
So go over to the side of handing out incense and selling scented sachets and help out.
Ding Xiaoxi nodded. As with entering some sort of program,
he stood up and waved to the master and went to the front hall.
And Fengfu,
for more than 400 years, every 100 years, it undergoes a major renovation and grows larger in size every time.
Ding Xiaoxi walked through the connecting corridors to the front hall. The crowds are like a weave of people.
Ding Xiaoxi listened to the master.
Some years ago,
there were usually more elderly people who went to the mountain to burn incense.
But in recent years, young people have in turn outnumbered the elderly. And, young people, at an age when they should be looking for love. Whoever you burn incense to, seeks wealth. Older people, who burn incense to anyone, seek marriage for their sons and daughters. Just outrageous. Of course, there are quite a few that come because of love.
Ding Xiaoxi told his senior sister to go and rest, picking up the brush himself and sitting by the stall selling scented sachets.
The Taoist temple is not like the Little West. The business is meta. Give as much as you like, but in order to survive,
one still sells small scented pouches,
amulets, or concentric locks and other small things to make some money. Little master, I'll buy a red rope. Yes.
Ding Xiaoxi cocked her head at the girl in front of her, who had a very strong rouge odor,
and nodded. Missy, may I ask what you would like to write on the ribbon, please?
The girl frowned slightly.
Just write, Cynthia, Grimm, the 3 of us have a good life, more than anything else. Ding Xiaoxi was thinking, that's nice. Although this girl, looks like she is a bit winded,
but I didn't expect that she is a girl who likes to live her life.
The master said that you should judge a person by his appearance. Looks like the master was wrong then.
Ding Xiaoxi finished writing with a brush and handed the red slip to the girl.
Missy, our and Fengfu's requests for health and studies are very spiritual. Why don't you ask for one for your daughter alone? Daughter? What daughter? I just looked. Grimm must be your husband. Then isn't Qianya your daughter? No.
The person who bought the red rope thought that Ding Xiaoxi was really a bit weird.
What else? Red hair, blue eyes? Does it work? Grimm is my boyfriend, not my husband. Oh, I see.
Begging for girlfriends and boyfriends.
You're an overachiever. Young lady. The girl frowned. What my bestie? Ye Qian is my girlfriend. Ye Qian is Grimm's wife. They're a family. Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. Like you're sick. Dinky Fry blinked. Countless formulas began to frantically run through her little brain. At high speed. Warning, warning, high temperature hazard. Ding Xiaoxi looked at the girl's back. Inside, there were a billion points of shock. What is the word? What's the law again? Is this where mom was born? So wonderful.
Ding Xiaoxi stared at the girl and tied the red rope to the date tree in front of the temple. The jujube tree in front of the temple has grown for more than 200 years. It is covered with red ropes and wind chimes.
When the wind blows, it's red and colorful. It will make a clear and pleasant sound. Floating, the word of every man. Sister Taoist nun, you are beautiful. The new customer's tone was soft.
Ding Xiaoxi raised her eyebrows at the girl in front of her.
The girl was wearing a light green ancient dress. Her hair was draped, just a small pull at the end of her hair, and she looked elegant and gentle. And a pretty girl too. Miss, may I ask what you would like to buy? I'd like a red string and a protective balm. Qin Mengmeng's slender white fingers, picking around on the table, looked for a light green scented capsule. Put it on the tip of your nose and sniff it. It smells good. But I wonder if JAC will like the flavor. Since the amusement park left,
Qin Mengmeng calmed down for a long time. She discovered her problem.
Why JAC is around others with a light in his eyes. The problem is not with JAC. Rather, it's out of yourself.
She focuses so much on acting that she forgets to get emotionally involved.
What is the highest level of acting? That is, oblivion. True forgetfulness is letting the character in the play be himself. The first time I was at home, I watched countless innocent love movies. Every day I meditate. Jack, I really love you. To fade away that she was actually acting out in order to discard Jac. Today is exit day. So, she came to Anfeng house to Jiani to ask for a physical health amulet. For 2 more, ask for a red string. Missy, in your scented pouch, do you have to put something in it or write something in it? Put something in it?
Qin Mengmeng frowned and looked around her body.
Think of something. Crouching down,
he untied a red rope from his foot and placed it in front of Ding Xiaoxi. On the red cord, there are several small jade clasps and a small silver lock. Qin Mengmeng remembers her mother saying that this was when she was a child, and that she was afraid that she would get lost, and that she purposely took a small red rope to tie her up.
Now, it seems like you can take the rope and give it to Jac. I'll put this on then. Ding Xiaoxi stuffed the red string into the incense bag.
Wait and take the bomb with you to pay your respects.
And on that red rope, what is the young lady going to write? Just right. Qin Mengmeng reddened her cheeks. Just right. Xin has a garden tree. Pavilion as you style. Right. Trouble Missy at the end. Write one for me. Qin Mengmeng. Beware of the heart. Jiani. Hear this. Ding Xiaoxi's hand, which was carrying the brush, was fixed in the air. What a familiar name. Come to think of it, it's the boy I saw at the airport the other day. May come the girl. Why not the girl from the other day? Chapter 79. In front of the Moon Lord's temple, I kneel down. Miss Qin, the Jianghua you speak of, is it the Jianghua over there? What do you mean? Qin Mengmeng followed Ding Xiaoxi's hand. Look in the direction of the steps. With just one glance, the entire person's delicate body shook mightily and froze in place. Not far, on the last step of the Taoist temple,
Jianghua was tilting his head and drinking water.
The knot in Jac's throat flipped up and down. Tragically handsome. But what's around Jac? It was a girl, grasping Jianghuai's outstretched hand and leaning on Jianghua as she rested. The girl's face was clear and cold, and her legs were longer than anyone else's life. Yes, Don Johnny. Seeing Don Johnny for a moment,
Qin Mengmeng covered her heart with a throbbing pain.
Why?
Qin Mengmeng didn't understand why she would meet both Jianghua and Tang Jiani in such a place.
What are they doing in the mountains? Seeking a marriage? Just a little thought. Qin Mengmeng's heart ached even more. May I ask, what exactly is a person like her, wanting to be nice to Jac?
She watched rom-coms at home for a few days in order to be nice to Jac.
She struggles to learn the action of the TV show and the love words in the movie. Hopefully, one day, it will be used on her in Jac. Even she faced the mirror every day and hypnotized herself over and over again, saying, Jianghua, I like you, but in praying for Jac, the blessing of peace. Instead, she saw Jianghua with another woman. Does it have to be this way? Does it have to be this way? Qin Mengmeng felt it. Heart, that freshly scabbed scar. It was ripped off by Jac without mercy. Flesh and blood, more than the last time. It hurt. Little golden beans, swirling in Qin Mengmeng's eyes. Pain. It really hurts too much. Sure enough, Jack, I was right to give up on everyone in the first place. You really made me more in love. Qin Mengmeng covered her chest, unable to say whether it was painful or refreshing. Miss Qin, why don't you go find him? Ding Xiaoxi was somewhat less able to understand. Judging from Miss Qin's behavior just now, she must like Jac. If you like it so much, why did that guy show up? Not the first rush. Express your feelings. Instead, they are alone, wiping tears from their eyes, or even covering their faces with the intention of avoiding each other? She can't get it. Since I like him, I can't go now. Listen to Qin Mengmeng's words. Ding Xiaoxi was even more confused. The lake blue pupils were full of question marks. In her head, she couldn't find any data on this. Why? Because, since Jianghua came with Tang Jiani, he must have feelings for Tang Jiani. At the very least, between the two, there will be a monetary aspect to the relationship. Whatever it is, my active presence is more like a third party at this point. It will make Jianghua feel bad in his heart, and that conflict, naturally, will be transferred to me. Since you like someone, you can't make the person you like feel uncomfortable, right? At least for now. Qin Mengmeng felt that she couldn't show up yet. Then, won't others not know about your fondness for Jianghua? Qin Mengmeng still couldn't understand. The formula, always, is to have the previous step first. Only then can there be a next step. You like him, but didn't want him to know? The beginning has not even begun. So please, how to progress next? Qin Mengmeng looked at Ding Xiaoxi, and another smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. The joy of actively striving for something is never as touching as when, one day, it suddenly comes to light. Dinky Creek's little brain. it finally died in silence. It's too complicated. It's just too complicated. The master said that everyone has a Tao that is uniquely their own. So, is this the Tao that belongs to Miss Qin? Bless me and make a fortune. Bless me and make a fortune. Jiang Huai, you've been kneeling for 10 minutes. Have you burned all your incense? Yes? JH stood up fondly, smiling awkwardly and rubbing his head. He doesn't remember 10 minutes. All he remembers is making 24 wishes to the god sitting on his head, told about his family and how poor he was. But for generations, there was how law-abiding. Once upon a time, he scoffed at all this materialism. Now he just hated himself for not being pious enough. No way. Looking for a day. Find a day to come back alone again. Honey, who's next for incense? And this time I'll have a nice chat with him? Don Johnny smiled and walked to the side hall behind the main hall. At the entrance to the side hall, there weren't a lot of people. The only ones that were there were still older damsels. The little house. The idol sits on it and smiles at the people. Elder of the moon. Tang Jiani suddenly uttered 2 words. Moonraker? JAC frowned. Crazy. Don Johnny is absolutely nuts. Didn't you come here to ask for money? What are you begging for at the Moon King's door? Can it be that it is kneeling her and himself? To have a marriage? I tease. And the licking dog he's wrapped up with. Seeking a marriage. What a sick person that would have to be to pull that off. Jiang Huai looked at the Moon Lord and smashed his mouth. Whatever. Come all the way. Jiang Huai plopped down and knelt in front of the statue of the Moon Lord. Mental mutterings flooded his mind. Moon Lord above. Accept my humble worship. Although I know you are in charge of the trivial matters of men and women, but as the saying goes, as long as we have good connections, we can get anywhere. I know that you in the front of the few is a unit. Some other day I will bring a good incense to you to burn. Just a few more words, please, after work, with the people I just kowtowed to. I'm really poor. I was a preemie and grew up with fire. Tang Jiani looked at Jiang Huai, who was kneeling long and hard in front of the Moon Lord, and her face gradually blushed. The heart was beating faster and faster. When she had just come over, her heart was still a little apprehensive. Don Johnny was thinking, the world knows that the Moon Lord is in charge of marriages. Relationships always get better with the moonlighting. Before coming over, Don Johnny was still a little apprehensive. Would JAC think that this was too sudden? And, in front of so many people, kneeling together to worship the Moon Lord. Wouldn't it be weird to have a heart? But seeing the JAC at this time, the stones in Tang Jiani's heart all fell. He's, well, pious. Don Johnny, you're so stupid. Should have thought of that a long time ago. JAC just now. Why did you kneel long and hard while begging for money? Because, man plus money equals woman plus freedom. He did it to be with himself. Need money, don't you? So he's asking for money. JAC, why now? Still kneeling long. Why else? What else could it be about? Except love me. Is it difficult to seek wealth? Jack, you really care about me. Tang Jiani looked at the teardrops in the corner of Jiang Huai's eyes and went numb. He cried. JAC actually cried? Look at this tear in JAC. Tang Jiani's heart, twisted and sour. She seems to have it all figured out. I'm sorry, Jack. I got it. I got it all. You did it to be nice to me, to care about me. What a huge amount of pressure to carry in the middle, as much as I hate to say it. But now, between us, there is a great gulf. But you, every time you come close to me, it takes all your strength, right? I get it. I got it all. Next time, not next time. I swore before the moon goddess. For you, I'd fight tooth and nail. For you, I would level this mountain and this sea. Poof. Tang Jiani knelt in front of the Moon Lord and sank her head down. The little masters who were watching the front of the temple were a little moved. It's been a long time since I've seen such a religious couple, hasn't it? That's so nice. Jenny Tang's satisfaction score, +2. I set. Jiang Huai and the Moon Lord were chatting vigorously. There was a sound from the system. It startled JAC. No. Jiang Huai's goosebumps exploded directly from the top of his head. It spreads quickly throughout the body. The system doesn't lie. He was with Tang Jiani, worshipping the Moon Lord, but satisfaction points went up? JAC was slightly silent. Quick thought. There is only one possibility for the ending. I have 3 Qing and 4 emperors. Don Johnny, really? Like, me? Chapter 80, wishing someone a bad day. No. Nope. Keeping his composure. Jiang Huai raised his head and stared at the Moon Lord for a few seconds, figuring it out. This should not be emotion. What Tang Jiani was satisfied with was not Jiang Huai, but the one who had a contract with Tang Jiani. And that Frost Queen, Don Johnny, may have really moved on. But she was moved by which JAC who had no reason to give her emotional value as long as she was paid. So, in fact, what Tang Jiani loved was always herself, because she gets emotional value from licking the dog. She likes it. Ha! It's ironic. Figure all that out. In Jiang Huai's heart, he was quite calm. Love? It's all just an illusion.
Jiang Huai was very clear that,
at least until now, he didn't have a single heartbeat for Tang Jiani. What he loves is Don Johnny's money. What about when the tenant's satisfaction score is full? All good things come crashing down when the tenant's satisfaction score is full.
He certainly wouldn't be calling Don Johnny darling anytime he wanted to,
as he had before. What about Don Johnny?
All she needs is still just a licking dog.
She has endless money to spend. She can still be in love with the next lickspill. She can still come and worship the old man of the moon with the next lickspill. ING pervert.
And before this deal,
it's over. He just needs to play his part. For example, honey,
I was just in front of the moonraker,
talking a lot and making a wish. Do you want to hear it?
Jiang Huai's words had just left his mouth.
The slender white bony fingers were then gently pressed against Jiang Huai's lips.
A silencing gesture was made.
Shoo!
The red color on Don Johnny's face extended all the way to her earlobes. She was full of shyness.
Jiang Huai, are you stupid? No talking. Say it, it's not allowed. But darling said I can't have little secrets from you. Except this time, Don Johnny thought. JAC is so stupid. Love is all mutual.
How could she not have made a wish before the moon goddess?
Don Johnny made the wish.
Years are years, and years are this day.
And when there is a JAC today, there will be a JAC day after day. Jack, you're thinking the same thing. An acre of good land, and 3 meals and 4 seasons with me, right? Both of you. I see that I'm so destined to be with you two today. Do you want to divine a fortune? Just provide the two of you with your birth dates, and I can give you a lecture based on the contents of the sign. Tang Jiani and Jiang Huai stood up and prepared to leave, shouted at by the master in front of the lunar temple. Birth date? Tang Jiani looked at master and then at Jiang Huai. Rejected.
Pulling Jiang Huai in the direction of the front hall.
Jiang Huai,
there's a day palm tree in the front hall that's over 200 years old.
Everyone is praying over there. Let's go too. No, none of this asking for birth dates is any fun. Oh, JAC's brain was also clouded. Just wandered off and was pulled into the front hall. But something's not right. Jiang Huai's first feeling, when he just heard the little master say it, was that Tang Jiani should be able to divine a fortune. Divination or not. Why are you still reacting so strongly? Is it possible that my 7th sense of manhood, which I am so proud of, has failed? Forget it. JAC pushed the idea of having nothing to fish for out of his head and started picking out small items at the stalls. Mr. Jiang, Miss Tang, we have incense sachets, red ropes for blessings, and concentric locks for sale, and I can help you write whatever you want. This voice, but also strange good to listen to. Sister Taoist nun, I want, as a loyal licking dog, having already arrived in front of the stall. It was a bit too much for Jiang Huai to say if he didn't buy something for Tang Jiani. Jiang Huai carefully selected a light blue scented capsule and was about to ask the price, the moment he saw the Taoist nun in front of him. Dumbed down? Isn't this that day? Mu Chu Yen's best friend? Red hair, blue eyes? Tang Jiani, who was on the side, froze at the first sight of Ding Xiaoxi, clutching the red rope and concentric locks. Ding, Miss Ding, you really went up the mountain?
Ding Xiaoxi hummed and smiled mechanically at Tang Jiani. The smile passed over a calm face as if nothing had happened.
Sister Tang, you are as beautiful as ever. Thanks. Don Johnny doesn't usually say thank you.
Living in the Tang dynasty group, she had seen too much flattery.
But Tang Jiani felt that Ding Xiaoxi seemed different.
Though when she said certain things, she phrased them exactly like the flatterers. But something would always resonate in her heart.
Because of the amusement park thing, Tang Jiani was not too fond of Mu Chu Yen. But she's a person who speaks on people. Tiny Creek was in Frankfurt and talked to herself quite a bit. There were even some words that inspired her. She wasn't disgusted with Dinky Creek. It's just that Miss Ding, I really didn't think that you would actually go up to the mountains and become a Taoist nun. Are you feeling better in the mountains? Confronted with Don Johnny's words, Ding Xiao was as calm as ever. I am now with the master, learning what the way is. But right now, master doesn't seem to be able to unravel the confusion in my mind. What's confusing you, Miss Ding? It shouldn't be, thought Don Johnny, though there are millions of problems in the world. But the Tao is so natural that no problem is a problem. Ding Xiao, she scratched his head. I asked Master Yongzhang what love is. Ow, what did you ask Yongzhang Taoist? It's hard to be taught. Jiang Huai looked at the skeptical Tang Jiani. It is indeed difficult to strain. This girl, no less, is a big sock. Come all the way to the mountains. Coming up with a big move, isn't it? Jiang Huai still remembered that when he went up the mountain, Tang Jiani gave him the science. The Yongzhang Taoist master of Enfengfu is highly respected and immortal. Over 80 years old, although white eyebrows and goat whiskers, but still hale and hearty, personally led the staking and concocting of medicinal herbs. Now, you tell me, a red-haired, blue-eyed, face-paralyzed girl asked Yongzhang Taoist master. Please ask master, What is love? Aha! Confirmation complete. The girl is indeed very sick. That's fine then.
Miss Ding learned the Tao well in the mountains. Cultivate your body and heal it early.
Thank you, Miss Tang.
Ding Xiaoxi shallowly returned the favor and continued.
Miss Tang, have you thought about what you're going to write? Don Johnny snapped back, looked at Jac. Jack, is there anything you want to write about? Of course I have. Acting. Don Johnny was paid anyway,
and he was obligated as a contract worker to provide better emotional value.
Jiang Huai handed Ding Xiaoxi a red rope. Just right, dear, that everything goes well.
And of course it doesn't matter if everything doesn't.
Ding Xiaoxi frowned. Why should everything go wrong? Jiang Hu smiled.
His palm pressed against Tang Jiani's palm, his fingers clasped together, and he brought Tang Jiani's hand to put it into the pocket of his own clothes.
Because, if things don't go her way, she'll need me, and I'll be the most important person, next to my darling. Jiang Huai, someone is here. Just you poor. Clutching a quill, Ding Xiaoxi, fingers trembled slightly. For the first time in my life, on a brushstroke, I wrote the wrong word. Original. Wish someone the best of luck in everything. Is it possible to use it like that too? What strange knowledge. Chapter 81, Blessing Money. Money, more and more. Wait. Tang Jiani watched as Ding Xiaoxi finished writing the red rope and wanted to hand it to Jiang Huai. Hastened to stop it. That's only one side. Can you write the other side? Don Johnny had wanted to.
If one person begs for a red rag, she was able to just tie it up with Jac.
But now,
she's changed her mind.
Even if they are tied together, after the wind and rain,
between the two strips of red cloth,
there will always be a gap, or maybe even say, it will be ripped a walk by someone else.
Might as well put two and two together.
Right on one. This way, no matter what, even if it's sunny or rainy, thundering or snowing, you'll always be able to be together. That's so nice. Dinky nodded and flipped the red cloth strip over. Miss Tang, what do you want to write? Just write. Right, a Tang character,
plus a Jiang character.
That's it? Jac didn't expect it.
Don Johnny held it in for so long and came up with this.
But, what is acting? It's not just that in the simple life. All of them are able to perform the essence of the show. One Tang, one Jiang. My dear,
you have a better moral than my words.
How? Tang represents you. Jiang represents me?
I said so much to express my hope that you always need me, and you summarized my words in two simple words.
Jiang Huai compared a thumbs up. Let's just say, the emotional value. Is it worth it? Yes. Is there such a thing?
Don Johnny stared at the two words on the red cloth.
The more you look at it, the better it looks. Actually, she had wanted to write, Tang, love, river, but Jac is in front of it. She's a little shy. After what Jac had said, it seemed as if the weight of this red cord, without careful attention, had been pulled full. In feelings, the most important thing is to run in both directions, isn't it? By what you need. Tang Jiani and Jiang Huai, together, tied the red strip to the jujube tree, and together they locked the concentric lock. Honey, look here, being shouted at by Jiang Huai. Don Johnny just turned back. A cool face crashed into the selfie on Jac's phone. In the photo, Tang Jiani, wrapped in a windbreaker, stands under the jujube tree,
and the cold wind blowing through the mountains ruffles more than just the red rope on the tree.
And Don Johnny's blank little expression. Jack, Don Johnny frowned.
Why do you always take pictures without telling me before you take them?
I don't look good.
Jiang Huai was incredibly serious,
coming over to Tang Jiani's side and presenting the photo to Tang Jiani. Darling, it's a sin to lie to a dog. Your face, at all times, is at the top of the heap.
I was merely trying to capture,
uniquely, a beautiful moment for us. As he spoke, Jiang Huai's expression began to become sad. Of course, if my dear doesn't agree, I won't shoot next time. Uniquely, ours. Tang Jiani looked at Jiang Huai,
and the little tail that was originally wagging happily simply drooped down with the naked eye.
Shoot. Yeah.
Looking at Jiang Huai's excitement,
Don Johnny was thinking, Jac he must be very happy. He's so simple.
He just wants to preserve the memories of two people.
Yeah. In the absence of her, would Jac pull out his cell phone and look at a picture of the two together? Will you also want to look for a hint of solace? In a photo, when the effort doesn't go on. What, ugly or not?
As long as she's dressed up.
Every day. No less. Jiang Huai, I'm going to the bathroom. I'll be back soon. Oh. Watching Don Johnny walk towards the backyard, Jiang Huai's smiling face instantly went cold. Trotting, he rushed to Ding Xiaoxi. Ask for another concentric lock. For a bomb and a red rope. Ding Xiaoxi nodded mechanically.
The heart has some feelings.
The Mr. Jiang in front of him, it seemed,
was also the same person as Miss Qin just now,
and so on. It seems a little different again.
In front of Don Johnny's eyes,
he was in love, but he also secretly loves when Don Johnny is not around. These days, Tiny Creek found out. A lot of people do. A couple, after tying a red string together, there will always be someone who will come along again, quietly, and write a separate sentence. It's amazing.
It's like being on both sides of a chemical equation.
Right side is equal, but it's not really equal. In the formula, there would never be a situation like this. Mr. Jian, what are you going to write? Bless JAC with a big fortune. Bless JAC's acting skills. Hey, Ding Xiaoxi's brain buzzed.
The hand clutching the quill was stuck in mid-air again. Ding Xiaoxi was somewhat unable to understand and asked,
why isn't it an expression of fondness for Miss Tang? Why express a liking for her? What's wrong with you, big sister?
It was hard for Don Johnny to go to the bathroom. He certainly takes all the time he needs to beg for money for himself.
Is there anything more important in this world than seeking wealth?
Ding Xiaoxi felt amazing.
Since when? That's right, the day we landed from Frankfurt. The first time she met Jian Hui.
Just a lot of things happened that were totally unexpected to her.
She grew up at the top of her class.
She is good at spotting patterns in anything. When this matter of discovering patterns became a habit, Ding Xiaoxi often felt as if he had the ability to foretell the future.
As unbelievable as it sounds.
But whether she saw the first two sentences of the question, or when her aunt and uncle uttered the first two sentences, she was always able to accurately predict where it would go later.
But on JAC, this ability, it seems, is out of whack. Then, what about the scented capsule?
Ding Xiaoxi was thinking with the scented bag.
This scented bag, it should be given to Miss Tang. At the very least, it should be given to Mom and Dad. Mr. Jian, do you want to put anything in the scented bag, or write anything? JH thought about it. In a leisurely tone, let it be written.
The only way to see you is the Green Hills.
Yes, right, plus, Zhang Xin Qin. Boom, a nuclear bomb, in passing,
exploded in Ding Xiaoxi's heart.
Jian, AI, Qin, referring to the girl Qin just now? So messy.
Ding Xiaoxi felt that her brain,
at this moment,
was messed up like a piece of paste. It is known that Qin Mengmeng likes Jian Hui.
Tang Jiani likes JAC.
I also know that Jiang Hui seems to like Miss Qin as well.
JAC likes Miss Tang too? Please, between the three, what's the relationship? So complicated. So funny. Jian, Mr. Jian, may I ask what your Dao is? What the hell?
Jiang Hui looked at the sister in front of him.
Godly, receive the red string and the scented pouch. Run towards the date tree. Under the date tree, the wind chime shakes for a moment. A crisp sound that is pleasant to listen to. JAC heard. Things like tying red ropes. The higher up you go, the more spiritual it is.
Jiang Hui found a stone under the jujube tree,
borrowed the stone and stood on tiptoe,
hoping to tie the red rope as high as possible.
Blessing, bless the acting to the next level. Bless the money, more and more. That's good. The red rope is tied high enough. JAC was content to beat the ash from his hands, taking the wet tissue that the girl on the side handed over. Brother, wipe your hands, it's too dangerous. Thanks, you're a great, and so on.
Jiang Hui listened to the tone of the girl on the side.
Woody turned his head.
His eyes hit Qin Mengmeng's warm and lovely eyes.
Dumbfounded. Chapter 82. What would be the love affair of a playwright? Jiang Hui even suspected that he had blurred his eyes? Why would you meet Qin Mengmeng at Anfeng Mountain? And so on. JAC calmed down. Obviously, this is not the time to be shocked.
It is known that the forces are all mutual. While she was shocked, Qin Mengmeng should have had quite a few doubts as well.
Minimum time.
Jiang Hui thought over the current situation.
Qin Mengmeng was as a tenant, and Tang Jiani was now as a tenant. Fortunately, now Don Johnny went to the bathroom. No matter where, the women's restroom, there's a line for all of them. Okay, JAC finished combing. He now had about 7 or 8 minutes to explain to Qin Mengmeng, and in the meantime,
find a suitable reason for Qin Mengmeng to leave.
Amphitheater mountain stage. Come if you dare. Dreamy. Wait for me. JAC put down his word. Flutter. Kneel in place. In the direction of the great hall. He kowtowed 3 times. The piety of the behavior was such that those around him called out to the karmic people. Qin Mengmeng was a bit uncertain, but still, she helped Jiang Hui up. Brother Jiang Hui, why are you kowtowing now? Return the wish,
Jiang Hui said indifferently.
Returning the favor? JAC nodded.
Purposely found a location with soft light. Smiled at Qin Mengmeng. The light hit his face,
gentle as water. Because, light comes with a softening effect. You shine and you are gentle.
My roommate told me that Linjiang Anfeng Mountain is a very spiritual place.
At first I didn't believe it, but now, I do. Why? Meng,
guess what I just said in front of the 3 Qings and 4 emperors? I said how nice it would be to have the person who loves me the most appear in front of me.
And the next thing I know, you're here. Jack, you're in a word. Stable. It's too stable. Say the words.
Jiang Huai was a little impressed with his own line skills. It is now hanging though. But in terms of words, taking the initiative while also creating a small difficulty for Qin Mengmeng.
I don't talk about it. I want to see the people I miss the most. Instead, I said that I hope to meet the person who loved me the most. Depends on how you solve it. You say you don't love. Okay, he continues to take the initiative.
Since you're not the most in love with me,
give a little bit of emotion and act out a separation scene. Simple. You said you loved me the most. Ha, better. Since you love me the most,
and so on, casually find a reason to let her go. As a top T Qin Mengmeng, it is impossible not to listen.
It's worthy of you. Movie star Jiang. Acting. Before Tang Yan kind of small green tea drink too much.
Jiang Huai also really a little stuck throat.
Now just rinse mouth. Qin Mengmeng sniffed. The eyes, which had just been gentle, began to look serious, and gradually transformed from seriousness, and then into sadness. 3 short seconds. It turned pearly. Is it really this spiritual? But brother Jiang Huai, I just had a sign read by the young master, and the sign said that I will have a calamity on this mountain. A love calamity. Hiss. The other side made a move to turn the tables. With a shock effect, JAC was baffled. It's still got to be this aged pure.
Qin Mengmeng looked at Jiang Huai's face and smiled gently again,
gently holding Jiang Huai's hand. The tone was like water. I'm teasing you, brother Jiang. In fact, I didn't go to count. I came here to Infeng Mountain. I just want to ask for one thing,
Qin Mengmeng said as she spoke.
While doing so,
he placed the scented capsule in his arms and placed it in Jiang Huai's hand.
Brother Jiang Huai, I got into your company, and in the past few days without seeing you, I've been cramming my knowledge about the housing market. But it's not enough. It's not enough. I think it's far from enough. So, I came to Mount Anfeng and begged for the peaceful incense pouch for you. Blessings on your company, smooth sailing and good health. Do you like it, brother? Qin Mengmeng took the action of giving Jiang Huai a gift. Gingerly, he took 2 steps towards Jiang Huai's side. The body was pressed against JAC's forehead, but again, a finger's distance apart. She just saw it all. Qin Mengmeng saw that on Tang Jiani. She was wearing what was clearly a men's style trench coat. Whose would that be? That's from JAC. Yes, that was the man in front of her. JH says he thinks he's a good girl, but Qin Mengmeng also knew, if she also wanted to wear JAC's jacket, JAC would not give it to her. Brother Jiang Huai, I didn't expect it to be so cold on Anfeng Mountain. Is it okay if you give me a hug? With these words, Qin Mengmeng's red lips almost came to the root of Jiang Huai's ear. Makes you weak in the knees. Is that okay? Jiang Huai looked at the scented bag in his hand. No hesitation. The hand gently encircled behind Qin Mengmeng, taking her in his arms. Give me a hug. Wouldn't how, but JAC knows. It would have been hard to get the scene going without a hug. Rather, it was JAC who didn't expect it. Qin Mengmeng, also soft. Under the jujube tree, the red rope swayed. The wind bells were crisp and pleasant. Qin Mengmeng patted her toes, felt Jiang Huai's palm at her waist, and pressed her side ear to Jiang Huai's body. Knock, knock, knock. A clear heartbeat. That's what she wants to hear. That was the rhythm she wanted to hear. It's intense, crazy, like it's going to jump out at you. Hearing this, Qin Mengmeng was instead a little happy and wanted to laugh a little. Brother Jiang Huai, I thought that with Tang Jiani and Mu Chu Yen by your side, even if I was in your arms, you could do it with your heart in your mouth. Turns out it wasn't. It turns out that when you hold me, your heart beats faster for me. How is this not like a jump? Hear this. Qin Mengmeng suddenly felt that this time when she came to Anfeng Mountain, even though she saw Jiang Huai and Tang Jiani together, but it doesn't seem to be terribly bad. People are emotional animals. Emotions in layman's terms is the heartbeat, adrenaline spike in expression. So, there was a chance for her to snatch Jiang Huai from the hands of Tang Jiani. Qin Mengmeng knew, people like Tang Jiani, with money and face, are very attractive to boys, but she, in turn, has never failed to play with her feelings. The words in Qin Mengmeng's heart were half spoken. Suddenly closed his mouth. Brother Jiang Huai, actually I came with my roommates. They should be waiting impatiently over there. You're so warm. I'm much better. Put down the word. Qin Mengmeng withdrew her body. Smiling, he waved with Jiang Huai, disappeared into the steps of Mount Amphion. There wasn't even time for JAC to say goodbye. Strange. It's so weird. Jiang Huai looked at Qin Mengmeng's back as she left. It always felt that the light green veil of that young girl just now carried with it a loss from the bottom of her heart. Is it an illusion? JH gently squeezed his thigh, took a few big gulps of fresh air. That's what smoothed out the heartbeat. Being an actor, Jiang Huai knew too well that there was a world of difference in terms of segmentation between Qin Mengmeng and Tang Yan. Whatever it is, listen and ask. For every detail, Jiang Huai had to try his best and do his best before Qin Mengmeng. So, even the heartbeat, It takes drama to make it work. A second before embracing Qin Mengmeng, Jiang Hui tried to expel all the air from his chest. Try to make every part of your body, as much as possible, show the illusion of appearing to be surging inside because you like it. Facts. He's right. Just now, Qin Mengmeng, indeed, attached herself to his chest and listened carefully to his heartbeat. Aged purr. Sure enough, there's something to be said for fragrance. Right. JH remembered something else. Find the paper towels. Wiped a circle along the collar. Clean, damp paper towels leave a light pink lipstick color. Just now, you purposely came up to my ear to leave this, didn't you? What kind of a love affair could a playwright have? Ridiculous. Chapter 83, I'm a green tea drinker. You will need both of your birthdates to ask for a sign. Tang Jiani was panting and stood in front of the little master of the moon palace. Some fretting. That's a marriage sign. It's a marriage sign. Hey, just now, when Danjani didn't beg, she was afraid. Fear if it's some bad signing that disturbs the two. That's why she took the opportunity to go to the restroom and came over by herself to ask the little master for a sign. Young master, this is both of our birthdates. Danjani handed her cell phone over with both hands. The little master sitting inside the Moon Lord's hall, nodded and handed Tang Jiani the bamboo tube. The tube contained a handful of sticks. It all looks like objects of some age. Shake it any way you want, and as you do so think of what your heart wants to ask, and the sign will tell you the answer. Shake it as you please? Danjani doesn't really believe in this metaphysics, but kneeling here, there is still awe in my heart, but she came over on fire. Now is the time to really ask for a signature. And the mind went blank. What exactly is she going to ask? When will you and JAC be able to make it right? No, that's too broad. When will he, himself, be able to become the head of the Tang dynasty? It still doesn't work. After a quick thought, Danjani began to shake the bamboo stick in her hand. Swish, swish. She wanted to ask if her relationship with JAC would be smooth sailing. Swish, a bamboo stick fell to the ground. Danjani picked it up and looked at it, forwarding it to the little master. The master frowned. 26 signatures? It shouldn't. The little master remembers very clearly. Just now this girl and that little brother face value are very high. Remember good people. It was clear that both men, when they knelt down to worship the Moon Lord, had piety in their hearts. Oh, got it. In acting, Tang Jiani looked at the little master's face. Her heart was a little apprehensive. Little master, 26 signatures. What is it? The lunar elder's spiritual sign. The 26th sign. The sign is interpreted as, the sky is the limit. Sentimental, but annoyed by sentimentlessness. For the next best thing, down. The next sign. Hearing the 3 words little master, Tang Jiani felt, however, as if countless ants were crawling on top of her head, itching unbearably. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He's not allowed. Tang Jiani heard the little master's interpretation of the sign. Glancing at the Moon Lord, he did not kneel again, and instantly stood up and glared viciously at the seated statue sitting on the platform. Lowlife. How can it be the next best thing? How can it be the next best thing? Originally, she had taken these metaphysics, with some hope, but now, it's a lie. It's really all a lie. She could see exactly what kind of person Jiang Hui was. Instead, it was the little master in front of him, and the thing sitting on the stage, ice cold and ruthless, not at all gentle like Jiang Hui. She's not blind, much less stupid. Tang Jiani took out her cell phone and scanned the QR code in front of the little master. WeChat arrives. 50,000 rims. Listening to the voice, Tang Jiani's face cleared. The young master of the pressure couldn't speak. Reread the sign. My sign. It can't be bad. The young master kept a smile on his face from start to finish. Nodding, he placed the lower swords on the side and casually pulled another one from the bamboo tube. What do you think of this sign, girl? Tang Jiani took the sign, which read, Sign 0. And what does that mean? Sign 0, the sign of the king of signs, interpreted as, my fair lady, Marty the gentleman. The young master narrowed his eyes and pulled out 2 red wrist knots from his pocket, handing them to Tang Jiani. Whoever you have in mind, it means that you and the other one are a match made in heaven. You keep these 2 little knots of rope. They are a gift from the Moon Elder and represent that no matter how far away you are from the one you love, your hearts are linked. How nice. The coolness on Tang Jiani's face was less than half. After so many years in the Tang dynasty, Danjani knew one thing better than many people. Being rich can make the gods change your destiny against all odds. When I was a child, there was a statue of the god of Guan at my grandfather's house, and he would often go to ask for a fortune. Upper signatures are often available, but down votes, too. Whenever there was a lower sign, Grandpa would have all the melons and fruits removed from the case, and then he would curse at Guangong in anger. When the cursing is comfortable, walk yourself over to the sign and draw a good one. After all these years, it's been tried and tested 100 times. Wasn't the Tang dynasty just as good as it was? That's not a bad sign. You're welcome, it's all due.
The young master kept his smile, looking at Danjani's back, and seeing that her feet were the next best thing, the laughter came to an abrupt end.
When people act, they can fool themselves and each other, but they can't fool life. Two people's birth characters, all the great prosperity, but the two yang are opposite each other. Forced together will be a big explosion. Oh, someone's acting, but he's not talking. It's all natural creation. Amorous but annoyed? Ha, girl, you're doomed. The young master redropped the stick into the bamboo tube. 2 small hand ropes, sold for another $50,000. Cool. Money, it's all in the winds of life. There is no certainty in life. No good or bad, sometimes good may be bad, and bad, on the contrary, is a great blessing to another. The girl just now, is still good Lou. There have been people before, who just called to change their birth time because they didn't get along with their date's birth date. He backhanded a 6. Honey, would you like a kielbasa? I just got 2. Tang Jiani looked at Jiang Huai. The heart is already laughing. JAC is really good, no matter what. This little guy was the first to give her warmth whenever she was near. Jack, yes, dear. Jiang Huai put on an innocent and shoeless smile, came over to Tang Jiani's side, and directly brought the grilled sausage in his hand to Tang Jiani's lips. What a person Danjani is. He knows it all too well. When it comes to food, housing and transportation, she basically has no idea what to eat or not to eat. You just have to give her an option. She'd be sure to pick. But the attitude, it has to be low. Tang Jiani's red lips lightly opened, nibbled a small mouth. Her eyes glanced toward Jiang Huai's wrist, and directly put the red rope in her pocket. Hooped on it. On his wheat-colored wrist, there was an extra red string of moonlight. It's kinda nice. JAC flinched. Honey, what is this? Stay out of it, and don't ever pick it again. Yes. Jiang Huai glanced at Tang Jiani's wrist and there was one too. There was no hesitation. A nod. And he said, moonbats are very spiritual. As we all know, Jenny Tang is infinitely closer to the Tang dynasty group in the current situation. The Tang dynasty group equals a market capitalization of tens of billions. A red rope. Connected. Not to love, but to wealth. I'm sure it's still you. Nini-san. Rich and generous. Mount Amphion. Good. Come back later. Honey, the forecast is for rain today and the wind is picking up in the hills. Let's go. Jiang Huai gave Tang Jiani, buttoned up her windbreaker, put a few broken hairs on her head, small mental to the ears, take back the hand, fingers intentionally or unintentionally, gently cut Tang Jiani earlobes. Good. Except for running into Qin Mengmeng halfway through, which was an accident. JH felt that he had accomplished another task. Another perfect day. Brother Jiang Huai, my roommate seems to have left first. Should we go down? Together? Brother JAC, she, who is she? Jiang Huai almost turned back with Tang Jiani. Together. 3 meters away. Qin Mengmeng lifted the hem of her skirt, panting slightly, 6 eyes facing each other. Jiang Huai heart, instantly cooled half. I'm a stale old green tea. Maru spice. Chapter 84, she seems to be, really wrong this time. All pill spicy. Jiang Huai looked at Qin Mengmeng, his mind buzzing. Miscalculation. When Qin Mengmeng left just now, he only felt that it was a good thing for this sister to grab and leave, but forgot something very important. What if she had just, in fact, seen herself and Danjani? With a dead green tea of Qin Mengmeng's segment, definitely looking for a chance to fight back. Lean, ing green tea whore. Jack, who is she? Tang Jiani's tone had clearly reached the tipping point for an outburst. She's, I'm brother Jiang Huai's classmate and brother Jiang Huai's sister. Qin Mengmeng jumped ahead and completed her snatch answer. Sister? Danjani narrowed her eyes, the corner of one side of her mouth rising, treating the bystander with an icy coldness that required no build-up at all. As I recall, it seems like Jiang Huai doesn't have any sisters. Qin Mengmeng didn't look at Tang Jiani at all, but hid her eyes all over Jiang Huai. Brother Jiang Huai is older than me. What's wrong with me calling out for a brother? Right, brother Jiang Huai, accompanied by a brother. Qin Mengmeng smiled, smiling like Daji, crisping the bone crumbs. Yes, she had just said goodbye to JAC, but will she go? How could she leave? Qin Mengmeng thought of the fact that just now, the red-haired little master behind her asked her why she didn't go and say to Jiang Huai, I like you. Her answer, now is not the time. That's right. Where in the world is something achieved overnight? Just by seeing it, she rushed up. Then she was an ironclad third party in the eyes of Jiang Huai, in the eyes of Tang Jiani. So she's going to wait, waiting for a time when Danjani isn't around, creating a chance encounter with JAC. In this way, her appearance would really be just a chance encounter, and Jiang Huai would have no reason to find her superfluous. Lucky, she waited, but that's not enough. She has to wait. When JAC and Tang Jiani are both together, her presence would no longer be a ploy.
She can't be a third party, have to settle for a title. That is, a sister in love with JAC, inadvertently, intruding on your world. A few days of retreat for nothing? Qin Mengmeng has figured it out. She was unable to compete with Jiani. It was just as impossible to compete with Mu Chu Yen, but she still had to fight. When an item is looked at by more than one person, the only way to be the final victor is to step on someone else's shoulders. Fortunately, it didn't matter if it was Tang Jiani or Mu Chu Yen. Both are strong springboards. Ha, bitch, between classmates. You call yourself brother in one breath. What's in your heart? You know yourself. Jiani clenched her fists. In a place like Anfeng Mountain, there were many people, and she didn't want to expand things yet. But, the premise is, the in front of you better be quiet. Sister Tang, don't misunderstand. I only just met brother Jianhui by chance. I really don't know. You were there. I tease. Qin Mengmeng's words came out. Jianhui heart, completely broken. What he had just met with Qin Mengmeng, he was clearly going to tuck it all away. It's okay now. It's all leaking. Can all the dead green tea in the world go to hell? Just now, by chance? Jiani also tasted the words. Skimming his head, he glared at Jianhui. To think that Jianhui was actually hiding something from her. From her, the heart went cold. She's so stupid. A few minutes ago, the little Taoist solved the downward spiral. Back in her head, the sky is the limit. But love is not love. What's amorous? What? Relentless again? Jiani hadn't wanted to bring it in. But everything was out of her hands. Men, after all, are men. In just a few minutes, and right under her nose, JAC had something to hide. What about out of sight? How he, in turn, indulges, looking into JAC's eyes, and then at the girl 3 steps away. The stabbing pain in Jiani's heart was barely cushioned. Tang Jiani clenched her fists and walked 2 steps away, lifting her hand and spreading her 5 fingers without hesitation. Snap, crisp sound. In an instant, it attracted the top of Anfeng Mountain. Almost everyone, the place where palms ring out. Jianhui stood in front of Qin Mengmeng. His face was red and swollen, and his slender 5 fingerprints were clearly visible. Monkeyed, Qin Mengmeng man was completely numb. This is a bit different from the plot she arranged. As long as she completely stoked Jiani's fire. With Jiani's character, she'll definitely fight. As long as she took the slap from Jiani. In Jianghui's mind, the balance of victory would fall to her side. But, why JAC is blocking? Why would he block? Qin Mengmeng had hypothesized many plots, but this was the only one that she didn't dare to think about. She didn't believe that in the situation at hand, Jianhui would offend Tang Jiani for her. But JAC actually did it. Because of what? Because she wasn't actually that bad in Jianhui's mind? Qin Mengmeng immediately stepped forward and assisted Jianhui. Unreasonably, he used his body to help Jianhui stand firm. Tang Jiani slapped Jianhui across the face. Now, seeing this scene again, it almost blew up. Bitch, after all, Jianhui, do you really love being a dog so much? You can wag your tail at anyone who gives you a little advantage, right? Why block? Tang Jiani didn't understand why Jianhui had blocked the slap. Now, across the entire top of Mount Amphion, him and the girl behind him. It's almost like a cowboy and a girl in love. What about her? A shrew? Witch? Pervert? The shock on Qin Mengmeng's face was gradually amplified after being sculpted by her acting skills. No, Mr. Tang, we're not what you think. It's me who's been unrequitedly in love with brother Jianhui. But brother Jianhui has never promised me. Of the people who went down, brother Jianhui has already made his choice, hasn't he? In just milliseconds, the first thing you can do is to wonder if the damage that one person inflicts on another is something that can disappear over time. The answer is no. Tang Jiani's slap was both a pain in the ass to Jianhui, and could just as easily have put herself into a permanent guilt trip. Actually, I've seen it all. I know that brother Jianhui is going down the mountain with you. This is not a chance encounter. Yes, I like brother Jianhui too. Who grass? The JAC is numb and just wants to ask a question now. Just now Tang Jiani this slap. To him dry ware? Is this still domestic? It was already prepared to be cut into 1,000 pieces by the Tang dynasty. Results. Qin Mengmeng fishes for the moon with one hand of kelp. Straight up turnaround? This is the strength of a District 1 king? Sister Mengmeng, please take me flying. And on the opposite side of the JAC, the girl with the cool gaze. The expression on his face seemed to slowly shatter. Tang Jiani savored Qin Mengmeng's words. You said, it wasn't just a chance encounter. So, JAC turned down that dead green tea's invitation? Jack, no response to that green tea feelings? Tang Jiani, who had calmed down, looked at the slap on Jianhui's face, and, at the bottom of her heart, there was a stabbing pain. It hurts more than just now. She
She seemed really wrong this time. Chapter 85, it's good to be like this all the time. Jack, it's okay honey, isn't that what we do at home? Zhang Huai snatched Tang Jiani's words and even smiled as he spoke, obviously smiling. But in Tang Jiani's heart, it hurt even more. Tang Jiani looked at Zhang Huai's face, the clear slap marks, and listening to Zhang Huai's words, she couldn't say a word now. At home she is. Tang Jiani was like a deflated ball. Her just overbearing appearance dispersed in an instant. The last second, she thought that the girl in front of her, what in the world, could be compared to her. But now, she seems so bad. I'm sorry, honey, I'm the one who didn't get everything organized. I'll take Miss Qin and go down the mountain first. Obviously slapped. Zhang Huai's tone was still full of favor. Putting down his words, Zhang Huai took Qin Mengmeng and calmly walked over to Tang Jiani. Pulling out a small box of candy from his pocket, he shoved it into Danjani's hand. Honey, you eat little in the morning. Watch out for low blood sugar. And when you're tired, take one. JAC wants to go. Danjani squeezed the iron candy box, but it felt like sand and she couldn't get a grip on it. JAC is not only going, and to go with the girl who was just there. 2. Stand still. I forbid. Miss Tang, it's not Saturday. Zhang Huai came over to Tang Jiani's side. A hushed cry. Tang Jiani's entire body froze in place. Eyeing JAC rubbed her shoulder and walked behind her, passing by Danjani's JAC. There was no turning back. The moment she walked up the descending steps, Qin Mengmeng turned back and Tang Jiani's line of sight collided. Qin Mengmeng carefully held Zhang Huai's waist, and the smile on her face was 6 parts triumph, 3 parts joy, and 1 part petulance. It's the smile of the victor alone. She hadn't thought of that either. Today at Mount Anfeng, it was surprising that such a thing would happen, but it turns out, moonbats are spiritual. A man goes up a mountain, 2 people down the hill. This slap had already left an indelible mark in Zhang Huai's heart. What about her? And what should she do to leave an indelible mark in Zhang Huai's heart? Down the hill, Zhang Huai and Qin Mengmeng, sitting in the bus returning to Linjian University. Zhang Huai looked out the window at the ever-regressing scenery. Gradually, the inner workings began to fizzle out. Currently, Johnny Tang is the tenant with the highest satisfaction score. Just blatantly blocking a slap. But with the force of that dead pervert Tang Jiani, not blocking, definitely not very good. First, Qin Mengmeng is green tea though, but when Don Johnny strikes, it's all broken. Acting with Qin Mengmeng in the front, laying the groundwork for so long, if it's all gone to, who's he going to talk to? Secondly, it just so happens that it will soon be Qin Mengmeng's birthday. Take advantage of the slap. Quickly pulling up Qin Mengmeng's satisfaction score is also a good option. That's the rich girl's sister. I guess she doesn't want to see me these days. JAC sighed inwardly. Surface deep love. Turning his head, he looked at Qin Mengmeng. Dreamy, I'm really sorry for just now. I didn't scare you. Qin Mengmeng shook her head and reached out to gently press her hand against Zhang Huai's face, gently rubbing the place where she had just been hit. Eyes so soft that they could come out of water. Brother Zhang Huai, does it hurt? Zhang Huai smiled. Is there any reward if it hurts? Qin Mengmeng froze. The scarlet blush on her cheeks spread from her earlobes to her collarbone. Zhang Huai cocked Qin Mengmeng and looked out of his mind. Hands fumbled in his pockets. Pulling out another scented capsule, he spread it out in front of Qin Mengmeng. It's for you. Do you like it? This? No wonder. Qin Mengmeng was thinking. No wonder on the way down the mountain just now, she was always able to smell, on Zhang Huai's body, a particularly nice odor. So this is it. When did you buy it? Why do you want to buy it for her too? Aren't you hiking with Johnny Tang? Staring at the scented pouch in Zhang Huai's hand, in Qin Mengmeng's head, 100,000 reasons why, rushed out at the first opportunity. But wait, in the middle of climbing up with Don Johnny, Jack, however, did not forget and prayed for her peace. What does that mean? Sure enough, she really wasn't that bad in Zhang Huai's heart. Qin Mengmeng picked up the scented capsule and placed it on the tip of her nose and sniffed it. It smelled so good. It's the smell of victory. Why does it feel like there's something else in there? Qin Mengmeng carefully opened the scented bag. Inside the scented pouch, there was a small yellow slip of paper with gold sprinkles. Qin Mengmeng glanced at Zhang Huai, and when she saw that Zhang Huai didn't stop him, she reached out and pinched the note out to open it. Sprinkles on paper. One short line. The only way to see you is, Aoyama. This is, one short line. Instantly, Qin Mengmeng pulled back to the morning when she gave Zhang Huai the Haruai doll. It's an act though. That sunny day doll, however, was 100% handmade and took her 2 hours to complete. Especially the line, I see all beings as grass. It was more a matter of her deliberating for a long time. The sentence that felt most likely to make JAC feel not rushed. But then, she went to the JAC's startup site.
but there was no sign of the sunny doll at all. She thought, JAC has long since thrown it away with his hand. Or maybe he's long forgotten. As it turns out, JAC didn't forget. Qin Mengmeng clutched the scented pouch with both hands. It was as if the depression that had been stuck in the heart, for a long time, had passed in this moment. Wait, here's another little line. Jiang, Qin, Jiang, AI, Qin. Qin Mengmeng's satisfaction score, plus 15, a $5 bomb. Earn back 15 satisfaction points. True value. Jiang Huai gave himself a thumbs up in his mind. You've become more and more well-rounded. Shadow Emperor Jiang. Luckily, the first reaction to seeing Qin Mengmeng at Anfeng Mountain was to buy some small props. Let's just say it's definitely used. Furthermore, it would soon be Qin Mengmeng's birthday. His dear Guo Yulong, Guo Warrior, has quietly made Qin Mengmeng's birthday banquet. All the surprises. Strike while the iron is hot. Taking advantage of people, he could still pull another wave of Qin Mengmeng satisfaction points. Bad. Jiang Huai wanted to laugh when he thought that even Gue Yutong had a surprise for Qin Mengmeng's birthday banquet this time. Brother Jiang Huai, what are you laughing at? Yes? The sunlight went through the car window and hit JAC's face. I was just thinking that my gift didn't seem to be wrong. And you smiled. So, I smiled too. Boom. Qin Mengmeng looked at Jiang Huai's eyes. Look out of your mind. Because, I'm laughing. So, he's happy too? The back of the bus. Qin Mengmeng was careful and moved her position to Jiang Huai's side. It's an hour and a half drive from amphitheater to Linda. An hour and a half. A space for two people alone. Qin Mengmeng was wondering what should be done. As the bus swayed, Qin Mengmeng gradually closed her eyes, her head trying to lean towards Jiang Huai's shoulder. It's close. It's close enough. Next, Qin Mengmeng felt that there were hands on her head, gently bringing her head and placing it on Jiang Huai's shoulders. Everything is so natural. The wind from the top of the mountain is still blowing into the city of Linjiang. Dark clouds filled the sky outside the car window. The rain hit the car window in a series of diagonal lines. Qin Mengmeng was thinking, this has to be the best morning in years. That's all. It's fine to just keep it that way. Chapter 86, It's All Fate. Dreamy. You need to stop sewing this thing. You calm down. Gue Yutong to a prestigious school. Entering the door of Qin Mengmeng's house. At the first glance, the cerebellum had gone down. Qin Mengmeng was vegetating, cowering on the sofa, a needle and thread in her hand, sewing an ancient costume. But the question is, this dress, obviously, is for men. Gue Yutong could remember clearly that when she was in the dormitory before, Qin Mengmeng had said that she would never make anything for a man in her life, because none of them deserve it. Isn't it unworthy? Now then, what is this all about? Dreamy, who did you make this dress for? Jack. Qin Mengmeng murmured and looked at the men's coats hanging on the balcony. It had just rained, and Jiang Huai had used this dress to hold up a sunny sky and send her back. Think of the scene just now. Qin Mengmeng's face still gets vaguely hot. Jack. Hear those two words. Gue Yutong was completely numb. Dreamy. What's wrong with you now? Wake up. I thought the deal was fishing? Why you are now? On the contrary, very much like the one being fished. Qin Mengmeng waved her hand, completely unimpressed. No, it won't, Yutong. I can feel that after this trip to MT, Anfeng, my heart and Jiang Huai's have gotten closer. Mount Amphion? Qin Mengmeng didn't say anything further. Gue Yutong didn't know. At the moment, the relationship between Jiang Huai and Tang Jiani. She wasn't going to tell Gue Yutong either. Hurry up and change the subject. Yutong, I'm wide awake. It's just that Jiang Huai is really different from other boys. Getting him to fall completely in love with me. I need time. Time? What time? The more Gue Yutong heard, the bigger her head became. Besides, what does this have to do with hand-sewing vintage clothing? Gue Yutong glanced at Qin Mengmeng's handiwork. Call it vintage clothing, but it's not even called battle armor, is it? Gold armor, leather gauntlets sewn with emerald stitching, and hand-embroidered ominous cloud patterns all over the collar? Although it's only in its infancy now, but it's definitely a lot of work. Qin Mengmeng didn't raise her head and continued the work in her hand, but just said happily, after all, I don't know a lot of things, and if something is meaningful or not, others can tell at a glance. Fishing for him, I want to put my heart into it. It's also responsible for your hobby when you give it a go for the first time. Along with the words, Qin Mengmeng top-stitching through thick fabric to complete another cloud embroidery. It's very satisfying. Actually, Qin Mengmeng lied. 2 panics in a row. This is not the first time she has made men's clothing for someone. Instead, it's the second time. Fortunately, the first time, it also went to JAC. In her closet at the moment, there was another Kokeshi suit lying around. Since the last meeting with Mu Chu Yen's mother, Qin Mengmeng then got her hands dirty and started making it. That one. It's for a photo shoot with the Mu family. But this one in his hand, she had made it especially for Jiang Huai, Qin Mengmeng's favorite movie in the world. There is a saying, her intended, a great hero, sooner or later, he would come to fetch her in his armor, stepping on the colorful clouds. So, as a lover of national style, if she could, Qin Mengmeng also wanted to take a set of portraits with Jiang Huai. The theme is, the world's unrivaled hero, and his petite wife. This wish, I guess it will come true. Gue Yutong felt as if she shouldn't have come tonight. 3 sentences didn't match. She smiled to herself at the clothes in her arms. How horrible. Gue Yutong sighed and sat in a corner of the sofa. Grab the sweater folded on the couch and admire it. Dreamy. That's a nice sweater. Where did you get it? Don't move. That's hand knitted by me. A birthday present for JAC. Some people are reborn in silence. Then someone dies in silence. What? Gue Yutong, who was just planning to calm down. A voice that has been used as an exclamation point all over the room. For the scumbag. A sweater? Didn't you say you wanted to make Jiang Huai's heart feel bad? Didn't we agree to make JAC cry? What's with the hand-knitting sweaters and this 10-year-old method of chasing dudes? Crazy. Absolutely insane. Dreamy. You've really changed. You know? And so on. Gue Yutong thought of something. That's not right. Isn't JAC's birthday not until next spring? Isn't it too early for you? Qin Mengmeng put down her needle and thread and refolded the sweater neatly. I didn't say it was his birthday. I was going to give it to him on my birthday. Wang Defa? 5 short minutes. Gue Yutong didn't expect that this uneventful evening would be shocked by Qin Mengmeng 3 times. Gue Yutong put her hand on Qin Mengmeng's head. It's kinda hot. Sick. Dream. You're really sick. 20 years. I've been in this world for over 20 years, and this is the first time I've ever heard that I have to give someone a gift for my birthday. Qin Mengmeng smiled gently from beginning to end. Don't worry Yutong. I know what I'm doing. I have my own rhythm. You better have. Boys' dormitory. 3 men, guarding Zhang Yuanhan's bed, watching monkeys. How long has he continued in this condition? JAC asked. Zhou Chao pondered slightly. It seems like it's been like this since noon with his Portia sister, when she came back from dinner, while the 3 people in the dormitory were engaged in a heated discussion. Zhang Yuanhang had just finished a set of push-up training, turned around and got some gel, styled his face, and after viewing his muscles in the mirror, find a white shirt, suit vest, and purple tie dressed to the nines, standing still in front of Jiang Huai. Old Jiang, how's that sound? Amount. JAC was very incomparably serious about sizing it up. Think, it's hard to judge. Black suit pants, white shirt, purple suit vest, or purple tie. Chowzi, tell him what it looks like. The Tali of the West. JH didn't say anything. Lu Siyu nodded seriously. Facts. Often what hurts a person is never something that you don't seem to care much about. For example, right now, from the never so pretentious, Lu Siyu for sure. Zhang Yuanhong's face darkened. You guys, what do you know? This play is all from my Portia sister. All high-grade, uneducated stuff. How can it be similar to the waitress? In a couple of days, I'm going to my sister's house for dinner, and she's making me wear all that. So what's that if she doesn't care about me? Hiss. A chill ran down Jiang Huai's spine. That familiar feeling. The original Portia big sister. Like the gentleman wolfhound model. A bit of a pain in the ass? By the way, Voyager, does your Portia sister have a dog? I tease. How did you know? It's okay, just asking. Rich girls like to have dogs. She's really raising them. She told me at lunch that she's raising 4 or 5 of them. So I'll get to meet them when I go to his house. Hear this. Jiang Huai silently exited the group chat. Still, it was decided, with Chowzi Siyu, to talk more about what was going on at work. After all, the calamities that are uniquely human are destiny. Chapter 87, Don't I Live on a Mountain? Half an hour. The 3 men had a skirmish meeting. Summary. Currently the weekly super aspect is progressing at a godly pace. It comes with credits because of JAC's entrepreneurial base, which is part of the key incubation module at LJU. Quite a few people in the computer science department have earned their way into developing websites. Lu Siyu Fong, because it is more extensive, so progress is slightly slow. But brother Jiang, I've been, in the past 2 days. Wait. Jiang Huai made a pause gesture and looked at Lu Siyu very seriously. Siyu, how many times have I told you to call plants when it's time to work? Okay, Mr. Jiang. Lu Siyu nodded, holding the computer and pushing it in front of Jiang Huai. On the computer, there is already the beginnings of a website. A few houses that were negotiated with Lu Siyu have been put up on the website. We can take our time with the listings. But Chowzi, when's the earliest we can get the website up? As soon as possible. Next Sunday. Next Sunday? Such a coincidence. Next Sunday happens to be, also, Qin Mengmeng's birthday. Then it's scheduled to go live next Sunday. The company needs people in computers. You take the initiative to find Director Zhou, Chief, Superintendent, Mr.
Jiang promised to complete the task. Aha! Don't say. It still feels really good to wish for your true identity once in a while in your boring dog-licking life. JH was thinking. If there's time, just go write a novel. The name is Real Estate President. My vice is licking dogs. The beginning was all he'd thought about. Man licking dog for 7 years. Was licked by the object of the abandonment of the moment. But the woman was surprised to find that the chairman of the board of directors' father even kneeling shouting dead licking dog. Jiang total. It's cool to think about. Lose the brain and double the pleasure. Jiang Huai smiled, climbed into bed, and fumbled for his cell phone. Open WeChat. WeChat. Johnny didn't send a single message. Instead, it was Qin Mengmeng who rambled on the principle that the more words you have, the less you have to do. JAC simply didn't look. Backhandedly, he opened the rental app. He hadn't expected it. Hanging on the rental app, the house in the Cloud Seal mansion. I'm surprised he was approached so soon. Hello, may I ask what floor is the house? The Cloud Seal house? The question, rarely seen. Nowadays, almost all neighborhoods don't have elevators. Only the owner buys the house and will think about the floor. This man, renting a room, also asked. It seems to require a bit more vision. Pity, the room is on the first floor, but the first floor comes with a small garden, and the environment is not bad. The first floor is good. You can't die from jumping. That surely die. I die you a big head father ah. Jiang Huai looked at the words on his cell phone. The face is green. That's something a normal person could say. Pro, this side suggests a site visit. If you think the room is suitable, we can sign in person. 5 minutes. After JAC and the opposite party agreed on a time, hurriedly turn on the computer. Begin modifying the rental agreement. In the contract, a crucial clause was added. The landlord is not legally responsible for any personal accidents that occurred during the rental period if there is a history of illness or existing non-communicable diseases. Rigor. Chaozi, see you stay home and keep an eye on Hanzi. Dad's gone hunting for you. Yunxi Mansion. JAC hit the system to get the property here. Still the second time I've been here. The car went down to the basement. It took a good bit of fumbling around to find the house hallway. One staircase. The elevator doors opened. JAC stared at the girl standing in the hallway, her scalp tingling. Under the light, the girl's red wavy hair, tied into 2 pills, revealing the contours of her face, which was perfect, and a pair of lake blue pupils, were looking at Jiang Huai, unperturbed. Can't read any change of mood. Why you? Why me? Don't you live in the mountains? Don't I live on a hill? What the hell? He should have thought of that. Should have ing thought of that. On the app. People who can say with a straight face that a first floor fall won't kill them. Fruit of the loom shouldn't be rented. Tinky waved. Hello, do you live upstairs here too? Grass. On Jiang Huai's brain, speechlessness was written in capital letters. After all this time, this girl doesn't know he's the landlord. Jiang Huai rolled his eyes, walked up, pressed his finger on the door lock, and the door opened. Look at Ding Xiaoxi's eyes wide open. Fantastic, isn't it? Jiang Huai asked casually. Ding Xiaoxi then nodded. So amazing. Rarely seen in Europe. Hey, I'll show you an even more amazing one. Jiang Huai walked into the room. AI-chan. On it. Wide open all in the room. A directive. All the lights in the room were turned on. The curtains were closed. The TV was on. Music was playing. And even the toilet, with its lid flipped open, made a welcoming gesture. At this point, thanks to Jiang Huai and Ding Xiaoxi not being familiar with each other, if it's familiar, he would definitely stand flanking Ding Xiaoxi, raise his cell phone, and record the girl's shocked expression, the entire time. A gringo is a gringo. Just love foreigners. This unseen look. AI-san. On it. Scanning the person, analyzing behavioral traits, and rearranging the room layout according to preferences. JH? She's talking about hammers. Wouldn't AI-san? Of course not. Jiang Huai was simply going crazy. Ding Xiaoxi's face, which had been expressionless all along, was actually a bit lost. Good dish. Calm down. Be cool. JAC uses the paralyze yourself technique. It finally made it through 10 minutes unscathed. 10 minutes later, Ding Xiaoxi lay on her back on the balcony in a good manner, looking out of the window, unable to take her eyes off the scenery. The sunlight spread on the side of Ding Xiaoxi's face, handsome, piercing. Even though I'm on Amphion, I still have to go home and sleep at night, so I'm going to rent a house out there. Aha! Who asked you? Behind Ding Xiaoxi. Jiang Huai stared at Ding Xiaoxi and kept thinking about a question. This girl, she's a nerd? Or is it really intellectually challenged? It always feels like the words of two people are not on the same frequency. Instead, it's right in front of us. He really did have a question he wanted to ask. Miss Ding, I didn't say. Ding Xiaoxi inexplicably popped out 2 words, causing Jiang Huai to be confused. What? What didn't you say? Ding Xiaoxi turned back to the light. With her back to the light, with the calmest expression, beautifully moving. I didn't tell Yen that you're actually his landlord. Oh, thanks. Ah, a buzz.
Jiang Hui only felt a blackness before his eyes. The persona that had just been established in his heart, towards Ding Xiaoxi, completely collapsed. This thing, at the moment, only he and Ding Yue's Haru knew. Moreover, I guess Haru had long forgotten his name as a landlord. So here's the question, how did you know? Ding Xiaoxi frowned. It's like the school bully in the class thinks. Why is it that someone, whose brain is burning, can't figure out an answer that they obviously know with a lift of their eyes? You're the landlord of Miss Jiani Tang, who told me about you on the plane. And then what? These simple evidences. And what does it prove? Chapter 88. What a coincidence. Jack, Yen told me that her landlord's name is Zhou Chao, and he's also your roommate. And then? Jiang Hui felt that it still didn't mean anything. Did it? I checked your IP, and I also checked Zhou Chao's IP, and he and Yen didn't have internet communication. It was always you. Jiang Hui had a face that was half speechless and half question mark. You're fine, so go eat more yo-yos, okay? Just landed this just a few days ago. Playing so big? Investigating me? Wait a minute? I can understand you following Mu Chu Yen's contacts and being able to look up my IP, but how are you able to look up Zhou Chao's IP? Ding Xiaoxi still didn't have any expression. Instead, he just pulled out his laptop. After tapping the keyboard on the couch for a while, he handed it to Jac. I was looking directly in your school's student bank. Why go down WeChat? What a hassle. Don't you? Won't you? Is that supposed to happen? You're committing a crime, okay? You're invading someone's privacy. Jiang Hui slapped the table, intending to use this way to evade the question he had just asked. By a psychopath. Asking if you would. It's a real shame. Okay. Are you pretending to be angry because you won't? So you won't answer my question? You're silent equals I'm right. A few of the world's greatest unsolved mysteries. One of them, even someone like Ding Xiaoxi could find a friend? Oh, friend is Mu Chu Yen? Then forget it. Are you renting or not? Don't hold me up. With a question mark, Ding Xiaoxi looked at Jiang Hui at this moment. Why get angry now? Are you angry because I told the truth? Jiang-san, are you a person who lives a lie? Jiang Hui looked at Ding Xiaoxi, walked outside the room, lit a cigarette, and was sort of completely bowled over. Other people say that Amphion is not an ordinary place, but hearing is not believing. Now he sort of believed it. Anfeng is truly a place of great virtue in the world to have such a person practicing. One cigarette finished. Ding Xiaoxi didn't pull any further. Signed a contract straight away and paid a year's rent. Ding. The Cloudseeker mansion has completed binding. Ding Xiaoxi 166, 82, 55, 84, satisfaction score of landlord 10. When the strategy reaches 60 points, a set of Serenity House will be rewarded. Received $84,000 for Ding Xiaoxi's room. 100 times returned. $8,140,000 into the host's account. It's all over. Jac knows this after the fact. Discover one thing. A very important thing. It didn't matter if it was Mu Chu Yen, Qin Mengmeng or Tang Jiani. Between the three of them, they were all completely unaware of their involvement with the other girls. So, he can act. He has a lot of room to play. But, Ding Xiaoxi is different. From the moment the plane landed, she saw that she was still with Donjani, on Amphion, and screwed up like that. Please ask, how do you raise the favor with a girl like that? Jack, Jiang Hui was torn back to his senses by a pair of hands. Sitting on the sofa, Ding Xiaoxi, expressionless, the girl with black nail polish, sitting upright, softly inquired, may I observe you? She's going to be watching your mom's kisses. Ah, of course you can. After all, you are my honored tenant. If that's what Ding Xiaoxi wants, Jac thinks it's perfectly reasonable. But, he still wanted to ask, why are you observing me? Miss Ting? My master said that everyone in this world has their own Tao, and I've been searching for my own Tao lately. What about Jean? That doesn't seem to have anything to do with me either, does it? Ding Xiaoxi shook her head. No, it's related. Your Tao. I can't understand it, but I feel as if it's quite interesting. Because you can't read? So it's interesting? What a novel reason. Then how do you plan to observe me? Jac asked. Normally to observe animal habits, we would install a monitor to record all their behavior 24 hours a day. But since you're a high-level animal, I think it's best to follow you 24 hours a day. Except for the time you spend on Anfeng Mountain. 24 hours? Crazy. Absolutely insane. Who's a good person to follow someone around 24 hours a day? Isn't that a blatant invasion of privacy? Don't worry. I don't mind. I mind. Jiang Hui felt that it wasn't at all like he was chatting with a carbon-based creature. Every time this girl opened her mouth, he felt countless oppressive sensations coming straight at him. It wasn't on the same level as Tang Jiani and Mu Chu Yen at all. Can't play a bit. 24 hours.
For starters, would be unlikely because, per hour, I can pay 10,000 honorariums. What is the Dao? This is a profound question, and I am honored to be able to answer it for Miss Ding. You should have said so before you gave the money. Jiang Huai smiled at Ding Xiaoxi and got up to pour a glass of water. Rich girl, drink water. Sure enough, Liu Bei famously said that when God closes a window on you, he's sure to pay you millions of pounds. 1 hour, 10,000. Boy, who the hell made the rule that there are only 24 hours in a day? 240,000. Not my upper limit. It's a time cap, but observation is fine. We also need to sign a non-disclosure agreement that you can't disclose any of my personal behavior to a third person. Yes, dreaming of heavenly footsteps? Tiny Creek sat in the passenger seat and read the sign word for word with a slightly dumbfounded expression. What kind of Tao is this? A kind of Tao that can see through the cold and warmth of the world, and is quite learned. Jiang Huai sighed and muttered up. Footwork is also the Tao, and maneuvers are not the law. Jack, you know so much more. Jiang Huai, who got out of the car, holding the door frame, looked at Ding Xiaoxi, who was sitting obediently in the passenger seat, and his heart missed a beat. He'd heard a lot of compliments and whatnot, but such a pretty girl says it in a 12% serious tone. It's unbearable. Hurry down, sister observation, and take you to see the real Tao. Yes, entering the door of Dream Sky footpath. To be honest, Jiang Huai's heart was also a bit weak, although he had never been here before. Looking at the facade, Meng Tian was also recognized as the facade of the footwear world in Linjiang. There's a saying in this business, if the business is big or not, look at the facade. If the facade is bright or not, look at the background. Sit in the lobby. Ding Xiaoxi was like a small sculpture, attracting constant scrutiny from the people around him. Jiang Huai rightly ignored it and struck up a conversation with the waiter. Is your general manager Tian in? A flash of dismay flashed across the waiter's face with a smile, but he quickly regained his composure. Sir, I don't know what Mr. Tian you're talking about? Tian Mengjia. I heard JAC report his full name. Even though the waiter looked at Jiang Huai with a strange look, he still nodded and greeted the others first and served Jiang Huai a box of cigars, then went upstairs with a smile. Just a moment, sir. Jiang Huai looked at the girl's back, lapsed into contemplation. From the Tang Palace, after that night of talking to Tang Qinghu, JAC has been inactive. The 3 characters Tang Qinghu gave him, all of them play a decisive role for the Tang dynasty group, and can completely determine the pattern of the Tang dynasty. But, that's one thing that JAC can't understand at all. Something so important. It's that watery. Telling him about an outsider? Distance from the Tang dynasty group. The final selection of the president. Not much time. However, the Tang dynasty has been able to come so far that everyone's city is deep enough. Will it be used as cannon fodder? Could it be that Tang Qinghu is cheating? These, all of which are issues that JAC needs to think about. It's not easy to get out of a bullseye when you're in a bullseye. It was Ding Xiaoxi, on the contrary, who gave him a new epiphany. JAC recalled. From the first time I saw Ding Xiaoxi, both of them, everything they say seems to be a bit of an ass. But think about it. JAC was enlightened. For example, Ding Xiaoxi somehow managed to know that he, Jiang Huai, was Mu Chu Yen's landlord. Feeling shocked myself. The girl, however, was calm. For internet idiots, all news is secret. But for top hackers, all messages are not secrets. Perceptions that create gaps. So, in fact, Tang Qinghu said something without any problem. The reason why he dared, the water spirit said it. It was because, a certain one called Jiang Huai, in his eyes, didn't count for anything at all. Even knowing these secrets, what can happen? An outsider after all. He, Tang Qinghu, had 10,000 ways to screw himself. Sir, my general manager Tian is on the 3rd floor, inviting you over. Mulling it over, the waiter had just come over. JAC nodded. Walk up the red carpeted stairs. Ding Xiaoxi was like a little follower. Ta-da-da-da. Following Jiang Huai. Actually, JAC hasn't figured out what he should say about waiting. Tian Mengjia, Meng Tian's apparent boss. The name has the word Jia in it. Danjani's name. It also carries the word Jia. Speaking of which, Tang Qinghu was really bold enough. Take the composition of Danjani directly and put it in people's names. It was equivalent to telling everyone that Tian Mengjia was Tang Jiani's mother. Just this, froze without a single person noticing. JAC singly deducted a 6 and gave it to Tang Qinghu. Buckle up. JH knocked on the door. The soft sound of a girl's voice came from the room. Come in. Jiang Huai pushed open the door and his first glance hit the woman who was sitting in the boss seat. The woman was wearing a white gold-encrusted cheongsam, with a jade hairpin with filigree enamel on her head, and the whole thing looked very much like the image of a big heroine that is standard in anime. Not bad for the man who invented Danjani. The face is only superior to that of Danjani. 4th sister. Ding Xiaoxi muttered a mouthful.
Jiang Huai was dumbfounded by what he heard. What fourth sister? The game that's been so hot lately. There's a spider spirit. The fourth sister. Who looks a lot like that sister? JAC was too late to be speechless. Opposite Tian Mengjia, there was another person sitting at that moment. The woman stepped on high heels and crossed her legs. Her aura was completely no less than Tian Mengjia's. At that moment, the woman was looking at him and smiling. Tang Yan saw the woman for a moment. Jiang Huai's brain almost exploded. Why? Is she in this place? Did she, by any chance, already know something about Tang Qinghu, Tang Jiani? Tang Yan's gaze, crossing over Jiang Huai, hit Ding Xiaoxi, like a smile, not a laugh. What a coincidence. Jack, Chapter 89, Balancing the Extremes. Tang Yan is the granddaughter of the Tang family. There is no bottom in front of Danjani, but it doesn't mean that, in front of other women, there is no bottom. Tang Yan stood up, her heels clattering against the floor with a thump. He came up to Jiang Huai and glared at him, dodged in front of Ding Xiaoxi again. What a handsome girl. Tang Yan came close to look at Ding Xiaoxi's hair, red, not like dyed, and the girl's pupils, lake blue, fidelity, Asian faces, Scandinavian looks. It's enviable. You horsey? Tang Yanran said to Jiang Huai, her tone nonchalant. Seriously, she's a little pissed off. I spent $4 million earlier to get JAC to go to dinner with her, but JAC didn't go. Now, yet he was able to bring such a beautiful girl in and out of such a place, although she, as the granddaughter of the Tang family, had absolutely no need to compare herself to this girl, but she just felt as if Jiang Huai was taunting her with practical actions again, mocking her. Lousy Jiang Huai can't even look at the likes of you. JAC was in a daze. I didn't realize that Tang Yan was so direct. JAC shook his head. Just simple friends. Bringing a simple friend to this place to help Tang Jiani with her business? Tang Yanran really admired Jiang Huai's behavior of this, no lie hard to say, and said so seriously. You better be. Put down the word. Tang Yanran turned around, respectfully waved with Tian Mengjia, and left the room. Before you leave, with a slightly deeper meaning, he smiled at Jiang Huai. Laughing, Jiang Huai's scalp went numb. There was one thing, though, that JAC didn't expect. As the third house of the Tang family and the daughter, or agent, of Tang Qinghe, Tang Yan could not, by definition, have a low status in the market. But when facing Tian Mengjia, it was still respectful, and so, it can be seen that behind Tian Mengjia, the shares of the Tang dynasty that are influenced will not be very small. Sit down, little brother. Tian Mengjia walked out from her desk, sat down in front of the tea table, and began to boil the water, breaking the tea cakes open with a single slice as she did so. Jiang Huai looked mesmerized. It's hard to imagine, the woman in front of me, with her warm fingers and devilish figure, would be the woman who had given birth. Trance. The tea has been made. Tian Mengjia took the teacup and brought it in front of Jiang Huai in a gentle tone. It's good to drink. Yummy. Drink up, and you're off. Okay. For a moment, Jiang Huai didn't react. Almost brought in by Tian Mengjia. Others opened the door. You just open the door and send the guests away? Mr. Tian, I came with no other intention. I know what you mean. Tian Mengjia began always, did not stop the fire in his hands, washing tea, smelling incense, pouring tea, show tea. You're wondering what I was just talking to Donyen about, and you're wondering if Tang Yan will hear what we're talking about? You're still trying to figure out what method you can use to get your hands on my steak, and what's the answer? Ding Xiaoxi inexplicable sentence. Jiang Huai instantly reddened half of his face. This girl, is she really just asking questions anywhere? Don't talk. Oh, Ding Xiaoxi nodded, picked up a cup of tea, and began to huff and puff. Jiang Huai's heart tightened a little as he watched Tian Mengjia smile softly. Honestly, this was different from the Tian Mengjia he had imagined. The woman in front of me looks delicate and soft, but there's an invisible toughness about it. Especially what Tian Mengjia just said. It's all in his mind. It looks like the atmosphere is going to be awkward here. Tian Mengjia continued. Tang Qinglong, it's for Tang Jingzi to come. Tang Qinghe, it's for Tang Yan to come. Only Tang Qinghu found an outsider. Is it important? JAC wanted to know. It doesn't matter. It's just that I feel pity for you. Tian Mengjia looked up and sized up Jiang Huai, the pity in her eyes, getting deeper and deeper. This is a very handsome young man. There are pretty girls around too. He shouldn't have come to be involved in the Don family's affairs. I'll get right to the point. You can't wait for equity in my husband's hands while I'm here. Why? JAC also likes to get to the point. Since Tian Mengjia said so, he simply asked for a direct point of penetration. Why? Since Tang Qinghu let you come as an outsider, he should have told you about our relationship as well, right? Aha. Then haven't you ever wondered why? If he thinks that I'm sort of a handle on his hand, why he didn't come himself and ask you to come? Because of avoiding suspicion? Jiang Huai couldn't think of anything else but this answer. Because he wouldn't dare. Don't dare? The next 5 minutes. Jiang Huai unilaterally listened to Qin Mengmeng's narration. It's like falling through the ice. To summarize, it means only one thing. Tang Qinghu, that son of a, only said that Qin Mengmeng is his mom Tang Jiani's real mother. However, for Qin Mengmeng's husband, also know and recognize this cuckold thing. Not a word. Holy, the world, indeed, has gone mad. 25 million. What? Jiang Huai looked up at Qin Mengmeng. Tang Qinghu and my husband made a deal. $25 million. I gave birth to Nini as a step for him to take charge of Tang dynasty afterward. Qin Mengmeng lowered her head. Her white jade fingers dipped into the tea and wrote a number on the table. In exchange, he gives this side $25 million a year. Every year. 25 million? Perverts? What perverts? JAC wanted to be rich and play dirty. Never thought about it. Playing so dirty. On both sides. It's not ing bad to be successful. In the eyes, there's really nothing extra but profit. That now. JAC was thinking. This next. How to talk, and talk about chicken feathers. The two sides are now walking on an extreme balance. It turns out that this is why, for so many years, Qin Mengmeng's husband can always remain equity neutral and not take sides. He has the right not to vote, and he can't, once he makes his choice. The sordid deal between him and Tang Qinghu would be uncovered and both parties would only die a double death. Lean. He Tang Qinghu, an old yakuza. Let's just say that Patek Philippe is not something that the average person can wear. Putting down such a big set for the old man, realized the gravity of the situation. Jiang Huai stood up, intending to leave. In the current situation, it's not any solution to keep on spending money like this. Little heel. Let's go. Hello? The door opened. Jiang Huai stepped 1 foot out, then remembered something and turned to look at Qin Mengmeng. His tone was bland. By the way, Mr. Qin, Nini is sick. Qin Mengmeng's smile was halved with the words. The movement of the tea in his hand, for a moment, slowed. Everything is fast. Almost instantly, it was back to the way it was before. With me, what does it matter? Jiang Huai smiled and didn't say anything else. Walk out the door with Ding Xiaoxi, leaving the room in silence. The gilded gates of Dream Sky footpath. Ding Xiaoxi followed Jiang Huai's shoulder. Jack, what's wrong with Miss Tang? The top of Ding Xiaoxi's head was also up to the position of Jiang Huai's throat. Jiang Huai lowered his head and looked at Ding Xiaoxi, full of innocence, and casually said, heart disease. Oh, just like me. What the hell? JAC seeks. Can it be the same? Your high IQ and low EQ. Cerebral palsy for short. It has nothing to do with heart disease. Okay, let's not talk about it. Jiang Huai looked at the setting sun. Hungry? Ding Xiaoxi seriously looked down and thought for 2 seconds and pointed to her belly. It seems like she's hungry for it. But it hasn't screamed. Just in time to be hungry. Someone's treating us tonight. Jiang Huai looked at the Maybach not far away, still parked on the road. Maybach's rear window. Tang Yen is sitting in the car laughing. Chapter 90, Miss Tang. Thank you for dinner. Jack, get with me. I'll do whatever you want. JH? Jiang Huai stood at the side of the Maybach, sizing up Tang Yen. No, to be precise, was sizing up the pervert. Why would a pervert even have a name? Why is it that perverts, they all get to ride in Maybach? The world, indeed, is sick. Jiang Huai sighed and shook his head bashfully. Miss Tang, why do you bother? You know that you are not fond of me, so why do you have to force yourself on others as well as yourself? With one sentence, Tang Yanran's expression obviously darkened. Tang Yen took 2 steps toward Jiang Huai's front and stared at Jiang Huai's eyes through the setting sun. In the pupils, no ripples could be seen. Tanganya is even hotter. Why? Jack, give me a ing reason. In the end, what is it that I can't compare to her? The money Tang Jiani has, I also have. The action she will, I will. What she won't, I also will. Why you won't even look at me? You won't even move your heart. Why? Jiang Huai frowned. Miss Tang, the same words, you've already asked before. Ha, because she's soft? Tang Yen found this reason really ridiculous, then I can pat it too. She doesn't believe it. She didn't believe that there was really someone in this world who was able to have a heart like water when facing her. Or rather, Tang Yen didn't want to believe it at all. She doesn't know. Obviously there are so many men under the sky. She had recently, but all she could think about was JAC. There's probably only one reason for that. JAC now belongs to Jenny Tang. She's going to have to fight. Seeing that Jiang Huai didn't say anything, Tang Yen picked up again. Have dinner with me, will you? No. Ding Xiaoxi blinked, question marks surfacing in her mind. Wasn't it JAC who just said that someone was treating us? Why don't you go? Not going? Tang Yanyan repeated Jiang Huai's words, opened her cell phone, and handed it to Jiang Huai. In the cell phone, it's a photo of Zhang Jianghuai and Ding Xiaoxi. Believe it or not, if you don't go, I'm going to send this picture to Tang Jiani. And with my sister's mentality, you won't feel good about it. JAC frowned. Tang Yanyan, on the other hand, looked at Jiang Huai and frowned. I can't say I understand why it's surprisingly a little good inside. Hesitated for a few seconds. JAC makes a choice. Get in the rich lady Maybach. Ding Xiaoxi, on the other hand, got into the passenger side. Although Tang Yanyan was upset, she still acquiesced to this sister's existence. Dinner time. Tang Yanyan and Jiang Huai face each other with a candlelight dinner. Ding Xiaoxi sat at the kids' table. Have fun eating. Why did you come to see Tian Mengjia? When Tang Yanran heard Jiang Huai ask, she first froze and then felt a bit ridiculous. That was the question, originally, that she wanted to ask. It turned out to be a steal. The problem is that JAC is still an outsider, for the same purpose as you. Of course, Tang Yanyan felt that there was no need to cover it up, since JAC can find Tian Mengjia, must have already been instructed by Tang Qinghu. And did you succeed? Hey. Tang Yanyan was filled with incredulity. Isn't it too presumptuous for you to ask this question now? That just didn't work. Knowing you, if you'd succeeded, you'd surely hate to coerce me with this now. You, Tang Yanyan was speechless. I can't believe that this person in front of me guessed correctly. Can you believe it? But aren't you still the same? Tang Yanyan lifted her chest, confidently. We're half a caddy. Let's not talk about anyone. Stop. Jiang Huai made a silencing gesture. I often work out. How can there be 2 pounds on top? You're the one who's actually half a pound. You. Tang Yanyan was exasperated, her face reddening, clenching his fists. He couldn't help but hit the table. JAC was unimpressed. Pull out a paper towel and wipe your mouth. It was a meal that pleased him. After chatting, he could hear that currently, Tang Yanran was still completely unaware of the relationship between Tang Jiani and Tian Mengjia. I was able to find Tian Mengjia. Totally no. The equity in the hands of Tian Mengjia's husband. Client crisis lifted. Hunger crisis lifted. He can pull out. Miss Tang, if there's nothing else we're leaving. Gone? Are you kidding? Tang Yanyan's eyes were wide with disbelief. Halfway through the chat, Jiang Huai was just going to water down and leave. What the do you think I am? Meal ticket? Are you having dinner with me just to eat? A cigarette after a meal. Race over. Oh, public places. No smoking. JH restuffed his cigarette. Give Tanganya a nod. It's not for dinner. What is it for? Little heel. Let's go. Crazy. It's crazy. Tang Yanyan seemed to see that a faceless man was in front of her, dancing wildly. Licking your face? Coming to rub a meal? Do you want to be shameless? Tang Yanran clutched her chopsticks for the first time, pointing at people with the tip of her chopsticks. You today are not allowed to leave. If you dare to leave, I'll dare to send the photos to Tang Jiani. Already taking steps. JAC. Sigh. Had to get back in my seat again. Opened his cell phone album and displayed it in front of Tang Yanyan. Then what if I take these pictures and send them to Tang Haotian? Guess what's going to happen to your grandfather? Looking at the photos in JAC's cell phone, Tang Yanyan's face sank. No way. That's absolutely impossible. Photo. The girl is in the pool, surrounded by foreign men and blushing. Next, the girl is wearing a hateful dress, a black eye patch, and holding a whip. Enough. Jiang Huai laughed. His tone was full of feeling ridiculous. Is this enough? I remember the next one. There is also a video of you and your best friend, teaching the puppy a lesson. I said, enough. Tanya slammed her plate on the floor. It startled Ding Xiaoxi. She couldn't understand. What is this girl angry about? Why would a person, who has done something, be afraid of being known? It's weird. You knew that. That's why you're emboldened. You're just here to rub it in, aren't you? Isn't that right, Jack? Facing Tang Yanyan's yelling, JAC nodded. Not so early to know. Thanks to the hacker girl sitting at the kids' table. Low IQ is a bit low, but this girl hugs her computer every day and has a high IQ. It's silky smooth to use. And, Miss Tang, what I hate most is perverts, especially your kind. Rich perverts. This was something that Jiang Huai said seriously. Put down the word. JAC turned to leave. The sound of smashing plates behind them continued. By what right? Jiang Huai. By what right? I don't believe you don't know. What kind of person is Tang Jiani? Why do you like her? Why do you treat me differently? Do you like it? Jiang Huai stopped his steps and smiled lightly. He has never, ever been fond of Danjani. Now Danjani is 86 points. Still need 14 more points. As soon as the 14 points arrived, Danjani became the first full point binder. He would be able to stay away from Danjani and that dead pervert. Also because of this, he's the one who showed up a dream sky footpath. It's what makes you eat with the little pervert in front of you. That's why you have to deal with so many crazy people. To deal with them. But right now, not yet.
he's going to keep acting, he's going to act it out, every detail. Jiang Hui turned back to Tang Yanran with a serious expression and an even more serious tone. Because, in my heart, she is unique. Boom. Bottom line, Tang Yanyan was completely dumbfounded. She sat paralyzed in the chair, watching Jiang Hui walk further and further away, and for the first time felt so intuitively that it was so difficult to get a man. JAC needs only one word, and she's all over the place. It's not a one-time thing. She never, it seemed, won in front of this man. Miss Tang, thank you for dinner. At the end, Ding Xiaoxi, not forgetting to hold her notebook, walked over to Tang Yanyan and nodded her head slightly in thanks. Tanya Tang? Get out. Chapter 91, everything can go back to square one. Famous schools. Danjani sat on her knees on the carpet, wearing only a silk nightgown, her hair spread out in front of and behind her, like a lost beauty, a source of pity. Danjani opened her cell phone, looked at the tweets, found out there's still no word from JAC. Heart, just tight as hell. She had forgotten that day, how to be alone, coming down from Mount Amphion. All she remembers is that her legs felt like lead, and all she could think about as she descended the steps, one by one, was why would JAC say something like that? Why was it that at the top of the mountain, Jiang Hui took, not her, but another woman, thinking about thinking? By the time she got home, she was soaked to the bone. Chaos. It's just too messy. Danjani felt that her life had never seen such a big change because of one person. Before, at school, at home, both the stares of her classmates and her father's words only messed with her mind for a moment. But JAC has been tossing around her heart for days. In the days when there was no JAC, Danjani felt as if a link in her life had broken somewhere. So, this situation today must be resolved. In front of Danjani, there were three things: dog-licking contract with JAC, a lace servant dress for JAC, and the day I went up the mountain and wore my JAC coat. First, Danjani wanted to be sure of one thing, a most important thing. Tang Jiani picked up Jiang Hui's trench coat and headed for the trash can, facing it and thinking for a few seconds. Sure enough, she really can't be cruel. In fact, she already knew that. On this dress, there was a residual scent of Jiang Hui's body, and in the past few days, she had to fall asleep with this dress in her arms every night. The smell on JAC, it had long since become her greatest source of security. She knew it was hard to open her mouth for something like this, but her body, it was just like going crazy, wanting to be wrapped up in Jiang Hui. It's too late. It's already too late. She was poisoned by Jiang Hui, and now she couldn't leave him at all. Danjani returned to the living room. Holding JAC's trench coat, he sat on his knees. So, since we can't get away from it, she would just have to let Jiang Hui stay by her side forever. Doesn't JAC like money? She has lots of money, lots and lots of money. She can buy JAC all the things she likes. Money could be used to make everyone around JAC bless the two of them. Even wait until you become a director of the Dawn. She can also make all the women who like JAC to enter the Tang dynasty and become her henchmen. That way, there would be no one left to compete with her. She is the only one who can enjoy JAC alone. But, Miss Tang, it's not Saturday. The words. It was the last words Jiang Hui gave her on Infeng Mountain. Think of the words. Danjani still couldn't help her heartache. Danjani thought about it for a long time. Finally figured out where all the faults were stemming from. In the past, she was too self-righteous enough to sign this damn dog-licking contract with JAC. Her mistake. And from that day on, she trampled on JAC's dignity. Even with her hindsight, she never felt like she was doing it wrong. Until that day, when JAC said those words, she just realized, JAC has always cared. He had always cared very much. Right. JAC must have felt that he was just a puppy to be toyed with casually with money in my eyes. Also because of this, JAC must have thought that I wouldn't actually love him at all. Right. That must be it. Danjani angrily picked up the contract. It's you. Everything that's wrong. It's you. I want Jiang Hui to see that I really know I'm wrong. I'm going to make JAC understand. He's with me, and he's a live one. Rip. One by one. Danjani took the dog-licking contract, tore it to shreds, and threw it into the trash. It feels a lot easier. But, sweeping to the servant's suit spread out on the floor, and ears. Danjani's heart, again, choked, but tear out a piece of paper. What can be done about it? Could it be that everything she has done? Really? Can we just write it off? Danjani looked at the side table. Their first meeting was over there. It's her. Let JAC kneel down. In the living room, it's her. 2. Take the rope. Take the ruler. One after another. Keep striking Jackal's palm. Obviously he's not at fault in any way. Instead, she still wants JAC, and keeps admitting her mistakes. It's all her. It's all me. Tick,
in front of Tang Jiani's eyes, like a slideshow. It repeated and kept playing the bits and pieces of her and Jian Hui. Before, tears, unable to hold them back, poured out, down the handsome cheeks and down. What the hell is she doing? What does she think of Jian Hui, the teenager? Obviously wearing that kind of shameful clothing, but still holding back the hard feelings and trying so hard to be nice to her. Was she, at first, all blind? What irreversible damage has she done to Jac? Ah, Jack, what should I do? What the hell am I supposed to do to erase the wound in your heart, so that I can, like everyone else, be on a starting line? We can only, with 1 acre of good land, have 3 meals for 2 people for 4 seasons. Tang Jiani doesn't understand Jac, but when it comes to finding answers, just ask yourself the question, what if it's you who gets hurt? What kind of apology would she forgive? Tang Jiani remembers that when she was 12 years old, during dinner at her grandfather's house, Tang Yanyan tore one of the legs off of Daodu, her beloved Muppet dog. She cried for a long time. Uncle Sam then asked, Nini, Uncle Sam gave you Huma's favorite Barbie doll. You also break a leg. Not cry, okay? She did as she was told. Mind, it really felt better too. Right, that's right. Let that person suffer the same wound. Only then, the other person might be able to forgive himself. One scene, one piece, one time. Injuries inflicted on Jac, pile on Danjani's heart. Danjani stared at the lacy dress, propped it up, and sniffed at the tip of her nose. It's all the flavor of Jac, since she can't stay away from Jac. That, Danjani took the apron, wrapped it around her neck, and pulled it over herself. From the bedroom again, I chose a necklace, tube socks, and a special kitty cat haircard, tied in a double ponytail. Get back in front of the mirror. Danjani looked at the girl in the mirror, her cheeks blushing. The girl in the mirror, huddled in the light, lost in thought, was stunningly beautiful, but looked like an unloved critter anyhow. This way, Jac will love it. Jack will surely forgive me. Danjani looked at the ruler on the side, the string next to the ruler. Right, as long as history repeats itself and the roles are swapped, everything, then, is able to go back to square one. Meow. Aha! With the cell phone vibrating, the first thing Tang Jiani did, was to pick up her cell phone. Look at the message on your cell phone. Danjani froze. Jack, honey, I'm sorry I upset you last time. I bought tickets for tomorrow's play on purpose. You're invited to watch it with us. I don't know if you're interested. Chapter 92 Jac. I'll panic. See no evil. The mall. Jian Hui looked at Tang Jiani's message. Relief. I've got it covered on my end. Heel. How's it going on your end? Side by side. Dressed in a tiny floral dress and ranch girl bandana. Ding Xiaoxi sipped a popsicle with one hand and tapped on her computer with the other. Half a minute later, dull expression, giving an OK sign, she hacked into the backstage of the theater ticket sales, found ticket information for Tian Mingjia, booked 2 seats in a row with her. Jack, I don't understand. Don't understand what? Jian Hui was now in a good mood and intended to answer Ding Xiaoxi's doubts. Ding Xiaoxi asked, didn't Tian Mengjia say that her steak was impossible to change? And then what? If it's impossible, why are you doing it for nothing? Jiang Hui frowned. Since it's impossible, that's why we have to make it possible. Let Tian Mengjia and Tang Jiani meet by chance. Create possibilities. Oh, Ding Xiaoxi mouths an O. The mind still doesn't get it. Impossible equals failure. A path that is no longer viable. Why does Jac still have to go? He's so weird. Oh, what the? Jian Hui looked at Ding Xiaoxi's dead fish face. Was in a good mood and now it's fading again. Jian Hui was thinking, Ding Xiaoxi, this girl, the brain is not really a computer or something. Spending time together lately. Jiang Hui was completely on Ding Xiaoxi and couldn't feel the human mood. For example, when eating, she does say thank you to the waiter, but how the words thank you came out of her mouth felt, as programmed, devoid of any emotion. And yesterday, on the road, people's stray kittens come over and rub up against them. This girl, 1 second she was petting the kitten's head and you were kissing me and loving me, and then she ended up petting the head and telling people, cat, it's going to get cold soon, you won't live through this winter. Jac, he wanted to ask, is that something a normal person could say? Touching people's heads and telling them that death is coming. He's a big man. It makes your back sweat to hear it. The worst part was that he asked Ding Xiaoxi why she was talking so horribly. This girl is surprisingly calm. I'm just telling the cat a fact. Is it wrong to speak the truth? 2. Cow horse. That one sentence gave Jian Hui the ability to hold his tongue now. Seems to make sense. But, it's just pissed off. Forget it. He's a big man. What's the point of fighting a robot? Actually, after going back from the dreaming sky footpath, I've thought hard about it. Figure out a problem. Ding Xiaoxi blinked and nodded as she sat docilely. What's the problem? In fact,
The one who really holds the stake in hand is not Tian Mengjia's husband, but Tian Mengjia herself. Jack, you said a crap hey, and so on. Little heel, what makes you so sure that the stake is actually in Tian Mengjia's hands?
Husband plus 24 million equals Tian Mengjia equals Tang Qinghu plus child.
Ding Xiaoxi said as she wrote and drew. Two known sides, no like terms. Therefore, it is known that the husband equals Tian Mengjia 24 million. Tang Qinghu equals Tian Mengjia child. It contains a hidden quantity, the equity structure. Therefore, equity equals 24 million plus child equals Tian Mengjia. So, Tang Qinghu owes Mr. Tian a child. Her husband owes her $24 million a year. I'm a big grass. JAC's brain buzzed. What kind of divine algorithm is this? Can't read it though, but JAC was greatly shocked. After going back from dreamland that day, Jiang Huai also snapped to attention. He overlooked something very important. Between Tang Qinghu and Tian Mengjia's husband, there was a deal though, but this deal is a ing third party, Tian Mengjia, who had literally witnessed it all and participated in it. That is to say, she actually has the God's perspective of this game. Just, unfortunately, Tang Qinghu and her husband did not treat her as a person at all. Rather, think of it as a trading tool. It's a bargaining chip that belongs to both parties. So, that day in Dreamland, it was only after entering the office that Tian Mengjia said so decisively that there was nothing she could do. She's not just a canary in a cage, being exchanged for money by my husband, by Tang Qinghu with his body. Tian Mengjia's heart was probably already dead. Jiang Huai didn't even dare to think what PUA tricks the two men, in order to make Tian Mengjia die to keep the secret, had used. Everyone looks at her, it's the owner of Dream Sky, but then again, who knows? In fact, Dream Sky is the cage that holds Tian Mengjia. Honestly, JAC is also betting on it. Bet Tian Mengjia hasn't degraded himself yet. Betting on Tian Mengjia is mindful of Tang Jiani. That day, as he was about to leave Dream Sky, he casually remarked that Tang Jiani was sick. People don't fake small gestures in a split second. That day, Tian Mengjia clearly froze. It was this moment that Jiang Huai felt that Tang Jiani had a not-so-shallow position in Tian Mengjia's heart. Although Tang Jiani is Tang Qinghu's child, but she's also Tian Mengjia's child. A mother. I was pregnant in October, gave birth to a daughter, saw her only once, and then I was separated from the world. How could you not want to? Does a mother care about her daughter or two men? What JAC is betting on is one of those outcomes. It was just more than he could have imagined. This girl, Ding Xiaoxi, was dull, yet she was able to see this matter so thoroughly. Fantastic. Jack, what's that? JH returned to his senses, spotted Ding Xiaoxi, blinking her big lake blue eyes, staring at a doll blind box store not far away. Blind box? Haven't you ever played it? A blind box? What's that? Hiss. A little turd who hasn't even played in a blind box? Interesting, but how is this to be explained? Jiang Huai pondered. Each box is full of unknowns. In a pile of unknowns, look for the one you like. Looking for a favorite in the unknown? Ding Xiaoxi frowned in a rare way. Mumble up. Where's the fun in that? Where's the fun in that? Jiang Huai was also dumbfounded by the question. He can't explain it either. Dry. Do you want to play? Jack. Aha. I want to try. Jiang Huai led Ding Xiaoxi into the blind box store. Ding Xiaoxi, like a little girl who just came into the world. Look at each of the little people standing behind the acrylic panels and look at them closely. Watch carefully, and also have your hands on it and your face on it. It's not at all as high-flying as it should be with this kind of face. 10 minutes later, Ding Xiaoxi came over and tugged on Jiang Huai's clothes. Jack, can I have this? Of course. Jiang Huai looked at the locket in Ding Xiaoxi's hand. Who do you like in this series? Ding Xiaoxi shook her head. I don't know. I don't seem to like it very much when they put it out there. But, I want to know who's inside this box. What a strange reason. For tenant's satisfaction. This single, JAC still bought it. Blind box store. Ding Xiaoxi carefully unwrapped the blind box. Inside, however, I felt panicked. Jack, will you help me take it apart? I'm scared. JAC was a bit bewildered. You don't even know what you like. What are you afraid of? There's enough to be funny about. Ding Xiaoxi shoved the blind box into Jiang Huai's hand. The tone was soft. Wait out the villain. I don't know if I'm supposed to like it or not. Jack, I'll panic. Not sure I should like it. Or not. JAC froze, though he knew it was a bit unethical. Still, an idea popped into his head. This girl, no heart? Chapter 93, it's really a universal formula. Ding Xiaoxi is just too eye-catching. JAC and her walked through the mall. Anyone who passed them, male or female, had to look at them for a long time. Even a few small calves, directly ran up and asked Ding Xiaoxi for WeChat. Pinch it. Don't you think I'm a human being at all? Hey, that guy must be a rich man. Otherwise this girl, how could she look at him? That's right, the rich man of all evils. JH mused. JAC agrees. JAC withdrew a curse. Everyone calls rich people evil and everyone wants to be rich, and so on. JH was thinking. He usually cursed Tang Jiani in his heart for being rich. If he let her know, she wouldn't get high too. I wonder how Sharp is doing now. Fighting down from Mount Amphion. JAC has just sent a message to Tang Jiani. It's the invitation that just came. Looking at Jiani's reply, she seems to be in a good mood, but as we all know, the psychology of perverts is impossible to guess. Just in case this girl, smiling, agreed to watch the play together. What if I end up dragging him home at night and giving him another beating? It's true that you still have to be prepared first. Draw back to God. Jian Hui started sizing up Ding Xiaoxi again. Ding Xiaoxi was sitting on a bench at this time, holding milk tea, obviously red hair with blue eyes, a typical high-flying look, but now she was wearing a small skirt, her little legs swinging back and forth on the chair. Sure enough, contrast is the most beautiful thing in the world. Heel, what are you looking at? Looking so hard? Ding Xiaoxi pointed to the distance, to a booth that colored little ceramic figures. Jack, what's that? Dinky Creek talking grandmas. Cute pinch. After the past few days, with Ding Xiaoxi's contact, Jiang Hui had sort of gotten it. When this big sister asks you what that is, no need to explain. She just wants to buy it. She just wants to play with it. Jiang Hui walked over to the stall and scanned a QR code, then waved his hand at Ding Xiaoxi. Ding Xiaoxi then stepped on her small leather shoes, and ran to Jiang Hui. Jack, what for? Wanna play? Kind of want to. I just told the boss that you wanted to play. And the boss said, no you don't. Why? Because the owner said this is only for kids under 18. Ding Xiaoxi stood frozen in place. The little nose twitched and held for a long time. Brother. Ding Xiaoxi inexplicably came up with such a remark. JAC froze and didn't catch it. The person is completely numb. What's the word? Contrast, the most powerful fighting force in the world. Now that Qin Mengmeng called out to a brother, he might have no ripples, but let the little face palsy somehow the whole sentence. He really can't top that. Asterisk. Play. Ding Xiaoxi nodded and learned a mouthful as well. Damn. Thank you brother. I threw. This girl's ability to learn, isn't it a bit too much? Ding Xiaoxi sat down and seemed a little happy in her heart, but not sure. Earlier Yan said that books like Young Master, Miss Su has run away again should be read less. It's all garbage. Yan is really cheating. She had just followed the example of the girl inside and called out to her brother. The book says that a girl calling out to her brother is the universal formula. Shout it out and they're obedient. It's really a universal formula. Seconds up. Jiang Hui watched as Ding Xiaoxi chose a dog, and he also took a Tinkerbell cat and drew it. And so, the mall, the red-haired, blue-eyed girl, and the one handsome of Linjiang University, became a beautiful sight at the stall. Invariably, it adds a lot of traffic to the stall. The boss's wife, leaning against the water fountain, her eyes sparkling with streaming light, lamenting the years. That's so nice. Pretty girls, handsome brothers, enjoying a quiet afternoon, making memories together that belong to two people. Young people, indeed, should waste their time on such inconsequential things. Damn it, Jack, I think I'm done drawing. Hiss. Jiang Hui listened to Ding Xiaoxi's words, nearly had a myocardial infarction. Blame him. Heel, you probably haven't been back home in a while. There are some things you can't just say, like, say what mom doesn't say. You're the best behaved little kid. Say what the chicken doesn't say. Remember? Ding Xiaoxi blinked and nodded again, and as if she had finished receiving instructions, she casually displayed the coated dog, in front of Jiang Hui. This one, for you. Oh, so understanding? Jiang Hui hadn't really expected a gift from Ding Xiaoxi to come so watery. You're in good hands. Why did you send me? Dogs equals JAC. Oh, and it turns out that dog equals JH? My hair? Ding Xiaoxi looked at Jiang Hui and frowned, her tone soft. Isn't it? What did you read it from? I summed up the formula myself by reading the novels. Like, dog equals man. Bully's favorite thing to do is stir-fry with Cinderella, and he doesn't wear an apron. Wait. Jiang Hui stared at Ding Xiaoxi, re-examining her. He really had to curse his father. Isn't this girl a machine brain? Is there a one-click formatting feature? Do you even know what a stir-fry is? No. He'll read less of these books in the future. Why? Ding Xiaoxi was a bit confused. Think about it. Is someone who doesn't even wear an apron when he's frying a meal a good person? No. And is a girl who can like a bad guy a good girl? No. Ding Xiaoxi was dumbfounded. Then what should a good girl do? What's going on? JAC hadn't really thought about it. Why don't you just say any one of them? Isn't it nice to write a novel and hear about real people? A real person? Ding Xiaoxi nodded. He watched JAC leave before pulling out a small book. In the book, write a line. JAC says to read more about real people. Write a novel. Over. Today's JAC Behavioral Observation Journal is another one. That's so nice. Ding Xiaoxi was thinking. What about the added things to do before leaving this world? Before you die, take this book and give it to JAC as a gift. At least after walking, there should be someone in the world who remembers me. And so it was happily decided. Standing at the cash register, Jiang Hui didn't realize what was happening behind him. Get the dog and the tinker cat for the boss to wrap up. The reason why just now, Jiang Hui was so generous and directly asked Ding Xiaoxi to draw the villain. It's still mostly because, the moment Jiang Hui saw the villain, he was instantly inspired. This villain, sending Qin Mengmeng, wouldn't it be a perfect match? 15 apiece. It's still handmade. It's full of emotion. It just so happens that the villain is sort of a depository. JAC has it all figured out. Every once in a while, take a picture of Qin Mengmeng with a Polaroid, and the washed-out group photo can be tucked into the figurine. If one day, that girl opens it on a whim, that's not going to move the needle. It was the last time. The winning Polaroid was taken away by Xiao Qing and he had to buy another one. Not much of a problem, though. A Polaroid that Qin Mengmeng, Tang Jiani, and Ding Xiaoxi can use together. Dry. Jack, you're a ing genius. Mall corner. Mommy, look at those two. Doesn't one of them look like brother-in-law and the other like sister Creek? Su Wanwan sniffed, sweeping not far away. In the distance, girls and boys, walking shoulder to shoulder. A girl with red hair, standing at attention. The boys are handsome. Just by looking at the back, I know who it is. No, it's definitely not. Xian, didn't you want ice cream just now? Come on, mommy will take you there. Mu Chu Yen held her mom's hand, going in the opposite direction. 3 steps forward, 1 step back. The little head questioned greatly. However, that back figure is clearly brother Jiang Huaya. Mom must be lying. I'll take 2. No, 3 ice creams. Punish mom. Chapter 94, none of the above. Rinku, the private residence of the Mu family. Morong Yuntian took a shower and returned to the bedroom. The bed. Su Wanwan was draped in her pajamas and looked sad. Baby, what's wrong? Who's upset you? I'll cut his tongue out. You. Ha? Morong Yuntian froze. Quick reaction. During this time, Lin Zhang's power changed a lot, and he was busy with his work. When I got home I almost fell asleep. It seems like it's been a while since I turned in my homework. Hey, look at me. Crows and airplanes. Morong Yuntian took off in place. How could he not expect to be smacked to the ground by Su Wanwan? Su Wanwan's heart was now dry. Morong Yuntian came this way. The fire got even bigger. How old are you? In 2 years, you're going to be a grandma's man. You come to this. Shame on you. What? Morong Yuntian's face darkened. Whoever dares to touch my precious daughter, let's see if I don't pull his hair out. He had worked so hard and raised his baby for so many years. The thought of one day having to call someone else baby. Oh, heart of Morong Yuntian. It's just cold. Okay, let's get down to business. Su Wanwan frowned. Aren't you planning to invite Jiang Hui to your home for dinner? I think it's this week. Call Yen together. Su Wanwan couldn't wait any longer. Hit back from the mall. She'd just been distracted. That girl, Ding Xiaoxi, was considered to be the one she had watched grow up, well-behaved from a young age and very pleasant to be around. How come it's only been a few days back in the country? Just get mixed up with JAC. But also right. JAC is such a wonderful man. It's something a little girl would cherish, unlike the dry-eyed one at home, who won't even take some initiative when it's obvious that Yen is in the same school as someone else. Anyway, this time next year, she had to be the grandma. Yen doesn't know how to create opportunities. Then don't blame her for being a mom and taking liberties. Morong Yuntian was silent for a moment, nodding as well. Well then, it just so happens that I have something I want to talk to him about. Just the family dinner. Since that day, JAC single-handedly screwed the horseman with an arm. Morong Yuntian then had a love for talent. It's not peaceful underground in Linjiang lately. If we can pull JAC together, it's kind of a linchpin. Sure, that's one of them. The most important reason. This kid, Jack, does have a high point of personal charisma. It was a guarantee that it would charm Yen or Xiao to the core. If you pull it over and become your own, it's right in the eye of the beholder. See who dares. Okay, it is so happily decided. My dear, Su Wanwan shuddered, her body tingling. If you decide, you decide. What are you running your hands towards? 3 babies? No. 3 Hermes Limited? No. 5 more nannies and a rolls. Can't stand you. Coincidence is coincidental. Love is in the air. The door, rubbing open. Little Xian ran in, barefoot, holding a rag doll. Mommy, I can't sleep. I need a hug. Quiet. Little Xian, with a dull light on her face, looked at her strange mom and dad on the sofa in the room. Xian, listen to mommy explain. Xian, don't run away. The little girl who just walked in the door, barefoot again, he gently exited the room door. Finally the door closed, leaving a crack through which Xian was smiling happily. Xian knows all that. Xian won't bother mom and dad. Click. Yard. And I don't know what little devil, as opposed to having the tweeter on, I, too, want to be a sister. La, 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 la. Suwanwan, Morong Yuntian. Into the night in the city of Linzhong. Neon brights. Black Land Rover, pulling into the theater parking lot. The car is parked. Dark brown heels in the water. Longer than life legs. Skin as white as jade. Jiani straightened her hair and opened her umbrella. Today, she made it a point to go out and do her makeup. The already outstanding face is now frosty and absolutely beautiful. I don't know. Wait if Jianhui will be on her face and look at her so many times. So nervous, Tang Jiani clutched her umbrella, her heart beating fast, as if there was a gas stuck in her heart. Even though he hadn't seen JAC for only a few days, it was, however, as if they had been separated for several years. Wait, meet, what should I say? Good, long time no see JAC, how have you been? No, it's too formal. Jiani blushed, tugged at her collar at the car window, and resumed talking to herself. Hello JAC, hey, it's been a long time, you must have missed me. Honey, what are you standing there for? Didn't look back at Jiani. Suddenly, he heard JAC's voice, stumbled in fear, the high heels broke, and the whole person fell into Jiang Huai's arms in a smooth manner. Look at JAC's face. Jiani was baffled. When did he get here? You can't have heard everything. Thinking of how she looked just now, Tang Jiani's cool face hung another layer of scarlet. JH sought out. This Tang Jiani, it's like having a disease. He just saw the Land Rover drive in. As a result, I waited and waited, but I didn't see anyone. Why are you looking in the mirror? What? Mesmerized by yourself? But, it does kind of look good. Jiang Hui smiled at Tang Jiani, opened the car door, and hugged Tang Jiani into the back seat, not waiting for Jiani to respond. Putting her legs in his lap again, she took off her heels, sheer socks, Jiani's toes rounded and posed, and red nail polish. Honey, it's better to wear high heels less on rainy days. I'll be heartbroken if I fall and hurt myself. Boom. Bottom line, it exploded and Jiani's brain buzzed. When she's at home, fantasized a lot. Fantasized that Jiang Hui would be a stranger to her because of that day's slap. More fantastically, JAC may not go away, but he's nowhere near as nice to her as he used to be. She didn't want that. But, just a word from JAC, Jiani knows. JAC where he's always been. He had always been there, silently loving himself. He just said, he'll be heartbroken. Jack, he's so nice. Jenny Tang's satisfaction score, +4. Jenny Tang, the tenant, has a satisfaction score of 90, and I hope the landlord will keep up the good work. Cool. Mentally listening to the system, Jiang Hui's surface was secretly happy in his heart. On the surface there is no difference. Instead, from the bag, he took out the Bumble and Bumble oil, poured out some in his hand, rubbed it hot and put it on Tang Jiani's ankle, gently rubbing it. Better, dear? Tang Jiani looked at Jiang Hui and hummed in embarrassment. JAC seized the opportunity. Ever since I used it on you that time, I've always had it on hand in case my darling got hurt, but I didn't think I'd use it that much. Ha. Jiang Hui tried his best to make his tone seem gentle and lowly, and said, honey, this is so expensive. Next time can you hit me a little lighter? I'm afraid of the pain. Originally, the mood gradually smoothed out for Tang Jiani. Hear that? Totally afraid to talk. The body reddened from earlobes, all the way down to the ankles. Taking advantage of Jiang Hui's inattention, he turned his head and rubbed the tears that almost came out with his sleeve. There's absolutely no way to forgive yourself. In the end, how much JAC would care about himself? It's what makes it so obvious that you have to think of her in your mind when you're in so much pain. Exactly what she should do, to be able to erase the wounds in JAC's heart? Jack, what happened last time? Wait, honey, Jiani's words didn't come out. JAC suddenly ripped open the car door and rushed into the rain. Around a corner. Swish. Gone. Looking at Tang Jiani, she was completely dumbfounded. Just under half a minute. It's still the same corner. JAC reappeared in the rain again. Only this time, he had an extra shoebox with matching numbers in his arms. I don't know if it's the rainy weather. Tang Jiani felt so cold. Goosebumps all over her body.
Even as he kept his clothes wrapped tightly around him, he couldn't help but shiver all over. She knew she was cold to everyone. Hate everyone and turn away from yourself. But only JAC. She can't do it anymore. She wanted JAC to be the closest person to her. There isn't one. Chapter 95. He loves me very much, but he doesn't know me at all. Honey, it's exactly your shoe size. Do you like it? Jiang Hui clutched Tang Jiani's foot and carefully stuffed it into his shoe, asking gently. Tang Jiani's eyes, staring straight at Jiang Hui. The heart melts. Juahar is wearing a trench coat today. The rain was dripping down the corners of his coat. His hair, which had been completely plastered to his forehead, looks like a lost puppy. Jiang Hui, you're so stupid. To buy me a pair of shoes. What if you get sick in the rain? What to do? JH smirked. When we get sick, we can play Dr. Patient Cos, but I'm going to be the patient. He. Donjani snorted out a laugh. On his cool face, a blush hung again. Wait, click. JAC was at the top of his lungs. Before Tang Jiani could react, Jiang Hui, again, didn't know where, changed out a Polaroid, and directed one at her. You, Jack, why are you doing this again? Taking pictures and not giving them to me? Donjani frowned. To take a picture. How can we get her to pose in a nice way? Now the two are nestled in the car, and her leg was still resting on Jiang Hui. What kind of look is that? Jiang Hui smiled and handed the photo to Tang Jiani. Honey, you just smiled so beautifully that I took the shot on a whim. Smile more from now on, will you? Tang Jiani's heart, again, thumped. Turns out JAC likes to see me laugh. Donjani took the picture. The girl in the photo, covering her mouth, with a blush on her face. Even Donjani herself looked a little strange. Smile more, right? Tang Jiani secretly vowed to go home and practice more in the mirror. VIP section of the playhouse. Front row. Tian Mingjia especially wore a Dior high fashion today, and the bag she carried was a Louis Vuitton limited edition. Since giving birth to Donjani, the joy in her life seemed to be diminishing, except for spending money. Can't spend enough money. Can't buy enough. It seems to be gone. Others see her as human. Actually, not happy. Tian Mengjia likes a quote. That word says that man desires because getting will come to pleasure. And yet man is happy not because of getting, but the process of getting makes him happy. Her process, only payment, to delivery time. Bull *******. Because she's a VIP and ordered almost an hour ago. And an hour later the GM personally drove it to her door. So happy for less than an hour probably. Tian Mengjia sighed. She knew that there was no one else to blame. In the beginning, she was the one who had obviously become a woman, but she was still coaxed by Tang Qinghu's flowery words. Not being able to see Nini is all God's punishment for her. Hello, this is my spot. Remove your bag? Oh, excuse me. Tian Mengjia picked up her bag and unintentionally skimmed the person who spoke. Just a glance. It was like a thunderbolt. Her heart barely skipped a beat. No, it can't be. With trembling hands, Tian Mengjia placed the bag on her lap. It was only when my hands left the bag that I realized my palms were drenched in sweat. The man in front of me, as in the photo, is exactly the same. Nini. How could it be Nini? Tian Mengjia even pinched herself, hard, on her leg, almost pinched blood before actually identifying it. The girl in front of her was no other than her daughter. 21 years. Between the 21 years, she had only seen it in photographs, but in person, it's hundreds of times more beautiful than the photos. But is it really unreal? The one she thinks about day and night. There's no earth-shattering meeting. And yet, just like that, it appears to you without a word. The tip of Tian Mengjia's nose burned as she remembered something and grabbed her bag to rummage around. Where's the toilet paper? Are you looking for this? Tang Jiani handed Tian Mengjia half a sheet of toilet paper. Watching Tian Mengjia take it, Donjani was still frowning, thinking, this woman, who has some good looks, starts crying before the play even starts? Mostly mental illness. Tian Mengjia calmed down and looked up, bumping into another familiar face. As she looked at Jiang Hui, Jiang Hui was also looking at her and smiling. One moment. It's all through. It's him. Jiang Hui had brought Nini specifically after learning that she liked watching plays, but Tian Mengjia didn't know why he'd gone to such pains. Could he have made it this far? Still don't get it? She's just a decoration. She was a woman caught between two business empires. What can she do? She can't do anything. Just the thought of it. Tian Mengjia's eyes, which had slowed down, began to bray again. On the field, the drama gradually begins. The meeting room fell silent. It's a very hot show these days. It's called Like a Dream. Tian Mengjia waited for a long time. After knowing that they would be coming to Linjiang for a tour, they bought tickets at the first opportunity. Just for now. Her heart, however, could not be set on the stage at all. Tian Mengjia looked at the field, the emotionally charged actors, and suddenly felt a little pain in her heart. It's a feeling that no TV show, movie, or play seems to be able to empathize with. As if. Tian Mingjiao was careful and used her afterglow to check out Tang Jiani. Whether it was the bridge of the nose or the ears, it really looked like her. It was as if, 20-odd years ago, he was himself, sitting beside her again. She so wanted to talk to this little girl beside her, about something. More than a decade ago, she was depressed. She missed Nini like crazy, and sometimes, in her room, would roll up the little quilt in her arms and imagine that there really was a little person in her arms. 20 years. Tian Mengjia thought that there would really be a day when she would see Tang Jiani and have endless things to say. But now, all the emotions stuck in his throat, yet something indefinable kept those words from coming out. He loves me very much, but he doesn't even know me. Stage. A line rushed into Tian Mengjia's ears. She couldn't take it anymore. Tears were falling. Head down in the Louis Vuitton bag, looking for toilet paper. Tian Mengjia thought. It seemed to be addressed to her. She loves Nini, but she doesn't even know me. The furthest distance. But so, halfway through the play, Zhang Hui came to Tang Jiani's ear, whispered a few words, and stood up to head outside the theater. Tian Mengjia's taut nerves were rattled at once. Although Zhang Hui didn't say anything, she always felt as if Zhang Hui would be waiting for her outside. Nay, hi, I'm looking for a little snack, can you take over? Hearing Tian Mengjia's words, Danjani didn't say anything, tightened his legs. He was afraid that this crazy person beside him, who started crying as soon as he entered the room, would step on the shoes that Zhang Hui had given him. Thanks. After saying thank you, Tian Mengjia walks out to the field. Thought I needed to find someone. Unexpectedly, Zhang Hui was crossing his legs and sitting on the rest table in front of the theater. Tian Mengjia looked at Zhang Hui. JAC just looked at her. Tian Mengjia walked up and sat on the chair next to Zhang Hui. Chat? Chat about what? Zhang Hui froze and looked at Tian Mengjia. Tian Mengjia was also dumbfounded. You came out here, not to talk to me? No, the person who wants to talk to you. Over there. That way? Tian Mengjia followed Zhang Hui's finger and looked over. The next table, a girl with red hair and blue eyes, was staring at her in disbelief. Chapter 96, I seem to like you. You look beautiful. Ding Xiaoxi nodded. I know. Tian Mengjia rolled her eyes, looking at how serious this girl was talking. It was really a bit off-putting. Foreigners? Half foreigners. Tian Mengjia made an oso sound, knowing the meaning of Ding Xiaoxi's words, but still don't get it. What does the girl in front of me have to do with the Tang dynasty? What are you trying to say? Tian Mengjia simply opened the door and asked Ding Xiaoxi. Ding Xiaoxi's face was expressionless, and she opened her mouth. Are you happy? What the hell? Tian Mengjia felt as if this person in front of her didn't have any manners at all. Obviously a kid in his 20s. He didn't even have the slightest thing to say to get close to her when he saw her, and he opened his mouth as if he was questioning. But Tian Mengjia endured. Happy? I can't say. People are happy and unhappy at all times. That's just not happy. Okay, let's pretend it's unhappiness. Tian Mengjia sighed. Is that important to you? Ding Xiaoxi still didn't make any moves. Go on. I just don't get it. Don't understand what? In your world, if you were to sort everything, what would be the first place in front of the greater than sign? Bigger than the number? Tian Mengjia thought that she would be talking about what was the most important thing in her world. Money? It's not. Feelings? Not even now? Tian Mengjia barely gave it much thought and had already put Tang Jiani first. Being a mom, kids don't come first, so what else? Of course it's a child. Hear that answer. Ding Xiaoxi frowned in a rare manner. Then I understand even less. What the hell are you trying to say? Since for you, the child comes first, why is it that you and Miss Tang don't even dare to say a word? Tiny Creek is not pretending. Rather, it really felt, well, very strange. Since the one who is important to you is sitting right next to you, and you turn a blind eye. And what is the basis for that importance? Both sides of an equation. But anything that joins any of those things is not valid. Wanted to set up, on both sides of the equal sign, you have to add and subtract at the same time. 1 plus unhappy equals 1 plus unhappy. If it's really important, shouldn't it be possible to talk to the person you love the most even against all odds? Verbose. Chanting. Tian Mengjia had gotten a little impatient. What the hell kind of stuff are you talking about? Are you guys okay or not? If not, I'm going back. A play is only so many hours. She had waited over 20 years to be able to spend a few hours with Nini. Today, it's amazing that she's even taking the time to waste it in a place like this. It's like having a disease. What she means is that a bird locked in a birdcage cannot give birth to a free bird. JAC suddenly jumped and spoke. Tian Mengjia's entire body, as if electrocuted, fell back into her seat. Tian Mengjia looked at Zhang Hui and sat next to Ding Xiaoxi. What do you mean by that? JAC knows. Tian Mengjia must have understood what he meant by that. But the woman in front of her was weak, and she was afraid to admit that she needed someone to push her a little. Mr. Tian, don't lie to yourself. What did I lie about? You just said that for you. The most important thing is Tang Jiani. But in fact, in your heart, the most important thing from beginning to end is just yourself. You fart. Tian Mengjia was starting to get emotional. It was as if the grievances that had been accumulated for many years were ignited in this instant, and all of them were vented at Zhang Huai. But JAC, just to say, think about it, have you done your duty as a mother? Mother? Tian Mengjia understood, and Zhang Huai called her out. It's all about revenge, to get back at her for not helping him, so rub salt in her wounds. I'm doing my best. You little, what do you know? What do you know about business? What do you know about people? What do you know? What the do you know about anything? Ha! Of course I don't understand, but I do know that you don't dare to recognize Don Johnny because you're afraid she'll hate you for the rest of your life. You, grass! Tian Mengjia was screaming madly in her mind. This time, she couldn't find any words to refute Zhang Huai. She was afraid to face Tang Jiani. She was afraid that Don Johnny would question her as to why she had discarded her in the first place? Why did she disown her for so many years when she was obviously her own? Even she was afraid that Tang Jiani would regret it and ask her why she gave birth to her back then. She knew she was wrong, but what could she do? As long as Nini is doing well in Tang Dynasty, maybe? Tian Mengjia froze, looking at Zhang Huai. What do you mean? Up to this point in the matter, Zhang Huai was a bit confused as to whether this person Tian Mengjia was really stupid or was just pretending to be stupid here. He had just spoken to Don Johnny and came out to use the restroom, so he's going back early now, with a mom who isn't her own and a dad who's in it for the power. You don't really think that Don Johnny would be happy in this family, do you? You're a pawn. What does that make Don Johnny? Zhang Huai's face became colder and colder as he spoke. Though putting aside the system, what happened to their Tang family had nothing to do with his set trade, but women like Tian Mengjia, he really can't look at it. Let me put it bluntly, on Tang Jiani, all the misfortunes are brought about by you. You yourself, a ing man who lives in the shadows, who has lost the sunlight, who has lost his freedom, and you watch your own daughters continue to lose their freedom just as you have. Continue to play the role of other people's pawns, continue to be just like you. Stop it, you're the biggest failure of a mother I've ever seen. Standing between two men, do you really consider yourself a human being? Or do you think that you have something to hide in this deal? I told you to stop saying that. Frame. Tian Mengjia slapped the glass table in front of the three men and pushed it to the ground. Glass tabletop, shattered. Tian Mengjia was now, like a shrew, with her hair covering her face and her whole body hanging down, full of dissatisfaction with the world. JH looked at the time. It's time for him to go back. JAC tugged at the folds on his body. You lost your freedom, as you should, but Don Johnny's freedom is something you owe her. All three of you together, but only you can pay it back. Take care of yourself, Mr. TN. Put down the word. Zhang Huai turned around, went to the front desk to buy 2 small souvenirs of the play, turned around and disappeared into the entrance of the hall again. In the passage, Ding Xiaoxi followed behind Zhang Huai. 1 step forward, 3 steps back. She looked at the woman, standing right where she had just been, covering her face and crying. She doesn't understand? Why are you crying? Isn't it true that the path a person travels is chosen by him or her? Crying, out of regret. Regret equals denial. Deny yourself 20 years? Ding Xiaoxi really couldn't understand. Jack, you just seemed like, kind of handsome, right? Or silly white sweet has insight. Boast people just greatly boast. Listen to the people also cool. Good to hear. 2 more boasts. I seem to like you. That's right. Who doesn't like? Chapter 97, there's a baby in the car. Watch the distance. Not sisters? Like this kind of thing. You're just so watered down about it? JAC was even caught a little off guard, standing in a dimly lit aisle, staring at Ding Xiaoxi's face. Damn, Ding Xiaoxi's fool face, when there is no light. A pair of eyes flash. You don't have to look to know how serious the talk is. But here's the thing. The thing about being liked is that it's obviously quite nice. But how did it get to Ding Xiaoxi? Instead, you feel a little guilty yourself? Oh, JAC understands. Zhang Huai was very clear that he was only trying to earn favorability with Ding Xiaoxi right now. As for liking or anything else, he never thought about it. For no, when Ding Xiaoxi's good sense is full, definitely a replacement. So now the liking, for Ding Xiaoxi, was sort of a no-go before it even started. Hiss. What should I do back when I meet such a situation? You don't have to talk. Ha? JAC was again confused by the heel's words. Ding Xiaoxi stood still, motionless, her lake blue pupils lending a faint light, but as deep and beautiful as the Milky Way. I said an affirmative, not a question, so you don't have to reply to me, and I'm not terribly sure that I like you or not. JAC a whole lot of sweaty the bottom of the cell. What a weird scene this is. Such a big, beautiful girl,
here to like it or not, jumping around like crazy, and with an unusually high tone in every sentence. Jiang Huai really wanted to ask, what's your basis for judging like or dislike? Ha, here. Ding Xiao, she pointed to her chest. Her finger dented and popped out again. The book says that if you like someone, when you look at that man, this place goes da-da-da-da-da-da and keeps speeding up. And then what? Jack, I've seen a lot of men, but never did You took my first time, JH? Wait a minute, let me correct you. If your heart is moved, don't talk about the first time. If you talk so lightly at such a young age, will you not charm others to death in the future? JAC started to get serious. And, you're not basing this on a very strict basis. My heart still goes da-da-da-da when I saw the sister who gave me a spanking injection at the little clinic when I was a kid. But I didn't like her. Ding Xiao, she nodded. You're right, JAC, so I'm going to be sure again. The book also says that liking someone, here, will be another feeling. What? JAC asked. I don't say. I have my own rhythm. Ding Xiaoxi blinked, crossed over to Jian Huai, and continued to walk forward. Jack, I'll let you know when I'm sure I like you. Put down the word. Ding Xiao, she headed for the general area. JAC a whole, petrified in the aisle. Jack, you've been gone for a long time. JAC had just taken his seat. Don Johnny's words follow. Tang Jiani was now, though temperamentally, a lot better. But Jian Huai knew too well what kind of person Tang Jiani was. Her old man, a high-strung and controlling man. It was inevitable, then, that she would become such a person as well, though she asked casually. But if you answer casually, well, congratulations, you're screwed. Jiang Huai smiled and pulled out two things from his pocket, gently laying them on the armrest of the seat. Armrests on. It was a golden bookmark with a hollowed-out shape, and inside was a woman in a cheongsam. And on the side of the bookmark, there was a small line of writing, the most important day of a person's life, and they don't even realize it until after the fact. On the side of the bookmark, it's an emerald butterfly brooch. It's beautiful. Honey, I just came out of the restroom when I saw these things being sold outside, and I was attracted to this woman on the bookmark. I mean, when I saw the cheongsam on this woman, I was thinking, this dress, you're going to look so much prettier in it than everyone else. Jiang Huai said as he pinched up the brooch, leaned over to Tang Jiani's body, and carefully stuck the brooch on Tang Jiani's sweater. But I realized that I was wrong. Wrong? Don Johnny froze, a little confused. Why wrong? Okay, here's your chance. Jiang Huai slowly put his chin, resting on Tang Jiani's shoulder, his left cheek rubbing Tang Jiani's right cheek, blowing in his ear. Because, my dear doesn't need all these embellishments, and is already the best-looking girl in the world. Like this butterfly, born as a flower. You, greaseball. Don Johnny looked away. Turn your back on JAC for 2 seconds. The corners of his mouth turned up wildly. It's only 2 seconds though, but it still feels so shameful. Like a butterfly? Don Johnny looked at the butterfly on her chest. 2 more seconds of silence. With that, he pulled out a bunch of things from his bag and shoved them into Jiang Huai's hands. Jack, aha, Range Rover, it's yours. Oh, ha, I am. It's killing people. Dry. The tears that JAC was so happy that he wanted to die inadvertently stayed from his heart again. Sure enough, rich people were more generous than he thought. That, for S sake, is a 4-seat stretch Range Rover for over $3 million. Said to give it away. Honey, this isn't appropriate. What's inappropriate? Tang Jiani knows that JACL likes money. Just right. She's rich. Tang Jiani felt that this was considered the luckiest thing in all her misfortunes. In her current condition, she didn't dare to give JAC the promise of a visible future. She can only use money, with lots and lots of money, to make up for the unequal relationship between her and JAC, in terms of emotional giving. Jack, do you think it's appropriate for you to pick me up normally and let me ride in your car VW? It seems a little out of place. Well, Tang Jiani nodded. In order to dispel Jiang Huai's heart's misgivings, continued, these cars are the company's previous business reception. Out of the new models will be eliminated a number of into the household. You do not want. Next year is also scrapped. Holy, why scrap it? Wouldn't it be better to sell it cheap? Tang Jiani smiled. Of course you can't. Tang Dynasty is so big. If the tabloids know about it, there will be headlines the next day that Tang Dynasty is having difficulties with its capital chain and selling its cars to save it. And when that happens, the stock price will plummet. Hiss. What about giving it away? I've given them to some mid-level staff before, but they can't afford the insurance, and they're too afraid to sell them, and it's a liability for them. Dry. Jiang Huai thought. He would be redundant to ask this mouth. Don't ask for a stab in the heart at best. It's okay now. The knife calls for a ing whisper. He's really breaking defense. So, thanks honey, I'm going to order the stickers online now and use them afterward? What sticker? JAC smiled.
Hold the cell phone up to Don Johnny.
A few typed words on JAC's cell phone.
There's a baby in the car.
Watch your distance. Treasure. Baby? Boom. Tang Jiani,
who had just calmed down,
now couldn't help but clench her coat with both hands.
What the hell does this baby mean?
It means, she's JAC's baby. Or
will they later?
2. Don Johnny lamented why time was so slow tonight. So eager to get home early. She also prepared a surprise for JAC said. JAC should like it. Aha! JAC would love it. Chapter 98, follow Sister Tang,
and you'll get 9 meals in 3 days.
This is the end of the show. Please leave the stage in an orderly manner. Zheng Huai skimmed Tian Mengjia's position. Still empty. To be honest, Zheng Huai didn't have a clue in his heart either. A few days ago, he asked Ding Xiaoxi to check it out. Ever since Tian Mengjia had given birth to Tang Jiani, the two had never met. And of course it was even more unlikely that Tang Qinghu would give the two the opportunity to meet. Earlier, Tian Mengjia had spoken in absolute terms about equity. JH felt. It also has something to do with not having met Don Johnny. What does a woman need when she's desperate? It's hope. The reason he brought Tang Jiani here today, it was to create a little mental fluctuation, just for Tian Mengjia. As for the final result, we still have to see if the surname Tian can turn over a new leaf. Jack, let's go. Okay. Zheng Huai smiled and kept pace with Tang Jiani. The very first contact with Don Johnny.
Zheng Huai thought that Tang Jiani
is a dead house. Every day is to stay in the study to read business. After coming out occasionally,
Zheng Huai realized that Tang Jiani was almost a master of time management.
Where to go, what to eat, what to buy, completely without you worrying. And most importantly, the money doesn't bother you. If you follow Sister Tang, you can support 9 meals in 3 days. Dry, out of the theater.
The rain has stopped. Zheng Huai told Tang Jiani to wait at the door as he jogged the car over. Take the opportunity to step in a few small puddles as you run past,
preferably with a splash, creating, for Don Johnny, the appearance that I'm down and out. The strong love the weak. Hey, another day of details yet. River bad. Car.
Tang Jiani habitually sat in the back seat, crossed her legs,
neon hit the cool side face,
stockings exposed from the hem of the coat.
Who looked drunk? To Imperial China Mansion. Tang Jiani muttered. Okay?
Zheng Huai muttered in his heart.
Today was another day with Sister Dawn. A long day of insight. Empire Tower is the Linjiang CBD, the tallest building. It's also the skyline of the riverfront. When he first started college, JAC and his roommate explored it. As it turned out, the quest was over before it even began. Except for the convenience store on the first floor. Elsewhere, you either need an employee license, a capital inspection, or a membership. He's going to a fair. After 3 years, he, Jack, is back. Hey, don't push so hard. I can move myself. I'll do it myself down there. The JAC is numb. To the doer's mansion. Don Johnny then took him to this suit store. Just walked in the door and didn't say a word. Then 4 or 5 attendants rushed up, stripping the clothes and taking off the pants. Doesn't he want to lose face? Billy's suit craftsmanship is the best in all of Linjiang. Zheng Huai, you can communicate with him if you have any ideas. I don't have any requests. Dear, I don't understand. Zheng Huai returned Tang Jiani's remark, but now he wanted to ask. Sister, I'm 2 pieces short of being stripped naked. Are you sure you don't want to avoid it? Tang Jiani nodded. Okay, listen to me. Billy, cold words, the long-haired, British man, the first to come up to Tang Jiani. The tone was respectful. Hey, MS, Tang, you command. Then it's the usual. 5 bodies for every day and 5 bodies for business. Yes, the sizing must be accurate and the fit must be perfect. That's of course. Miss Tang, don't worry. Every part, length and thickness, all must be measured accurately, and so on to give you an eye. All parts? Tang Jiani blushed, and exited the measuring room. Billy rubbed his hands together and looked at Don Johnny's figure. Look at JAC again. Heart gossip little heart. Poof poof poof. Give people jumped all excited up. Boy, who's this? This is the eldest granddaughter of the Tang family. Notoriously high-strung. How many second generation? Lined up to pursue. Miss Tang did not even look at it. I didn't expect to be taken down by this kid. Billy could see that too. The way MS Tang looked at the boy was different. Look at the other boys. It's like, you have 3 seconds to get out of my sight. But look at the boys. It's like saying, in 3 seconds, roll into my arms. Kid, a bit of skill. Billy rubbed his hands together and took the little book and came over to JAC. Mr. Jiang, do you normally smoke? What for? You need to ask that to make a dress? Oh, it's like this, sir. We need to create a suit just for you based on your usual behavior. For example, if you smoke,
You need to use a material that doesn't absorb the smell too easily. Just a few small questions. Just answer them truthfully. Yankee, occasional smoke. Not much, okay. Do you usually sweat easily? Not too sweaty. Well, one last question. Mr. Jian, are you usually used to putting it on the left side, or the right side? I usually take it in my hand. Take it in your hand? The Billy man froze and his CPU almost burned. Mr. Jian, what are you talking about? A cell phone. A cell phone? Billy grinned. Mr. Jian, you're so funny. Obviously you were joking first, okay? Leaning north. JAC never dreamed of it. Will one day be ing asked a question like that, and by a zero? The fact that he didn't go red hot in public was already considered giving face to Tang Jiani. What the is the difference between asking him if he's left-handed or right-handed? Don't you want to save face? Billy kept smiling from start to finish. Don't get me wrong, sir, because the suit pants fit perfectly. So for the sake of your health, all this data has to be recorded and everyone has to answer. Everyone? Sure. Left. Oh, what's wrong? Is there a problem? Jiang Hui looked at this zero frown and his heart fluttered. Billy shook his head, put down his pencil, and picked up his tape measure. What a coincidence. We're the same. Mr. Jiang, that does sound good. Roll. Who's like you? Who the is like you? JAC was going crazy. Knowing rich people, they're all perverts. He didn't realize that the ones who serve the rich are also ing psychopaths. Sure enough, staying in this world is too normal to be successful. Only gradual madness. Hey, wait, what are you touching my bottom line for? What are you doing? Mr. Jiang, high fashion suits. The data here is the most important. It directly affects your mood for the day. No, I'm not doing it. Mommy, I want to go home. 10 minutes later, Donjani crossed her longer-than-life legs and carefully examined the data Billy handed over. Height. Good. The bust, too, is a template for getting off and getting on. And then there's. Donjani saw the highlighted areas. Eyes glazed over. Chest unconsciously accelerated its rise and fall. No wonder it's usually so manly. The most important one. Excellent. Well, I'll give you 3 days, and after that I'll get someone to pick it up. Donjani put down her words, then remembered something, frowned and stared at Billy, asking seriously, you just didn't touch it. Chapter 99, 20 Days of Happy JH. Ask, what is the most breathless thing in the world? It used to be unclear to JAC. Now he gets it. The most breathless thing is that dead perverts say perverted things that, well, make perfect ing sense. It takes 3 days to customize a suit. Tang Jiani let him pick a random piece in the store and wear it first. As a result, bad is bad in that position. It's too tight. It doesn't fit left or right. It's true that people who are too good for their own good will always encounter unexpected troubles. What? Not feeling well? No, it's quite good. Jiang Hui smiled at Tang Jiani and continued to ask, honey, how much does this dress cost? I see the material is good. Let him make a batch for my company's employees as well. Price? Donjani frowned. Billy seems to start at 100,000. I think I remember. Take away. More or less. 100,000? JAC was silent again. Is this a dress? $100,000 for a dress? With this dress on, if I take the subway, can't I get the old man to get up and give up his seat? No, who wears that on the subway? Outrageous. So outrageous. Billy made it himself. Your staff probably won't be able to wear it, but you can have his apprentice make it for your staff. I'll tell him later. Donjani said this, the tone, as if it were as simple as drinking a glass of water. To JAC, he was flabbergasted. Looking back, Tang Jiani was already on the elevator. The elevator goes straight to the top floor. The moment the elevator doors opened again, JAC was very sure of one thing. If the scene in front of him was filmed and shown to Zhang Yuanhang, this kid would definitely not be able to sleep tonight. This is the 68th floor of the building. Once the 68th floor elevator opens, there's a pine tree inside in the dining room. Who dares to believe it? Behind the pines, the lights were dim and only slightly bright at the tables where people were seated. At some of these tables, girls in cheongsams and girls in jackets were dancing. The walls are full of what is not expensive booze. Instead, it's celadone. It's a whole wall of celadone. Geez, poorly laughed at myself again. Jack, MS, Tang, MS, Tang. Jiang Hui followed behind Tang Jiani. Every passing waiter would respectfully call out Miss Tang and then bow 90 degrees, waiting for Tang Jiani to walk past without straightening up. Donjani, on the other hand, didn't seem to see anything, head straight inside. This aura, it's too strong. If you change your heels, with the staccato sound, it's even more right. The two men exited the hall and walked out onto the terrace outside the room. It just rained on the rinku. Fresh air, no falsehoods, 68 floors of sky, smells,
Surprisingly, a little sweet? There is only one table on the entire terrace. The waiter smiled, pulling the seat away, waiting for the moment to sit down. A dozen meters away, the violinist and the piano player begin to play together. The whole process, the JACs are all hemp. Sci-fi. It's just too sci-fi. Turns out small time, or shot conservatively. But, JAC knew that as a licking dog, he couldn't lose his professional beliefs. This situation, JH stood up, pacing over to Donjani. He pulled his bodysuit over Donjani's shoulders. Honey, it's windy here. Be careful of catching a cold. Donjani smiled. There was no denial. This dress was only worn by JAC for a few minutes though. But up there, it's all his flavor. Good peace of mind. Jack, this is the highest place in the whole Linjiang River. Through the parapet over there, you can see every road in the whole Linjiang River. And on a clear day, you can even see the mountains in the distance. And by the way, this building can be seen at night from Linjiang City. It's not right. Very much 12% off. What kind of person is Donjani? Growing up in the Tang dynasty, I developed the habit of never talking crap. And, it's even less likely that Donjani is, well, a person with an eye for the landscape. Tolstoy said, in anything and everything, it is important to look beyond the surface of things and explore the essence. Excuse me? What is the surface? What is the essence? It took JAC 2 seconds. Take away. Look at the look on Donjani's face as she talks, puffs out her chest and keeps winking at him. On the face, isn't it just 2 words in total? Begging for compliments? Jack, look at me. Am I awesome? To be able to bring you to a place like this for dinner. Quickly praise me ABA. Ha! Woman. So innocent. Honey. Do you remember what I said on the bookmark I gave you? That the most important day of one's life is always an afterthought. Tang Jiani froze, a little confused. What do you mean? I mean, the scenery is always there, but the time I can spend with you is always limited. And more than the scenery, I think it's most important to seize every second and record your beauty in my heart. With Polaroid in the car, JAC pulled out his cell phone. Honey, take a picture. Tang Jiani blushed and didn't say anything. Zhang Hui took it as Tang Jiani's default, walked slowly over to her and got down on one knee. Wait, what's wrong? Use mine. My cell phone is better than yours. Clear. JAC smiled, took Donjani's cell phone and clicked. In the photo, the boy's fingers are comparing hearts, and the girl, despite having a scowl on her face a second before the photo was taken, barely manages to hold on to a not-so-natural smile in the photo. Okay, played the whole night. Finally it was time for a dry meal. The food was good, but JAC eats with some scruples. He realized that Donjani was unusually complex tonight. Before that, when I was home for a dry meal, Tang Jiani gave full play to the fine style of eating without speaking and sleeping without speaking. Hit the chopsticks from the start. Never do the second one. But tonight, only 10 minutes into the meal, Tang Jiani had already looked at her watch 5 or 6 times, especially after the last few times she looked at the time. She would also poke her head out to look toward the riverside of the Huati building. Frowns were forbidding, scrunched together. Who the hell is on the river? What's all the fuss about? Zhang Hui couldn't help himself and opened his cell phone to look at the time. 21:59, 2200 hours. Bang! At the same time that JAC looked at the time on his cell phone, it almost jumped. An incomparably huge 8-foot fire meteor bloomed in the sky. Bloom position. It was just now, where Donjani had been focusing. JAC has never seen such spectacular fireworks. A firework bomb, split into a million tiny flowers, first blindingly bright, then searingly yellow, and finally turning burgundy. Zhang Hui hadn't had time to be shocked. Immediately after that, a second one bloomed, then a third, fourth, and fifth, all the way to the 20th. 20 fireworks. It attracted almost all the diners in the restaurant. Everyone, however, was stopped behind a glass wall. Alone, the terrace on the top floor was reserved only for Zhang Hui and Tang Jiani, and the people who played the music. At the same time the fireworks disappeared. Violin and piano, gradually switching tunes, from laid back and casual. Suddenly the romance begins. Zhang Hui was flabbergasted, being held by Tang Jiani's hand, and walked over to the fence of the Huati mansion. It's very windy. It blew Tang Jiani's hair, constantly ruffling it in his face. Donjani was right. Here, indeed, you can see every street in Linjiang, even able to see the river, gradually to the east. Next glance, JAC froze. The view follows the river. To the east, there were what seemed like a million drones rising from the lake in the center of town. The drones keep combining words. The words are, Happy 20 Days JH. Chapter 100 is truly a model for our generation. What a model for my generation. JH was thinking, which little darling is this, who has fallen for a rich old lady, and who has only known her for 20 days or so, and is making such a big fuss about it? JH. It's so familiar. Harvest? Jianghai? Jack? And so on. Jiang Huai had a chill down his spine and looked at Tang Jiani now, with a look that begged to be quoted written all over her face. Done. The wave seems to be coming at him. Jack, honey, I am. Like it? At this time, Tang Jiani, standing in the cold wind on the 68th floor. The wind blew. The hem of the suit on her shoulders swayed with the wind. A perfect template of a president. The president seems to be showing off. Do you like it? This piece, all of it, is what I fought for you. Lin Jiang was brilliantly lit at night, but everyone's eyes were focused on a few large words in the moonlit sky. Jiang Huai, I've never thought before that you've secretly been watching me for so long. Do you still remember the 14-day anniversary gift you gave me? I like it very much. So, this is also my 20 days of acquaintance gift to you. Donjani doesn't know what he did, right or wrong. She never had a gift for a boy, ever. So this time, she's been planning this for a long time. JAC likes money, so she splurges like crazy. But then again, JAC is a meticulous person. Then she must be romantic enough. Actually woke up this morning and saw it was still raining. Donjani's heart was half dead. But, thankfully, luckily, she had slipped money to the moon goddess. The rain has cleared. There is no more pleasant weather than tonight. Donjani looked at the red cord on her wrist, very happy with everything. Carefully moved closer to Jiang Huai. Again, he asked softly, do you like it? My gift for you. Crazy. This pervert, he's absolutely crazy. Before going upstairs, how could Jiang Huai have thought that Tang Jiani would play such a big game? Originally, you were the pervert and I was the dog licker. What a great combination. Now, the whole ING town knows that someone with the initials JH is on the hook for big money. Backrest, wouldn't it be better to just give it to me with this money? It's a sin. But, please note, JAC knows that at this time, it is no longer possible to graciously admit that you like it. Are you stupid? People of future president, do their best for you. Do all this stuff, who are you to say you don't like it? So like is just a basic item, not a plus. So what do strong people like? On the side of the road, of course, a little dirt dog that was getting wet and dirty. They're strong with everyone and even stronger with strong people. But if you're naturally weak, congratulations on finding a shortcut. All you have to do is continue to look pathetic. Jiang Huai turned his head and looked deeply and directly into Tang Jiani's eyes. Honey, am I really worth it? Shoo! Jiang Huai had only finished his words. Tang Jiani's finger, which had been pressed to Jiang Huai's lips, told Jiang Huai to keep quiet. I don't want to hear that again in the future. Donjani, you're such a pervert. Look at JAC now. The first thing that happens when you see a scene like this is not emotion or even self-doubt. Sure enough, mistakes that have been made will come back to you someday. It seems that in the future, we need to be more nice to JAC. Spend more money on him. After dinner, Jiang Huai took Tang Jiani and went back to the famous school. Taking advantage of Donjani's shower, JH took the cell phone. Watched the video of 20 salutes this evening with different perspectives. Some of them were shot in the suburbs, and they were also clear to see. There are shots taken from an office building that are quite moody. Hate one the most, and the one taken on an airplane. Just outrageous. It's true that rich people come to enjoy life. I'm just here to make up the numbers. And what a way to let that JH live his life. I admit it. I'm the one. It was underwritten by my friend's company. And I heard that the ceremonial flowers plus the drone cost $82,000 for 10 minutes. Take away. How much? Seeing this place, Jiang Huai was now itching to rush to the bathroom and settle the score with Tang Jiani. 820,000. He could have built a little restaurant for pops. A few rounds of fireworks and you give it away? But it's time to say no. Such days, in JH's opinion, were almost coming to an end. Of the 4 current tenants, Donjani is making the most progress, and it's the fastest way to increase your score. Although the satisfaction score got above 80 and the rate of increase slowed down quite a bit, but she, Johnny Tang, still has momentum. In the end there was only a 10-point gap. JAC is still a bit reluctant to give up. After all, the rich and generous sister is not just a name. The little golden peas that Donjani casually dropped were higher than the room rates of the other 3. Hey, but, one must always move on. Next one is better yet. Jack, finish the goal early. Come on. What are you doing? Pumping yourself up? Donjani rubbed her hair and came out of the bathroom. The moisture formed a flush on his face that had not yet faded. The black pajamas hung off her body, becoming more and more alluring. Jiang Huai smiled. Honey, I was just talking to myself. You've been so good to me. I should double my efforts. Redouble your efforts? Now the JAC. In Tang Jiani's eyes, it seemed like a little puppy that was wagging its tail. The light hit JAC's little curls so hard to touch, but walk right past it like that. Doesn't it seem, well, presumptuous? But still, I wanted to touch it so badly. What the hell should I do? Tang Jiani was now Having been screwed by Jiang Huai, her entire being was going to break down.
While in the bathroom,
Danjani took a shower while repeating in her head the words she wanted to apologize for. Having decided to be forgiven, decide to bring balance to the relationship between two people. There are some things that must be done. But then Danjani realized, when she walks out,
the eyes hit Jiang Huai's body.
Her heart, in an instant, was in turmoil. JAC is too simple. As simple as a blank sheet of paper. Danjani knows what he is. She's not emotionally intelligent. JAC is another person with a fine mind.
She was afraid that she would say the wrong thing and hurt Jiang Huai's heart again.
That's all. He looked at her. She looked at him. It lasts 5 seconds.
Danjani turned to the side table and picked up the wine,
not even using a glass,
and dazzled it into her mouth.
Danjani was thinking, use the bar, with the added benefit of alcohol. In her heart, all the things she wanted to say but was afraid to say, surely she could say them. Behind Danjani,
Jiang Huai saw this scene.
Seconds, the familiarity is back. So long, JAC totally understands Tang Jiani's 2 sets of processes. 1. Get drunk, go home mad, hit him and admit you're wrong. 2. At home, sip, tie up and beat him until he admits he's wrong. Although recently, the frequency of these procedures has decreased.
But when the wine comes out,
JAC knew it. Pervert, late but arriving. And he, too, was up to drag time.
Taking advantage of Danjani's crunching and pouring,
JH entered the room lightly. Recently, his clothes, all of them,
were in Danjani's room.
The room was dark. JAC turned on the cell phone light. Feel your way to the closet, the bottom rightmost corner, the compartment against the wall. Open the drawer, pull out the chain, the puppy hairpin, and the lace-trimmed apron and place them carefully on the bed. These are the guys he eats with. Then gently close, and so on. JH was about to close the drawer. His cerebellum, however, suddenly jerked. Someone tell him. Another set in the drawer, a neatly arranged pink apron, a small pink collar, and a white kitten hairpin. What the is going on? A new suit for him? It's not right. JAC immediately denied it.
Jiang Huai had a chill down his spine at this point.
Holy, this pervert, he doesn't even have a cat. Jack, what are you doing? Coincidence is coincidental. When JAC didn't look back, the door to the room opened. Jiang Huai couldn't see Tang Jiani's expression, but he knew, puke roar, he was going to be done for tonight. I'm sorry, honey, I see you're drinking, so just come in first and get ready to change. Look, I'm all set, JAC said, as he loaded his puppy hairpin, and the neck jewelry that was uniquely his, onto his body. Danjani was a little giddy. He glared at him, obviously a little fired up. What are you changing? Who told you to change your clothes? Get out. Yes, dear. Wait. I mean for you to take something off your body and get out. Ha? Yes. JAC doesn't understand, but do it anyway. Take the trinkets you're already wearing and put them next to the bed. Being yanked out of the room by a handful of Danjani. JAC in the living room. A look of confusion. Sure enough, he was still too confident. Confident to the point of, well, thinking I can read a dead pervert. Aren't you going to beat him up after you've had a drink? What's the game here? Also, that pink suit, who the hell does it belong to? Standing in the middle of the living room,
Jiang Huai looked at the emptied wine bottles,
and even a scarier thought. There's no possibility.
He was assuming that there was no possibility that Danjani's gimmick tonight was actually an attempt to get him to fall,
to wait until he really loosened up,
and then to ravage his heart.
Just like Qin Mengmeng. No,
she's even more ruthless than Qin Mengmeng.
Because Qin Mengmeng's financial strength is not enough to support the ambition. But Danjani line. And, JAC was thinking, Danjani was at school and never came into contact with boys. Plus that pink set. She won't be.
As Jiang Huai was thinking wildly,
she turned around and saw that, at some point, Tang Jiani had already stood behind her. JAC frowned, sizing up Danjani once more. Pink maid outfit, cat ears, longer than life legs over tube socks? Illusion. It must be an illusion.
Jiang Huai hadn't even slowed down yet,
and Tang Jiani had already come up. Hand over the pink necklace to JAC. Was it nice? Danjani asked softly. Jiang Huai nodded. Good looking. Bring me on. Ah. JAC was confused, but still did as he was told. Carefully put the necklace on Danjani. All done. Danjani blinked in satisfaction as her eyes gradually drifted away from a full bottle of wine. Tiptoe see. Small steps ran to the TV set,
took the small wooden stick, and handed it back to Jiang Huai's hand.
Danjani knew that it was already time. Ever since that day when she left from Anfeng Mountain,
with Jiang Huai, her heart seemed to be blocked by a lump.
These days, she's been wondering what the hell that is. What's making it so hard for her? But she couldn't figure it out. Whenever he couldn't figure it out, he would go crazy and find Jiang Huai's clothes, burying his whole body in Jiang Huai's clothes.
as long as he could smell even a trace. Jiang Huai's flavor. Her breathing, then, is instantly clear. That day, Jiang Huai could leave with Qin Mengmeng. What about later? In the future, is he going to leave with other girls too? Don't. No way. Absolutely not. She couldn't accept such a thing. She knows it's wrong. She knows it's all wrong. She wants to be proactive. Proactive in repairing the relationship between the two. 1 acre of good land. 3 meals for 2 people for 4 seasons. But, Jack, what can I do to erase the trauma I feel most deeply about you? Since I was able to say, in the first place, such perverted words as letting you be my licking dog. That today. Jack, today, let me be your cat. Meow. Bang. JAC seems to have heard something blow up. Oh, so it's his cerebellum. Chapter 101 buried tonight. Okay. What the hell do you want, you big dummy? Jiang Huai looked at the wooden stick in his hand. Another look at Danjani, who was kneeling on the carpet, holding her palms up. Danjani is simply beautiful. You could tell that she had applied light makeup before stepping out of the bedroom. Have to find an adjective. Jiang Huai felt that the demonic scourge was perfect for this. But, someone tell him what is going on right now. Nice and proper. Come back from dinner. What's with the landlord beating up the tenant? Perverts have their own rhythm? Jack, hit me. No, JAC is nervous? Danjani was thinking. He couldn't bring himself to hit himself. JAC cares about her so much. I know. Jack. JH? No, what again? JAC was in a daze, watching Tang Jiani stand up, tiptoeing, trotting to the dining table, holding it with both hands. She rejoined. Jack, I get it. You're worried that I'll break my hand and be inconvenienced in class. Now, hit me. Tang Jiani looked at the red rope on her wrist. She had vaguely seen it. Seen that one. The red silk thread connecting her to Jiang Huai was becoming more and more obvious because of her actions. Danjani thought about it. She said a million times that I was wrong, but she didn't seem to know how to really apologize. All she knows is, good and evil will be rewarded. She hit JAC and scolded JAC, and even treated JAC as. Then all of this, she planted the cause. Jack, hit it. Hit me hard. You beat me. Our previous grievances will be wiped out, and all that's left is grace. Grace of grace. Jack, hit me. Jiang Huai looked at Tang Jiani with longing eyes. The heart bursts with electricity. Yes, Tang Jiani had beaten him before, and every time he left from this room, Jiang Huai had also recited in his heart that one day he would stand up. But here's the thing, he's standing up. Not like this. That's definitely not the case. Honey, I can't hit you. JAC hopes that all that has happened so far, all were able to get back on track. Danjani has 10 more points to go before it's over. 10 points. Wouldn't it be nice to end it on a firm note? What the hell is this about? But Danjani's heart is not sharp. The moment Jiang Huai uttered his words, the sense of security in Danjani's body, like to the fireworks that surrounded the Taoist temple, a gust of wind, dispersed. Why? Why must JAC want me to be indebted to him? Isn't it good to be clear? Danjani pulled her hair away from her hair, pink hair rope, brown hair to cover a face full of arrogance. The view went through the dining room window and hit the city of Linjiang. Today, she saw so many couples. They held hands, they talked and laughed, they even pushed strollers. 1 acre of good land, 3 meals in 4 seasons. Maybe they'll even have kids. She spoke. She said, Jiang Huai, for the sake of our future, I will work hard for my freedom. I will stand at the top of the Tang dynasty and prove to you that I can. But, can you please bury the fact that I made a mistake with you? Tonight. So, Jack, hit me. Hit me. I'll let you. Hard. Hit me. Crazy. Has gone completely and utterly insane. Tang Jiani's shouts aroused Jiang Huai's body. Why? Inside Jiang Huai's head, there was now a small person who kept asking questions. Why? Why did Danjani let herself beat her? Tang Taizong said, the reason why people are crazy is to be quiet and enjoy the beauty after the craziness. Is that so? Jiang Huai took the wooden stick and walked behind Tang Jiani in small steps. Is this still the same Danjani? At this moment, the girl in his eyes, her hair was messy, every inch of her skin was as white as snow, but every joint was trembling, and her eyes were tightly closed, like a precursor to enduring pain. JH raised his hand. Wide, strong palms. It was gently placed on top of Danjani's head and slowly rubbed. His mouth came to Danjani's ear and he whispered, honey, when it comes to kittens, I prefer petting. Good boy. The bad guys are gone. The bad guys are gone. Be good. Feeling the gentleness from above her head, Tang Jiani opened her eyes and looked through the window reflection at the man who held her in his arms. Panic. After that parting at the airport, she'd told herself she wouldn't be such a mess in the future. However, it was JAC, and it was just so simple that he was able to mess her up with a single word. This warmth in my limbs. Jiang Huai,
How can you let me be able to, without guilt, to you in the future? Why? Why on earth? Jiang Huai, why don't you hit me? Why not? Hit. Jiang Huai looked at Tang Jiani, who turned around, dropping her tears while pounding his chest, and finally pounding until she ran out of strength and spread out in his arms. Soothing breath. Emperor Tang Taizong, the bully. Looks like he guessed right after all. Would a kitten that gets beaten every day really desire someone to beat it? Of course not. But when a kitten, after always being beaten for no reason, she may not even know what she did wrong. When you don't know what's wrong with you, the first thing that came to the kitten's mind was perhaps not to explain, but to go straight to the whip. The kitten was thinking, who cares, as long as you get beaten, even if you don't know what's wrong, the trepidation in your heart will always pass. This is addiction. But even more so, Donjani's security. Jiang Huai was just thinking that perhaps Tang Jiani herself had forgotten that when she was a child, what she longed for most was a loving touch, a cry of, so good. The wrong people do sick things, but JAC, just trying to make some money. Jiang Huai made light work of it and held Tang Jiani in his arms. Tang Jiani had always been a decent person, and even if she cried, she didn't want others to see her mess, so JAC thoughtfully turned off the lights. Finally into the kennel. Tiny space. There's only two of them, skin to skin, in the dark. Tang Jiani's cheeks, feeling the warmth of Jiang Huai's palm, in front of her eyes, seemed to be a scene from more than 10 years ago. That night when I couldn't sleep, holding her dog doll, she stood in front of her father's desk, hoping to get a pet from him, but in return, it was a slap in the face. She cried for a long time. There's a dozen years so long. But, Jack, I seem to be lucky again. After more than 10 years, I finally waited for you. Jack, I am. Yes, can you touch my head again? Jiang Huai listened to Tang Jiani's sobbing words and nodded, reaching out to gently place his hand on the top of Tang Jiani's head, stroking it as he gently rubbed the cat ears. Tang Jiani stared at Jiang Huai's jaw, the word for heart at ease, as if it was only at this moment that the scene became tangible. Jack, I am. I've got one for you. A surprise. Yes, Tang Jiani changed her mind. She don't want to be in front of Jiang Huai, make a big effort. She want to be careful effort. On the day of the real success, put her own true heart, hold in front of Jiang Huai. Tell JAC, she's not showing off. Tell JAC, she loves him. JAC smiled. Nod. He was thinking, if all goes well, he's prepared a surprise. Too. Jack, it's like there's something that's pinching my back. Hiss. It's probably my cell phone. Oh, Tang Jiani thought about Jiang Huai, the cell phone lying on the dining table at this time. No talking. Chapter 102, but with you, I've lost a forest. Half an hour or so. JAC is grateful. Donjani finally fell asleep, with a beautiful woman in his arms. He was a man in high and low places. Stayed up all day. I didn't realize that it was put aside to test the cadres. Jiang Huai carefully hugged Tang Jiani, drilled out of the kennel, and padded into the bedroom. Put Donjani on the bed. It's cold. Jiang Huai put the blanket, stuffed to the position of Tang Jiani's chin, reached out and gently cut the moisture in the corners of her eyes did not dry. Get up and leave. Not a step has been taken. A hand took hold of his coat again. Jiang Huai froze and turned back to borrow the moonlight. The bed. Donjani, with tears in her eyes, remained in a half-sitting up position, the dress slipping off her shoulders. Extremely rich. Jiang Huai, don't go. All right, actually, just now, JAC was ready. Shouldn't be able to get back tonight. JAC nodded. I'm not leaving, I'm staying out here. I mean, 1. Sleep together. It's good to sleep together. Sleep together. Jiang Huai looked at Tang Jiani and lifted the other side of the cup. Brain blast. Hold the grass. I'm a big grass. What does this mean? I don't think that was in the contract either. As he recalled, subconsciously, Jiang Huai wanted to draw his hand. Haven't even started pushing. Donjani's hand, again, clenched tightly on his arm. This intensity. Gotta. JH knew that he shouldn't be able to return tonight. Jack, stay with me. I'm not doing anything. Just looking for someone to talk to. Yes. Jiang Huai hesitated, but still nodded. But, someone tell him, what should a thing normally do first for this kind of thing? A bath? Or do you want a cigarette first? Jiang Huai's scalp went numb and he warily walked to the other side of the bed and lay down close to the edge. Lean. Is this a rich man's mattress? It's so soft. Tang Jiani looked at Jiang Huai, who had suddenly become wooden, and suddenly wanted to laugh a little. She felt crazy too. A month ago, she had never held hands with a boy yet. Now it's surprising to be in a bed with boys. In a bed. But, whatever, as long as that person is JAC, crazy is as crazy does. Jack, good night. Good night.
One simple conversation later, the whole room fell into silence. Half the time, Tang Jiani slowly opened her eyes in the darkness of the night, slightly tilting his head sideways. He listened to Jiang Huai's even breathing and looked at his slightly closed eyes. The heartbeat is accelerating. So handsome. It smells so good. Is this what it feels like to love someone? Tang Jiani was extremely careful, moving her body toward Jiang Huai's side, exerting force with almost every finger. Danjani had never hated a bed that was close to 2 meters as much as she did today. Finally, Tang Jiani came over to Jiang Huai's side. Using his arm first, he touched Jiang Huai's arm. See the unresponsive JAC. Danjani grew bolder. Brace yourself. One hand rested on his head, while the other was unhurried and lightly placed on top of Jiang Huai's head. Furry and somewhat warm. She wants it. Still got it for her. That's so nice. Jiang Huai. Tang Jiani's tone was like smoke, light and fluffy. Seeing that Jiang Huai didn't move before continuing. You're a bad person, you know. You're the worst person under the sky. You poisoned my organs and now you're deep in my bone marrow. I'm completely flipped out from you. I can't be cool anymore. But thank you. Give me some more time. Give me some time and I'll give you everything. The money, the time, even the company, and me too. By the way, do you like boys or girls? Like you. You must like girls. Tang Jiani's arms got sore, so she stuck her head in the nest of Jiang Huai's neck. Slender white fingers, plastered on Jiang Huai's pectoral muscles, let the whole person absorb the sense of security given by JAC. And with security, comes weariness. Danjani is sleepy, the last glimmer of consciousness. She was thinking, it's either this or that. Just like that and JAC, stuck together forever. It had been the most beautiful night of her life, ever. Jack, good night. In the dark, Jiang Huai gradually opened his eyes. As a future movie star, always going to bed later than the people around you, is the professionalism that you should have? Look at the drool hanging at the corners of Danjani's mouth, crystallized and drawn. Jiang Huai's brain went blank. Don't dare move. Totally afraid to move. He heard all of Tang Jiani's words. Kids? 3 meals in 4 seasons? Except that Danjani is really mad balls. He couldn't think of any other reason why Danjani would say that. Hearing the end, Jiang Huai could only hear one meaning. This sister. She intends to cut him off. He's going to make more money. Lots and lots of money. Then he needs more houses. Yes, Tang Jiani, the titular Linda's schoolgirl, 10,000 followers. But with you, I lost a forest. What JAC needs is for everyone to be happy with him, and not you alone. A big tree. Which is more profitable, a whole forest or not? JAC is still divided. JAC thought. Gotta hold on a little tighter. Grabbing points tightly boosts satisfaction scores. Leave early before Danjani gets in so deep. But it's time to say no. Rich sister. Really soft. Jiang Huai pulled his arm out of Tang Jiani's arms, carefully, and squeezed Tang Jiani's arm again to put it away from his chest. Danjani frowned, hummed softly. The pink suit that didn't come off, and the hairpin on top of her head, makes her look like a good kitty. When there's no more movement. It was only then that Jiang Huai lifted the covers and gently walked out of the room. 0. JAC charged his cell phone. Countless messages that jumped outward in a frenzy. There was Zhou Chao's, Mu Chu Yen's, Qin Mengmeng's, and even Su Wanwan's. There's another strip. From Tian Mengjia. JAC frowned. Tap on Tian Mengjia's message. There is a birth certificate. Some chat records of Tang Qinghu and her husband's dealings. And most ruthlessly, surprisingly, there are some bad hooks that her husband, over the years, has done. Together, it's enough to coerce this major shareholder to make the choice that's due. Tian Mengjia. JH, by the time you read this, I'll have already traveled to my flight to Cuba. They want me to never come back, and I shouldn't have to. I'm lucky. I'm lucky that Nini was able to meet you, and I'm lucky that I was able to meet you. And you made me brave enough to face myself for the first time when I was about to give up. Nene is beautiful. I hope you're good to her, and I hope I get a chance to say sorry to her for me. JAC smiled. It seems that Tian Mengjia made her choice. Turn off Tian Mengjia's messages. JH opened other dialogue boxes. Qin Mengmeng posted a cooking photo. Brother, I've been cooking along with food bloggers lately. Sometime, come to my house and I'll make it for you. Okay. As usual, Mu Chu Yen was throwing an arrogant tantrum. Why don't you come? Hey. Su Wanwan invited him to have dinner at Mu's house. Lastly, there's Chao Chiu's brother Jiang. You come back soon. The rich woman has a 3 series for Hongzi to drive. You do not know. He is now pushed to the sky. Evening snacks even said. With him to eat the same noodles with the same intestines. What class? Only you can do him. Ha! It's still Supertron that knows the situation. Kudos to Zhou Chao. Chuku even posted a paragraph half an hour later. Brother Jiang. Thanks to you and Miss Mu for cultivating me during this period of time. I've found someone I like. Please tell Miss Mu that the maneuvers are over.
The living room. JAC faced the cell phone screen.
The person was petrified in place.
Chapter 103 has techniques. Are you really learning? Morning.
Tang Jiani changed into her silk pajamas and sat at the dining table, propping her head up to stare at Jiang Huai.
It's not a dream.
All of it is not a dream.
First thing in the morning when you open your eyes, Tang Jiani wasn't at the bedside and saw Jiang Huai. And to think, last night was all a fantasy.
But pushing open the door to her room, she looked at Jiang Huai, who was wearing an apron and calling her to eat.
She couldn't take it anymore. A night alone.
At this point in time,
Don Johnny, all over her mind.
It was still Jiang Huai holding her.
That marvelous feeling. It's peculiar.
There was the most primitive impulse between a man and a woman. But Jiang Huai also gave her a certain kind of happiness that she longed for the most.
The joy that comes from that kind of happiness. It's the first 20 years. It's never been the same. Suddenly, Don Johnny was thinking, what is this? Sleeping together? Eating breakfast together? Could it be that the Moonraker has already begun to arrange a trial period for newbies? 1 acre. Jack, that's great. Ah.
Jiang Huai took a sip of kanji and was shocked out of a cold sweat by Tang Jiani's inexplicable words.
What the hell? It was fine just now. Inexplicably so. And then think about last night. What this dead pervert did. It's really all about joy and sadness. Singing and playing in turn. I forgot to ask Tian Mengjia before. Isn't there a bit of the opera singing gene in there? Had breakfast. Tang Jiani looked at Jiang Huai, who had put on his suit, with some reluctance. But she knew that no matter how much she didn't want to give up, she couldn't restrict Jiang Huai's freedom. Solo took 2 steps forward. Standing on his tiptoes, he helped Jiang Huai straighten his tie. Since it must go, that JAC, look at me, do I look like a wife? I'll be at home waiting for you, make you a good meal, and so on. Don Johnny's heart missed a beat when she thought of herself, never having cooked. No way. To take advantage of JAC's absence to work on his cooking skills. Amazing JAC. It's ing scary. JAC drives a Land Rover. One hand on the steering wheel, he kept spitting. Before leaving the house, Don Johnny didn't know what kind of wind she was smoking. Straightening his tie, laughing 1 minute, crying the next. Was it yesterday? The acting was still too much. What's gotten into her? But, couldn't care less. JAC went through the school gates, parked under the men's dormitory building, parked behind a BMW 3 Series, first rush to the dormitory. So far it seems, Don Johnny has sort of settled down. But in the final analysis, Tang Jiani was a little perverted in her heart because of her kinship. But Mu Chu Yen was different. Mu Chu Yen is not happy with you, is really going to do it. This Chaozi, acting well. What's with all the sudden sex? Does he know or not? This backstabbing of Mu Chu Yen, could it be that someone could die? And it's 2 lives. Rip opened the dormitory door. Chaozi, listen to me. Cough cough cough. What is this stuff? So choking. Jiang Huai's words hadn't even left his mouth. Just a puff of air. Choking out words. Fix your eyes. It turned out to be Zhang Yuanhang's forcing King's breath. Zhang Yuanhang didn't know where, but found a tea tray and a set of tea utensils. Did you eat early this morning? Just sit at the tea table and sip your tea while coiling your strings. Egu, if it isn't Mr. Jiang, come, sit. The JAC is numb. Stepping in, he sat across from Zhang Yuanhang. Zhou Chao, who had already drank to the point of edema, and saw the savior, his eyes flashing with tears, came to Jiang Huai's ear. Brother Jiang, you're finally back. Been drinking all night, can't sleep, just can't sleep. Voyager has gone completely insane. The topic of conversation has gone from the very beginning of the school gate business to becoming the richest man in Linjiang. JAC blinked. Is that right? That's not very sick. He slept with the granddaughter of Linjiang's richest man. Last night, he didn't say anything. Mr. Jiang, come on, have some tea. Good nori tea. Nori? Lean. Enough with the piss. Jiang Huai took the teacup handed over by Zhang Yuanhang, looked at the 1 egg flour still floating in the cup, and 2 slices of carrot, and gave a thumbs up to Voyager. It's just that Jiang Huai didn't come this night. He didn't know that Zhang Yuanhang was anxious enough, playing from the knowledge that JAC has brought up the Passat. Zhang Yuanhang didn't sleep well for a single day. The forced air that surrounds the body, and I don't know how, when he saw JAC, he wilted. But, it all started the moment he drove his BMW yesterday, doomed to end. Others laughed at him for his BMW 3 Series, non-mainstream, but the BMW 3 Series is, again, not the ceiling for the average person. He remembers now, when he came back yesterday and got off the bus, the neighboring students looked at him. It's even more topsy-turvy than the little blue pill. That feeling of renewed confidence. Couldn't sleep at all. Mr. Jiang, smoke or not, I still have. Here, click.
Zhang Yuanhang pulled out his pocket. The cigarette was not yet smoked out, and the BMW label fell to the ground first. It fell with a thud. Goo. Sorry, I dropped my car keys. Brother Jiang, where do you usually put your car keys? I still need to learn from you. Hold off, Zhang Yuanhang said as he laid the BMW keys on the table. That's what it's all about. Is the unintentional feeling of being a pussy? Deliberate, always too purposeful. It's the unintentional ones that can kill you the most. JAC frowned, emptied his pockets. No. Oh, right. JH picked up his backpack. Before I also put in the pocket. But now this. Range Rover Zuanlong Genesis Extended Edition car keys are too big. I'm afraid of my 100,000 a set of high-definition suits to get broken. So all in Volkswagen keys, together with the Louis Vuitton Anniversary Limited shoulder bag in my Louis Vuitton. Bottom line. Quiet. The silence of a falling pin. Zhang Yuanhan's face, similar to watching the national soccer team all night, wanted to cry and be annoyed. Between Zhang Yuanhang, slowly stood up. Leaning over, he looked downstairs, after the Land Rover, which was surrounded by students. It's harder. Done. It's all over. Zhang Yuanhang completely wilted. Been pretending all night here. Let JAC a bubble of morning water. Writing face nourished. Mom, I want to go home. Look at Zhang Yuanhang being honest. Zhang Huai pulled out the seafood porridge from the morning. Greet the brothers and come over. Start talking business with Zhou Chao. Chaozi, which one of the ungrateful ones has taken a liking to you? Anyway, I'm telling her now. You bitter tea seeds in January. Brother Jiang, over the dung ow. Zhou Chao sipped a mouthful of porridge and deeply lamented what kind of godly life John lived every day. Actually, I like someone you know. Just the head of the foreign propaganda department. He's Xiaoli. What? Zhang Huai's face twitched. All I can think about is that, with big black rimmed glasses, 20 years old, still wearing a princess dress every day, tied a double ponytail, 4 clips stuck in her throat. He's Xiaoli. No, man, you're crazy. Her, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, the one who can get the 3 of us pregnant with 1 word. You can't grasp it. Zhou Chao frowned. But brother Jiang, I like this one of her. Backrest. JAC knows what to preach. All ing resistant to brothers like But there was one thing he couldn't figure out. Xiaoli is also very attractive and has many people chasing after her. Chaozi, how come people just get on with you? It's not much. Zhou Chao turned on his side and fumbled under his own pillow, pulling out the book and spreading it out in front of Zhang Huai. I just took the words you taught me before to Mu Chu Yen, and the code of conduct, and wrote them down in a small notebook, and copied the acting process to Xiaoli. Don't tell me, the difficulty seems to have gone down all of a sudden. JH? Not buddy, there's technology. You're really learning, aren't you? Chapter 104, Little bitch is not like that. Half an hour. Zhang Huai listened to the cause and effect. Sort of figured it out. The antecedent is, Zhou Chao went to the outreach department, intending to find someone to publicize the company, get some more right-hand men. The result is, Zhou Chao felt that he Xiaoli, from the foreign propaganda department, was a talent. I'm sure I'll be a great member of the company in the future. Then, Zhou Chao schemer, entered the game with his body, recruited he Xiaoli over. Brother Jiang, that's roughly it. Oh, so that's it. I'll believe the hell out of you. Backrest. He slept in the same room with Superboy for hundreds of days. Zhou Chao puckered his ass and farted whatever he wanted. Computer desktops, all double ponytailed lolitas. If he can get into the game with his body, the word JHJ is written backwards. The company is just getting started. Just someone using their power for personal gain. Not a good start. JAC sighed. It's a good thing that he Xiaoli, too, is a talent. This matter will pass for now. But paper can't hold fire after all. Li Bai said. When a man tells a lie, then he has to round it out with another lie. Now Mu Chu Yen's fire burned onto him. What to do? JH pulled out his cell phone. Transfer 20,000 to Zhou Chao first. Chaozi, in the meantime, go rent a house off campus and stay away for a while if you don't have classes. For what? I'm afraid you'll die in the streets. What kind of Mu Chu Yen is ruthless? He's not even sure. But that little nuke. One of these days, if he really watched Chaozi, holding he Xiaoli's hand, smooching at school, it's not going to blow up the school. Avoid. Right. Hiding from Mu Chu Yen was the best thing to do right now. JAC has thought it through. This time. First, he broke contact with Mu Chu Yen. Let's see how this girl is doing and then we'll take the next step. Okay, is the porridge good? Yummy. 51 bowls. Zhou Chao sort of learned that he just got 20,000 from Jiang. This turns away 50. Who makes money if you don't? Tell me, didn't you enter the game with your body? What results? Zhou Chao nodded, his chest sticking out. Another mouthful. Half an hour of talk. These days, Zhou Chao wasn't idle either.
ran to the computer science department and found 3 powerful seniors to form the technology department. Now the technical department. Plenty of strength. Propaganda department. He Xiaoli is 1 for 3. The Ministry of Finance, after Tang Jiani's last favor, now has a dozen computers that are empty and unused. Well, things are looking up. Brother Jiang, why don't you say anything? What are you thinking? Jiang Huai looked up at Zhou Chao and blushed deeply. I was thinking, you seem to be the most useless person in the company. Why don't we fire you? Ah, Zhou Chao's face instantly turned green. Then why don't you drive CU? CU is fat and huffy, just like the mascot. You can't drive. That. JH watched as Chaozi was on the verge of tears and gagged. Okay, just kidding. You're the one who gets the credit. Follow my brother, and if I have a mouthful of meat to eat, you'll have a spoonful of salt to eat. Zhou Chao was happy. Remember something else. By the way, brother Jiang, Hu Delu said that the school side wants to see the results of the entrepreneurial base, and the school leaders will all be here by then. So let's get you ready. What? Muggles. Net matters. Jiang Huai nodded, as if he was on a mission, and wrote it down on his cell phone. Took a shower, lay down on the bed and start catching up on sleep. 6:30 in the evening, JAC put the Passat, parked in front of Mu's house, in the middle of a group of Maybach. Light a cigarette and enjoy it quietly. Aha! Pam is really handsome, pushy, all of a sudden. It's like, you can be the runt, but if you're standing next to a 6'8" supermodel, then when people see you they'll definitely say, holy, that guy must be rich. What if, next to you, stood a line of supermodels? People must be wondering what kind of gifts rich people usually give when they see him. I can drive a Passat, but I can't, having only the Passat. It's all secondary. It's mostly rigor. The Tang family and the Mu family, both of which were titled families. It's crowded. There's no guarantee that someone won't, in fact, recognize the car. JH doesn't want to make much trouble, so just keep a low profile. Papa Jiang. Jiang Huai hadn't returned to his senses. Xian then ran out from the Mu family's front door, hugged Jiang Huai's leg, and climbed into his arms, constantly rubbing in the nest of Jiang Huai's neck. Papa JAC, what's wrong? You smell like other women. Hey. I sprayed some perfume on purpose. So that's it. So close. Kids, they're really unusually perceptive in some ways. Mistakes, an absolute blunder. JAC learned this lesson. Be sure to change your clothes when you come out of her house afterward. Xian, what are you running so fast for? Between the two of them talking, Mu Chu Yen chased out from the courtyard, seeing Jiang Huai holding Xian. A freeze. Hurry up and shut up. Frowning. What are you doing here? Auntie Sue said, invite me for dinner. So I came. Jiang Huai pinched Xuan's face and surveyed her sister's outfit again. Gold ribbons occur and a white round neck princess dress with a gold bow at the neckline. Oddly cute. Look at Mu Chu Xian's expression. It is estimated that Sister Sue, pressed, did not tell this sister that he would come today. From the amusement park, JAC then saw it. Sister Sue, it seems like she intends to set herself up with Mu Chu Yen. Hey, suffer our Sister Sue. Maybe she doesn't know yet. Now himself and Mu Chu Yen are in deep water. Get over it. Xian, come down and come over to sister. I don't. I like Daddy Jiang. I want a hug. You, I'm your sister. You're so affectionate to an outsider. Do you still put me as your sister in your eyes? Ah hey? Boo-hoo. JH? No, Xiao Xuanzi. Your sister is watching right in front of you. You just sip and sip like that? After kissing JAC, little Xian wasn't over it and made a face at Mu Chu Yen. Slightly. Sister, you can't eat the crust of a tart. Say the tart is sour. That's saying grapes are sour when you can't eat them. Who wants to eat the skin of grapes? Yes? Little Xian pouted, angry and pissed off, hugging Jiang Huai's neck as she asked him, Papa Jiang, is it tart crust? Is it? JAC doesn't usually lie. Except for Xian. Jiang Huai smiled and pulled out a lollipop from his pocket, stuffing it into Xiao Xuan's hand. Our little Xian says everything right. Let's go. Let's see what mommy made to eat. Yeah. Outside the courtyard, Mu Chu Yen stood in place. Seeing that Jiang Huai didn't pay the slightest attention to her, he carried Mu Chu Yen towards the courtyard. People are numb. This is, like, her house, not JAC's house, right? How come you're more skilled than her? And, you little Xian, get down here. What do you mean you just smiled at me? Looking down on me? Think I don't have a man to like? Ah, her little is the best man in the world. It's better than JAC. I don't know how many times better. No way. Mu Chu Yen felt that she should find an opportunity to bring the little home to introduce to her parents as well. Otherwise JAC came so naturally. It's always weird. Able to. Mu Chu Yen pulled out her cell phone. Looking at the wallpaper on the capybara froze for 2 seconds, and then clicked on WeChat to find the little WeChat.
WeChat. Little bitch, there's a new barbecue in Dihua. Let's go eat together. This message. It's been 3 hours. Little bitch never replied. Mu Chu Yen was a bit uneasy. Before, the little was answering in seconds. Perhaps, he really is in some kind of hurry. Wait a little longer. Little bitch is not like that. Right, capybara. Chapter 105, I want to eat tofu too. Jiang Hui entered the mansion. Seeing the yard, the girl who was feeding the goldfish, froze. The girl's red hair, messily cascading down her back, one hand behind her back, and the short black leather skirt and revealing leather jacket covering her body made Jac not adjust. Ding Xiaoxi noticed Jiang Hui, spreading the fish food all over the tank in one go. He turned around and shook his hand at Jiang Hui. Jiang Hui, long time no see. Amount, long time no see? Jac scratched his head. Has it been a long time? Yesterday this girl, wasn't she still with him? Forget it. Maybe it's the little old geezer with certain set ways of saying hello. Now, for example, if he goes to a foreign country to see a doctor, if people ask him, how are you? JH felt, 100% of myself would say, I'm fine and you. So don't make fun of anyone who makes an effort to speak a foreign language. Jiang Hui came over to Ding Xiaoxi's side. It's been a long time, MS. Ting. Tinky blinked, stretching out his fingers, he pointed to the clothes on his body. This is my new dress. Yen bought it for me. Yen said it's a biker-style creek. I love it. Who asked you? Every time you see Tinker Creek, and leave Tinker Creek. To be honest, Jiang Hui's mind was spinning a bit. This girl's mind seems to be filled with only ones and zeros, and her way of thinking is ridiculously simple. But after all, he is a professional. I think it's not bad either. Miss Ding, with your figure and looks, its other styles should be manageable too. Thanks. I'll wear it for you when I get a chance. Mu Chu Yen, the villain in Mu Chu Xuan's heart kept freaking out. Maru Spice, brother-in-law is going to be hot. As Corporal Xian, what should I do to win back my sister and brother-in-law? A relationship that hasn't even started yet. Just for a moment, Xian thought a lot. Kick sister Ding Xiaoxi out of the house to declare her sovereignty. Let dad hold a gun to Jac's dad's head and worship heaven and earth with his sister. He secretly drugged himself, so that tonight he could let his sister and Papa Jac create a love child. Ha 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 ha. Think of the excitement. Mu Chu Yen heard her sister shouting, Mom, why did you let that 250% come to our house for dinner? The words, a black face. Forget it. Sometimes think about it. Society is also very open nowadays, and it's not like people who are 17 or 18 years apart can't get married. Dad, better keep it to yourself. Wait for dinner. A round table filled with exactly 6 people. Jiang Hui was facing Morong Yuntian. On his left and right were Ding Xiaoxi and Mu Chu Yen, and in his arms was little Xian. Mu Chu Yen drooped. The displeasure was written all over his face. Mom, why do you want him to come to our house for dinner? Su Wanwan smiled. What's wrong with such a handsome and energetic guy like Jiang Hui? You dislike people so much. Him? Mu Chu Yen rolled her eyes. Simply disdainful. I think he's just a spiritual boy after removing his handsomeness. Morong Yuntian frowned. Almost got it. Yen, Jiang Hui was also invited by me. Mu Chu Yen crossed her arms and raised her face arrogantly. Even Pops didn't look good. Ding Xiaoxi blinked, clutched the corn in her hand, and asked her mouth. Yen, what is a spiritual boy? It's just, describes a person who looks particularly earthy, a stinky beggar who does social rock. Ding Xiaoxi froze, with an unbelievably serious look in his eyes. He remeasured Jiang Hui. Jack, I want to see social rock. Look at you, Mr. Simply convinced. Sometimes, I really feel sorry for Ding Xiaoxi, such a beautiful girl. How is it so unfortunate to know someone like Mu Chu Yen? That Jac, you're not a spiritual boy. You're a handsome boy. Good. It's still my sister Ding if you don't say so, though the brain is sometimes more direct. But in the face of such great right and wrong, no mistake. Jiang Hui picked up Ding Xiaoxi's bowl and served Ding Xiaoxi a bowl of shrimp emerald tofu soup. Thank you for the compliment, my sister Ding. Jack, I want to eat one more piece of your tofu. That must be okay. As the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies, Su Wanwan, being the mastermind of this meal, Su Wanwan was confused. She asks what's going on in the field right now. It's not for Yen and Jiang Hui to create opportunities. What's the matter? Creek? She's already eating her tofu? No way. Absolutely not. Yen, what are you waiting for? Mr. Jiang Hui is an honored guest of our family. Hurry up and give him a bowl of tofu soup as well. Mu Chu Yen's mouth pouted higher than the sky. He's not worthy. Creek, are you still my sister or not? If you are my sister, don't eat that scumbag's food. You. Su Wanwan's face turned green. It's okay, Sister Su. Maybe between Yen and I,
there's some kind of misunderstanding. Give us a little time. I think Yen Yen can definitely change her mind about me. It's okay, drop Jie Jie. There might be some misunderstanding, will. Vomit. Mu Chu Yen mimicked Jiang Huai's accent and almost didn't vomit. What extreme green tea, man. You can't say something like that without 20 years of power. I really don't know. What kind of ecstasy was put into mom and dad? Grass. More annoying. I wonder what my little is doing now. It's taken so long to get back to people. Is there something going on at home? Sure enough, life should be wasted on people you like. Mu Chu Yen looked at her cell phone. The message that hadn't been replied to. It's hard to sit still. No way. She was going to go to the school now, to find the little. Mom and dad. I'm not eating. Let's go. Oh, slow on the road. Wait. Su Wanwan was completely paralyzed. Mind, pulling at the heartstrings. Why? What the hell for? Such a good son-in-law. Right in front of her. Yen Yen, this stinky girl, just doesn't know how to cherish it. Then this effort of hers was not purely in vain. No, you can't leave. On what grounds? Mu Chu Yen 2 kicks and a little goes a long way. Who wants to eat with such scum? Rascal, green tea whore. You, apologize. Yen Yen, you must apologize to Jiang Huai today. Apologize. Ha, impossible. Mu Chu Yen looked at Jiang Huai, then looked at her mom, and finally placed her eyes on her dad's side. Mom, don't think I don't know that you made me go to the amusement park with JAC last time. You arranged it all. I'll tell you clearly today. In my life, even if I die, I can't possibly like Jiang Huai. I have someone I like. This meal, whoever likes it, fell on his face. Mu Chu Yen found the helmet from the inner room. A motorcycle roared. Gone. Ding Xiao Shi saw Yen Yen go, carefully picking up the spoon. He began to drink the soup Jiang Huai had given him. JAC's tofu was so good. Little Shen Shen cowered in Jiang Huai's arms, steady as she goes. Mom, sister is wasted. Now, it is incumbent upon my generation to make brother Jiang Huai, our Mu family son-in-law. Xiao Xian Xian, come on, you're the fattest. Brother Jiang Huai, HM? What's wrong Shen Xian? I want to eat tofu too. Chapter 106, how is this not a sincerity? Sick, all the same as sick. Mu Chu Yen muttered. Stop the car. With his helmet off, a full head of white hair spread over his shoulders in a valiant manner, coming out of the Mu family, Mu Chu Yen, without realizing it, arrived at Linde, into the night at Linde University, pouring out exudes hormones. Mu Chu Yen hugged her cell phone and leaned against the motorcycle, opening it to find little bitch's WeChat, a quick paragraph typed. Little, I'm downstairs in the dormitory of Lingnan University, come out. No, 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 nope. Mu Chu Yen nibbled on his fingers, frowning. Isn't this sentence too raw in tone? Not at all Piggy, who is supposed to be cute and dorky. Jiang Huai, people are under the dormitory building. Let's take a walk together, okay? No, 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 it still doesn't seem to work. Is this too sudden and empty-handed of me? Location of the boys' dormitory. It's right here in the playground. Mu Chu Yen raised her eyes and looked at the playground, where couples were holding hands and walking. The heart itches. It was a strange feeling. Before, no matter if it was at home or at school, any mood Mu Chu Yen had could be expressed directly. The old lady is not happy. She's just not happy. But now, the heart itches. But I don't know why it itches. I've known little bitch for more than half a month, but I always feel like there's something I can't see, floating in front of my eyes. It's as if the little, reached out and grabbed it, and it was gone. What the hell should I do? Ah, it's all your fault, little. I'm all ate up now. Are you satisfied? The coolness of the autumn night could not suppress the anxiety in Mu Chu Yen's heart. Mu Chu Yen was thinking. What exactly is considered a little? Yeah, she came out of the house in a huff, 1 foot on the gas to Linjiang. She was dying to find her little. But what exactly was she considered his? Girlfriend? No, between the two, the relationship was never acknowledged. Classmates? No, if it's just classmates. Mu Chu Yen felt even more that this behavior of hers was nothing less than a retard. Think about it half the time. Mu Chu Yen felt that only ambiguity could define the relationship between two people. But, Mu Chu Yen, are you really only willing to be ambiguous? Mu Chu Yen asked herself rhetorically. Didn't say a word. Turned on my phone and mopped up the capybara on the wallpaper. Just a touch of the finger. Capybara, who would have been sleeping, would have opened his eyes in a daze and a grass with a heart shape would have grown on his head. Cute, cute, cute. No head. The wind stopped. Mu Chu Yen also calmed down. Mu Chu Yen looked up at the boys' dormitory, and then looked at the entrance of the boys' dormitory building, which was already 70 years old, and smiled. If we rush in now, I'm sure the grandpa can't stop her, but she wasn't going to do anything that retarded. That's not her style. Ahem. Little. A voice. He had been about to fall asleep Moncler outlet store, and, prancing, sat up an alarm from the janitor's room, the otherwise noisy boys' dormitory. The moment was also quiet. Mu Chu Yen was the one who took the initiative. She thought, well, since that uneasy feeling that had been on her mind, she was going to have to fight it off. She loves little ES. Just love him. She couldn't help but admit that every night. She would lose sleep if she didn't have the god of stories with her. Life and career. It's boring and hard. But no matter how hard it was, all it took was one word from the little and her heart became quiet. Mu Chu Yen didn't dare to think about what she would have become without little Piggy's story. So, little, can you hear me? I know that I may be presumptuous in this way, and I also know that we may not have known each other for very long, but here's what I want to tell you. I like you. I'm going to be a little piggy for you for the rest of my life. I'll be here if you like me too. Wait for you. Blow up. Completely blown up. Holy, this woman simply too brave it. Late at night boys' dormitory confession. Seems to be still the first time Lin University it seems to be Mu Chu Yen. Who? Me drop kid. Who the is little bitch. I don't share his fate. The boys' dormitory was a hubbub. Mu Chu Yen didn't know what the outcome would be, but she had a hunch. The prognosis is good. Because, if he didn't like it, how could he, every night, tell stories to put people to sleep? If he didn't like it, how could he have recommended his eldest uncle to become a chef at Dingyue Hotel? If not like, how he says over and over again, little piggies go to bed early. Right, the little is like, she wasn't unrequitedly fond of it. Instead, they run in both directions. Since it's all like, why couldn't she have been more forthcoming? Couldn't have been more than a little. Was mulling it over. The entrance to the boys' dormitory building. Lu Siyu nibbled on his burger, walked down the steps in a wooden manner, and stood in front of Mu Chu Yen. You are? Mu Chu Yen asked. Roommate Zhou Chao. Oh, don't you wait for him. Why? Lu Siyu chewed in a calm tone. He's dead. Oh, with one word. Mu Chu Yen's face turned ironic. You're lying. Why would I lie? He had a family get-together yesterday. There was a traffic accident on the road. He was seriously injured and went to ICU. He wasn't resuscitated. Knock knock. Knock knock. Knock knock. Mu Chu Yen choked in place, her tears almost uncontrollable, instantly wetting the lapel of her coat along the corners of her eyes. Impossible. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I don't believe it. Obviously he messaged me last night and said Piggy goodnight. I don't believe it. Listening to Mu Chu Yen's last three words, her voice splitting, Lu Siyu was also quite heartbroken, but continued to feel in his pockets. Pulling out something, he handed it to Mu Chu Yen's face. Miss Mu, before he left yesterday, he asked me to give you this hairpin. He wanted to give it to you in person, but I'm sorry, he probably won't be able to do it. This is. Mu Chu Yen took the hairpin. At the slight end of the golden hairpin, two emerald-colored butterflies dangled, dancing and lifelike, and there were dots of small stars below the butterflies. A slight walk echoed with crunchy sounds. So beautiful. But, Mu Chu Yen heart, so painful. 9:30. Jiang Hui pulled out his cell phone and looked at Lu Siyu to send over an okay gesture. A sigh of relief. Luckily, good thing he's always one step ahead. Mu Chu Yen, this sister, has a lot of fire and easily goes to her head. From the moment he left Mu's house, Jiang Hui had already felt that it wasn't good. Let Zhou Chao leave the dormitory at the first opportunity. By the way, arrange the lines for Siyu. But JAC envisioned a myriad of plots. Never in a million years. Mu Chu Yen chose the most radical. Surprisingly, he publicly confessed his love under the boys' dormitory. The history of Linjian University. It will have her in great color. Also thanks to that day at the theater, JAC bought a few extra small gifts for the occasion. Not bad for you, Director Jiang. The ancients may have been right. A lie that needs to be rounded out with another lie. But I'm sorry. He and Mu Chu Yen were built on lies from the start. The beginning of a lie, plus the result of a lie. And how is that not sincere? Negative plus negative equals positive. There are formulas. Seconds up. Chapter 107. I should have loved you. JH was thinking. Is there a possibility that he joked to Mu Chu Yen too early? Thought about big sister Mu, with her thick background, but didn't think about it. I can't believe how thick it is. JH finished eating, followed Morong Yuntian to the backyard. Looking at the yard, there was a whole row of various pistols. Semi-automatic rifles, face twitching. My goodness, if Morong Yuntian knew that he had made his most precious daughter cry, would he eat peanuts? Mr. Morong, what are we? Morong Yuntian picked up his pistol and took a shot at the villain in the distance. The villain fell to the ground in response. Try? JAC didn't hesitate either, stepping forward to take the gun in Morong Yuntian's hand. Hands-on moment. Almost without looking, the subsequent flung shot easily pierced the last row of the venue. The beer bottles on the tabletop, P229, uses the .45 cartridge, well made, accurate, moderate recoil, but this one, the chamber is a bit jerky and lacks maintenance. Quiet. Morong Yuntian lit a cigarette. Sip hard. The mind goes blank, accompanied by a cigarette. He picked up another revolver and handed it to Jian Hui. New stuff. Try it. This won't do. JH waved his hand. It's a little unclear, honestly. These things, he didn't want to know where Morong Yuntian had gotten them, and he didn't want to get more involved in these things. Besides, he can play these things pretty well though, but it's not like we're going to war. There's no point in playing so slick. Mr. Morong, I can see that these goods have been phased out, but the precision and neatness are good. If there's something, you can just say it, other than letting me join the Morong Society. No, you, good. Morong Yuntian smiled. This kid, Jiang Hui, was sort of a sentence that blocked his arrangement for the night. Interesting, more like it. Xiao Jiang, tell uncle where exactly you learned your marksmanship. Somewhere? JH thought about it. That would have to start a few years ago. The world, in fact, is more complex than you think. There are some jobs that adults can't do that we can. I fought in the Cordia Barrel War. And, current record, 18-0. Doesn't that sound kind of suspenseful? Jiang Hui looked at Morong Yuntian and froze, nodding his head. Isn't that something? He didn't know he was such a bully. What's the highest form of bragging? It's just that I almost believed it myself. Now that it's all said and done. Jiang Hui's face changed and he also lit a cigarette and looked at Morong Yuntian. Mr. Morong, I hope it would be best if you don't look into my background, much less my family. These, both for you and for your family. None of it is good. Boo-hoo. Goodbye brother Jiang Hui. Come to see me earlier. Oh. Jiang Hui put little Xianxian down from his arms, rubbed the little guy's head. Soft, it's so much fun. Okay, hook, line and sinker. No need to change for 100 years. Next time my brother comes, will he bring you little dolls? No good. Mu Chu Yen shook her head, priggish, backhanded and pinched. Brother, I'm already a mature girl. Next time you come, let's go to the movies. Hey, don't say. Big words do not recognize a few. 3 points her sister that arrogant, but learned a lot. That's just as well. I've got another lollipop here. Who would be a good person to give it to? I want it. Ha, little fart. Reveal yourself. Chatting at the door for a while, Ding Xiaoxi got into the passenger seat of JAC. JAC took off with a kick of the gas. Linjiang is in the north. Summer nights are the most lively. Once you get into the fall, there's less smoke and mirrors. The wind that pours through the windows is all depression. Jiang Hui watched as Ding Xiaoxi wrapped up her clothes and closed the car window. Start looking for topics. Miss Ding, you seem to be familiar with the Morong family. Before, I was in the same neighborhood as Yen Yen. My uncle and aunt took care of me. And if my parents didn't have time, I'd go to my uncle's house for dinner. Oh, rich sister's world. JAC really didn't understand. Tang Jiani was one. Mu Chu Yen was one. And now Ding Xiaoxi also counted as one. Growing up so rich, how one feels emptier than the other when it comes to growing up. Money doesn't make the devil go away. What? Can't you fill a man's empty heart? Still idle. That, Jiang Hui had wanted to talk about. Ding Xiaoxi's home. But remembering earlier, Ding Xiaoxi said that her real mother seemed to have passed away, so it was better to forget about it. By the way, do you know about the Mullen Society? No. Jiang Hui had only asked casually, but he had a hunch that he seemed to have asked the right person this time. Ding Xiaoxi wrapped her clothes around her and closed her eyes slightly. Yen Yen is worried about Uncle Mu, so she always tells me this. The entire Linjiang underground is filled with forces, but it can be categorized into 3 families depending on where they stand. Uncle Mu's Morong Society is based on docks, mines, and pawnshops large and small. The Duanmu Hall of the Duanmu Lords owns more than half of the city's high-end entertainment venues, and I heard that private HDDs are coming. And then there's the upper management's upper management group, which makes a living as a moneylender and does some high-tech scams. What the hell? JAC frowned. Watching a meteor shower together? It's Shangwan again, and Tuanqi again. Speaking of which, JAC has a real problem. Miss Ding, I've never quite understood why Morong Yuntian is called Morong, but his 2 daughters, both of them are only surnamed Mua. Ding Xiaoxi's face was clear and cold. Uncle Mu's surname is Mu. His first name is Rong Yuntian. His surname is Mu. That's right. JH? My hair. The JAC is stupid, so that's how it can still be played. Straight up learned. Go back and get Pops to change your name too. Since the family name is Jiang, let's call it Jiang Shanji. A dependable guy by the sound of it. Jack. I figured out that I don't seem to like you. Jiang Hui grinned and skimmed Ding Xiaoxi again. I wouldn't be sad if you said that. After all, we've only known each other. I'm supposed to love you. JAC kicked the brakes, parked on the curb. The tires of the braked car smoked. Jiang Huai remembered that once Zhou Chao asked him in the dormitory, "What is love?" He couldn't even tell himself. Now,
a robot with a brain that only has 1 and 0 progression somehow comes with a sentence.
"I love you." Isn't that a little too scary? No, Miss Ting, love is a very metaphysical thing. What makes you conclude that you love me?
Ding Xiao, she pointed to the location of the heart.
Or so I'm told here. How do I tell?
Ding Xiao, she sat upright, her eyes brightly staring at Jiang Huai.
First, my heart races when I see you, or am with you, but not when I see anyone else. Chapter 108, Thunderbolt. Explosive thunder. This heavenly cultivation.
The sky collapses into the purple and gold hammer.
LU classroom. Jiang Huai stayed in his seat and didn't know what these two lyrics really meant. It felt quite intimate anyway. It seems like with all stories, there is such a pattern. After the climax, there was a lull. JH looked at the classroom. It's the same entrepreneurship class as before. Mu Chu Yen didn't come, probably because of the heart, which is heavily traumatized. Jiani didn't come either, should be struggling for power. Zhou Chao didn't come either. And Tiny Creek, ever since that night,
when she ruthlessly took his first time.
The next day it was up the hill. Never heard from again. Busy, all busy. It's good to be busy.
Jiang Huai sighed and looked at the hamburger set in Lu Siyu's hand.
Why haven't I seen this sign before? The 4th floor cafeteria just opened. JAC panicked. Our school cafeteria, and there's a 4th ING floor? Lean. JAC suddenly had a whole new perception of his life. Beginning. College students, who are supposed to waste their time on this, instead of thinking about some big life event every day, like he does. Before,
not going to the 4th floor because the food on the 4th floor was expensive.
But now, with the money, they don't even bother to go to the 2nd floor. Socrates said it well. One cannot have both youth and an understanding of youth. It's like he who can't have his first kiss and his understanding of it at the same time. Before, JAC liked Gue Yutong when she was there every day. What would it feel like to be with someone you like and smooch? Never tried, but it sure is cool. And that would certainly be a figurative expression of love. But after kissing Ding Xiaoxi, JH felt as if it wasn't exactly. It's cool. It's really cool. Ding Xiaoxi's mouth, soft and sweet, as if a slight kiss could melt the whole person into it. But kiss the end. Excuse me, love and all that, can't feel a thing.
If Ding Xiaoxi could just take a few tens of thousands and fling it in his face,
he didn't mind,
offering to sip her for a few more hours.
Personal moral bottom line.
It totally depends on how much the other person is willing to spend.
Classroom corner.
Qin Mengmeng stared at Jiang Huai and kept laughing.
Dreamy. Stop laughing. I'm scared when you do that. Gue Yutong came over to Qin Mengmeng's side, drifting one more glance at Jiang Huai. The heart was infinitely shaken. Once upon a time, what kind of existence was Qin Mengmeng in their dormitory? All the men see her, whether it was crying or laughing,
it was all in Qin Mengmeng's hands.
But now,
she really felt as if Qin Mengmeng was trapped after she met Jiang Huai.
Gue Yutong didn't understand. What's so great about JAC? Yutaka, don't you feel happy today? Happy? Gue Yutong froze. Why are you happy? Because neither Mu Chu Yen nor Tang Jiani came.
I got a few more minutes of alone time with Jiang Huai together in life.
Gue Yutong was rolling her eyes furiously. Hoodlum of the faculty senate,
inexplicably appearing at the classroom door.
And behind him,
there was a girl. The girl was beautiful and sassy in her plaid shirt,
high boots that went down to her knees,
and brown hair braided into a twisted braid that fell down her back to her chest.
Gue Yutong's first reaction was, what a confident girl. From the moment she entered the classroom, her eyes didn't flicker,
and she stood there alone as if she was able to overpower everyone.
Such a role. She only knew two in the whole school. One was Mu Chu Yen,
and there was another Tang Jiani.
The whole ensemble, first, was noisy for a few seconds. Wait for Hudu to cough twice. Quiet again. This one beside me is a newly transferred student from abroad to the English department.
Although we are all graduating soon,
we still hope that we help each other and respect each other. Don, do you have anything else to say? No, can just sit down somewhere? Hoodlum smiles at Tang Yenran. Tang Yen didn't have much of an expression.
The eyes swept around the class and finally landed on Jiang Huai's face.
Introduce yourself. My name is Tang Yen.
The Tang dynasty group is run by my family.
And by reason, everyone here is not qualified to sit in the same classroom as me. Because some of you, the dormitory buildings you live in and the classrooms you attend, may have been donated by my family. So I hope people don't usually say hi to me either. I'm not going to pay any attention to you. I'm coming to the big one for one thing. Jack, I'll get you sooner or later. Quiet. It's quieter than it's ever been. Everyone's gazes, in surprising unison, swept towards Jiang Huai's position. Quick, slap me if I'm dreaming again. No, JAC, what gives him the right?
Returning home from abroad in order to pursue Jiang Huai. For God's sake, what kind of Mary Sue plot is this? Class crowd. At this time, Qin Mengmeng's face had turned green.
Gue Yutong's eyes darted wildly over Jiang Huai and Tang Yanran. Why? Gue Yutong was completely baffled. In the end on Jiang Huai, what important link did she miss? Why did everyone hide from her? Secretly like Jiang Huai. And at this point, there's a little guy, cowering under the chair, already sweating. Crazy. It's all ing crazy. Jiang Huai Kill did not expect. In this autumn high, cool and sleepy afternoon, Tang Yanyan suddenly came to Linjiang University. Just come. Surprisingly, they want him dead. This Tang Yanyan, does she have some kind of disease too? Didn't he already explicitly say that? One doesn't like her at all. All rejected and clingy. Doesn't she herself find this behavior very fishy? Lean, true down to the head. Can there be fewer of these fishing girls in the world? Quiet class. The sound of high heels began to echo, floor after floor, in the step classroom, gradually moving up. Tang Yanyan finally stood and settled next to Jiang Huai, looking at Zhou Chao's vacated seat. The tone was haughty. Sit here. Do you mind? Mind. Then mind. Put down the word. Tang Yanyan had no qualms about sitting next to Jiang Huai and started to sleep. Anything that happens out there, none of it seemed to concern her. The other side of the JAC, Zhang Yuanhang pulled Luciu, moved 2 more spots to the side. In the entire classroom, alone, Jiang Huai and Tang Yanran were given a 3/4-acre plot of land that was perfect for romance. Jiang Huai was completely numb, just about ready to lift my ass and move my seat too. Tang Yanyan's words followed closely. Don't move. I'll sit next to you wherever you go. No, Miss Tang, why do you bother? Why bother? Tang Yanyan really wanted to laugh. Jiang Huai, why is it okay for Tang Jiani but not for me? If it were before, she, Tang Yanyan, could not compete with Tang Jiani. But now, no way. She and Danjani are rivals, enemies. Since they were rivals, Tang Yanyan would not allow Tang Jiani, in any aspect, to have surpassed her. Since Danjani can have it, she, for one, must have it. No reason, simply to prove that she was no worse than Danjani. Jiang Huai, I'll have a 5-star restaurant chef come to my house to cook at noon. You go too. No go. It's like having a disease. Who's going to order them around? A mouthful of Missy's temper. Jiang Huai had a hard time listening. Why don't you go? Why should I go? Because I'm going to make you like me. JH? The entire Tang dynasty can't come up with a decent person. A whole class. Jiang Huai's brain was big. When the bell rings, rush out of the classroom at the first opportunity. Leaving Tang Yanran behind, she looked at Jiang Huai's back and smiled disdainfully. In the palm of your hand. Hello, Mr. Tang, introduce yourself. My name is Qin Mengmeng. Tang Yanyan froze, looking back at the girl in front of him, all dressed up in an old-fashioned style, and teared up when she spoke. It's disgusting to hear. Didn't I say that I don't want anyone but JAC to talk to me? Qin Mengmeng's face did not change and she still smiled gently. Don't misunderstand, student Tang. I just want to say that I know something about student Jiang Huai. What? JAC students are in the entrepreneurial base. They have their own company. And MS. Tang Jiani is one of the members. Hearing the 3 words Danjani, Tang Yanyan frowned. Johnny Tang? Join JAC? Tang Yanyan took a look at Qin Mengmeng, still unable to stop the dislike on her face. Who's the guy to call about the startup base? Qin Mengmeng smiled. Director who Delu just now. Hear the words. Tang Yanyan didn't stay any longer. Gone too. This time, only Qin Mengmeng was left alone, staring at Tang Yanyan's anxious back, wanting to laugh a little. Though I don't know why Tang Yanyan fell in love with Jiang Huai, but she could see it. Tang Yanyan and Tang Jiani. There seems to be some kind of conflict. The enemy of the enemy. It's your own friends. Qin Mengmeng would have thought. At that time, at school, in the mountains, at the amusement park, bumping into JAC and other women didn't seem like a good thing. At least, she knew one, which none of the others knew, about JAC. How could this not be a secret that belonged exclusively between her and Jiang Huai? JAC is acting, playing them all. She, on the other hand, was able to see clearly from a god's perspective. Since it's going to play, so why not make the water a little more muddy? Let everyone, the battle around JAC, get a little more intense. Wait for everyone to get hurt. Just her, only she, Qin Mengmeng, was able to reap the benefits and take the already tired Jiang Huai from all of you. Pursuing people, it's not by brute force. Rather, it's the brain. The other side. The bench at the corner of the Linda Plaza. Gue Yutong was lost in thought, clutching her cell phone. On his cell phone, was a text message sent to JAC. Gue Yutong. Jack, I know I'm wrong. Let's go back to the old days, okay? She saw it. She saw it all. For wondering why everyone seems to like JAC. so she ran out after Jiani. And then, she saw Jac, changed into a customized suit, got into the driver's seat of the Land Rover, and drove it single-handedly away from the school. So handsome, she had never seen such a handsome Jiani. She didn't know why. In the beginning, she had abandoned Jiani, but now, she already knew it was wrong. She was willing to sit in the passenger side of the Land Rover. In person, he admitted his mistake to Jac. Chapter 109, The Tang Dynasty Group's Water is Deep. Jack, I know I'm wrong. Let's go back to the old days, okay? Jiani looked at Gue Yutong's text message. It's kind of gross. A backhanded blackout. I was so busy earning money that I forgot to pull the plug on you, right? One by one. I don't know what kind of nerves have been pumping lately, either. Huma Tang is the one. Now Gue Yutong has another one. Are you my tenants? Just love yourself up right here? Mentally whining, Jac parked his car and went to Sister Momo's bakery. Qin Mengmeng's birthday is getting closer and closer. His craftsmanship, too, had gotten better and better, and now it was basically a no-brainer to finish a birthday cake alone. Time to 4 in the afternoon. Jac took the time to go to the restroom, went inside the mall in Dongdan, looked around the mall. The last stop was at a fetal education center. It seems to be here, Jiani murmured, looking at the information Ding Xiaoxi had given him in his hand. Nod. So far, according to the information given by Tang Qinghu, Tian Mengjia has raiders. The next important point is on Nia Aner. Nia Aner, a company's $1,000. Between the company and Tang Dynasty, it's a mutual partnership. Nia Aner is 26 this year. Just got married earlier this year. Married to a guy who was a Boy Scout in college. Lean. For a moment, Jiani was a bit at a loss as to who exactly he should spit at. Tang Qinghu, sleeping with someone else's girl. Now girl, find a receiver. The final receiver, or the schoolboy class. This world, indeed, was much more interesting than he thought. Was mulling it over. Mothers-to-be, gradually emerged from the room. Last girl out. Facial innocence, under the state of veiled face, tendered downward dripping water. Follow the girl out. And a boy who's almost 5 feet 9 inches. Face value is only a billion points away from Jac. Not bad for a schoolyard bully. Jac frowned, standing a few meters away. Looking at Nia Aner and his husband, who were now this close and intimate, was suddenly a bit confusing. He had meant to come and explore the situation. Possibly, he wanted to talk to Nia Aner alone. But now, apparently, her husband doesn't seem to realize that he is the receiver. Nia Aner is still pregnant. What did he go out and say? In case there's an accident. Who's in charge? Someone is definitely not right in this case. But Jac didn't want to hurt the child, and the soon-to-be mother, Nia Aner. A wobbly time. The people are all gone. Jiani frowned and couldn't think of a way out. Just about to go. Startled by the hand on his shoulder. Got a minute? Let's talk sometime. Jac turned his head. The person who came was no one else. It's none other than Nia Aner's husband. Move outside the mall. Nia Aner's husband handed Jiani a cigarette. Introduce yourself. Bayan, graduate student of Linjiang University. Now Nia Aner's husband. Rinku University? Jiani froze. I didn't realize it was the same old schoolmaster. Hello senior, Jiani greeted with a smile. Bayan pushed her eyes out, sizing up the Jac. He didn't expect it. The young man in front of him, though younger than he would have liked, had an air of sophistication about him. I know you. Know me? Dian nodded. Lindy Venture Base. There's our branch over there. If you perform well, you can join us. Director who mentioned you to me before. Having said that, Bayan got right to the point again. I know what you're here for. I know that between you and Tang Qinghu, there must be a deal, but you're not a member of the Tang family after all, so I suggest you don't do it until you're caught up in between. I also don't want to see my own schoolmate become an accomplice to the bad guys. JH sipped his cigarette, didn't say a word. He's thinking, pondering what this old schoolmaster really knows about everything. But think about it. Jiani felt funny again. The old schoolmaster probably knows a lot, but offhand, the most important things were kept in the dark. If he talks, and to take care of the mentality of honest people. Difficulty. Senior Jiang. Don't think about it anymore. The baby in an heir's belly is mine. Oh, I'm grass. And the masters? Jack, who had already relaxed, because Bayan said so. The brain is burning again. What do you mean? Senior, you know everything? Dian nodded, his eyes deep. There should be more than you know. 5 minutes of your time. The old schoolmaster told Jac a story. At Linjiang University, there was once a girl who had a crush on a boy for many years. Coincidence. The boy also had a crush on the girl for many years, but the girls are school girls. Boys are schoolboys. Each is shy and feels that the other is surrounded by so many suitors. Surely you don't have a chance.
So 4 years missed. After a girl graduates, she begins to take charge of her family's estate, which includes a lot of socializing. One day, an old man drugged his girl. Relationships happen. Aftermath. The girl's mood gets worse every day. The story reached the ears of the still boys through the girl's best friend, and so the boy, without hesitation, came to the girl, a little bit to help the girl open up, and married her. In this matter, Enner is a victim from beginning to end, so I don't want this matter to be harped on again. Bayan mumbled up. Hearing that, Jiang Hui glared angrily. You do? Ah, I have thought that Tang Qinghu is a, but I have not thought that Tang Qinghu is so. But wait, but senior, how do you know that this child is definitely not Tang Qinghu's? Bayan smiled. According to our investigation, he doesn't have that ability. Bang! Jiang Hui felt that some of the thoughts that had been rationalized, it was an instant mess. Thinks he's in the atmosphere. It's actually under the ing car, isn't it? Tang Qinghu doesn't have it. Doesn't that mean that, in fact, Tang Jiani is also not Tang Qinghu's daughter at all? Wait again. I threw. Then Jiang Hui wanted to know what he and Qin Mengmeng, who had talked about this and that before, were all about. At once, in Jiang Hui's head, he had a new vision. First of all, Tang Haotian must have his hands full if he could make it to such a point. A couple of sun things. He knows it ironically. How could he allow an outsider, qualified to take over the Tang dynasty? So, although Tang Jiani is not Tang Qinghu's daughter, but it should also be the granddaughter of the Tang family. My mom? Crazy. The whole family is crazy. Jiang Hui couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. He suddenly remembered what Tang Yen had said to him earlier. The Tang dynasty group's water is deep. You can't grasp it. JAC has thought about the depth of the water, but I didn't realize it was so deep. Bayan looked at Jiang Hui, and his entire body had been dumbfounded in place. Look at the time again. Anel should be anxious to wait. Jiang Hui, for the sake of you being my schoolmate, I'll talk to you more. No one can touch you if you choose to pull out now, but if you choose to continue, this vote on our side will go to whoever has the power when the time comes. Until then, no one can touch us. Old Don always promised. Tang, Elder Tang Haotian, Chapter 110, all quiet. Bjorn is gone. Jiang Hui looked at Bayan's back. It's full of glue. At the end of the day, Dian said that Tang Haotian promised him. Could he then understand that? In fact, Tang Haotian was aware of everything that had happened between now and then. Lean, this dead old man, he's too ruthless. Jiang Hui gradually understood. Understand Tang Haotian, exactly how big a chess game is being played. Family matters, he knows all about them, but he doesn't get it, because he knew that in the face of money and power, he went straight out and probably messed up the whole house. And 3 sons, so many years, the power has long penetrated the group's locations, pulling a hair and moving the whole body. So, you can't even let me come as an outsider. JH thought about it. Tang Haotian's terror should be more than that. This old man, too, is visible. Even if a few grandchildren are in power, the fathers will inevitably seize power. If a business wants to survive, it has to change the old. So in the end, the hole was dug specifically for a couple of sons to get their grandchildren to do it. Boy, the Tang dynasty group, indeed, does not keep idle hands. So here's the question. Whose daughter is Danjani anyway? Tang Qinglong? Or Tang Qingha? One of the most important things was that for such a long time, even Tang Qinghu himself was, surprisingly, kept in the dark. The message. And who told Tang Qinghu about those false news? Tang Qinghu told him a total of 3 messages. It's okay now. The first 2, both false. That third one, the probability of fidelity Jiang Hui felt, was not much bigger. The world is unpredictable. In favor of Johnny Tang, only 10 points short of a perfect score. JAC sighed. Who made him? Now, a landlord who is the best in the universe. Back to the bakery. Stayed busy until dinner time. Zhuahar took a vacation. Drive straight to Tang Qinghu's house. A few minutes in the afternoon, Jacqueline figured something out. How do you get a tiger's son without entering the tiger's den? From the beginning, he wasn't working for Tang Qinghu. So, trying to get some more leads, we still have to ask Tang Qinghu about it. The Don family. The main entrance. JH got out of the car. Couldn't help but TSK twice. I didn't realize that Tang Qinghu was so grand. Southern Huizhou-style architecture. The front door is not big, but the door on the eaves carved beams and hanging 2 lanterns. But it is strange and festive. Mr. Jiang, please follow me. Jiang Hui followed the girl at the door and entered the courtyard. Just inside the door is the pond. On either side of the pond, against the wall are connecting porches. On the connecting corridor, every few meters, there was a girl waiting, saying hello to Mr. Jiang as he passed by. Sheesh, that feeling. Don't say. It's kind of cool. Mr. Jiang, Master and Madam, are waiting for you on this side of the opera house. Just go through this door and you'll be there. A theater? JH walked through two small arches. Behind the archway, it opens up. It became a separate house again. On one side of the courtyard, there is a 3-story wood-carved theater building with pavilions and pavilions. On the theater floor, Wuxing is reaching the climax of the part, and the gun in his hand is swinging faster and faster. But JAC can't see it. Eyes fell on another small 2-story building, 8 or 9 meters away from the theater building. On the second floor, Tang Qinghu was clutching his skewer and waved him up. Xiao Jiang, you came in a hurry. Let's simply eat some copper hot pot. Tang Qinghu finished. Jiang Huai smiled and nodded. Another skimmed toward the theater building. Sure enough, now that's a top-notch treat. The angle was just right to see every move on the theater floor. Autumn high, eating copper hot pots and listening to theater. TSK TSK TSK. Instead, it was Tang Jiani's nominal mother, Lai Hua. After all that, Jiang Huai resized the woman. It was becoming increasingly difficult to know in what way to talk to her. First, she definitely knew about the fact that Tang Jiani was not her daughter. Then what did she marry Tang Qinghu for? For love? He doesn't believe it anyway. Or is Lai Fa also a move in Tang Qinghu's chessboard? Actually, just a pawn. 2. Xiao Jiang. Hey! Jiang Huai came back to his senses and saw Tang Qinghu picking up his wine cup. He also substituted tea for wine and smiled at Tang Qinghu. Xiao Jiang. I'm a person who makes a clear distinction between grudges. Tang Qinghu should have had a small drink before Jiang Huai arrived, and was now blushing. In the matter of Tian Mengjia, you have merit. No way. Jiang Huai sank his face. Mr. Tang, I just didn't expect that in this matter. You're hiding something from me as well. Ha! Tang Qinghu laughed. He was supposed to say that JAC is simple. Or did Jiang Huai mean to question him when he said that? Why should I tell you? Of all things? Tang Qinghu's face was stunned with some aura. You remember. What you shouldn't ask. Don't ask. That must be. Shouldn't have said that. The old man is designated not to say. It's everyone's responsibility to take care of the green hat man. Hiss. JH was thinking. Tang Qinghu, this seems to be, well, not exactly a cuckold. The daughter is someone else's, but the wife isn't his either. What's with the feeling that it's a little bit worse than the green hat man? Wine and dine. The play on stage continues. Taking advantage of Tang Qinghu's drunkenness, JAC said, intentionally or not, Mr. Tang, in fact, what I have not thought of the most is that your brother looks how masculine a person. Why would what? Like men? Tang Qinghu laughed as he spoke. Again, as if thinking of something, meaningfully, he looked at his wife, Rehana, who was beside him. A few years ago, she was a playwright. Forget it. Jiang Huai followed Tang Qinghu's line of sight and bumped into Lai Hua's eyes again. Her eyebrows are like a woman's eyes, and her temperament is truly extraordinary. But Auntie Lai Hua's eyes seemed to be a little timid and smiling. Since Tang Qinghu didn't say anything, Jiang Huai then didn't pursue the question. Changed the question. This thing, fidelity? You doubt my ability. It's nighttime again in Linjiang. JH drove the car. By the ears, all are Tang Qinghu's sentence. You doubt my ability? Can't strain it. It's really a bit taut. JAC wanted to know. What exactly is the ability that Tang Qinghu was talking about? The daughter is not even her own. Talking to him about competence? JAC sort of saw it. Tang Qinghu was the one who was protected, the purest one in the entire Tang family. 4 decades. Don't even know how much you weigh. 6. Funny is a bit funny, but the depressing thing was that Tang Qinghu's mouth, too, was as good as sealed. Not a bit more information is revealed to him. Now, what? Stop at the stoplight. JHW lit a cigarette, a little fretful. A few seconds later, the red light turned green. JAC stepped lightly on the gas. The car moved slowly. Jiang Huai was pondering over the sentence that Tang Qinghu hadn't finished. Auntie Lai Fa. Why before? Would it be theater? Or will Tang Qinghu not be shameless enough to take his wife? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Turn on your high beams like that. You want to die? Lights coming from the side. The flashing Jiang Huai couldn't open his eyes. The words that came out of Jiang Huai's mouth had just been cursed. Flanked by rushing trucks. There's hardly any slowing down. Head on into the main driver's side of the Land Rover. $3 million Land Rover. Rolled 5 times. Parked on the side of the road on a greenbelt. Everything's quiet. 111. The system has detected that the host's body has suffered a serious injury. To protect the host's safety, activate the automatic point-adding mechanism. Mastery of physical arts. Learn. Defense points. +5. Power points. +4. Current host's remaining points. 0. Black. It's too dark. JH tried to open his eyes, but the brain is muddled. Feeling a warm current, gradually on himself, cleansing the marrow and the tendons. It lasted about half an hour. The pain in my body is gradually getting much better. JAC's first reaction when he came back to his senses. Not thinking about the night. What happened? Rather, it's words that fall on deaf ears. Ramblings. It's distracting. Jack, I've tried so hard. I've gone to see a lot of people in the past few days. I'm fighting for my freedom. But why are you doing this? What about the promised acre of good land and 3 meals for 4 seasons? What gives you the right? What gives you the right to be going away by yourself? Don't you like money? I'll transfer you the money. I'll transfer you lots and lots of money. $1 million if 100,000 isn't enough. 10 million if $1 million isn't enough. Jack, I want you to get up. Honey, sweep or cash. A word from Jac. Don Johnny froze when he saw Jiang Huai, who was lying on the bed, had opened his eyes. Tears, violently, rolled down from his eyes. And then, Tang Jiani put her entire head, buried in Jiang Huai. Cry until your body throbs with pain. Tang Jiani didn't dare to tell Jiang Huai how scared she had just been. She remembered being a child. Once her father wanted to take away her dog doll, named Dowdu, for upsetting him. The state of mind on that occasion, much like now. Don Johnny's heart broke, looking at the doll that was about to be taken away from her. Don Johnny opened the window and stood on the 5th floor ledge, threatening to jump before she traded it for the only thing in her life that would listen to her. But Jac is different. Jac is human. It's a living, breathing human being. If someone were to take him away from Don Johnny, she will not fight to the death, but will fight the man. Honey, I'm sorry. Jiang Huai reached out his hand and gently placed it on the top of Tang Jiani's head and rubbed it. I made you worry. Covering her head, Don Johnny, a freeze. The body shook harder. Don Johnny cried for 10 minutes. After waiting to raise his head, the entire cool face, now instead of pear blossom, white with pink, hair sticking to the cheeks, so not to cause pity. Before Jiang Huai could return to his senses, a dozen doctors poured in, started checking all parts of the body for Jiang Huai. For her part, Don Johnny stood up and crossed her arms, watching the whole time, more like a caller of orders. Jack, these are the top doctors in the hospital. Just relax. Jac nodded. It can't be helped if you don't relax now, can it? Being held down on the bed by a dozen old men, he was like a corpse waiting to be disemboweled. If someone else says Dr. Tops, he might be a little skeptical, but if Don Johnny says, that Jac wouldn't suspect a thing. Whatever, top-of-the-line medical checkups are a no-brainer. The doctors surrounding Jac. One frowned sadly. Look at me, let me look at you, all wide-eyed. It's not that you can't see the disease. Rather, no, it can't be. The doctor in charge of examining the chest cavity, poked and prodded Jh's chest cavity and pushed his glasses again. Half an hour ago, and 3 broken ribs, massive organ swelling. Better now? The doctor in charge of examining the brain, his brow furrowed in disbelief. Moderate concussion. Not for a month. It can't be good. Had he misdiagnosed himself? From head to toe, from the inside out. A dozen doctors examined it. One check and no squeak. Finally, only the old internal medicine doctor, an old man with a goat-white beard, touching Jiang Huai's pulse. He frowned and scared twice more. 2 simple voices. It shocked Jiang Huai into a cold sweat. No fear of Western medicine billing. Just be afraid that the TCM practitioner pulls a face. Doctor, I won't die. Jiang Huai frowned. Doc shook his head. Dead. Not dead. Just. Hear the word, just. Don Johnny was the first to rush up. With a nervous face, he stared at the doctor in front of him. Just what? 2 simple words. Tang Jiani felt that the stone that had already landed on the ground. For a moment, it hangs again. Now, the entirety of Jac has awakened. Don Johnny has thought it through. There are any number of problems. She was all for leaving no stone unturned to help Jac return to her previous health. Doc continued to shake his head. It's just that the patient's internal fire is now so high that it's burning his heart a bit. Perhaps the patient has been a little overworked. For some time. Thinking about things too much. Little brother. Need a quiet place to tune out more. Finish the conversation. All the doctors are gone. Don Johnny closed the door to his room. In my head. It was still the words of the doctor just now. Putting aside the trauma that Jac suffered. Didn't realize. In Jiang Huai's heart. Surprisingly, he still harbored a fire. Think about it. Don Johnny felt so self-conscious. Blame her. All she could think about was the Tang dynasty group. Forgetting that Jac still has his own company and has to listen to her on a regular basis, even without realizing it, and got mixed up in their family. Anyone would have their head in the clouds right now. Honey? Hearing Jiang Huai calling her, Tang Jiani turned around, sat back down next to Jiang Huai, and clutched Jiang Huai's hand. Why am I here? Don Johnny smiled. Someone was at the scene of the accident, recognized my car and contacted me first. I had this hospital. Make the best room for you. Jiang Huai pretended to have a breathless smile. Sitting up slightly, he looked out the window. Outside the window, all you could see was the skyline. and a couple of the tallest buildings. The system has detected that the host's body has suffered a serious injury. To protect the host's safety, activate the automatic point-adding mechanism. Mastery of physical arts. Learn. Defense points, +5. Power points, +4. Current host's remaining points, 0. Black. It's too dark. JH tried to open his eyes, but the brain is muddled. Feeling a warm current, gradually on himself, cleansing the marrow and the tendons. It lasted about half an hour. The pain in my body is gradually getting much better. JAC's first reaction when he came back to his senses. Not thinking about the night. What happened? Rather, it's words that fall on deaf ears. Ramblings. It's distracting. Jack, I've tried so hard. I've gone to see a lot of people in the past few days. I'm fighting for my freedom. But why are you doing this? What about the promised acre of good land and 3 meals for 4 seasons? What gives you the right? What gives you the right to be going away by yourself? Don't you like money? I'll transfer you the money. I'll transfer you lots and lots of money. 1 million if 100,000 isn't enough. 10 million if 1 million isn't enough. Jack, I want you to get up. Honey, sweep or cash. A word from JAC. Don Johnny froze when he saw Jiang Huai, who was lying on the bed, had opened his eyes. Tears, violently, rolled down from his eyes. And then, Tang Jiani put her entire head, buried in Jiang Huai. Cry until your body throbs with pain. Tang Jiani didn't dare to tell Jiang Huai how scared she had just been. She remembered being a child. Once her father wanted to take away her dog doll, named Daodu, for upsetting him. The state of mind on that occasion, much like now. Don Johnny's heart broke, looking at the doll that was about to be taken away from her. Don Johnny opened the window and stood on the 5th floor ledge, threatening to jump before she traded it for the only thing in her life that would listen to her. But JAC is different. JAC is human. It's a living, breathing human being. If someone were to take him away from Don Johnny, she will not fight to the death, but will fight the man. Honey, I'm sorry. Jiang Huai reached out his hand and gently placed it on the top of Tang Jiani's head and rubbed it. I made you worry. Covering her head, Don Johnny, a freeze. The body shook harder. Don Johnny cried for 10 minutes. After waiting to raise his head, the entire cool face, now instead of pear blossom, white with pink, hair sticking to the cheeks, so not to cause pity. Before Jiang Huai could return to his senses, a dozen doctors poured in, started checking all parts of the body for Jiang Huai. For her part, Don Johnny stood up and crossed her arms, watching the whole time, more like a caller of orders. Jack, these are the top doctors in the hospital. Just relax. JAC nodded. It can't be helped if you don't relax now, can it? Being held down on the bed by a dozen old men, he was like a corpse waiting to be disemboweled. If someone else says Dr. Tops, he might be a little skeptical, but if Don Johnny says, that JAC wouldn't suspect a thing. Whatever, top-of-the-line medical checkups are a no-brainer. The doctors surrounding JAC, one frowned sadly. Look at me, let me look at you, all wide-eyed. It's not that you can't see the disease, rather, no, it can't be. The doctor in charge of examining the chest cavity, poked and prodded JH's chest cavity and pushed his glasses again. Half an hour ago, and 3 broken ribs, massive organ swelling. Better now? The doctor in charge of examining the brain, his brow furrowed in disbelief. Moderate concussion, not for a month. It can't be good. Had he misdiagnosed himself? From head to toe, from the inside out. A dozen doctors examined it. One check and no squeak. Finally, only the old internal medicine doctor, an old man with a goat-white beard, touching Jiang Huai's pulse. He frowned and scared twice more. 2 simple voices. It shocked Jiang Huai into a cold sweat. No fear of Western medicine billing. Just be afraid that the TCM practitioner pulls a face. Doctor, I won't die. Jiang Huai frowned. Doc shook his head. Dead. Not dead. Just. Hear the word, just. Don Johnny was the first to rush up. With a nervous face, he stared at the doctor in front of him. Just what? 2 simple words. Tang Jiani felt that the stone that had already landed on the ground. For a moment, it hangs again. Now, the entirety of JAC has awakened. Don Johnny has thought it through. There are any number of problems. She was all for leaving no stone unturned to help JAC return to her previous health. Doc continued to shake his head. It's just that the patient's internal fire is now so high that it's burning his heart a bit. Perhaps the patient has been a little overworked. For some time. Thinking about things too much. Little brother. Need a quiet place to tune out more. Finish the conversation. All the doctors are gone. Don Johnny closed the door to his room. In my head. It was still the words of the doctor just now. Putting aside for the moment, the trauma that JAC suffered. Didn't realize. In Jiang Huai's heart, surprisingly, he still harbored a fire. Think about it. Don Johnny felt so self-conscious. Blame her. All she could think about was the Tang dynasty group. forgetting that JAC still has his own company and has to listen to her on a regular basis, even without realizing it, and got mixed up in their family. Anyone would have their head in the clouds right now. Honey? Hearing Jiang Huai calling her, Tang Jiani turned around, sat back down next to Jiang Huai, and clutched Jiang Huai's hand. Why am I here? Donjani smiled. Someone was at the scene of the accident, recognized my car and contacted me first. I had this hospital. Make the best room for you. Jiang Huai pretended to have a breathless smile. Sitting up slightly, he looked out the window. Outside the window, all you could see was the skyline, and a couple of the tallest buildings. Chapter 112, Miss Tang. Good luck. Hospital corridors. Donjani's longer-than-life legs, stomping on the hateful highs, kept echoing. Donjani thought, God, no, I should say the Moon Lord, was favoring her. This time, she traveled among the various shareholders of Tang Dynasty, canvassing for votes while taking care of the group's performance. If it wasn't for the cell phone, there was a picture of JAC in JAC's trench coat on his body. Donjani thought, shouldn't have lasted much longer myself, but Donjani was afraid. I'm afraid that if I wait a few days, by Jiang Huai's side, a new woman will appear. Now that's better. Jack, I've got a chance to hide you well. To hide you in the mountains where no vixen can find you. You can only be mine. That's great. Donjani looked at the location on her cell phone. The positioning of the Land Rover key has been dealt with cleanly. JAC shouldn't find out. Donjani thought, this should be considered, as well, an act of love for JAC. Yes, she knew it from the beginning. The car, which was eliminated from the company, was installed with a locator system by my father. Father was watching her. Now, she gave the car to JAC. She assured her that she didn't mean to find out where JAC was. She's just worried. I'm worried that JAC will be in danger. So, even if JAC knew about it, should forgive her too. Step out of the building. Donjani looked around, her eyes finally settling on the girl not far away, standing at the entrance to the hospital. The girl in the distance, wearing a light green national-style sleeveless top, and wide-legged pants of the same color, with a blank look in her eyes, all of which was spread on the flowers in her arms, was pitiable. Donjani walked over, frowning. I didn't think that you'd actually come. Qin Mengmeng wanted to smile at Tang Jiani, but right now, she couldn't laugh. Last night, the video of her calling Jiang Huai was picked up by Tang Jiani. Qin Mengmeng saw that Jiang Huai, who was lying on the hospital bed, was covered in blood. She didn't sleep a wink. It's early, but Qin Mengmeng didn't dare to come in. The traffic accident that happened last night, she also swiped on Shakeology. The impact is significant. She saw the car all changed. Much less dare to think what will become of JAC. JAC has woken up. A word from Donjani. In Qin Mengmeng's eyes, there was immediately a light. Really? I'm not interested in cheating. No, thank you, Don. Donjani rolled her eyes. Of course you have to thank me for giving you one last chance to be able to see Jiang Huai. Hear that? Qin Mengmeng froze. What do you mean? The doctor has already said that Jiang Huai's body now needs quiet recuperation. I'll bring him to the mid-levels villa. I'll get him the best chef, the best health expert, provide the best environment, and I'll take him away from you. Putting down her words, Tang Jiani clasped her hands on her chest, her head held high. It's not often that Donjani will be in front of others and flaunt her ability with money, but for the sake of JAC, she was willing to do this. Last night on Jiang Huai's cell phone, when he saw Qin Mengmeng's message, Donjani thought, this might just be the perfect opportunity. Perhaps Qin Mengmeng has some feelings for Jiang Huai. What about later? What can you give JAC later? Your family has no money. I'm sorry, I have it at my house. JAC is starting a business. You can't give contacts. I'm sorry, I'm just someone else's network. Anyway, I don't like to gossip about people who don't matter. I let you come as a favor to you. I just wanted to show you. Let's see what kind of medical environment I can give JAC. Let's see what kind of care I can give JAC. I think that if you're really good to JAC, you should be able to understand what I mean. See JAC one last time. Read it and hope you never show up in front of him again. Facing Qin Mengmeng, Donjani never felt that she would lose, but she couldn't forget. Can't forget that day at Nte. Amphion. Jiang Huai didn't bring himself, but brought her down the mountain, playing tricks behind the scenes. More than that, it's not her style. Tang Jiani wanted Qin Mengmeng to say those words herself, to say that she didn't deserve it, that she didn't deserve to like Jiang Huai. Only then would she be able to rest easy. Hospital entrance. People come and go. Tang Jiani's face was clear and cold as she waited for Qin Mengmeng's reply. You'd better hurry up. I've got the cook cooking and it's on its way. You'd better. And don't think about acting bitter in front of Jiang Huai. If that's the case, I wouldn't hesitate. Is this what JAC wants? Tang Jiani was stunned, a bit not hearing Qin Mengmeng's words. What did you say? Qin Mengmeng hugged the flowers and looked at Tang Jiani.
In her eyes, there wasn't the slightest bit of timidity. I mean, you were just talking to yourself about all that. Really, is that what JAC wants? Hear the words. Tang Jiani's brows instantly furrowed. Stepping on high heels, Tang Jiani was a head taller than Qin Mengmeng complete. The height difference. It's like an aura gap. It's hard to compensate. Jiani said faintly. At your age, do you really know what you want? JAC he just hasn't made contact yet. When he touches it, he won't be able to stay away. Ha! Qin Mengmeng really wanted to laugh. Once upon a time, she never dealt with Jiani. It was rumored in the school that this person, Tang Jiani, was the Frost Queen, and it was hard for ordinary people to get close to her. Qin Mengmeng took her for that, but now, she only thought Tang Jiani simply adorable, or even in a relationship, a complete headlessness, running amok with nothing but a rush of energy. Do you really know what liking is, Jiani? Looking at Tang Jiani's wooden expression, Qin Mengmeng began, launching a counterattack horn. Can't even understand what I'm asking? Classmate Tang, what gives you the courage to say that you like Jiang Huai? From just now, what you said, is all what I thought I would give to JAC. Any word of this is self-centered. Actually, it's not JAC that you like it just the way you were when you had JAC. 5 years ago the wind, through the precipitation of 5 years' time, it burned a little to say it from Qin Mengmeng's mouth. Qin Mengmeng suddenly wondered a bit. 5 years ago, she was so in love that she was willing to lose her self-respect. The boy who ended up hurting her all over the place. How are you doing? Better to have a terrible time. But she thanked him anyway. Taught her many emotional lessons. Qin Mengmeng's eyes were firm. Jiani was a little confused. Isn't that what liking is all about? Like, shouldn't it be, I give you everything I think is good? Who are you, to question me here? Qin Mengmeng smiled. I'm not questioning you. I just think it's ridiculous. Put down the word. Qin Mengmeng stepped forward. Taking the flowers in his hand, he shoved them into Jiani's hand. I give up. Qin Mengmeng's words were as cold and sharp as the wind on an autumn night. Give up? Jiani raised her eyebrows. Shake your head. She was still high on Qin Mengmeng. People who open and shut their mouths in front of hospitals and ask people if they like them. Finally, didn't even have the courage to argue with her. Bought a bouquet of flowers. Run to the hospital entrance. She thought that Qin Mengmeng would cry and scream. Results. That's it? Don't worry. I'll pass this flower to Jiang Huai for you. You won't. You guessed it. I'll throw it in the trash when you're gone. Doesn't matter. Qin Mengmeng was eager to go up. It was tempting to plop down next to JAC and have a chat with JAC. But she knew. She can't do that now. If she's JAC, JAC wouldn't want the room appear at the same time. Both hers and Jiani's. No, there should be more than two. Qin Mengmeng looked into the distance. The unit grazed past them both. The Alpha parked under the ward. Smiley, turn around and walk away. Top of the line performances. Not in front of a patient. Snot and tears. Much less the likes of Jiani. Pull out your heart and soul. Top of the line performances. I was the one who came. And one day, Jack will learn from a third person. It can kill. Never boiling water. Instead, it's warm water that's being heated. Good luck, Miss Tang. Tang Jiani looked at Qin Mengmeng's back. Disdain. Muttering up. Such nice flowers. Of course whoever sends them is the one who gets them. Hospital corridors. Nurse, I want to know if JAC is in this ward? Well thanks. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Who the hell is so ungrateful? I'm going to snap his eyes out. Next, the door to Jiang Huai's hospital room was gently opened. Jiang Huai looked out of the room. The two men standing. Silly. Su Wanwan and Mu Chu Yen? It's not. What are they doing here? Little Xian got down from Su Wanwan's arms, crying and shouting. He rushed towards Jiang Huai. Brother Jiang Huai, don't die. Xian doesn't want you to die. Su Wanwan looked at Jiang Huai. There was still strength left to hold little Xian in her arms. Tight nerves. It's loose in a second. So dangerous, really dangerous. The plan to be a grandma was almost going away. And so on. It's so dangerous. Is Jiang hurt? Sister Wan, how did you guys know I was here? You still say that. Su Wanwan came over to Jiang Huai's side and started to do it herself, giving Jiang Huai an injury check. Check it out while you're at it. One side mumbles. In the morning, I was about to take Xian out when I received a Weibo message from Miss Xiao Qing. Little Miss Qing told us that you were in a very serious car accident and are in a coma in the hospital. Xian and I were so worried about you. Came over first thing. JAC frowned. Little Miss Qing is? Qin Mengmeng ah. What? Monkeyed. JAC was, this time, truly baffled. Qin Mengmeng knew he was hospitalized, but it was Su Wanwan who came. What kind of operation is this? Between them, how are they connected? But right now, to be anxious. It should not be this. Johnny went to get dinner. Be right back. Jac is a man of principle. When docking one client, never get involved in another client's life. Last time,
Qin Mengmeng and Tang Jiani bumped into each other. It's already a blunder within a blunder.
If we wait for Johnny to come back,
how is he supposed to introduce himself to both sides?
To each other? Otherwise, it's better to hurry up and let Sister Wan go. Was mulling it over. The ward door, with a creak, opened again.
Jianhui looked at Tang Jiani, who was holding flowers in her arms and carrying a lunchbox in her hand.
Vomit roar. Now, there's no way to walk. Chapter 113, kudos to you, green tea. Auntie Sue? See Su Wan. Johnny froze in place. 100,000 reasons in your head?
Why is she here?
What's her relationship with Jac? Tang Jiani is a junior member of the Tang family, though there are some big shots in Linjian that can't be recognized. But Mrs. Mu, Su Wan, she is definitely recognizable. To say that the Don family business is a visible giant, that Mu family business, it's the gray area, one of the three most active dragons. Between the two, they are normally non-aggressive. Family elders familiarize themselves with each other. Even Grandpa Tang Yen, to the president of the Morong Society House, it was also an existence that had to be given 3 points. So in school, she didn't want to deal with Mu Chu Yen either. But Mrs. Su, what brings you to a place like this? Su Wan turned around, tenderness in front of Jac. It disappeared in an instant, staring at the girl standing in the doorway. First, I thought it was pretty. Again, it looked familiar. She remembered. You're the second daughter of the Tang family. Johnny. The whole room, seemingly quiet. The truth is full of question marks, and some people appear to be alive, have actually figured out how to die. Jack, for example.
Jianhui had just gotten over his shock.
Another clueless discovery. It's amazing that these two know each other. It's over. Completely and utterly finished. JH felt. Today was a career. The biggest insult. Been doing my best. Avoid meeting each tenant. For licking dogs, this is a big no-no. The results can be good. Round and round. The clown is himself. Don't dare talk. Totally afraid to talk. Brother Jianhui, you're so hot. Why are you turning red? Xian lay on top of Jianhui, quietly looking at Jianhui's face. The flesh can be seen to turn red. A shock. Xian remembered. The sweet potatoes that Mom baked for Xian were like this. Sweet potatoes are ripe. It'll be red. Maru spice. Brother Jac is cooked. Hoo. Xian blowing wind. Brother cool. Jac smiled, rubbing Xuan's little head. Brother is much better. That's weird. Jianhui looked at Su Wan. Another look at Johnny. He asked, between the eyes of the two men. Zippy stuff. It's a skill called 100,000 volts. No. I was wondering. This kind of ward is generally inaccessible to the general public. So it turns out that Miss Tang was the one who came first. Su Wan raised her chin, carrying the majesty of an elder in a serious tone. So, Miss Tang, what do you have to say? Su Wan walked up, take the rice from Johnny's hand, turn around and place it on the Jac table, facing Johnny all over again. A cold expression on her face, and a comparison with Johnny. It's like an Antarctic island, hitting a glacier. The main attraction is that she's in. Tang Jiani wouldn't be able to get one step closer to Jianhui. Saw the Don family here. Su Wan wasn't surprised. Heard something happened to Jac. The first thing she did was have someone look into it. Check. The only thing that checks out is that the car that was hit was owned by the Don family. Fearful. It's not a clear-cut check. Fearful. Instead, they can't find out. Knowing when you can't find out. Su Wan then understood it all. Behind the scenes, the goal was either the Tang family or Jac himself. Just before entering, she thought it would be Tang Qinglong's family, or Lao San's family. The only thing I didn't expect. Surprisingly, it's the oldest two daughters. Rumor, the oldest two girls. Tang Jiani, usually deep in the closet, not interested in men or women, barely interacts with people. But how? Would it cross paths with Jac? Johnny is an understanding person. But, Mrs. Su, are you interrogating me? Johnny looks at the field station. It was clearly her who brought the meal for Jianhui. It's her. Stayed with Jac all night. The one who had been taking care of Jianhui was also her. Now what does that mean? Eviction? Mrs. Su, I think you should be clear that our Tang family and your Mu family have always been well water. I respect you, but please, don't cross the line either. Crossing the line? Su Wan curled the corners of her mouth. So many years. What a first for someone to say that word to me, and a hairy girl at that. It's kind of fun. I won't care about anything else, but about Jianhui, I will definitely care. Tang Jiani frowned. On what grounds? By virtue of the fact that I'm Jac, The future mother-in-law. Su Wanwan puffed out her chest, majestic in all directions. The truth is inside. So cool. Finally got the heart out. Cute little Jiang. I've made my feelings clear. Anyway, I'll take you as my son-in-law. Who cares who Danjani is? Shine kill. Quiet. The silence of a falling pin.
Jiang Huai had been completely dumbfounded.
Wow. Sister Wanwan,
thank you for letting me see the scene of a nuclear bomb explosion in my lifetime.
If I can still walk out of the hospital room alive, I'll definitely kneel down and thank you in person. Shelter your whole family.
And once Su Wanwan started to release her skills,
definitely won't give your opponent any chance to fight back. One kill to the end. Since you don't want to talk, I'll talk for you. 21st century. The rule of law society. In the end, how much want to die of people? Will drive a truck, run a red light, not the slightest with brakes, hit a whole Linjiang. There are not a few units of the Land Rover Plus? It was done deliberately. Why on earth? Within 10 minutes of JAC being in a car accident, were you the first to show up at JAC's side? It's you? Or your family? To kill? You are not? Still afraid to talk? Are you the one who wants to know? Or don't you have a right to know? Aura. Jiang Huai looked at Su Wanwan. Scalp numbness. First time I visualized and saw the aura thing. What a Danjani Frost Queen. Face Su Wanwan. It's simply small. Danjani clenched her palms sweaty. I hold it for half a day. And only one word I can say. Just faced Qin Mengmeng's pride. Instant shattering. She couldn't help but admit it. Su Wanwan's words were word for word solid. Do you like JAC? Ha? Su Wanwan's sudden question.
Once again the room fell silent.
JAC once again fell into self-doubt. Wasn't it questioning Danjani? Why are you asking this question all of a sudden? Sick. Sister Wanwan, I thank you again. Seriously. Danjani dared to nod. He couldn't even look at it. 3 paces away. Danjani's face was red and her eyes were shy.
The line of sight crossed over Su Wanwan and glanced towards Jiang Huai's side.
With that, he nodded. Like is like. I can guarantee with Mrs. Su that the person who plotted against Jiang Huai, I will definitely find out. And I will also protect Jiang Huai properly. The relationship between the two of us does not need your intervention. Lean. Su Wanwan was frantic inside. Sure enough, she guessed right. But such a ballsy girl, why not her girl? Since I really like it, that's all the more reason not to stay. Yen. Auntie has gone to a lot of trouble for you. You've earned some face for your mother. In that case, I'll take Xiao Jiang away. Su Wanwan coldly said. Why? Tang Jiani was shocked. Our Tang family has the best medical care. The best cooks. The doctor said Jiang Huai needs to be in a quiet place to recuperate. I've already planned this. You can't take Jiang Huai away. Su Wanwan smiled. Didn't you say that you like Xiao Jiang? You should know very well that the people who laid hands on Xiao Jiang are from your Tang family. Until this matter is resolved, Xiao Jiang is safer in our Mu family, right? JH's eyes rolled. Heartfelt joy. I didn't realize there was a twist. Originally, JAC was still fuming. If you're taken by Tang Jiani to the deep mountains, nothing gets done. If I could go out with Sister Wanwan, everything is solved. Was mulling it over. Danjani was already in a hurry. The tone was twice as loud. Today Jiang Huai must stay. Su Wanwan didn't waver. Clap your hands. The 3 bodyguards guarding the door rush into the room. Gather around Danjani. Jesus said that, or did you, Miss Tang? Even if your grandfather came, he'd still have to give face. And you? Count on what? Asterisk. Danjani howled. Arms and legs, gesticulating in the air. What the hell? The in front of me. How dare you ask her what she is? Shouldn't she be saying that? It's her, Johnny Tang. Been here all night keeping watch. Obviously about to take JAC away. Halfway there, your Mu family kills out. Unreasonable to take JAC away. You guys want faces? What are you guys? Asterisk off and let go of your hands. Let go of the girl. Jiang Huai hugged Shen with a sudden voice. It startled everyone in the room. JAC took 2 steps forward, walked to the center of the room. First, he looked at Su Wanwan. The tone was full of helplessness. Sister Wanwan, don't be like this. I'll go with you. Please don't hurt Miss Tang. I don't want it to be because of me. Destroy the relationship between your 2 families. Put down the word. Jiang Huai came up to Tang Jiani again. Deep love. Miss Tang, I didn't expect that things would turn out like this. Do you know how happy I was when I just heard that I could go to the mountains with you? I was thinking that the birds singing in the mountains and you and I listening to the brook babbling and basking in the fall sunshine must be very pleasant. But it's me who doesn't deserve it. Miss Tang, I don't want them to hurt you. When I'm gone, promise me to be good. When I'm better, I'll come back for you. Jiang Huai finally said the word good. Not the slightest bit of retention. Head for the door of the room. Behind. Jiani kept reaching out, trying to retain. Jack, no, don't go. Jack, I can protect you. Leave the door of the room for the last moment.
Jiang Huai held his breath fiercely.
Hold it in until you're red in the face.
Hold it in until there are hot tears in your eyes.
Good. It's now. Turn back. Think over the saddest thing of the generation. Pay attention to Jiani's eyes.
Notice how the eyes have to be drawn.
Retract your eyes. Okay. Perfect.
Jiang Huai gave himself a thumbs up as he listened to the movement in the room.
New day. New acting. You've improved again. Mr. Gang. Jenny Tang's satisfaction score, +2. Jenny Tang's satisfaction score, up to 92. I hope the host will keep up the good work. JH fiddled with his cell phone, looking at the message Qin Mengmeng sent last night. Kudos to you, green tea. It's still you. On your birthday, I'll be there. But right now, JAC has a few important things going on. Going to get some help from Tinker Creek hackers. Jack, JAC, who was about to go downstairs, froze at the cry. JH stopped walking. Lifting her head, she surveyed the girl in front of her. Lean, someone tell him, why is Gue Yutong in this place too? It's ing crazy. Chapter 114, I still know you too well. Jack, Gue Yutong stood at the corner. There was some dismay in his eyes, some more surprises. Finally Zoe called out to Jiang Huai. In return, Jiang Huai frowned. Why are you here? Jiang Huai asked coldly. I heard you were in a car accident and followed Dream to find this place. And then what? Come to see me laugh? The corridors of the hospital's high-class wards are quiet. JAC breathes. Gue Yutong heard it all. Before going upstairs, she was thinking, if she did meet JAC, what should I say? Shall we, like before, pretend nothing happened? Call out to JAC and JAC will smile at her. But now, that doesn't seem to be the case. JAC became so strange. Strange to the point that Gue Yutong simply faced Jiang Huai and simply couldn't catch her breath. That kind of strange. I am worried about you. Gue Yutong held her tongue for a long time. One last sentence popped out. Jiang Huai couldn't help but laugh as he listened. Worried about me? Coming to see me? Who comes to the hospital to see a number of patients? Empty-handed. It's still you. Kariko-san. If it's okay, get out of the way. I'm leaving. Jiang Huai didn't want to bother with Gue Yutong at all. Sidestepped around Gue Yutong. Continued downstairs. One step has not been taken. But Gue Yutong tugged at the corner of his shirt. Jiang Huai stared at Gue Yutong's hand. The displeasure was written all over his face. Get loose. No, it's not that JAC, I really just came to see you. Gue Yutong saw Jiang Huai about to leave. Panic. I was worried about you. I was up all night. JH, did you see the text I sent you? Let go. Jiang Huai's tone, a few more points heavier. I already know I was wrong about what happened before. I wasn't trying to ask for anything from you. I just wanted to apologize properly. All night, Gue Yutong thought a lot. She felt so stupid. JAC drives on the VW. She just felt that Jiang Huai was pretending. When JAC opened the startup, she still felt that Jiang Huai, because of her, wanted to prove herself. But upon seeing JAC, driving a Land Rover, in and out of school, and the director, hoodlum, chatted back and forth. Even when you get sick, you get to stay in a high-class ward. Memories are like tides, can't stop it, taking over her brain. Is JAC really that bad? No. In the days with JAC, he's been nothing but good to himself. He's willing to work for himself. There's no reason for her to turn him down. My Land Rover. It's a rental. Ha! Qin Mengmeng froze. But I'm going to buy a new one. Ah! Qin Mengmeng froze again. Jiang Huai said casually. Again. He looked at Gue Yutong's violently loosened hand. Can't help but laugh. Take advantage of Gue Yutong's inattention. Turned on his cell phone and put it in recording mode. Gue Yutong. I still know you too well. You haven't changed after all this time. Does Gue Yulong know about your visit here? Or are you now planning to apologize to me after thinking that I'll forgive you, and then hang on to me while hanging on to Gue Yulong? Gue Yutong was stunned, subconsciously shaking his head. What JAC said seemed to be what she was thinking, but she didn't want Jiang Huai to think that she was such a person. No, Jack, I have no feelings for Gue Yulong. No feelings? Although Gue Yutong and Qin Mengmeng were in the same dormitory, but in the world of relationships, Gue Yutong was like a small number that had just come out of a novice village. Seeing Qin Mengmeng is like seeing the heavens. Bottom line, broken. If there are no feelings, then what are we? What are you? Between us, it's next to no feelings at all. Or are you, blinded by money? JAC gave a choice. Gue Yutong was like a headless fly, drilling into this choice. Yes, it's money. I'm sorry JAC, I shouldn't have left you because of money. You have to believe me. I don't have any feelings for him. And now I realize that our feelings for each other are many times more important than his money. will you forgive me, please? Gue Yutong took 2 steps forward, still trying to catch Jac. This time, instead, Jiang Huai didn't hide. Ren Guyutong clutched his arm. He spoke a little louder too. But now I feel that you're so far behind dream. Gue Yutong this time, like stress, roaring directly in front of Jiang Huai. Mengmeng, Jiang Huai, you've been tricked by her. She's green tea. She's trying to get to you while she can and then dump you hard. Will you listen to me? I'm her BFF. I know her best. Just a few months ago, she's played with dozens, if not hundreds, of men. She doesn't love you at all. She's been cheating you from start to finish. From start to finish, it's all an act. Jiang Huai, don't like her, will you? You'll get hurt if you like her. How can she have I love you? There. Jiang Huai growled lowly and stopped Gue Yutong, sinking his eyes. He thought about the lines. I forbid you to talk about her like that. Can I not know if dream is good or not? I was at Mount Anfeng, and I even met her begging for a peace talisman for me. If you don't like it, and how to do all that, what have you, again, done for me? This time, Gue Yutong was silent. Jac also clicked to stop recording. Those few paragraphs, that should pretty much do it. Wipe it up. Give Gue Yutong a chance. She's really daring to play. Wait to hand it over to Yolunqua for editing. And how is it not considered a best friend? A birthday gift to Qin Mengmeng. Life is like a play. It's all in the acting. It's just a shame that there's always someone with better skills. Do all that. It's the same as Jac envisioned. Su Wanwan, with Xian in tow, also appeared at the corner of the building. Tight spaces, 4 eyes, just got out of the ward. The fury on Su Wanwan's body had not yet receded. Seeing its other girls, clutching Jac's arm tightly, the fire in Su Wanwan's eyes, instantly exuberant again. Su Wanwan stood at the top of the steps, condescending, not lowering his head but staring straight at Gue Yutong. And this is? Jac shook his head. In front of Su Wanwan, he pulled Gue Yutong's arm away. I don't recognize it. She favors me. 4 words. Fried Gue Yutong. Her whole face turned green. Barely reacted yet. The woman, who was holding the child to the woman, flashed in front of her, a murderous tone in her voice. Asterisk 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 off. 2 simple words. Gue Yutong's body was chilled, rising directly from the bottom of his heart. She instinctively made way for Su Wanwan. Just don't move a muscle. Watching the child trotting and rushing to Jiang Huai's side, raising his arms in the air, he sounded grandmotherly. Brother, cuddle. Okay, brother hug, come on, let's go home. Gue Yutong looked at Jiang Huai, holding the child, with 3 bodyguards escorting each other. Walk downstairs, get into the black business car. Even before getting in the car, there was also a bodyguard among them who blocked Jiang Huai's head when he opened the door. Such a scene, she'd only seen it in movies. Gue Yutong thought back to the scene just now. The little girl called out to brother Jiang Huai. The bodyguard protects Jack Li home. Who is that woman? Ding! The brain randomly activates a small vision. Gue Yutong seemed to have suddenly realized. Right, that's Jac's mom. In fact, Jiang Huai is a famous god of Linjiang, the kind that can accompany a bodyguard on any outing. Only this, it all makes sense. Chapter 115, it doesn't seem to be raining today. It's all the same as having a disease. Jac before he was hospitalized. Never thought about it. Little Qin Mengmeng was able to make such a big wave. But the good thing is, the ending was kind of good. Jac sat in the car, gently pinching Xuan's little face. His thoughts were retrieved from the 9th cloud, seeing Su Wanwan smiling at him. Xiao Jiang, during this period of time, you can rest assured that you'll be recuperating in the Mu family. If there's anything you want, talk directly to your sister. If you want to go out, there's a car outside the door. You can drive it. It's better to be a big sister. Su Wanwan in 3 words. Like a spring breeze, the main theme is one of gentleness. No restrictions on your freedom. It's soft and cozy. Jac really didn't understand. Such a good big sister. Why would she give birth to a little devil like Mu Chu Yen? Failure. But Su Wanwan was right. Jac has been thinking about it since he woke up. Exactly who did he, in the end, touch? It would invite such a situation for him. As things stand, staying in the Mu family, on the contrary, is a better choice. Okay, Sister Wanwan, I'm troubling you this time. What's the trouble? Su Wanwan said in her heart. Think of it as a future auntie, coming to your door to experience it first. One day early and one day late. It doesn't matter. And heaven forbid a good one. Coincidence is coincidental. Yen is also at home these days. Divine providence. It's all God's will. Brother, sleepy. 2 adults having a good chat. Little Xian then cowered in Jiang Huai's arms. Not a single movement. As soft as a kitten. Within minutes, the upper and lower eyelids started fighting. Sawani tried to reach out, holding Xian in his arms. It was interrupted by Jian Huai's soft voice. It's okay, Sister Wan.
Xian just went to sleep and woke up when she moved.
Kids, sleep a lot to grow. Xian is soft and not heavy, said. Jac also found out the toilet paper. Gave this little girl. Wiped the harumph. See this scene. Su Wan's heart melted. Sitting next to her at the moment, which is what OE is holding his sister. It's alive and well. With Nana Jiang and his kids, Su Wan's grandma attribute that was latent in her heart exploded in a big way. Who can understand? Can't wait at all. How about drugging Yan and Jiang Huai? Hey, Su Wan was just thinking about it. Every time I think of that big, indisputable daughter, the anger just wouldn't go away. Jiang Huai, can Sister Wan ask you for something? Sister Wan, please go ahead. Help Yan. Jac frowned. Listened to an antecedent. The cause is still the same thing that Chu Chao hung up on, resulting in Mu Chu Yen now moping at home every day. It's as if he's lost his soul. JH felt. It's really his fault too. He was the one who pushed too hard before, but how would he know? The biker girl who wears leather every day is surprisingly pink on the inside. Would be addicted to capybara, an animal with no intelligence. From that day on, Jiang Huai WeChat also did not receive a message from Mu Chu Yen. With Mu Chu Yen's character, Jiang Huai felt that this girl should be on Little Bitch, having an electronic bombardment or something like that. Crazy venting. But the opposite is true. The world is impermanent, but personnel are afraid of anomalies, especially a dead arrogant one like Mu Chu Yen. Usually, it's like a Red Bull, with inexhaustible energy, thinking out of the box. But once you hold yourself back, people like her, often the sickest. But, Sister Wan, you also know that Yan she is most annoyed by me, as long as I appear. Is there not enough money? Ha? You need funds to go out and play. My sister knows that. There is $1 million in this card. If it's not enough, then talk to my sister. Su Wan handed over a bank card. Neither waited for Jiang Huai to react. It had been stuffed into Jiang Huai's breast pocket, covering JH's heart. Warm, very sweet. The entrance to the Mu family compound. Jiang Huai stepped into the courtyard. First look, just hit the two girls in the yard. Mu Chu Yen had white hair, lying in a rocking chair under a grapevine. The sunlight scatters dapples. Only when it came to Mu Chu Yen, it became sad. Side by side, Ding Xiaoxi was more like a little maid. Sit up straight. Fingers pinched the grapes in the bowl and stuffed one into Mu Chu Yen's mouth. Started mumbling. Yan, I saw a very funny joke recently. Do you want to hear it? Mu Chu Yen twisted her head, staring at a grape plant in the sky. And one guy said he had a dream last night that some star group was beating her up, but she dodged it easily. Do you know why? Because they're left-handed and right-handed, all in one slow motion. Jack, who the hell is it? Created Dinky Creek. Such interesting creatures. Is that funny? It's not funny. Jiang Huai thought about taking a step closer. Skimmed Mu Chu Yen. That's good. The expression was colder than just now. Miss Ding, do you know why Mr. Mu doesn't smile? Ding Xiaoxi shook her head. Why? Because, in slow motion, their left and right hands will replay. If you can hide once, you can't necessarily hide twice. Ding Xiaoxi's lake blue pupils, a circle larger, stared at Jac for 3 seconds. Ding Xiaoxi said seriously. Jack, slow every time. I can dodge it every time. You can every time. You every time. You, lean, pinch it. That's the general problem with current AI. Doesn't understand human humor. Still need to practice more. Two people in between conversations. Mu Chu Yen turned her head and opened her eyes. The sight hit Jac. Cold and scary. You're not dead. Nice zero frame start. Jac moved over a bench. Sit next to Ding Xiaoxi. Launch the blocking skill as you go. Your mom gave me $1 million to make you laugh. Shame on you. Is that so? Jiang Huai touched his face and smiled. Miss Mu is a good judge of people, but you're really half right. I belong to the left side of the face, plastered to the right side. Half cheeky, half shameless. Mu Chu Yen frowned again. Turn your face away. Out of sight, out of mind. In the morning before Su Wan left the house, tell Mu Chu Yen about Jiang Huai. It's just that Mu Chu Yen didn't expect it. Mom went so far as to take the sick one straight home. Mu Chu Yen was thinking, if I had known, I wouldn't have come back. Might as well rot in a prestigious school. No little stories for days. Has it always been this slow? To not. I'll go get him. Mr. Mu, do you want to go to Shidan Mall tonight? Get out. All right. Jiang Huai saw that Mu Chu Yen was so angry, turning his attention to Dinky Creek. Miss Ding, why don't you accompany me? I've heard that Shidan Mall is having an event, and it's even specializing in pulling capybara over to attract popularity. I haven't seen that strange animal. I've heard they're particularly grumpy, so I'm going to poke them in the nostrils with a mustard-coated scallion. Ding Xiaoxi nodded. Promised JAC,
tilting his head over again.
He looked at Mu Chu Yen. Yen, can you help me with my makeup?
What for? The book says that when a girl goes out alone with her sweetheart, she has to put on a beautiful costume.
But I don't know how to put on makeup. By the way JAC, did you buy an umbrella?
Jiang Huai was dumbfounded.
It doesn't seem to be raining today.
The book also says to go out with your charger,
ID, and most importantly a small umbrella. And while I don't know what it's because of, the book is definitely right. JH? Chapter 116, I say capybara. You say? No. It's not possible that someone like Miss Mu is also interested in capybara or something, right? The mall. JAC walks ahead, turning to look at Mu Chu Yen and Ding Xiaoxi, a woman with a heart of gold. Before you left the house, didn't you say you would never come? The car starts. Just be honest. Mu Chu Yen didn't bother with Zhang Huai.
Turn your head. Pretend to be looking elsewhere.
Wandered around the mall. 15 minutes later,
the three entered the small,
makeshift animal park in the middle of the mall.
The ticket seller said,
it cannot be fed privately. Confiscated the onions from JAC.
Zhang Huai felt bored.
Out of nowhere,
I pulled out the Polaroid I had gotten as a gift from a previous trip to the amusement park.
Incarnate photographer. Shot of Dinky Creek, half crouched in front of capybara, one hand on top of someone's head. Ding Xiaoxi's expression was dumbfounded. Capybara's expression, too, was dumbfounded. MS. Din, are you ready? I say capybara. You say? Wayawa. Click. Photo out. JH stared at the picture. Joyful.
I told you I had a bit of a talent for taking pictures in me.
This use of light. This absolutely beautiful composition. Ding Xiaoxi came over to Zhang Huai's side. Looked away. Frowning. Isn't modeling good looking? Jack.
It seems to me like it has nothing to do with photography skills.
Tiny Creek is still nice.
It's a shame to grow a mouth.
I don't believe it unless you take one of me too. Oh. Ding Xiaoxi nodded and took the Polaroid. Commanded JAC to pet the capybara that had just been there. Same action. Same light.
Ding Xiaoxi found a good angle. Was about to press the shutter.
Suddenly it occurred to me that I seem to have forgotten something. Jack. I said capybara. You said, I'm the most handsome. Click. Jack. Your password is wrong?
Ding Xiaoxi looked at the capybara that had just been there and followed Zhang Huai over.
Pull out your cell phone. Another shot for JH.
Ding Xiaoxi also just realized it.
When in the camera lens, JAC appears.
She seemed to think that it would be fun to take pictures.
What's right or wrong?
That's a slogan I developed especially for you.
Oh, Dinky Creek is just like a doll. Another nod. Hand the photo to JAC. JH accepted the photo. Satisfaction nodded. Well, I think you're right. The model looks good.
And sure enough the photographer's skill sucks.
And it all comes out. Jack, I think you're right. But I'll reiterate. Take that one for you. And because I'm good at it too. JAC broke up the picture and talked about it.
Ding Xiaoxi then turned on her cell phone camera again and took a picture of the ground.
The lights of the supermarket, beating down from overhead. Although she and Zhang Huai
were just shoulder to shoulder. But the shadow on the ground, the two had almost hugged each other.
The corners of Ding Xiaoxi's mouth rose inadvertently. Nodding once again. Zhang Huai, I think you're right. Mu Chu Yen sat on the bench. Watched the interaction between Ding Xiaoxi and Zhang Huai. Inwardly, he rolled his eyes madly. It's weird, Mu Chu Yen always felt. Ding Xiaoxi stood next to Zhang Huai,
as if she had changed.
On the surface,
what did Zhang Huai let Ding Xiaoxi do? Ding Xiaoxi does what he does. It's totally just about to take the shape that JAC likes.
But only Mu Chu Yen knew. That girl Ding Xiaoxi became a contracted National Geographic photographer at age 11.
16 years old and a picture sold for $60,000.
So angry. That girl Ding Xiaoxi. Why spoil JAC? Mu Chu Yen pulled a face. From his pocket, he pulled out $30 for 2 carrots. Pass it to capybara. The little one, who was still sleeping with his eyes closed,
sniffed his nose and began to nibble with his eyes closed.
The form is droll.
Mu Chu Yen reached out and rubbed the top of the guy's head.
It's not what it looks like. The fur is not soft and fluffy. Instead, it's a little hard. Is rubbing. Mu Chu Yen faced this one and immediately lay down. Hey, what do you mean hey?
I'm here to enjoy myself.
Aren't I? Mu Chu Yen's mouth said no. The body, however, is honest. Reaching down, he rubbed his hand over capybara's belly. Tummy duong duong. It seems to be fatter than several of the neighboring ones. All of them. Sure enough. Are all creatures that understand the value of emotions so desirable? Hey, all the carrots in your stomach. They don't all come from screwing around like that. Eat my carrot and you're mine. Capybara, choo choo choo. Mu Chu Yen looked at this guy on the ground. Can't help but laugh. The funnier the laugh. In her heart, the harder it was. Mu Chu Yen remembered her childhood. Father always comes home late. She didn't know what her father was doing out there. Just remember what mom said. Dad has to earn money. Tell her to be good. But she remembers. Sometimes my father would wake up in the middle of the night with a phone call, then run out of the house with a black face. Don't even come back for days. That time, there will be strangers in the house. They smash things and curse. Mom just held her and hid in the bathroom. She was terrified. The thoughts were simple. Where was my father and would he be beaten? Mu Chu Yen sighed. She didn't want her father in the business anymore. She's afraid he'll really hang up. Mu Chu Yen felt the same. So many years of fear. She's supposed to have seen life and death through. But now, it was only then that she felt really ripped off. Some people walk away. Not even a hello. Just like that. Suddenly gone. First time. It will feel. Is this person? Who has never been in their world. Ever. Like the little. But calm down. Mu Chu Yen thought again. Before that, every story the little has ever told. Pink piggy pajamas. Capybara on the phone. Those. It's all like a wound with a freshly grown scar. Torn down hard by himself. Even with blood and flesh. It was causing her pain. Mu students. Come and take a picture. I say capybara. You say. Click. Mu Chu Yen didn't even look back. JAC had already clutched the Polaroid and pressed the shutter. Photo out. Mu Chu Yen sat down by the capybara. The whole thing was frozen. There's something wrong with you. Yes, just got out of the hospital. Get out. I'm just not going to roll with it. What exactly is it that Mu is so sad about that you're telling me to cheer me up? Mu Chu Yen stood up with a frown. One grabbed JAC's Polaroid. Without the slightest hesitation. Fall to the ground. Snap. The prize that the two had worked so hard to get from the amusement park was at JAC's feet. In tatters. Mu Chu Yen didn't understand. She walked up 2 steps, extended her finger, and poked Jian Huai's chest. Don't you have a heart in this place? Doesn't it make you feel sad that your roommate, Zhou Chao, my little, will never come back to your dorm again? Jian Huai was full of calm. And then it dawned on me like an afterthought, remembering something. Come along to the banquet. Ha, you. Mu Chu Yen was tempted to refrain. But this time, she met the world's most disgusting man. Mu Chu Yen slapped, with no mercy, on Jiang Huai's face, yanking away. Chapter 117, Wait and See. Seeds of evil get evil. You've got to be evil to be evil. JH sat by the mall wall. It's not even coming back now. Ding Xiaoxi sat next to Jiang Huai, bought pain relief cream. With his fingers, he gently wiped JAC's cheeks, but it still feels so amazing. It turns out that the 5 fingers on TV can really be done. Jack, Yen Yen is a black belt in Taekwondo and won the national sparring championship at 16. So, he wanted to ask, so what? He's here to get Ding Xiaoxi medicated. It's not for her to come eyeballing. Lean. Such a crucial thing to not say before. Putting the horse behind the cart here. Artificial intelligence. What a failure. Hiss. Stop. Yes. Seeing JAC gritted his teeth. Ding Xiaoxi raised his hand at the first opportunity, carefully approaching Jiang Huai's side. Jack, do you drink water? No drink. Jiang Huai, do you want dessert? I bought it along with the medicine and thought you'd feel better if you ate something sweet. No. So, Jack, do you smoke? No. Ha, what the hell? JAC frowned. Looking at the advanced robot beside him, he pulled a pack of cigarettes from his body and presented them to him with both hands. Monkeyed, what did you buy this for? This time JAC didn't refuse. Ding Xiaoxi was careful again and moved closer to Jiang Huai. The tone was soft. No one smokes around me, but I saw that Jiang Huai. Every time he frowns, he likes to light a cigarette. So I was thinking that this might make you happy. Jack, I wanna make you happy. Make me happy? JAC was dumbfounded. Robots, it seems, aren't all bad. It's only been a few days. You offered to buy cigarettes for a boy? JH opened the cigarette case. Stayed again. A box full of bubble gum? What is this? What is this operation? From the cigarette case, Ding Xiaoxi pinched out a strip of gum and peeled it off and handed it to Jiang Huai's mouth. But JAC, I want you to be healthy and happy. Ah, oops. The light went through Ding Xiaoxi's pupils, reflecting the blue of the sky. What JAC saw was all sincerity. It's like a ING heart attack. Who would be in public, eating gum handed to you by a woman? Ha, chew. Why is it lemon flavored? Get mint next time. Yes. Ding Xiaoxi looked at Jiang Huai's side face, said a good word and nodded. Jack, if I were Yen Yen, would you have just deliberately pissed me off too? JAC froze for a moment, looking at Dinky Creek to make sure that this was said. Did she mean it? In terms of anger. I can't believe there are still people on the pole. Why do you want me to piss you off? Tinky blinked. Jack, I can tell that you're purposely trying to make Yen Yen angry in order to get her to walk out. You're doing it for her own good. Making someone angry equals making her happy. Hold the grass.
Jiang Hui didn't expect that AI Missy could realize such a truth. Indeed, take the task from Su Wanwan's side. Making Mu Chu Yen angry also belonged to the next best thing, but useful. People are like leather balls. There is only so much the heart can hold. Once it's full, but don't let it out. The whole thing just exploded. Jiang Hui just wanted Mu Chu Yen to blow up and let out the emotions in her heart. Think about it. $1 million. For a few slaps. Lean. Great value, okay? But this kind of thing, put on Ding Xiaoxi. Would he do that? JH thought about it. In the end, he nodded for the sake of Ding Xiaoxi being a tenant. If Ding Xiaoxi is not a tenant, JAC wanted to know. What's he got to do with her being upset? Seeing JAC nodded, the corner of Ding Xiaoxi's mouth, unintentionally, rose up in an arc. Ding Xiaoxi's satisfaction score, +5. Ding Xiaoxi's satisfaction score has reached 60 points. 5 points will be converted into exchange points. That bang. JAC was baffled again. Maybe it was too difficult to brush Tang Jiani, Mu Chu Yen or Qin Mengmeng's copies before, causing JAC to be, right now, a bit of a flashback. No child, just because of one sentence. It's that simple and the score goes up? The huge contrast made Jiang Hui feel that the one sitting beside him at this moment was more like that river crab in the river. No offense. Gold storms are plentiful, and sometimes it comes up to you on its own when you pass by. Go! Jiang Hui stood up and waved his hand. Ding Xiaoxi followed suit and stood up. What for? JAC looks at the plastic bag. It contained Polaroid that had been thinned out. There's no need to ask. Go buy an exact replica. Of course. This Polaroid, Xiao Xian is like a baby. JAC would occasionally take a couple shots of her. If that little girl knew that it was her sister who broke it with her own hands, a family war is inevitable. Being a man, hard. Being the perfect man is much harder. The evening at Linda University is the most lively. Had dinner. Not going to eat. In love. The intention was to fall in love. Almost all of them converged on the playground. Just don't know why anyway. Just like that, walking in a circle around the playground. Mu Chu Yen sat at the edge of the playground and fumed for a while. Standing up, he headed over to the startup base. The entrepreneurial base is located away from dormitories and academic buildings. It's quiet, but the first sight of the startup base, Mu Chu Yen's entire body, froze. Venture base lights. It's lit up? Who would be at Venture base at this hour? Mu Chu Yen's heart, for no reason, flooded with acid. Fast forward to the base. Each step is faster than the last. Mu Chu Yen was thinking, could it be him? Could it be that the little roommate was lying to her? Could it be that all of this was a surprise that the storyteller had prepared for her? That guy. Don't call the story king. Why don't we just call it the king of deception? Da. Mu Chu Yen stepped on her leather shoes. Trotting, he stood at the entrance to the startup base. Results, still letting her down. After pushing open the door to the room, there were no men in the room at all. There are only 2 women. In face-to-face, electricity radiates between the eyes. It all looks like it's good to be messed with. One of them, the one in the old costume. She knew. It's also a company man. It seems to be the same classmate of little bitch, called Qin Mengmeng. But the other woman, stepping on high heels, crossing her legs, the light folded on her face, glowing, the beauty is wild, but also very elegant. Even the aura on the body. There are a few similarities to Donjani. Who's this? The atmosphere in the room was interrupted by Mu Chu Yen. Qin Mengmeng stared at Mu Chu Yen and frowned. Choose to ignore. Once again, he looked at Tang Yen. You can't fight JAC. Tang Yen picked up her cup and poured the water in it. Into the greenery, in an indifferent tone. Wait and see. Drop those 4 words. Tang Yen walked to the door of the room. Standing still in front of Mu Chu Yen's face. He penciled a, kill all, motion on his neck. Smile and leave. Mu Chu Yen stood in place. Half the time, taking 2 steps back, and then looking at the woman who had just been there. He turned around and went into the next entrepreneurial room. Completely stupid. What's going on here? Chapter 118, alias Zhou Chao. Real name Jiang Hui. Who is she? What are you doing here? In the venture room, Mu Chu Yen and Qin Mengmeng each asked their own questions. In the end, it was Qin Mengmeng's sunny day doll hanging by the window that dinged for a while, just to break the awkwardness. Qin Mengmeng picked up the towel in her hand and continued to wipe the desktop. The daughter of the Tang dynasty group family, Tang Yen, just transferred from abroad, still in the same class as me, ready to start a business in the next room, as sick as there is. Starting a business? Mu Chu Yen also found it unbelievable. She then said, look at that girl, she looks a bit like Donjani. Turns out they're sisters, but why would the daughter of the Tang dynasty group want to come to the university to start a business? Qin Mengmeng spread her hands. Then who knows? But her entrepreneurial program, it's exactly the same as ours. It's all rentals. Mu Chu Yen's focus was not on the entrepreneurial program. Instead, You hear the word we. Froze. That just came to mind. She seems to be one of the members of this startup. Now think. Mu Chu Yen felt as if there was no need for her to continue staying here. Anyway, this room, she's only been here once. There was nothing of hers in the room. Mu Chu Yen circled around. Sitting in Chocho's place, staring at an empty desktop just feels exhausting. Qin Mengmeng pursued the question again. So, what the hell are you doing here? Mu Chu Yen shook her head. I don't know. So what are you here for? Qin Mengmeng raised the rag in her hand. It's not terribly obvious. Cleaning up. The school's leaders are coming for an inspection in a couple days. And I don't know how to do technical work, so this is what I'll do. Anyway, you can't get a JAC salary for nothing. Hear the word JAC. The fire in Mu Chu Yen's heart, all of a sudden, rose again. There's fire in the heart. Mu Chu Yen's mouth just couldn't hold the door. Working willingly for that. You're really cheap too. Qin Mengmeng was stunned, staring at Mu Chu Yen. She suddenly wanted to laugh a little again. Don't think I don't know what you're in here for. Set aside to taunt me, and you don't look at yourself. She cleans now. It's padding, paving and waiting for a certain day. JAC came to the venture room and inadvertently asked who all was cleaning. She'll be the first to step up to the plate, offering to say that this little room has always been hers to run. Use this to enhance your position in JAC's heart. And what is Mu Chu Yen doing? Just because Zhou Chao is here, so she's in? Qin Mengmeng felt that Mu Chu Yen was the most inexplicable person. Earlier at the amusement park, he said that he had a favorite, but it turned out that the person he liked was actually Zhou Chao. The first thing that caused her to think was whether Mu Chu Yen had some kind of handle that was in Zhou Chao's hands. What? No. Then Mu Chu Yen is even lower. Classmate Mu. Although we're not very familiar, I'm still quite curious to know how exactly you and Zhou Chao met. Mu Chu Yen thought about it. I'm her tenant. What? What? You don't believe it? Qin Mengmeng nodded. I don't believe, for one, that a rich man like you would go and rent a house. And secondly, I don't believe even more that Zhou Chai even has a house off campus. The more Qin Mengmeng heard, the more evil it became. I don't know why anyway. A thought that always pulled her towards JAC. She subconsciously asked herself rhetorically. This house, it's not going to be JAC, is it? And then what? Then, Mu Chu Yen remembered. All of a sudden, back to the afternoon when she had to move out from the villa. That day, hopefully she'll get in touch with what's going on at home. She was resistant. And then, a message from Little Bitch was received on WeChat. He told me stories and then, it was like I fell in love with him. What's the story? The story of Piggy and Puppy. Qin Mengmeng froze for a long time. That's it? It's not. What amazing things can happen with little piggies and doggies. Surprisingly simple for a short story. And you took Mu Chu Yen down? Qin Mengmeng and Zhou Chao were in the same class. Not familiar though, but she still knew what it was like to be in the class. Usually just hunkered down in a chair. Half the time you can't get a fart out. The person who can blush when the teacher calls to answer a question. You say, he can take down the schoolgirl with one story. It's not bull asterisk 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 asterisk. To say that this was something that JAC could do, she still felt it was close. Mu Chu Yen looked at Qin Mengmeng's appearance. It's a little off-putting. The tone of his voice grew cranky. You wouldn't understand if I told you. Relationships, they are all made up of one small detail after another. How many times have you been in love? Those things in everyday life that pull two people together over and over again. I'm happy when I'm with my little and that's enough. He's my capybara. Ha! Qin Mengmeng wanted to laugh so much. A girl who was abducted in one story says she's never been in love. So confident. But, and so on. It seems to have a wa point. Qin Mengmeng carefully recalled what Mu Chu Yen had just said. Pulling out his cell phone, he looked at the page of Jackal's friend circle. On the page, it happens to be a capybara. Monkeyed. Qin Mengmeng didn't believe in coincidences in the world. If there is, then one of them is acting. When you talk about capybara, I suddenly remembered that Zhou Chao's circle of friends seems to have one. Mu Chu Yen slumped down on the desktop. Open the circle of friends. Nod. She had a saved photo of that one in her cell phone album. But how did you know? I was in his class. Qin Mengmeng was calm on the surface. In her grip of grass, she seemed, again, to have discovered something extraordinary. There is only one truth. The one who had been chatting with Mu Chu Yen. It's actually the alias Zhou Chao. Real name Jiang Huai. Ilua Jiang Huai. Qin Mengmeng didn't know what purpose Jiang Huai was doing this for, but it's obvious. He had conditioned Mu Chu Yen to become another person. 3 school girls, 2 of them are with him. Nice guy. Not bad for you, Jack. More like it. When she met Qin Mengmeng, Mu Chu Yen's words seemed to have opened up. A brain said a lot to Qin Mengmeng. Said she had actually heard of Qin Mengmeng. Says she actually dislikes Don Johnny. Even told 2 stories that the little had told her before. To the end. When he heard Mu Chu Yen say that she was the owner of Dingyue Eatery,
Qin Mengmeng was startled. You're the boss. But I'm going to be organizing a birthday banquet at Dingyue in a couple of days. Do you want to come along? Mu Chu Yen thought about it and didn't agree. In the end, she wasn't really familiar with Qin Mengmeng. Seeing that Mu Chu Yen was going to refuse, Qin Mengmeng added, on my birthday, there's a surprise, and you'll regret it if you don't come. What surprise? Qin Mengmeng doesn't say, but it's still a euphemism. Sometimes what you see may not be what you hear. And as for what the surprise is, I guarantee you'll be shocked. As for liking it or not, it's out of her hands. Chapter 119, Shang Wanli is dead. In the internet cafe, Zhang Huai leaned sideways and watched Ding Xiaoxi keep performing operations. Completely unreadable interface. Completely unreadable characters. In 3 or 2 clicks, a string of data was pulled up. There, Ding Xiaoxi pointed to the computer, then got up, switched places with Zhang Huai, and began to lie down on the table to eat the cake. JH reseated himself, wide-eyed, staring at the screen. All the information looked up. The first time Zhang Huai opened his eyes, he thought of Ding Xiaoxi. Sure enough, I didn't think of the wrong person. Ding the hacker and pull up the surveillance of the intersection where the accident occurred. Follow the source of the vehicle again. Shun to a used car recycling company. Last checked. This company, it is a subsidiary of Tang Dynasty Group, took a detour. The end result was the same as what JAC thought. The one who wants his life. Maybe, it's an acquaintance. Zhang Huai opened the cigarette case with his hand, but realized that it was chewing gum. Frowning, he could only pinch out the gum and stuff it into his mouth, while patting Ding Xiaoxi. Is it still possible to keep checking? Ding Xiaoxi nodded, tapped the keyboard again. The screen pulled up quite a few more files. The document shows, the subsidiary is in the Tang Hao Tian family boss. Tang Qinglong is managing. Pincher. Follow this reasoning. The 3 articles provided by Tang Qinghu are all wrong. Zhang Huai felt that he knew something very important, but quiet and confused. So he ******** ing Tang Qinglong. Just because I know about this fake news, so you want to kill me? That's even more wrong. Since someone is deliberately putting out false information, by definition, he should be happy. Or was it because he doubted the truth of the matter? Think in that direction. Goosebumps rose all over Zhang Huai's body again. Because, doubtful about the message, he didn't talk to anyone. The only thing that was mentioned politely was at the end of the meal with Tang Qinghu, and it's the euphemistic kind. So, there were only 2 people in total who could know that he was thinking this way. A Tang Qinghu, pass it off, and a tidal wave rose in JAC's cranium. Once again, he patted Tiny Creek. Can you look up information on this person? Rehana, hey, can you? Seeing that Ding Xiaoxi didn't respond, JAC turned his head. Only then did he see Ding Xiaoxi with her head turned sideways, watching the person on the side play League of Legends. Are you interested? Zhang Huai asked. Ding Xiaoxi was silent. I don't know. I wonder what you're looking at. It just seems like fun. So it's not just you who's interested? No. This time, Ding Xiaoxi shook her head firmly. When you haven't touched this matter, you can't say that you're interested in this matter. Only when you really get it can you say that you're interested in this matter. What the hell? Zhang Huai waved his hand and spat up in his heart. 1 or 2. None of them were normal. Tell you what, how about you help me get to the bottom of this and I'll take you for a couple of rounds. Yes. Zhang Huai couldn't help but smile as he watched Ding Xiaoxi nod her head. This girl Ding Xiaoxi, in his presence, she will say yes and nod her head to anything you ask her to do. It's like a robot that doesn't know how to say no at all. But if you ask her what you like, she couldn't hold back a word for half a day. JAC moves out of the way. Standing behind Ding Xiaoxi, he surveyed Ding Xiaoxi, who was serious about being a hacker. The handsome face was surprisingly quiet in the noisy internet cafe, leaving her entire being shrouded in a feeling of being out of place in the place. Zhang Huai looked a little mesmerized. Again, he was interrupted by Ding Xiaoxi's words. Found it. JH gave a thumbs up, poked his head over and started to look. You don't know until you see it. At first glance, the person was completely confused. This Ding Xiaoxi, I don't know what kind of personnel file was hacked. Anyway, the screen is very detailed. Rihanna. Real name is Lo Hui. Father used to be on top. A bit of power. You were classmates with Tang Qinglong in junior high school through college. And Tang Qinglong is an alumnus. Also, the two were in the same club during college. During Tang Qinglong's studies in Germany. Access to the unit. 4 years later, after Tang Hao Tian relationship, remarried to Tang Chenghu. I'm Ed. Zhang Huai stared at the screen, his eyes glazed over. He didn't realize that there was such a layer of relationship between the two brothers. Now think. No wonder the Tang Palace dined that day. Tang Qinglong and Lai Hua, a full table's distance away. Between these two, specify something. That's not right. JAC came back to his senses. It is known that Don Jiani must be the daughter of the Don family.
but now it looks like Tang Qinglong should be out of the question. That, holy, could it be, Tang Qingha? I've had a good time. JAC was full of confidence at first. Some say the Don family is deep. He favored a plunge into the water. It's okay now. You just tell me the depth of the water. I didn't tell you. The Don family is like the Pacific Ocean. A good Tang Qinghu. Wife is not your own. The daughter is not her own. It looks like he's on the 8th floor. Actually, he's in hell. The two most important things, in someone else's hands. Tang Qinghu may not even know how he died until he dies. But okay, he's got ding-a-lings. JAC kept all the information. Sidestepping to Ding Xiaoxi's side, he pointed to the League of Legends icon on his desktop. Tap this. Tap out. You go in first. Work on the newbie tutorial. And I'll wait for you. Oh. Half a minute later, Ding Xiaoxi froze in the game naming screen. A sideways glance at JAC's game interface. JAC's ID is so weird. Linea Cusso. Reflections. Dinky thought about it. Type the next line. Linea cursors. After the fight, Ding Xiaoxi secretly gave herself a nod. Again, he remembered the daytime. The cold joke told to Mu Chu Yen. Left hand right hand a slow motion. Slow motion will replay. Put. Ding Xiaoxi didn't hold back and burst out laughing. Ding Xiaoxi's satisfaction score, +5. JH? All the way back to the Mu house. Zheng Huai couldn't even figure it out. Which nerve did he, in the end, touch in Ding Xiaoxi? It's always the extra points that add up somehow. But it was a pretty tiring day. Zheng Huai's brain couldn't turn a corner either. In the back seat of the internet car, sleeping next to Ding Xiaoxi all the way. Wait until you're in front of the Mu's house. JAC frowned again. In front of Mu's house, black cars were parked all over the place. It's not just Maybachs that take up parking spaces, even both sides of the road, all leaning against the full Audi. JAC walked into the compound stiffly. The first thing you see is the front room, which is filled to capacity. The table in the front room. JAC last saw the sitter. It's still the first time, able to sit a dozen people at the solid wood table. Last time, only Su Wanwan was alone. Today, hard to squeeze nearly 30 people. Zheng Huai and Morong Yuntian, who was sitting at the top, exchanged eye contact afterward, led Tiny Creek through another door, into the inner courtyard. Su Wanwan was wearing a cheongsam with golden earrings, crossing her orchid fingers was sitting on a stone bench and drinking tea. In the rocking chair next to her, little Shen Xian was sleeping so soundly. JAC pinched his steps and patted over. Sister Wanwan, what's that outside? Su Wanwan smiled gently, but there was still some concern in his eyes. After pouring tea for Zheng Huai, Su Wanwan said, Shangguan Li is dead. JAC scratched his head. Shangguan Li? Who? Oh, he remembered. One of the 3 dragons of Linzhong. It's Shangguan Li. Chapter 120, Safety First. On fall afternoons, as soon as the sun is gone, the wind immediately picks up. Su Wanwan carried Mu Chu Yen to her room. Come out again and sit next to JAC. Why haven't I seen Yen Yen? Didn't she go out with you guys? Su Wanwan asked. JAC hasn't opened his mouth yet. Ding Xiaoxi then answered as if nothing had happened. She was pissed off by Zheng Huai. Su Wanwan froze. Ta Nin. His head. He looked at Zheng Huai. Again, as if he understood something, he smiled. Zheng Huai smiled back. He knew very well that Su Wanwan definitely understood what he meant. For Mu Chu Yen, silence is not normal. The only way to be more like a Linzhong bearer is to keep fighting at all times. I know that girl. She's much better after getting angry. Thank you Zheng Huai. Listening to Su Wanwan's words, Zheng Huai waved his hand and casually found a topic to talk about what was going on outside. Shangguan Li is dead. Why are we so nervous? Talking about this? Su Wanwan also sighed. Slender fingers dipped into the tea and made 3 dots on the table. Morong, Shangguan, Duanmu, the 3 organizations, the 3 tripods. On the surface look at the different regions. The industries handled also have differences, but in fact has long been I have you have me seen. For those below, petty friction is constant, and those above will pretend not to see it. But, who in this world would mind money? Of the 3 families, the Duanmu lords have the strongest desires and are the most aggressive in their approach among their peers. Previously, when Shangguan Li was sick, he made a move to encroach on the territory. And this time Shangguan Li is not here. With the disintegration of the 3 parties' forces, it's estimated that he'll be the first to seize the Shangguan family's assets, and once he succeeds, we'll be lambs to the slaughter for him. Zheng Huai had never seen Su Wanwan so calm that he even felt that the woman in front of him, the next second would directly take a knife to stab him a little. Ever. JAC also felt that a society based on the rule of law, being able to have something that is even more exaggerated than in the movie, but after really making contact, again, one would think that what the movie is filming isn't half as exciting as life. The story of the 3 kingdoms is played out every day. But, what does that have to do with him?
What? Don't any of you dare blackmail me. Call the police and let the police uncle arrest you, believe it or not. Jiang Huai had an expression of disregard, crossed his legs, poured a cup of tea and sipped it again. Su Wanwan suddenly sat upright and faced Jiang Huai. Jack, no. What doesn't work? Nothing. Jiang Huai blocked Su Wanwan's words to death. Jiang Huai knew what Su Wanwan wanted to say. Nothing more than the same as Morong Yuntian, trying to get him to join the Morong family, fighting for the Morong family. Please, it's not like he's a little cutie, a junior entrepreneurial student, leaving good money on the table, leaving his family and parents unsupported, running off to be a horse's ass for some moochers club. Is his brain fried? If it wasn't for right now, trying to avoid a bit of Donjani, Jiang Huai said in his heart, he doesn't come to this place. If the police uncle comes to sweep up the gangs, it's the sweeping him in by the way that's the funniest. The institute is not a good place to be. He had experienced it anyway. Jiang Huai's words made Su Wanwan a little difficult. I mean, next Monday, is Shangguan Li's funeral. Morong family and Duanmu family will go. I'm afraid of what will be born at that time. I am phased to hire you, to protect my husband's safety. How much money? You just open. Su Wanwan said, pulling out an unwritten check. He handed it to JAC along with a pen. Watching JAC was irritating. Here we go again. Here we go again. Skill attacks for the rich, taking money to the face. These rich people, can you change the law? For example, switching to gold bars to hit him. JH looked at the invoice, sinking his brow. Still refused, although he loves money. But the problem was that this job, now, was a serious threat to his life. Earn money and be content. Struggle to the death when you won't die. We don't earn a penny when we might die. Knowing enough is the only way to be happy. Su Wanwan seemed to know that Jiang Huai would not agree in this matter. So, the first time the words were changed. Jack, I've thought about it, and this matter may be a bit difficult for you, so I have another request. Requests are allowed. Shangguan Li's funeral. Yun Tian and I will be there. If something happens to us, you must help us take care of Yin Yin. This, just very suddenly. Jiang Huai originally thought, this is a mediocre afternoon, but good reason. Somehow there is a parting of life and death. The dying to that flavor. Just outrageous. But think about it. JAC still nodded. This night, JH didn't sleep much. Full of thoughts, all about the Don family. And before that, all the stuff with Tian Mingjia. That, just thinking about it alone made Jiang Huai so angry that he wanted to slap himself. What a pawn. What a victimized woman. Tian Mingjia had known that the child was not Tang Qinghu's. And even she herself was able to fool her husband, and a group of Tang Qinghu. JH was thinking. At the time he sympathized with how much heart she had to hold back from laughing at him. Lean. Think of it this way. Again, JH felt that he was a far cry from any kind of little gold man nomination. But it can't be unrecognized. Actually, the stronger one should be the man standing behind Tian Mingjia being, tentatively, Tang Qinghe. Forget it. JH felt there was no need to be tentative. He said it before. Tang Qinghu that kind of looks, big and thick. How could he give birth to a girl like Tang Jiani? Now look, everything is traceable. Night for day. Jiang Huai pushed open the wooden door and walked out into the courtyard. The arrival of autumn, as if the green on the branches of the tree turned yellow overnight. A little bit of wind, blowing the Jiang Huai layer of goosebumps. JAC looks up. Then he bumped into Ding Xiaoxi, who was sitting on a stone bench. Ding Xiaoxi was wearing a very long strip of white knitted sweater, with red hair draped over her head, and was also smiling at Jiang Huai. And honestly, it was beautiful to behold. Jack, come on. Ding Xiaoxi turned sideways and waved at Jiang Huai. It took JAC to see it. Stone table. Ding Xiaoxi had already set up the dishes. JAC came forward. 2 bowls of soy milk, 4 donuts, 2 poached eggs, a fried egg? Jiang Huai sat down and directly sipped the soybean milk. A freeze. Salty? Like an NPC. Ding Xiaoxi, who didn't know from where, had changed into chili oil and scallions, was already guarding the edge, and so on. Jiang Huai came over to Ding Xiaoxi's bowl and sniffed. Sweet? Mujiao service is so good? Jiang Huai, are you still the same as before? Do you want all the scallions and also the chili? All of them. No, wait. Jiang Huai was blinded again and clutched Ding Xiaoxi's thread-like wrist. How did you know what I like to eat? Because I love you. Because. What? JAC gestured a pause and furrowed his brow with the intention of running through it. With Ding Xiaoxi's level of hacking, as long as she wants to, knowing your eating habits is not difficult. But, the speech always felt, something was wrong. But, again, because of Ding Xiaoxi's sentence, I love you, everything seems to be right. Jiang Huai was wondering why, in the middle of the morning, Ding Xiaoxi could be so calm and just say these words. Miss Ding, actually, if you say you like me, I can accept it, but you open and close your mouth straight away. It's all about love, and I'm really stressed out about it. Do you know what love is? Jiang Huai had wanted to educate Ding Xiaoxi, but to his surprise, Ding Xiaoxi heard him and nodded her head again very seriously. I know it, Jack. Love. It's the salt I put in your soy milk, the scallions and peppers I prepared for you, the eggs I fried specially for you knowing you don't eat poached eggs. Love, that's the word, and you're the only one I've ever said it to. One sentence, said only to you, completely sealed Jackal's mouth. JACL likes to smoke when he's flustered, but subconsciously, when he opened his cigarette case and realized that it was full of chewing gum, more panic, JH was thinking, exactly when exactly did Ding Xiaoxi cut into his life and moisturize him in the midst of silence? It's as if, instead of speaking, he just lifts his hand now. Ding Xiaoxi knew what he meant. The wind blew and JAC shivered. Before you can sneeze, Ding Xiaoxi had already stood up, taking the blanket from the opposite chair and covering it along Jiang Huai's shoulders. I'm sorry JAC. Jiang Huai turned around, and his eyes were naturally sucked up to those blue eyes. Why are you sorry? Dinky was still dumbfounded, but on her face, she really carried a deficit. I didn't realize that my words would put pressure on you. Jack, I don't want you to be stressed out because of me. I won't say it again. That. JAC was really a bit unsure of how to take it. Say yes. It's like he's just like A. Say it isn't. That was like giving Ding Xiaoxi hope. Dinky Creek is beautiful. Great body. Too. Being liked by such a person. I don't know how many men would want a knife in Jiang Huai, but he still had Tang Jiani, and Mu Chu Yen, and Qin Mengmeng. Then feelings. JAC is now, more than ever, trying to make his career work. So, JH chose to remain silent. In response, the sight gave a nod to the eggs Ding Xiaoxi had fried. Had breakfast. Jiang Huai decided to go to the famous school and look for Mu Chu Yen. Don't care if she yells at you or what. Just make sure that Mu Chu Yen is safe. Hong Kong movies he's seen. Children are the first targets if something goes wrong on the road. If you open the door to your room, found Mu Chu Yen brains scattered all over the wall. The body is full of holes. The whole person is half dead. Why is it getting better and better? What the? JAC pushed such thoughts out of his head and mulled them over again. If Mu Chu Yen is okay. He then went straight to Tang Qinghe. Take a look at Crane Lao San and see how he reacts when he sees him. Thinking, Jiang Huai casually found a car key at the door and walked out. The main road, compared to yesterday, is now empty. One of the Maybachs responded to JAC. The car just started. A burst of Ding Xiaoxi following behind, like remembering something, hurriedly ran back to the Mu family. With another small black box, he stood in front of Jiang Huai and handed it to him. What's this? Jiang Huai said as he opened the box. The heart tightened violently. Inside the case, a shiny revolver? Ding Xiaoxi patted Jiang Huai on the shoulder. Safety first. Ilua safety first. Chapter 121 JAC. What is that place? Jiang Huai took Ding Xiaoxi and went to the famous school first. I'm sorry to hear that. No Mu Chu Yen was found. The two drove to Dingyue again. It was only after seeing the motorcycle in front of the Dingyue eatery that he was relieved. Round and round. Jiang Huai took Ding Xiaoxi again and drove towards the western city. Westside City has the Tang Dynasty program. The last time Jiang Huai dined at the Tang Palace, Jiang Huai heard Tang Haotian say, let Tang Qinghe guard the western city well, in or out. Jiang Huai all felt that this lie would not be a loss. If Elder Crane wasn't there, he'd have a reason to go over to Tang Haotian's side, hang him, and then have the old man arrange a separate time to meet. If it's in, even better. If the person trying to screw him is really him. Jiang Huai wondered if Crane Lao San would be shocked when he saw him again. But JAC was lucky today. To the western city. Find the program office and say hello. Then he was taken to the general manager's office. JAC pushed open the office door. Tang Qinghe is reclining in his boss chair on the phone. Seeing Jiang Huai coming, he made a shushing gesture at him. About 10 minutes. Jiang Huai listened to Crane Lao San, speaking in Hindi for a full 10 minutes before he hung up the phone and changed his position, sitting on the edge of the tea counter. Communicating with an Indian is more difficult than communicating with God. JAC smiled. We still need Indian products in our superstores? That's not true. Tang Qinghe stroked his 3/7 greasy hair and continued. Some of the top brand presidents will be Indian. They are arrogant. If you know Hindi, it will increase the success rate of the negotiation. Jiang Huai looked a bit surprised. The third brother's family. There's still this kind of ability. Yes. Jiang Huai and Tang Qinghe were halfway through their conversation when Ding Xiaoxi suddenly interjected. There are high caste people in India, enjoying the country's top resources, so it's normal to produce some outstanding people. Jiang Huai and Tang Qinghe were both stunned. Then Tang Qinghe smiled. This is your friend? JAC didn't deny it and nodded. He didn't want to go around in circles here either. Straight to the point, he said. Mr. Crane, it was you who found someone to crash my car, wasn't it?
Finish the conversation. Jiang Hui stared at Tang Qinghe very seriously, trying to find some deep emotion akin to panic in Tang Qinghe. But Tang Qinghe is too stable. Even the act of pouring the tea did not fluctuate. Shake your head in passing. I read that message, but I don't understand why young friend Jian thought of me. Jiang Hui was aggressive. Tian Mengjia told me. Tian Mengjia? Who is Tian Mengjia? Isn't it, your lover? I've always done things honorably. Never had a lover or anything. Silky smooth. It's just so silky smooth. Jiang Hui watched Tang Qinghe finish his sentence, and pushed the fingers of his eyes, which were steady and innocent in his eyes. It also came together with the light of the morning. JAC is more certain. Tang Jiani's father. That's Tang Qinghe. Tang Qinghe is tall and thin, very standard looking. If there is no beard to set off, it is completely a neutral face, and when you look at it in the light, there are several points that are similar to Tang Jiani, at least more than Tang Qinghe. Jiang Hui knew that at such a point, if he asked further, Tang Qinghe would definitely bite the bullet and not know anything, solely talk about the East and the West for half a point. From Tang Qinghe's office, shunned a box of Davidoff and left. Out of the western city, Ding Xiaoxi sat in the passenger side, opening the window and letting the wind pouring in casually ruffle her hair. This kind of behavior, Jiang Hui had also seen in Tang Jiani, but none of them were as seductive as Ding Xiaoxi. JAC hurriedly set his thoughts straight. Start thinking about the next stage. What might happen? This time I came to see Tang Qinghe. He's just here to beat the bushes. Jiang Hui gave Tang Qinghe with behavioral instructions. He has bitten the bullet. Tang Qinghe has a relationship with Tian Mengjia, and the person who instructed the crash. It is also you. Those two things, regardless of which evidence is produced individually, all enough to directly erase Yen Tang and take over the Tang dynasty. So, if he still wants to win, definitely something will be done. As long as there's movement, that's evidence. This is the tiebreaker. In fact, in this matter, Jiang Hui felt that he also needed to thank Ding Xiaoxi, the red-haired girl, though usually looking dull. But meet things, all will be said with a straight face. Sometimes, instead, it's such bluntness that the other person is motivated out of passivity. Jack, what is that place? Ding Xiaoxi made a sudden remark, interrupting Jiang Hui's thoughts. Jiang Hui turned his head sideways, only to realize that he had arrived at the entrance of Linjiang Amusement Park. Waiting for a red light, JH pulled out his cigarette case and frowned as he drew out his gum. Chew chew chew. Amusement parks? You've never been? No, it's a lie. Ding Xiaoxi suddenly turned around and stared solemnly at Jiang Hui. Jiang Hui, I never lie to anyone, much less you. AI. Okay. Jiang Hui really couldn't stand Ding Xiaoxi like this. Tearful eyes wowed, and he didn't know who he learned from. The already lake blue pupils were now more like a clear spring. Take you? Yes. Look at Ding Xiaoxi peacefully saying yes. JAC turned the corner past the stoplight. Workday. The amusement park was not crowded. Ding Xiaoxi still didn't move an inch, following Jiang Hui around, but wide-eyed, looking from left to right, and from right to left. Seems to be interested in all the time. Jack, have you been here? Been here. With whom? Mu Chu Yen. Oh, Ding Xiaoxi let out an oh. Looking around at the various rides, Jiang Hui, so you and Yen. Which program didn't you play? Jiang Hui didn't know. What was Ding Xiaoxi doing asking this kind of question? But he still looked around and pointed to the carousel piece. The carousel, the kids' version of the roller coaster, the scenic train, none of those. Ding Xiaoxi listened, nodded, and accelerated her steps in the direction of the carousel. Before it starts, and a bunch of kids grabbed on to a colorful unicorn. Wait for JAC to walk. The Trojan horse is already active. JH stood outside the guardrail, looking at the red-haired girl, practically as robotic as a robot. Sitting dully on a wooden horse in the middle of a group of kids didn't seem out of place. The white knitted sweater, like a giant quilt, left only one leg for Ding Xiaoxi, allowing just a glimpse of her beauty. JH pulled out his cell phone. Turn on the camera. Big Miss Ding. Look at the camera. Hearing JAC shout, Ding Xiaoxi was even more dumbfounded, looking at Jiang Hui from the time the horse came over, and when the horse was about to walk away, she was still craning her neck and staring at Jiang Hui with a deadly stare. JAC keeps adjusting far and wide. Keep pressing to take a picture. A tour that took 5 minutes. The merry-go-round stopped. The red-haired girl in JAC's cell phone also looked like she was out of battery. The face was white. Next, falling down on the road toward JAC. Never opened his eyes again. Chapter 122, there's always someone with the antidote. Outside the emergency room, JH's heart was beating fast. To be honest, this was also his first time in a place like this. It's not the same as a regular inpatient unit. At all. Come in everyone. It all seems to be a race against time. From the moment the ambulance winds up in the doorway, the accompanying nurse is wound up tight. Some were covered in blood. Others wailed. The only one who went in was Ding Xiaoxi an hour ago. Nothing reacted. Why is that? JH has been asking why this is so. For an hour, he went over every detail of his time with Ding Xiaoxi, but nothing can be figured out. JAC was disposable and stuffed 4 pieces of gum into his mouth. Keep chewing. Finally, he chose to call Mu Chu Yen. The phone beeped and rang a few times. Mu Chu Yen didn't pick it up. JAC then texted again. The text message had just been sent away when the room flanked by JAC opened. The female doctor with the mask frowned at Zhang Huai. Follow me. In the office, it all smells like medicine. The light on Zhang Huai's head, bright and blinding, shone on him from time to time, feeling dizzy, but facing the doctor with a serious face, and did not dare to say anything. What's the deal with Ding Xiaoxi? Why didn't you come out? All of these, Zhang Huai wanted to know, but the words were stuck in his mouth. How could he not ask? The doctor asked, what are you to her? Classically beginning. Zhang Huai froze. Sort of. Friends. Boyfriend? Zhang Huai waved his hand. Just ordinary friends. Your name is Zhang Huai. How do you know? The doctor pushed up his glasses and pointed to the next door. That girl, when she was unconscious, kept calling out your name. Ah. Zhang Huai's heart tightened. A little unsure of how to take this. He felt as if the doctor had characterized him. By default, he is Ding Xiaoxi's boyfriend. Your friend is currently stable, but based on the blood work, she should have taken an overdose of Gentolin. Gentolin? Zhang Huai was unfamiliar with this word. Feeling unfamiliar, this medicine was not like the stuff of cephalosporin or penicillin, which was common in daily life. Gentolin is a drug that treats depression, and based on your friend's dosage, her symptoms should be more severe. Severe depression can lead to suicidal tendencies, or suffocation, or even shock. But, JAC was thinking, that's even more wrong. Obviously, where she fainted, it was at the playground. JAC wanted to know, what kind of girl would be depressed in the happiest place in the world? Nothing strange. The doctor was as if he had seen through the world, and his tone of voice gradually became flat. Depression is a mental illness. 70%. A disease of the heart that arises from desiring something and not getting it, such as joy, such as happiness, such as parental care. A person without joy, standing in a world full of joy, is like throwing a bird of prey into the sea. She will suffocate. She'll suffocate. JH resumed his chair, clutching the bill of payment. All I can think about is what the doctor just said. It's like getting to know a whole new Ding Xiaoxi. But Ding Xiaoxi is a contradictory person. At that time, with the windows open, the breeze blew across Ding Xiaoxi's cheeks and ruffled the tips of her hair, and she filled her eyes with the roller coaster inside the wall. Something so desired. It's such a heavy price to pay for wanting it. Living with such contradictions. Zhang Huai didn't dare to imagine how Ding Xiaoxi had grown to such a large size. Zhang Huai thought about thinking. A gust of wind appeared before him with a familiar aroma. JAC looks up, realizing that Mu Chu Yen had come. Snap. Another slap without hesitation. The flashing JAC. Both eyes were glittering. Zhang Huai subconsciously clenched his fists, but the fist still didn't land. For one thing, he knew why Mu Chu Yen was angry. Secondly, Mu Chu Yen's eyes were red and she was crying. You, who told you to take Creek out? Mu Chu Yen stepped forward and clutched Zhang Huai's chest collar, gritting her teeth. You know no, Xiaoxi, she's not here to play. She's here to heal. Do you know, you piece of, whoever you're with is in ing bad luck. In the future, will you get the hell away from Creek? Quiet. The doctor poked his head out and shouted, interrupting the hallway chatter. Only then did JAC slow down. Zhang Huai looked at Mu Chu Yen's eyes with certainty. If we give her a knife now, she definitely stabbed herself, because Mu Chu Yen is like that. Since it was her best friend who was lying inside, she, then, would have to let someone else in. Mu Chu Yen let go of Zhang Huai and went to sit in the office for a few more minutes. When it comes out, just in time for the nurse to come out, shouting, where's Ding Xiaoxi's family? Zhang Huai watched Mu Chu Yen raise her hand up, just didn't say anything. When Mu Chu Yen went in, he took out his cigarette case again and found gum to continue chewing, but not for 5 minutes. Mu Chu Yen then came out with a black face, walking up to Zhang Huai. Xiaoxi is looking for you. Looking for me? Zhang Huai pointed at himself. First, he froze, then he nodded and went into the room. This hospital is a bit old. The outside of the walls have been redecorated. Inside the room, however, it was still green terrazzo floors. 2 oxygen tanks sit in the corner. There's a device of some kind at the head of the bed. Ding Xiaoxi's body is attached to a sling. Peacefully and quietly, half lying on the bed, was looking out the window. Ding Xiaoxi, who was already frighteningly white, now had a face that seemed to be able to transmit light. Zhang Huai felt as if in the world, there really were people who were infinitely close to angels in existence. Miss Ting, hearing JAC call, Ding Xiaoxi turned back. The expression was still dull, but the pupils were shining.
I'm sorry JAC. JH sat on the bed. It was obviously fall, but I'm sorry was like a spring breeze, very gently caressing him. Why are you sorry? You're not sorry to anyone? You bought me tickets, but I've only played one. JAC smiled, subconsciously reaching out his hand. He wanted to rub Ding Xiaoxi's head, but the hand is halfway there. Again, it didn't feel right. Jiang Huai could only awkwardly raise his glass of water from the table and ask, "Want some water?" Ding Xiaoxi shook her head. Jiang Huai, can you touch my head? The room was quiet. JAC froze, staring into Ding Xiaoxi's eyes. He finally reached out his hand and gently placed it on top of Ding Xiaoxi's head, rubbing it underneath JAC's hand. Ding Xiaoxi was like a kitten, squinting her eyes. Jack, do you know why I came down? Why did you go down? Jiang Huai didn't know why Ding Xiaoxi asked this question, but still thought about it and answered seriously. Because you knew that Yan Yan was unhappy, so you came down the mountain especially to enlighten your best friend? Ding Xiaoxi shook her head. I told Master that I met someone amazing. Just being around that man and doing anything is new, and even though I can't smile, he always makes me feel like I should be smiling. Master asked me, is it possible that you sometimes fantasize about how nice it would be to be with that person all the time? To share the snow and the white heads? And then? JAC asked shallowly. Master said that if so, I should come down from the mountain, and that although I was sick, I was lucky that there was always someone in the world who had the antidote. Chapter 123, Scrambled Lamb's Eggs. Is there always someone in the world who has the antidote? Ding Xiaoxi, is this a confession? Jiang Huai thought like this and walked out of the room. Going out and seeing Mu Chu Yen's gloomy face again, he knew that Mu Chu Yen must have something to talk to him about. Standing outside the main hospital building, Mu Chu Yen crossed her arms in front of her chest, her tone cold. Xiaoxi is inside. What did she say to you? Jiang Huai picked the most important one and said, she said that I was her antidote. The reason why JAC said that, it was the feeling that he didn't seem to be able to handle the job of Ding Xiaoxi, even though she was his tenant. He had a reason to make Ding Xiaoxi happy, but never this acceptance of someone else's confession. Ding Xiaoxi's illness cannot allow others to joke. JAC thought, if it had just been in the room, he said fondly, then let me be your antidote. Similar words, Ding Xiaoxi may be in a better mood. What about later? If it's Don Johnny, tell Don Johnny to off afterward. Big deal for him, getting slapped a few times. Dante's Creek, she must not be able to stand such a parting. So, JAC said directly. He also wanted Mu Chu Yen to persuade Ding Xiaoxi. Mu Chu Yen's eyes were first shocked, then frowned, and finally nodded with a bit of an ugly face. Okay, alright, it's not at all like what JAC thought. Ah, don't you keep chanting. I'm a scumbag. I'm a hooligan. Now the BFF is going to play with the scum. What do you mean you don't advise? Okay? Creek never does that. What kind? JAC asked. Never says such emotionally charged words. Mu Chu Yen, from the exasperation she just felt, regained her composure, and said with some hatred, Xiaoxi herself is like a program. When she does anything, she needs to input a command, but she said an active sentence to you. That proves that you should be really important to her. Hear that? Jiang Huai was even more upset in his heart. So that's two people, both putting the blame on him, isn't it? That's major depression. If you do die someday, are you still going to be related to him? Creek is a very simple child. I know. You know. Mu Chu Yen suddenly cursed. The cursed Jiang Huai's heart trembled. When Jiang Huai raised his head again, he realized that Mu Chu Yen's eyes, it seemed, were red again. Is this still the same person who openly led the boys in a group fight at Lingnan University? Also right. Jiang Huai suddenly remembered the image of Mu Chu Yen when he was chatting with her as little bitch, in front of outsiders. She's a tough one, but there are two sides to people. The more vulnerable you are on the outside, that means that, on the inside, where you need to be protected, the softer you are. It was obvious that Ding Xiaoxi was just intrinsically soft to Mu Chu Yen. Creek, her mother, had her in the first place to keep her father. Mu Chu Yen said for no reason and then continued. Her mother's goal for her was to be someone who would make her father proud. Creek is brilliant, overly brilliant, but her father, it seems, doesn't care. Not long after leaving the country, Creek's mother passed away. His father immediately married one of his own students, and after she had the baby, Creek said she seemed to be in pain. Jiang Huai listened attentively, but can't figure it out. Miss Mu, why are you talking to me about this? Jiang Huai's words just came out, spotting Mu Chu Yen again. His fists clenched with a crunch as if they were going to pestle him in the face the next second, but Jiang Huai did a burst of preparation, and the fist still didn't come. Mu Chu Yen scolded a mouth. Jiang Huai, you really I have seen the most stupid. Having said that, just go. JAC panicked and took 2 steps after him. Your best friend is still in there and you're leaving? Mu Chu Yen glared at him.
Jiang Huai hurriedly stopped his steps, standing upright. He watched as Mu Chu Yen straddled the motorcycle, threw a tail, and pulled the smoke away. JAC knows. It must have been Ding Xiaoxi who said in her room that she wanted to keep herself company. That girl is this way. There's something to be said for that. She couldn't get her head around the twists and turns of the human world. Just right. 2. Mu Chu Yen is also a straight brain. What others say is what they say. If nothing else, the two of them, they can play together. JAC sighed, walked back to the ward again. Stay close to the sunset. The doctor then discharged it. Coincidence is coincidental. Just out of the hospital. JH Mom, MS. Huishu weighed in on JH. It was imperative that JAC went home for a meal. JAC can't help it. Not thinking much of it, he took Ding Xiaoxi and drove toward the small storehouse. The doorway of the JAC family is on the west side of the city. All the way through, it's been a topsy-turvy afterglow, waiting for a stoplight. Jiang Huai saw that Ding Xiaoxi couldn't open her eyes by the setting sun and had probed over to help Ding Xiaoxi break down the sunshade. The golden light drew a line from the tip of Ding Xiaoxi's nose. It made her look like a veiled Western woman. Jiang Huai, you're so nice. Jiang Huai was a bit dumbfounded. He was thinking, he just helped Ding Xiaoxi with the sunshade, and that's all it took? Can some people, with their level of satisfaction with life, really be that low? Jiang Huai almost ignored Ding Xiaoxi. It's a major depression in the body. Immediately changed his opinion. How can you be depressed if you are really so easily satisfied? So, to put it another way, it should be said that no or very few people have ever been so kind to her. Jiang Huai's mind began to ring. When he was in the hospital, Mu Chuyen's words, suddenly it seemed, Ding Xiaoxi and Tang Jiani, seem to have certain similarities. Children are born children, have the most sensitive emotions. Crying, laughing and joking are the edges of life. Some people talk about mellowing out in the world. It's just that those people bought some crash pads and wrapped the edges around them and still show that side when necessary. But not Dawn and Din. Their edges were rubbed right down by someone else with a file. JH was thinking. Think of tenants like Ding Xiaoxi. How should he communicate with her? Jack, red light. Jiang Huai froze, only to realize that the lamp had gone red at some point. There were no cars behind him, so no one was rushing him. Take one foot off the gas and drive out. In the carriage, Ding Xiaoxi's soft words floated out again. Jiang Huai, were you just, worried about me? Don't you worry about me. Amount. JAC smiled awkwardly. He knew that this girl, Ding Xiaoxi, was completely literal. But then again, something always seemed strange. Just got out of the hospital. I think it was her. So why is it that the one who is comforted, is the one who is comforted? Forget it. JAC simply changed the subject. You've been living abroad for so long. Do you have any cravings for Chinese food? My old man's specialty, scrambled goat's egg, comes out in a second. Want to try it? Ding Xiaoxi froze, obviously bluffed by JAC. Papa JAC, that's awesome. Jiang Huai smiled. Then when the time comes, you just praise him directly like this. That person of his is thin-skinned. When you open your mouth, what do you want to eat? He will make it for you in minutes. Hoo-hoo. Facing the sunset. Ding Xiaoxi's mouth, open and round, simply beautiful beyond words. Chapter 124. Anything you want? Get out of the car. JAC first froze. He remembers, near the beginning of the school year, this row of broken storefronts is still standing firm in a residential neighborhood. How's that for not much longer? The huge word demolition, already painted on his doorstep? Mom, what's going on here? MS. Huishu is at the stand outside the door, ordering food for her customers. The street is narrow. Jiang Huai drove the license plate as 48 Maybach, directly parked in front of the store. Down a voice mum. A couple of spiritual guys who ordered food, both tugged their short sleeves down, trying to cover the over-the-shoulder dragons on the shoulders. When she saw Ding Xiaoxi following Jiang Huai again, her hand touched the top of her head again and messed with her hair in a panic. MS. Huishu ordered first. Again, waiting for a few other tables to get busy. It was only when he sat down in the store that the first thing he saw was Ding Xiaoxi bumping into him. Gu, whose daughter is this? So handsome. Ding Xiaoxi politely stood up and bent over. Hello auntie, my name is Ding Xiaoxi. Creak, a gentle girl by the sound of it. Mom, the demolition outside. What's going on? Jiang Huai was anxious and interjected again. But MS. Huishu had already taken Ding Xiaoxi's hand. Gu, this little hand, thin and slippery. Jiang Huai, he didn't tell us before he came. I should have known that auntie would have cleaned up first. No need. Auntie is very pretty. Yeah. Jiang Huai looked at his mom covering her face, knew that she simply could not deal with Ding Xiaoxi. This kind of truth-telling is still very serious girl. Simply interjected again. Mom, I said what's going on with the demolition outside? Ooh yo. Auntie just realized that our Creek's eyes
are actually blue. Hey, Mom, the demolition outside. Mom your ass. MS. Hui Shu, who hadn't finished a sentence, gritted her teeth and tried to give Jiang Hui a scorecard, but see the creak in, didn't go down to the hands again. Scared JAC, his heart is dead. Lean, and he said, when Mom and Dad specified that they wanted a daughter, turns out he's a put. Big disappointment for him. Ding Xiao, she just came 3 minutes ago. It's the same as coming in for 30 years. He's been here for 20 years. It's like being in ING debt for 20 years. The other side. Huaishu took Ding Xiaoxi's hand again. Xiaoxi, I didn't scare you just now. Ding Xiaoxi shook her head. No is good. Your uncle can cook anything. What do you want to eat? Give Auntie a word. Ding Xiaoxi froze and very calmly ordered a dish. Auntie, I want to eat fried sheep's egg. Ha, the kind that fries in a second. Ha, JAC says that what uncle is best at is popping fried goat eggs. Ha, John Hui just took out a bottle of Arctic Ocean from the freezer at the door. Hear that? Puffed and sprayed. Whether it was funny or not, he didn't know, but he felt as if he was dying. The stall was quite busy at night, but Jiang Hui's father, Jiang Yongqiu, saw that Jiang Hui had brought a girl back and rested his stall at 7:30. Fried 6 dishes. Sitting on the stall outside the gate, he opened a bottle of Erdwotu and sipped it with Jiang Hui. Period. Pops heard that Ding Xiao she didn't know what white wine tasted like. He also found a pair of new chopsticks, dipped them in white wine, and handed them to Ding Xiaoxi. Girl, try some. Though look, to Jiang Hui, it was similar to teasing the village head's house in the past, when a 3-year-old child drank beer. Dad, what are you doing? I just got out of the hospital. Jack, I want to try it. Jiang Hui had just finished speaking. Ding Xiaoxi then softly interrupted him. Then he looked at his old man. People want to try it. Just try it for fear of what? Try it and you'll know if it's good or not. Right. Creak. Uncle is right. Lean. JAC had nothing to say. Just look at Ding Xiaoxi taking the chopsticks, dipping them in Jiang Hui's cup again, and taking a shallow sip. Next, Ding Xiaoxi's face to her neck and then to her ears. All red. The little tongue came out of his mouth. I can't think of anything. Take the soda that Jiang Hui just didn't finish and gulp it into his mouth. Jiang Zhongqiu held a cigarette in his mouth and was happy. The laughter traveled far. Jiang Hui then stared at the overhead lights, and inexplicably a feeling appeared that this was also very good. This is indeed quite good. Mom and Dad are laughing. Vanguard. He has one too. By the time JAC came back to his senses, only to find that Ding Xiaoxi was also staring at him with flashing blue eyes. Eat to your heart's content. The conversation in the house is finally getting down to business. Jiang Zhongqiu said, I called you back today, just in time to talk to you about business. A while back, the top was going to demolish the block. People gave our family 3 options. 1, they want money. 2, they want a house to move back to. And 3, when the house is built, they'll still give us a storefront. Called you back and asked what you wanted to choose? Jiang Hui froze. Thinking about it, this seemed to be the first time that there was a big event in the family, but the decision-making power was given to him. Mom, what am I supposed to do with the real estate you've knocked down? Huaishu smiled. I gave your father to think well. You are now also stand. I and your father busy these years. Really tired. I still have some money in my hand, and there is still land in my hometown. So I plan to build a house, so I won't come to the city anymore. But, JAC was going to say. He couldn't bear to see his mom and dad go. Now though school is far away, but at least it's in a town. When his heart was tired, he at least felt sheltered. But mom and dad are gone. Jiang Hui then felt that the entire Linjiang was empty, but the words are in the chest. Seeing his mom's dirty apron, Jiang Hui choked again. This matter, in the end, was not settled. After all, in front of his mom and dad, saying that he wanted this and which one he wanted, Jiang Hui also felt strange. On the way back, the valet was alone in the front row. Jiang Hui sat in the boss's seat, a little dizzy, and a little wanting to vomit. Ding Xiaoxi sighed so big position, but had to be next to him. Jiang Hui also lazy to speak. The window was open a crack and blowing. Jack, I like aunts and uncles. Ding Xiaoxi inexplicable sentence. Jiang Hui turned around and stared at Ding Xiaoxi's pink baby fat, suddenly having the urge to tease her. It's been a few minutes, and you're liking it. Liking what? If you tell me what you like, I'll grant you a favor. If you don't, you'll let me pinch your face. Ding Xiaoxi's eyes brightened. Any request is fine? Anything. When Ding Xiaoxi said this, it was all too obvious to JAC that the driver had, for s sake, seemed to have slowed down. Next, Ding Xiaoxi then spoke very seriously. I like uncle's cooking. I like it when auntie holds my hand and compliments me on how pretty I look. I like it when the 4 of us sit at a small table and talk about everything. And I like it when I see mom and dad chatting with you about family matters. Jack, I love you, so I love my aunt and uncle too. Hear that? JAC was silent. The driver drove on, and also paused noticeably. That's the one. JH's drink topped the head. Both eyes closed uncontrollably. What was in the darkness? He didn't know. Always felt that anyway. It's so cozy when you fall down. Soft. Chapter 125. I prefer. Eyes open in a daze. JAC saw the roof of the car first. What he saw again was Ding Xiaoxi, who was playing with her cell phone. It was then that JAC realized. He seems to have fallen asleep on Ding Xiaoxi's lap. No wonder you sleep so well. Jiang Huai, you're awake. Ding Xiaoxi put down her cell phone. Her face still calm. After drinking the wine, Jiang Huai's mouth was dry and his voice was a bit sandy. How long did I sleep? 2 hours and 17 minutes. How there are still zeros and holes. JH stretches. But it's very Ding Xiaoxi behavior. But the next moment, JH moved his eyes out of the car. Again, a bit baffled. It's a familiar setting. Xiaoxi, why did you run away to the famous school? Jiang Huai's words had just been asked, before Ding Xiaoxi could answer. In the front passenger seat, another indignant voice came. Do you still have a ing opinion on it? Wait for Jiang Huai to see Mu Chu Yen. Another bit of spine tingling. Although he wasn't afraid of Mu Chu Yen, he didn't want to be scolded unnecessarily. Depressed, Ding Xiaoxi unscrewed a bottle of water from the side and handed it to Jiang Huai, explaining, Jack, Auntie asked us to take care of her. Take care of her. But, hi. Sometimes, Jiang Huai felt that Ding Xiaoxi was a deadbeat. Although at that time, he had promised Su Wanwan that he would take care of Mu Chu Yen. There was no need to take care of her in someone else's home. Originally, there was a lot of resentment. And now he's this out-of-touch guy who's still pinned in people's faces. Jiang Huai was afraid that Mu Chu Yen was cool. Who needs you to take care of them? Mu Chu Yen in the front row. Her fire is not small. Since you're awake, grab yourself a taxi and get out. My old lady is sleepy. If it wasn't for the fear of what you might do to our Xiaoxi while drunk, I would have fallen asleep long ago. Mu Chu Yen put down her words, tugging open the car door. He slammed it and left. Silence returned to the car. Ding Xiaoxi looked at Mu Chu Yen's back and also naturally opened the car door. Jiang Huai, let's go? Ha? Jiang Huai completely tensed up. She's like that and I'm still going? It's okay, I can protect you. Ding Xiaoxi has said so. JAC also went from there. 10,000 for the room anyway. He'll deduct it from the money Su Wanwan gives. Getting on the elevator. He always felt something strange. Think 2 floors. Just figured it out. This seems to be the first time he's been here since Mu Chu Yen rented the room. I've bumped into them downstairs before. As for what happened after the chance encounter, thinking about it, Jiang Huai still felt bad luck. But this time, with Ding Xiaoxi by his side, Jiang Huai then felt that it was a little bit unreal to enter Mu Chu Yen's boudoir so simply. It's like trying to snoop big sister on the outside at the drop of a hat. Exactly what it's like in private. Will it be contrasting? The elevator is here. The room was open. Jiang Huai stepped into the room. Surprisingly have a pair of undisassembled men's slippers. Simply disassembled to change. The room with the rental time. Not much difference. On the contrary, on the top of the couch, there was an extra bead of capybara. And from left to right, it was getting smaller and smaller. Just like the condom. And then there's, just on the table, a couple of pinched and flattened Tsingtao cans. And the trash can, stuffed with toilet paper. This time, Mu Chu Yen came out of the bedroom, changed into a pink cotton nightgown with Peppa Pig printed on it. The whole thing was pink. Jiang Huai then associated it with the image of Mu Chu Yen in the first 2 minutes. The heart is inexplicably a little bit better, though it was an image that he had seen countless times on his cell phone. There are even private pictures on the phone, but it's all so much different than the stereo ones. Mu Chu Yen blankly glanced at Jiang Huai, full of disgust, but didn't say a word. Taking the other set of pajamas in her hand, she handed it to Ding Xiaoxi and directly led her to the bathroom. The water clattered. JH sat on the couch. Mu Chu Yen was sitting on the carpet against the balcony. Jiang Huai glanced over to Mu Chu Yen's side. Look at that girl, gawking at someone's WeChat friend circle. Only on the circle of friends, a capybara stares. Suddenly, Mu Chu Yen asked, what do you think a man, who never sends out a circle of friends, is really for? Jiang Huai froze. Are you talking to me? This room, are there any other male creatures? Mosquitoes, spiders, cockroaches, and maybe rats. As Jiang Huai spoke, he felt as if he was being at least being able to barter with this woman. Mu Chu Yen slanted her eyes. Humph, yes, you're only worthy of being compared to these things. 2. Jiang Huai was depressed. He thought, since he had this opportunity today, might as well ask for clarification. Miss Mu, it seems like, we've never met before, right? I really can't figure it out? What have I done to offend you? Did you have to do this to me? Bad-mouthing me? Mu Chu Yen furrowed her brows and pressed her lips, not wanting to pick up on this. Did you say what I just asked you?
Jiang Huai was even more angry. Obviously the things I say are more important, right? Wait for that sentence to finish. The expression on Mu Chu Yen's face, as if she was a bit broken, clutched the can on the table and threw it at Jiang Huai. In the easy open can, the wine that was still left spilled all over Jiang Huai's leg. It all reeks of smoke. JAC just ing knows. This identity of Jiang Huai has a natural insulating relationship with Mu Chu Yen, whether it's a chance encounter at school, or a chance encounter in the neighborhood. It was absolutely imperative that something bad happened to him. In his case, it doesn't seem to be absolute though. The last time I was at the amusement park, it was an accident. I let you in for the sake of creek, into someone else's house. Did you pass my permission to wear someone else's shoes? If you don't want to live here, get out now. Finish the conversation. Mu Chu Yen was holding the biggest one. Capybara. Back to the bedroom. Bang. Almost brought out the doorframe. Jiang Huai thought about Mu Chu Yen's resentful woman-like back and began to break into pieces. It's his house anyhow. In your own house. Taking this. Jiang Huai vowed to learn from Qin Mengmeng. Wait for Mu Chu Yen's satisfaction score to be full. Just return it tenfold to Mu Chu Yen. Was thinking. Ding Xiaoxi had already come out of the bathroom. By the looks of it, Ding Xiaoxi was in a hurry to come out. Her red hair still dripping down, with the beauty of a lotus flower. The black pajamas that Mu Chu Yen had just given her were hanging on Ding Xiaoxi. The girl's skin was even whiter and more frosty. Jiang Huai, will you guys stop arguing? Ding Xiaoxi's words were still soft. Listening to JAC was depressing. Is this his idea of a fight? Forget it. Jiang Huai saw Ding Xiaoxi and didn't want to talk about this topic. Taking 2 steps forward, he took out a towel from the bathroom, covered Ding Xiaoxi's head, and began to rub it. By the time Ding Xiaoxi's hair was almost dry, it was only afterward that Jiang Huai realized that this action seemed too ambiguous. And, stand tall. JH's eyes flicked downward, just stabbing eyes red. JH didn't know if the alcohol was still fresh, or is it really too beautiful. Thinking to himself, looking at it was all he needed to do. He was simply admiring it. People sculpt abroad and they're still ing naked. It is important to look at what is good with a righteous eye. That wouldn't be obscene. Next, Ding Xiaoxi spoke faintly again. Jack, do you prefer breasts, or legs? I prefer. Chapter 126, Tang Jiani. Mr. Tang. Jiang Huai couldn't control the corner of his mouth from twitching. Why do you ask? Ding Xiaoxi turned around, looked down at her body, and seemed to not care in the slightest. Nor did she clean up, continuing to hold her head high and look at Jiang Huai. When I went out with you before, I saw that you always like to stare at legs, and if you wear stockings, you'll look at them twice more, and just now with Yen Yen as well. So, I think, Jiang Huai should like legs more. It's not. Jiang Huai's brain was really going to explode. He also wondered if the bedroom door was soundproof. Did Mu Chu Yen hear that? But the question is, there's no need to be so clear about this kind of thing. Is it because you think he's nasty? Is it because you think he's disgusting? You could have kept it in your heart or stayed away from me. But for now, it's nothing. Jiang Huai's face burned uncomfortably. So, what does it mean? It doesn't mean anything. Ding Xiaoxi said calmly, my legs are a bit fleshy and not as nice as theirs. I was just thinking just now that if Jiang Huai liked the top more, it seems like I'd be happier. Hear this. Jiang Huai's face turned even redder, always feeling as if he had been teased, but how it got teased is unknown. Just amazing. And so on. Jiang Huai suddenly realized a strange point. He didn't know if Ding Xiaoxi had noticed that this girl, as if it was the first time from his meeting, bluntly expressed her mood. Happy. Think again. It does seem to be the case. First sighting from the airport. Jiang Huai didn't experience half the emotional fluctuations from Ding Xiaoxi. In the eyes of the JAC, she's like a pool of stagnant water. Drop an atomic bomb in there and it doesn't even make a ripple. But just now, that water, shallow ripples. Jiang Huai, again, in the first instance, thought of what Ding Xiaoxi had said in the hospital room. Halftime. JAC nodded, like the top more. The words landed. Ding Xiaoxi moved in front of Jiang Huai again. Do you want to touch it? This time, the red color on Jiang Huai's face spread directly to the cracks of his toes. Jiang Huai didn't know why, but he always felt that as long as he wanted to, this girl, Ding Xiaoxi, surely wouldn't mind. The atmosphere burned stronger and stronger. In the end, it was Mu Chu Yen who opened the door, ripped Ding Xiaoxi in at once. Only then did the room return to silence. Evening. JH lay down on the sofa, watching the fall breeze blow in through the floor-to-ceiling windows, ruffling the curtains and swinging them around. Sol walked out onto the balcony. Look in the direction of Danjani's house. The room was still lit. Jiang Huai looked at his cell phone again. At the message from Tang Jiani. Danjani, missed you. Jiang Huai carefully recalled Tang Jiani's expression when she was taken away by Su Wanwan at the hospital. It seemed like it was the first time that he saw helplessness and sadness in the eyes of the high and mighty Tang Jiani.
I miss you too. Tang Jiani is actually quite pitiful. No, I should say very pitiful.
Jiang Hui even felt that if he switched identities with Tang Jiani right now, he wouldn't even be as bad as Tang Jiani.
I don't know who mom and dad really are, but they are being used by their parents, even non-family parents.
Jiang Hui felt that he
might take pity on Tang Jiani.
Although Tang Jiani was beautiful, it was impossible for him to fall in love with her. Getting him down to begin with was impossible,
and even more so when monitored with a car. People change, for better or for worse, but he, Jack,
only recognizes the first feeling.
JAC thinks that this is also quite good. Donjani's satisfaction score is about to be full. As a gift for being liked by Donjani,
he gives her back her freedom. The house is exchanged for money.
Feelings traded for freedom. He never owed anyone anything. Jack was thinking.
A light voice behind Jiang Hui startled him and made him stumble. It was only when he came back to his senses that he noticed that Ding Xiaoxi had burrowed out at some point and was holding a blanket in his arms.
Didn't sleep? Ding Xiaoxi nodded and propped the blanket up, draping it over Jiang Hui's back. Jiang Hui, is it warm? Warm. Well, good night. No?
When Jiang Hui thought that something else would happen, Ding Xiaoxi was already barefoot,
walking to the bedroom door,
and finally screwed up her body,
glanced at Jiang Hui, and entered the bedroom. Gentle, and like the wind of a spring night, it brushes one's face, not cold or dry. It was then that JAC realized the reason Ding Xiaoxi couldn't sleep, probably because he knew there were no blankets outside and was afraid he'd be cold. The next 2 days, the whole room is weird. Ding Xiaoxi is a depression. At this time Mu Chu Yen,
the whole body and surrounded by depression. Jiang Hui was afraid that the two people and inattentive jumped off the building,
simply served 3 meals a day. But wherever Mu Chu Yen went,
she rolled her eyes at Jiang Hui,
the person in the room that talks the most. Instead, it became Dinky Creek. It wasn't until the day of Qin Mengmeng's birthday,
when Jiang Hui stepped out of the prestigious school, that he felt like getting a new lease on life.
On the way to Dingyue Eatery, JAC drives a Passat. The main drive holds the blue Tinkerbell cat. In the back row, sat Lu Xiu.
Lu Xiu was also part of the company, so he was invited. Waiting for the traffic light, Jiang Hui turned to look at Lu Xiu.
Indignation up, Xiu. You can damn well go to tested driver's license. Who company boss driving? Employees sitting in the boss seat. Lu Xiu doesn't have much heart except for eating, promised JAC on the spot. But Mr. Jiang, I don't have a car even if I take the test. As long as you take the exam, this Passat is allotted to you, just so you can use it to run the market.
Jiang Hui knew that Lu Xiu's life was not easy, so he could treat a woman poorly, but he could not treat his brother poorly.
Although today is Qin Mengmeng's birthday,
but today is more the day their company,
the rental website, goes live. Although there is a system on the side,
but no one wants that first venture to end hastily,
especially when, with the system, it's still failing. That's what's so humiliating. All the houses, we have done environmental protection decoration. Professional organizations have tested, fully meet the standard of occupancy, and now on the website, there are 12 sets of rooms to be rented, and there are 4 sets in the rental.
Lu Xiu reported on his work. Jiang Hui remembered something else. Wait, I'll send you a set of information,
and add another set of Serenity Villa's house up. Mr. Jiang, so cool, you've got a room in the mid-levels residence? Don't kiss ass. It's not good for the company. Mr. Jiang is so. Do you have money for your driver's license? Wait, I'll transfer you 10,000. Use it first. Mr. Jiang is so.
Jiang Hui lit a cigarette. For the first time found that sometimes the human heart is the same as that what?
Stimulated. Pressure cannot be suppressed. No wonder the world is less the existence of the horse's ass. What company owner would not want to see a scenario that can't even be pressed? Anyway,
Lu Xiu will definitely be a great talent in the future.
JAC said. By the way, I've been a bit busy lately. Has anything big happened over at the company? Lu Xiu nodded. Yes.
You weren't here yesterday when the head of the school came to inspect.
Holy.
Jiang Hui slapped his head.
Forget about it. And then what? But it just so happened that day that Mr. Tang came.
She took the school leaders for a tour,
and introduced the company's future development goals, and the produced website.
The leaders were very satisfied, and declared us the city's college student entrepreneurship competition program.
Jiang Hui was blinded. Mr. Tang? Which Mr. Tang? Jenny Tang. Mr. Tang. Jiang Hui's fire instantly rise very high.
This has set trade relations with her.
The company is my, even if it is the future development, but also has to be my opinion. She put aside to play it. But Mr.
Tang spent another $100,000,
put high-speed fiber optics in the company,
and even partnered with off-campus for lunch and dinner delivery.
By the way, For the new employees, Mr. Tang even gave out red packet benefits.
Jiang Huai was depressed for a while, quickly changing the subject.
Anything else?
Lu Xiyu scratched his head and remembered one thing, that Tang Yan, who just transferred, also started a business, right next to our business base.
What? Chapter 127, she's gonna be famous. JAC called it out directly, feeling shocked and good and funny. He really doesn't get it.
Obviously they all come from wealthy families,
and even if they don't have access to the real power of the Tang dynasty,
they will certainly hold the resources of the Tang dynasty. The man who stood on top of the mountain like that.
Why come to the mortal world and get involved in such things? The reason why Don Huma is running this. JAC feels that there are no more than two reasons, either because of him or because of Don Jiani, but the two causes cannot be disassociated.
Then she started her own business.
In what way?
As the red light changed to green, Jiang Huai stepped on the gas and continued to ask.
The same as us. Our rental company, said with. Lu Xiyu is also a little upset. The tone of anger, grass, she and dead perverts, standing directly in front of our company recruitment, said that day, no matter how much we pay, her side are more than 2,000. The first few that came in were more steady, but the later employees, the ones that didn't follow through with the program, ran off several times, and the building smells like smoke these days anyway. The ones that ran, worked very hard, and on our side, a couple of the older employees were very active. JAC. It's not a shock to hear about Donyan's entrepreneurial program.
Not shocked at the smoke and mirrors this group has made.
All people have the heart to go higher. Who would want to see where they have been, better than where they are now? And who would want to see where they are now, worse than where they didn't choose to be? There is no right or wrong. It's all human nature. And then what? That day, after Mr. Tang went there, he knew about it,
and rushed directly to the next door by himself,
confronting Tang Yan, and the two of them almost didn't fight. Hold the grass. Jiang Huai thought about Tang Jiani's and Tang Yanran's birth, and then thought about the two people's appearance. He couldn't help but turn around and said solemnly, if there's a fight, don't forget to record it for me. Two big beauties. What would it be like to fight? Will it grip the hair? Or a slap in the face? It's exciting to think about. Mr. Jiang. What? You're sick. JAC frowned.
The reimbursement for the driver's license test fee.
Withdrawn. This is also what Jiang Huai taught Lu Xiyu, the latest lesson in the workplace. It's okay to kiss ass in front of the leader. Chewing on the leader in front of him. No. Qin Mengmeng's birthday banquet. It's a 12 noon start. The rows are small. Of all the private rooms in the Dinghua eatery, there was only one, which could put down 2 tables. There is a TV at one end of the room. On it were placed the words, Happy Birthday, in large letters. Jiang Huai walked in, and at the first glance, he noticed Qin Mengmeng, who was blowing up balloons with her roommate. Qin Mengmeng wore a navy blue cotton cheongsam today, with a jujube red knitted shawl on the outside, 2 pearls falling from her ears, and smiled with a look of age. But to the side, there stood Gue Yutong. It's a bit of a spoiler. Jiang Huai. Qin Mengmeng saw Jiang Huai at the same time and jogged to Jiang Huai's side. You're here. What nonsense are you talking about? How could I not come to our dream's birthday? JAC said as he spoke. Edge lifted the gift box in his hand. Inside the clear gift box stands the blue Tinkerbell cat. A gift for you. Hand-painted for you. The role I've already thought of. Although it's a deposit box. But let's both not be a cheesy person. I also bought a Polaroid. In the future, when we take a picture, you can just stuff the picture in it, and when you open it in a few years to look at it, you will definitely feel a lot of emotions. Thank you, Jack. Qin Mengmeng's thanks were said from the bottom of her heart. As Qin Mengmeng received the gift, she even took Jiang Huai's arm in passing. Come on, Jiang Huai. I'll take you to a place. Where to? Let's go. Qin Mengmeng's tone was a bit so Jiang Huai followed, walked out of the room and turned into a cubicle. It should look like a dressing room for the bride when undertaking a wedding reception. The room was big enough to stand 3 people, a chair, a dresser. On the countertop, there was Qin Mengmeng's cosmetics. On the chair, a sweater. The sweater was neatly folded and with a blue ribbon on the outside, tied with a bow. Qin Mengmeng held up the sweater and cupped her hands in front of Jiang Huai. For you. Send me? Yeah, send you. I didn't realize I had a present to receive for your birthday? Qin Mengmeng smiled with her backhand against her mouth. What are you talking about? If it wasn't for Jiang Huai, I wouldn't have been able to come here for my birthday banquet. My birthday. If you're happy, I'm happy. Jiang Huai saw that Qin Mengmeng was speaking seriously, but it's a shame. All of this, he knew, was an illusion, so he won't take the bait. JH unwrapped the ribbon, holding the sweater in front of her. She compared it to her body. Does it look good? Take off your clothes and try it. It's okay, there are no outsiders here. JAC wanted to know what it meant to have no outsiders. Is she, Qin Mengmeng, even an insider?
Qin Mengmeng's meaning was too obvious, bringing him to the little dark room, lending his sweater to straight-up hooliganism. Qin Mengmeng saw that Jiang Hui didn't say anything and directly turned off the lights. The room was now, literally, a small dark room. Okay, so I can't see. Just change, and I'll turn on the light when you're done. It's come to this. JAC moved his hand as well. First he took off his suit and then unbuttoned his shirt, but just after these two things, Jiang Hui felt that a pair of very fine and smooth hands, with warmth, pressed against his abdomen. And then, it was without giving him any chance to react, being pressed up by someone else's whole body. The hand that had just been there, too, went through his shirt and locked itself around his waist. Jiang Hui still underestimated Qin Mengmeng's guts. Dreamy? Don't talk. Qin Mengmeng's voice came against Jiang Hui's chest. Jiang Hui could even feel her exhale. Jack, I'm not doing anything. It's my birthday in a few days. I barely want one more birthday present, okay? Just 1 minute. Just 1 minute of hugging. I want to feel your body heat. JAC stands like a pine. Mind. It's ing emotional. Is this the old actor? Seriously. In the darkness, for a moment, he even felt the tears in Qin Mengmeng's eyes, as if they were staying along his abs, and it was that moment that Jiang Hui even felt that maybe there was truth in the feelings, but the recording Gui Yulong sent him, and again, he was ripped out in the first place. False. Everything is fake. Stand and look at it at such a high level. Qin Mengmeng has really succumbed. JH was thinking, with Qin Mengmeng's looks, and such top-notch acting skills, she simply abuses the current flower girls. Go into acting. She'll be famous. In the darkness, in the hallway outside the room, there was a clatter of high heels. JAC didn't care. Just thought, this could be the waiter serving. But the next second, the door to the room was suddenly pushed open. Someone turned on the room light. The white light stung Jiang Hui's eyes raw. Qin Mengmeng seemed to subconsciously, too, burying her entire face in the nest of his chest. In a trance, Jiang Hui looked at the girl standing in the doorway. Froze. The woman is no one else. It was none other than Mu Chu Yen. Chapter 128, slightly better than him. Today's Mu Chu Yen was exceptionally good looking. The actress, who usually wears a leather trench coat, wore a Dior overall dress. Jiang Hui even noticed that Mu Chu Yen had taken the end of her white hair and dyed it a little pink, lining the whole thing. It looked pink. No wonder Mu Chu Yen was out in the morning, early in the morning. Inside the room, 3 pairs of eyes. You look at me, I look at you. Mu Chu Yen's expression, on the contrary, was more calm than what Jiang Hui thought. So now who's going to tell him? What should he do? Mu Chu Yen lifted the bag of coffee in her hand. Dream, you asked for coffee. Qin Mengmeng blushed slightly and turned out the coffee. Thank you, Mr. Mu. Jiang Hui listened to these 2 words. The heart that was hanging in the air, in one way or another, suddenly died. What's that supposed to mean? The two of them, they know each other? Also in just an instant, Jiang Hui had almost brainstormed all the reasons. Qin Mengmeng did it on purpose. Qin Mengmeng deliberately asked Mu Chu Yen to buy 2 cups of coffee, to guide Mu Chu Yen to come here, to find the 2 of them, and it also happened that when Mu Chu Yen opened the door, she saw such a glorious scene. Holy, JAC doesn't believe in coincidences, but he knew Qin Mengmeng's methods. But why? JAC couldn't figure it out. Why did Qin Mengmeng do this? Show off? Jealousy? Or what? Or is there a possibility that Qin Mengmeng even knows that he is actually Mu Chu Yen's landlord and that he is little bitch? Just because of this side of Mu Chu Yen. Jiang Hui's brain instantly became disorganized. You guys go ahead and get it done in a hurry and keep the noise down. Mu Chu Yen put down her words, closed the door and stepped on her high heels and left. And before she left, she also turned off the lights in the room. JH can't see his own face. But think, your face is probably as black as the room. It's not. What do you mean? Make less noise? Jiang Hui wondered what Mu Chu Yen thought of him. Mu Chu Yen wouldn't be thinking. He and Qin Mengmeng, to directly in this small private room, get a bar ah hey? Jiang Hui turned around, wanting to chase out and ask for clarification, but the step is not yet taken. Again, she was held in Qin Mengmeng's arms, this time, even tighter than just now. Jack, don't go. That bang. JAC was quite sober. He suddenly remembered. Standing in the current script, he and Mu Chu Yen should not have any relationship. Even if there is, it should be Mu Chu Yen disgusting himself. He was at this point. It should be a. And Qin Mengmeng is in an ambiguous relationship with the pure love male big. He, then, had no reason to chase them out. Fire burns the heart. Jiang Hui forced down the fire in his heart and softened his tone. I'm not leaving, but how did Mu Chu Yen get here? Qin Mengmeng said. I met her in the entrepreneurship classroom, chatted for a few moments, and got to know her. Venture room? Yeah, I can't believe it. She goes to places like that. I was kind of surprised to see her at first. She didn't look like she was in a good mood that day.
It's unexpected, and I didn't expect it. That you'd go? Hey, Mr. Jiang Huai, I'm very dedicated, okay? In the darkness,
Qin Mengmeng said while stretching out her fingers, drawing circles on Jiang Huai's abs between them.
Yes, although I don't know how to make a website or run a market, but your office, you have to need a cleaning auntie, right? I usually wait for everyone to leave, and go clean for a living. JAC didn't say anything,
because he was certain that Qin Mengmeng was speaking these words, and they were true. It is possible to say what is required and fail to do it, and to promise what is promised and fail to do it, because these are, by definition, things of the future. But what Qin Mengmeng said, if there was no actual physical evidence, she categorically wouldn't open her mouth. As for why Mu Chu Yen would go, in Jiang Huai's heart, he also had an answer. Jack, what do you think? Am I pretty today? After staying in the darkness for a long time, Jiang Huai also gradually saw Qin Mengmeng's silhouette. The Chong Sam was in her body. The lines were elegant, at least the dress she was wearing. It seemed like it was only suitable for her. Wearing it on Tang Jiani, Mu Chu Yen, or even Ding Xiaoxi would be a bit out of place, a bit less elegant. JAC then I'll give you a chance. JAC was stunned. What chance? The voices of the two men, getting lower and lower. When Jiang Huai came back to his senses, Qin Mengmeng's words had already sounded in his ears with the wind, stinging his heart. You can do whatever you want to me in this room until the birthday starts. The sound is just too sucky. Jiang Huai could even hear the rubbing sound of red lips slightly opening. So, is that part of the ING act? Dedication? Just a few seconds. Jiang Huai brainstormed a million possibilities. Maybe wait and then someone ripped open the door, forced him to Jiang Huai, bound to Qin Mengmeng. Maybe he just did something. Qin Mengmeng yelled rogue. Or maybe, really ING dedication? Either way, the alarms in Jiang Huai's head were all-knowing. Halftime. Dream on. I'm a traditionalist, JAC said as he buttoned up his buttons, planning to get out of this place in a hurry. This time, Qin Mengmeng didn't hold back. Instead, he turned on the lights and told JAC to wait. The cake hasn't come yet. Qin Mengmeng handed over a cup of coffee. Have some coffee. I ordered it specially for you. Jiang Huai took the American and took a sip. Hearing the cake, he remembered another thing that he had messed up. I'm sorry Mengmeng. I promised to make you a cake but I've been busy lately and forgot. Failure. Really fail. Laying it on for so long. Because of Ding Xiaoxi, the rhythm was completely disrupted because of the Tang family. JAC has decided. Wait for Qin Mengmeng's birthday to pass. Make a separate tiramisu to compensate. Qin Mengmeng smiled gently. It's okay Jiang Huai. Miss Mu has told me that you've been staying at her place lately. With a girl named Tiny Creek. Ha, but JAC, we're in the same neighborhood, and you don't even come to see me? Ah, I heard Miss Mu say that Miss Ding is very dependent on you. Did you guys do it? Hold hands? Hugged? Kissing? I also heard that she is very beautiful, isn't she? Jiang Huai didn't dare to speak. He was going to deny it, but that afternoon, Ding Xiaoxi was in the car, giving him a sudden kiss that instantly surfaced in his mind. Jiang Huai didn't dare to guarantee that there wouldn't be a break in the denial. If only, Qin Mengmeng must be able to tell. No matter how calm it was just now, Jiang Huai now couldn't help but admit that Qin Mengmeng's acting skills were slightly higher than his, and he was a bit unable to catch it. Dreamy, it's not what you think. Jiang Huai subconsciously wanted to explain, but by Qin Mengmeng's outstretched finger, she blocked her mouth. Jiang Huai, I don't need your explanation. Feelings are earned. There is no right or wrong. Jiang Huai didn't understand Qin Mengmeng, the meaning of these words. Qin Mengmeng didn't explain any further. She pulled out her cell phone and smiled. Let's go. Jack, Zhou Chao went to get the cake for me. It'll be here soon. Yes. Jiang Huai nodded, then realized something was wrong. Wait, who are you talking about? Zhou Chao he and his object, are both from our company? I can't not invite them. It's over. Chapter 129, Since the World is Round. Outside the front door of the Dingyue Eatery, Jiang Huai chewed his gum and kept sending messages to Zhou Chao, but the guy didn't know what he was doing and never replied. Still, the old saying is true. When a lie needs to be rounded out with another lie, the person who initially cheated will always circle the globe and stand in front of you and question you. Jiang Huai lied to Mu Chu Yen that Zhou Chao was dead. Supertron didn't really know either. Dingyue Eatery is Mu Chu Yen's property, probably even less so. Qin Mengmeng was now familiar with Mu Chu Yen. What's worse, Zhou Chao's girlfriend, he Xiaoli, definitely didn't even know about the relationship. If only these three, all in one place at the same time. Given the genetics of Mu Chu Xian's family, it's possible to mess up some lives. Now look, the only possibility was to stop Zhou Chao before they entered the hotel. Waiting time. Guo Yulong came from the parking lot first, with a triumphant look on his face. He came to Jiang Huai and handed him a cigarette. Wait,
Pack cool, pack exciting. Jiang Huai knew what Gui Yulong was referring to. Smiling bitterly, he nodded his head. Actually, Gui Yulong came. It's about time. 2. After coming out of the small dark room, Jiang Huai had already very obviously felt that he was a little out of his depth when facing Qin Mengmeng. Even after Qin Mengmeng's intensive offense, there would be the feeling of being led by the nose. It just so happens that Gui Yulong can help him take back the reins on this scene. How are you prepared? Gui Yulong asked. Always ready. Well then, get in there. No, I'll wait for someone. Gui Yulong didn't ask much. The two of them looked up and saw Gui Yutong, who had just walked out of the front door, and looked at each other. Gui Yulong then greeted him, putting his arm around Gui Yutong's shoulders. He entered the hotel. Jiang Huai also heard behind him. Gui Yutong was saying, "Why are you guys still chatting?" Or something like that. Finish your cigarette. There's another Netflix, parked on the side of the road. The one who came down first was a girl. The girl looked lively with her round glasses and simply dressed in a beige sweater and jeans. Immediately after that, Zhou Chao carried the cake and also got down from the back seat. Seeing Zhou Chao and Xiaoli wearing the same sweater, Jiang Huai's eyes went black. I should have known to smoke slower. It also presses a little. This sour stench of being in love. JH stepped forward. What he was thinking was how he could implicitly, as much as possible so that Xiaoli couldn't understand, tell Zhou Chao all the things that happened in the restaurant. Let Zhou Chao take Xiaoli and grab her. Jiang, how many times have I told you? Now address the position. Good day, Mr. Jiang. Xiaoli was worthy of being in the propaganda department. Her voice was very kind. Mr. Jiang, Zhou Chao has been telling me privately that although you look young, you are very capable, and at a glance today, you really have an extraordinary temperament. Jiang Huai squinted at Zhou Chao. Is it you? Letting people say that? Kissing ass, isn't it? No, Mr. Jiang. Xiaoli wasn't timid at all and continued. It's all words from my heart. Time is of the essence. Jiang Huai was at the door, and after chatting with the two men, he looked at Zhou Chao. Chaozi, today is the first day our website is online. Do you guys want to stop going and keep an eye on it? Wait for the cake. I'll pack it back for you? Not so much. A meal won't take half an hour. I'm here. Brother Jiang. Things have come to this. JAC began to mobilize and don the skill of reasoning. So what do you think? Is it important to have a meal? Or is it important to talk about our website? Eat? When to eat cannot. But the site, if there is a little problem, is not all the staff's heart and soul are gone. Ray, tell me, which one is important? Mr. Jiang is right. Jiang Huai could see that Zhou Chao was obviously a bit upset in the face of his and Xiaoli's words, so Jiang Huai simply added some yardage. Well, on my way here today, I promised to get a car for CU, and if the line is successful, I'll get you one too. So won't you be able to go out with Ray sometime? Really? Zhou Chao's eyes lit up. Of course it's true. With this deal, Zhou Chao was finally convinced. After handing everything over to JAC, he stood on the curb and hit the car again. Saw the car coming. Jiang Huai sighed in relief. There's a feeling that there's a lot going on today, but the most troublesome one has been taken care of. Mr. Jiang, let's go. Have a safe trip. I'll be looking for you guys when this site is over. Yes. Xiaoli greeted Jiang Huai. Pull open the car door. Wanted Zhou Chao to get in the car first, but the door had just opened a crack. Just get a slap on the wrist and slam it back shut. JAC followed the hand and looked to the side. When he saw Mu Chu Yen, his frowning side face, his heart was half cold. Mu Chu Yen walked to the main driver. A brief conversation. The driver drove off. At the end of the empty Dingyue entrance, there were only 4 people left. Jiang Huai, Mu Chu Yen, Zhou Chao and Xiaoli. Zhou Chao and Xiaoli, obviously, were both a bit baffled. Jiang Huai was thinking that Zhou Chaomeng probably didn't expect to see Mu Chu Yen in this place. Xia Liming, on the other hand, is a bit uncertain because of Mu Chu Yen's behavior. Jiang Huai carried the huge cake and looked at Mu Chu Yen's eyes glistening with tears, knowing that after all, there were some things that could not be hidden, but he didn't want to because of himself. Bad for the relationship between Zhou Chao and Xiaoli. Think again. Still, he took the initiative to speak. Miss Mu, I apologize to you. No one picked up Jiang Huai's words. It seemed like everyone was waiting for Jiang Huai to continue on. Actually, on the cell phone, the person you've been talking to is me, the king of stories, the little bitch, and all me too. JH spoke twice. Seeing Mu Chu Yen's body shaking, 2 lines of tears, with panic fell from her eyes. Why? Jiang Huai knew that this why of Mu Chu Yen's, the meaning it carried, was more complicated. She's probably asking, why pretend to talk on your cell phone but not tell her? Also why, without admitting it himself, did he let Zhou Chao show up? Or, again, the simplest of all, why talk to her so much? Jiang Huai looked at Mu Chu Yen, with her white and pink hair,
and her chin that was crashed with teardrops,
and made a mistake. Because, I like you. Yes, JAC decided to tell another lie to fulfill another lie. Since the world is round, then why couldn't he and Mu Chu Yen be two quanta, operating in emotion that could never meet? I like you, but Miss Mu, my heart is inferior. Jiang Hui gradually entered the role,
and his tone gradually became deeper and deeper.
You're like Linda, the goddess standing on the top of the mountain, while I am just a multitude of people, an ordinary person looking up to you.
I didn't tell you because I knew that you loathed me so much from the very beginning,
and I was afraid that after I told you the truth, we wouldn't even be able to be friends on WeChat, so I lied to you. You can think that I'm like one of those shadowy, crawling bugs, or you can think that I, as a person, am simply disgusting enough to turn your stomach, but hopefully, you won't take your anger and spread it to my roommate. I'm willing to take all of your punishment, by myself. JAC finished speaking. Small movements waved their hands to Zhou Chao and he Shelley. Tell them to hurry up. Though these two look, well, pretty clueless too, but it was done anyway. Noon sunshine. Two young people at the right time, holding hands, mixing into the traffic, disappeared. A field of four. It became two. Jiang Hui was ready, all ready to face Mu Chu Yen. Since all those words were just said and said, Jaxo, interjecting a few more words. The chef uncle of your restaurant is the father of the owner of my part-time bakery. And aren't you curious as to why I took you guys to see the capybara that day? Because I know that the capybara is between you and the most familiar animal. And don't you want to know why I promised Auntie Sue to take Xin Xin to the amusement park? Why I often go to your house? Why I occasionally meet you downstairs? But now look, it doesn't matter anymore. All those self-deceptions of mine have been punctured. In your eyes, I'll only become someone who, more than anything else, makes you feel sick. I'm standing right here. You can punish me any way you want. Jiang Hui looked at Mu Chu Yen. From Mu Chu Yen's pupils, a hint of shock was detected, and after a flash, it became anger. JAC waited and waited, imagining Mu Chu Yen's slap, or Mu Chu Yen's words of cursing, did not wait. On the contrary, it was Mu Chu Yen who looked at Jiang Hui very calmly. Turn around and walk away. Walk over to the motorcycle. In a roar, again, it disappeared into traffic. JH felt, this time, Mu Chu Yen might have really disgusted him. Isn't there a saying that goes something like this? That real anger, real sadness, is accompanied by a silent departure because you have become meaningless to her. JAC sighed. Have to accept the current situation. Mu Chu Yen's satisfaction score would probably be stuck here for a long time. Let's just say, look for opportunities. Look for opportunities to also modify the relationship between the two and maybe even up some points. This time, Jiang Hui's cell phone came vibrating. Pulling out his cell phone, the cell phone message was from Guo Yulong. Bro, why don't you come? Just waiting for you. All my programs, in place. JAC didn't return. Carrying the cake, he headed inside the restaurant. After calming down, JAC has also thought it through. Why? Why does he have everything? Well, organized. Instead, it's a birthday. It still let Mu Chu Yen and Zhou Chao run into each other. Why is it that he, obviously, has stopped Zhou Chao and he Xiaoli outside the hotel, yet it was still bumped into by Mu Chu Yen? There is only one answer. Qin Mengmeng has started to take the initiative. And, every time, it's a big kill. Although it was unknown, from where exactly, Qin Mengmeng knew this information, but it's undeniable. Before, Jiang Hui had underestimated Qin Mengmeng too much. You're unkind. Don't blame me for being unrighteous. Acting. Chapter 130 is her last act of decency. JH entered the room. The feast has begun. No one knew what had just happened outside the hotel, and no one cared why Zhou Chao and he Shelley didn't come. Jiang Hui sat at the table of his company colleagues. A few people separated from Qin Mengmeng. Qin Mengmeng was next to Gue Yutong, while Gue Yutong was eating between meals. Her eyes still drifted towards Jiang Hui's side from time to time. Period. Something else happened, something that made even Jiang Hui feel speechless. The roast duck on the table, when it was turned in front of Jiang Hui, Gue Yutong suddenly pressed the turntable, and, in a good way, in front of so many people, said, Jiang Hui, you are not your favorite roast duck. JAC never thought about it. Making a fool of myself that it would be in such an unexpected situation. Halfway through the meal, JH ran backstage and rolled out the cart with the cake. JAC could tell at a glance. Actually, this cake, it's just custom made at Momo-san's place. Cake appears. The lights in the room, in an instant, went out. The brightest, became the TV in the room. The top 4, happy birthday, still keeps bouncing. JAC inserts the number 18 candle and lights it. Lead the singing of happy birthday. The atmosphere in the room was at its peak. Make a wish. Jiang Hui came to Qin Mengmeng's ear and spoke. Having said that,
Qin Mengmeng nodded, closing his eyes. He clasped his hands to his chest with an unmistakable look of devotion. The firelight shone on Qin Mengmeng's face. With the wind, it keeps swaying. After making a wish, Qin Mengmeng pulled her hair back and gently blew out the candles. The room erupted in applause. In applause, Qin Mengmeng came over to Jiang Huai's side and whispered in his ear. Jiang Huai, guess what I wished for? I'm not guessing, Jiang Huai accompanied with a smile. I'm very accurate in guessing things, but this wish thing, it's not allowed when I say it. I'm not guessing, no guesses, then forget it. I'm sure I'll be able to fulfill this wish. Anyway, hearing Qin Mengmeng say this, originally on this link, no interest in Jiang Huai, on the contrary, could not control, began to guess in the heart Qin Mengmeng in the end what wish, trying to think of something, can't think of anything, but he had a hunch. There was always a feeling that the wish should have something to do with him, just in time for this room, a time of its own. On the TV, inexplicably, there was a sound bite. You Long, you can't look at Qin Mengmeng. Do you know, she is a. From the time I met her, she goes out with different men every day. Who knows if there is any disease in her? A passage. It's clear. After listening to it, the whole room was in an uproar. Jiang Huai calmly looked at the field. In the darkness, Guo Yulong seemed to have already left, while Gu Yutong was still standing in place, as if a leaf had fallen in the wind, her face withered and her expression messy. Most of the people here are acquaintances, who actually said this paragraph, even without stopping the tone of voice, just listen to the first two words at the beginning, basically already guessed. Some of the ones who are watching the fun, already pulling out his cell phone. He turned on video mode. Dreamy, listen to me, Gu Yutong seemed to want to explain, but before the words came out, the second voice on the TV had already started. Qin Mengmeng, that really pissed me off, went out to eat, even packed a bunch of leftovers back to me. Am I a dog she raised? What she doesn't want herself, throw it to me. So disgusting. Quiet. Inside the room, it was nothing but quiet. Jiang Huai couldn't see Gu Yutong's face, but think, her face, now, must be very ugly. After this passage, Qin Mengmeng looked like she was no better. The atmosphere had taken the two of them and set them up in that place. Qin Mengmeng's persona, though, is tea, but that doesn't mean there's no fire. Being told something like that by her best bestie, behind her back, if she would choose to just forgive, it would be no different than ripping her own pride away. Both hesitated for a while. Qin Mengmeng still opened her mouth and asked, Yutong, why, am I always such a bad person in your mouth? Dreamy, you'll let me explain? Gu Yutong was just about to pick up the conversation, just to be re-interrupted again, by words from the TV, one blast at a time. So twice, Gu Yutong, indeed, was the first to get taught. What sisterly love, what the world's best girlfriends, all with a look of nothing to fish for. Now that it's come to this, yes, I admit that those words were mine. Qin Mengmeng, I'm sick of you, I'm sick of you. Why do you wear my clothes and look better than me? Why do I have to eat your leftovers? Why do you tell me about those men's words when you play around with them? Do you think I'm willing to listen to them? As if Gu Yutong had said she was happy, she couldn't care less about anything and started to take the initiative to attack. Yes, I may be a man of one thing on the surface and another behind the scenes, but who the hell are you? You hooked up with 13 guys at the same time in the same month, you PUA'd them, got them to spend money on you, and after you drained them, you dumped them, and you dare to say you didn't do any of this? You were in the dorm, making grand statements about how you're friends with men just to hang on to them, just to torture them, just to make them cry, and those are the things you dare to say you didn't say? The whole room, boys are in the minority. After these words from Gu Yutong, some people, I don't know if they are deeply empathized with or what, the group is excited. Pointing at Qin Mengmeng's face, he cursed. For a moment, Qin Mengmeng, who had become a target, fell back 2 steps. It crashed into Jackal's arms. First time, Qin Mengmeng seemed to think of something. With tears in her eyes, she clutched Jiang Huai's corner and said, Jiang Huai, it's all a lie. What she said is all a lie. My feelings for you are all real. Don't believe her, okay? She's someone who hurt you. Haven't you forgotten? You're shameless. Before Jiang Huai could speak, Gu Yutong had already rejoined the conversation. Jiang Huai, the reason why I was like that in the first place, among other things, was not because of this, gossiping in my ear. Then I realized that she was just trying to trick you and play with your feelings. Jiang Huai, since things have come to this point, I have also gone out of my way. In fact, I have always been deeply fond of you, and I realized, only after I left you. Snap! Qin Mengmeng slapped him like a loud thunder. Slapped Gu Yutong in the face. Judging from Gu Yutong's expression, she was completely confused, and JAC didn't expect that either, because from this appearance of Qin Mengmeng, It seemed like she didn't come with physical damage skills. That slap. It completely tore the dignity between the two women. Gue Yutong, from her daze, slowed down and pulled Qin Mengmeng's hair. Qin Mengmeng did not show any weakness either. Took the opportunity to give the other man another slap in the face. Two women, just like that, writhing together. From the floor, it rips to the tabletop, and from the tabletop, it hits the wall. At a standstill, on the TV, a new photo pops up just in time. Photo, either that or Gue Yutong, flirting with other men in chat logs. Either that or a picture of Gue Yutong, holding another man. JAC doesn't even know. Lung, what is he capable of? Getting something like this, it can only be replaced by a bully. Now, Gue Yutong's last piece of cloth of shame was also ripped off. Two people, completely quiet, standing in front of a mess. The date red shawl on Qin Mengmeng's body, long gone, blue cheongsam buttons, also torn from the neckline, bad hairstyle, and even couldn't see her expression. Gue Yutong wasn't much better. Because of the fight and hitting the cake, half of her body was covered in cream, and she had lost one of her shoes, and was now dirty with cream mixed with dirt. Two people, a mutual glance was exchanged. With that, Jiang Hui saw that Gue Yutong was crying, not the secret tears kind of crying. Instead, it's a sad sound, the kind that comes out of your throat, crying, tear the heart out. JAC was impassive, inwardly speechless. He wondered if Gue Yutong's emotions now would be the same as at that time, when he entered the police station. That betrayal, vilification, disappointment in love, and so on. JAC knows, it was all Gue Yutong deserved. From the moment she fired the first bullet at her love, at her friendship, the bullet that would, one day, hit her squarely in the brow. Among the cries, Gue Yutong barefoot, limping, from her backpack, to find a beautifully packaged gift box, open the gift box, loaded with a set of expensive skincare products. Next moment, Gue Yutong took the skincare products, one after another, and threw them towards Qin Mengmeng's side. The glass bottle hit the wall, hit the ground, glass shattered and water spilled all over the place, as if to foreshadow, there was a bond between the two of them that could never go back. Do it all. Gue Yutong searched for her other shoe for half a day, struggling to find it. Simply take this one off your feet. Went barefoot, no limping, sort of the last of her decency. This side of the room, Qin Mengmeng looked at Gue Yutong's back, standing frozen in place. I don't know what I'm thinking. JAC was also curious to know, for losing a BFF like that, does an actress like Qin Mengmeng feel sad too? Just when everyone thought, this thing is about to pass, what's on TV? Another change. Gue Yutong's picture changed. It turned into a recording. Yutong, I'm so happy. I'm really happy. The thought that Jiang Hui, who loves me hysterically, will be abandoned by me? I just can't help trembling all over my body. You say, will he kneel down for me? Will he choose to jump into the river? Will he? In the end, will he? So eager to see him on his knees. Chapter 131, You Go Away. Jiang Hui looked around the room, the sighing expressions on everyone's face, very clear. The tone of this passage is as shocking as it can be. He listens to it almost 3 or 4 times a week, but every time you listen, still being stirred up by Qin Mengmeng, that kind of hysterical and crazy energy. He's been listening alone for so long. When it was finally made public, JAC didn't expect it either. It's amazing how calm the mind can be. At this moment, Qin Mengmeng was like a frightened cat with her hair standing up, looking at Jiang Hui with eyes full of fright. Jack, I'm not what you think. You give me a chance. I can explain. Did you say that? Jiang Hui opened his mouth slightly and stared at the fallen Qin Mengmeng, knowing that in this long movie, his role, the chance to turn the tables, had come. Did you say that? Jiang Hui asked again, and this time, Qin Mengmeng lowered her head, hesitate for a long time, a final nod. Jiang Hui took a deep breath, pulls out a cigarette and lights it. Jiang Hui looked at the scene, the chaotic environment. To everyone who was watching, he waved his hand. I'm really sorry. If you can still eat, keep eating. If you can't, go ahead. Wait for JAC to finish speaking. Not for 2 minutes. Inside the large room, there was only Qin Mengmeng and Jiang Hui left. On the TV, there was still a loop of Qin Mengmeng's words. JH finished smoking. Think about it. Gently rubbing Qin Mengmeng's head. Dream on. In fact, I've thought of you before, late at night, and I've sometimes wondered if my side, too, lacks a knowing and lovely girl like you. But you know that. For feelings, I have a heart of gold. Jack, give me a chance, will you? Give me. Shoo. Whenever Qin Mengmeng dreamed of speaking, Jiang Hui opened his mouth first and interrupted her. You go. I've asked everyone to leave, so you can clean yourself up and redress yourself so that you walk out of this room looking confident still.
Qin Mengmeng cried.
When Jiang Hui finished saying this, Qin Mengmeng's hand that was clutching his lapel seemed to suddenly lose its strength. The whole man sat paralyzed on the floor,
staring at JAC kept shedding tears.
With those tearful eyes, Jiang Hui didn't dare to look at them much.
JAC went around Qin Mengmeng, headed out of the room. Remember something else. Walking over to the seat he had just taken, he picked up the hand-knit sweater. I'm taking this sweater you gave me. I'd rather believe that it was really knitted by you for me. Stitch by stitch, whether the sentiment is real or not, I don't know, but the thing is certainly real, said the last two sentences. JH walked to the front door, looking back at the wrecked room again. It's hard to imagine, just 10 minutes ago. Here, it's still a joyous scene, a 10-minute drop, yet it could be something that others, for years, could not digest. Qin Mengmeng was paralyzed where she had just been, not moving a muscle. The whole thing was still shaking. It was one step short of leaving the room, though, but JAC did not choose to do so. JH leaned against the wall in the doorway. The voice was flat. People are, in fact, quite cheap sometimes, like me right now. Qin Mengmeng, can I give you a chance to adjust your mind and emotions and then come to me and explain what this is all about? Of course, if these, indeed, are genuine to you, then let's pretend I didn't say that.
Qin Mengmeng turned her head with tears in her eyes.
With an extremely complicated expression, he looked at Jiang Hui, looked at it for a long time. JAC turned off the lights to the room. Still gone. On the streets of Linjiang, Jiang Hui drove the car with a cigarette in his mouth, seemingly looking at the car, full of thoughts, still full of what had just happened in the private room. Even he, himself, had a feeling of emptiness after an orgasm. He was referring to that climax of passionate acting, and not the other way around. JAC sometimes felt that it was pretty hard for him too. Qin Mengmeng's satisfaction score is still on the rise, so he couldn't not give Qin Mengmeng a chance. Otherwise, he also wanted to wrestle something. Dash away. Jiang Hui subconsciously felt that Qin Mengmeng had experienced something, and that's why she had such paranoid thoughts. But so? He's not a miracle cure. He's not the Virgin Mary. No, 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 not a priest. Since she, Qin Mengmeng, had chosen this path, the destination of this path was clearly laid out in that place. The climax of this movie is one past its prime. JAC doesn't know, and where will the next one be? JAC didn't think any more about it. Drove, first went to the mall, bought a watch, bought 2 YSL bags, and went to the house rented by Zhou Chao. As soon as you enter the door, Jiang Hui first took the things he bought and stuffed them into Zhou Chao and Xiaoli's hands. Apologize. On Zhou Chao's side, Jiang Hui knew that he had indeed done something not quite right to his brother, involving Zhou Chao in such an undeserved matter. It even almost brought Superboy's feelings into it. Now it's all out in the open. Instead, he felt better inside. It's okay, Mr. Jiang, Xiao Chao already told me everything. It's not that big of a deal, and you're still here to make this clear. You're a good leader. Inside the room, Jiang Hui looked at Xiaoli, inwardly envious and jealous. This good girl really talked to Chaozi. Interlude passed. Jiang Hui took Zhou Chao and Xiaoli, and together they went to the Lindy Venture base again. Inside the room, all the tech crews were present. After an afternoon of preparation, to ensure that nothing is wrong, led by Jiang Hui founded the rental website is officially online. Before the line, Jiang Hui to the site named Jin City, meaning that each house for the tenants is a city that can be settled. He hoped that this city can make every tenant's future is bright. In addition to the website going live, on the side of the publicity department, it also made cooperation with the forum of the Linnan University, and put up advertisement space for free. JAC held a meeting in passing, pointing out the next direction, expanding influence, forming the app team, expanding the listings, as well as improving the function. All afternoon, everything's fine. JAC looks at the perfectly functioning website. Another look to the west, at the setting sun shining out from the horizon. In the heart, however, there was always a vague uneasiness. JAC sipped hard on 2 puffs of smoke, trying to keep the uneasiness in my heart down, but it was found to be of no avail. Solely, he just dropped the cigarette, intending to go back to the venture room and rest for a while. It was a day when he was just a little sleepy, but just as he was about to leave, JAC's cell phone rang. Jiang Hui looked at his cell phone, Su Wanwan's incoming call and frowned. Pick up the phone, not even waiting for Jiang Hui to stick to his ear. On the other side of the phone, there had been a sob. Jiang Hui's heart tightened. Chapter 132, You Don't Understand. Jiang Hui, can you come to Qingxiang House? On the phone, Su Wanwan's voice, filled with exhaustion. The sobbing, too, grew louder. Jiang Hui subconsciously asked up, What's wrong, Sister Su? Did something happen? There was silence across the room for a moment. You'd better come first, you can't explain it over the phone.
At the first moment, Jiang Huai associated this matter. Perhaps it was related to the three major organizations in Linjiang. He didn't want to get involved in this, but whether it was Morong Yuntian or Su Wanwan, they all treated him well. So, Jiang Huai hung up the phone and drove towards Qingxiang building. Qingxianglu is the place to have tea. It also comes with a comedy routine. It's famous in Linjiang. Jiang Huai was not good at this, but he also knew the fame of Qingxiang House. It's a 20-minute drive. JAC stopped in front of Qingxiang building. The whole building, quaint as it was, but now there was no hint that it was going to be a business. The small three-story building that could only allow 2 people to enter and exit. The gate was guarded by a dozen or so people, and on every face, there was a tense expression. Saw it was JAC coming. A group of people made way for him. Jiang Huai went straight up to the 3rd floor, looked around in the House of Other Worlds, and finally, at the end of one of the corridors, saw Su Wanwan, who was sitting on a chair waiting for him, and Xian, who had already fallen asleep. Jiang Huai walked over and before he sat down, he saw Morong Yuntian, who was lying on the bed, inside the room through the glass window. Jiang Huai's eyes shook. Morong Yuntian lying on the bed, his head wrapped in gauze, one leg was suspended, the entire body, inserted with a variety of catheters and instruments. The instrument to detect the body's condition, constantly flashing red lights. Several men in white coats were busy in the room. It looks like it should be a doctor. JAC couldn't figure it out. Why the tea house? And the doctor? Sister Wanwan, what is going on here? Su Wanwan's eyes, which should have cried hard, were still swollen and purple. It's Shang Wanli's funeral today, and Duanmu Lord made his move at the funeral. What? Jiang Huai followed Su Wanwan's words. In the first instance, it was a matter of going over in my head what I had seen, all the similar movie scenes. It didn't seem like much when I was watching it, and now that it's happening around me, it's going to be hard to get even. How did he dare? Jiang Huai asked. We also didn't expect that he would do something so bad to the rules. Since Shang Wanli was seriously ill, Duanmu Lord bought 30% of his men at the first opportunity. Caught us off guard. Now that Yuntian has become like this, they definitely won't let go. Jiang Huai, I really want to ask you to please do one thing. I know, you don't want to get involved in this, but can you please protect Xian and Yen? You're a capable person and their mother, I want you to know that. I wouldn't do it unless it was really hopeless. In the hallway, Jiang Huai sized up Su Wanwan, as if it was only a few days' time that they hadn't seen each other. Su Wanwan, a woman who, before, had always been in Jiang Huai's heart, worshipped as the face of the ageless god, at this moment, also looked incomparably haggard. Jiang Huai looked again at Xian, who was cowering on the side, still asleep, nodded. The boy, howbeit, had once exulted and called out for his father. He can't just ignore it. What about you, Sister Su? Jiang Huai asked again. Su Wanwan lowered her head. My husband and we grew up this way, and since he fell, of course I'm going to take over. Can't you quit? Jiang Huai asked from the bottom of his heart. The Morong family now has money and connections. Just wash your hands in gold and go live the life of the free and clear. It's good to be clean, isn't it? But Su Wanwan was silent for a long time. It looked like there was a lot he wanted to say, but in the end, he said, You don't understand. JAC nodded. He agreed with Su Wanwan's words. He has not been exposed to the industry, so he is in little position to speak. So, Jiang Huai asked again, what about Yen? When he asked, Jiang Huai thought of the scene at noon, when Mu Chu Yen was wearing exquisite makeup and stepping on high heels, but left on a motorcycle. She's too simple. Emotionally it hit her that hard. Jiang Huai didn't know what would happen if he knew more about the change in his family. Yen has never wanted to get involved in the family's affairs, and we feel that it's better for her to just go and do what she likes. Maybe, starting with her, our family will become a hotel tycoon, and maybe in a few days, her father will be well. Maybe, talking about talking. Su Wanwan then cried. There was no sound, just eyes lost to the ground and tears just running down his cheeks. Jiang Huai duly turned his back and leaned against the balcony to light a cigarette. JH was thinking, perhaps the Su Wanwan, once upon a time, was also a woman of honor. Shout out. But now, she is the mother of 2 still. The pressure on the mind, how great it should be. Wait for Su Wanwan to organize her emotions. Jiang Huai pinched his steps and went to the room to look at Morong Yuntian twice. Finally, holding the already sleeping Xian in her arms, she left Qingxiang Mansion, walking out of the celebration building. A couple of fellows guarding the door smiled at Jiang Huai. Say to Jiang Huai, Jiang, be safe. JAC smiled back. Get in the car. Jiang Huai took a look at Xian, who was lying on the passenger side, the same as a small ball of rice, and was a bit stumped. Where should he go?
Now, going to see Mu Chu Yen? Basically, it's unlikely. The current Mu Chu Yen had the heart to kill him, but he couldn't tell Mu Chu Yen about the current situation. That kind of sister, alone with Xian. He was a bit worried. Thought about it for a second. Jiang Hui felt out his cell phone and called Ding Xiaoxi. Creak, I'd like to come over to your place for a few days. Is that okay? Ding Xiaoxi's voice on the phone, still soft. She didn't say if she could or couldn't. Just went back to a yes and then made some small talk and hung up. End it all. Jiang Hui drove to the Yunxi residence. Road. Jiang Hui thought of Mu Chu Yen again. He felt that he should find some time and have a chat with Mu Chu Yen. It might even be possible to salvage, for a moment, his image in Mu Chu Yen's heart. The entire Mu family, now full of uncertainty, despite Mu Chu Yen's 10,000 reluctance. But it can't change. Mu Chu Yen is the daughter of the Mu family, the woman who shoulders the future of the Mu family. Waiting for a red light, Xiao Xian was blurry and woke up a bit. But after opening his little eyes and seeing that the person who was driving was Jiang Hui, he softly shouted out Father Jiang and changed his position to close his eyes again. JAC's cell phone, too, came with a WeChat message. JH took the cell phone. The tweets were from Zhou Chao. Zhou Chao, holy, brother Jiang, that Yen Ran Tang is so, she made the exact same rental website, and the listings have more information than we do. I don't know how much money she's dropped, but she's contracted out the bus stop directly in front of the school, and the cafeteria inside the school, and there are ads for her bull website everywhere. Chapter 133, Ever Loved Yourself? Yunxi Mansion. Jiang Hui accompanied little Xianxian to play for a while. When the girl was asleep, she came back into the living room. On the living room bar, Ding Xiaoxi was wearing plush pajamas and fiddling with the computer in front of her. How's it going? Jiang Hui brought 2 cups of water and sat next to Ding Xiaoxi, looking sideways at the computer. Although JAC trusted in the company, the ability of the technical department, but in front of Ding Hacker, he still wanted to be humble. Ding Xiaoxi pushed the computer in front of Jiang Hui. I've seen it all. The design is simple and sensible, but the Jincheng site, with its low risk tolerance, simple architecture, and a lot of places to exploit. But the other one, called Lotto, is significantly better than the previous one, both in terms of underlying architecture, virus resistance, and even the functionality of the site. It looks like it cost money. In simpler terms, Jincheng is like a college student's graduation design, and Lotto is like a mature marketable website. Jiang Hui frowned, his heart a little hard. I know that you, Ding Xiaoxi, are highly capable, but there's no need to be so blunt about it. JAC really couldn't understand. As a member of the Tang dynasty group's family, why does Tang Yanyan always have to fight him? Letting go of the huge Tang dynasty business empire, shrinking to this small place, to start a rental website, even if you make it big. A month's worth of running water is not necessarily as much as one day in Tang dynasty. So, our website, can we refine it a bit? JAC asked piously. Ding Xiaoxi then stayed with round eyes and looked at Jiang Hui. Jiang Hui, can I take this, and interpret it, as an invitation to join your company? Jiang Hui didn't expect Ding Xiaoxi to ask this, but there was no doubt that if they had Ding Xiaoxi on board, they, Jincheng, would be like a tiger with wings. What difference does it make? Ding Xiaoxi nodded. Of course I have. What? The fact that you don't want me to join the company means that maybe you're just asking me in passing, but if JAC wants me to join the company, it means that you need me. Ding Xiaoxi's tone was soft as she continued. Jiang Hui, if it's your request, I'll flatly agree to it. I love it when you find me. Jiang Hui was a bit unsure how to answer. Jiang Hui realized that lately, as long as he stayed by Ding Xiaoxi's side, he would always feel a sense of trance. It was a trance to think that sitting across the table, this girl with this divine face, was also acting, but then, looking back, it suddenly dawned on me that it was actually all real, so real that it kind of didn't want to be real. JAC hesitated. Get a piece of A4 paper handy. With a marker, write a few lines. Warrant, the current Ding Xiaoxi, for the Jincheng International Culture No Limit Group, Technical Director, Chairman, Jiang Hui. After writing, Jiang Hui handed the paper to Ding Xiaoxi, pointing to his name, the blank spot below. The company seal isn't there yet, so I'll stamp it on it when I have it. Ding Xiaoxi took the paper. The corners of his mouth curved very rarely. Taking over Jiang Hui's pen, he wrote down his name. Finally, he also took out his cell phone and said that he wanted to take a picture with Jiang Hui. The company's boss issued a certificate of appointment to the company's new employees, and if the company got bigger in the future, or Jiang Hui denied it, she still had such a picture to testify. Ding Xiaoxi's satisfaction score, +5. In the photo, Jiang Hui wrapped his arm around Ding Xiaoxi's shoulders. Ding Xiaoxi leaned into Jiang Hui's arms, and the two of them held the piece of paper at the same time, exuding a strange atmosphere. Do it all. Without a word, Ding Xiaoxi began to make changes to the Jincheng website.
Jiang Huai ran to the kitchen and ordered 2 bowls of noodles.
Dining room under yellow light.
Jiang Huai and Ding Xiaoxi,
sitting face to face. Ding Xiaoxi ate this noodle in a well-behaved manner,
making Jiang Huai unable to resist looking.
Red hair, struck by the color-changing light, looked a little brown, and Dinky's eyelashes stretched out.
But every time she sipped her spaghetti, her brow scrunched up a little.
JAC enjoyed this time, a rare relaxation.
In such a relaxed state,
he and Ding Xiaoxi spoke about what happened to the Morong family, and also about Mu Chu Yen situation.
But Ding Xiaoxi didn't even seem too interested.
A couple of times. After dinner,
it was time to continue the job she had just taken on. Jiang Huai finished washing the dishes and also laid down on the sofa and began to rest.
JAC didn't expect it either.
The days in the Yunqi mansion were 3 days at a time.
3 days. There was no movement on Mu Chu Yen's side, no movement on Tang Jiani's side,
and even the Morong family had no movement.
During this period, Zhou Chao brought people from the technical department and came to discuss with Ding Xiaoxi. After 3 days, JCN is officially updated and online. After the redo of Jincheng, the review system has been added,
the external advertising column has been increased, and the introduction of the rooms has been added to the 3D system.
In addition to the listings,
it has been completely benchmarked against Tang Yanyan's lotto.
Until 3 days later in the afternoon, Jiang Huai finally received a message from Qin Mengmeng. Qin Mengmeng, Jiang Huai, can I meet you? JH, place? Qin Mengmeng, read coffee.
Jiang Huai returned an okay, packed up his things, and looked at Ding Xiaoxi who was still working on the Jincheng app.
I'm going out for a while, I'll be back soon.
Ding Xiaoxi looked at Jiang Huai and shouted very softly,
Jiang Huai, do you need me to go?
Jiang Huai didn't understand why Ding Xiaoxi suddenly asked such a thing.
Didn't she usually dislike going out? After thinking about it,
Jiang Huai still shook his head.
Be back soon.
Ding Xiaoxi didn't pursue the matter further and nodded her head,
saying yes to show that she understood. JH closed the door, drove, went straight to the Reed Coffee. It's not a big store, operating in a municipal park, and it's quiet. JAC went in. Qin Mengmeng was sitting in the corner,
with a pair of worried eyes,
looking out the window, not knowing what she was looking at.
Jiang Huai sat down across from Qin Mengmeng. It was only then that Qin Mengmeng drifted off into a trance and came back to her senses. The line of sight hit Jiang Huai, and Jiang Huai couldn't tell what that reddish look meant.
There's been a lot of video circulating around campus in the last few days. Has it affected you at all?
Jiang Huai looked at Qin Mengmeng lost in thought and shook his head,
then saw Qin Mengmeng's bitter mouth and knew she was lying. Gossip. It's never the cheapest thing to beat someone.
When the school said he was scum, the time when everyone shouts,
he was also afraid to go back to school.
What happened to Qin Mengmeng this time was much more serious than that time.
She doesn't say. Jiang Huai then didn't continue to ask. Gue Yutong, she's doing a recess.
Qin Mengmeng held her tongue for a long time.
Jack, however, didn't want to talk about it. Gue Yutong,
as the girl he had once loved deeply,
now, no longer had anything to do with him.
The desecration of her feelings had cost her dearly. As for what kind of person she would become after this cost, Jiang Huai was not interested at all.
If that's what you came to me to talk about, forget it. Don't, Jack, don't go.
Jiang Huai's words,
and the action of looking for clothes,
seemed to have irritated Qin Mengmeng.
Qin Mengmeng's voice was much louder,
and she even reached out and grabbed Jiang Huai's arm.
JAC also sat down again, by the floor-to-ceiling window. The leaves outside the window were withered and yellow, and the light mildly hit the tabletop, surprisingly making Jiang Huai feel a little parched. Qin Mengmeng clutched her skirt, looking nervous. I'm sorry Jiang Huai, I admit, those words were mine. Go on,
Jiang Huai signaled.
Qin Mengmeng, on the other hand, continued. I admit that I, at the very beginning, lied to you. I wanted to hang on to you. I wanted to see you saddened. I wanted to see if you were like other men, and ended up being mesmerized by me until you couldn't stay away from me. But JAC, I didn't want this, but I couldn't help myself.
Jiang Huai frowned. He was able to hear that this time,
Qin Mengmeng's apology should be sincere.
But a person who can't control himself is a failure.
What's the point of apologizing when you can't control it? Qin Mengmeng's head, again, lowered even further down. But after meeting you, I don't want to be like this anymore. Jack, actually, I'm just sad.
Why is it that there are so many people in the world who have made love their religion,
and yet I have to kneel down and cry in the rain? So I'm thinking that I want other people to feel the hurt that I feel in my heart.
Start here.
Qin Mengmeng, it seemed,
had completely opened her box of words.
She told a, long story. The heroine of the story, called Qin Mengmeng, the hero of the story, named Yan Bin. Qin Mengmeng and Yan Bin met in high school.
At that time, Yan Bin is the class president,
has handsome looks, funny, humor, dashing, free, but in the study, but a mess. And Qin Mengmeng, who had never seen such a boy before, found herself uncontrollably falling in love with such a man. Qin Mengmeng approached Yan Bin greenly. After being together, there were countless times when I decided that this man was the one I would marry in the future. For love, she accompanied Yan Bin to skip classes, accompanied Yan Bin to the internet cafe to play games, with their own living expenses, to buy the most popular shoes for Yan Bin, will also be in the free time to knit scarves for him, in which countless sweet spots of time, Yan Bin have said, as long as Qin Mengmeng as long as not say break up, he would never leave her. Qin Mengmeng believed it, but the truth is, the first month after getting into college and being off-site, Qin Mengmeng received a bed photo from a third party. She goes to find Yan Bin. She thinks it should all be a misunderstanding, but the truth was that everything was more painful to herself than she wanted it to be. Yan Bin has 3 girlfriends, and just the most unassuming of those 3. Process JAC didn't listen carefully, but in the end it was Qin Mengmeng like a licking dog, begging Yan Bin not to let her go. She can wait, can forgive each other's mistakes, waiting for just a rainy day alone kneeling on the horse road to cry. Jack, I've been thinking about this for a long time, really long, and I can't figure it out. Why? Why is it that I love him so much? I love everything about him. I've never done anything to wrong him. I want him to be happy in everything. Why is it? I've given everything I have, and all I've gotten is this? Jack, tell me, what is this all about? After the hustle and bustle, JAC lapsed into silence. It's a sad story. It made JAC think of himself, as to why. Jiang Hui looked at Qin Mengmeng, who was crying, and asked softly, so have you, in this relationship, loved yourself? Chapter 134, Learn to Relax Properly. 2. Jiang Hui continued. This thing called love, it's very complicated. It can be an even match. It can also be an attack, but it's definitely not like you, opening the gates and letting the other side in. Learn to love yourself before you love others. So, I was just asking you, ever love yourself? The answer is definitely no. Jiang Hui being the third person besides Qin Mengmeng and Yan Bin, being able to see very clearly. Although this matter has passed for a long time, but this matter let Qin Mengmeng into a crooked way. All she did was not learn her lesson and then love herself. All she did was to prove how much she had, at one time, loves that person. Qin Mengmeng enjoys fishing for kaiju and what each man says to her. She pretended that these people were Yan Bin. She enjoyed it more. The way men cried after she had mercilessly discarded them. It was able to remind her of herself. When he thought of himself, he was able to think of Yan Bin. Qin Mengmeng. It's been so long, forget about that guy. Jiang Hui looked at Qin Mengmeng. As for Qin Mengmeng who heard these words, her body gradually worsened from a slight trembling, until finally, tears were already uncontrollably dowling out of her eyes. JAC knows. This coffee shop run-in. It looks like 2 people, but there's actually a third person present, and he. It was also time to give this alone time to Qin Mengmeng and Yan Bin. Jiang Hui took the box of drawer paper and pushed it toward Qin Mengmeng. Standing up, he grabbed his coat and prepared to leave. Before you leave, Jiang Hui came over to Qin Mengmeng's side and remembered that he hadn't answered the question Qin Mengmeng had asked earlier. From the bag he was carrying, JACL found A4 paper. On the paper, it was written that it was a notice from the Jincheng Group, employing Qin Mengmeng as the head of the logistics department. Currently not a climate. The printer is not yet bought, but certainly effective. Jiang Hui still pointed to his name below. The blank place, when you think clearly. In this sign, at any time you can go to find Zhou Chao to do entry. The words finished. Jiang Hui got up and saw shock and incredulity in Qin Mengmeng's eyes. This kind of incredulity, JAC can understand. And through this conversation, Jiang Hui also saw the tip of the iceberg of the real Qin Mengmeng. I don't know why I suddenly felt a little funny. Everyone knows that Qin Mengmeng is good looking, but everyone also knows that she is a green tea. But the green tea and him have the same experience. Jiang Hui does not want to empathize, are a little bit stifled. How was he not like that in the beginning? With Gue Yutong, naively thought, when you have 10 points of sincerity, but come up with 12, there's no reason for that person not to like you, but the human heart is, since ancient times, the most complicated thing in the world. But the opposite is true. Qin Mengmeng is wrong. Being sad once does not capitalize on your mistakes. This time, sort of evens things out. Jiang Hui utilized Qin Mengmeng and didn't want to owe her anything. That employment contract, let's say it's to make it up to her. Qin Mengmeng's satisfaction score, plus 50. Tenant Qin Mengmeng's satisfaction score, up to 70. Reward, famous schools, more than 60 points, loaded for exchange points. JAC sat in the car, with a cigarette in his mouth. It's all a bit unreturned now. He thought about it, and that contract would probably satisfy Qin Meng. but never thought about it. A contract that could be worth 50 satisfaction points. Look at it this way. The contract that was given to Ding Xiaoxi at that time. The price/performance ratio seems really low. TSK. People's hearts are not ancient. It was unthinkable that Ding Xiaoxi even had. In comparison to Qin Mengmeng, Jiang Huai smiled slightly. Kudos to you for the great things that are ahead of you. All of the landlords now under contract have exceeded 60 points. And the Cam City website, it's kind of on track. Everything is moving in a, well, better direction. And, wanting to move in a better direction, JAC knows. It's time to, well, settle for a houseguest. He had a system, but he was still human after all. Now that there are so many tenants, JAC occasionally feels distracted. Period. 3 times, there was one of those scenes where several tenants met each other by chance. Every time, Jiang Huai's heart was scared, almost jumping out of his throat. Such a feeling. He didn't want any more anyway. So who is this most suitable candidate? No doubt about it. It's not Johnny Tang. JAC thought about it carefully. After hitting the hospital, it seemed like it had been almost a week or so since he had met with Tang Jiani. And it's been a week. The two communicate through WeChat and say very little other than I miss you and so on. Think about it. Jiang Huai pulled out his cell phone, very dry, and sent a message to Tang Jiani. Where? Tang Jiani's message, almost a second back. Tang Dynasty Group headquarters, directly into the B3 parking area, directly opposite the gate location. I will let my assistant. In 9 they're waiting for you. Jiang Huai froze, kind of want to laugh. Tang Jiani looked like she was also holding her breath. He just asked where it was, and without even saying he was going to go, she sent all the clearance tips. In a package, JAC sent an OK villain. He drove first to a street near Linda University, bought some snacks, and then rushed to the downstairs of the Tang Dynasty Group. Entering the underground parking lot of the Tang Dynasty Group, JAC can't help but feel that it's good to be rich. Even the underground parking lot is made to look like a 5-star hotel. The lights are on. Each parking space is spacious enough to fit 2 cars. Locate the elevator lobby. At the first glance, Jiang Huai saw the waiting girl. Excuse me, is this Mr. Jiang Huai? Jiang Huai smiled. Was it my stunningly beautiful face that made you recognize me at once? Jiang Huai had thought that the girl who was waiting would cover her mouth and laugh at his abstraction. The results were not expected. The girl nodded very gently and said the right word, Mr. Jiang, you're even more handsome and dashing than expected. Worthy of being the man our general manager Tang has her eye on. This sentence, as if the spring breeze brushes his face, moistens things silently. Jiang Huai felt that it was deeply in his heart. And take a serious look, no matter the body, or the face value, although it is not as good as Tang Jiani and the other few of them, but it is definitely the best among the ordinary people. This way, JH are thinking, do you want to add a WeChat or something like that? Good point to get a deeper understanding. At the very least, pull a tenant as a pawn, but thought about it all the way through. JAC eventually didn't go down on his mouth. Walk into Don Johnny's office. Jiang Huai's heart broke again. The whole room, big as it was, he thought, the air was a little thin. And then think of that little dotty startup base of theirs. It's impossible to say it's not heartbreaking. Inside the room, Tang Jiani sat inside her boss chair, frowning tightly and eyeing her computer, seemingly not noticing Jiang Huai's arrival at all. Tang Jiani's hands flew over the keyboard. JH was sitting on the couch. Take the snacks you buy and open your mouth. Slowly, he spoke. Honey, have you eaten yet? Not yet. I got some snacks. Do you want to come and have some? Wait, I'm busy. Oh, JAC responded, grabbed a barbecue sausage, and began to slump down on the couch to look around the room. The already spacious room. It's ridiculously quiet right now. Jiang Huai knew that a long time ago, Tang Jiani had taken over Tang Dynasty's projects, and as Tang Haotian was going to be replaced, taking over more and more things. So, just thinking about it makes JACL feel funny. Regardless of whether it was Tang Jiani or Tang Yanran, it was clear that they were both busy people. But still, one person took a stake in Jincheng and one person started Lotto. In the other place, the tit for tat. Why are they doing this? For him? Jiang Huai felt that there should be this factor in it, but the biggest problem was still Tang Jiani and Tang Yanyan, who were not convinced by anyone. Was thinking. Tang Jiani stood up and walked over to Jiang Huai with a stack of papers. In JAC's doubt, Don Johnny has started the first paper. On this one, it's the current insurance for all company employees, and company benefits are essential if you want to attract more talent. On top of that, I got you one too. Jiang Huai froze, not expecting Tang Jiani to run these at all. These below are cost-effective offline promotion channels. There are several people who rely on our Tang dynasty for their meals. Greetings, I have played. As long as you call over, they will not refuse. And these, I've researched,
are rental sites that are already looking for their next home. They're desperate to get rid of them, and the price won't be very high. In any industry, the only way to have a voice is to be big. So, honey, Jianhui looked at Tang Jiani, who was getting more and more serious as she spoke, and interrupted her. It was also the moment that interrupted Danjani. Jianhui pressed his body over and held Tang Jiani whole in his arms, just got wrapped up in Danjani. There had been a slight struggle, but after realizing that she couldn't break free, she simply shrank directly into Jianhui's arms as well, gently calling Jianhui's name. Jianhui, I missed you so much. Jianhui rubbed his chin on top of Tang Jiani's head, while saying, I know. Jenny Tang's satisfaction score, +3. For this extra point, JH didn't feel surprised. Human interaction, more like fishing. After catching a fish, you can't keep tightening your line, but you must also learn to relax properly. Relaxation after high tension is most comfortable, and the reunion after a high level of missing is most moving. After a brief lyric, Danjani sat on the couch, started to taste grilled cold noodles, cuttlefish yakisoba, and miso cake one by one, and JAC, sizing up Tang Jiani, looking at Danjani's face. It was rare that she would be tired, and a little bit of pity. Jianhui didn't know what efforts Tang Jiani had made recently to become the chairman of the board, but based on the degree of water depth in the Don Group, designation is not simple. In his busy schedule, he was still able to give Jin Cheng a thought. He was grateful to Danjani, but it's going to be quick. Jianhui had, in the past few days, through Ding Xiaoxi, completely grasped all the violations that the three Tang dynasty brothers had done. It can be said quite bluntly, whoever he wants to die, dies. Why don't you do it? It's because he's waiting for a reason that would slightly make Danjani accept the complexity of her family relationship. Just wait. His rental agreement with Johnny Tang, even if it's over. Chapter 135. Will this thing be different again? JAC didn't expect it either. Danjani, who usually always shouts that she misses him. It's amazing how self-disciplined you are at work. After a snack, it was back to work. Even if JAC said, could take a walk with her, the other side also refused outright. It wasn't until Jianhui finished packing up the after-dinner trash and was ready to go out that Tang Jiani suddenly opened her mouth and asked, Jianhui, what? Actually, I'll be quick. Can you make me dinner today? JH smiled. To be honest, Tang Jiani's acting skills were simply not enough to look at in front of Qin Mengmeng. Although Tang Jiani wanted to hide herself and wanted to stay with him, but that little look that, consciously or unconsciously, was going to glance at him, long ago, such a persona was flushed to pieces. Jianhui also felt that, after not seeing him for such a long time, it seemed like it was time to accompany Tang Jiani, so he nodded. Don't worry, I'm not leaving, I'm just going to throw out a garbage, and stroll around here in the meantime. I don't know if my dear can reward me with a face in the evening, and give me a chance to do some cooking. When JAC finished speaking, Tang Jiani's expression, obviously relaxed a lot. After getting a reply from Danjani, Jianhui walked out of Tang Jiani's office, walked through a very long hallway and threw the trash in the trash can. When JAC turned around again, there's already another girl, waiting behind Jianhui. This girl, dressed like the very articulate assistant just now, couldn't be more different. May I ask if it's Mr. Jian? The girl asked softly, but compared to the girl just now, who added the words please ask, Jianhui seemed to have already, in his heart, ranked them. Anything? Our Mr. Tang would like to talk to you alone. Jianhui froze, a bit unresponsive. Inside this group, almost all the generals are ing called Don. This Mr. Tang you're talking about, is that Mr. Tang? MS. Tang Yen ran, Mr. Tang. Jianhui stood in front of the coffee shop downstairs of the Tang dynasty group. After finishing a cigarette, just walked in. In the entire coffee shop, besides the clerk, Tang Yanran was surprisingly the only one. Tang Yanyan sat by the window, wearing a dark brown trench coat, and although the day had turned cold, she was still wearing stockings and stepping on those black, red-soled high heels. Ever since learning about Tang Jiani and Tang Yanran, the strange blood relationship, it was only then that Jianhui realized that there were numerous places where the two people were similar. For example, in small movements, the self-contained high spirits, or in the blink of an eye, the flow of seduction. What's it to me? Jianhui sat across from Tang Yanyan. His tone was flat, and he directly opened the door. Tang Yanyan turned back. First, he sized up Jianhui once, then raised his condescending chin. In our Tang dynasty's territory, you still dare to talk to me like this? Aren't you afraid that I'll have those sales clerks come and beat you up? It's none of your business if they run a coffee shop. This coffee shop, also known as Tang, tell me if I can get them to beat you up. Jianhui looked back at the very handsome and beautiful sales clerks and realized with hindsight, turns out it wasn't the coffee shop that was empty.
I think it was Tang Yan who came and made all the people go away. Hey, Jiang Huai couldn't help but feel emotional. Sometimes rich people kill people, they just don't blink. You guys are really idle. You still have a coffee shop here? Jiang Huai had a chat. Tang Yan then went down the line. Isn't this great? People who work here need to drink coffee. We just open a store. Save them to go out. Just the money earned, the company spends, to realize the inner circle. Holy, JAC was confused. It immediately felt that the Tang Dynasty Group was an unbelievably black-hearted enterprise. People work their asses off to work for you. As a result, the money ends up back in your own pockets. Tang Dynasty earns money and spends it in Tang Dynasty, and one wants to bring it home respectively. How shameless. Hearing Jiang Huai say this, Tang Yan laughed. You really don't understand. What don't I know? You don't know how to do business. Yes, you're the only one who knows. Jiang Huai had gradually become a bit impatient, because Tang Yan speaks, always in a superior manner. Hate to talk through my nose. It's annoying to see. We in order to employees, drink good and inexpensive coffee, specially went to Baoshan, Yunnan province, chartered a coffee plantation, outside of 15 a cup of American style. We use the employee card, only $8. Bring your own cup as long as $7. You need it, you come, no coffee, and we won't force you to consume it. Now, do you still think we're very shameless? JAC was silent. Tang Yan's tone of voice, more arrogant, even with a bit of didactic meaning. The internal circulation of the company's funds is a discipline, so that the group like a home, with a lower price, so that the staff to get what they themselves need, so that the company, only to be able to go the long term. JH remembered the passage, but now, not wanting to think about this aspect, he simply changed the topic. You called me here. If there's no business, I'll leave. Tang Jiani is still waiting for me. JAC pretends to get up. The action had only just begun when Jiang Huai caught a glimpse of the panic in Tang Yanran's eyes. Not bad for half-sisters. Even the expression on his face when he was nervous was exactly the same. Do you care that much about Danjani? Yeah, very concerned. Jiang Huai was thinking, how about the cocky move his mom Tang Yanran just made? Hands on her chest, chin up 45 degrees? I really don't understand. Me and her. What's the difference? Why is it that you can be that way with her, but this way with me? Like that? Like that? There was a moment of silence from Tang Yan, suddenly stood up, sat beside Jiang Huai, and put a pair of stocking-covered legs, cocked onto Jiang Huai's lap, and by the way, posed in a very flirtatious manner. Jiang Huai was startled, but knew that a man could not move a girl's leg, so he simply did not dare to move. What are you doing? No, what for? The arrogance on Tang Yan's face seemed to have returned. You and my sister. Surely you've been like this, right? I just want to see what you can do to her. Can you do to me? Nuts. JAC sighed a mouthful of sighs and developed the spirit to twist his face out of the window, his eyes deadpan. Lean. It's really long. Alright, not to tease you. I came here because I have something serious I want to say to you. Tang Yan took her leg off Jiang Huai's lap and squared her body, but her body was still close to Jiang Huai. Jiang Huai, you should know that I'm starting a business in Linda University. JAC nodded. In fact, he's here because of that. If there wasn't this matter, he wouldn't have come even if she, Tang Yan, had invited him. Now that he was talking about this matter, Jiang Huai wanted to talk to Tang Yanran even more clearly. So, what exactly do you mean? Letting go of a project of the titular Tang Dynasty Group. You have to run to Linda University to go against me. Make a website, and copy us? Hey, words can't be said like that. Tang Yan made a gesture of stopping. Obviously our Lotto's website is better. You've seen which plagiarized one is better than the original. If that's really the case, it only proves that website of yours doesn't work at all. JAC was silent again. It's a pretty hurtful statement, but there's nothing wrong with saying it. Let's duel. Tang Yan suddenly came to say this. Jiang Huai almost didn't react. Duel what? Jiang Huai asked. Dueling Jincheng and Lotto. Which one will do better? The time is 1 month. Whoever has the highest billing rate and the highest click-through rate will win. And then? Jiang Huai felt that winning or losing was definitely not Tang Yan's ultimate goal. And then? If you win, I'll do whatever you want. I'll agree to whatever you do. But if you lose, you're going to have to tell Tang Jiani to off to her face, and then make it public that the person you love the most is me. Pust. Jiang Huai couldn't help it and laughed. Jiang Huai realized that he seemed to have always overestimated Tang Yan before, and had always thought that the reason why Tang Yan had started Lotto was because she wanted to change the field and earn a high and low with Tang Jiani. But now look, it was totally spur of the moment. Okay, other people who are high on something on a whim seem to get better at it than he does when he's serious about it. Think of this place. Jiang Huai's heart clogged up again. JAC didn't hesitate. Shaking his head outright,
He refused. I don't accept it. And the words came out. Tang Yanyan's face went off. Why don't you agree? Why should I agree? Because, if you win, you can do whatever you want to me. Ha? What kind of favor is that? Wait to finish that sentence. Jiang Huai looked at Tang Yanran with his eyes and his hair exploded. Jack, what do you mean? Am I that bad in your eyes? Or is it that after having Tang Jiani, you don't care for me at all? Listening to Tang Yanran finish, for a long time, Jiang Huai recited, because she's soft. You, get out. Jiang Huai, you get out now, then get out of the way. You're blocking me in. You, visible to the naked eye. Tang Yanyan's handsome little face was already red with anger. Tang Yanyan stood up, pointing at Jiang Huai's nose. He cursed, Jiang Huai, you'll pay for what you said today. You wait, I'm going to let your Jincheng face Linda's school door cannot go out. Let everyone see. Your entrepreneurship is a joke. I finally, surely let you kneel down in front of me to admit your mistakes. The words finished. Tang Yanyan stepped on her heels and thumped away. After pushing the door open, the northwesterly wind whipped her trench coat, swaying behind her in absolute beauty. Inside the coffee shop, Jiang Huai did think that Tang Yanran, this girl, was purely cute, though on the surface, it was really intended to get him on his knees and apologize. But to know Qin Mengmeng's thoughts, then she is simply shady not know how many times, up and down a comparison. Jiang Huai's heart not only did not have any waves, and even a little want to laugh, and he didn't have any, either, to accept Tang Yanyan's conditions for the duel, did he? JAC was clear. He signs a contract with Donjani, totally for the sake of wanting to make a buck from Donjani. Looking at it, the Tang Jiani satisfaction score would soon be full. At this juncture, getting into this kind of thing with Dananya, there's no point in doing any favors, but he couldn't, more than anything, tell Tang Yanyan what was behind this. So, Jiang Huai, on the contrary, felt that it was quite good to get along with Tang Yanran in this way. It's still true to yourself after all. Jiang Huai looked at the coffee Tang Yanran had left behind. And yet, for some reason, a sudden thought came to me. Jiang Huai was thinking, if Tang Yanran also rented a room, would this matter be different again? Chapter 136, the richest man in Linjiang's family. Donjani is very punctual. The moment he was off duty, he stood up and pulled Jiang Huai out of the office door. Take advantage of the last bit of bright light. Jiang Huai took Tang Jiani and went to the supermarket. In the supermarket, Tang Jiani held Jiang Huai's arm as Jiang Huai pushed the cart. Jack, look! When Tang Jiani suddenly spoke, Jiang Huai suddenly looked up. After looking around, Jiang Huai looked up and saw right in front of him, an old couple, slinking forward in almost the exact same position as them. Jiang Huai smiled. Sometimes, the definition of happiness is very simple. Tang Jiani nodded in agreement, and also asked Jiang Huai, then do you think that we'll be able to have such simple happiness like them? Jiang Huai knew very well that he was now acting with Tang Jiani, so he opened his mouth to say the word will. Only when the words came out of his mouth, Jiang Huai realized that when he looked at the elderly couple in front of him, couldn't say it at all. He was fine on his own, but he didn't want to tarnish someone else's happiness. Jiang Huai thought about it and changed his words. Happiness is defined by yourself. As long as it's a moment that you feel happy, that proves that you already have it. The future is not for anyone to say. You should cherish the moment. Jiang Huai didn't know how much Tang Jiani had heard of his nonsense words, but Donjani listened. Indeed, he fell into deep thought. After a long time, Tang Jiani stood still in the crowd of people coming and going, suddenly raised her head and said to Jiang Huai, hug me. Ha! JAC didn't react. Inwardly, he even felt that Tang Jiani seemed to have changed now, how she had also become somewhat pretentious. But now that Donjani has spoken, JAC then didn't refuse. Jiang Huai opened his hands and held Tang Jiani in his arms, his palms gently holding Tang Jiani's head against his chest. After all that's happened anyway, Jiang Huai didn't care about the stares of the people around him. Until almost a minute had passed, Tang Jiani suddenly got out of Jiang Huai's arms, pulling herself out, and then with some kind of strange gaze, sized Jiang Huai up after a few seconds. Take a step forward. The JAC that was left out, full of dullness, looking at Tang Jiani's back, it was very obvious that she could see that because she was angry. Tang Jiani was fiercely pinching the bubble noodles on the shelf. What's wrong with her? And what the hell is wrong with me? In Jiang Huai's heart, the first two questions came up. Obviously he didn't do anything. Besides, he'd already given Tang Jiani whatever she wanted. What is the problem? JAC was puzzled and looked down at his chest. After all this time working out, there have been abs and the results have been remarkable. Isn't that enough? Jiang Huai searched and put his hand on the spot Tang Jiani had just relied on. Just by posting it, it dawned on Jiang Huai, coupled with a great shock. It's a heartbeat.
Jiang Huai instantly understood that what Tang Jiani was angry about was definitely the heartbeat. Although he tried his very best to act in front of Tang Jiani, but heartbeats are hard to perform. He and Danjani, in total, hadn't hugged a couple of times. If it's really happiness, his heart, too, was a little too calm. Lean. Jiang Huai pounded his chest and instantly realized where the way forward was on the path of acting. This time, he missed his chance and had to find the time to make it up in a hurry. The rest of the day, Jiang Huai didn't approach Tang Jiani any closer, but quietly followed her. Only push the cart basket over the first time when Danjani picks out something. Long hours with girls. JAC has also learned a few lessons from this, as well. Sometimes, even if you're wrong, you can't put a hot face on it. Give each other a little distance. It's about giving yourself a bit of a shelf. You're probably wondering what the hell you can do to keep her from getting angry. But they were, in fact, probably long past being angry, and were anxious as to why he hadn't come to apologize, and whether they had just gone a little too far. The so-called pull. It's just you pulling and her tugging. Back to the famous schools. JAC is wearing an apron and preparing food in the kitchen. Tang Jiani changed into her loungewear and appeared in the kitchen as well, glancing at the things on the countertop and asking softly, Jiang Huai, do you need my help? Hear this. JAC wanted to laugh a little. It seems that in this pulling match, the Danjani player, obviously, is a little short on stamina. Jiang Huai knew that Tang Jiani's childhood was not considered beautiful, but the kitchen, these jobs, were still too far away from her, so some freshness just came. Peel the potatoes and cut them into hobnail cubes. JH spoke up. Danjani went right to work. JAC watched from the sidelines. The first step, in reverse, was done in style and cleaned up nicely with a skinning knife. But after Tang Jiani put the potatoes on the counter, the whole person froze again. JH pretended to be busy. Find the garlic and get close to the trash can to peel it. His eyes drifted to Danjani's cell phone and he almost didn't laugh. Dang, Danjani is searching for. What's a hobnail block? Also, viewing the video was obviously sneaky, not wanting to lose his icy demeanor, but flying very much in the face of wanting to learn the technique. A few seconds later, Danjani moved the knife again. As a result, the first cut went down. Because of the hand that was holding the knife, it didn't exert any force at all, causing the knife to almost cut into his hand. Looking at Jiang Huai, he broke out in a cold sweat. Jiang Huai put down the garlic cloves in his hand, and from behind Tang Jiani, he stuck to Tang Jiani, stretching out his arm to clutch Tang Jiani's hand. Be careful. Tang Jiani leaned against Jiang Huai and trembled. But then again, it's a bit of a resistance. I can do it myself. Jiang Huai nodded. I didn't say no either. So what are you doing? I just think it's more like my favorite. Happy time. JAC finished speaking. Tang Jiani in her arms has not moved, her body softly leaning in Jiang Huai's arms. Even her eyes did not gaze at the potatoes, and her whole hand was at Jiang Huai's mercy. Half an hour. JH cooked a full table. After serving, Jiang Huai found another red wine and asked Tang Jiani if she wanted some. I didn't expect to be rejected by Tang Jiani. There are still some papers to deal with in the evening, and you know me. I tend to lose control of myself after drinking. JH was eager to cover up, but the incredulity in his eyes couldn't be stopped. Jiang Huai wondered what Tang Jiani had gone through during this time. It's as if there was some kind of psychosis that, overnight, turned into the kind of person who was able to restrain himself, even from alcohol, which he had previously relied on the most. What, exactly, is driving Danjani? Become a better version of yourself? In the end, Jiang Huai attributed all of this to Tang Jiani's desire for power over the Tang dynasty group. Think about it. There are few chances that Danjani will be able to get free. Being able to be in power is even one. Suppressed for so many years. She's probably been holding it in for a long time too. When she was eating, Tang Jiani was halfway through her meal when she suddenly put down her chopsticks and, out of her mind, stared at the meal on the table. Jiang Huai did not know what exactly Tang Jiani is thinking, so he peeled the white burnt shrimp, dipped it in vinegar and put it in Tang Jiani's bowl. Honey, eat it, it's getting cold. Jack, Jiang Huai froze, feeling that tonight's Tang Jiani seemed to have a lot of things she wanted to say to him, so he put the dishes away in advance and sat upright. What's wrong, honey? Tang Jiani shook her head, but still said, it's nothing, it's just that everything seems a little bit unreal. It always feels like, the harder I try. Jiang Huai, it seems like you're getting farther and farther away from me. Jack, are you leaving me? Inside Jiang Huai's head, waves tumbled up. Lean, is that a woman's intuition? Jiang Huai thought carefully. He had never done any wrong step from the beginning to the end of the press. The idea of trying to hurry up and leave Danjani was only thought of at night. Why was Danjani able to guess so accurately? Today, once for a heartbeat, and once for now. Every time JH felt that he was infinitely close to the little gold man, all of them get a splash of cold water. What can he do now? JH thought about it. Standing up, he once again stood beside Tang Jiani, gently gathering Tang Jiani into his arms and stroking Tang Jiani's head. I won't leave, JH felt. At least not until the satisfaction score reaches 100. For sure, after you get to 100. That's an afterthought. Tang Jiani, who was in her arms, looked up at Zhang Huai, smiled in a rare way, and then leaned on Zhang Huai's stomach and said, Zhang Huai, how good would it be if it was always like now? Like right now, we live in a house, I go to work, you cook, and we see each other every day. Speaking of the end, Donjani spoke again in a low voice. How nice it was to be like this. The time went fast. Zhang Huai had dinner, packed up his room, and left the famous school. Sit in the car. Zhang Huai sighed at the change in Tang Jiani. If only it were a few weeks ago. He got into that room and it was a nightmare to get out of it in a day. But now, he could even finish cooking and say I'm leaving and Donjani would let him go. This meal, JAC knows it very well. The woman named Donjani. Love yourself. Like being selfish. Just a few days ago, she could have used surveillance, checking to see where he'd been, taking him to the hospital at the first sign of a car accident, trying to take him for herself. It's all changed together now. Tang Jiani surprisingly, greatly, gave him his freedom. JH sat in the car, opened the window and lit a cigarette. Think about it for a long time. It felt that the matter of ending the contract with Tang Jiani really couldn't be delayed after all. Losing something you like can be sad for a few days, but losing something you love leaves a heart condition. If Tang Jiani were to get sicker, Zhang Huai didn't even dare to think about what would become of her. Finish your cigarette. JAC analyzed it again calmly. A key point seems to have been found. At the first time, he called Ding Xiaoxi, those things I asked you to check before. Send me a copy. I want to. Papa Jiang, where are you? Before Jiang Huai finished speaking, on the other end of the phone, there was already Mu Chu Xuan's grandmother's voice, followed by Ding Xiaoxi's helpless sigh. Xian, please go to sleep, okay? JH listened to the voice. The corners of his mouth were a little pressed. He knew that Ding Xiaoxi wouldn't be able to suppress that Mu Chu Yen girl without him being there. Forget it, you guys wait for me at home. I'll go pick you guys up for some delicious food. Really? Where to eat? The richest man in Linjiang. His family. Chapter 137, you have to be a brother. Xian, wait, be good, okay? On the passenger side, Xian leaned over the car window and nodded. Zhang Huai didn't know if Xian had listened or not. However, it was undeniable that after picking up Mu Chu Yen, this girl seemed to have changed as if she was a different girl, understanding and heartbreaking, only occasionally at night. It was only then that Xian would go barefoot and burrow into Zhang Huai's arms, softly saying things like she missed her mom and dad. From Mu Chu Yen this, Zhang Huai was already able to glimpse what kind of state Mu Chu Yen was in when she was young. Sigh. Zhang Huai also didn't know what kind of situation the Mu family had progressed to now. The car pierced the darkness of the night and turned a corner halfway up the hill into the Tang Palace. The Tang family's housekeeper, Uncle Wu, was already waiting at the door. Parking the car, along with Uncle Nun, the three of them went straight into the backyard. In the backyard, Tang Haotian, surrounded by a blanket, is sitting in front of the campfire, quietly looking at the lake in the center of Linjiang City. The autumn night rises with the wind, and when the wind moves, the fire sways with the wind. Papa Jiang, goat baea. Xian pointed at the whole roasted whole lamb on the fire, her eyes glowing. Tang Haotian, who heard the voice, turned around as well. First, he greeted Zhang Huai, then as if on steroids, he stood up and ran towards Xiao Xuan's side with open arms. As he ran, he shouted, Ioyo, whose little girl is this? So watery, hurry up and let grandpa hug her. Xian was scared, scattered and ran, shouting as he ran, there is a terrible grandpa. Father Jiang, help, your father Jiang can't save you. Come over here and let grandpa's beard tie you up and see if you cry. And so, two people with a difference of 70 years, surrounded the campfire, one running, the other chasing. Looking at Zhang Huai even subconsciously felt as if the only one with an old mentality was himself. Half an hour later, when the sheep was roasted, the four of them sat around the fire, occasionally snapping and bringing out sparks that still flew 2 or 3 meters into the sky. Nightfall. Zhang Huai and Tang Haotian held their glasses of white wine and talked about something tangential. Master Tang, I'd very much like to know how you got your start. By stealing, by robbing, by being shameless, by betraying your friends. Zhang Huai smiled, clinked glasses with Tang Haotian, and drank half a glass in one gulp. He knew that what Tang Haotian said was true, so he used the strength of his drink to start talking about business. Mr. Tang, who do you want, the future Tang dynasty group, to be handed over to? Anyone, Tang Haotian replied very dryly, but then asked back, what about you? Me? Zhang Huai frowned, a bit puzzled as to what this matter had to do with him. A superfluous question. If it were me, Of course I'd want it to be Tang Jiani, but this answer, it must be based on the fact that he has a binding relationship with Danjani. If the person who was bound now was Yanran Tang, then Jiang Hui felt that he would not hesitate to say that it was Yanran Tang. Another half glass of white wine went down. Jiang Hui held the empty glass and raised it to his eyes. His sight passed through the glass and looked at Ding Xiaoxi's delicate body in the distance, holding Mu Chu Yen by the lake. Not knowing what she was studying, JAC suddenly thought, if Mu Chu Yen was her daughter and Ding Xiaoxi was her wife, wouldn't it be a more cozy night like this? Must be the booze. Jiang Hui rubbed his head and simply said, Mr. Tang, give me the evidence directly. This one. I want Tang Jiani to win. Tang Haoyan furrowed his brows, asked Uncle Wu for 2 gyoksaba, and took 2 hard puffs. What evidence? Of course, it is the evidence that can directly make Tang Qinghu, Tang Qingha all fail. You are the highest decision maker of the Tang dynasty group. I don't believe that. You don't know your son. What have you done all these years? Of course I know. Tang Haoyan picked up the wood and threw it into the fire, smashing out a string of sparks. But why should I give it to you? Because you need to give it to me, and I have the power to take it all right out of your hands. Jiang Hui looked at Tang Haoyan and didn't say anything, knowing that he was waiting for him to say, the family is big, the business is even bigger. In fact, you have always known that the 3 sons, whichever one of them it is, have privately done things that go against the general direction of the company. But the Don family business, more than anything else, is a mass of burnt ashes, whether oak or pine, that ends up mixed together. And there's no way for anyone to weed anyone out completely. So there are times when you are powerless. You want to teach your son a lesson, but you can't. Once you personally intervene, no matter who you move, the seemingly strong exterior of the Tang dynasty will crumble on the inside, and you need a villain to expose their behavior, while you, in turn, act as a good guy to solidify the Tang family's bloodline. Tang Haoyan didn't say anything. JAC also knew that he had guessed correctly. This was a truth that he had realized one night, after Mu Chu Yen had fallen asleep, talking with Ding Xiaoxi. That night, JAC sat on the balcony with a cigarette in his mouth. Ding Xiaoxi then took Jiang Hui's arm and leaned into his arms. The two, together, counted the stars in the sky. Ding Xiaoxi suddenly said, Jiang Hui, this world is so strange, isn't it? All the stars seem to be arranged in a haphazard manner, but each of them is not allowed to move around. I can't get close to you, and you can't take the initiative to get close to me. Once one of them tries to get close to the other, it's goodbye forever. And you say they're lonely? JAC didn't answer, nor did he understand what, exactly, Ding Xiaoxi meant, but he thought about these things about the Tang family. Since the Tang dynasty, the final decider is right in front of him, and why should he get involved in those muddy waters? Anyway, he thought about it. If Tang Haoyan didn't give evidence, he'd let the ones Ding Xiaoxi had investigated lay out in front of him and force him to give them. Who cares? Over 70 years old. It's a big deal to be in the ICU. There's plenty of money. Let's also show him if money can really renew his life. The result. Tang Haoyan laughed and filled Jiang Huiyan himself with white wine. Here you go. Yes, on one condition. Drink me into submission. Gramps, are you sure? This night, JH also forgot exactly how much he had drunk. He only remembered that he and Tang Haoyan had done some messy things under the effect of alcohol. And then, when he opened his eyes, it was already past 3 o'clock in the morning. Room at 3 o'clock. Only a small table lamp was on. Jiang Hui rolled over with difficulty and saw that Ding Xiaoxi was in the bathroom and the kitchen. Busying herself, she first hung his shirt out to dry on the balcony, and then from the kitchen, brought a cup of water with lemon in it. Jiang Hui, is it still hard? Drink some water. In the faint light, for the first time, Jiang Hui saw pity in Ding Xiaoxi's eyes. Jiang Hui took the cup of water and took a sip. His stomach was much more comfortable, but his brain was still chaotic. Jiang Hui tried very hard to pick up about what happened after drinking with Tang Haoyan, but that piece of memory had been completely formatted, and in the end, he could only pin his hopes on Ding Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi, who won in the end? Ding Xiaoxi thought for a moment. It should be Master Tang. He has half a cup more than you. What? Jiang Hui was shocked and deeply chagrined inside. Failure in drinking is almost second only to money and the frustration it brings to a man. And that frustration is certainly compounded by the fact that the person across the table is an old man who is already in his 70s. Seeing that Jiang Hui seemed to be in a bad mood, Ding Xiaoxi continued, but Jiang Hui, it's okay that you've made a brother. What brother? After drinking too much with Master Tang, the two of you hugged each other and had to go over to Guangong's side to pay your respects. And Uncle Wu and I couldn't even stop us. What? Chapter 138, how many more meals can we make? This thing. Originally, Jiang Hui was killed to believe, but until from Ding Xiaoxi's cell phone, to see the scene video, Jiang Hui only patted his head and accepted the reality.
but think about it the other way around. There's nothing wrong with that. Tang Haotian is the Linjiang business sector. The future development of the Jin city may also be able to borrow a little light. And he is a young man to worship. Lined with him to be younger on 40 or 50 years old. It's still cheaper for the kid. In the sense that it's still cheaper. Jiang Huai nodded, and after recognizing the situation, he looked at Ding Xiaoxi again. What about the most important thing? Did he give it? Ding Xiaoxi nodded. It's all been sent to your mailbox. Jiang Huai hummed and thought to himself. Well, at least it wasn't all for Tang Haotian to take advantage of. What he wanted to get, he still got his hands on. Right. Creak. Ding Xiaoxi heard Jiang Huai call out to herself, and very, very well behavedly hummed, her lake blue eyes, staring straight at Jiang Huai. I didn't bother you with anything after I got drunk, did I? Other than worshipping with Tang Haotian? Jiang Huai had always known that he was a bit mildly drunk. He wasn't a pretentious person per se, but when there's too much wine, you always like to take control of the conversation. And words like, you listen to me, are used endlessly. Jiang Huai was also afraid that the image in the heart of this little girl, Ding Xiaoxi, would be ruined. Ding Xiaoxi shook her head instead. The tone was flat. Jack, you praised me. Praise? Aha! Ding Xiaoxi nodded and pointed to her chest. In the car, you grabbed me and said that I was sturdier than Tang Jiani's and that you liked mine better. Jiang Huai stayed seated on the sofa, watching Ding Xiaoxi's movements and feeling incredibly hot. So much for the so-called breakdown of the mind. This has always been in his heart. Yes, but, leaning. Jiang Huai thought over and over in his head, completely unable to recall Ding Xiaoxi's touch. This wave is simply a big loss. Jack, what are you thinking? Nothing. I can touch you again if you break. Ding Xiaoxi raised her body from the edge of the sofa and sat on Jiang Huai's lap again, carefully moving down into Jiang Huai's arms. Jack, does what you said in the car still count? Jiang Huai froze. What else did I say? You said you were going to sleep with me. Oh, I'm going to sleep. Being reminded by Ding Xiaoxi, Jiang Huai really recalled certain fragments. When he was in the car, he seemed to be resting on Ding Xiaoxi's thighs, opening his eyes in a daze, and through the bright streetlights, he sighed from the bottom of his heart at Ding Xiaoxi's godlike face. Then he was thinking through his drink that if he had a wife like that, his life would be worth it. And then, in a primal drive, he seemed to say something unpleasant. Lean, the thing about wine is that it really is better to drink it sparingly. Jiang Huai rubbed his temples and said to Ding Xiaoxi, you can't take what you said after drinking seriously. Hurry up and go to sleep. What are you staying for? Get some rest and go to bed? Ding Xiaoxi shook her head. Jiang Huai was rarely able to see this kind of determination to do something in Ding Xiaoxi's eyes, so he could only continue to ask, then what do you want to do? Jiang Huai. Ding Xiaoxi's tone was soft, and she obediently curled up into Jiang Huai's body. I want to sleep with you tonight. Is that okay? I won't do anything as long as you hold me. I'm afraid of the cold. Afraid of the cold. So you're just going to cover up a little more. Xian is already asleep. I'll wake her up if I look for the quilt. Then take this one from me. Jiang Huai lifted the blanket on his body and tried to stuff it to Ding Xiaoxi, but as Ding Xiaoxi's body, through the blanket, shrank directly on him, Jiang Huai knew that tonight, some people should not be able to be driven away in any way. Jac sighed. Helplessly, she angled her head. The couch is small, so don't blame me if you fall off at night. I don't blame you. Jack, don't blame me if I sleep at night and grind my teeth and snore. I could never blame you. Jack, in the warm yellow light, Ding Xiaoxi was like a very good cat, shrinking against Jiang Huai, and although her face was expressionless, she spoke very softly. JH recovered the blanket, covered Ding Xiaoxi as well. A few moments later, Ding Xiaoxi's head came out of the blanket, hands bearing his chin. He looked at Jiang Huai's face seriously. Looking at Jiang Huai was a bit embarrassed, so Jiang Huai asked, you still have something to say to me? Ding Xiaoxi shook her head and said goodnight before leaning her head sideways against Jiang Huai's chest. The early hours of the morning were quiet all of a sudden, but JH fell into insomnia. The pajamas that both of them had changed allowed body temperature to interact in millimeters. He could feel Ding Xiaoxi's heartbeat. Then relatively, Ding Xiaoxi must also know that he was punishing. Looking at the roof, Jiang Huai began to rethink about the relationship between himself and several women. Every time you think about this, JAC all like to sort the four. 2 days ago, he was still sorted, or Mu Chu Yen, Tang Jiani, Qin Mengmeng, and Ding Xiaoxi, but now, it seems to have become, Tang, Mu, Qin, and then Ding Xiaoxi excluded. Jiang Huai subconsciously didn't want Ding Xiaoxi to get involved, in one way or another. All of Tinker Creek represents reality, but then what? Jiang Huai thought about it. He undeniably wanted to sleep with such a girl, but he wasn't an animal. What could he do after sleeping with her? Give each other a name? Giving it away? His system, too, is a sham.
JH couldn't think of anything, so it was better to feel the darkness sink in for a moment. At least, Ding Xiaoxi is really quite. Time pushed forward. The north, by nature, has almost no fall. The leaves are yellow and after a shower, it's like winter. Early in the morning, Jiang Huai woke up early, boiled a pot of clear rice porridge, bought some more buns downstairs, and went home to wake up Ding Xiaoxi and Mu Chu Yen. A few days ago, Su Wanwan showed up once, and Xian met up with her mom. Although Su Wanwan tried her best to act calm, the paleness on her face that was visible to the naked eye all let Jiang Huai know that it had not been easy for her during this time. Although Xian had always said that she was good when she and Su Wanwan parted ways, after Su Wanwan left, she still cowered in Jiang Huai's arms and cried for a long time. Had breakfast. Ding Xiaoxi is helping Jiang Huai maintain the website, and JAC received a message from WeChat. The message was from Jiani. Tang Jiani, Jiang Huai. Tomorrow is the day of the Tang dynasty vote. Do you think I can win? Jiang Huai looked at his cell phone and typed down a string of words. I believe you. Jiani, can you come in the evening and cook a meal for me? Jiang Huai turned back and looked at Ding Xiaoxi and Mu Chu Yen, not really sure why. There's a feeling in the heart. He shouldn't be able to come back tonight. Moreover, Jiani should have something to say to him. Think about it. JH decided to go anyway. Facing Johnny Tang, who has a satisfaction score of 93. How many more meals can you make? JH, honey, what do you want to eat? I'll go buy it this afternoon. Chapter 139, honey, I promise you. JH tied his apron and fiddled with the vegetables with a mixed feeling. Tomorrow is the biggest personnel change in the Don group, ever. Even if it was Jiang Huai, who already knew what the end of this unknown surge would be, he still couldn't help but think about it. Thinking, with the end of this family's internal struggle, and finally Tang Jiani's life, the moment it surfaces, what kind of mood will Tang Jiani face herself in the end? Jiani is an extreme person. Used to be. Now. Still. The world is so unreasonable and unfair sometimes. It was clear that all the mistakes were left behind by the previous generation, but the most painful part of each mistake needed to be borne by Tang Jiani. Can't avoid it. More than that, you can't hide. This dinner was much simpler than JAC thought it would be. He made a full table, and after calling Jiani out of the study, Jiani found 2 candles, lit them, and set them on the tabletop. Such a scene. It made Jiang Huai feel, again, familiar and cozy. For the first time, Tang Jiani personally poured red wine for Jiang Huai, which made Jiang Huai a little uncomfortable. He didn't know what Tang Jiani meant by this. In the end, she was still acting, or that Tang Jiani was like this from the bottom of her heart. Jiani, by candlelight, is still beautiful. She was still wearing the black silk nightgown, the slim halter hanging from her shoulders, the neckline open, not caring about Jiang Huai's gaze. Jack, do you remember the last time we ate like this? Facing Jiani's questioning, Jiang Huai nodded. Last time, I also made a candlelight dinner for you, and I even took a picture of you. Tang Jiani unexpectedly laughed, her backhand gagging her mouth, as if the girl embedded behind the iceberg after it had already melted, had finally awakened completely. That picture, do you still have it? Jiang Huai panicked for a moment, flustered, rummaging through his cell phone to find out the photos of the last candlelight dinner, holding the screen in front of Tang Jiani, shaking it for a moment, and hurriedly putting it away. Of course, it's good to have it. Jack, you probably don't know how important this photo is in my heart. Jiang Huai was a bit flabbergasted, and wasn't even quite sure that such heartfelt words had come out of Tang Jiani's mouth. Jiani pulled out her own cell phone as well. It was handed to Jiang Huai. Open it up. See what? Although Jiang Huai asked, his finger had already pressed the on button. The moment the screen lit up, the tabletop, the boy and the girl, sitting in front of a candle flame. It shone in the eyes of JAC again. The boy in the photo, though only not long past, looked so boyish, and the girl who was panicked because of the snapshot. JAC realized that even if it was a snapshot, she had actually done a pose to go along with the photo. Jack, it's been a long time, and I'm really tired. Every time, I feel like I'm going to lose my grip. I turn on my phone and look at it and think about it. Think of the heartbeat you used to have at night, holding me in your arms as I slept. Think of all those mornings when I woke up and just had you make me breakfast. Sudden sensationalism. It was a bit much for JAC to take in. In the eyes of the JAC, he and Jiani were already on the eve of their imminent separation. But from Jiani's tone, Jiang Huai knew very well that the woman in front of him didn't seem to realize anything. But he knew better. He's going to keep acting until his satisfaction score reaches 100. And so, Jiang Huai pulled out his own cell phone and once again, at the same angle, took a picture of himself and Tang Jiani together. In the picture frame, Jiang Huai pointed at Tang Jiani's neckline. Honey, mess with it a little. It's weirdly indecent. But Tang Jiani was partial to it, comparing her hands to her heart. This photo, represents, we are closer than before, and I wanted to take it in a natural state. Finally JAC nodded. Take two people and frame them in it. By the way, I passed one to Donjani as well. Donjani, who was looking at the photo, seemed to have a sudden breakdown. That sudden collapse without any precursor. Tears stayed from Donjani's eyes, and the tip of her white nose gradually reddened. JAC never thought about it. It was surprising that someone like Tang Jiani, who was called the Ice Queen of Linda, would one day appear in front of him with a snot bubble hanging out of her nose. Jack, I'm sorry. Zhang Huai didn't know if he was infected by Tang Jiani's situation like this, rubbing his throat for a long time before gradually asking, why do you say that? Tang Jiani calmed down. Zhang Huai, do you still remember the day you were in the hospital? The day you were taken away by the Mu family? Remember, that day, I sat on the hospital bed where you had been lying and cried for a long time, and I felt that, after you were gone, all my sense of security, all of it, had disappeared. But immediately after that, Tang Jiani laughed inexplicably. Then I realized that in fact, all these feelings of security are all false. I want to lock you tightly to my side. I want to greedily accept the goodness that you give me. But I found that the more I do this, the further away you will always be from me for such and such a reason. JAC was silent, because Donjani was right. During those times when he was held tightly, he was also always able to find, one way or another, a way to get out of Donjani's grasp. Honey, Donjani called softly. Inside JAC, however, there is still considerable turmoil. For such a long time, these three words were all said by him to Tang Jiani. If he remembered correctly, this seemed to be the first time that Tang Jiani said these three words to him as well. Zhang Huai smiled. What's wrong? I've thought for a long time. I know that the person who was wrong from the very beginning is actually myself. It's me who brought too many unnecessary things to you. You're waiting for me for a day, okay? Tang Jiani clutched Zhang Huai's hand, her fingers rubbing gently. When I become the successor of Tang Dynasty, let's have a simple, plain and simple love affair, okay? Zhang Huai's throat knots, up and down, in the face of Tang Jiani's words, but it seems to have come to a thong intersection, to the left or to the right. Zhang Huai tangled for a long time. He thought of the first day, in this room, when he met Donjani. Donjani at that time, with a cold face and crossed legs, he was able to make the air around him condense. And now, she's really changed a lot. But, is it all really true? JAC knows. The day when the score was full, he wouldn't have the strength to play any more of the so-called dear role in front of Tang Jiani. What she wanted to talk about was the fake JAC. Or maybe, this person, Tang Jiani, had long forgotten that there was still a contract in existence between them. For a long time, Zhang Huai nodded. Honey, I promise you. Chapter 140, The Real Beginning. This night, JAC lives a free life. After dinner, Tang Jiani locked herself into her study. JHW blew on the balcony, later lay on the couch and fell asleep. This night, Zhang Huai had a dream. I dreamt that in the conference room of Tang Dynasty Group, Tang Jiani was the only one who was sitting in the seat symbolizing power, but she was crying her heart out, waiting to wake up again. There was already an extra pink blanket on Zhang Huai, and in the bathroom, there was the sound of Tang Jiani blowing out her hair. Zhang Huai got up and opened the bathroom door. From the mirror, surveying Donjani, the late nights and all-night anxiety had left the woman looking almost lifeless. Zhang Huai took the hairdryer from Tang Jiani's hand, and his fingers went through the dark brown hair, carefully organizing it for Tang Jiani. Donjani didn't move either. She just found a chair and sat down, gently leaning on Zhang Huai, then fished out her cell phone and took a picture in the mirror. Such a morning, there seems to be nothing but the sound of the hairdryer. Zhang Huai could also clearly feel that in this Tang Dynasty turning point, Tang Jiani turning point, he and Tang Jiani turning point today, the air pressure was so low. After breakfast, Zhang Huai drove and took Tang Jiani to the Tang Dynasty Group's headquarters. Outside the headquarter building, the Linjiang Morning Post, Linjiang Metropolis newspaper and other various media are crowded. The Tang Dynasty Group's many years of cultivation in Linjiang had long since made this behemoth one of the pillars of Linjiang, and the changes in the Tang Dynasty would undoubtedly have far-reaching effects on Linjiang as well. Zhang Huai stopped the car and helped Tang Jiani open the door. A media reporter then rushed up in a panic and asked, "Ms. Tang Jiani, how certain are you about becoming Tang Dynasty's successor today? If you fail, will you worry about your future? Because we all know that a car accident that happened some time ago is inextricably linked to the Tang Dynasty Group." JAC frowned, though he knew that the group in front of him was only there for a meal, but the constant picking of questions really didn't make him happy. Just as Zhang Huai was about to get up and help Tang Jiani clear a path, Zhang Huai didn't expect that Tang Jiani would take the initiative to take over the microphone and speak in a serious tone. Thank you all so much, as always, for your support of Tang Dynasty. First of all,
The personnel changes of the Tang dynasty group belong to normal internal adjustments, and will not have an impact on the general direction. For the Tang dynasty successor, I believe that we, internally, will also elect a capable person. As for the car accident you mentioned, and the internal connection, it is also purely false. After our internal investigation, it was a normal traffic accident. I hope you will not make a big deal out of it either. Having said that, Tang Jiani poked Zhang Huai. Zhang Huai also knew how to do this, and took 2 steps forward, squeezing out a path for Tang Jiani in the middle of the crowd, escorting Tang Jiani into the building. Walking on the way to the conference room, Tang Jiani smiled, and surprisingly said to Zhang Huai in a somewhat petulant manner, "Zhang Huai, won't you comment on what I just said? A review?" JH gave a thumbs up. Very good. These 3 words are not something that JAC is boasting about for the sake of boasting. He did feel great. In spite of the many things that have happened within the Tang dynasty, it has always been important to achieve a situation of family harmony in terms of external principles, even if Donjani knows the inside story. But it also takes a big heart to be able to say all this in front of the media without getting upset. Honey, you're already looking more and more like a competent chairman of the board. Well, we should get inside. Everyone's waiting for you. Zhang Huai moved closer to Tang Jiani, straightened her collar, and gently rubbed the top of Tang Jiani's head before finally pulling open the door to the conference room and seeing Tang Jiani enter. The gate opens and closes. Silence returned to the hallway. Zhang Huai leaned against the wall of the corridor and lit a cigarette. As the smoke exhaled, Zhang Huai gradually calmed down, turning into another corridor. At the end of the corridor, he pushed open a small door that Tang Haotian had left for him, and without anyone noticing, sat down in the far corner of the conference room. For such an important meeting, almost all of the Tang dynasty's middle and senior management, as well as shareholders with decision-making power, were present. JAC surveys the room between the cracks in the people. At the very top of the room sat Tang Haotian, with the air of a king. Tang Jingze, Tang Jiani and Tang Yanran sat behind him respectively, and on both sides of the table, there were the 3 sons of the Tang family, as well as all the major executives. Under the auspices of Uncle Wu, the meeting began with a preaching session. The main thing is to elaborate. During this time, the contribution that the 3 young men have made to the Tang dynasty, in JAC's opinion, this was completely superfluous behavior. The disjointed group, sometimes the word merit, just need to move the name, can become other people's, but, when really listening to the people below, is not clear? JAC also felt, of course, clear. Then why listen? Listening to it, it's probably a stakes thing. Insiders can always hear the ability behind someone's back in this kind of speech. Tang Jingze disappeared the most during this time. Items are also most numerous when reporting on stage. From the smallest property service projects in the neighborhood to the largest high-end real estate projects in Europe, each one is said to be fair and justified, sounding more like a text that has been memorized for a month. Don Huma took the stage. Without any script, the focus is on constantly analyzing the next direction of the Tang dynasty group through history, and interspersing what he has learned over the years, abroad, to correct past projects. After listening to Yuma Tang's preaching, Zhang Huai had a whole new understanding of this arrogant girl. He's just a layman, but to be able to talk about him, a layman, in all his clarity, that's the real deal. Want to come. When creating Lotto, Tang Yanyan estimated that the pressure did not use much of her mind to achieve the effect of pressing him head-on. The more you think about it, the more Jiang Huai became a bit reluctant, but also gradually, came to a realization. Eyesight and money are missing. Money, he's not lacking right now, but open the company. His eyes can no longer be limited to the small area around the Linen University. Big fish eat small fish. Small fish eat shrimp. It won't be long before Jincheng becomes the big fish in the business world if it catches on. Finally, it was Donjani's turn to make an appearance. Tang Jiani stepped on a thin high heel, wearing a black business suit, all already not a while ago, that face with ice cold, but also childish students. Stand on the stage. Tang Jiani bowed and said with a smile, just now, brother Jingze and sister Yan Yan, both said very good things. So, I want to talk about what is rooted in what lasts. What Donjani said was good, better than Jack Lee could have imagined, grounded in the roots of the Tang dynasty group, giving the future development of the Tang dynasty group, paving a smooth road, but none of that matters. Young people, in this current situation, are ultimately just pawns in the hands of the parental generation. After all, this game, also Tang Haotian, the fight between the 3 sons, waiting for the 3 of them to speak was the beginning of this meeting, in the truest sense of the word. Chapter 141, the final ballot. JAC was too lazy to listen to Tang's meeting, played with the phone for a while. By the time he came back to his senses again, the entire conference room, already filled with the smell of smoke, with the pull and advancement, Tang Haotian 3 sons, In the shareholders have what kind of power between? Also gradually clear. Jiang Huai looked at Tang Haotian, elder Tang, from the beginning to the end, had a sense of staying out of it, even if a few of the old shareholders had already started cursing, he still smiled faintly. But for Dawn, today is not destined to be an easy day. The one who set the powder keg on fire was Tang Qinglong. Lao San, I remember the year before last. You are responsible for the property project, because the charges are expensive, but in the end, even the garbage problem has not been solved, but also with the owners of the community, a not small contradiction that a little bit of small things do not work well, really if you take over. How can we rest assured that Tang Qingha very unconcerned smile, from the hand pulled out the documents that have long been prepared, placed in front of all, big brother, property this matter, we have been rectified, although the process is a little convoluted, but the end is always good, but what you do, but want to change all have no chance to it. Everyone look at this picture. My big brother violated the company's rules when purchasing cement, sand and gravel, looking for someone else to purchase it privately, and even the budget for purchasing it was more than $100,000 more than usual. Secondly, there's also second brother. In Nanning's integrated superstore project, it seems that you also violated the company's rules, and made a mistake as big brothers, right? Of course, this is not even the most important thing. Second brother, when you went to Nanning for an inspection, I heard that there were 2 local cooperative girls that called the police to report that they had been violated, so it shouldn't be an empty rumor, right? The scene was hot and went up a notch. JAC also hit the ground running. In his heart, he couldn't help but give Tang Qingha a nod, to say well prepared. It is true that Tang Qingha is still the most well prepared. One shot, is 2 people, just do not know. In front of the face of the juniors, this matter should be how to end. A slight blush spread across Don Johnny's face. JAC can understand. After all, hearing this kind of thing, as Tang Qinghu's daughter, how can the heart not be waves? Lao San, from what place you steal from, the fox said. Nanning's project, we do very successful. We all have witnessed, and the reason why I purchased from other places, but also have no choice, to do the project, which the complexity of it, still need to repeat it, but I can guarantee that the procurement of raw materials, there is no inequality problems. Tang Qingha seems to have long waited for this sentence of Tang Qinghu, the first time to turn out another piece of paper. This is above. Is the quality problems of Nanning Superstore? Second brother, the evidence has been on the table. You are not also to explain why everyone is not clear. Lao San, the project in Nanning, I'm solely responsible for it. Isn't it a bit excessive for you to directly cross us to communicate? Yes, Lao San, any material will have quality problems after a long time. There's no need for this. In a short period of time, Tang Qinglong and Tang Qinghu seemed to be on the same page. When JAC thought that these few things would escalate further, Tang Haotian coughed twice. The room was quiet again. Tang Haotian said, aren't you guys getting a little off topic? We chose 3 kids. What are you 3 saying? As if this company is going to be handed over to you. Tang Haotian finished, waved his hand, meaning for the uninvolved to exit. Jiang Huai watched the person head out, but he didn't move, keep sitting in the corner. Finally, inevitably, the gazes of the last few people in the room landed on Jiang Huai, and it wasn't Johnny Tang or Yen Tang who reacted the most. Instead, it was Tang Haotian. Tang Haotian looked at Jiang Huai and frowned. Why are you here? Tang Jiani should be from the words. Heard out Tang Haotian unhappy. The first up, took Jiang Huai's arm. Jiang Huai, the rest is our family affair. You go out first. Jiang Huai stared at Tang Jiani and smiled, standing up along with Tang Jiani, but instead of heading out of the room, he sat down at the conference table as if nothing had happened. Jiang Huai gently patted Tang Jiani's hand. Don't worry, it's fine. After saying that, he took out his accompanying USB flash drive and handed it to Tang Jiani. Honey, can I trouble you to take this and plug it into the projection? Although I know I shouldn't have come, I do have a few words to say. Donjani made a mistake and looked at her grandfather, but Tang Haotian didn't say anything. In the end, it was Tang Qinghu who said, it's okay, Xiao Jiang isn't considered an outsider to our family, so since you have something you want to say, just say it. Jiang Huai knew that, in this situation, the oldest and the oldest 3 must have dissatisfaction in their hearts, but Tang Haotian didn't even say anything, and he was emboldened to directly find the remote control and open the door to talk about it. Mr. Long, the project in Chengdu. After landing, a large number of developers took you to court, saying that the construction materials used were tofu dregs, and the on-site videos and photos are all on the big screen, but you found someone to intimidate everyone into withdrawing their petitions through the threat of force. But in the end, you still missed and put 3 people in the hospital. How much of an impact this incident has had on Tang, I don't think I need to tell you. Jiang Huai finished his words, deliberately stopping time to go see Tang Qinglong's reaction. As it turns out, it's the father who knows his son best. When Tang Qinglong heard the first time, his entire face turned black. Jiang Huai actually did not know that behind this matter, in the end, what kind of things are implied. But through Tang Qinglong's reaction, Jiang Huai was able to see that Tang Haotian was actually firmly in control of every vein of the Tang dynasty group from start to finish. Getting here, JH was thinking again. If Tang Jiani really became the executive director of the Tang dynasty group, did she have the ability to do the same tactics as her grandfather? Would it be a good thing or a bad thing for her? Wait until the thing about Tang Qinglong is finished. Jiang Huai didn't give him a chance to retort, pressing the remote control and looking at Tang Qingha again, and on the big screen, two unflattering photos had appeared. In the one on the left, Tang Qingha was hugging the left and right, lying on the bed, enjoying the services of the two girls. The one on the right is a picture of Tang Qingha having dinner with some guy with glasses. About all this, Jiang Huai didn't know what he should say, because when Tang Haotian sent these documents, he asked. Tang Haotian just said, "Don't worry about it." So Jiang Huai looked at Tang Qingha with the mindset that he didn't need to care. Tang Qingha's reaction was even more serious than expected. The others' foreheads had begun to sweat. His eyes were turning quickly. He should be looking for something to say for himself. Tang Haotian, however, didn't give him a chance and asked with a serious face, "Lao San, what's going on?" Tang Haotian's dissatisfaction was like a bomb dropped on the calm water surface, bringing up a splash that made the entire room begin to look rippled. Tang Qinghu, who had been silent for some time, had a displeased face. "Lao San, your private affairs. None of us are interested. But, why did you meet with Jianawa's boss? Shouldn't you give me an explanation?" "Jianawa? What's Jianawa?" Jiang Huai knew that they would definitely be arguing for a while, and during this time, he started searching for news about Jianhua. The internet says, Jianhua is one of the only two rivals in the Tang dynasty real estate department. One of the only two rivals. Half a year ago, a certain section of prime land in the city next door to Linjiang was inexplicably cut off by Jianhua after it had almost been completely confirmed to be handed over to Tang dynasty, which led to Jianhua's national ranking surpassing Tang dynasties in the second quarter. Seeing this, Jiang Huai felt as if he was even more confused. When he turned his sight, surrendering to Tang Qingha, he didn't want the man to be even more confused. Tang Qingha eyes empty, hair wax fixed hair, because of sweat infiltration, messy modeling, obviously did not do anything, but seems to vicissitude a lot. The whole room, quiet for a long time. Only then did Tang Qingha release his mind in general and set up. "Father, I'm sorry I was wrong. I shouldn't have gotten confused for a moment and communicated privately with Jianawa's people to sabotage Second Brother's project. I was profit-driven and wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to pull a stomp on Second Brother. But I didn't realize that incident with Jianawa in the first place would have such a big impact. How many points of kickback do you take?" Tang Haotian seemed to see through everything and asked directly. Tang Qingha trembled and opened his mouth with difficulty. 30%. Jiang Huai sat quietly in place, watching Tang Qingha cry. Watching Tang Qingha kowtow to Tang Haotian and beg for mercy. Judging from the fact that a man of more than 50 cried without any signs of acting, he felt that Lao San should be really scared inside. But power, is it really that tempting? In the face of hand-to-hand closest relatives, it is possible to collaborate with the enemy, even at the expense of destroying the family's property, in order to obtain the coveted rights? JAC has never faced a commercial battle in a serious way, but he knew better that if Jincheng wanted to grow, this kind of thing was inevitable. And when it does come to that, will he be able to handle everything? JAC can't think of a single thing. For a long time, Tang Haotian knocked on the desktop, said helplessly, "Xiao He, the head office side of things. You just put it aside. The next year the company to develop South America. You go, mistakes, do not fan again, and boss, point to Tang Qinglong." The man had bowed his head deeply. "All along, I'm on you. Spend the most thought. We are all family. Some words I will not point through. Guangshan market is also the top priority. You go." When Tang Haotian said this, Jiang Huai had been looking at Tang Qinghu with his afterglow. He was thinking, Tang Qinghu seems to be the one who was the most miserable in this family fight, being acted out by the two brothers. And now, Master Tang, he also wants me to cooperate with him to continue to act. Instead, he remained immersed in his ego. I thought I was a kingpin, but I didn't want to be a bear. But the play, eventually, has to come to an end. When it really came to that moment, Tang Jiani, with what kind of mentality, would look at the father who had raised him? Tang Haotian finished his words and looked at Jiang Huai. Jiang Huai's heart was clear. It's time for the scene to come to an end. Jiang Huai stood up, walked to the door, opened the gate, and looked at the shareholders who had been waiting outside the gate, completely not caring a boo. Their astonished gazes, followed by an inviting gesture.
Gentlemen, Mr. Tang has invited you to take your seats, and you can already start the final ballot. Chapter 142. Yes, it's so sure. The people all came in, and Jiang Huai resumed his seat where he had just been. What happened next went very well. After everyone saw the faces of Tang Qinglong and Tang Xinghe, it was also clear how the situation was developing, and they unanimously voted for Tang Jiani. Jenny Tang became the Tang Dynasty Group, the new head of the group. Just the final stage. Most of the people, seemingly consciously or unconsciously, flattered Tang Xinghu, and Tang Jiani was instead left out to the side. And then the next thing, Jiang Huai wasn't interested, and with a cigarette in his mouth, he left the room and began to wander around the Tang Dynasty Group. Tang Dynasty Group, as the industry leader, spacious and bright office environment, let Jiang Huai envy. He began to think, Jincheng Network there is a day, can also have such a place? Walking slowly, JAC went to the open-air garden without thinking. Being at work time, the open-air garden is not a person, clean and open. He leaned against the parapet, only to realize that the original work in Tang Dynasty, see the Linjiang is this prosperous. Everywhere as far as the eye could see, there were skyscrapers, which were a stark contrast to the surrounding area of Lingnan University, Just 2 minutes later, a sound of high heels rang out behind Jiang Huai, and he turned his head to see Tang Yanran walking this way, finally learning the same movements as him and standing by his side. Got a cigarette? She asked suddenly. Jiang Huai took out his cigarette case and handed her one, waiting for her to light it before speaking up. It's over so soon? What's the point of continuing to stay over there when there's nothing left for me to do anyway? JAC nodded. The two lapsed into silence again. After a silence, she continued, do you really like my sister that much? Jiang Huai could understand where she was coming from when she said this. After all, he had appeared out of nowhere during their internal family meeting and then helped Tang Jiani gain victory by chopping and changing with an offer they couldn't refuse. In their opinion, if they didn't have any feelings for Tang Jiani, they certainly wouldn't have done this. But Jiang Huai didn't know how to answer such a question from Tang Yinyan. Is this important to you? Important? Why? Like I said, my sister and I grew up together, so if she likes it, I'm sure I'll like it too. Jiang Huai felt this reasoning, as if he had gotten the wrong person. But what you just asked, is what I like, not what your sister likes. Tang Yinyan nodded and said righteously, so, those who like her must also like me. Jiang Huai was helpless for a while. His thoughts inexplicably ran to Mu Chu Yen. Among the girls he knew, only Mu Chu Yen had such a domineering aura, but she was only on the surface. Her inner core was still a soft little girl. Unlike Tang Yanyan, it seems like the colonel is a thunderous and domineering woman. Just don't know. Now Mu Chu Yen. In the end, what is the situation? Jiang Huai felt that it should be time to go and look for her. After a while, JAC intends to go. Tang Yanyan suddenly opened her mouth again. Jiang Huai, you've only scratched the surface. What surface? Jiang Huai began to have some trouble understanding what Tang Yanyan was talking about. Do you think that just because Tang Jiani has become the new director of Tang Dynasty, it's really what she wants? This conglomerate, it's much more complicated than you think. She can't get rid of her father. You're only aggravating the shackles on her. Jiang Huai turned his head and looked at Tang Yanran, realizing for the first time that this arrogant girl didn't seem to be so unpleasant. She also sees through certain things, or was she merely mocking Tang Jiani? Jiang Huai had no way of knowing. Jiang Huai nodded and looked at the WeChat from Tang Jiani on his cell phone. She asked where to go. Said again, meet him in the underground parking lot. Jiang Huai didn't reply to Tang Jiani or Tang Yanran, and directly walked away. Walked to the parking lot. Get in the Maybach. Tang Jiani smiled as she faced Jiang Huai, but Jiang Huai still saw some bitterness in her smile. Jack, thank you. Jiang Huai propped up his smile. Every time I see my dear, working hard for this matter, I'm a bit heartbroken, so I want to do some of my part as well. When Jiang Huai finished saying this, Danjani looked at him blankly and cried. Jiang Huai saw her head lowered, cowering in the darkest corner of the car, but tears still fell from between her hair to the back of her hand. Jenny Tang's satisfaction score, +3. He knew that holding her in his arms was the best option in this situation, and JAC did. Danjani in her arms, sobbing, he muttered, Jack, let's go. Jiang Huai froze and asked, going somewhere? Danjani pulled her head out of my arms, and with a tear-stained face, looked at him. Elope. I want to go somewhere with you, where no one can find us. An acre of good land, 3 meals and 4 seasons, and we can have some cats and dogs, and I can have children for you. It was impossible for any man in the world to be calm inside when he heard a woman who was as beautiful as a heavenly goddess say such words, and Jiang Huai was the same, but he knew it well. Now it's an act. What is that thing that would cause Danjani to have a sudden emotional breakdown? Jiang Huai held Tang Jiani in his arms and rubbed her hair. Isn't it? What did your father just say to you? Jiani didn't say anything. His heart understood the general idea. What did he say? Jiang Huai, stop talking. I really don't want to talk about this. So Jac shut his mouth. Using his sleeve to wipe the water from the corners of her eyes, Tang Jiani stopped him. Don't. If I wipe like this, my makeup will smudge. I don't want to become ugly. In front of you. The moment. Jac was in a bit of a trance again. After knowing Tang Jiani for such a long time, this seems to be the first time that she, in front of herself to show the appearance of a little girl. Is it understandable that she has truly put the shackles on her body? Show herself, and also gave me a, help her remove all the shackles of the method. Jiang Huai didn't realize what kind of efforts Tang Jiani had made during this time, but more of Tang Jiani's efforts were probably spent on how to break free from Tang Qinghu's hands. This result today was a win for Tang Qinghu, but for Tang Jiani, it was considered a loss. That's why Jiani broke down to the point where she said she was going to elope. Wait for Jiani to quiet down a bit. From his pocket, Jiang Huai took out another USB flash drive and solemnly handed it over to Tang Jiani. The flash drive holds the key to Jenny Tang's life, the Tang family's confusing relationships, and the key to her actually being able to become the one in power in the Tang dynasty. Now, Tang Jiani's satisfaction score had reached 96. Jiang Huai was also very confident that Tang Jiani would reach 100% when she saw what was on the flash drive. Everything was just right. What is it? A gift for you. Jiang Huai clutched Tang Jiani's fingers and made her hold them, hoping that she would understand the weight of this gift. Jiang Huai continued, after you've been home and seen it, you should have something you want to do. So sure? Yes, it's that certain. ______.